The beast numbered 001 was brought by the Korean nation to promote in Xia country. They not only claim that this is the ancestor of all pandas in Xia country, but also demand that Xia country hand over all its giant pandas. But what they don't know is that this is actually the first batch of beasts invading from monsters. The Thunder Iron Beast not only possesses extremely high intelligence but can also control humans through brainwaves. In the previous life, it was this Thunder Iron Beast that controlled the high-ranking officials of the Korean nation. This led to the occurrence of the S3 season. Eventually, various beast sword maidens invaded in droves, plunging humanity into an era of disaster. At this moment, you look at the hall in the center of the zoo, where the Thunder Iron Beast is being held. He is currently leaning against the iron cage, sitting upright on the ground, giving off a solemn elder vibe. At that moment, you suddenly feel something unusual at your waist. Looking down, your eyes widen in shock. This is the treasured cosmic gourd you obtained in your previous life. And it is this artifact that granted you extraordinary power, allowing you to refine the forms for others to evolve as long as you collect enough materials through the cosmic gourd. Thinking of this, you suddenly look up at the Thunder Iron Beast. If you remember correctly, the blood from its eyes can extract lightning abilities, and the lightning ability can evolve into the strongest divine sequence, 001, Supreme Thunder God. With this thought, your gaze becomes fervent. You must take it down while it's still weak. At this moment, as the Korean nation continues to claim the pandas are theirs, the atmosphere on site becomes increasingly chaotic. Just as security is about to spiral out of control, you leap over the barrier, snatch the security's riot control baton, and charge directly at the Thunder Iron Beast. In an instant, everyone in the venue widens their eyes, and your actions are captured live. When you reach the cage, without hesitation, you thrust the riot control baton like a spear, accurately piercing the Thunder Iron Beast's eye. As blue blood splatters out, you quickly take out the cosmic gourd and collect the Thunder Iron Beast's blood. Having subdued it, the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation, no longer caring about his shock, hurriedly calls the surrounding security to advance. Seeing the security personnel rushing over and the Thunder Iron Beast about to erupt in the cage, you don't hesitate and pour the liquid into your mouth. In the next moment, you suddenly open your eyes wide, a flash of lightning flickering in your gaze. Now, you can be considered the first extraordinary being of Blue Star. Though a bit weak, it's still sufficient. You clench your fist. A bolt of lightning flickers within your muscles. At that moment, the Thunder Iron Beast lets out a tremendous roar. Instantly, the surrounding crowd screams in shock from the roar, and the more than 10 security personnel have to stop in their tracks, pressing their ears tightly. Then, the Thunder Iron Beast tears through the iron cage and slowly stands up. This scene immediately shocks everyone present. What's going on? Didn't you say this creature was non-aggressive? The zoo director asks. He yells at the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation. It's him! He angered the panda. At this point, the cultural ambassador is so frightened that he's speaking incoherently. What the hell? Are you still calling this a panda? Someone, come quickly and tranquilize this monster. Suddenly, dozens of fully armed personnel rush in. The captain leading the management shouts loudly, "Evacuate the crowd. Prepare the tranquilizers. Special forces." It seems this is a national plan. Immediately after, 2 armed personnel come over to take you away. Seeing this, you stand your ground and slowly shake your head. You can't handle this. On the other side, the captain shouts, "Number 1, fire the tranquilizer." With a bang, the tranquilizer hits the Thunder Iron Beast accurately, but this dose is 5 times stronger than that for an adult elephant and is now utterly ineffective. The captain's attempt fails, and the armed personnel hurriedly report. But in the next moment, Number 1's pupils suddenly contract as the monster charges at him, and then Number 1 is sent flying with a single blow. He crashes heavily to the ground. The Thunder Iron Beast roars again, changing direction and charging towards you. This human has hurt it the most and must die. Seeing this, the captain shouts loudly, "Protect that kid." Live ammunition fire. Dozens of people open fire simultaneously, and countless bullets begin to rain down on the Thunder Iron Beast. However, a terrifying scene unfolds. Although the bullets halt its advance, they inflict no damage whatsoever. Just then, you slowly step out, and your speed begins to increase. With a leap, your fist, wrapped in lightning, descends like divine thunder, striking heavily on the Thunder Iron Beast's head. The massive body of the Thunder Iron Beast crashes to the ground, howling in pain. Seeing this, you swiftly draw the blade from the squad leader's leg and deftly stab it into the uninjured eye of the Thunder Iron Beast. A bolt of lightning surges from your hand, rushing through the blade into the beast's head, causing it to widen its eyes in shock and collapse, its limbs stiffening. At this moment, everyone present and the viewers in the live stream are dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this Qin Ming? When did he become Superman? Aside from the astonished, some people on site are worried, as this panda was brought by the cultural ambassador of the Korean nation. You've not only angered this national treasure of Korea, but you've also killed it, which will definitely affect international relations. This is definitely not a minor offense. As expected, you are taken directly to the interrogation room. At this moment, the captain of the armed squad is frowning as he looks over your clean record, which has no issues. Why did you harm that beast? Hearing this, you glance at the captain's badge and say, Special Operations Team, right? Call your superior in. In the next moment, a middle-aged man and a short-haired woman walk in. Seeing this, the armed captain and the team members quickly stand up respectfully. The middle-aged man waves his hand, you can leave now. Seeing these two, you can't help but smile. You didn't expect them to be in charge of the Special Operations Team. As soon as the armed captain leaves, the short-haired woman slams her hand on the table and asks, Why did you kill that monster? You smile calmly and reply, You're still so impulsive in your recordings. Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman is taken aback. How do you know I was recording? At 26, the team leader of the Special Operations Department in the Southern Military District of Sia is single and yearns for a passionate love story. At 33, he is the recording minister's elder brother, head of the Special Operations Department, who became melancholic after being dumped at 18, almost becoming a monk. Later, he was recruited into the army due to his exceptional combat skills, where he met a girl named Xiaohong. Lu Chang was so shocked that the cigarette fell from his mouth, quickly stopping your words. Then the two exclaimed in unison, How do you know all of this? You looked at them seriously, saying, Because you were all once my subordinates. Are you kidding? You're just a little kid, dreaming. To say something shocking, I am a reincarnator. You had no intention of hiding this. You openly revealed your identity and briefly recounted events from your previous life. As soon as you finished speaking, a man in his 50s burst in, his gaze fixed intensely on you, saying, You say you are a reincarnator, do you know who I am? I didn't expect you to come too. So it was you who deliberately brought the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation here. The commander of the Southern Military District of Sia, General Long Xiaobo, head of the Special Operations Department, known as the number one in the military of Sia. General Long Xiaobo frowned. Although what you said was correct, he wasn't going to believe it so easily. However, as you kept revealing General Long's private matters, he turned red-faced, becoming increasingly alarmed with each revelation. Enough! For now, I will believe you. I will report your matters to my superiors. No, I want you to fully trust me. We don't have much time. As you spoke, lightning coursed around you, and suddenly you broke free from the handcuffs. Under the astonished gazes of several people, you slowly raised your fist wrapped in thunder, saying, This is the extraordinary power of Sequence 399, the Electromancer. This is the most crucial power for slaying the alien beasts. In the next moment, you slammed your fist down on the table, instantly shattering it into pieces. Seeing this, General Long and the others were completely shocked. Extraordinary beings truly exist. Let me guess why you're here. This segment about the monster invasion comes from alien information, and all nations should have received it, right? The first phase of the trial is the invasion of alien beasts, starting now. That's correct, but all nations do not believe it. Yet you have to take it seriously, as this is a signal from outer space. So you began looking for those so-called monsters but found nothing. Just then, the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation conveniently showed up, and you planned this event to see if that creature is indeed a monster, to verify the authenticity of this alien signal. At this point, the three of them widened their eyes in shock, especially at the mention of the alien signal, which even few high-ranking individuals in Sia were aware of. Then you revealed something even more shocking. Do you know why we can't find a single monster within Sia? Because they are hiding, concealing themselves, and increasing their strength. Once they reach the third tier, even a nuclear bomb won't be able to kill them. Upon hearing this, General Long's breathing quickened, and he looked up at the camera with a grave expression. The crowd in the video conference room fell silent, filled with bigwigs from the research department and military, experts from various fields, along with the top leader of Sia. Finally, the leader sitting in the center spoke slowly, Find the hidden monsters in the country within a week. If you can do it, you will determine the fate of Sia. 5 minutes later, you walked out of the interrogation room first, and the armed forces outside instantly changed their expressions. How did you get out? Where are the general and the minister? Quickly, take him down. Stop. Lu Chang and Lu Ying have come out. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Ying personally draped a battle robe over you. Lu Chang tore off the shoulder insignia from his arm and placed it directly on yours, saying, Listen up. From now on, Qin Ming is part of the Special Operations Department's second team. At this announcement, all the soldiers widened their eyes in shock. Captain Qin, your live broadcast of killing the monster has caused quite a stir and a lot of panic. What should we do now?
And what about the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation? They're saying we killed their ambassador and are demanding an explanation from us. You waved your hand and said, don't worry about the Korean nation for now. The priority is to establish the Monster Academy. Luing was taken aback, asking, what is the Monster Academy? To deal with monsters, we naturally need monsters. If there are none, we'll create our own. That's the purpose of the Monster Academy, but first, we need to locate the monsters. Lu Ying's eyes widened as he asked, you know where there are monsters? Get me a good knife. While Lu Ying went to prepare, you didn't idle either and took Lu Cheng to the room where the corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast was stored. At this moment, Lu Cheng was very excited and asked, Captain Qin, how did you acquire your extraordinary abilities? Are you really a reincarnator? He now believed what you had said earlier because he had never shared his romantic experiences with anyone else, and your extraordinary abilities made him envious, the abilities he had always dreamed of. You looked at Lu Cheng with a smile, knowing him well. This 30-year-old old man had a passionate and loyal heart. Unfortunately, in your previous life, Lu Cheng died while trying to protect himself, a scene you could never forget, where he tightly hugged that beast, urging you to run away. I know what you're thinking, at the right opportunity, I will help you gain powerful training abilities. Lu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Come on, let me show you what true extraordinary power looks like. After saying that, you used a dagger to cut off a piece of the Thunder Iron Beast and knocked out its longest fong, then placed it into a suddenly appearing magic gourd, shaking it a few times. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. What is this gourd? This is a containment item, obtained after killing some powerful alien beasts. These items possess various strange abilities. If you know the recipe for magic potions, can't you create an extraordinary army? What do we have to fear then? You rolled your eyes at him. You have no idea how much humanity has sacrificed for the potion recipe. Moreover, the failure rate of using these potions is extremely high. If the recipe is incorrect, the potion becomes poison, and drinking it can lead to instant death. What's scarier is that magic potions can assimilate humans, turning you into a monster. Lu Cheng gasped. This was too terrifying. Moreover, our current human constitution cannot handle magic potions. To endure the power of the potions, our physical quality must be improved. The simplest and most effective way is to consume the flesh and blood of alien beasts. The energy contained in these beasts can subtly alter our bodies, allowing us to withstand the potency of the potions. Then, when they first started researching magic potions, didn't that give rise to many human monsters? That's right. This occurred during the fourth phase of the trials. Human monsters were even scarier than alien beasts, leading to the emergence of many evil organizations. Lu Cheng swallowed hard. It seemed this world was about to descend into chaos. You smiled slightly, realizing the power of the magic gourd. The sequence potions crafted from it eliminate the negative effects of magic potions, ensuring that even if the awakening fails, you won't die instantly or be assimilated. Even more powerful, the gourd can upgrade the sequence and elevate its level. Behold, extraordinary abilities range from Tier 1 to Tier 9, and there are distinctions in sequence levels. Saying this, you directly swallowed the potion from the magic gourd. With a muffled sound, powerful lightning erupted from your body. This was the ordinary sequence 16, the annihilating thunderbolt. Lu Cheng looked shocked. Did you just level up? My realm remains unchanged. I've merely elevated my sequence level. You should know that many things will happen in this world, and the nature of extraordinary abilities will gradually unfold. With that, you turned and left. Watching your departing figure, Lu Cheng's heart raced. This was the power he longed for. He clenched his fists, silently vowing, I will use these fists to protect the land of Xia. Before long, you led a group of soldiers to a deserted mine. These were all elites selected from the military, the best of the best. At this moment, their gazes were drawn to you, their new leader, feeling an immense pressure from a mere student. Boss, are you sure there are monsters here? Looking at the sealed entrance of the mine, you said, inside is a thunder iron beast hiding here, feeding on minerals to level up, much stronger than any in the Korean nation. You shouted loudly, everyone, prepare for battle. Get your weapons ready. The soldiers began skillfully assembling various weapons, from rifles to light machine guns, heavy sniper rifles, and even RPGs were brought out. Seeing this, you chuckled and shook your head. Let's put on a show. Get the live stream ready to connect to the capital and let them experience the terror of the alien beasts. After saying this, you waved your hand at Luing. The things I asked you to prepare are right here. You opened the box to reveal a tang knife inside. You picked up the tang knife and waited, then suddenly drew it. As you drew the blade, it sang, and you walked forward alone with the knife in hand. Meanwhile, far away in the central conference room in the capital, everyone was nervously watching the live stream. Did that kid really find the hidden alien beast so quickly? If this is true, he might really be a reincarnator. Look,
General Long Xiaobo has a high opinion of this kid. They know well that if your identity as a reincarnator proves effective, you will be the future of Xia.
Suddenly, an angry roar of an alien beast echoed from the mine.
Seeing this, Lu Cheng shouted angrily, "Everyone, aim at the mine. Prepare to cover fire." Under the tense gazes of everyone, you were the first to charge out of the mine. Following you was a thunder iron beast, its shiny fur resembling that of a diamond. With a loud bang, a large sniper bullet struck the thunder iron beast's eye, and with a painful roar, it crashed heavily to the ground. In an instant, countless shells rained down on the thunder iron beast, smoke filling the air and explosions continuing. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the smoke began to clear, revealing that the beast was unharmed. The thunder iron beast slowly stood up, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The shells had only left shallow wounds, and now, because of its injuries, it appeared even more savage.
Re-aim the artillery.
The thunder iron beast let out an angry roar and went berserk, charging towards the sniper on the armored vehicle. It was highly intelligent and immediately remembered that this was the first one to harm it.
Get out of the way!
Lu Cheng shouted loudly. This thunder iron beast was even stronger than he had imagined. However, right before everyone's astonished eyes, you charged at the thunder iron beast with the tang knife, then stomped the ground forcefully, leaping high and delivering a powerful kick. With a muffled thud, the massive thunder iron beast was sent flying by your kick, crashing heavily onto another armored vehicle. At that moment, a blade song resonated as your war knife wrapped around the body of the thunder iron beast, unleashing an aura that made your clothes flutter. In the next moment, you charged at the thunder iron beast again, and the lightning energy exploded instantly. The thunder iron beast roared in anger, slamming its massive paw down. With a loud thud, you were instantly knocked away, while a deep wound appeared on its paw. You landed on the ground, astonished, realizing that this thunder iron beast was unusual. How could it be so strong? Suddenly, as if you thought of something, your eyes brightened.
Could it be that it had already formed a beast river? Thinking of this, you shouted at Lu Cheng, "Hold on tight, I'm going to unleash a big move."
After that, lightning surged in your hand, channeling all your powerful energy into the tang knife. Then, lightning wrapped around you as you leaped high, unleashing the annihilating thunderbolt. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the thunder iron beast was split in half, instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, the big shots watching the livestream fell into a dead silence at this scene. Everyone was stunned. They were left speechless. After a long silence, the leader took a deep breath and immediately ordered, "Have Qin Ming come see me." At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the Lu siblings, you cleaved open the thunder iron beast's head, revealing a small crystal flickering with lightning. You brightened. So it really does have one.
By the time you arrived in the capital, it was already evening.
When you pushed open the conference room door, dozens of gazes fell on you simultaneously, and an immense sense of pressure washed over you. You merely smiled in response, saying, "It's so good to see all of you again." At these words, the serious-faced leaders exchanged strange expressions, implying that they must have been quite familiar with you in your previous life. However, you were not the least bit reserved at that moment. Instead, you felt at home and very relaxed. But then your expression became serious. "I apologize for not being able to protect Xia in my previous life, for failing to meet your expectations." At this, everyone fell silent, recalling your earlier account that in your past life, you had fought for Xia. The heroes who died defending the nation against alien beasts need not apologize. At this moment, the leader at the front slowly stood up. He looked at you with gentle eyes. "Although your experiences seem absurd, I believe you, for what is happening before us is already strange enough. Now, tell us what you plan to do and what the source of this disaster is." Under the leader's expectant gaze, you slowly nodded. "Let's first discuss the source. The country received an alien signal, which every developed nation has also received.
I believe you have confirmed this, yet many nations do not believe it, including your Eagle Crafts nation, and even think it's some ploy by another country to disrupt the world order, correct?
But I can seriously tell you that this civilizational trial is real.
As for whether the source is indeed extraterrestrial, that remains unclear.
Every time a trial begins or ends, they contact the countries of Blue Star, but they have never seen each other's true forms. In my previous life, Xia managed to endure through to the 10th phase of the trials, undergoing 5 full years, yet we never discovered the truth. At this, everyone furrowed their brows.
At this point, the speaker waved his hand.
The hidden hand is not the key right now. If they truly wanted to destroy Blue Star, they could simply send a Tier 10 alien beast. Why bother with Heartbreak? Since the hidden hand hasn't struck with lethal force, we still have a chance to uncover the truth.
Upon hearing the speaker, the leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as there is a chance, there is still hope.
Currently, everyone has seen the Thunder Iron Beast I just killed. That guy was merely the weakest of the bunch.
There are even stronger ones hidden in the world.
After saying this, you took a deep breath, your expression growing more serious. What's even scarier is that some alien beasts can change their forms and hide among humans, even among national leaders. In my previous life, it was the Korean nation that served as the spark, creating chaos in Blue Star before other countries began dealing with the alien beasts. They can even disguise themselves as humans. Instantly, all the high-ranking officials grew uneasy. This tactic was nearly impossible to defend against. Kid, that's a bit exaggerated. Alien beasts can disguise themselves? Do you really think this is a sci-fi movie? You looked over directly and smiled. I thought you wouldn't speak up. It seems your intelligence isn't very high either. Turning your head to the crowd, you said with a faint smile, I know many of you still have doubts, but it doesn't matter. Conveniently, there's an alien beast disguised right here. Let's drag it out for everyone to see. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted. All eyes turned to the general in military uniform. What Qin Ming just said, it couldn't be true, could it? Suddenly, the high-ranking officials beside the general scattered. You, General Phone, it can't be. Old Known from the Biological Research Institute stared wide-eyed in shock at General Phone. Phone Kai shouted angrily, Kid, don't spread falsehoods. Qin Ming looked at Phone Kai and introduced to everyone, the thousand-faced monkey is a personified exotic beast, and its greatest characteristic is its ability to disguise itself as a human. Everyone, look, from the outside, there is not a single flaw. Currently, we on Blue Star do not possess the instruments to detect the thousand-faced monkey. Qin Ming's words were serious, showing no signs of joking. The people in the conference room couldn't help but cast strange glances at Phone Kai. Everyone, the real General Phone Kai has already been killed, Qin Ming sighed. In the last life, it was precisely because of this thousand-faced monkey that our country suffered heavy losses, and several seniors present died at its hands. What? With Qin Ming's words, everyone became even more frightened. They could already imagine the disaster a general being a thousand-faced monkey would bring to the country. Moreover, they often met, increasing the chances of being harmed. Someone, this kid is talking nonsense, take him down. Phone Kai shouted angrily. However, no guards came in, because the one guarding the door was the top person in the military, Long Xiaogua. Qin Ming, feel free to act. Long Xiaogua said coldly. Qin Ming nodded. I just said that the thousand-faced monkey cannot be detected by instruments, but there is one thing that can. Saying this, he took out a crystal the size of a quail egg. This is the beast core extracted from the brain of a thunder iron beast. This beast core possesses a unique wave that can better reveal the key to identifying the thousand-faced monkey. This is crucial information for the first phase of the civilization trial. After he finished speaking, Phone Kai's expression changed. Damn humans, you actually grasped the weakness of my kind? You must die. Suddenly, Phone Kai let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming was already prepared, clenching his fist, lightning coiling around it, and he punched out. Bang! Phone Kai was directly knocked back to his original form, which was a monkey-like creature, but its expression was much more ferocious than an ordinary monkey. This scene shocked all the powerful figures present. The appearance of this monkey was indeed ugly. Seeing that the thousand-faced monkey couldn't defeat Qin Ming, it planned to take a hostage and escape. Its target was the first seat among the crowd. However, just as it moved, a strange wave entered its head. The thousand-faced monkey screamed, clutching its head and crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Ming, the knife. Long Xiaogua threw Qin Ming his battle knife. Qin Ming caught it in one hand. Clang! With a swift motion, he struck down, killing the thousand-faced monkey. Seeing the thousand-faced monkey dead, the powerful figures in the room finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, their gazes towards Qin Ming completely changed. If there were doubts before, now they were fully trusting. Watching Phone Kai transform into a monster was a visual shock that was still very impactful for them. Qin Ming, can we take the corpse of the thousand-faced monkey back for research? Old Known from the Biological Research Institute asked eagerly. Qin Ming nodded. Of course, I still have many things I need Old Known's help with. Oh, Qin Ming, do you have plans? The first seat asked. Qin Ming nodded. The first seat looked deeply at Qin Ming and then waved his hand. Come with me. Xiaogua, you come too. Thus, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua followed the first seat to another room. The door was locked, leaving only the three of them inside. Qin Ming, I want to know the details of your past life experiences and your plans moving forward, the chief elder asked in a steady voice. Qin Ming answered without hesitation, recounting the significant events of his previous life. Finally, he addressed the most critical point. From the moment we received the signal, the civilization trial of Blue Star has already begun. We are currently in the early stage of the first phase, where the alien beasts will conceal themselves among humans, attempting to find the key to a breakthrough. In a week, the alien beasts will gradually reveal their claws and launch an invasion against humanity.
The deadline for the first phase of the trial is 1 month. After 1 month, the alien beast army will all revolt and launch a full-scale attack. Therefore, the time left for us is limited. Only a week? The chief elder's expression darkened. How many hidden alien beasts are there?
2,000, distributed across the country, Qin Ming replied.
So many? Long Xiaoguo exclaimed in shock. How are we supposed to deal with this?
As he spoke, both of their gazes turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Currently, I have 2 plans.
First, establish the Monster Academy to cultivate extraordinary individuals to deal with the early crisis of the alien beasts.
Second, initiate nationwide infrastructure projects to build 36 sky towers, distributed across the provinces to counter the full-scale attack of the alien beasts in a month. Half an hour later, the chief elder, Long Xiaoguo, and Qin Ming walked out of the room. The anxious leaders from various sectors turned their attention to them. The chief elder spoke with a grave expression. Starting today, we will establish the Monster Academy, with Qin Ming appointed as the dean. Nationwide Level 1 combat readiness will be activated, granting the Monster Academy Level 1 privileges, and all departments will prioritize following Qin Ming's orders.
China is about to enter a stage of life and death. Everyone, this is going to be a tough battle.
As these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned serious. Then, their gazes shifted to Qin Ming. Qin Ming stepped forward. Everyone, the Monster Academy currently needs manpower.
Elder Gnome, I need you to bring your people and drop everything to participate in the biological research project on the alien beasts.
Elder Gnome immediately stood up. I have no problem with that.
Elder Jiang, I will give you the blueprints later to build 36 sky towers across the country. Qin Ming looked at a middle-aged man, the head of the Ministry of Industry. Elder Jiang was taken aback. What is a sky tower?
A building over 600 meters tall, and we need to ensure that all 36 sky towers are interconnected with high-voltage electricity.
What? Everyone was shocked. Elder Zhang's eyes widened. Do you know how massive this project is?
Qin Ming said seriously, that is the key to locating and exterminating the alien beasts.
If successful, we can reduce casualties by hundreds of thousands. Elder Zhang trembled, feeling the immense pressure. How much time can you give me? Elder Zhang took a deep breath.
Qin Ming stared into Elder Zhang's eyes. At most 25 days. Elder Jiang felt numb. In that case, we will need to mobilize the entire nation's resources.
Qin Ming waved his hand. Just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about any repercussions. Elder Jiang nodded vigorously. All right, then I will go all out.
Qin Ming continued, leaders of the military districts, the Army, Navy, and Air Force, send me 2,000 elite soldiers for the Monster Academy, with the best physical fitness.
No problem.
The leaders from the 5 military districts, including Long Xiaoguo, responded in unison.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Qin Ming called out. Here.
The sharp-eyed Foreign Minister Kai Ting responded loudly. Qin Ming looked at him. Complete the evacuation operation within a week.
The meeting lasted until midnight before concluding.
Qin Ming drew up the blueprints for the sky towers, created in his previous life, and handed them to Elder Jiang to complete. After the meeting ended, all departments had no time to rest and immediately began executing Qin Ming's orders. The headquarters of the Monster Academy is located in Jiangnan City, as per Qin Ming's request.
There is a reason for this, as Jiangnan City is a coastal city, close to the sea.
Among the strange beasts, those from the sea are the largest and most terrifying. He must ensure the safety of the coast, otherwise, it would be a breakthrough point for the army of strange beasts to invade the inland. That night, Qin Ming did not rest. He brought Lu Chang, Old Gnome, and Old Gnome students to deal with the strange beast numbered 002, the thousand-faced monkey. After killing it in the conference room, they had no time to collect the potion materials.
Old Gnome acted quickly and soon called in the most capable subordinates from the Biological Research Institute.
When 7 or 8 researchers saw the thousand-faced monkey, they were all taken aback. Although Old Gnome had prepared them mentally, seeing it in person was still shocking. Looking at everyone, Qin Ming began to teach them urgently.
Starting today, you are all part of my Monster Academy. You will all sign a confidentiality agreement, and violators will be executed.
Qin Ming warned sternly, and one could imagine how important the following matters were. The researchers nodded heavily, their expressions becoming serious. Qin Ming pointed at the thousand-faced monkey on the stage. I need you to analyze the brainwaves of this strange beast. This will be key to finding other hidden strange beasts in the country. The brain structure of the thousand-faced monkey is very peculiar. It possesses strong mental abilities. We need to use the fluctuations of these brainwaves to simulate and create its mental frequency.
By putting this technology into the Sky Tower, we will be able to detect other strange beasts. Do you understand?
After hearing this, all the researchers, including Old Gnome, had their eyes light up.
This was indeed a great challenge. In addition, we need to study the biological structure of the thousand-faced monkey, including its flesh, blood, genes, and so on. All information must be extracted. Qin Ming continued. This was based on his experience from his previous life. However, in his last life, when Huaxia began to build the Sky Tower, they had already reached the third stage of trials, wasting too much time, which led to extremely heavy losses in the early stages. But now, everything was ahead of schedule. Qin Ming wanted to prevent the tragedy from repeating as much as possible. After giving his instructions, Qin Ming took the potion materials from the thousand-faced monkey. This thousand-faced monkey had two types of potion materials: thousand-faced monkey eyeball, thousand-faced monkey handbone. When Qin Ming saw the handbone, his eyes lit up. This was just right for creating a potion sequence. Thousand-faced monkey handbone plus thunder iron beast hair plus fine steel equals iron hand potion, sequence 288. Although the iron hand was only ranked 288, it was a sequence with great potential. The ordinary sequence 288 iron hand, after being promoted to forbidden sequence, would become forbidden sequence rank 58, steel body. This steel body was incredibly powerful. Both in strength and defense, it was maximized. Of course, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to achieve promotion sequence. But for Qin Ming, with the Qian Koan gourd, it became much simpler. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chang, who trembled slightly, already guessing what was about to happen. Sequence 288 Iron Hand is somewhat special. It has no requirements for physical fitness, so you can give it a try. However, it will hurt a bit. Can you handle it? Lu Chang nodded vigorously. I can endure it. Qin Ming nodded. Very good. Saying this, he took out the Qian Koan gourd and placed the thousand-faced monkey handbone and thunder iron beast hair inside. Then, he drew his battle knife, lightning flashing in his hand, and forcefully broke the battle knife made of fine steel, placing one piece of steel into the Qian Koan gourd. Shaking this scene left Old Nong and the researchers dumbfounded. This was a fine steel battle knife. Qin Ming poured the potion from the Qian Koan gourd into a measuring cup, 30 milliliters, just right. Not too much, not too little. Too little would be ineffective, too much would cause mutation. If it mutated, it would develop in strange directions. Looking at the green potion in front of him, Lu Chang swallowed hard, feeling a bit anxious. But he didn't hesitate and gulped it all down. Gulch! As the potion entered his stomach, a terrifying power seemed to surge uncontrollably. His limbs and bones felt as if they were being hammered repeatedly, the pain unbearable. Even someone as tough as Lu Chang couldn't withstand this pain. Qin Ming shoved the hilt of a knife into Lu Chang's mouth. Bite down, hold on. Lu Chang bit the hilt and whimpered, his eyes turning red, veins bulging, bones cracking. Before long, Lu Chang was rolling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Elder Nong and the others were stunned, standing by helplessly. Qin Ming looked at them, a slight smile on his lips. Everyone, just get used to it. At the Monster Academy, this is just the beginning. The next day, at Qin Ming's request, Kai Ting from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a press conference. Reporters from all walks of life flocked in, and a live broadcast was set up on the spot. First, the live broadcast of Qin Ming slaying the exotic beast at the zoo yesterday had spread, attracting great public attention. One was the concern over the power of the monsters, and the other was the cultural ambassador from the Korean nation who had been causing a stir, condemning China for not providing an explanation regarding the matter. In response, Kai Ting explained and directly disclosed the news about the civilization trial and monster invasion. He clarified that the so-called panda brought by the Korean nation was actually the monster numbered 001, the Thunder Iron Beast. Therefore, China had no obligation to explain to the Korean nation. The implication was clear. They brought monsters to our country, and after being slain, we still need to explain? It's enough that we don't demand an explanation from you. Once this news broke, the world was instantly in an uproar. Alien signals, cultural trials, monster invasions. Which of these wasn't a world-shaking event? Countries that had received alien signals were also bewildered. They had deliberately hidden this information, only to find that China had so openly disclosed it. What was the purpose? To create panic? The more they thought about it, the more curious they became about what China was really up to. At the press conference, reporters from various countries were shocked by Kai Ting's words, creating a stir. Minister Kai, what do you mean by that? Is the world coming to an end? Minister Kai, are the monsters really that terrifying? Are there other messages regarding the alien signals? Questions came pouring in. Kai Ting's expression was serious as he spoke solemnly. This cultural trial is a huge test for Blue Star. I hope all countries can take it seriously and fight for the survival of our human race. Of course, our country is already prepared, and I ask our citizens not to panic. The state will handle everything. Finally, I now announce that starting today, China will conduct a global evacuation operation. All citizens abroad must return to the country within a week. If you encounter difficulties, please contact the local embassy. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire press conference site was in an uproar. At the same time, countries quickly reacted, with documents being sent to their central authorities. The whole world was set ablaze by China's actions. After the press conference, the news spread wildly within the country. The initial interest was already high, and with the announcement from the press conference, it skyrocketed. In less than a minute, the news topped the trending searches on major online platforms. Kai Ting returned backstage, looking serious as he glanced at Qin Ming, a bit worried as he asked, "Is this really okay? Once the news is out, the citizens will definitely panic." Qin Ming shook his head. "There's still a week left, and the beasts will show themselves. By then, the panic will be even greater. It's better to give them a warning now. The effect will be better." Qin Ming didn't say it too clearly, but Kai Ting understood that once the beasts began their attack, casualties would be unavoidable. It was already impossible to pass through this disaster unscathed. "Let's start the evacuation. We don't have much time left," Qin Ming said. "How should we respond to the questions from other countries?" Kai Ting asked again. The sudden evacuation would surely cause international panic, and there would definitely be obstacles. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Just respond according to the facts. It doesn't matter whether other countries believe us or not, we've already released the news. By the way, there's one more major thing. Now, contact all countries and import food like crazy. Once the monsters appear on a large scale, food prices will definitely skyrocket. After the war starts, food will be the guarantee. Contact all major trading companies, no matter where their ships are or what they are transporting. Stop everything immediately and fill the ships with food to bring back. The economic losses will be compensated by the state." Upon hearing this, Kai Ting's eyes widened in shock. "Are you crazy? That will cause huge losses." "No, we will make a fortune." Qin Ming shook his head. "After the apocalypse begins, no resource is more important than food." Kai Ting thought for a moment. Indeed, once the war started, food would be the most crucial. If they bought it at a low price now, the price would soar after the war broke out. And such an opportunity would only come once, with just this 1 week left. After realizing this, Kai Ting quickly said, "I'll arrange it now and ensure all departments cooperate unconditionally." But the next moment, he froze. "Wait, we just released the news about the monster invasion. Will those countries export food to us in large quantities?" Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. "How many countries do you think will believe us? Don't worry, they will sell it to us and will take the opportunity to profit from us, but it doesn't matter, just give it to them." "Got it." Kai Ting immediately became excited. This was going to be a big deal. Soon, high-level officials from various countries were urgently convened due to Huaxia's actions. Eagle Sauce Country. A middle-aged man in military uniform slammed the table in anger. "What is Huaxia doing? Actually releasing alien information? Are they trying to cause international panic?" As soon as this was said, all the high-ranking officials turned their attention to him. "General John, we still cannot confirm whether this information is from aliens. How is the military search going? Have any beasts been found domestically?" a biological expert asked. If they could obtain a beast, they might be able to verify whether the alien information was real through testing. General John snorted coldly. "What beasts? I think this is all a trick by Huaxia. If there were really beasts, why haven't we found any?" Today, Kai Ting said those beasts might be hiding in the cities. "Should we increase the search efforts?" a high-ranking official suggested. General John glared at him. "What, do you mean to say I'm not doing my job properly? The military has already searched various places and found no trace of any beasts. This matter cannot be false. Not just us, other countries haven't found anything either. But that video from Huaxia is indeed shocking. That monster couldn't even be killed by bullets." Someone still voiced their concerns. "Videos can be faked. Huaxia's purpose is definitely to confuse us." General John waved his hand. "If we really act according to what they say, wouldn't we be made fools of?" "Right, I also think Huaxia is up to something. We shouldn't pay attention to it, or it will definitely cause panic. Let them evacuate if they want to. If no exotic beasts appear by then, the rumors will naturally fall apart, and the credibility of the Chinese government will plummet, which is beneficial for us." At the meeting, everyone began to speak up. Sitting at the head of the table, the Eagle Sauce's top leader, Tep, smiled and said, "General John, let's do as you suggested. Strengthen the military district's management, and let them make a fuss. They won't stir up any waves. Even if there are exotic beasts, can they withstand a nuclear bomb? Ha ha ha. The leader makes a good point. Under hot weapons,
Carbon-based lifeforms are just cannon fodder. Everyone agreed, clearly not believing China's warnings.
They didn't even believe in strengthening the search for monsters.
Just then, a staff member entered the conference room and handed an important document to the leader. After Tep read it, he furrowed his brows.
What's wrong?
The senior officials all looked at the leader.
Tep slowly spoke. China has new movements. They are frantically importing food.
All trading companies in China have halted their original transactions to load food back to the country. This statement caused another uproar.
Is China crazy? What do they want? Importing a large amount of food, the monster invasion can't be real, right? No, even if there are monsters, it shouldn't warrant such a big move, right? China's food reserves could last a long time even if a war started. Could this disaster be more terrifying than we imagined?
The discussions in the room were frantic. They were somewhat panicked.
China's actions were too bizarre.
At this moment, General John suddenly laughed. Everyone, since China wants to buy, let's take this opportunity to make a fortune by raising food prices and cashing in. In this era, Eagle Sauce was not worried about food shortages at all.
China's actions were truly alarmist.
Then, all the senior officials turned their eyes to the leader. At this critical moment, the leader's decision was crucial. Tep frowned. Food is to be sold. We can make a big profit from this opportunity. But we must also be wary of China's actions.
Investigate carefully to see what China is really up to.
Meanwhile, countries around the world also received news of China's food procurement. They too had doubts about China's warnings.
What monster invasion?
They hadn't discovered any monsters in their own countries.
Thus, all countries were watching Eagle Sauce's reaction. The result was clear. Eagle Sauce did not believe China's warnings, and regarding food exports, they did not intervene.
Instead, they raised food prices and made a fortune. In response, countries followed suit, also raising food prices.
Thus, a terrifying wave swept across the globe. On one side, China was frantically importing food. On the other side, Chinese citizens were anxiously returning to their homeland. Most citizens unconditionally trusted their country. Upon receiving the evacuation news, they packed their bags without a second thought. The whole world seemed to be tense only about China. Therefore, this move also drew countless foreign netizens' ridicule.
Officials from various countries were watching the spectacle, seemingly enjoying China's joke.
Just as the world was questioning, another sensation erupted within China.
A nationwide infrastructure initiative was set in motion.
The Sky Tower plan had begun.
There were still 5 days until the exotic beasts began their attack on the world.
China once again released shocking news to its citizens. A massive infrastructure project would take place nationwide.
In 36 locations across the country, a base over 600 meters tall, covering an area of over 10,000 acres, would be built. This infrastructure project was called the Sky Tower Plan. The Sky Tower Plan is about to begin. The country will recruit construction workers nationwide to jointly build the Sky Tower.
Time is tight. For specific details, please check the Monster Academy official website.
Everyone, the monster invasion is about to begin. The country is in trouble, and every citizen has a responsibility.
We will face an unprecedented powerful enemy, so please participate actively. Remember, emergency recruitment. Emergency recruitment. This announcement spread like it had wings, going viral.
Television stations, major social media platforms, and short video platforms continuously popped up, ensuring the citizens were informed. In an instant, the entire Huaxia nation was in an uproar. Countless netizens engaged in heated discussions.
God, is our mom serious this time? What is this Tower of Babel for? Monster invasion. The Tower of Babel is probably to deal with the monsters. First, evacuate citizens, then major infrastructure. This monster invasion seems to be real news.
I've already told my dad. He's a construction worker and has gone to report.
Damn, brother, you're quick. The country is in trouble. Every citizen has a responsibility. I'm signing up too.
Besides the frenzied online discussions, there was also a heated rush to sign up in reality. All construction sites across the country halted work, and all construction workers rushed to their local registration points. This was the first time the country issued an emergency recruitment, and the people realized the situation was more severe than they had imagined. Therefore, there was no time to lose.
The number of registrants was displayed on the Monster Academy official website. This suddenly emerged official site instantly gained widespread attention. Countless netizens flooded into the Monster Academy's official website to check the current recruitment progress. 10,000, 30,000, 100,000.
In just a few hours, the number of registrants had already reached over 100,000, and the number of registrants was still growing rapidly. By nightfall, the number of registrants had approached 500,000.
Many workers had even already started working. Across the country, in 36 regions, the locations of the projects were quickly discovered by netizens.
Under the night sky, construction sites were brightly lit, with large groups of workers busy at work. Various bulldozers and excavators were visibly working hard. In addition, on the streets, an army of iron cavalry was clearing the way, with truckloads of construction steel continuously being transported to the Tower of Babel camp. Roads were closed, traffic was controlled, and vehicles were limited, creating a grand spectacle. Such scenes were unfolding in 36 regions across the country, shocking the citizens. At this moment, the people began to realize that this battle was likely unprecedented in scale. Soon, the most popular Doubt video app was filled with related videos. The video showed endless military vehicles, truck after truck, and the brightly lit Tower of Babel camp in the dark. Although the Tower of Babel camp had just begun, people could already glimpse its scale. This was no small base. Calling it a small town would not be an exaggeration. Online, there was a fervent discussion, and of course, there was also a fair amount of panic. But the public had great trust in the country, believing that the nation would protect everyone well. What people did not know was that this Tower of Babel plan, while seemingly a means to combat the attacks of alien beasts, was actually a refuge. 36 Tower of Babels were equivalent to 36 giant shelters. Of course, the first phase of the civilization trial would not require shelters, but it would be hard to guarantee that in the future. For the civilization of Huaxia, for the spark of Huaxia, Xin Ming must be fully prepared. In the face of apocalyptic disasters, all means are necessary. There are 4 days until the alien beasts attack the world. The number of registrants for the Tower of Babel plan has reached over 1 million. Almost all construction workers across the country have put down their work and rushed to the nearest Tower of Babel camp. The roads and highways are filled with transport trucks. In order to ensure the efficiency of trucks, for non-urgent matters, citizens are encouraged not to drive if possible, to clear the roads, and everything is prioritized for the construction of the Sky Tower. For 2 whole days, Huaxia was in a state of uproar. Such actions naturally attracted high attention from abroad. Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, the Empire on which the sun never sets, Gallon Country, Cherry Blossom Country, White Elephant Country, Stick Country, Hans Cat Country. All countries were shocked by Huaxia's actions. Eagle Sauce, is this Huaxia going crazy? What the hell are they doing? Bear Country, something's off, something's off. Quickly conduct a nationwide search to see if there are any hidden beasts. The Empire on which the sun never sets, Catching Shadows, Huaxia is truly a joke. Huaxia's actions sparked a wave of ridicule from foreign netizens. Everyone was puzzled and confused by Huaxia's actions. Cherry Blossom Country netizen, could it be true that the monster invasion mentioned by Huaxia is real? This action is a bit scary. Eagle Sauce Country netizen, a group of people's abnormal behavior proves that something will happen. A single person's abnormal behavior is called a fool. Stick Country netizen, ha ha ha, what monster theory? The monster we sent to Huaxia has already been confirmed by the country to be just an old panda. Huaxia is making such a fuss just to deny that Stick Country is the origin of pandas. It's really laughable. The Empire on which the sun never sets netizen, so that's it, the cause is a farce from Stick Country. Hans Cat Country netizen, our country was startled and searched for the monster overnight, but found nothing, truly foolish. In Jiangnan City, Huaxia, at the headquarters of the Monster Academy, Dean, there has been a huge uproar both domestically and internationally, Luing slowly spoke. Xin Ming looked at his phone, scrolling through the comments from foreign netizens, and couldn't help but shake his head slowly. No need to pay attention, just do our job well. There are still 4 days left. They will realize how foolish they are. But many countries are secretly searching for monsters. Why haven't they found anything? Luing was quite puzzled. In the first phase of the civilization trial, there are only 3 species of alien beasts. Number 001, Thunder Iron Beast, likes to lurk in caves. Besides digging, it can also control humans, making it extremely difficult to detect. Number 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey, can disguise itself as a human. In this world, besides you and your brother, no one can see through their disguise. Tell me, how can people from other countries discover them? Xin Ming said softly. Upon hearing this, Luing gasped. Then aren't we doomed? All I can say is that history is repeating itself, and humanity will suffer a great blow. You only mentioned 2 types of alien beasts. What about the third one? Luing caught the key point. Bang! Just then, Lu Chang rushed into the room anxiously. Dean, we've discovered alien beast number 003. Xin Ming suddenly raised his head. It's here. After searching for several days, they finally found the alien beast. Xin Ming and Lu Chang, along with dozens of soldiers from the Monster Academy, drove to a small town. This was a remote place in Jiangnan City. Therefore, Lu Chang had put in a lot of effort to find this alien beast number 003. Dean, according to your request, we have checked all the granaries in Jiangnan City, and only this place has a problem. In the car, Lu Cheng analyzed to Qin Ming.
This is a national granary in the southern province.
When the person in charge received the order to check, they found that one of the warehouses had lost more than half of its grain.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's eyes widened. How much? Lu Cheng looked at the information in his hand. To be precise, it's 38.6 tons. You can't tell me that this was eaten by that alien beast, right?
Lu Ying exclaimed in shock.
No, it must be a group, right?
How could a strange beast possibly consume 38 tons of rice, unless it's a monster the size of Ultraman? Qin Ming shook his head. Only 38 tons, it seems that beast is still first tier. Just right, this mouse will come in handy. Hope it can drop more potion materials. Soon, Qin Ming led the convoy to the grain storage station in Windmill Town. The station manager hurried out to greet them. Leader, you finally arrived. The station manager was a middle-aged man, looking somewhat flustered.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Lu Cheng frowned immediately. No, but it seems we startled that monster during our last inspection, and now there's movement in the granary.
The station manager spoke in a hurry. Qin Ming waved his hand. It's fine, you take your staff and leave, we'll handle it from here. With that, the soldiers began to evacuate the station's employees.
They then approached the granary where the monster was located. It was 3 massive grain silos, each over 10 meters tall and 10 meters in diameter. These silos were automated, making loading and unloading very convenient. If a strange beast was hiding inside, it would indeed be hard to detect.
But how did that beast get inside?
Lu Ying looked at the tall silos, puzzled. ID 003, Weasel. Its size can be freely adjusted. Normally it can shrink down to the size of an ordinary mouse, but when enlarged, it can reach 7 or 8 meters tall. Qin Ming looked at the silos ahead. If we don't discover it in time, these 3 silos could be emptied in less than a week.
Weasel loves to steal food, be it meat or grains.
Nothing edible escapes its notice.
Do you know how terrifying it is when Weasel becomes a disaster? In the last life, there were quite a few countries that perished from starvation because their food was consumed by Weasel.
Hearing this, Lu Cheng and Lu Ying looked at each other in shock.
So that's why you've been importing food like crazy?
Qin Ming nodded. Exactly, because Weasel will bring about a terrifying famine to the world, and I don't want that happening in our country. Both Lu Cheng and Lu Ying's expressions changed.
China is a populous country. If a famine occurs, the consequences would be severe. So how do we catch that, Weasel?
Lu Cheng looked at Qin Ming.
Simple, we'll be violent and split the silos open. Everyone prepare, we can't let this mouse escape. With that, Qin Ming gripped his new battle knife and leaped high into the air. Clang! The battle knife sparked with a flash of lightning as it slashed down at the massive silo. Bang! With a metallic crash, a hole was opened in the silo.
However, not a single grain fell out.
The station manager, standing far away, changed his expression. How is this possible? The granary should be full. It's been eaten clean.
A flash of lightning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Little mouse, I see you.
He slashed out with his knife. With a loud boom, the entire silo exploded.
Squeak accompanied by a piercing sound, a palm-sized rodent-like creature jumped out, directly pouncing towards Qin Ming.
Qin Ming seized the opportunity and swung his knife back. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as the weasel was heavily struck to the ground. Although the strike was powerful, it didn't harm the weasel. Its silver fur stood on end, looking all ruffled. That fur was like fine steel, with astonishing defense.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Goodness, this weasel is not far from second tier.
Lu Cheng, take him down.
Lu Cheng charged out, his hands hardened, his fists striking like iron hammers, instantly launching a blow.
Iron fist. Boom! This punch created a sonic boom.
The heavy fist smashed towards the weasel's face.
The weasel sensed danger and quickly enlarged its size, but the punch still landed heavily on the weasel's nose, sending it flying.
Sequence 288, Iron Hand, is not to be taken lightly. Its attack power is absolutely top-notch. Chirp, the weasel howled in pain, just landing when it encountered Qin Ming.
Thunder!
Qin Ming gripped the thunder battle blade and struck down.
The weasel's head was severed cleanly, rolling onto the ground. Number 003, Weasel, slain.
Qin Ming looked at the weasel's corpse, a wave of emotion rising in his heart. In the previous life, when the weasel first appeared, it took over 1,000 armed soldiers and various artillery to deal with it, and in the end, an entire company was sacrificed to eliminate it. But now, just 2 strikes.
Perhaps in this life, I can change history.
Qin Ming sighed, tossing the battle blade to Lu Ying.
This beast needs to be taken back for old farmer to study.
Director, we have magic potion materials. Lu Cheng exclaimed excitedly. He took out a dagger and, mimicking Qin Ming, began to collect the special materials from the weasel. Weasel's incisors, weasel's claws, weasel's blood, a total of 3 items.
Seeing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. All set. What great luck! Director, is this a set of magic potions? Lu Ying asked in surprise, a glimmer in her eyes. Xin Ming shot her a glance. Sequence 19, Subduing Mouse, do you want it? Ha! Lu Ying gasped. What kind of ability is that?
Very powerful, but you'll turn into a monster, Xin Ming replied seriously. Lu Ying's eyes widened, and she immediately covered her mouth and shook her head.
Director, Sequence 19, that's not much lower than your current sequence ranking.
Lu Chang was quite surprised. Xin Ming shook his head. That's not even the limit of this sequence's ability. When the Subduing Mouse advances to King Sequence, that's just the starting point.
Lu Chang looked curious. Director, do you have a plan?
Xin Ming recalled a brother from his past life, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The sequence ability belongs to him.
But will it really turn into a monster? Lu Chang was somewhat resistant to the word monster. Xin Ming looked at Lu Chang and asked seriously, do you know why I want to create the Monster Academy? Because I want to build a monster army. A mythological sequence, a monster sequence.
Only then can he uncover the truth of this civilizational trial. There are still 4 days until the beasts begin their attack on the world. The Sky Tower project is still in full swing. The entire Huaxia nation seems to be very busy, with all focus on this project.
Huaxia truly deserves its reputation as a strong nation in infrastructure.
In just 2 days, the framework for the outer wall of the Sky Tower has been erected, initially showcasing its brilliance. Of course, one cannot tell much just by looking at the surface. This has made foreign officials even more curious, especially the Eagle Sauce. The first Tepu is suspicious that Huaxia is secretly building some armed base. But there's no need for such a big fuss. Nowadays, almost the entire world is watching Huaxia's every move. Yet despite being questioned by the world, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia show no signs of stopping, because they have witnessed the terror of monsters firsthand. Besides the Sky Tower project, the evacuation plan is also being prepared at an accelerated pace. In the past 2 days, citizens have been returning home one after another. Most are trying to return within these 2 days. Time has been shortened by Xin Ming, because number 003, Weasel, has appeared. This beast, due to its gluttony, is very likely to expose itself early. Therefore, Xin Ming and the others must hurry to ensure that citizens abroad return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Weasel is discovered to be stealing food in large quantities, the imported food might not go as smoothly. Only within the country is it the safest. That day, Xin Ming felt that the import of food might not go so smoothly. So he called the top military official, General Long Xiaogua.
Xin Ming, General Long, I need your help.
Long Xiaogui, Dean Xin, just say what you need. Xin Ming, arrange an aircraft carrier group to be on standby in the South China Sea, waiting for my orders.
Long Xiaogua fell silent for a moment. Do we need to deploy an aircraft carrier?
Xin Ming replied honestly, I think there will be obstacles to importing grain, so please make arrangements, hoping we won't need it.
Okay.
Long Xiaogua understood the seriousness of the situation and didn't ask further, immediately going to make arrangements. On the other side, Xin Ming and Lu Chang drove to an old neighborhood in the city.
Dean, do you live here?
Lu Chang curiously looked around the area. The houses were quite dilapidated, all 7-story old buildings without elevators, around 40 to 50 years old. Lu Chang had investigated Xin Ming's identity and knew he lived in this area. Moreover, Xin Ming was an orphan who had lived alone since leaving the orphanage. There were almost no people related to him. The only one who could be considered related was the head of the orphanage, who had also died a year ago.
Dean, who are you looking for here?
Xin Ming sat in the passenger seat. Just wait, they'll be here soon.
Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a scruffy blonde rushed out.
He circled to the side of the car and, to Lu Chang's astonishment, locked the tire with a big lock.
Right out in the open, in broad daylight.
Lu Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the blonde in the side mirror, stunned.
What does this little brat want to do?
Xin Ming's lips curled slightly. This is the local culture.
Bang bang bang. Then, someone knocked on the car door.
Following Xin Ming's instructions, they had tried not to attract too much attention during this outing, so Lu Chang had driven an ordinary small car from his subordinates.
Lu Chang glanced at Xin Ming. You anticipated this, didn't you?
If they had driven a military vehicle, who would dare to lock his tire? But even so, a regular car shouldn't have its tires locked like this.
I want to see what this kid is up to.
Lu Chang rolled down the window, and the blonde youth shouted fiercely, parking fee, $200. Lu Chang's eyes widened in shock. What the hell?
He hadn't even gotten out of the car, and they were already demanding a parking fee? $200? Why don't you go rob someone? The blonde youth was clearly intimidated by Lu Chang's glare.
The authority of a colonel was not something a small-time thug could withstand. The blonde stepped back a few paces and shouted, Donggu. From the shadows, a thin but sharp-eyed boy slowly walked out. The boy was ragged, looking like he had come from a slum. But when Lu Chang saw him, he couldn't help but frown.
This kid's eyes show he's good material for the army.
The boy was only about 16 or 17 but had a steadiness beyond his years, as if he had experienced a lot of social challenges. He hadn't even approached the vehicle when he slowly spoke, "Those in the car, pay up, I don't want to make it hard for you." Lu Chang was genuinely amused and was about to get out to teach the kid a lesson. But the next moment, the boy saw Qin Ming in the passenger seat and froze.
"Minggu, unlock and let them go."
The boy glanced at the blonde. The blonde was taken aback. This was a fat sheep. How could he let it go? The boy snatched the keys from the blonde's hand and was about to unlock the tire. But at that moment, several thugs in their 20s and 30s rushed out, and a glass bottle came flying. The boy looked back, naturally seeing the glass bottle coming at him, but he didn't dodge. Bang! The glass bottle shattered everywhere, and a trickle of blood flowed down the boy's forehead.
"Let everyone go, do I not need to eat? With so many gang members, can you support them?"
The thug pointed at the boy and cursed angrily, kicking out hard. Lu Chang and Lu Ying were startled and quickly reacted.
"You little brat!"
Lu Chang immediately jumped out of the car and kicked at the thugs. The leading thug had no time to react and was kicked several meters away. This was still Lu Chang showing mercy, otherwise, with his current strength, that kick could have taken the thug's life. Lu Ying opened the car door, grabbed one thug by the neck, and slammed him to the ground.
Ah!
In less than 2 rounds, all 3 thug leaders were knocked down, and the other thugs, seeing the situation, turned to run.
"Damn it, who are you?"
The thug leader shouted angrily. However, when Lu Ying took out the handcuffs, they immediately shut their mouths, their faces filled with terror.
"From the inspection department? Big brother, we were wrong. We were just collecting parking fees. We didn't do anything."
Several thugs lay on the ground, begging for mercy. At that moment, a person slowly walked over. The thug leader looked up and showed a look of astonishment.
"Qin Ming?
You. Clearly, they knew Qin Ming. Not only did they know him, but they also often bullied him. The thugs immediately panicked, realizing that this was the help Qin Ming had called to take revenge on them. However, Qin Ming didn't even look at them. His gaze fell on the boy with the surname Dong.
"Are you okay?"
Dong Yen was also handcuffed, blood still trickling down his forehead, but he didn't care at all. He flashed a big white smile.
"Minggu, haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" Qin Ming looked at him deeply. "Doing big things? Want to join?" "If Minggu asks, I will definitely do it. The things I want you to do will be even more dirty than what you're doing now." Qin Ming continued to ask. Dong Yen grinned. "My life has always been yours. All right, get in the car." "Okay." Dong Yen twisted his wrist, and the handcuffs easily came off. "Sister, here." He handed the handcuffs to Lu Ying. At that moment, Lu Ying and Lu Chang stared at the handcuffs, stunned. How did he do that? The matter with the thugs would be left to Lu Chang to handle. This old district had been made a mess by these thugs and needed to be dealt with. Then, Qin Ming drove to a remote place. He handed the prepared potion 019 to Dong Yen. Seeing the large cup filled to the brim, Lu Chang's pupils shrank. "Director, is this too much?" He remembers that an overdose of potions can cause mutations. Moreover, this boy has never consumed beast blood and cannot possibly withstand the power of the potion. What awaits him is only an explosion of his body or turning into a monster. However, before Lu Chang could stop him, Dong Yen had already downed the entire cup of potion in one gulp. A bit hard to swallow, Dong Yen frowned, looking calm. "It hurts a bit, bear with it," Qin Ming said softly. As soon as the words fell, Dong Yan's pupils turned crimson, and the muscles on his body began to swell wildly. Then, under the shocked gaze of Lu Chang and Lu Ying, hair sprouted all over Dong Yan's body. He was turning into a monster. Ah! The vehicle shook violently, and screams echoed continuously. Dong Yan sat in the back seat, the seatbelt tightly securing him. Lu Chang sat beside him, ready at any moment. If Dong Yan underwent any strange mutation, he would act immediately. Bang! Suddenly, Dong Yan's muscles swelled violently, breaking the seatbelt. "Xiaoying, get out of the car!" Lu Chang shouted loudly. Both he and Qin Ming were extraordinary beings, while Xiaoying was just an ordinary person. If a mutation occurred, it could cause harm. Lu Ying ran out of the car and closed the door. At this point, Dong Yan was already on the verge of losing control, and the appearance of the monster was becoming more and more obvious. Not only were hair sprouting from his hands and feet, but even his neck and face were starting to grow hair. Even his features were beginning to morph into that of a rat. "Director, are you really okay?" Lu Chang asked anxiously. Qin Ming looked calm. "Don't worry. The excessive potion from the Qiankuan gourd can indeed mutate a person into a monster, but it won't lead to a loss of control." Sure enough, after a few minutes, Dong Yan had successfully mutated. At this moment, he had become a rodent-like monster. Minggu, this. Dong Yen looked at his hands and feet, stunned, with a face full of disbelief. You know about the major events happening in the country recently, right? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yen nodded. That was my doing. Dong Yan's eyes widened in shock. Minggu, you. Qin Ming waved his hand. You'll understand later. There's not much time to explain now. What you need to know is that the role you're playing is that of a hero. Dong Yen was somewhat shocked, but he had unwavering trust in Qin Ming. Qin Ming explained to him the abilities of Sequence 019, the soul-eating mouse. Your current ability allows you to communicate with your kind and control rodents, right? Qin Ming asked. Dong Yen seemed to be digesting some knowledge and nodded in confirmation. That's right. Good. Your task is rather dirty, not something to be seen in the light. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Ming said seriously. Dong Yen grinned. Minggu, you weren't this polite before. Brother, I trust you with this. You're the only one capable of handling it, Qin Ming said sincerely. Don't worry, once you advance to the second tier, you'll be able to change back to your human form at will. What I need you to do is to use your Sequence 019 ability to control the rats across the country and find all the weasels hidden within the nation. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock. This task was not just difficult but also extremely important. Dong Yen nodded. Don't worry, Minggu, I'm very happy to fight alongside you. Qin Ming handed him a satellite phone. Contact me immediately in any situation. Okay. Luing, open the door. Luing opened the passenger door, and just ahead, about 10 meters away, was a sewer. Lu Chang was taken aback, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. Little brother, you've worked hard. Dong Yen took a deep look at Qin Ming. Boss, I'm off. With that, his form instantly shrank, becoming the size of a normal mouse, and he dove into the sewer. Seeing this scene, Lu Chang and Lu Ying were left in shock, staring at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. At the same time, their admiration for Qin Ming grew even more. The director is truly not an ordinary person. Director, can this boy handle it? Finding all the weasels in the country is a huge project, Lu Chang asked with concern. To this, Qin Ming smiled lightly. In his last life, he held this position, and no one is more suitable than him. Dong Yen grew up in the sewers. For him, this environment is like home. Qin Ming didn't make it too obvious, but the Lu siblings could tell that Dong Yan's childhood must have been quite difficult. Weasels are different from thunder iron beasts and thousand-faced monkeys. Once the confrontation begins, weasels will hide in the sewers, and even the Tower of Heaven cannot detect them, so this is the only way. As for Dong Yan's loyalty, you can rest assured, he won't betray me. Qin Ming slowly spoke, dispelling the doubts in the hearts of the Lu siblings. What are you writing? Lu Ying looked at Qin Ming, who had taken out a small notebook. Qin Ming wrote a line in the notebook. Monster Sequence, number 001, Soul-eating mouse, ordinary Sequence 019, Dong Yen. Lu Ying furrowed her brow slowly. Was this documenting his monster legion? Suddenly, she noticed the words on another page of the notebook. After seeing the words above, Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Divine Sequence, number 001, Iron Hand, ordinary Sequence 288, Lu Chang. Sequence Promotion Path. Sequence 288 Iron Hand Forbidden Sequence 058 Steel Body Royal Sequence 018 Armored King Divine Sequence 008. I love my country, every moment. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's phone rang. Hello, General. What? Lu Cheng's expression changed drastically upon hearing the voice on the line. Director, there has been a monster attack in Peacock Country. Over 10 people have been bitten to death, and the monster has vanished. Hearing this, Qin Ming's face changed. Did the exotic beast make a move? No, it's the mink. It must have been discovered while feeding, and then it killed to cover its tracks. Now the incident has spread, and there's a huge uproar in Peacock Country. Everyone thinks it's a sign of monster invasion. Eagle Sauce and other countries have launched a full investigation. Should we take action? Lu Cheng asked. Qin Ming frowned. Accelerate the evacuation of citizens. Have the cargo ships already loaded with food return immediately. The plan to purchase food had already been implemented. There could be no issues at this time. No matter what, the cargo ships must return safely to the country. This batch of globally imported food consists of over 3,000 cargo ships, with an enormous quantity of food. If one country encounters a problem, the others will definitely withdraw urgently, preventing Huaxia's ships from returning, which would be troublesome. Then, Qin Ming took Lu Cheng's phone. Dragon General, arrange for the aircraft carrier to move out immediately, and have a helicopter come to pick me up. Let's go, to the airport. Lu Cheng took over the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator. Director, what are we going to do on the aircraft carrier? Lu Ying asked in confusion. Qin Ming said solemnly, to escort our cargo ships. This batch of food must not have any issues. The vehicle sped to the entrance of a tall building. Director, the helicopter is waiting on the rooftop, no need to go to the airport. Lu Chang looked back. The three hurriedly got out of the car and took the elevator to the rooftop. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Ming, what are you doing here? A chubby boy rushed over and threw an arm around Qin Ming's shoulder. Lu Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The director's identity was special, and there must be no accidents. He instinctively prepared to act. Qin Ming reacted quickly and stopped Lu Chang. He's my roommate, young master. At the moment Lu Chang was about to act, four burly men in suits quickly shielded the chubby boy behind them. Clearly, as professional bodyguards, they sensed Lu Chang's intent to strike. Lu Chang and Lu Ying were somewhat surprised. This chubby boy had some background. Lu Chang's lips curled slightly, but if the other party wanted to act, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson on how to behave. Hey, what are you doing? This is my classmate. The chubby boy squeezed out from between the bodyguards, looking at Qin Ming and the man and woman beside him with confusion. After the incident at the zoo, I couldn't get in touch with you. Are you okay? Did the Koreans give you a hard time? Damn, the country won't hand you over, right? The chubby boy spoke softly. If you're in trouble, say it now, and I'll see if my dad can help. The chubby boy's voice was not loud, but Lu Chang heard it clearly. What's this kid's background? Hearing this, Qin Ming smiled. To be honest, with the chubby boy's father's status, he might really be able to intervene. The chubby boy's real name was Hua Zhongxing, and his father, Hua Zhenghua, was the richest man in Huaxia. He appreciated this gesture. Hua Zhongxing was not only Qin Ming's roommate, but in their past life, they were also brothers who fought side by side. Due to family background, Hua Zhongxing lived well in the previous life and even obtained a high-ranking, forbidden sequence. Later, he formed a team with Qin Ming, constantly fighting for the country. However, before the arrival of the 10th-tier exotic beast, the chubby boy was severely injured, and afterward, Qin Ming died at the hands of the 10th-tier exotic beast, leaving Hua Zhongxing's final fate unknown. However, one could probably guess that it wouldn't end well. A 10th-tier beast, no one can stand against it. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Now that he had been reborn, perhaps he could first take little Fatty to see for himself. He then spoke up, I'm fine, but I'm currently busy with something big. Do you want to join in the fun? As soon as he said this, little Fatty immediately became interested. Is it fun? It should be quite fun, Qin Ming smiled. Both Lu Chang's and little Fatty's expressions darkened. Fun? This was a matter of national survival. But given Qin Ming's current status, they didn't dare to say much. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Little Fatty put his arm around Qin Ming's shoulder, quite excited. The four of them entered the elevator, heading to the rooftop. The four bodyguards looked at the closing elevator doors, their faces suddenly turning grim. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and notify the chairman. Once they reached the rooftop, Hua Xiaopang stared blankly at the armed helicopter in front of him. This, old Qin, are we playing that big? He had helicopters, but this was an armed helicopter. Nearby, there were several armed personnel with guns. Hua Zhongxing, what nonsense are you up to? Come here quickly. A stern voice rang out, and a distinguished middle-aged man glared at little Fatty. This man was Hua Zhenghua, little Fatty's father, and the owner of this building. He had received a military notification that an armed helicopter would be picking someone up on the rooftop of his building, and he was to clear everything off the rooftop immediately. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he rushed over personally to oversee the work. But he never expected to see his son causing trouble up here. And who was the young man beside him? Was he also causing trouble? Bang! At that moment, several armed personnel in front of the helicopter stood up straight and shouted, Director, Minister, please give instructions. Seeing this, Hua Zhenghua's expression changed, and he looked at the people beside his son. The ones the military was here to pick up were them? Looking again at the formation of the four, the handsome young man was clearly at the forefront, with the two distinguished men and women half a step behind, evidently following the young man. Hua Zhenghua's heart trembled. Who was this young man? What was his relationship with his son? Even the richest man in the country showed a hint of unease. Dad, I. At this moment, little Fatty was no longer articulate. He had intended to have some fun, but this situation had truly frightened him. Lu Chang glanced at little Fatty, so it was his son? No wonder. As the richest man in Huaxia, Lu Chang naturally recognized him. However, on the contrary, Hua Zhenghua did not know Lu Chang. Lu Chang stepped forward and extended his hand for an introduction. Southern Military District, Minister of Special Affairs, Lu Chang. As Hua Zhenghua shook hands, his face showed surprise. At that moment, Lu Ying raised Lu Chang's credentials beside him. Upon seeing the rank on the credentials,
Huo Xingguo's expression suddenly changed.
Colonel? This was actually a colonel? Huo Xingguo was truly shocked. If this person in front of him was a colonel, then what was this young man? More powerful than a colonel, could it be? A general? This young man was a general? What a joke. Mr. Huo, my leader said to take your son to see something. Is that alright? Lu Cheng spoke. Leader.
Huo Xingguo's face twitched as he looked at his son, unable to hide his surprise.
This little brat, his connections were even broader than his? Little Fatty also sensed that something was off with his father, and his playful mood had vanished. He felt he was about to cause a big incident. It's fine, do you not trust me?
Qin Ming patted little Fatty's shoulder.
Let's go, we're in a hurry. Don't worry, uncle, I will ensure Zhongxing's safety.
Qin Ming greeted Huo Xingguo and then led little Fatty onto the helicopter. A drop of cold sweat slid down Huo Xingguo's forehead. He was actually feeling a sense of astonishment from a younger generation.
A big shot, calling him uncle. Ahem, Zhongxing, go have fun.
Huo Xingguo couldn't help but straighten his chest, putting on an adult demeanor. After Qin Ming boarded the plane, several armed soldiers slightly saluted Huo Xingguo and then boarded the aircraft one after another. Buzzing, the helicopter slowly ascended, stirring up a fierce wind. Huo Xingguo watched the helicopter fly away, feeling as if his understanding had been refreshed.
He thought about the recent events in the country and suddenly froze. Wasn't that young man just now someone he had seen on the news?
It seemed that something significant was indeed happening in the world. Having his son associate with such a person might not be a bad thing after all. After the helicopter took off, it flew southward, soon leaving the land and heading towards the sea. On the helicopter, Huo Xiaopang grew increasingly surprised, his mood becoming tense. He covered his noise-canceling headphones and shouted loudly to Qin Ming.
Old Qin, where are we going?
Qin Ming looked down at the sea and pointed outside the window. We're here. Huo Xiaopang suddenly leaned forward to look down. On the sea, more than a dozen destroyers were arrayed, and at the center of the fleet was a massive aircraft carrier. Huo Xiaopang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You brought me to play on an aircraft carrier? When the helicopter landed on the carrier's deck, Huo Xiaopang felt numb all over. Everything felt so unreal. He was nervously let off the helicopter, staring blankly at the new fighter jets parked on the deck, feeling as if he were dreaming. Even though he was the son of a billionaire, all of this was beyond his reach. Bang! The soldiers snapped to attention and saluted in unison, shouting, Commander! Huo Xiaopang jumped in surprise, his whole body tensing up. He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Old Qin, what's going on? Qin Ming patted his shoulder. Don't worry, just follow me. Hearing this, Huo Xiaopang relaxed a little, but the next moment, a formidable man in military attire walked towards the formation. The aura he exuded made Huo Xiaopang too scared to breathe. When he saw the shoulder insignia on the man's uniform, his expression changed drastically.
The insignia gleamed with 3 golden 5-pointed stars. The one with the stars. Huo Xiaopang's legs trembled. As a Huaxia person, he knew very well what this insignia represented. Lieutenant General. Huo Xiaopang felt a chill run down his spine. A lieutenant general had appeared. What was going to happen? The person was none other than Long Xiaogui, the top figure in the military. Before Long Xiaogui could speak, Qin Ming said, Set sail, full speed ahead. Yes. Long Xiaogui nodded. He raised his hand, passed the order, set sail. Yes. His subordinates immediately responded. In no time, the aircraft carrier began to move. At this moment, not only Huo Xiaopang but even the soldiers on the carrier were sweating profusely. They all had a big question mark in their minds. Who is this young man? How dare he command General Long? In Huaxia, besides the president, who could command this top military figure?
Huo Xiaopang felt his legs weaken, already drenched in sweat. At this moment, General Long spoke. By the way, to make it convenient for you to move around here, we've prepared a uniform for you. Then, 2 soldiers stepped out of formation, each holding a box. General Long took out one of the shorter boxes, which contained a military uniform.
He personally draped it over Qin Ming, instantly elevating the atmosphere.
Coupled with Qin Ming's lifetime of combat experience, the aura of slaughter was enough to make enemies tremble.
Huo Xiaopang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene,
especially the shoulder insignia on the uniform, which prominently displayed 3 shining 5 stars.
A lieutenant general. This was the insignia of a lieutenant general. Crazy, this world is crazy. Old Qin, have you saved Huaxia?
Why do you deserve such treatment? Even if you gave Huo Xiaopang 100 heads, he wouldn't understand why. At this moment, he felt a tremendous blow for the first time in his life. In front of Qin Ming, the identity of the son of the richest man was crushed. No wonder Qin Ming is so arrogant. If he could become a general at 19, he would be even more arrogant. At this moment, General Long took out a tang knife from another slender box. This is a tang horizontal knife made from a meteorite, much better than the one in your hand. Xin Ming took the tang knife and drew it sharply. Clang! A sound of the blade rang out, and in Xin Ming's hand, there was a faint sound of thunder, terrifying. The blade of the tang knife was black and very sharp. Good knife, comparable to an average containment object. Xin Ming exclaimed. Let's go in and talk. The next moment, Hua Xiaopang felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. His body trembled as he suddenly met General Long's eyes. That powerful sense of oppression nearly made Hua Xiaopang's legs go weak. Xin Ming placed a hand on Hua Xiaopang's shoulder. This is Hua Zhongxing, son of Hua Zhenghua. He will be a key figure in the future. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaopang's eyes lit up. He praised in his heart, good brother. General Long nodded. Let's go. I'll tell you about the international situation. Hua Xiaopang hurriedly followed behind Xin Ming, weakly asking, brother, where are we going? Out to sea. Ha, is this going to cause trouble? Although Hua Xiaopang didn't understand military matters well, a carrier fleet going out would definitely attract international attention. If they left their country's waters, the situation would be even more serious. Xin Ming looked at him seriously. The more exciting things are still to come. There are 3 days left until the monsters attack the world. Huaxia's Sky Tower plan is still in urgent progress, causing a nationwide sensation. At the same time, the international situation is also becoming unstable. After the monster attack in Peacock Country yesterday, they conducted intensive searches in the affected area. Finally, traces of the monster were found in a sewer. In that battle, many soldiers died, and it was only with powerful firearms that they managed to kill it. Of course, to calm the public, Peacock Country suppressed the news and did not let it spread. However, countries still received the information and began to believe in the monster invasion. Subsequently, countries were nervously hunting for the monsters. Especially in places like sewers, they were turned upside down. Not long after, another country discovered traces of the monster. This time it was Cherry Blossom Country. After sacrificing hundreds of soldiers and thousands of civilians, the monster was finally killed by artillery fire. This incident caused a huge uproar. Not only was it not suppressed, but the video was also uploaded online. In less than half an hour, netizens around the world saw the video, and the entire world was instantly in an uproar. Governments urgently convened meetings. They finally realized that disaster was about to descend. Huaxia's warning was real. The monster in the video from Cherry Blossom Country was precisely the one numbered 003, the mink. At this moment, in the Eagle Sauce Central Building, Chief Tep and a group of high-ranking officials were watching the video of Cherry Blossom Country's soldiers dealing with the mink. In the video, hundreds of soldiers cornered the mink, and the endless artillery fire rained down, yet the damage inflicted on the beast was minimal. Each counterattack from the beast could take away several soldiers. The fierce battle lasted a full 2 hours before the mink was gradually worn down. After watching the video, Chief Tep and the high-ranking officials were all shocked. So Huaxia wasn't exaggerating, everything is actually true. What kind of monster is this? Its defense is too strong. This is just one head. If there were multiple monsters working together, the entire city would be turned upside down. The atmosphere in the meeting was restless, and the high-ranking officials were no longer calm. At that moment, Chairman Tep tapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, quiet down. General John, how is the search operation by Eagle Sauce going? Have there been any traces of the strange beasts?" General John shook his head. No discoveries. I believe the monster incidents are merely coincidental. Currently, among so many countries on Blue Star, only 3 have reported occurrences. I think there's no need for such panic. Sakura Country is struggling to deal with the monsters, but it's just because their weapons are inadequate. If my troops were to intervene, a single armed squad would be enough. Rest assured, the military has absolute confidence in protecting everyone. With General John's assurance, the high-ranking officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman Tep furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease within. By the way, is there any news from Huaxia? The global evacuation operation in Huaxia is almost complete, said the leader in charge of the related events. What? At this, the room fell into astonishment. Almost complete? How is that possible? It's only been a few days. Is this the leadership of Huaxia? The crowd was in shock, reflecting that if Eagle Sauce were to conduct an emergency evacuation, it would be far from this level. Not to mention the official execution capability, the people might not cooperate either. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. They felt a deep fear of Huaxia's strength. In addition, the cargo ships Huaxia purchased for grain are also urgently returning. This time, we Eagle Sauce made a big profit. The person in charge spoke excitedly. Finally, they heard some good news. The high-ranking officials all showed smiles. It's worth mentioning that Huaxia's high-priced grain purchases are quite substantial. Their cargo ships are insufficient, so I specially arranged ships for them, which doubled the price.
What do you think? That big fool from Huaxia was so excited that he agreed.
The person in charge continued to laugh. Upon hearing this, Tep felt increasingly uneasy.
It can't be. Huaxia is also a major grain-producing country. Why would they import so much grain? Something's not right. Something's not right.
Tep's unease grew stronger. Suddenly, he looked seriously at General John. General John immediately increased the search forces to ensure there are no strange beasts in the country. There are 2 days left before the strange beasts attack the world. At this time, the aircraft carrier where Qin Ming was located had already reached the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Dean, due to the global search operation, more and more countries have discovered the numbered 003, mink, strange beasts, and now the whole world is starting to become restless. Lu Cheng rushed onto the deck to report to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded, murmuring softly, just as in the last life, the gluttonous, mink, has been discovered early.
How about our grain cargo ships? Are they on their way back?
They are all on their way back, but the journey is long, and it will take several days to rendezvous with us, Lu Cheng said. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Continue forward and intercept the Eagle Sauce cargo ships. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng was startled. If we go any further, we will be discovered. Also, with so many countries' cargo ships, why are we only intercepting the ones from Eagle Sauce? Because only Eagle Sauce dares to take action against us. Suddenly, General Long Xiaoguo walked over. I have ordered the warships to proceed at full speed. The chubby Hua Xiaopang, who was following Qin Ming, was stunned. What did he just hear?
Is this aircraft carrier going to fight?
At this moment, the central authorities of various countries received urgent reports. Bangzi country, report, we have discovered rodent-type strange beasts, and soldiers are urgently heading to subdue them. The empire on which the sun never sets, report, we have discovered several strange beasts in the grain storage of our Falling Petals region, and all the food inside has disappeared.
Gaul, report, the grain storage in Texas has been invaded by strange beasts.
The Elephant Nation, report, there has been a food loss incident at grain storage No.
1 in the south.
In an instant, the strange beasts discovered by various countries were almost all located at the grain storages. Various messages were flying around. In the Eagle Sauce central office, all the leaders gathered together. Tep looked at the reports from various countries in his hands, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Now, they could finally confirm that Huaxia's advice was correct. The first Tep looked at the information in the documents. Grain storage, again grain storage. Why is it always the grain storage that has problems?
Suddenly, he remembered Huaxia's large-scale grain purchases, and his face turned even worse.
General John, focus on searching the grain storages. These strange beasts may be related to the food. Just as Tep finished speaking, a messenger soldier rushed into the conference room, shouting loudly,
Not good, not good.
Several of our large grain storages have discovered traces of strange beasts. Currently, the grain storages in the southern region are suffering severe damage. According to reports, these strange beasts have a huge appetite, and a lot of food has been eaten from the storages.
What?
As soon as this was said, Tep and the senior officials' faces changed dramatically.
The purpose of these monsters is the grain storages?
Damn it, no wonder we can't find them. It turns out they are hiding in the grain storages, so cunning.
General John shouted angrily.
Let's go, I will lead people to personally slay the strange beasts. General John slammed the table, his face looking terrible.
No, stop right there.
The first Tep suddenly remembered. Cunning Huaxia, they anticipated this situation long ago. If the strange beasts are targeting our food, then the food reserves of countries around the world will be severely impacted. If the whole world faces a food shortage, food prices will definitely soar, leading to a food crisis.
Boom!
One word awakened the dreamers. All the senior officials in the conference room began to theorize.
Damn, is this Huaxia's trick? Did they predict the food crisis and stockpile food in advance? Damn it, they took away a lot of food from Eagle Sauce.
Tep's face grew increasingly grim, and his unease erupted completely.
General John, I order you to immediately intercept the Huaxia cargo ships. We absolutely cannot let them return. The food that has been sold must be brought back.
General John nodded vigorously. What if the cargo ships refuse?
Refuse?
Tep snorted coldly.
Let the nearest aircraft carrier move out and directly seize them.
Good. That's right. Let's do it. Damn it. Thinking they can take advantage of my Eagle Sauce is absolutely impossible. Everyone immediately erupted in chaos. Not only Eagle Sauce, but countries around the world also reacted. The ones in trouble were all grain storages. Upon careful thought, Huaxia's move to buy food at high prices was indeed brilliant. However, amidst the shock, no country dared to speak up and demand Huaxia return the food. After all, the transaction had already ended, and given the current situation, they wouldn't be foolish enough to offend Huaxia. Moreover, the amount of food they exported to Huaxia was not much, so it didn't have a significant impact on their countries. Of course, except for eagle sauce. Among so many countries, the one that sold the most was eagle sauce. Tep simply couldn't swallow this anger, he had to get it back. While General John was taking action, Tep also contacted other major powers,
especially those along the coast, calling them one by one.
The Cherry Blossom Nation, the Stick Nation, the Kangaroo Nation, the Elephant Nation, Gaul, the empire on which the sun never sets. All the countries friendly with eagle sauce received Tep's call. Put, you all immediately intercept the cargo ships exporting food to Huaxia. This guy is playing tricks, and we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Once the news came out, the senior officials of various countries were dumbfounded.
Is the situation this serious?
However, they forgot one thing. Huaxia had already warned countries around the world a few days ago, but no one believed that monsters would invade.
Now, they are turning the tables.
Of course, other countries are not foolish. A little grain does not affect them much, but when combined globally, the amount becomes somewhat terrifying. Clearly, the eagle sauce has guessed that grain prices will skyrocket, and now they are envious. The countries contacted by Tepu all verbally agreed, but none took action. The empire on which the sun never sets said, only a fool would provoke Huaxia.
Of course, their inaction does not mean they are not watching the excitement.
Subsequently, the world's attention shifted entirely to eagle sauce and Huaxia, even putting the monster incident aside. At this point, they still did not realize the horror of this beast invasion. Soon, shocking news emerged that stunned the high-ranking officials of various countries.
Eagle sauce really took action.
2 aircraft carrier fleets were rapidly pursuing Huaxia's cargo ships from different directions.
Dragon General, according to reports, eagle sauce has made a move.
2 aircraft carrier fleets are quickly intercepting our cargo ships at the naval base. In the aircraft carrier's control room, a soldier reported to Dragon General. The Dragon General looked at Qin Ming. Just as you expected, eagle sauce has taken action.
Qin Ming nodded. This is eagle sauce's usual style. How far are we from the cargo ships?
We can rendezvous in about half a day's time, the captain replied.
Among these cargo ships, quite a few belong to eagle sauce, right? Qin Ming asked. Is everything ready? Everything is arranged and can be executed at any time, Dragon General said. Qin Ming glanced at the time and said calmly, let's move.
Meanwhile, nearly 100 cargo ships were speeding across the sea. These cargo ships were filled with grain, urgently returning from Eagle Sauce's port to Huaxia. Among them, 25 were Eagle Sauce's cargo ships, which Huaxia had hired at a high price for transportation. At this moment, on these 25 cargo ships, there were 20 to 30 Huaxia people who had prepared in advance, quietly making their way to the control room.
Act!
With the command given, the Huaxia people on the cargo ships rushed into the control room, taking control of the bewildered Eagle Sauce captain. This scene occurred on all Eagle Sauce cargo ships. The 25 cargo ship captains were detained and ordered to continue heading towards Huaxia. FUCK, are you Huaxia people crazy, actually attacking us? One of the cargo ship captains shouted angrily. At this point, they still did not understand what was happening. However, just then, the communication devices on the 25 Eagle Sauce cargo ships rang simultaneously.
This is the Eagle Sauce Navy. We now order you to return urgently, return urgently. You cannot deliver the supplies to Huaxia. Repeat, return urgently, return urgently.
Hearing this voice, the captains on the cargo ships were all dumbfounded.
They finally realized that this was a game between Eagle Sauce and Huaxia.
Unfortunately, Huaxia had long been prepared. With the captains detained, returning was simply impossible. Almost simultaneously, other Huaxia cargo ships received notifications from the Huaxia Navy, urging them to speed up.
Hurry, full speed ahead, the cargo ship captain urgently ordered. Captain, what happened? The helmsman asked in confusion.
The captain's face darkened. I don't know, but it's urgent. It must be related to what we are transporting.
Do you know where this news came from?
Where? The crew member asked, puzzled. Our country's aircraft carrier.
What? The crew member's face changed dramatically. You mean, the country's aircraft carrier is coming to pick us up?
Realizing the seriousness of the situation, all cargo ships did not dare to delay, opening full power and speeding ahead.
On the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, a soldier reported urgently.
General John, we have sent a message to the cargo ship to return, but no one has replied.
General John bit his cigar and slammed the table. What? Damn it, something must have happened. What a great China. It seems they were prepared.
General, it will take us some time to catch up with the cargo ship. What should we do now?
The soldier asked. General John's expression darkened.
Send 2 armed helicopters and 2 fighter jets to take off and intercept them directly.
Yes.
Before long, 2 fighter jets and armed helicopters took off from the aircraft carrier deck, quickly heading towards the cargo ship. Bang bang, the aircraft exploded in the sky, creating a sonic boom, moving at incredible speed.
On the plane, Pilot 1 joked, "We're going to intercept a cargo ship? Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill?"
Pilot 2 chuckled, "The main interception task is for the helicopters. We're just going through the motions. We can't open fire."
Pilot 1 laughed heartily, "True, then let's go intimidate those ignorant Chinese."
Just as the Eagle Sauce took action, news reached the ears of various countries.
The empire on which the sun never sets. What? The fighter jets have already taken off? The land of cherry blossoms, Eagle Sauce is trying to intimidate China.
The land of the morning calm, well done, China is too arrogant. They should be shown some color. The land of Gaul, this news was deliberately sent to us, Eagle Sauce is also trying to warn us.
The land of elephants, no matter what, this is going to be a spectacle.
At this moment, all countries friendly with Eagle Sauce were focused on this maritime confrontation. The level of attention was even greater than that for a monster invasion at home. The speed of the Eagle Sauce fighter jets was fast. In less than 2 hours, they caught up with the fleet of cargo ships. Looking at the display on the radar, the 2 pilots were somewhat surprised by the hundreds of cargo ships at sea.
Pilot 1, so many? No wonder they got angry.
Pilot 2, if the monster incident causes food prices to rise, the country will suffer a lot, so they definitely won't let them leave.
The helicopters haven't arrived yet. How about we intimidate them first?
Pilot 1's mouth curled up slightly.
What do you want to do? Pilot 2 looked expectantly. How about a low-altitude flight? Let's go.
The next moment, the 2 fighter jets dove from the sky, charging towards the fleet of cargo ships.
Boom!
The fighter jets flew very low. The sound of the engines terrified the crew on the cargo ships. Even the sea was stirred up with waves. All the crew members on the cargo ships were startled and rushed out to check the situation.
What happened? It sounds like fighter jets. What, fighter jets? Are they Eagle Sauce's fighter jets?
At that moment, a voice came through the communication channel in the cockpit. "This is the Eagle Sauce Navy. We now order you to return immediately, or we will take necessary measures." "This is the Eagle Sauce Navy. We now order you to return immediately, or we will take necessary measures."
The voice rang out repeatedly, and all the cargo ships were thrown into chaos.
What should we do?
Eagle Sauce has sent fighter jets to intercept us. Damn Eagle Sauce, our transaction has already been completed. What does it mean to intercept us now? Damn it, do they really think China is easy to bully?
All the crew members were furious, and at the same time, a sense of unease rose in their hearts.
Eagle Sauce was serious.
"Captain, look behind, armed helicopters are flying over."
"What? It's over, we might be intercepted." The ship was in an uproar, while the pilots in the 2 Eagle Sauce fighter jets were laughing with joy. "Awesome, I love this feeling. Ha, this is so exhilarating. Should we do it again? I don't want it to end so soon." The 2 discussed doing it again.
Just as they were about to turn around, an alarm suddenly sounded on the radar.
"Alarm, enemy aircraft detected ahead. Alarm, enemy aircraft detected ahead." "Ha!"
The 2 quickly looked at the radar, and saw more than 10 light spots appearing on the radar screen.
"What is that? So many?"
The 2 pilots immediately realized something and abruptly looked up ahead. They saw more than 10 black dots rapidly approaching. Clearly, those were fighter jets. Indeed, over 10 fighter jets were heading straight for them.
Fuck!
The 2 pilots instantly felt their hair stand on end, their expressions turning tense. At the same time, a commanding voice came through their headsets. "This is the Huaxia Navy, on a mission to escort the cargo ship safely home.
Unrelated aircraft, please clear the area." "What? Huaxia's fighter jets?"
The faces of the 2 American pilots changed dramatically.
How could Huaxia's fighter jets appear here? Not good, they were prepared.
"Be careful, they're charging at us.
FUCK, watch out." Boom!
More than 10 Huaxia fighter jets sandwiched them in between, brushing past them on either side. The powerful airflow caused the 2 American jets to shake violently and pushed them together.
"Get away, we're going to collide." With the push of the airflow, the 2 jets suddenly drew closer, but fortunately, they reacted quickly and stabilized their aircraft.
Looking at the close distance, the 2 pilots broke out in a cold sweat.
"OMG, I almost didn't get to see my mom again. That scared me. Are Huaxia's jets crazy? Damn it, I want revenge."
The 2 pilots cursed angrily. However, at that moment, the Huaxia jets turned around, and 8 fighter jets surrounded them completely. Seeing this scene, the 2 American pilots immediately shut their mouths, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, the other 4 Huaxia fighter jets flew towards the convoy of cargo ships. At this time, the 2 American helicopters were already hovering in front of the cargo ships, arrogantly shouting,
"This is the American Navy. We demand that you return immediately. Otherwise," boom!
Before the words were finished, 2 fighter jets roared past overhead.
The sonic boom shook the helicopters violently. What's going on?
The commanding officer was instantly dumbfounded.
How could their fighter jets be sonic booming them? No, sir, these aren't our fighter jets, these are Huaxia's fighter jets.
Another soldier shouted in panic.
What? The officer's expression changed, and he quickly looked up. Sure enough, there were 4 fighter jets.
Then, a commanding voice came through the communication channel. The voice echoed in the helicopter and on the cargo ship. This is the Huaxia Navy, on a mission to escort the cargo ship safely home.
Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately.
This is the Huaxia Navy, on a mission to escort the cargo ship safely home.
Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately.
With the commanding voice, the hundreds of Huaxia crew members on the cargo ships were ecstatic. They all looked up at the sky, where the imposing fighter jets were clearly Huaxia's air force.
It's our jets, it's Huaxia's jets. The country has come to pick us up. The country has come to pick us up. Whoa, long live Huaxia.
All the crew members of the cargo ships shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the 2 American helicopters had faces that looked extremely grim. It was as if they had swallowed a fly, feeling utterly miserable.
Damn it, where are our American jets? Call them back, the officer said angrily.
Sir, look ahead. The pilot of the helicopter shouted urgently.
The officer looked in the direction he was pointing.
In the high sky ahead, 10 fighter jets slowed down and flew towards them. The 2 fighter jets of the Eagle Sauce were caught in the middle, as if they had been taken hostage. The commander's pupils suddenly constricted, and his body trembled. This, he could no longer speak.
Commander, there's more.
The commander looked towards the sea ahead, where 4 destroyers slowly emerged, cutting through the waves.
Seeing this scene, how could he still be unclear about the situation?
Clearly, the Huaxia aircraft carrier was nearby. He immediately contacted his own aircraft carrier. General John, this is Helicopter 1, we are under threat from the enemy, the mission has failed.
At the same time, similar words echoed.
General John, this is Fighter 1, we are being taken hostage by the enemy, the mission has failed. At this moment, General John, sitting in the aircraft carrier's command room, stood up abruptly.
What's going on? General, it's Huaxia's fighter jets and destroyers, they are here. We suspect Huaxia's aircraft carrier is nearby.
Pilot 1 spoke anxiously, he was in a panic. If there was even a slight mistake, he would have to sacrifice himself for the country.
What? Huaxia's aircraft carrier? Are they crazy? General John was no longer calm. Damn it, Huaxia came prepared. General, what should we do now? What to do? Fight back. I don't believe it.
You all pretend to retreat first, our fleet will arrive immediately.
Bang!
General John slammed the table.
We can't just let it go. Full speed ahead, chase the cargo ship.
On the Huaxia warship, Lu Chang watched the retreating Eagle Sauce fighter jets and helicopters, slowly speaking.
Dean, they are retreating.
Qin Ming nodded, standing on the deck, his gaze fixed ahead.
Let the cargo ship return first. We will wait for the Eagle Sauce warships here. Lu Chang was taken aback. Are you sure they will chase after us? They will. Sure enough, not long after, 5 Eagle Sauce warships appeared ahead.
They were destroyers. The aircraft carrier could not possibly show up, as the position of the aircraft carrier as a sea base must not be exposed. Similarly, General John stood on the deck of the destroyer, personally leading the team here. Clearly, this wave was for negotiation. Both sides stopped at sea, maintaining a distance. At this moment, not only the warships were in a standoff, but also the high-level officials from both Huaxia and Eagle Sauce. The scene was being broadcasted to the central conference rooms of both countries. The high-level officials behind both countries were watching the footage, their faces serious. General John picked up the communicator and shouted, "I am General John." Then, a response came through the communicator.
Huaxia, Long Xiaogua. Upon hearing this, General John's eyes widened in shock. Is it him? Long Xiaogua, the top figure of the Huaxia military, who doesn't know him?
Not only General John, but even the high-level officials behind Eagle Sauce frowned upon hearing that the visitor was Long Xiaogua. The top figure of the Huaxia military actually came in person, indicating the seriousness of the matter. General John paused for a moment and continued to shout, "General Long, what do you mean by this?"
Hearing this, Long laughed. What do we mean? The grain transaction has been completed, yet you sent troops to intercept. That's your problem.
General John was left speechless. This statement was not wrong.
Clearly, they were in the wrong.
You know very well that with the monsters arriving, grain will become very important, yet you are hoarding it. Where is your conscience? General John seemed to have found an outlet for his grievances. Yes, that's why we warned you in advance, but you didn't believe us and sold the grain at a high price, and now you regret it?
General Long scoffed. I advise you to pay more attention to the arrival of the monsters, or it will be too late. Have you checked your grain reserves thoroughly? As soon as these words were spoken, General John and the high-ranking officials behind him from the Eagle Sauce side turned pale. All right, this matter won't just end here. You better not regret it. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, General John could only leave a harsh remark. Retreat! This time, the Eagle Sauce side suffered a great loss, but there was nothing they could do about it. Watching the Eagle Sauce warships retreat, the soldiers on board were overjoyed. Woohoo, that was so cool, shouted Fatty Hwat excitedly. Ah, that was satisfying. Dean, your move was truly brilliant. Lu Chung couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, at that moment, Qin Ming furrowed his brows, looking at the sea ahead, feeling a sense of unease. Something's not right, there's a situation. At the same time, both the Huaxia and Eagle Sauce warships sounded their alarms. A panicked voice echoed over the broadcast. Attention! Attention! An unidentified creature is approaching from beneath the sea. Repeat, an unidentified creature is approaching from beneath the sea. It's coming towards us. What's going on? What happened? On the deck, General John's expression darkened. General, get inside quickly, an unidentified creature is approaching from beneath the sea. Two officers reacted quickly, immediately escorting General John back to the cabin. Just then, amidst the urgent alarm sounds, a massive creature burst from the sea, lunging at a destroyer. Bang! It looked like a giant shark, measuring at least 30 to 40 meters long. The moment it leaped out of the water, the soldiers on board felt as if the sky had darkened, filled with terror. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the giant shark monster bit down on the destroyer. Boom! With one bite, the destroyer crumbled in half like a wafer. Thud! After shattering the destroyer, the giant shark crashed heavily back into the sea, creating a massive splash like a deep water bomb explosion, while the steel warship slowly sank into the depths. Ah, help! Save us, save us! Dozens of Eagle Sauce soldiers flailed on the surface, desperately trying to climb onto the broken deck. This scene left the soldiers from both countries dumbfounded. Not just them, even the high-ranking officials behind both Huaxia and Eagle Sauce were in stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. What? What is that thing? God, is there really a shark that huge? The high-ranking officials from Eagle Sauce turned pale, filled with fear. Quick, General John, get the people rescued and then retreat. The chief shouted loudly. The urgent voice snapped General John back to reality. He immediately shouted, quick, save them. The Eagle Sauce fleet immediately fell into chaos, moving hurriedly. All units, prepare artillery, ready to engage the beast. On the other side, Qin Ming shouted loudly. The Dragon General reacted swiftly. That was no giant shark, it was clearly a beast. Qin Ming rushed to the bow, his expression serious. How could the first phase of the trial have the Ghost Shark Clan? The Ghost Shark Clan was absolutely a king-like presence among first-tier beasts. In the last life, the Ghost Shark Clan only appeared in the second phase of the trial. Could it be that they existed long ago but were never discovered? Just as Qin Ming pondered this, the Eagle Sauce fleet had already opened fire. Boom boom boom! The cannons on the destroyer fired wildly, flames shooting out as they targeted the sea. Fire, blow it to pieces! General John shouted loudly. However, the fleet's attack immediately enraged the ghost shark. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from beneath the sea. The alarms on the ship blared urgently. Attention, attention, the monster is beneath our ship. It's about to collide. An Eagle Sauce soldier stared at the radar on the instrument, his pupils trembling. The monster was rising rapidly. All personnel on destroyer no. 2. Attention, prepare for impact, prepare for impact. The soldiers' voices grew increasingly urgent. Boom! In the next moment, the ghost shark burst out from the seabed again, crashing heavily against the bottom of the ship. Accompanied by a violent impact, the entire destroyer No. 2 was lifted into the air. The massive warship was actually raised up, then tilted and smashed down onto the sea surface. The ship capsized. Hundreds of soldiers fell into the water, struggling desperately. Boom! Then, the ghost shark surged up from the seabed, opening its massive jaws to swallow the soldiers on the surface. That enormous body leaped high out of the water, terrifying beyond measure. At this point, the remaining 3 warships of the Eagle Sauce were left dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Quick, search for the monster, launch torpedoes, bombard it with torpedoes. General John issued orders in shock. At this moment, he finally realized the terror of the otherworldly beast. He had been unable to understand the actions of Huaxia in recent days. Now, he finally understood. Such a beast was undoubtedly a huge disaster for humanity. Let alone a destroyer, even an aircraft carrier would probably not withstand the beast's attack. General, torpedoes locked on the monster, ready to launch. Torpedo launch. Boom boom. Below the warship,
2 torpedoes shot out, aimed at the ghost shark.
Boom boom, accompanied by 2 massive explosions, the torpedoes successfully hit their target.
However, they did not cause much damage to the ghost shark.
The ghost shark's defense was even more terrifying than that of the thunder iron beast on land.
General, the torpedoes hit the target, but it is still moving.
The soldier's voice came through the broadcast. What? General John looked horrified. Both torpedoes didn't kill it? What kind of monstrous creature is that? General, good news, that monster has fled. It's heading towards Huaxia's fleet.
Ha! General John widened his eyes in shock.
Ha! Great! Quick! Let them deal with it. We need to retreat. Retreat quickly.
Hearing that the otherworldly beast had run away, the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce all breathed a sigh of relief. The chief immediately picked up the communicator. General John, do not retreat. That monster must die. Bring the corpse back. This otherworldly beast has great research value.
What?
Upon hearing that the chief actually wanted him to kill the monster, General John's face immediately darkened.
Don't worry, I've already called for support. They'll be here soon. Be careful.
Tep shouted excitedly. Remember, the monster's corpse must not fall into Huaxia's hands. General John clenched his fists and shouted angrily, firepower aimed, avenge the fallen soldiers. On the other side, after being injured, the ghost shark began charging towards the Huaxia fleet.
Dragon General, the otherworldly beast is coming this way. Seeing the flashing dots on the radar, the soldiers quickly reminded. Qin Ming, the monster is coming. The Dragon General looked nervously at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming's expression was serious, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Lu Chang, prepare to take action.
Okay. Lu Chang also began to feel a bit nervous.
At this moment, a gigantic shark fin emerged from the sea, rapidly heading towards the warship where Qin Ming was located. That shark fin stood tall, radiating a sharp cold light, like a massive blade. If it collided, it could probably split the warship in half. Seeing the scene, the high-ranking officials in the Huaxia Central Office suddenly turned solemn.
This monster was definitely the most powerful one they had ever seen. Can Director Qin Ming handle it?
Someone said, and the entire conference room fell silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense.
Fire! Suddenly, the Dragon General on the warship issued a fierce order. Boom boom boom.
4 warships launched an attack simultaneously, countless rounds of fire raining down on that shark fin.
Smoke rose from the sea, thick black flames obscuring the shark fin.
But in the next moment, the ghost shark charged out, that shark fin suddenly crashing towards the warship.
They're done for.
Not far away, General John was watching the scene through binoculars, a hint of joy on his face.
However, just as the shark fin was about to collide with the warship,
a figure of a young man suddenly jumped up on the deck in the lens of the binoculars.
Clang! The sound of a blade sliced through the air, and the thunderous long knife whistled down. Bang!
The young man struck the shark fin with his knife.
This blow was like thunder exploding, leaving a scar on the sea surface, with waves soaring into the sky. That towering shark fin seemed to be hit by a tremendous force, crashing directly into the seabed.
General John widened his eyes in shock.
OMG, what did I just see? In the Eagle Sauce Central Office, the high-ranking officials watched the broadcast from the warship, rubbing their eyes.
Initially, they were all eagerly watching the spectacle, seeing that monster about to collide with the Chinese warship.
But why did it suddenly disappear?
The 2 fleets were at a distance, and they couldn't see what had happened at all.
No, what did I just see? How did that monster suddenly dive into the sea?
Yeah, it was about to crash. How did it escape? The conference room was filled with discussions, both shocked and confused. At this moment, the Chief Tep spoke up.
General John, did you see clearly? What happened?
Right, did that Chinese warship use some kind of weapon? The high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce all began to ask.
At this time, John's hands were trembling. Tep, that wasn't any weapon, that was a person.
What?
What person? What nonsense are you talking about?
General John opened his mouth several times but didn't know how to respond.
Boom!
At that moment, the massive beast surged out from the seabed again. Its dozens of meters long body completely broke through the surface of the sea, crashing down towards the Chinese warship. With the previous experience of the Eagle Sauce warship, if this giant beast crashed down, the Chinese warship would surely be blown to pieces. However, at this moment, on the deck, Qin Ming tightly gripped his tang knife, the terrifying power of thunder coursing through the blade.
Bang!
He stomped hard on the ground, leaping high into the air. Thunder flashed, and the long knife tore through the air.
Annihilate thunder flash.
With a horizontal slash, the powerful edge ripped open the ghost shark.
The immense force directly blasted the ghost shark away.
The ghost shark let out a painful howl.
its massive body crashing heavily into the sea. Huge waves surged, and the entire warship began to shake.
Qin Ming seized the opportunity, rapidly descending from the sky, and plunged the thunderous long knife into the ghost shark's body. The power of thunder surged wildly into the ghost shark, continuously destroying its insides.
Amidst the ghost shark's cries of agony, it gradually fell silent. Number 004, Ghost Shark, dead. Holy crap!
On the warship, Hua Xiaopang shouted in shock, holding his head.
Old Qin, are you a superhero? My god!
Not only Hua Xiaopang, but all the soldiers on the warship were dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed something terrifying.
They might not have seen clearly what happened during the first attack,
but this time, they saw it all too clearly. This mysterious general had actually killed such a terrifying beast with a single blow.
The visual impact of that moment was simply too strong. That young man seemed like a deity. Bang!
Qin Ming leaped back onto the deck, exuding a murderous aura.
Lu Chang, take people down to secure the ghost shark's body and drag it back to the country.
The smell of blood is too strong. If there are any of its kin nearby, they will definitely be attracted by the scent.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chang suddenly reacted. Quick! Did you hear that? Get to work with me.
The soldiers moved quickly, immediately getting to work. On the other side, General John stood frozen in place, his body trembling. He had just seen that scene clearly.
Dear everyone, did you see that? That monster, it seems to be dead.
Meanwhile, far away in the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, all the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce were staring intently at the screen.
Quick, zoom in on the image. Yes, right here. As the image continued to enlarge, they finally saw the Chinese warship in a blurry view.
The video rewound to 2 minutes ago. The massive giant shark leaped high out of the sea, about to crash down on the Chinese warship. Suddenly, a blurry figure jumped up, drawing a long knife, summoning thunder. In the footage, lightning illuminated the sky.
That strike was so stunning. That godlike figure. With one slash, it opened the monster's belly. After watching, the entire conference room erupted in chaos, shocked voices rising and falling. My god, what is that thing? That person killed the monster with one strike? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Can a monster that even crushed a warship be killed by a human? Heavens, China actually has such a person. It's terrifying. Could this be Chinese martial arts?
At this moment, all the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce were dumbfounded, feeling their understanding had been completely refreshed. They had only seen such a scene in sci-fi movies. Even Tep was sweating profusely. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it.
What was even more terrifying was that after today's encounter, they had completely accepted the reality of the monster's arrival.
Therefore, all of China's preparations were in response to this disaster. And now, they still had such a terrifying existence.
Did this not mean that Eagle Sauce had completely fallen behind China? This situation was absolutely unacceptable to them. Thinking of this, the large conference room fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Tep finally spoke slowly. Everyone, China must have grasped certain information. We in Eagle Sauce are just temporarily behind.
Believe in Eagle Sauce, we can do better than China in this crisis. Follow my orders, keep a close watch on China's movements, and prepare for the beast disaster.
Boom!
Suddenly, the silent screen erupted with a loud explosion, startling everyone to shrink their necks and instinctively crouch down.
General, the monster is coming again. Alert, alert, another monster is approaching. All personnel, attention, destroyer no. 3 is under attack. Ah!
In the broadcast footage, the noisy sounds and screams echoed continuously. The high-ranking officials all focused their attention on the screen.
At this moment, the second monster appeared, attacking their fleet again. Destroyer no.
3 was torn apart, and all the soldiers on board were buried in the sea.
Damn it, how can there still be monsters? General John, counterattack quickly.
The high-ranking officials shouted in unison. General John leaned against a cannon on the warship, nearly losing his balance. The monster's attack stirred up huge waves, rocking the warship dangerously, splashing water everywhere.
Counterattack? We can't even counterattack. General John shouted loudly, panic setting in.
Such a monster could not be dealt with by artillery fire at all.
Moreover, the monster lurked beneath the sea, like a killer that had lost its trace. How could they fight it? Boom! At that moment, the monster attacked again, and destroyer no.
5 was rammed by the giant shark, flipping the entire warship over.
Ah, help! General, save us!
The soldiers on board cried out for help, one by one falling into the sea.
General John, what do? We only have one warship left. If this continues, we will all be buried in the sea. The soldiers on the ship looked at General John.
At this moment, John was also in a state of panic.
What could he do? He was also desperate.
But in the next moment, he suddenly reacted. Yes,
call for help from the Huaxia warship. Quick, contact the Huaxia warship and ask them for assistance. General Long, the Eagle Sauce has sent a distress signal. On the Huaxia warship, a soldier handed a communicator to General Long. Hello, I am General John. We are currently under attack by monsters. Please send help. Please send help. The voice of John was anxious in the communicator. Hearing this, General Long looked at Qin Ming and handed him a pair of binoculars. Upon hearing John's voice, Lu Chang and Lu Ying couldn't help but laugh. Oh, just now you were so imposing, and now you're asking for help? Qin Ming took the binoculars and looked at the Eagle Sauce warship ahead. At this moment, out of 5 Eagle Sauce warships, only 1 remained. This time, Eagle Sauce must have suffered heavy losses, with many soldiers buried in the depths of the sea. Hello, I am General John. We are under attack by monsters, requesting support from the Huaxia Navy, requesting boom. John's tense voice came again from the communicator, but before he could finish, a huge rumbling sound erupted. The ghost shark launched another attack. Through Qin Ming's binoculars, he could see the Eagle Sauce warship tilting to the right, almost at a 45-degree angle. Steady, hold steady. John's terrified voice came again from the communicator. At this moment, the soldiers on the ship were panicking. Quick, launch torpedoes, drive it away. Boom boom boom. The torpedoes exploded underwater, causing the warship to sway dangerously. At this moment, the high-ranking officials far away in Eagle Sauce were all tense. General John was their 5-star general. He couldn't just die like this. General John, quickly ask Huaxia for help. The high-ranking officials couldn't sit still, shouting one after another. General John clung tightly to a gun turret, his gaze directed towards the Huaxia warship. At this moment, he felt despair. There was no response from Huaxia. They were going to let him die. On the Huaxia warship, General Long did not issue orders but waited for Qin Ming to make a decision. Whether to save them was up to Qin Ming. At this moment, Qin Ming waved his hand, "Get closer." The warship immediately moved forward, accelerating towards the Eagle Sauce warship. On the other side, John was already preparing to call his family to say goodbye. But just then, a voice like that of a deity echoed in the communicator. General John, hold on, we are coming to save you. General John suddenly looked up towards the distance and saw the warship flying a crimson flag rushing towards them. OMG, my great Huaxia, thank you. John felt overjoyed, as if he had grasped a lifeline. They're coming, brothers, Huaxia's rescue is here, hold on. With John's loud roar, the soldiers on the ship were almost in tears. Thank God, oh no, thank Huaxia. For survival, the soldiers on the ship worked even harder, continuously firing torpedoes, driving the ghost shark back time and again. Finally, the ghost shark was enraged. Roar, a roar like a beast echoed in the deep sea. The ghost shark charged angrily from not far away, the waves rolling, its momentum overwhelming. The shark fin, taller than the warship, loomed closer like the scythe of death. Seeing this, all the Eagle Sauce soldiers were terrified. Quick, fire, fire, General John commanded in horror. But this time, the furious ghost shark withstood all the firepower, determined to crush them. Boom! The massive shark fin struck like a cleaver, slicing the warship in half. The warship broke into 2 segments, losing balance and sinking into the sea. Including John, all the soldiers fell into the water. They struggled desperately, trying to climb onto the partially submerged wreckage of the warship. But just as they climbed up, the ghost shark had already turned around. Those eyes, seemingly filled with mockery, surfaced, staring at them intently. It's over. This was the thought in everyone's mind, and the soldier responsible for filming held onto his helmet tightly, ensuring the footage was clearer. Even in death, they had to leave behind a recording. This was their proof of martyrdom. Ah, the monster is coming. The soldiers on the wreckage of the warship were terrified. Get away! John shouted angrily, already in despair. Boom! Then, under the terrified gazes of all the soldiers, the ghost shark suddenly broke through the waves, its abyss-like mouth blocking out the sun. With one bite, they would surely be swallowed whole. As the soldiers screamed in fear, the ghost shark gradually approached. Boom! Just as they were about to fall into the ghost shark's massive mouth, a thunderous sound erupted. Then, a figure wielding a tang knife flew in. Annihilation thunder flash. Buzz, lightning flickered, the long knife was drawn, a thunderclap rang out, and the purple light of the blade curved into a full moon, striking fiercely at the ghost shark. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the ghost shark's massive body was violently knocked away. Its dozens of meters long body was like it had been hit by a missile, sliding sideways. This scene left the Eagle Sauce soldiers in the water dumbfounded. Boom! The ghost shark's body crashed heavily onto the sea surface, creating towering waves. The giant waves surged in, submerging the wreckage of the warship, and those stunned soldiers were once again swept into the sea. By the time they climbed out again, the battle was over. On the surface of the sea,
only the massive corpse of the ghost shark remained. Beside it was the warship from Huaxia. Several lifeboats slowly approached, rescuing the Eagle Sauce soldiers. At this moment, all the Eagle Sauce soldiers were still in shock. General John was one of the first to be rescued. He looked around in horror, mumbling, what did I just see?" Although he had seen Qin Ming slay the monster through binoculars, witnessing it unfold before his eyes was utterly shocking. "General, Huaxia has superheroes. I saw it, a superhero saved us." "General, I saw it too, that superhero cut the monster in half." The rescued Eagle Sauce soldiers shouted one after another. In response, the people on the Huaxia warship couldn't help but chuckle. Luing laughed. "Seeing them look so clueless makes me want to laugh." Lu Cheng looked at Qin Ming with longing. "Boss, when can I be as strong as you?" He could never achieve a single strike to slay the ghost shark. Next to him, Xiaopang was even more eager, pulling at Qin Ming and calling him foster father. "Foster father, teach me, that strike was so cool, foster father." At this moment, far away in the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, the earlier footage was being replayed over and over again. The figure was so fast it appeared blurry, and even in slow motion, Qin Ming's appearance was unclear. But it was certain that it was definitely human. The conference room was dead silent, everyone shocked into speechlessness. Not long after this incident, a message began to spread among the high-ranking officials of various countries. "Kangaroo country, big news, big news. Guess how the maritime confrontation between Huaxia and Eagle Sauce ended?" Upon learning that the battle was over, countries began to poke their heads out. "The empire on which the sun never sets, hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense." "Gallia, I guess Eagle Sauce won a great victory." "Cherry Blossom country, Huaxia is going to be in big trouble this time. Get the frontline report quickly." Because Kangaroo country was close to the incident site, their spies had actually been hiding in the nearby waters, and Kangaroo country was their embedded reporter. As soon as the news broke, Kangaroo country immediately reported the situation. "Kangaroo country, you are all wrong. All 5 of Eagle Sauce's destroyers sank to the bottom of the sea, and General John led the remaining soldiers to escape in a lifeboat, and the key point is, that lifeboat was provided by the Huaxia Navy. In this battle, Huaxia achieved a great victory." As soon as this was said, the high-ranking officials of various countries erupted in chaos. What? The high-ranking officials of various countries were dumbfounded upon hearing this news. How could this be possible? The stick country, how is this possible? Did they really start fighting? The empire on which the sun never sets, no way, this must be a joke, right? How could they actually fight? The gallant country, absolutely impossible, it's simply absurd. The elephant country, even if they did fight, Eagle Sauce could never lose. The cherry blossom country, you must be mistaken, right? Didn't Eagle Sauce deploy 2 aircraft carrier groups? The kangaroo country, our military witnessed it firsthand, Huaxia won, and over 100 food cargo ships successfully evacuated. Here's the key point, all 5 of Eagle Sauce's destroyers were destroyed. What's going on? Hurry up and tell us. All the countries were anxious. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. The high-ranking officials of the kangaroo country did not hide anything and informed them of the entire sequence of events. These countries were all allies of Eagle Sauce, having suffered under its oppression for many years, which had led to signs of unity among them. Just like now, any big moves by Eagle Sauce would be discussed among them. The kangaroo country, just when both sides were at a standoff, a monster appeared and directly tore through Eagle Sauce's defenses. Eagle Sauce's warships had no defensive capability at all, while Huaxia seemed to have used some means to actually turn the monster against them. They even saved General John. Upon learning the details, the high-ranking officials of various countries were shocked. The key point was the monster. This word pulled them back into the monster crisis. Now, monster incidents were occurring in various countries, and they began to realize the seriousness of the problem. Even more shocking was that Huaxia seemed to really have a way to deal with the monsters. Thus, they all focused their attention on Huaxia, hoping to find some key factors. Naturally, the news of the confrontation between Huaxia and Eagle Sauce could not be hidden from other countries. Once it spread a little, it was no longer a secret among the high-ranking officials. Of course, such news would not be widely circulated among the common people. After all, Eagle Sauce still cared about its reputation. Huaxia, on the other hand, had little interest in manipulating public opinion. Their focus had always been on the issue of monster invasions. This time, Huaxia reaped significant rewards. The global grain acquisition plan was successfully completed. Over 500 cargo ships returned from various countries. Qin Ming did not calculate the exact number, but this batch of grain was enough for Huaxia to sustain itself for a while. Even if sold, it would yield a huge profit. Of course, selling was out of the question. Since the monster invasion began, the world had fallen into a state of war,
and grain had become the most important resource. Additionally, there was another significant gain: 2 ghost sharks. These 2 ghost sharks were massive and full of flesh. If the soldiers shared them, it would definitely enhance the physical fitness of a large number of soldiers. There were 2 days left before the beast attack on the world. As monster incidents began to appear globally, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, with monsters being discovered one after another. Many places in various countries fell into chaos. Almost all the discovered monsters were numbered 003, Weasel. The characteristics of the weasel monsters were soon identified: they were gluttonous. Therefore, countries began to inspect their grain warehouses, and chaos ensued. In just one day, hundreds of weasel monsters had been discovered worldwide. Despite preparations, countries were still caught off guard. These monsters were truly terrifying. Ordinary bullets caused little damage to the monsters. Even the largest caliber heavy sniper rifles could only scratch them. Soldiers could only slowly wear them down. As a result, casualties were significant. Even strong countries had to sacrifice 200 to 300 soldiers to deal with a single weasel. Weaker countries fared even worse. In an unfortunate turn of events, they needed thousands of soldiers to grind down a single weasel. Such battles were practically filled with lives. To successfully kill a weasel was already a stroke of luck. How many soldiers were sacrificed was another matter. Even more terrifying was that some weasels, having consumed massive amounts of food, were nearing the second tier in level. For such weasels, if they chose to flee, ordinary soldiers would be utterly unable to stop them. To exterminate them, hundreds of soldiers sacrificed their lives, only to let the weasel escape in the end. How infuriating! And such incidents were not rare. One of the most notorious examples occurred in the Elephant Kingdom. A weasel devoured an entire fruit warehouse, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of workers, and when the army went to encircle it, they ended up losing 500 men. In the end, the weasel shrank in size and escaped into the sewers. When this news broke, panic spread across the world. A powerful enemy is not terrifying. What is terrifying is being unable to kill it and letting it escape. Just 2 days had passed since the monsters appeared, and people began to feel uneasy. The mocking voices directed at Huaxia suddenly ceased. At the same time, foreigners were curious about how Huaxia, the first to announce the monster invasion, would face these creatures. However, when they turned their gaze toward Huaxia, they found that it seemed unaffected by the weasel attacks. What was going on? In fact, Huaxia had not failed to notice the abnormal beasts, weasels. It was just that compared to other countries, Huaxia had discovered significantly fewer weasel beasts. In 2 days, only a little over 10 had been found. Due to Huaxia's level of concern, coupled with the videos of Qin Ming fighting the abnormal beasts, they had summarized some experiences in dealing with these creatures. Therefore, the damage caused by these weasels was almost negligible for Huaxia. Additionally, since there were no civilian casualties, not much news had spread. However, what puzzled the higher-ups in Huaxia was that the number of weasels they had discovered was far too few. This made them begin to worry. Abnormalities indicate problems. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had just returned to the Monster Academy by helicopter. He had come back early. The aircraft carrier fleet was still at sea providing escort. To guard against potential attacks from ghost sharks, Qin Ming had left Lu Chang behind. As soon as he returned, Elder Nong and the armed squad leader rushed over to greet him. "Dean, something has happened." Elder Nong spoke anxiously, not even greeting General Long beside Qin Ming. "What happened?" Qin Ming's heart sank. "We found many weasel corpses at the entrance of our courtyard." Take me to see." The group immediately ran to the courtyard entrance, and sure enough, several weasel corpses lay near a sewer entrance. "Here we go again. This is the 5th batch." The armed squad leader's face turned pale. They had already moved the previous ones back to the academy for research. The corpses in front of them had appeared not long ago. Hearing this, General Long's expression darkened. He looked at Qin Ming and said, "In the past 2 days, many countries have discovered quite a few weasels, but our country has found very few. Now that so many weasel corpses have appeared, could there be a major problem?" Throwing the corpses at the entrance looked like a warning signal. In response, Qin Ming thought for a moment and smiled. "I should know what's going on." "Ha, Dean, you know what's happening?" Elder Nong looked surprised. He had been quite troubled these past 2 days. "Could it be that you did this?" Dragon Xiaoguo looked over in astonishment. Qin Ming nodded. Seeing this, everyone gasped. "Dean, you weren't even here. How did you manage this?" Armed squad leader Wu Mu was stunned. He had been searching for weasels these days, and among the more than 10 abnormal beasts killed by Huaxia, some were his doing. So he was well aware of the strength of these weasels. He is now eating the flesh and blood of exotic beasts 5 times a day, which has greatly enhanced his physical condition to achieve this. However, such large-scale hunting of exotic beasts is absolutely impossible for him to accomplish. Unless, of course, he has a master like the Dean. And not just one person, otherwise, it would be impossible to hunt so many weasels. After all, searching also takes time, and having too few people is simply impractical. At this thought, not only Wu Mu but also Long Jiang suddenly realized. Do you have someone behind you? Xin Ming shook his head. There is indeed someone, but only one. Impossible. How can one person achieve this level? Long Jiang looked shocked, but looking at Xin Ming's expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. Xin Ming didn't explain much and said, "No need to worry, just know it's an ally." Who else could it be but Dong Yen? From the looks of it, Dong Yen is even more outstanding than he imagined. This guy is naturally suited for this kind of work. Moreover, he hasn't contacted me yet, which seems to indicate he hasn't encountered any major problems. But relying solely on Dong Yen is far from enough. Then, he looked at Wu Mu and reached out to grab his shoulder. A surge of energy flowed through. Wu Mu trembled as if he had been seen through. Soon, Xin Ming withdrew his hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The extraordinary physique had reached 90%. Once it reaches 100%, Wu Mu will be able to accept the power of the magic potion and become a new extraordinary being. It seems the flesh and blood of exotic beasts consumed over the past few days were not in vain. How many people have a physique similar to yours? Wu Mu immediately responded. About 30, all elite members of our Special Operations Department. Due to insufficient exotic beast flesh and blood, the 3,000 elites dispatched from various military districts have not come into contact with the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Xin Ming nodded, which was about what he expected. Are you planning to turn them all into extraordinary beings? Long Jiang asked excitedly. That's right, there are still 2 days left. At least I can form a team capable of dealing with exotic beasts. But that's still not enough, right? I remember you said there are 2,000 exotic beasts in the first phase, just 30 people. Isn't that like moths to a flame? Long Jiang frowned. Xin Ming waved his hand. These 2,000 exotic beasts won't appear all at once. Most of them will show up a month later, right when the first phase trial is about to end. We just need to get through the early stage. As for the final outbreak, I have my own ways to deal with it. Long Jiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. This meant there was still some buffer time. After all, this is just the first phase of the trial. If it were too difficult, humanity would be doomed. Let's go, move these weasel corpses inside. You 30, eat as much as you can. Today, you must raise your extraordinary physique to 100%. Xin Ming led everyone to move the exotic beast corpses into the research room. There were already 35 weasel corpses placed here. Xin Ming had instructed that any exotic beast corpses that had not passed the magic potion material test must not be consumed to avoid missing the magic potion material. Just as Xin Ming arrived, excited voices came from the adjacent lab. We did it! We succeeded! Dean, hurry and call the Dean. Without needing them to call, Xin Ming had already run over. This lab gathered experts from various fields, including aerospace research, biological research, and weapons research, among others. When Xin Ming arrived, he saw a device resembling a camera and his face lit up with joy. Super magnetic detector. They actually made it so quickly. The super magnetic detector is an important tool for detecting magic potion materials. Although becoming an extraordinary being allows one to see the special materials on exotic beasts, some deeply hidden parts might be overlooked. Therefore, this supermagnetic detector is very important. Its principle is not difficult to understand. The magic potion materials on exotic beasts emit unusual energy fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation is not visible to the naked eye, but it can be easily detected under the extraordinary magnetic field. By using the brainwaves of specimen 002 chameleon monkey integrated with magnetic field technology, an extraordinary magnetic field can be created. As long as the extraordinary magnetic field is swept over the exotic beasts, it can detect whether they possess potion materials. Director, give it a try. A bespectacled young man handed the device to Xin Ming. Xin Ming glanced at the young man. Yuan Gong, the proud disciple of Old Nong. Xin Ming remembered that in his previous life, Yuan Gong was the leader of the Monster Research Institute. This guy was truly talented. He took the extraordinary detector, and the feel and appearance were almost identical to that of his previous life. It was all made according to his specifications. He slowly swept the extraordinary detector over the corpse of the weasel beast on the research table, scanning from head to toe like a video recording. Beep beep beep. In the next moment, the weasel's paw on the screen lit up with a red glow. The supermagnetic detector detected a change in the magnetic field, indicating that this weasel's paw was indeed a potion material. It was a success. Xin Ming's eyes lit up.
the result from the supermagnetic detector matched what he had observed. This weasel corpse had only one potion material, which was its paw.
How is it, Director? Any omissions? Yuan Gong asked excitedly.
Xin Ming shook his head. Try again. Then, a group of people rushed into the biological research room, which was filled with the corpses of exotic beasts. Xin Ming used the extraordinary detector to test each one, and the results showed no omissions.
Success! Xin Ming looked at everyone with burning eyes. Yay! That's great! Ha ha ha! We are amazing!
The researchers were incredibly excited. Each of them, with dark circles under their eyes and haggard expressions, suddenly looked revitalized. Since Xin Ming issued the order, they hadn't slept for several days just to create this device.
With the initial results, they were naturally thrilled.
Wu Mu, collect all the potion materials from the exotic beasts and send them to my office later.
Xin Ming immediately instructed. Okay. Wu Mu became excited. With the potion materials, the next step would be to create the potions, and they would become the first batch of extraordinary beings in Huaxia.
Xin Ming naturally understood Wu Mu's thoughts, but unfortunately, with just over 30 weasels, they could only concoct 5 portions of potions.
It was still far from enough for 30 people.
If only there were a few more exotic beasts. Xin Ming sighed inwardly, regretting that this short time was not enough for him to take action. Just then, Xin Ming received a message on his phone.
It was from Dong Yen. Xin Ming's eyes brightened.
The message was just a short sentence.
Brother Ming, I need your help.
In a sewer in Jiangnan City, a giant mouse slowly put away the phone and looked at its claws.
It muttered, "This hand is really bad for typing."
Then, the giant mouse glanced at the corpse of the weasel beast on the ground, a slight smile appearing at the corner of its mouth.
Things are getting more interesting. Brother Ming, I like this job.
Then, the giant mouse suddenly let out a soft squeak. Chirp chirp chirp, and the next moment, dozens of small mice crawled out of the sewer, looking at the giant mouse with reverence as if they were paying homage to a king. These little mice occasionally made sounds, seemingly reporting their situation.
Of course, an ordinary person would not understand what these little mice meant.
But Dong Yen was different. These mice were his subordinates and his eyes. After listening to the little mice's report, Dong Yen slowly frowned.
So many weasels fell into the trap?
This is a bit troublesome. I wonder if Brother Ming can handle it. Then Dong Yen walked to the junction of the sewer, where the stench was particularly pungent.
If an ordinary person were here, they would probably not be able to endure it for long before vomiting. However, for Dong Yen, it felt like coming home.
The giant rat that Dong Yen had transformed into first looked around the various directions of the sewer, its nose twitching as it caught the special scent of the weasel. In the next moment, the giant rat suddenly let out a piercing scream. Squeak! A special sound wave spread in all directions through the sewer, continuously expanding outward.
Terrifyingly, this sound wave almost reached the entire sewer system of the Jiangnan city.
At the same time, those weasels that had already been attracted down came to a sudden halt upon hearing the sound wave. Their eyes were filled with extreme excitement. They looked around, searching for the source of the sound. Then, they frantically dashed through the sewer.
Bang bang bang!
The sound of frantic footsteps and splashing water echoed continuously.
The entire city's sewer seemed to tremble.
All the weasels collided in the narrow passage, rushing towards the direction of the sound wave in a frenzy. Like bloodthirsty beasts that had caught the scent of blood, they were utterly mad. In an instant, the little rat beside Dong Yen seemed to sense something, shivering all over, and fled in terror.
Dong Yen showed no intention of moving. He stood in place waiting for the army of weasels to charge in.
He observed the various sewers until he saw weasels appear before he turned to leave.
Bang bang bang! A glance revealed at least 7 or 8 weasels on the left. On the right, there were 5 or 6, and more were still on the way. Seeing this, Dong Yan's mouth twitched.
It feels like things have escalated. I wonder if the boss can handle it. Saying this, he took off running, heading straight for the Monster Academy.
Ding ding ding! The urgent alarm startled the entire Monster Academy.
All the soldiers and researchers rushed out, gathering in the square. The Monster Academy was originally a military camp, so it was quite large. Just as everyone was panicking to assemble, Xin Ming's voice came over the loudspeaker. All research personnel return to the building immediately. Do not come out without orders. Armed personnel quickly gather on the playground, secure the compound, lock the alloy gates, and enter a state of first-level combat readiness. All usable weapons and equipment, bring them out immediately. Hurry, we don't have much time. As the broadcast continued, the entire Monster Academy became restless.
But amidst the tension, everyone's actions were remarkably orderly.
Old Nong and the other researchers immediately ran back to the building, closed the alloy doors, and rushed back to the research room to gather all important resources. Quick, Put the documents in the safe, and upload all research data to the Beijing Central Building. Move fast.
Old Gnome quickly issued orders. Although they didn't know what was happening, for researchers, the most important thing was not their lives, but their day and night research achievements. Even if they died, this important information would not be lost. After everything was prepared, all the researchers finally came to the window to observe the situation on the playground below. The building faced the playground, so they could see clearly from above. When they saw the scene below, they couldn't help but gasp. What are they doing? Could it be that exotic beasts are invading the Monster Academy? At this moment, 3,000 soldiers had gathered on the playground. These soldiers were all elites selected from various military districts, all of them at the level of military kings. Under Qin Ming's orders, these 3,000 soldiers formed a fan-shaped formation aimed at the corner of the playground. This was a corner of the entire military camp, with a more than 10 centimeter thick alloy wall in front, standing 10 meters high. On the wall, 100 meters apart, stood 2 watchtowers. At this moment, each watchtower had 5 soldiers. They were manning heavy machine guns, holding grenade launchers and submachine guns, their expressions serious as they faced below. And the target of these soldiers was Qin Ming, who stood beneath the city wall. No, to be precise, it was the entrance to a sewer beneath Qin Ming's feet. Qin Ming drew his long knife and pried open the sewer manhole cover. General Long Xiaogui was beside him, his face grave as he asked, "Can your people confirm how many strange beasts there are?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It's hard to say, there might be hundreds." Hearing this number, Long Xiaogui couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Can't we control them? At least we can attract them. That's better than letting them enter the city, right?" Qin Ming said seriously. That was true. Long Xiaogui nodded. Those foreign strange beasts had caused unpredictable consequences precisely because they entered the city and wreaked havoc, and being able to lure the strange beasts to the military camp and prepare for battle was already a significant advantage. However, he was worried about whether they could eliminate all these strange beasts. If they lost control, the entire Monster Academy might fall. Buzzing at that moment, an armed helicopter flew in from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a figure sliding down a rope. It was Lu Chang, who had hurried back. In such a great battle, Qin Ming certainly needed to find another helper. Lu Chang, now an extraordinary being, was also about to undergo a bloody baptism. When Lu Chang landed and saw the situation, he couldn't help but feel tense. Although he already knew what was going to happen on the way back, the scene before him still exceeded his expectations. Lu Chang said little, taking the long knife handed to him by his subordinate and walking towards Qin Ming. At this moment, Qin Ming bent down and peered into the sewer. He could vaguely hear the sound of footsteps. Qin Ming suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Buzzing with a command, 3 armed helicopters slowly took off, surrounding the entrance to the sewer. The cold gun muzzles seemed to be gathering energy, ready to fire at any moment. All the soldiers became tense, gripping their weapons and aiming. Everyone stood ready. Qin Ming and a few others also retreated into the encirclement, their expressions grave. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the footsteps from the sewer grew more urgent and dense. The soldiers' heart rates increased, their fingers resting on the triggers. With a loud bang, a figure burst out first, and it was a rodent-like monster. After Dong Yan rushed out, he shouted loudly, "Boss, they're coming." A giant rat, as big as a person, suddenly darted out, tightening everyone's nerves. If Qin Ming hadn't warned them earlier, the soldiers might have opened fire. "Come quickly!" Qin Ming shouted. Dong Yan, transformed into the soul-eating rat, moved swiftly and quickly rushed towards Qin Ming. At the same time, at the entrance of the sewer, a reddish-gray mink suddenly burst out. However, its appearance was quite strange, as if it had been forcibly squeezed out. The next second, 5 or 6 mink-like strange beasts rushed out. The moment they appeared, their gazes fell on the dense crowd of humans ahead, and they were momentarily stunned. They had no idea they had fallen into a trap, but they had no chance to escape. In front were soldiers, behind was a steel wall, and even helicopters were circling above. At this moment, more and more of their kind continued to pour out of the sewer, and trying to escape back through the sewer was simply impossible. As more and more mink-like strange beasts rushed out, the soldiers grew tense, their eyes fixed ahead, waiting for the command to attack from the dean. However, as the number of mink-like strange beasts increased, Qin Ming remained unmoved. The strange beasts were already prepared for battle, baring their teeth at them, looking as if they were ready to charge at any moment. In less than a minute, more than 50 strange beasts had surged out of the sewer. Qin Ming's expression tightened, and he suddenly waved his hand. Fire! In an instant, the soldiers in the front row, half-crouched and standing, immediately pulled the trigger, and bullets poured out like a storm. Bang bang bang, thousands of rifles fired simultaneously,
the gunfire converging into the sky. Almost at the same time, 4 heavy machine guns on the watchtower unleashed a torrent of flames, shell casings clattering to the ground. The most terrifying were the 3 armed helicopters in the air. The heavy machine guns mounted on the helicopters spun wildly, stray bullets flying everywhere, the sound relentless. Rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of bullets sent the soldiers' adrenaline soaring. AOO, endless bullets rained down on the weasels' bodies. Although the weasels had incredibly tough fur, they were still shot to pieces under such firepower, especially the more than 10 weasels at the front, which were blasted into a bloody mess, collapsing to the ground. The army of weasels howled in despair. At that moment, their eyes turned blood red, and they no longer cared about anything else, charging madly towards the humans ahead. In an instant, more than 20 weasel beasts charged in different directions, their speed astonishing, covering 50 meters in a flash. The distance between the soldiers and the sewer was only 100 meters, and they had already closed in by 50 meters. At this position, they were beyond the attack range of the helicopters and the watchtower. It wasn't that they couldn't shoot, but the weasels and the soldiers were too close together. Stray bullets could easily hit their own people. Without the heavy firepower suppression from the helicopters, the weasels that charged out clearly felt much more at ease, even able to dodge the bullets from the humans ahead. Xin Ming's face turned grim, and he shouted loudly, "Fire suppression, we can't let them get through." If these weasels broke through, the formation would surely be thrown into chaos. Once the defense line was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Director, should we take action?" Lu Chang asked beside him. Xin Ming gripped his long knife tightly, ready to charge out to fight at any moment, but if he rushed out like that, it would mean they would have to cease fire, or else they would be shot by their own men. With their current first-tier strength, it was impossible to dodge such fierce firepower. At that moment, another 10 weasels fell among the 20 that had charged, leaving only about 10 that had closed in to less than 20 meters. "Reload!" Qin Ming shouted, and Long Shaogui immediately raised the signal flag. In an instant, the front row of soldiers ceased fire and retreated, while the rear row of soldiers immediately took their places. Just as the ceasefire happened, 3 figures immediately charged out. Qin Ming led the way, his long knife flashing like lightning, directly rushing towards a weasel that was less than 10 meters away. The long knife swept across, lightning flashing. Whoosh! That weasel's head was directly severed. Qin Ming landed on the ground, suddenly leaping high, directly targeting 2 weasel beasts. With 2 swift strikes, lightning erupted. Boom! Thunder roared, and the 2 weasels fell on the spot. In less than 20 seconds, 3 beasts were slain. This magnificent display left the soldiers in awe. It felt like watching an anime, utterly shocking. Iron Fist. On the other side, Lu Chang, barehanded, swung his fist at a charging weasel. At the moment of the punch, his wheat-colored skin took on a steel-like hue, striking like an iron fist, creating a sonic boom. Bang! The weasel was struck hard, sent flying. Roar! Then, another weasel ferociously pounced, aiming to devour Lu Chang in one bite. Lu Chang's iron hands gripped the weasel's upper and lower jaws tightly, his feet bracing against the ground, pushed back several meters by the impact. Ah! Lu Chang slammed the weasel's head into the ground with all his might. Bang! Smoke and dust rose. The iron fist fell again. Boom! 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 With a heavy blow, the weasel's head was instantly smashed to pieces. At this moment, both Qin Ming and Lu Chang displayed the terrifying power of extraordinary beings, shocking everyone present. But even more terrifying was the pitch-black soul-devouring mouse. It grew sharp claws and directly tore into the charging weasel. The weasel's tough skin was ripped open, and it died on the spot. The soul-devouring mouse moved like an assassin, swiftly darting around the battlefield, its claws harvesting wildly. The weasel, which even bullets struggled to penetrate, was as fragile as tofu under its claws, crumbling with a single squeeze. Roar! Soon, only one weasel remained. It fixed its gaze on Lu Chang, its crimson eyes glinting with cunning, and lunged forward with its mouth wide open. The speed was so fast that Lu Chang couldn't react in time. "Colonel, be careful!" The soldiers shouted urgently. Qin Ming's expression changed, ready to assist. But in the next moment, a shadow flashed by, tackling the ambushing weasel to the ground. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the soul-devouring mouse opened its mouth wide and bit down on the beast's neck, pulling with all its might. Rip! Blood splattered. The beast's neck was brutally severed. Even the battle-hardened soldiers were stunned by this bloody scene. At that moment, they realized that the monster the director had was seemingly far more terrifying than the beasts. "Retreat!" Qin Ming shouted, quickly retreating to the encirclement with Lu Chang. Dong Yan's figure flickered and returned to Qin Ming's side. At this time, the second wave of weasels had already charged out, breaking through the firepower suppression of the helicopter and watchtower, rushing towards the soldiers in front.
Open fire!
Long Jiang signaled again, and the soldiers in position immediately pulled the trigger, continuing the firepower output.
After a round of gunfire, fewer than 30 weasels remained in front.
At this moment, the weasel beasts that had emerged from the sewer were gone, but the weasels that came out afterward were quite clever. Seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately burrowed back in. The weasel beasts that had charged out also began to drag their wounded bodies back into the sewer.
During the retreat, more than 10 fell.
In the end, about 20 weasel beasts escaped back into the sewer. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately drew his knife and chased after them.
Dong Yen, Lu Chang, not a single one can escape.
Qin Ming moved swiftly, jumping into the sewer in an instant.
Dong Yen and Lu Chang followed closely behind.
Lu Eng, holding a rifle, also wanted to rush up to pursue, but was stopped by Long Xiaogua.
"What are you doing?" "Chasing," Lu Eng exclaimed excitedly. "Are you an extraordinary being?"
Long Xiaogua scolded loudly.
Lu Eng immediately quieted down.
Long Xiaogua waved his hand and shouted to the soldiers, "Narrow the encirclement, prepare for another beast attack, and clean up the battlefield. Ensure the beasts are dead, drag the bodies back to the research room, and collect the potion materials."
"Yes,"
the soldiers responded immediately. On the building, watching the battle come to an end, all the researchers were left dumbfounded. It was their first time witnessing a battle with beasts, and the scene was simply shocking.
Such powerful firepower couldn't eliminate these beasts. It was truly terrifying.
What shocked them even more was the combat power of the director and minister Lu Chang, which was something ordinary people could not achieve. No Long's eyes brightened. He really wanted to draw a tube of blood from Qin Ming to check what had happened to his body. Meanwhile, the three of them were still chasing in the sewer. Qin Ming ran the fastest, swinging his long knife at the two slowest weasels. Under the power of thunder, the weasels' tough skin offered no resistance, and Qin Ming swiftly severed their heads. But soon, they reached a fork in the path.
"Not good, they're going to split up,"
Lu Chang shouted loudly. More than 20 weasels, if they scattered and ran into the city, it would be serious.
There would definitely be considerable casualties. "Dong Yen," Qin Ming shouted.
The soul-eating mouse immediately climbed up to the top of the sewer, passing over Qin Ming and Lu Chang.
It landed ahead and stopped.
The next moment, the soul-eating mouse let out a sharp scream. Gigi, a sound wave spread out invisibly.
Upon hearing those sounds, the fleeing weasels clearly froze, stopped in their tracks, and turned to look. One of the abilities of Sequence 19, Soul-Eating Mouse, Mental Shock.
This is one of the skills of the soul-eating mouse, which has a significant effect on these low-level.
Sure enough, these weasels became dazed, their minds blank, not knowing what to do.
At the same time, Qin Ming and Lu Chang caught up. They launched a fierce attack on the weasel.
In the dark sewer, flashes of blades and swords dazzled the onlookers.
Lu Chang had just exploded a weasel when he excitedly shouted, "Ha, this feels so good." However, when he turned his head, Qin Ming had already killed 7 or 8 weasels.
Lu Chang swallowed hard, freak. But even more terrifying was Dong Yen. The soul-eating mouse he transformed into was incredibly fast, instantly blocking the weasels ahead. Like a ghost, it reaped them. Dong Yen's fighting style was simple, pounce and bite.
In no time, Dong Yen had killed all the remaining 10 or so weasels.
Each one was a fatal blow.
Not to mention Lu Chang, even Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. Under their gaze, Dong Yen delivered the final blow to the last weasel, his sharp teeth tearing at its neck. When Dong Yen raised his head, his mouth was covered in blood. At first glance, it seemed he was the fiercest. Looking at the corpses on the ground, most had died from having their necks bitten through. Clearly, Dong Yen had held back in front of humans just now.
"Brother, you." Lu Chang didn't know what to say.
Dong Yen swallowed the blood in his mouth, as if it were a great tonic.
Lu Chang was taken aback, almost gagging. This Dong Yen was too brutal.
If he didn't know his background, Lu Chang would never believe that this monster was actually a newly adult child.
Lu Chang whispered to Qin Ming, "If this goes on, won't there be trouble?"
He noticed Dong Yan's somewhat uncontrollable state. After all, he was now a monster. As soon as he spoke, Dong Yan shot him a cold glance and said nothing.
Lu Chang was taken aback, feeling a sense of pressure. Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder. "Don't worry." Dong Yan walked over and looked at Qin Ming. "Boss."
Qin Ming nodded. "Well done, you're adapting faster than I imagined." Dong Yan grinned, showing a harmless appearance, but those blood-stained teeth made Lu Chang shiver.
Dong Yan softly said, "I like this kind of life."
If a normal person heard this, they would definitely think Dong Yan was a madman.
But Qin Ming remained calm. "Are these all the weasel in the South Province?"
"Yes."
Dong Yan nodded.
Qin Ming handed the knife in his hand to Dong Yan. "Next target, Southeast Province." "Okay, you keep the knife." Dong Yan looked deeply at Qin Ming.
"Let's go." boss. After saying that, Dong Yen ran deeper into the sewer. Watching his departing figure, Lu Chang smacked his lips. How did you meet this monster? His actions were clean and decisive, his demeanor cold, and he never wasted words. This was definitely a killer. Qin Ming smiled lightly. Could his partner from his past life be an ordinary person? This battle could be considered a perfect conclusion. More than 100 weasel were completely annihilated, and the Huaxia soldiers suffered 0 casualties. If those foreign guys knew about this, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. You have to understand that for every weasel they kill, they pay a heavy price, while here in Huaxia, it's done effortlessly. Of course, the greatest credit for this battle goes to Dong Yen. Without him leading the weasel beasts into the trap, the soldiers wouldn't have had it so easy. If those weasels had run into the city, in that complex environment, the soldiers would have had a hard time dealing with them. After all, in the city, having such firepower would be very difficult. The primary condition for killing the beasts is that the civilians must not be harmed, so this achievement is astonishing. That night, the soldiers moved all the weasel corpses back to the research lab. Then they harvested all the magical materials from them. This time, the harvest was huge. The Monster Academy received a lot of magical materials. These materials were enough for Qin Ming to prepare 20 doses of sequence potions. Late at night, Qin Ming, Dragon General, and Lu Chang arrived at a gymnasium in the academy. In front of them were 20 elite soldiers led by Wu Mu. These 20 individuals had reached 100% extraordinary physical quality and could accept magical potions. In front of them were 20 blue potions. Qin Ming looked at everyone and slowly spoke. This is the sequence potion ranked 89, named Regeneration. The potion formula, Ghost Shark Dorsal Fin, plus Ghost Shark Blood, plus Weasel Claws, plus Weasel Flesh and Blood, equals sequence 89, Regeneration. This is a powerful sequence ability. The only flaw being that this sequence currently has no discovered space for advancement. In other words, they can only remain as ordinary sequences. But that is already enough. Having finally obtained 2 ghost sharks, these 20 soldiers are definitely the first batch of experts from the Monster Academy. In fact, Qin Ming didn't know much about the ability of sequence 89. He concocted it from memory. In his previous life, he didn't have anyone with sequence 89 by his side. Qin Ming had no intention of hiding anything. If anyone has hesitations, you can refuse. However, the next moment, the 20 soldiers responded in unison. Report, Dean, we are willing to bear all consequences. Good. Qin Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Huaxia needs you now. The soldiers did not hesitate and all picked up the potions in front of them, drinking them down in one go. The potions concocted from the Xian Koan gourd were undoubtedly safe. All 20 of them successfully awakened their extraordinary abilities. Ordinary sequence 89, Regeneration. Watching them succeed so easily, Lu Chang was astonished. Wait, didn't you all feel any pain or anything? At least give some reaction. When he awakened his extraordinary abilities, it was a life and death struggle, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. But these subordinates of his seemed to feel nothing? Lu Chang, who was hoping for a good show, suddenly felt unbalanced. Wu Mu. Qin Ming called softly. Here. Wu Mu stepped forward. How does it feel? Wu Mu hesitated for a moment. It's wonderful, hard to describe, just feels like my whole body is filled with power. What kind of abilities did you gain? Qin Ming continued to ask. Strength and defense have greatly improved, but the actual abilities seem to be. Wu Mu indeed didn't feel much change. He had seen Qin Ming and Lu Chang fight. One wielded the power of lightning, and the other could metalize his arms, maximizing their combat power. But they, aside from having much stronger physiques, seemed to have no obvious changes. Not just Wu Mu, the other soldiers nodded in agreement. This, Dragon General looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming pondered and explained, many extraordinary beings, when they first gain their abilities, don't know how to use or control them. You go find Old Gnome, do a comprehensive check, and then think for yourselves. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. Come, try your strength. Qin Ming extended his palm. Wu Mu immediately became interested, stepped forward, and said, Director, I'm going to embarrass myself. Wu Mu clenched his fist, merging man and horse, and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! This punch was firmly caught by Qin Ming. Qin Ming did not retreat a single step, but a smile appeared on his face. This, Wu Mu looked dejected, unable to even shake the director a bit. Is he really that weak? Not bad. However, Qin Ming unexpectedly praised him. Your strength is good, practice more when you go back. From today on, your team will be called Hunting the Unusual, hunting the strange demons of the world and guarding the lights of thousands of homes. Upon hearing this,
Wu Mu and the others instantly straightened their chests.
Yes, Director. After the demon hunting team left, Long Xiaoguo finally spoke up. How is their strength? Xin Ming smiled. Today, dealing with a first-tier weasel beast, taking on 5 is not a problem. This is just a preliminary assessment. If we uncover their abilities, they might be even stronger. Hearing this, Long's eyes lit up. Good. After all, that was ranked 89th in the sequence, even higher than Liu Chang. But relatively speaking, Liu Chang's upper limit would be higher, with its pros and cons. When will you get me a potion? Long John laughed.
As the so-called number 1 in the military, he certainly didn't want to fall behind his subordinates. Many records in the military were set by him, after all.
Xin Ming nodded. All right, I will find a suitable sequence potion for you. With Xin Ming's promise, Long Xiaoguo was very happy.
By the way, after tonight, there will only be 1 day left until the monster attack you mentioned.
What should we do next?
Currently, countries around the world are searching for strange beasts, and it's chaotic everywhere. Although there haven't been any incidents of strange beasts harming people in Huaxia yet, we still need to be prepared.
Xin Ming became serious. How is the progress of the Tower of Heaven?
The progress is only about 10%. Transporting materials has taken a lot of time, but the progress will speed up significantly from now on.
Long John's expression was grave.
The Tower of Heaven is very important. Give the order. We have at most 25 days left. In the early stages, strange beasts won't erupt on a large scale. We should be able to hold them off. But the first phase trial a month from now will bring our first challenge.
Xin Ming thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Long Jiang.
Strange beasts are very intelligent. I'm worried they will try to destroy the Tower of Heaven.
I need to deploy troops to guard it. The firepower must be sufficient.
At the same time, soldiers must be stationed in all major towns. Even if strange beasts suddenly appear, we can contain them at the first moment.
Hearing Xin Ming's words, Long Jiang and Liu Chang frowned.
Guarding the Tower of Heaven is not a problem. But if we have to arrange soldiers in the towns, our forces might not be enough. You need to understand that in some places, the military strength cannot be moved around.
Then let's have a second conscription. For the safety of the people, we have no choice,
Xin Ming said firmly. Late at night, at a roadside stall, several young men were drinking and chatting about the strange beast incidents happening internationally.
Brothers, the strange beast incidents are getting more and more serious. It feels like something is wrong.
That's right, our country is also taking big actions. You all saw the scale of the Tower of Heaven plan.
I think something big is happening. I wonder if we will have a chance to go back.
If possible, I would. The man picked up his phone, and the words he was saying suddenly froze.
A text message arrived on his phone. Emergency recall.
Almost at the same time, the others also received the message. A few people stood up abruptly, the drunkenness gone, their faces filled with excitement. They exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Let's go!" In a cozy little home in a certain neighborhood, a man hurriedly packed his bag. Beside him stood his reluctant wife. After hesitating for a long time, the wife finally spoke.
Is it really that urgent?
But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. The wife turned away, her eyes red as she picked up the sleeping baby from the bed.
Baby, be good. We won't sleep for now. Let's say goodbye to Daddy.
The man turned and embraced both the baby and his wife.
Don't worry, I'll be back.
Finally, the man looked at the child in the swaddling cloth, his face full of tenderness. Baby, be good. Daddy is going to protect the country. You must listen to Mommy. 5 minutes later, the wife stood by the window of their high-rise, holding the child, watching the figure with a simple bag disappear into the night, crying uncontrollably.
Mom, that's enough. No need to pack anymore. We won't need these.
Take more. Don't go hungry on the road.
In a small house, a stooped figure was stuffing pancakes into the child's backpack.
The man saw this scene and was instantly choked up. Mom, I'll be back soon. Take care of yourself. Oh, Mom knows how to take care of herself, but you must be safe. The old woman had a kind expression, her eyes glistening with tears.
The man slung the bag over his shoulder and took a deep breath. Got it, Mom.
After saying that, he hurriedly rushed out the door. Child, wait, take the red envelope with you, for safety.
Such scenes were playing out across various regions of China.
Countless passionate men rushed overnight to the assembly point. They were all veterans of the country. Over the years, they had all remembered a vow.
If there is war, they will return at the call.
This night was destined to be recorded in history. 2 million reserves were urgently recalled. On this quiet night, the lights of thousands of homes lit up, just to bid farewell to the sons at home.
That night, soldiers continuously returned to various military camps.
They ran towards the camp gates with simple bags, unwavering. At the gates of the military camps, soldiers lined up, and the commanders stood tall, shouting in unison to the returning soldiers, "Welcome home." The commanders saluted each returning soldier.
The motherland needs you. The soldiers' eyes instantly turned red as they rushed towards the military camp. They had all once been a part of this place. Every soldier returning was well aware. The country was about to face a huge challenge. China urgently recalled the reserves, and the country did not deliberately conceal it. The next day, the news spread across the nation, causing a huge sensation. When foreign countries learned of this news, it caused an even bigger uproar. Foreign netizens were discussing it online. Oh my, China is urgently recalling reserves. Is this preparation for a civilizational trial? It must be. Monsters have appeared in various countries, and every time a monster is killed, the military has to pay a huge price. China must be afraid of not having enough manpower. Ha! Such a call-up. Isn't it sending soldiers to their deaths? Shouldn't no one go? Wrong. It is said that China urgently recalled 2 million, but now over 3 million veterans have returned. What? Are Chinese soldiers not afraid of death? What terrifying national cohesion. This is something the eagle sauce cannot reach. The voices online grew louder, but these messages were not baseless. On various short video platforms in China, the videos being shared were almost all of veterans returning to the military camp. On the streets, one could see men with crew cuts everywhere. As long as they were seen carrying bags, there was no doubt they were on their way back to the ranks. At this moment, the entire China was in an uproar. Trending topics surged to the top of the charts. Hashtag China urgently recalls millions of veterans in the dead of night. Hashtag shocking. The country urgently recalled troops overnight, with 1 million soldiers returning to the barracks. Hashtag is something big happening? The country urgently recalls reserves, with 1 million soldiers marching overnight? Hashtag latest news. The country urgently recalls reserves, with over 3 million soldiers returning through 2 million text messages. Hashtag is the monster trial about to begin? The country recalls reserves overnight. Is a great battle imminent? Hashtag the top 5 trending topics are all about the urgent recall. The entire nation is starting to feel uneasy, especially with the international monster incidents. It seems our country is planning something big. Just as the citizens are anxious, military vehicles appear on the streets. In just half a day, soldiers armed to the teeth can be seen everywhere in the city and towns. With these soldiers patrolling, the citizens immediately feel a sense of security. Soon, the trending topic of soldiers in China reappears. Various videos spread around the world. Seeing the soldiers guarding the streets, countless foreign netizens express their envy. OMG, is this the efficiency of China? Emergency recall at night, and soldiers start patrolling the streets in the morning. So envious. I don't know why, but I feel so safe. Seeing their peaceful scene, and then looking at the crazy food on our streets, I really cried. This move by China undoubtedly stirred up huge waves in the world, especially when the news reached the ears of high-ranking officials in various countries. They became unsettled. The leader of the Eagle Sauce, holding the report in his hand, trembled with anger. Bang! He slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily, "Damn China, recalling 2 million reserves? I must condemn such actions. This is a significant threat to international security." "Sir, to be precise, it's over 3 million, and this number is still rising," the secretary beside him reminded. The leader's mouth twitched. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal over dealing with a few monsters? This is showing off. A blatant humiliation. At this point, his gaze fell on General John. The usually proud General John dared not speak this time. He had just suffered a huge loss at the hands of China a few days ago, returning to Eagle Sauce with his face burning. The high-ranking officials present looked at him with strange expressions. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, General John finally couldn't hold back. "Don't look at me like that. Next time you deal with China, you go." Ahem, General John is joking. Yes, you are the 5-star general of Eagle Sauce. This position is yours alone." The high-ranking officials flattered him, which made General John's expression improve a bit. The leader turned his gaze over and asked, "General John, the news of China defeating Eagle Sauce at sea has almost spread to every country in the world, which has greatly diminished our reputation. How do you think we should respond?" General John's expression stiffened. "I believe now is not the time to think about saving face. The urgent matter is how to deal with the monster trial." This statement received agreement from many, but some felt it was a bit of an overreaction. Currently, we Eagle Sauce have also encountered more than 10 monster incidents, but they have all been perfectly resolved. The so-called monster trial is just that, a high-ranking official said. That's true, many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. General John looked over coldly. You've all seen what happened at sea.
those terrifying monsters are almost invincible in the ocean. If we don't take this seriously, we'll be left with no way out. General John trembled with anger. He had experienced it firsthand and knew the terror of those monsters. If it weren't for that mysterious person from China coming to his rescue, he would have been dead long ago. Hearing General John's roar, everyone fell silent. Those monsters are indeed terrifying, but if it's just a small amount, it's really not a problem for their vast eagle sauce. Seeing everyone silent, General John continued, if this monster trial is really as simple as you say, would Huaxia make such a big move? You should first look at Huaxia's actions, and their superhuman-like existence, all indicate that this matter is far from as simple as we think. Remembering the thunderous figure in the video that day, the senior officials of Eagle Sauce all had serious expressions. Clearly, Huaxia had grasped more information. After being reprimanded by General John, everyone finally took it seriously and shifted their focus to the monster incident. Tep thought for a moment, haven't we killed more than 10 exotic beasts? How is the Research Institute doing? Have they discovered anything? The secretary beside him responded, no results yet, but it can be confirmed that the exotic beasts do not belong to the biological species of Blue Star. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Not a biological species of Blue Star. Tep lightly tapped his fingers on the table and slowly spoke, increase the efforts, we must make discoveries on those exotic beast corpses. Yes, the secretary nodded. Just then, General John suddenly received an urgent report. At the same time, an officer rushed into the conference room. Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. The monsters attacked our military camp. They destroyed the research room and took away all the monster corpses. Bang! Tep and John stood up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. What? Say that again? General John grabbed the reporting officer. The lieutenant trembled as he spoke. This is absolutely true. The surveillance in the camp captured it all. Damn it, with so many soldiers in the camp, they couldn't stop the exotic beasts? General John was furious. He certainly knew the importance of those exotic beast corpses. They were the direction of their future research on the monster trial. To ensure the safety of the experiment, he had specifically arranged the research room and the military camp to guard against unforeseen events. But he never expected that an accident would occur. General, this exotic beast raid resulted in 1,580 casualties among our soldiers. The lieutenant's voice trembled. He could already imagine the fury of these bigwigs. What? Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Lord Tep and the senior officials could no longer sit still. The research room was in the Hellos military camp, where there were over 3,000 soldiers stationed. 1,580 casualties meant more than half. How did this happen? Feeling the piercing gazes, the lieutenant swallowed hard. The exotic beasts launched a surprise attack from the sewers. Our soldiers couldn't react at all. Moreover, there were too many exotic beasts. By the time the soldiers reacted, the beasts had already spread throughout the camp and launched sneak attacks. They seemed to have a plan. Their actions were swift and decisive, and after breaking through the soldiers' defenses, they immediately found the location of the research room. The researchers in the research room, except for Dr. Harden, the others were hardly spared, and our 17 weasel exotic beast corpses were also taken away by them. Hearing such a report, all the senior officials gasped in shock. This operation was not something ordinary monsters could accomplish. If one didn't know better, they would think it was the work of a special forces unit from some country. Clearly, these exotic beasts were much smarter than they had imagined. Tep's face darkened as he sat down heavily. I think we all underestimated these monsters. Their kin's corpses must hold great secrets, which is why they came to fight for their kind's bodies. The senior officials of Eagle Sauce fell into deep thought. They finally realized the seriousness of the situation. General John slowly regained his composure, looking at the reporting lieutenant. How many beasts attacked this time? How many casualties were there? And how many corpses were left? As the words fell, everyone's gaze turned to the lieutenant. The lieutenant was already drenched in sweat, hesitating for a moment before steeling himself to speak. The number of beasts is currently unknown, but it's predicted to be over 100. The soldiers managed to kill several, but their bodies were taken away by their kind. Not a single one left? General John erupted in anger again, his eyes blazing with fury. Without any corpses, what research could be done? General John, please calm down. Tep waved his hand, signaling John not to be angry. Although his own expression was not good, he needed to stabilize the situation. This time, we did not come away empty-handed. At least we know the importance of the beast corpses. The beasts risked coming to seize the corpses of their kind, which proves there is a great secret involved. As long as we can decipher it, I believe we can overcome the beast crisis. Tep, being the first seat, immediately calmed everyone with these words. That's right, the beast corpses are gone, but we can continue to kill. And if we don't have them, other countries do.
I can send people to Maple Leaf Country to request beast corpses. I believe they won't dare refuse. Minister of Defense Arthur slowly spoke. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, they didn't have them, but their allies did. All right, let's do it. The mood of the crowd improved slightly. Arthur looked at everyone and continued, Everyone, do you remember that mysterious man from Huaxia? Do you think his mysterious power might come from these beasts? As soon as this was said, everyone was taken aback, especially General John, who stared intently at General Arthur. Have you found out something? Minister of Defense Arthur nodded. Everyone, through our investigation, Huaxia has established a mysterious organization, claiming to be the Monster Academy. Currently, all actions from Huaxia are orchestrated by this Monster Academy, and I suspect the leader of this Monster Academy is that mysterious man. I can basically confirm that this mysterious man's identity is this person. Saying this, he opened the conference room's projector. On the screen was a video of Qin Ming. It was a video of Qin Ming slaying a thunder iron beast at the Animal Museum. Upon seeing Qin Ming's figure, General John widened his eyes. It's him. This figure had been stuck in his mind for days. He simply couldn't forget it. General Arthur pointed at the screen. At first, we all thought this was a self-directed play by Huaxia, but now, this video has disappeared from the internet. Huaxia is protecting this young man's identity. There's a high possibility that this young man is the head of the Monster Academy. Based on General Arthur's analysis, all the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce nodded in agreement. Moreover, from the video, it could be seen that this young man possessed lightning abilities, identical to that mysterious figure at sea. General John's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we capture this person and bring him to Eagle Sauce? If they could capture him, their country would surely gain a huge advantage in this civilizational trial. General Arthur shook his head. No, even if we could capture him, he might not tell us anything. So what do you mean? Everyone looked puzzled. General Arthur's lips curled slightly. A spy. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, secretly giving a thumbs up. Inserting a spy into a young man who hasn't even fully matured is simply too easy. What Qin Ming didn't know was that he, who had been hiding in the shadows, was still being targeted by the enemy. One day remained until the monster's attack on the world. According to the civilizational trial of the previous life, the first phase of the trial only involved 3 types of beasts. Number 001, Thunder Iron Beast. Number 002, Thousand-Faced Monkey. Number 003, Weasel. Of course, another type of exotic beast has been discovered. Number 004, Ghost Shark. However, the Ghost Shark clan is currently in the sea, and its impact on humanity is not significant. Moreover, Qin Ming has no better way to deal with the ghost sharks lurking at the bottom of the sea. As for the 2 ghost sharks that Qin Ming killed at sea, they have already been transported back to the port. Qin Ming ordered them to be cut up immediately and their meat refrigerated. This is the key to creating extraordinary warriors. These 2 massive ghost sharks should be enough to enhance the extraordinary physique of 500 soldiers, and these 500 soldiers will be the main force of China in the future. Now, after a physical examination, the Hunting Oddities team of the Monster Academy has finally discovered the powerful ability of Sequence 89, Regeneration. Upon learning of this ability, Qin Ming was very excited and gained immense confidence for the upcoming actions. Finally, under the tense preparations of China's high-level officials, the first phase of the civilization trial officially began. That night, all major developed countries received a mysterious message. The content of the message was very simple. Countries of Blue Star, the first phase of the civilization trial officially begins, lasting 30 days. The results of the trial will be scored, and civilizations with high scores will receive rewards. Please respect the trial, or you will pay a great price. When the major countries received this mysterious message, they all became unsettled. Emergency meetings were held overnight. At this point, they no longer thought this was a joke from some country, because, after China's reminder, most countries in the world checked their domestic granaries. As a result, number 003, Weasel, was completely exposed. In just a few days, countries were busy exterminating the weasel exotic beasts and had learned through various experimental means that the weasel exotic beasts were indeed not products of Blue Star. But where these exotic beasts came from, no one knew. However, it was certain that this civilization trial was absolutely real. So when they received this second piece of information from beyond, the whole world was in an uproar. What does it mean to officially begin? Were the monster incidents they experienced a few days ago just a test? Yet, despite this, all countries were thrown into chaos. What would happen when the real trial began? Could it be a disaster for the world? Is the apocalypse about to descend? Panic. At this moment, the high-level officials of various countries began to panic. They finally understood how wise China's various unusual actions had been in the past few days. Clearly, China had realized the seriousness of the situation,
while they had foolishly mocked China. This scene slapped the faces of countries around the world.
The top official of Eagle Sauce immediately ordered to clarify China's actions, especially regarding the ongoing Tower of Babel project, to see what it was for. On China's side, an emergency meeting was also underway.
In the central conference room of the capital, China's high-level officials gathered, their eyes fixed on the screen. On the other side of the screen were Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua. When they learned of the second piece of information from beyond, Qin Ming was not surprised. That's right, everything was unfolding according to the plot of the previous life.
Qin Ming, how should we act next?
The top official said with a serious expression.
Proceed according to the plan, deploy soldiers in various locations to launch an assault on the exotic beasts that appear.
As soon as there is news of an exotic beast, contact the Monster Academy immediately.
Additionally, when killing exotic beasts, be sure to protect the corpses and not let the exotic beasts take them back.
Qin Ming's voice echoed throughout the conference room.
Lastly, nationwide air raid sirens will sound, and from now on, all citizens must stay indoors. At dawn, the whole world will fall into chaos.
After the meeting, Qin Ming and Long Xiaogua arrived at a heavily guarded base. After passing through multiple layers of defenses, the two entered a central control room. Inside the control room, hundreds of people were busy, and in front of them were numerous screens.
The large screen before their eyes displayed a massive countdown. 5 hours 16 minutes and 20 seconds, counting down 5 hours. The countdown would end precisely at 6 o'clock in the morning.
This time marked the beginning of the first phase of the monster trial. The huge screen was divided into 36 cameras, corresponding exactly to the 36 sky towers. The surveillance footage showed the sky towers being urgently constructed. It was evident that there were many armed soldiers both inside and outside the towers. Their sole task was to ensure that the alien beasts did not damage the construction of the sky towers and to protect the workers on site. In addition to the large screen in front of them, hundreds of staff members had various equipment and screens before them.
Their job was to ensure that once soldiers spotted an alien beast, the combat footage would be transmitted to the central control room immediately.
This way, Qin Ming could quickly identify any issues and make specific arrangements. After all, with the forces at his disposal, it was impossible to deploy them all.
Moreover, with his current deployment, soldiers could eliminate first-tier alien beasts through firepower.
Qin Ming's target was the already promoted second-tier alien beasts. Sending soldiers to encircle them would be somewhat challenging. Therefore, he needed to know the whereabouts of all alien beasts in the country as soon as possible.
That night was destined to be a sleepless one.
Air raid sirens blared across various regions of Huaxia. Simultaneously, notifications were sent to the entire nation through television, the internet, and text messages. Everyone was required to stay at home and not go out. That night, the people of the nation were in an uproar, discussing online. All those outside hurried home, refusing to linger outdoors. Messages were conveyed to the public in various forms. To all citizens, the civil trial will begin at 6 o'clock in the morning, at which time alien beasts will attack humans. To ensure the safety of the people, please stay at home. Please lock your doors and windows, lower the volume of your television, set your phones to silent, and avoid making noise to prevent attracting the attention of the alien beasts.
If you spot any alien beasts, please call to contact the Monster Academy.
Rest assured, the country will do its utmost to protect the safety of the people. As the official announcements spread, the public became even more panicked. The sense of crisis grew stronger. That night, people were unable to sleep, and panic gradually spread. Fortunately, many brave individuals pulled back their curtains and saw the soldiers standing on the streets.
Under the night lights, their imposing figures brought immense reassurance to the people.
Soon, videos of soldiers stationed on the streets surged to the trending topics.
This alleviated some of the panic in the atmosphere.
At that moment, everyone awaited the arrival of dawn.
Naturally, Huaxia's actions did not go unnoticed by other countries on Blue Star.
Many countries quickly followed suit, urging their citizens to stay indoors.
For instance, the Eagle Sauce, USA, issued an immediate order from Taipu.
However, when the soldiers drove to the streets, it was bustling with activity. Truly, it was a free country, and the number of citizens heeding the national warning was pitifully small. It should be noted that Huaxia and Eagle Sauce are in different time zones. Nighttime in Huaxia was daytime in Eagle Sauce.
Everyone was busy or enjoying afternoon tea. Who would want to be disturbed for no reason?
Clearly, they had not yet realized the severity of the situation. Or perhaps, their national cohesion was already so fragmented. Upon learning of this situation, the people of Taipu were stunned. Not only Eagle Sauce, but many countries were the same. There was no other country that could match Huaxia in this regard. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of various countries finally realized how powerful Huaxia truly is. In terms of national cohesion, they were utterly defeated. To ensure the safety of their citizens, military vehicles were arranged on the streets of Eagle Sauce's capital. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, standing ready. Under the protection of the soldiers, the crowd seemed more at ease, continuing to enjoy themselves. It was 6 o'clock in Huaxia, which was also 6 o'clock in the evening in Eagle Sauce. Soon, the time arrived. Although many in the crowd did not believe it, some were still tense, hurriedly seeking shelter. However, under the dusk, the sky was exceptionally beautiful, showing no signs of monsters appearing. 10 minutes passed, and it remained peaceful. The crowd began to peek out. "What the hell?" I said. "Huaxia is a coward. There's nothing here." I was scared for nothing. Does Huaxia fear chaos in the world? Damn it, a country that spreads rumors like this must be condemned. The street returned to its noisy state, with people loudly complaining about Huaxia. Even the station's soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was all a farce. However, just as they relaxed, a man with red glowing eyes walked stiffly to the side of a military vehicle. The man pulled out a handgun from his pocket and aimed it at the back of a soldier's head. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the monster trial officially began. Ah! A woman witnessing this scene screamed in terror. Bang bang bang! After taking down one soldier, the man continued to aim at others. The soldiers, having just relaxed, were completely unaware that someone would shoot at them. With 3 consecutive gunshots, 3 soldiers outside the armored vehicle fell. One soldier even fell heavily from the top of the armored vehicle. At this moment, the soldiers inside the vehicle immediately reacted. Fuck! With a roar, the soldiers inside quickly shot through the firing port, killing the assailant. Tat tat tat! Amidst the rapid gunfire, chaos erupted. Screams rose and fell, and the crowd on the street panicked and fled. After killing the assailant, the soldiers in the armored vehicle rushed out to maintain order. Don't panic, it's all over. The assailant has been shot dead. Don't panic, don't run. A soldier climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, shouting loudly with a megaphone. However, just as these soldiers rushed out to maintain order, several figures emerged from the crowd. Among these people, there were both men and women, unremarkable. Under the shocked gaze of the soldiers, they all pulled out handguns. The soldiers' pupils suddenly contracted. Be careful. Bang bang bang! Gunfire erupted. The soldiers were caught off guard and were all killed. After eliminating the threat, these red-eyed individuals turned their targets back to the panicking crowd. Bang bang! The gunfire continued. These red-eyed people transformed into demons, frantically harvesting lives. And this scene appeared in various places in Eagle Sauce. Not only in Eagle Sauce, but many countries that did not prohibit firearms experienced similar incidents. The exotic beasts they were on guard against never appeared at all. What caused casualties and chaos among the crowd were their own citizens, and the riot not only failed to be contained in time but continued to spread. The soldiers who were originally prepared to defend against exotic beasts shifted their focus to stopping the riots. So the question arose, these red-eyed individuals, from their appearance, were indistinguishable from the ordinary. When the soldiers arrived for support, the rioters quickly hid, tucking their guns away. Who could tell who the rioters were? However, when the soldiers were not paying attention, the red-eyed individuals pulled out their guns again, killing the supporting soldiers. Even more terrifying was that these red-eyed individuals had obtained the soldiers' weapons and equipment, which completely changed the nature of the situation. When they wielded rifles and drove armored vehicles rampaging down the streets, who could stop them? Of course, in this free country of Eagle Sauce, there are still quite a few people who own guns. Who can subdue whom? When the riot began, naturally, there were those who resisted. The gunfight started. Civilians clashed with the armed forces of the red-eyed people. When the soldiers who came to support saw the scene, they were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't tell friend from foe at all. At a glance, the supporting soldiers mistook the resisting civilians for rioters and immediately launched an offensive. Then, the fun really began. When the soldiers realized what was happening, the entire Eagle Sauce had already descended into chaos. At that moment, the people on the streets regretted so much, regretting why they didn't just stay home. Before long, this news reached the central conference room of Eagle Sauce. Tae-poo and the senior officials were all stunned. What on earth is going on? Tae-poo slammed his hand on the table, clearly furious. Who would dare to incite a riot during a monster invasion? All the senior officials wore expressions of dead silence, their faces looking quite grim. Your Excellency, this matter is likely not the work of the masses. Similar riot situations have appeared in various countries around the world. At this moment, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, spoke with a frown. Are you saying this is the doing of the alien beasts? Tae-poo looked over with a serious face.
Arthur nodded. That's right. We suspect that these rioting crowds may have been controlled or incited by the alien beasts. What? At this statement, everyone's expression changed. Those alien beasts actually had such abilities? How could they fight against that? Impossible. I don't believe the alien beasts have such capabilities. General John was the first to refute. Bang! Just then, a soldier suddenly burst into the conference room, and under the terrified gazes of the senior officials, the soldier aimed a handgun at the foremost Tapu. Your Excellency, watch out. The scene instantly descended into chaos, everyone crouching down to find cover. Tapu was also panic-stricken, diving directly to the ground. His quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the soldier's bullet. Bang bang bang! The gunfire was particularly jarring in the conference room. Take him down! The soldiers immediately reacted, rushing over to subdue the would-be assassin and confiscating his handgun. However, the assailant struggled like a beast, letting out low growls. What was even more alarming was that his eyes were completely blood-red. Tapu and the other senior officials, still shaken, gathered around under the protection of the soldiers. Minister of Defense Arthur pointed at the soldier on the ground, his expression grave. Look, this is a rioter. When they go into a frenzy, their eyes turn red. What we didn't expect was that these people controlled by the alien beasts had already infiltrated here. Upon hearing this, everyone believed General Arthur's words without a doubt, all looking horrified. The key question was posed by Tapu. Then where are the alien beasts? Where are the alien beasts hiding? Right, the problem is how to resolve this. We need to find the alien beasts and eliminate them. The other senior officials chimed in. Arthur shook his head, his gaze turning towards the east. Perhaps Huaxia has a way. By the way, how is the situation over there in Huaxia? Everyone's eyes lit up, filled with schadenfreude and anticipation. Their situation was so dire, Huaxia's situation must be even worse. Once a riot breaks out, with Huaxia's dense population, many people would surely die. General Arthur looked at everyone inside. Alas, the situation in Huaxia is completely the opposite of ours. They haven't caused too much trouble. What? Everyone exploded. How is that possible? Yeah, how did Huaxia suppress such a riot? No one believed that Huaxia could handle it perfectly. Arthur shook his head. The fact is, Huaxia has indeed also encountered the red-eyed people. But when they rushed onto the street with kitchen knives, they were subdued in no time. Tapu was furious. What kind of joke is this? Why do the rioters in our country have guns, while the rioters in Huaxia have knives? It's not fair. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Not just him, but all the high-ranking officials present were taken aback. Yes, the country known as the safest has a gun ban. The rioters can only get their hands on the most powerful weapons, which are kitchen knives, baseball bats, and pipes. Such weapons, facing fully armed soldiers, isn't that just sending themselves to their deaths? As far as I know, the soldiers in Huaxia didn't fire a single shot, and the riot was suppressed. General Arthur's words left the high-ranking officials speechless for a long time. Tapu, with a gloomy face, stubbornly replied, even so, they still can't catch the beasts behind the scenes. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That's right, the problem still hasn't been solved. General Arthur shook his head. No, they have caught the beasts hidden behind the scenes. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at him, their faces filled with shock. What? How did they do that? While the world was in chaos, only Huaxia remained safe and sound. On the streets, there were indeed rioters rushing out. But as soon as these people appeared, they were captured by the soldiers stationed on the streets. Everything was just as Qin Ming had anticipated. In the central monitoring room of the Monster Academy, a huge screen was divided into hundreds of small images, all showing footage transmitted back from the soldiers' combat helmets. Watching one rioter after another being captured, everyone looked at Qin Ming with admiration. Director, you're amazing, you really guessed it right. Even Long Xiaogui was visibly excited. He had, of course, already learned about the situation happening around the world. In comparison, Huaxia's actions were simply as if aided by divine intervention. Qin Ming smiled slightly. It was nothing much. These rioters were merely being controlled by the special abilities of the beast numbered 001, the Thunder Iron Beast. No matter how violent they were just ordinary people with broken kitchen knives. How could they possibly be a match for fully armed soldiers? But the situation was different in those Eagle Sauce countries, where the streets were filled with guns. Once a fight broke out, it would definitely turn chaotic. In the central room, all the staff were extremely excited. This monster trial was nothing much. Qin Ming waved his hand. Don't let your guard down. The real battle is just beginning. Notify everyone, search within 100 meters centered around the rioters. The Thunder Iron Beast must be nearby. Although the Thunder Iron Beast could control humans, its range was very limited. If it was a first-tier Thunder Iron Beast, 100 meters was its limit. For a second-tier Thunder Iron Beast, the control range could extend to 300 meters. At the current stage, they were mostly first-tier beasts. Second-tier beasts were already considered boss-level existences. Once discovered, Qin Ming must personally take action. Upon hearing Qin Ming's orders, all the staff immediately sent out the message. Almost simultaneously, soldiers deployed across the country began to take action. Since they were well prepared, there were no pedestrians on the streets of Huaxia, making the search very quick. "Director, we have a discovery." A staff member's voice caught everyone's attention. The screen's image was enlarged. It was on a street in Magic City, where a small team discovered a Thunder Iron Beast hiding in an alley. The team immediately called for support, and soon, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the Thunder Iron Beast. This was just a first-tier Thunder Iron Beast. Seeing itself surrounded, it was bewildered, completely unable to understand how it had been discovered. Clearly, these Thunder Iron Beasts had very high intelligence, and upon being discovered, they chose to flee at the first opportunity. But under the intense firepower, the Iron Thunder Beast had nowhere to escape and was shot to pieces. The eyes of the Iron Thunder Beast received special attention. Before it could even begin to fight back, both of its eyes were shot. In a state of blindness, the Iron Thunder Beast could only be slowly ground to death. Even at the moment of its death, it did not understand why these humans knew that its eyes were its weakness. Once its eyes were injured, it lost the ability to control humans. Those humans who had been manipulated by it would also return to normal. At this moment, in the central control room of the Monster Academy and the central conference room of the capital, everyone was extremely excited. The first exotic beast to appear was easily dealt with, marking a good start. Contact the Monster Academy for me. I want to speak with Dean Qin. This battle was simply magnificent. The first seat was very excited, praising Qin Ming in front of many high-ranking officials. Dean Qin is far-sighted, he guessed everything right. By the way, it seems there are rewards after the trial ends. I wonder what they will be. An old general named Zhu was even grinning from ear to ear. Especially seeing countries like Eagle Saw suffer setbacks, he was thrilled. Next, the sightings of the Iron Thunder Beast continued to appear. Under the soldiers' pursuit, the Iron Thunder Beast had nowhere to hide and was constantly encircled. In just a few hours, over 50 Iron Thunder Beasts had been killed nationwide. 50 Iron Thunder Beasts scattered across the country were actually not that many. Of course, this was just the beginning. By now, the sky had brightened, and many people were nervously huddled at home, afraid to make a sound for fear of attracting the exotic beasts. Fortunately, there were no exotic beasts rampaging into people's homes. Of course, those who experienced such situations had already become captives of the Iron Thunder Beast, becoming one of the rioters. And as soon as there were rioters, they could quickly be rescued by soldiers. The people hiding at home were not cut off from information. Although they did not know what was happening in the country, the internet was open. They saw the horrific scenes abroad and were all shocked. At that moment, the situation abroad could only be described as chaotic. Gunfights, deaths, corpses were visible everywhere through videos. This situation was not limited to one country, most countries were like this. However, what puzzled them was that the domestic situation seemed very quiet. Major social media platforms had not reported any chaotic videos. As the sun rose, many citizens began to muster their courage to peek out of their windows to check the situation outside. The moment the curtains were drawn, the gentle sunlight streamed in, and not far away, soldiers stood on the street. At that moment, it was so reassuring. Monsters invaded Blue Star, countries were in chaos, and everything was in disarray. Yet in Huaxia, the sun rose as usual, and the television played Bears Are Coming. Everything was as it had been. Discussions were ongoing on major social media platforms. Oh my, did we make it through? I saw the videos from abroad, so terrifying. Why is there nothing happening in our country? Yeah. Does that mean our country has no monsters? Don't be silly, I heard gunshots last night, and the roars of monsters. Our country is protecting us. Just as the online discussions were fervent, an announcement was issued by the official website of the Monster Academy. Dear people of Huaxia, since the start of the trial, over 100 exotic beasts have been exterminated nationwide, and the situation is very promising. Please continue to stay at home. Do not worry, do not panic. Trust the country, we will win this battle. As soon as this news was released, it spread instantly across the country, causing a sensation among the masses. What? Over 100 exotic beasts have already been killed? Oh my, what happened in these few hours? How did I not know anything? Whoa, I want to cry. Our mom has done something great behind our backs. Woo, what peaceful years are there? It's just that some people are carrying heavy burdens forward, and I have no regrets in entering Huaxia in this life. I have no regrets in entering Huaxia in this life. I have no regrets in entering Huaxia in this life. The barrage of comments kept scrolling. Everyone could imagine how much effort and sacrifice lay behind the country's brief announcement. At this moment, the entire nation was moved. While the whole world was in turmoil, only Huaxia remained safe and sound. Beyond the emotion, people also hoped to do something for the country, even if it was just a little bit of effort. Not long after, the Monster Academy issued another announcement. The announcement was about the information on alien beasts, referred to as the monster rules. When the citizens saw the monster rules, everyone's eyes lit up. There was something to do. The content of the monster rules was precisely to get the entire nation moving. Currently, the number of Thunder Iron beasts appearing in the first phase of the trial was not many, so they would not easily expose themselves to humans. They were not foolish. Once exposed, only death awaited them. Therefore, capturing all the hidden Thunder Iron beasts in the country was not an easy task. They could be hiding in the homes of civilians, controlling the populace, and then lurking to slowly devour and grow. The soldiers of Huaxia could not search house by house. That would waste too much time, not to mention the manpower issue. Thus, the best method was mutual supervision and investigation among the masses. Under the promotion of the Monster Academy, the content of the monster rules kept appearing on major online platforms. Monster rules. Monster introduction. No. 001. Thunder Iron Beast. Image, similar to a panda. Thunder Iron Beast ability. Great strength, tough skin and flesh, extremely strong defense, can control humans through its eyes. Thunder Iron Beast weakness, eyes. As long as the eyes are harmed, the control ability will disappear. Rule 1. Pay attention to the eyes of the people around you turning red. That is a sign of being controlled. If discovered, tie them up and report to the police. They won't be much stronger than you. Rule 2. Contact all your relatives and friends nearby. Those who can reply prove they are safe. Controlled humans won't use their phones. If you notice something unusual, report it immediately. Rule 3. If you discover an alien beast, run immediately. If you cannot run, please look directly into its eyes without fear and become the alien beast's prisoner. Don't worry, the country will save you. Rule 4. When facing an alien beast, screaming is your right. Create chaos, or it might scare the alien beast away. Rule 5. Key point: the Thunder Iron Beast's control over humans generally does not exceed 100 meters. If you find controlled individuals, please take them to a crowded place immediately to avoid being attacked by the Thunder Iron Beast. Take action, protect Huaxia. Everyone has a responsibility. As the announcements continued to be issued, the citizens began to stir. Of course, they still followed the country's wishes and could not go out at will, but just checking the people around them was enough to keep them busy. First, they checked their families for any abnormalities. Just looking at their eyes would reveal a lot. Next, they contacted relatives and friends who were not nearby. In this investigation, they indeed discovered quite a few anomalies. At this time, in the central control room of the Monster Academy, the phone kept ringing, with reports of abnormalities coming in. In a university dormitory, a young man was tied up by the other 3 people in the dorm, bound with 4 belts, hanging upside down by the bed. The young man struggled continuously, his eyes bloodshot, cursing loudly. I have red eye disease, I've had it for several days, and I have a hospital diagnosis. I am not controlled by an alien beast. However, the other 3 would not believe him and directly dialed the Monster Academy's emergency hotline. Hello, we have captured a guy in our dorm who was controlled by an alien beast. Please send someone immediately to capture the alien beast. On the other end of the phone, Luing listened to the victim's screams, and her face involuntarily twitched. With such fierce curses, how could he be controlled by a beast? A human controlled by a beast, aside from having red eyes, has another very obvious characteristic: their emotional changes are minimal. They are more like walking corpses, only receiving the beast's commands, and even speaking is not necessarily smooth. But the voice on the phone was clearly normal. Luing said into the phone, "Is it possible that your roommate really has red eye disease?" Upon hearing this, the victim almost cried, nodding vigorously in agreement. Impossible, this beast is getting more and more violent, looking like it wants to eat people. The 3 roommates immediately retorted. The victim widened his eyes in anger, feeling murderous. Luing tried to maintain a professional demeanor. Humans controlled by beasts do not eat people, and judging by his tone, I can guarantee he is normal. Let him go, he is innocent. Ha! The 3 were stunned. But why are his eyes getting redder? Luing, what have you done to him? We just hung him upside down. Lu Ying's mouth twitched. You hung him upside down, his head is full of blood. How can his eyes not be red? If you don't untie him, he will be killed by you. Ha! The 3 were suddenly alarmed and rushed to the victim. Ah, brother, we're sorry. Woo woo. The victim was on the verge of tears, his body trembling with anger, wanting to kill these 3 beasts. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ying looked at Qin Ming beside her. Such blunders had happened many times already. Qin Ming smiled helplessly. I can't help it. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. This was hard to avoid. Some people were unsure and could only call for consultation. By the way, have you found the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast? Xin Ming asked. Luing shook her head, not yet. With such a big movement, those Thunder Iron Beasts are probably already startled and dare not show themselves casually. Xin Ming nodded. This was indeed the style of the beasts. Those guys were quite intelligent. Perhaps at this moment, they had already disguised themselves, hiding among the crowd, and with the captivity effect, they didn't even need to show up. Especially since the beasts had controlled certain corporate executives, they could hide directly in the corporate buildings, with the executives acting on their behalf, making it impossible to discover them. As for checking if their eyes were red, couldn't they just wear sunglasses? In the previous life, there were quite a few hidden Thunder Iron Beasts. By the time they were discovered, they had already reached the 3rd or 4th tier. Their strength was terrifying. Jiangnan University, Girls' Dormitory. At this moment, the female students no longer felt the same fear they had at the beginning of the trial. They even had the mood to scroll through short videos. The government's actions had reassured them. Since that was the case, they might as well stay in the dormitory, as there were no classes anyway. Most of those staying in the dormitory were students from out of town. After the city was sealed off, they had nowhere to go except to stay in the dormitory. Going home was not realistic. Of course, there were exceptions. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door of dormitory 303 was knocked on. In an instant, it startled everyone in the dormitory. Xia Emo rolled out of bed, grabbing a broomstick, moving fluidly, clearly practiced. "Don't be nervous, it might be my dad sending someone to pick me up," a girl said with a grin. Her dad was a local business owner, so he had some power. He must have sent a bodyguard to take her home. Sure enough, the voice of the director came from outside. "Yang Xiaoyao, your dad sent someone to take you home." "See?" Yang Xiaoyao looked proudly at Xia Emo and the others. "I'm leaving now. Don't worry, the country will protect us, go for it." Soon, Yang Xiaoyao followed the director out. "Ah, having a rich dad is really great." My roommate sighed. Xia Emo didn't say anything, immediately closing the dormitory door and softly reminding the two roommates, "Don't let your guard down, the beast crisis isn't over yet." On the other side, Yang Xiaoyao was taken away from the dormitory by the head teacher, but not towards the school entrance. Yang Xiaoyao asked in confusion, "Director, where are my dad's people?" "Oh, they're in the principal's office. The principal wants to understand the situation outside from them," the head teacher said slowly, his voice somewhat cold. Immersed in joy, Yang Xiaoyao clearly didn't notice anything unusual and followed to the principal's office. From the dormitory to the teaching building's office, it was less than 300 meters, and they arrived quickly. "Go ahead, your dad's people are waiting for you inside." The head teacher pushed up his sunglasses. "Thank you, director." Yang Xiaoyao pushed the door and entered the office. Bang! Before she could react, the door was slammed shut. Yang Xiaoyao looked puzzled. There was no one else in the office? Had they already left? Behind the desk, a figure in a suit was crouching on the floor, seemingly biting something. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyao seemed to catch a whiff of a bloody smell. Yang Xiaoyao panicked and tentatively spoke up. "Principal?" As soon as she spoke, the figure in the suit slowly turned around, revealing a furry monster face with black and white patches, its mouth corners smeared with blood. Yang Xiaoyao's pupils suddenly constricted, and she fell to the ground. "Help! Help! There's a monster!" The first day of the trial quickly passed. With the cooperation of the entire nation, the Thunder Iron Beast was no longer able to hide and was gradually being hunted down. Of course, there were still losses. Among the missing people, some had already fallen victim to the beasts by the time soldiers arrived to search for them. For the Thunder Iron Beast, humans were their favorite food. Besides the civilians, many soldiers sent to exterminate the beasts also sacrificed their lives in battle. Casualties were unavoidable. However, compared to other countries, the situation in Huaxia was already much better. On this day, Huaxia achieved a tremendous success, killing 230 Thunder Iron Beasts. When Huaxia announced its achievements, the whole world was in an uproar. Eagle Sauce Country netizens, how is this possible? We can't even find a trace of the beasts. How did Huaxia kill over 200? Bear Country netizens, this is a miracle. How did Huaxia do it? Cherry Blossom Country netizens, impossible, Huaxia must be exaggerating, spreading falsehoods. Stick Country netizens, I agree with the above opinion. Although we didn't have a gunfight, we paid a huge price to kill 5 beasts, and Huaxia killing 200 is simply treating people like fools. Netizens from various countries were fiercely discussing, all believing that Huaxia was boasting. However, when netizens from various countries saw the official announcements from their own countries, their faces burned with embarrassment. The official announcements from various countries were identical to Huaxia's monster rules.
Not a single word was changed. Clearly, the officials of various countries acknowledged Huaxia's achievements and intended to imitate Huaxia's actions. Suddenly, those who criticized Huaxia were left speechless. Upon seeing Huaxia's monster rules, people from various countries were shocked. Huaxia was selflessly sharing strategies to deal with monsters. At the same time, officials from various countries acted according to the content of the monster rules and indeed achieved significant results. Although they couldn't suppress the riots all at once, they found many beasts hiding in the shadows. The riots were greatly contained. Therefore, netizens from various countries gave Huaxia high praise. They also deeply realized that Huaxia truly deserves to be a great power of Blue Star. Such grace was not something other countries could possess. At that moment, they began to envy the people of Huaxia. When Huaxia initially evacuated its citizens from around the world, it drew global ridicule. But now the world understands Huaxia's foresight and care for its citizens. Today, while countries around the world are in chaos, Huaxia remains peaceful. Those who were evacuated must feel fortunate to have such a homeland. To be born in Huaxia is indeed a blessing. After Huaxia's achievements, countries began to frantically copy answers. However, some countries didn't even have the chance to copy answers. On the second day of the trials, a shocking news reverberated globally. The kingdom of Fandang has fallen. This is the first country to perish in the Blue Star. Once this news broke, the atmosphere of panic among the people of various countries intensified. The scent of death seemed to hang over everyone, ready to descend at any moment. This is just the first day. So soon a country has perished, will they be next? Especially those small nations, who were even more terrified. The kingdom of Fandang fell due to its small land area. Once the alien beasts invaded the military, controlling those soldiers, the entire country would descend into hell. As one of the smallest countries in the world, Fandang had very few soldiers to begin with. The alien beasts targeted their military camp from the start, and after taking control of the military district, the slaughter began. In less than a day, all the high-ranking officials of Fandang were killed, and countless civilians were dead or injured. Now, the entire kingdom of Fandang is a paradise for alien beasts. After hearing the news, Qin Ming sighed. There was nothing to be done. According to the events of the previous life, Fandang was just the beginning. As the trials continued, more and more countries would face destruction. The civilization trials are like a screening of national civilizations. Weaker countries are naturally filtered out. But this method is somewhat cruel. At this moment, the kingdom of Longshao and Lu Cheng approached Qin Ming. Longshao slowly spoke. Today, we found significantly fewer thunder iron beasts than yesterday. Qin Ming nodded. In the first phase of the trials, our country encountered a total of 2,000 alien beasts, most of which appeared during the final day's outbreak. A decrease is normal. Longshao frowned. I have another question. Didn't we discover 3 types of alien beasts on land? But why were all the ones killed yesterday numbered 001 thunder iron beasts? Right, I can't figure it out either, Lu Cheng chimed in. Qin Ming's gaze deepened. Alien beasts appear in batches. The first 10 days feature the 001 thunder iron beasts. The next 10 days will be the 002,000 faced monkeys, and the following 10 days will be the 003 weasels, exactly 1 month. After all, this is the first phase of the trials, so there will be a buffer period. Upon hearing this, both Longshao and Lu Cheng were taken aback. So that's how it is. A hint of worry appeared on Qin Ming's face. What I worry most about is the 1,000-faced monkeys. Their disguise ability is too strong for ordinary citizens to discern. Longshao and Lu Cheng's expressions darkened. They had witnessed the 1,000-faced monkeys disguise themselves as high-ranking officials of Huaxia. Had it not been for Qin Ming's insight, Huaxia would have faced great trouble. Do you think the high-ranking officials of other countries might have already been infiltrated by the 1,000-faced monkeys? Lu Cheng asked tentatively. No need to guess, it must be so. Qin Ming replied firmly. Then the world will be thrown into chaos, Lu Cheng exclaimed in shock. Qin Ming nodded. Chaos is inevitable, but it is within a controllable range. The number of 1,000-faced monkeys is not large, and they cannot kill all the high-ranking officials of every country. A vast country is not a one-man show. Even a national leader cannot do it alone. Longshao nodded, understanding Qin Ming's point. Checks and balances. So what should we do? Lu Cheng sighed in relief. We still have the Tower of Heaven. Those alien beasts won't be able to stir up trouble, Qin Ming said confidently. Tower of Heaven. Long Xiaogua and Lu Cheng exchanged a glance. They were still unclear about the purpose of those 36 big guys, but Qin Ming placed great importance on the Tongtian Tower. Qin Ming didn't explain much, saying they would understand once the Tongtian Tower was completed. As long as we pass the first phase of the trial, we will receive abundant rewards, and Huaxia will stand in front of the whole world. Trial rewards. Long Xiaogua and Lu Cheng both felt a tremor in their hearts.
they were also looking forward to those mysterious rewards. At that moment, Xin Ming turned around to look at the busy Lu Ying and Hua Zhongxing. So, did you find any traces of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast today? Hua Zhongxing had just hung up the phone and gulped down a mouthful of water, his throat almost on fire. He had originally wanted Qin Ming to help him play with some superpowers, but instead, he was assigned to answer hotline calls, making him dizzy with busyness. No, all the Thunder Iron Beasts that were discovered have been killed by the soldiers. We haven't encountered the second-tier ones you mentioned. Hua Xiaopang shook his head, but the next moment, he seemed to remember something. However, Qin Ming, there's a strange thing in our class group, sent by Xia Mo. Upon hearing that name, Qin Ming immediately frowned. Xia Mo. She was an important person he needed to recruit next. Something couldn't have happened, right? Hua Xiaopang recounted the messages from the group. Xia Mo said her roommate Yang Xiaya was taken away by someone sent by her father, and it was the head of the department who came personally. But now, more than 10 hours have passed, and she still hasn't been able to contact Yang Xiaya. After hearing Hua Xiaopang's words, Qin Ming and the others couldn't help but frown. If Yang Xiaya was missing, it was very likely that something had happened. Qin Ming opened his phone. Since his rebirth, he had been busy, and the number of times he used his phone was few. He glanced at it and indeed saw classmates discussing in the class group. Besides that, there were many unread messages, all greetings from classmates, including his roommate, Hua Xiaopang. After all, he had been with his classmates when the incident occurred at the Animal Museum. Now many classmates thought he was still inside. Looking again, among the unread messages, Xiaomo's messages were the most numerous. Since the incident, she had almost messaged every day, and the last message was from last night. Xiaomo, Qin Ming, are you okay? If you're fine, just let us know. Xiaomo, Qin Ming, the monsters have really invaded the world. You were right, they won't make things difficult for you, right? Xiaomo, Qin Ming, the announcement from the Monster Academy says to call the police if you can't contact the people around you. Should I try? Looking at these messages, Qin Ming was stunned. The reason he hadn't opened social media was that he thought no one would care about him. But now, he felt a bit oxygen deprived in his brain. Facing a girl's concern like this, any normal man would have thoughts, right? Could it be that Xia Mo had feelings for him? But in his previous life, they had almost been together every day, fighting side by side, living and dying together. Xia Mo didn't seem to show anything. No, Qin Ming kept recalling the memories in his mind. It seemed things weren't as he thought. Perhaps it wasn't that Xia Mo hadn't shown anything, but rather he had mistaken her feelings for camaraderie. By the way, Lao Qin, 3 days ago, Xia Mo came to find me, asking me to use connections to inquire about your situation. Hua Xiaopang squinted his eyes slightly, as if he had discovered some secret. Qin Ming was taken aback, and then, I ignored her. I was too busy. Hua Xiaopang shrugged. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Why didn't you tell me? Hua Xiaopang saw that Qin Ming was a bit angry and said somewhat aggrieved. You were busy too. In fact, not replying was the right choice. After all, Qin Ming's current identity indeed couldn't be casually exposed. Lu Chang and Lu Ying both cast strange glances at him, their expressions meaningful. At that moment, Long Jiang suddenly said something. No matter whether it's for public or private reasons, a little lover cannot be ignored. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Long Xiaogui in shock. Could this be said by the usually serious Long Xiaogui? Cough cough. Qin Ming was indeed choked by this statement. He quickly turned to Lu Ying. Contact the soldiers responsible for Jiangnan University and see if any students came in or out yesterday? Okay. Lu Ying immediately took action. Since a large number of students were staying at the school, soldiers had been dispatched for protection. However, the reply they received made everyone's heart sink. There had been soldiers guarding the university gate, and no one had entered or exited. Lu Ying also contacted Yang Xiaoyao's father, who immediately panicked and clearly stated that the person he sent had not yet set off. It was evident that Yang Xiaoyao was very likely in trouble. If that was the case, it was highly probable that a Thunder Iron Beast had infiltrated Jiangnan University. And if that Thunder Iron Beast had devoured quite a few students, it was likely already promoted to the second tier. A second-tier beast would definitely summon many first-tier counterparts. Jiangnan University was now fraught with danger. It seems I need to go personally. Long Xiaogui frowned and looked at Qin Ming. Take more people. Qin Ming nodded and immediately shouted, Lu Chang, notify the hunting team to set off for Jiangnan University with me. Upon hearing that the hunting team was going to take action, all the staff in the central room looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. The mysterious hunting team was finally going to reveal its prowess. Soon, 3 armored vehicles left the base. On the vehicle, Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, took out his phone, and replied to Xia Mo. Yang Xiaoyao is very likely in trouble. Don't run around in the dormitory, be careful of that director. wait for me. In the dormitory, Xiaomo's phone vibrated.
She looked at Qin Ming's reply, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement.
It's okay, Qin Ming is fine.
But the next moment, her eyes dimmed.
Did Yao Yao really get into trouble?
No, from Qin Ming's tone, he seemed to know something.
Where is he now? And what does wait for me mean?
Just as Xia Mo was preparing to reply to Qin Ming with her doubts, there was another knock at the dormitory door.
Bang bang bang, the urgent knocking startled all three of them in the dormitory. Is it food delivery? Her roommate Jiang Yuzi flipped out of bed and was about to open the door. Xiaomo's expression changed. Xiaoyu, wait. Seeing Xiaomo's cautious demeanor, Jiang Yuzi instantly realized this was a special time. The other roommate quickly pulled Jiang Yuzi back, their breathing becoming rapid. Xiaomo skillfully picked up a broomstick.
However, at this moment, the broomstick was just a wooden stick, as the broom had already been removed. One end of the wooden stick had been sharpened into a spear with a small knife.
At first glance, Xiaomo looked like she was holding a long gun.
Coupled with her more than 10 years of martial arts background, her posture gave her two roommates a strong sense of security.
Who? Xiaomo asked coldly. It's me, the director.
A familiar voice came from outside the door.
The director.
Xiaomo's entire body tensed up, her mood reaching an extreme level of anxiety.
It was the director who took Yang Xiao away yesterday. If Yang Xiao was in trouble, the director must be involved.
She instinctively recalled Qin Ming's warning. Be careful of the director.
Oh, director, is there something you need?
Xiaomo forced herself to suppress her fear and asked. The two beside Jiang Yuzi had already huddled together. The three of them had discussed Yao Yao's disappearance earlier, so they naturally knew that the director was highly suspicious. At that moment, a shadow emerged from outside the curtain. Through the gap in the curtain, the director revealed half of his face. This scene nearly made the three in the room jump up in fright. Jiang Yuko covered her mouth with one hand and her roommate's mouth with the other, desperately holding back a scream.
Xiaomo took a few steps back in fear.
She did have some skills, but facing the director who could possibly be an exotic beast, she couldn't help but feel terrified. What frightened her even more was that this director was wearing sunglasses. At that moment, she realized that when the director took away Yao Yao yesterday, she seemed to be wearing sunglasses too. It was important to note that their director was a woman in her 40s, usually gentle and refined, who would wear sunglasses. This only left one possibility. The director had already been controlled by the exotic beast, and the sunglasses were hiding her red eyes. The director looked at Xiaomo and revealed a smile, but that smile looked extremely eerie. You few, come out for a moment. I need your help to deliver food to the students in the dormitory building. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuko and her companion shook their heads vigorously in refusal, covering their mouths. Xiaomo gripped the wooden stick tightly, trying to keep herself calm. Sorry, director, we three are busy today, it's not convenient. Oh, that's fine. The director didn't press the issue and turned to leave. The three of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had avoided it. However, at that moment, the door of dormitory 304 opened, seemingly because they had heard the conversation between them and the director. Then, a warm voice rang out. Director, let me help. The director revealed an eerie smile. Great, student, you're so enthusiastic. Come with me. Hearing this, Xiaomo's face changed dramatically. No, student, don't go. Xiaomo shouted loudly. In an instant, both the girl standing in the corridor and the director were taken aback. Student, monster rules. Xiaomo reminded the student in the corridor from the window. The enthusiastic student looked at the director, her attention falling on her eyes. But her view was blocked by the sunglasses. The girl's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. She turned and rushed back to the dormitory, slamming the door shut. Once the girl left, the director turned around with a face full of anger. Through the window, she locked eyes with Xiaomo. The director revealed a chilling smile and spoke coldly. You know too much. After saying that, the director turned and left. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Yuko and her roommate hugged each other, their expressions momentarily stunned. Did she find out? Is she scared and leaving? The roommate sighed in relief. However, Xiaomo remained tense, shaking her head. Get ready for battle. She's going to find help. Ha! Jiang Yuko and her companion exclaimed. Battle! Battle? What could these two weak girls use to fight? Outside the girls' dormitory, the director walked downstairs, removing her sunglasses to reveal a pair of crimson eyes. The next moment, she walked to the entrance of the building and locked the iron gate. Click! The sound of the iron lock clicking was particularly loud, sealing the only exit of the girls' dormitory. The director slowly turned her head, looking into the darkness, her mouth slightly open. Time to feast. Then, 5 figures dressed in tactical jackets slowly emerged. These figures had broad shoulders and sturdy builds, clearly not human.
When they turned around, it was revealed that they had furry monster faces in black and white. 5 disguised thunder beasts charged towards dormitory 303. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Xia Mo and the others were anxiously dialing a phone number. The footsteps in the corridor were particularly loud. They were coming. The 3 of them panicked, their faces filled with fear. Quick, hurry! Meanwhile, in the central control room of the Monster Academy, the staff received Xia Mo's call. Jiangnan University Girls Dormitory 303, help! Bang! Ah! Only a single sentence came through the phone, followed by a chorus of screams. The staff's faces changed dramatically as they sprang to their feet. Dragon Commander, Jiangnan University Girls Dormitory 303. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhongxing's eyes widened in shock. That's Xia Mo's dormitory. Is that the girl you mentioned earlier? Dragon Commander immediately reacted. This is bad, the dean just set off not long ago. It will probably take him more than 10 minutes to arrive. Luing shouted anxiously. Dragon Commander's expression darkened instantly. Contact the team responsible for Jiangnan University immediately. Dragon Commander, won't that alert the beasts? Luing asked. They had originally planned for Qin Ming and the hunting team to infiltrate the school and eliminate the Lei Taizhou. If soldiers entered the campus, it would inevitably cause chaos among the beasts, and the students would panic. If they rushed out of the dormitory, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon Commander maintained a serious expression. The beasts have already begun to move. There's no time. But there are thousands of students. Dragon Commander, we've made contact. The person in charge of Jiangnan University is Lieutenant Hefeng. Hello, this is Hefeng. Dragon Commander immediately shouted, I am Long Xiaogua, Lieutenant Hefeng. There's an incident at the girls' dormitory. Lead your team to eliminate it immediately. The beasts inside may have reached the second tier, and there might be more than one. Be careful. On the other end of the communicator, Hefeng's heart trembled. Received. The enemy is very strong. Proceed with caution. Dean Qin has already brought the hunting team for support. You must hold on. Received. In the campus security office, Hefeng cursed under his breath. Damn it, causing trouble on my turf. At the same time, his expression grew serious. Dragon Commander personally contacted him, and Dean Qin was leading the hunting team. There must be a big beast in the school. This battle was fraught with uncertainty. Assemble. With a single command, the 30-member team quickly gathered. Hefeng hurriedly briefed the soldiers on the situation at the school before leading them inside. However, they had barely entered the campus when they heard screams coming from the dormitory building. The soldiers' expressions changed. Hefeng felt immense guilt, hating himself for not discovering it sooner. Hurry, there's trouble in the dormitory. The soldiers, clutching their rifles, ran frantically. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a Lei Taizhou in a suit watched the surveillance video on the computer, a slight smirk on his lips. Have they been discovered? Go, take out those human soldiers. As he spoke, 5 Lei Taizhou stood up in a humanoid manner, their faces filled with mockery. Just as the soldiers were about to cross the teaching building towards the girls' dormitory, a shadow suddenly pounced down from the second floor. Captain, watch out. A soldier following Hefeng's back changed color and rushed forward to push Hefeng aside. Bang! He was heavily slammed to the ground by the Lei Taizhou. Hefeng turned around abruptly. The soldier's body was already twisted, blood flowing from his mouth, and he had sacrificed himself. On him was a bloodthirsty Lei Taizhou. Damn it! All the soldiers were filled with rage, raising their rifles and firing wildly. Bang bang bang, bullets hit the Lei Taizhou, the bullets falling to the ground. Roar! In the next moment, the Lei Taizhou charged furiously at the soldiers. Ah, Captain! Damn it, retreat! There are more over here. Retreat, quickly, retreat! Gunfire and screams echoed through the teaching building. In the central control room of the Monster Academy, all the staff stared at the screen, their faces filled with grief and anger. The screen displayed the real-time footage from Hefeng's combat helmet. At this moment, the helmet had fallen to the ground, and the image was frozen. The scene was filled only with the roars of the beasts and the soldiers' wails. At this moment, the vast central room was dead silent. Long Xiaogua's clenched fists creaked ominously. 10 minutes later, bang! 3 armored vehicles crashed through the gates of Jiangnan University, barreling in. Team 1, head straight for the girls' dormitory. Lu Chang, lead Team 2 to the teaching building to rescue our warriors. Qin Ming commanded from the vehicle. In the next moment, the sound of tires screeching against the ground echoed as 2 armored vehicles veered off the school path, charging onto the playground towards the teaching building. Meanwhile, Qin Ming rushed with 5 others along the school path towards the girls' dormitory. Just as the armored vehicles entered the school path, a large group of students rushed out in terror ahead. Behind them, 2 thunder iron beasts were in pursuit. Ah, help! Run! The students shouted in fear,
and when they saw the military vehicles approaching, their faces lit up with hope.
The army is here. The country has come to save us. The students were ecstatic, waving their hands. The students behind them heard the commotion, but they could not escape. 3 girls were at the back of the crowd, and the beasts were about to pounce.
Ah, help!
The 3 girls screamed piercingly. As the monstrous beasts lunged forward, despair filled their faces. Bang!
At that moment, a figure leaped from above the armored vehicle.
Then, to the astonished eyes of the students, that figure flashed like lightning, leaping over the crowd and rushing towards the back.
Xin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, a streak of lightning coursing to the blade's tip.
Combat technique, annihilation thunder flash. Boom!
With a thunderous roar, Xin Ming instantly stood in front of the 3 girls, slashing horizontally with his blade, lightning flashing.
Pfft, the heads of the 2 thunder iron beasts flew off. Wow! In the next moment, a loud explosion echoed in the area.
So powerful. The crowd was filled with girls who had escaped from the girls' dormitory, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration.
This strike, this physique, this posture, he was simply a dream lover.
Everyone was frozen in place, unconsciously clapping their hands.
Xin Ming turned around, revealing a handsome face.
In an instant, the students widened their eyes in shock.
No one expected this soldier to look so young. He seemed to be about the same age as them. Get up, it's okay now.
Xin Ming helped the girl who had fallen to the ground.
The 3 girls were dumbfounded, staring at Xin Ming's face without blinking.
One of them, looking particularly shocked, stammered, Xin
Ming? You know me?
Xin Ming searched his memory for the girl's appearance, finally locking onto her from his class.
As the girl spoke, several classmates recognized Xin Ming. Ah, you are Xin Ming?
Why are you dressed like this? Xin Ming was in special operations gear, completely transformed in demeanor, so it was normal they didn't recognize him at first.
Xin Ming nodded to everyone, not explaining much. You all leave first, go out the school gate, someone will protect you.
Oh, okay.
The classmate responded dazedly, clearly still in shock.
At that moment, the members of the hunting team began to disembark from the vehicle.
Send someone to protect them as they leave the school, the rest follow me, Xin Ming shouted, continuing towards the girls' dormitory.
As soon as Xin Ming left, the students erupted in excitement, running while surrounding Xin Ming's classmates with questions.
Junior, is he really from our school?
So handsome, how did I never notice such a handsome junior before? Oh my god, that strike just now, it felt like it cut into my heart. Hearing these girls' voices, Xin Ming's face twitched. He couldn't help but think these girls really had big hearts, discussing such things at a time like this.
The location was already not far from the girls' dormitory, and students kept rushing out along the way.
There were boys behind them. It seemed that the commotion in the girls' dormitory had spread to the boys' dormitory. Quick, everyone run to the school gate, there are soldiers waiting outside, Wu Mu shouted loudly, evacuating the students. On the way, Xin Ming learned another piece of information. The riot started from building 2 of the girls' dormitory, where there were quite a few strange beasts. After receiving this news, Xin Ming's mood sank.
He glanced at his phone, Xiaomo still hadn't replied to him. Could it be that Xiaomo's building?
A hint of unease flashed through Xin Ming's mind, and he quickened his pace again. Before long, Xin Ming and his team arrived at building 2 of the girls' dormitory. When they saw the scene before them, both Xin Ming and Wu Mu, along with several members of the hunting team, changed their expressions drastically. At that moment, on the 2nd floor of the dormitory, the girls were throwing their bedding down and jumping down one by one. That was the 2nd floor, counting the railing. It was at least 4 to 5 meters high.
Jumping down like that would definitely result in injuries.
But clearly, this was already a wise move, because on the other side of the corridor, there were 2 thunder iron beasts, and the main entrance on the 1st floor had been firmly locked, with a large group of students crowding at the iron gate, screaming in fear. No wonder the students were jumping, the door was locked.
Ah, help, don't come over.
Hurry and jump down, the monsters are coming. Accompanied by screams, the students on the upper floor jumped down one after another.
Damn it, Xin Ming shouted. Wu Mu, go open the door.
Then, he rushed forward, leaping high, grabbing the railing on the 2nd floor, and flipping onto the corridor. Roar! One thunder iron beast had caught a girl and was about to bite down.
Buzz, the blade flashed.
Xin Ming thrust his knife, wedging the starfall blade into the beast's mouth. Then, a fierce look flashed across Xin Ming's face as he twisted his wrist, the long knife spinning. The sharp blade tore through the lower jaw of the thunder iron beast.
Ayo! The thunder iron beast let out a piercing roar.
Thunder surged around Xin Ming as he kicked out.
Bang!
The thunder iron beast was struck hard, its entire body flying out.
Die! Xin Ming stepped forward quickly, stabbing the knife into the beast's heart. Boom!
Thunder roared,
and the heart of the Thunder Iron Beast exploded. Its heavy body fell heavily to the ground. Roar, human, you seek death. The other Thunder Iron Beast spoke human words and charged at Qin Ming. A flash of lightning crossed Qin Ming's eyes, and the starfall blade crackled with arcs of electricity, slicing out in an instant. Put! The Thunder Iron Beast's head flew off. At this moment, Wumu also led the hunting team to clear the Thunder Iron Beasts in the corridor and rushed over to join him. Dean, the main gate is secure. Qin Ming looked back. The students were already terrified. Evacuate the students. Yes. Qin Ming continued to rush upstairs. Xiaomo's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. In the corridor, Qin Ming slashed another Thunder Iron Beast. At this point, his expression grew increasingly serious. The number of strange beasts at Jiangnan University had exceeded his imagination. Most importantly, the progression of events was different from his previous life. In his last life, he was also at school at this time, but no strange beast incidents had occurred. Why was this happening? Could it be that his rebirth changed some things? Lost in thought, Qin Ming had already rushed to the door of dormitory 303. Xia Mo. However, there was no one in 303, and there were bodies and large pools of blood on the floor. Qin Ming's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly went to turn over a student's body. It wasn't someone from 303. Dean, there are no strange beasts on the 3rd floor. I'm evacuating students. A team member's voice came through the earpiece. Also, the students said some were forced onto the rooftop. The rooftop! Qin Ming charged upward, slaying 2 more strange beasts and rescuing students in danger. However, as he rushed to the rooftop, he did not see Xiaomo's figure. A jolt of anxiety hit Qin Ming. Could something have happened? Qin Ming? Suddenly, a girl exclaimed in surprise. Qin Ming turned to see a somewhat familiar face. Xiaomo's roommate. It's really you, the girl exclaimed. What happened to you? Where's Xiaomo? Qin Ming quickly asked. She jumped down from the 2nd floor with Yuzi. I didn't dare to jump at that time. Did they leave? Qin Ming's tense heart eased slightly. No, they were injured when they jumped, and a monster was chasing after them. You need to save them. What? Qin Ming's expression changed. Which direction did they go? The girl immediately pointed to the right, away from the school gate. To the cafeteria? Qin Ming realized immediately. Quick, leave with the soldiers. After giving a quick reminder, Qin Ming jumped off the high building under the shocked gaze of the girl. The girl was left dumbfounded. But, that's the 7th floor. Bang! Qin Ming landed heavily on the ground, cracking the tiles beneath him. Just as he was about to move, he heard Lu Cheng's urgent voice in his earpiece. Dean, we've found a 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast. That damned creature is very strong. A 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast? Qin Ming's mood sank instantly. Where are you? The communicator crackled with Lu Cheng's heavy breathing. Ha! We're heading towards the cafeteria. We fought our way here, and some soldiers have already sacrificed themselves, but we haven't seen Lieutenant Yifeng's body. He should still be alive. We followed the blood trail here. Hurry, there are still many students this way. The cafeteria. Qin Ming turned sharply. Wumu, after evacuating the students, head straight to the cafeteria. Wumu was carrying an injured classmate and quickly responded. Got it. Quick, run towards the school gate. They didn't know if there were any strange beasts nearby, so someone had to protect the students during their evacuation. After arranging things here, Qin Ming immediately charged towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, outside the cafeteria, Lu Cheng and the hunting team were facing off against a fierce 2nd-tier Thunder Iron Beast. The Thunder Iron Beast stood tall, its suit torn and its face terrifying. This Thunder Iron Beast was the one disguised as the principal. Beside it were 5 1st-tier Thunder Iron Beasts. The suited Thunder Iron Beast looked at the humans before it and revealed a sinister smile. You humans actually found the awakening method so quickly? I really underestimated you. Hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkened. The intelligence of this Thunder Iron Beast was unexpectedly high. The suited Thunder Iron Beast laughed at the surprised expressions of the humans. You don't think only humans are high-level beings, do you? No, you don't qualify as high-level beings. Ha 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 ha. The group of Thunder Beasts laughed heartily, seemingly disdainful of their prey. At that moment, it felt as if they were the true masters of this world. Attack! Lu Cheng had no intention of wasting words. He gripped his long knife and charged forward. Go! The hunting team tightened their grips on their long knives, their auras shifting simultaneously. Roar! The 5 1st-tier Thunder Iron Beasts charged forward in an instant. The leading hunting team member raised his knife to block, unleashing a surge of monstrous strength, the long knife sweeping horizontally. The claws of the Thunder Beast sparked against the long knife, and under the immense force, the Thunder Beast was flung aside.
Then, 2 hunting team members rushed forward, synchronously swinging their knives.
The Thunder Beast was instantly slain. The suited Thunder Iron Beast widened its eyes in disbelief. Impossible, why do you humans have so many awakened ones? It initially thought that only Liu Chang was an awakened, but unexpectedly, the entire team was. This blue star, aren't they all weak creatures? Why are there so many awakened ones? This is completely contrary to the information they had.
In the next moment, 4 other members of the same kind crashed heavily to the ground, also being knocked back. They clumsily got up, fear evident on their faces.
These humans are different from other humans.
The second-tier Thunder Iron Beast's expression turned ferocious, suddenly letting out a shriek.
Roar! The call echoed throughout the school.
Then, under the shocked gazes of Liu Chang and the others, Thunder Iron Beasts came rushing in from all directions, roughly estimated to be around 40 to 50. Moments later, they were surrounded by the Thunder Iron Beasts.
The expressions of Liu Chang and the entire Hunting Anomalies team instantly darkened.
However, this was not the most troublesome part. At the summons of the Thunder Iron Beasts, over 100 teachers and students were now charging in with wooden sticks, desks, chairs, and other weapons. These people had red eyes, completely losing their sanity.
This is troublesome, Liu Chang muttered.
Facing the anomalous beasts, they could fight to the death, but if these controlled teachers and students joined the battlefield, it would make them hesitant. They had to remember that they were just being manipulated. They couldn't harm them. Meanwhile, their visual feed was also transmitted to the central control of the Monster Academy. Long Xiaoguo and all the staff felt their hearts sink at this scene. The schemes of these anomalous beasts were truly malicious.
Long John clenched his fists and coldly spoke, Liu Chang, it's time to showcase the Hunting Anomalies team.
Remember, do not harm the people. The voice echoed in the ears of all the Hunting Anomalies team members. Liu Chang tightened his grip on the long knife and shouted, received.
Hunting Anomalies team, begin the battle.
Kill. The 15 members of the Hunting Anomalies team shouted in unison, wielding their tang knives as they charged towards the Thunder Iron Beasts.
The battle began.
Roar! In terms of numbers, the Thunder Iron Beasts were 3 to 4 times that of the Hunting Anomalies team. At the moment the battle started, 4 Thunder Iron Beasts charged at a member of the Hunting Anomalies team. The team member's expression changed slightly as he directly adopted a trade-off strategy. He abandoned dodging and gripped his long knife, stabbing at the nearest Thunder Iron Beast.
Poochie!
The long knife pierced through the Thunder Iron Beast's throat, killing it in one strike. But he was also knocked away by another Thunder Iron Beast, its sharp claws digging deeply into his chest.
3 bloody wounds instantly appeared. However, a shocking scene unfolded.
That team member immediately stood up, the wounds on his chest rapidly healing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the central control room was stunned.
Even Long Jiang had a look of disbelief.
Yes, aside from Qin Ming and Liu Chang, no one knew the true strength of the Hunting Anomalies team. Sequence 89, Regeneration, besides greatly enhancing strength and defense, also possessed powerful self-healing abilities. This was also the reason they dared to trade injuries for injuries. This was the combat style of the Hunting Anomalies team. Such a scene was unfolding among all the Hunting Anomalies team members. They all adopted a fearless fighting style, and in just the first round, they had slain 6 anomalous beasts and injured 9. But similarly, the team members also suffered heavy injuries. However, under their special abilities, such damage was not enough to be fatal.
Well done, kill them,
Liu Chang roared, one hand wielding the long knife and the other a fist that sent a nearby anomalous beast flying. Kill! The Hunting Anomalies team fought like a suicide squad, their fighting style instilling fear. Although the wounds could heal, they would still bleed before healing, and the body would still feel pain. Before long, all the warriors were covered in blood, yet they continued to fight, even becoming more ferocious. Roar! That second-tier Thunder Iron Beast could no longer sit still. It wanted to take action personally and tear these humans apart. Accompanied by a roar, the powerful aura of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast instantly swept across the scene. Be careful! As the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast charged towards a team member, Liu Chang immediately rushed forward, his iron fist striking out.
Bang!
The iron fist collided heavily with the claws of the Thunder Iron Beast. Liu Chang's expression changed instantly, as if he had been hit by a large truck, and he was sent flying. This blow happened to land him next to those red-eyed teachers and students. In the next moment, all the sticks and chairs came crashing down.
Captain!
All the team members' faces changed drastically, and they rushed over to rescue him. However, the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast was faster. It grabbed a hunting team member by their clothing and tossed them into the air like trash, sending them flying over 10 meters high. Then, the team member fell rapidly from the sky. The Thunder Iron Beast had already opened its massive claws, ready to deliver a fatal blow. If hit, they would likely be torn apart, and any self-healing ability would be useless.
Not good. This is bad. all the warriors' faces suddenly changed. At a critical moment, a flash of lightning appeared. Qin Ming's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Get lost! Boom! A foot wrapped in thunder kicked heavily at the Thunder Iron Beast, the immense force sending it flying. Boom! The massive body of the Thunder Iron Beast crashed into the cafeteria wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. The warrior who was plummeting in the air landed safely on the ground, avoiding a fatal blow. Dean! Seeing Qin Ming appear and save their companion, all the warriors were overjoyed. Roar! Two Thunder Iron Beasts lunged at Qin Ming, wanting to tear him apart. A flash of lightning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he raised the Starfall blade, lightning dancing around it. Ripping! One of the Thunder Iron Beasts was directly disemboweled. Then, the claws of the other Thunder Iron Beast lunged towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming leaned back slightly, dodging the claws, and then swung his fist. Lightning surged, and a thunderous punch roared. Boom! This punch landed solidly on the Thunder Iron Beast's head. Its heavy body crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit in the earth. The Thunder Iron Beast's eyes widened, a fist-sized charred mark left on its face, lying on the ground without breath. One punch, and it was dead. Seeing this, all the members of the hunting team gasped in shock. So terrifying. Qin Ming scanned the scene. There were only about 30 beasts left, which was not a big problem for the hunting team. I'll leave this to you, I'm going to deal with that second-tier beast. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast in his suit climbed up from the collapsed ruins, roaring in anger. I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Ming leaped forward, the Starfall blade flashing with lightning as he struck down fiercely. The Thunder Iron Beast quickly crossed its arms in front of its chest, its fur hardening at a visible speed. Clang! The blade struck heavily against the Thunder Iron Beast's arm, producing a piercing metallic clash. Under the immense force, the Thunder Iron Beast was once again sent flying, crashing into the cafeteria and toppling a row of tables and chairs. A scream erupted in the cafeteria. Qin Ming turned to look and discovered that there were still a dozen students inside. These students were cornered by a first-tier Thunder Iron Beast, and in front of them stood three figures. Two were Chinese soldiers, and one was Xiaomo, holding a homemade spear. The two soldiers were covered in blood, trembling as they held two daggers in front of the beast, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. Xiaomo was in slightly better condition, but blood was also flowing from his arm, indicating he was injured. Notably, Qin Ming observed that there was blood dripping from the tip of Xiaomo's homemade spear. Looking at the Thunder Iron Beast, one of its eyes had been gouged out. Qin Ming could roughly guess what had happened and couldn't help but marvel. Even without awakening his extraordinary abilities, Xiaomo's combat power was impressive. In the next moment, He Feng and Xiaomo both looked at Qin Ming with expressions of surprise. Director, Qin Ming! Just as Qin Ming was about to respond, the two Thunder Iron Beasts in front of them had already launched an attack. Be careful! Qin Ming shouted loudly, rushing over to provide assistance. Let's fight it! With the director's arrival, He Feng felt a sense of relief, knowing that these students would be saved. He no longer hesitated, gripping his dagger and pouncing towards the Thunder Iron Beast. No! Xiaomo's face changed dramatically. She knew He Feng was stalling for time, but how could he possibly stop the beast? Seeing the human charge forward, the Thunder Iron Beast became enraged, swinging its claws down fiercely. The claw struck heavily against He Feng's chest, the immense force causing his chest to cave in. Wow! Lieutenant He Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, simultaneously plunging the dagger into the uninjured eye of the Thunder Iron Beast. Thud! Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast let out a piercing howl. Blinded, it went completely berserk, charging wildly towards the students in front. Another soldier attempted to block it but was also violently knocked aside. Not good. Two soldiers were sent flying, leaving only Xiaomo standing in front of the students. A look of horror flashed across Xiaomo's face, but at this moment, she had no way to retreat. Damn it! Even though Qin Ming had pushed his speed to the limit, he was still too late. However, at the moment of life and death, a cold glint flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. Suddenly, a wave of chill surged forth from her center. Crack! The hand holding the spear suddenly formed a layer of frost. The frost extended continuously, instantly freezing the spear. In the blink of an eye, the wooden spear transformed into a spear of ice. Xiaomo felt a powerful force erupting from within her body, her entire aura changing. She raised the spear and thrust it forward fiercely. Thud! The ice spear pierced through the body of the Thunder Iron Beast. The beast struggled wildly, but its body was pinned in place. Crack, crack! The frost on the ice spear began to spread, the freezing intent expanding into the body of the Thunder Iron Beast. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Thunder Iron Beast was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. A cold glint flashed in Xiaomo's eyes as she turned the spear, and the ice sculpture exploded with a loud bang. The Thunder Iron Beast shattered into ice shards. Xin Ming rushed to Xiaomo's side, astonished by the scene before him. Xiaomo had actually awakened on her own in a moment of crisis?
There were two ways to awaken, one was to take a magic potion, and the other was to unlock one's genes independently.
Those who awakened on their own were considered geniuses, the kind favored by heaven, known as the Chosen Ones.
Compared to the former, the abilities awakened by the Chosen Ones were unique, more powerful, and had limitless potential.
The term unique meant that this ability had no corresponding magic potion. Xiaomo's awakened ability was the Royal Sequence ranked 003, Ice Phoenix.
It was exactly the same as what she had awakened in her previous life. However, this awakening had occurred much earlier.
Xin Ming was deeply shocked, lamenting the unfairness of fate.
This was the Royal Sequence.
Ordinary sequences, forbidden sequences, royal sequences, divine sequences, each level stronger than the last. For an ordinary person to awaken an ordinary sequence was already a rare occurrence, let alone the even more powerful royal sequence.
However, at this moment, Xiaomo still did not understand what had happened to her. She came back to her senses, staring blankly at the ice spear in her hand, equally astonished.
It's okay, I'll explain later, Xin Ming said softly.
Xiaomo slowly looked at Xin Ming, a smile appearing on her face.
I thought something had happened to you. Then, she noticed the Special Operations uniform on Xin Ming, her face showing a hint of surprise. What is this? I'll explain later.
Xin Ming turned to look at his classmates behind him, who were staring in shock.
You help me take care of these two soldiers, the rest is up to us.
Oh, okay.
Zhang Yuzi was the first to react, immediately rushing towards his protector, Lieutenant He Feng.
Although Lieutenant He Feng and the soldiers were severely injured, they still had breath left and should be able to hold on a bit longer.
Then, Xin Ming's gaze fell on the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast not far away, and he quietly asked, "Shall we fight together?"
A strange light flashed in Xiaomo's eyes.
Human, you killed my kin. The Thunder Iron Beast clan will not let you go. The suited Thunder Iron Beast stood up, roaring angrily.
Seeing this strange beast actually speak, Xiaomo was quite shocked.
This world seems different from before.
As invaders, death is your only outcome.
Go! Xin Ming shouted, charging forward.
Rip! Lightning danced around him, and the lightning glow flickered on the starfall blade.
Xiaomo watched Xin Ming's transformation in amazement, her eyes sparkling.
In the next moment, she tightened her grip on the wooden spear.
Crackle!
Frost covered it, and the wooden stick once again solidified into a spear.
The two charged towards the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast from left and right, attacking simultaneously.
Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast screeched, raising its palm the size of a grinding disc, with lightning flashing.
Watch out for its claws!
Xin Ming shouted loudly, rushing in front of Xiaomo and slashing down.
Boom!
The Thunder Iron Beast's claw collided with the starfall blade, and thunder exploded instantly.
A shockwave erupted between the two, sweeping outward.
Under the force of the impact, all the dining tables around were overturned. This Thunder Iron Beast truly deserved its second-tier status. Its power was terrifying. Moreover, it had already mastered lightning abilities, doubling its attack power.
At the moment Xin Ming blocked the Thunder Iron Beast, Xiaomo darted out from the side.
After awakening her abilities, her physical qualities underwent a qualitative change. Both her speed and strength were beyond that of ordinary people. Xiaomo dashed to the side, gripping the icy spear tightly, and struck fiercely at the Thunder Iron Beast's abdomen.
Boom! Ice shards exploded.
The Thunder Iron Beast was hit hard, its entire body sent flying. The Thunder Iron Beast steadied itself and looked down, seeing a clear mark from the spear on its abdomen, with shattered ice shards on it.
More terrifying was that the ice shards were from its own fur. It showed a look of horror. High-tier sequence?
Xiaomo ignored it and continued charging forward, her spear striking like a dragon. Coming from a martial arts family, her combat skills were not much inferior to Xin Ming's.
Xiaomo's speed was incredibly fast. The spear tip aimed directly at the Thunder Iron Beast's throat.
The Thunder Iron Beast's expression changed, and it immediately turned its head.
Crack!
The spear struck the Thunder Iron Beast's shoulder, instantly freezing it, and under the force of the explosion, a shower of ice shards burst forth.
Roar!
The Thunder Iron Beast howled in pain. On its shoulder, a new gap appeared, with ice shards on the wound, the cold continuously invading its body.
Xin Ming's eyes lit up. Xiaomo's royal sequence was truly extraordinary. The Thunder Iron Beast's heavy defense was utterly ineffective against her. At that moment, the Thunder Iron Beast was like a piece of shattered ice, easily broken. The Thunder Iron Beast finally panicked, fully aware that it was no match for the two, and turned to flee. But Xin Ming had already seen through it and immediately blocked its escape route. Using his combat technique, Annihilating Thunder Flash. Boom!
Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a blade of light flashed out, a fierce aura sweeping across the field. The Thunder Iron Beast's entire body froze, then its corpse split apart, crashing heavily to the ground.
Second-tier Thunder Iron Beast, killed.
Xiaomo's beautiful eyes widened. That strike was incredible. If she had faced that strike, she would probably end up like that Thunder Iron Beast.
Xin Ming, that strike of yours seems a bit different.
Xin Ming took a deep breath, feeling half of his mental energy drained. This is a combat technique. Each different extraordinary ability has its unique means of attack.
You can think of it as a powerful move, Xin Ming explained. Xiaomo nodded thoughtfully.
Xin Ming looked at the corpse of the Thunder Iron Beast on the ground, surprised that the first second-tier beast was so easily dealt with. This was thanks to Xiaomo. Otherwise, with his first-tier level, it would have taken him considerable effort to slay this Thunder Iron Beast.
This guy should be able to condense a beast crystal, right?
Xin Ming reversed the Starfall blade and stabbed it into the Thunder Iron Beast's head.
Sure enough, the tip of the blade hit something hard and was blocked. Xin Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly split open the Thunder Iron Beast's head and found a beast crystal inside. This was the second beast crystal from a Thunder Iron Beast. The previous one had to be kept for the Tower of Heaven, and this one was just right for his own use. This was the key to his advancement to the Forbidden Sequence. Currently, there weren't many extraordinary beings in the world. He had to seize this opportunity to enhance his abilities and stay far ahead of others. Watching Xin Ming's actions, Xiaomo was curious but didn't ask too many questions. She knew that in the future world, there would likely be many things beyond comprehension. Dean.
At that moment, Lu Cheng rushed in with 2 members of the hunting team. Seeing the corpse of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast on the ground, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Ming looked out through the hole in the wall. The battle outside had already ended, and many members of the hunting team were sitting on the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted.
Were there any casualties?
Xin Ming asked with concern. The hunting team was his main force. Losing any one of them would break his heart.
None.
Lu Cheng replied proudly. 3 were seriously injured, the rest lightly injured. Their abilities are special, they won't die.
Good.
Xin Ming sighed in relief.
After the battle, reinforcements rushed in.
All the Thunder Iron Beasts hidden in the school had been slaughtered, and those controlled teachers and students had all awakened.
However, the director Xiaomo mentioned was likely eaten by the beast. While cleaning the scene, they only found her blood-stained clothes.
In this battle, the hunting team displayed powerful combat strength, slaying a total of 57 Thunder Iron Beasts. Adding the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast Xin Ming killed, the total was 58. The hunting team had no casualties, but their physical toll was significant, requiring time to recuperate. Of the 30 soldiers who initially entered, except for Lieutenant Yifeng and 3 soldiers, the rest had perished. Over 170 students had been killed. This was the most devastating event in Huaxia since the beginning of the civilization trial. In the following days, Huaxia was surprisingly quiet, with the appearance of Thunder Iron Beasts gradually decreasing, and on the 5th day, not a single one was seen. Perhaps all the Thunder Iron Beasts that had appeared had been killed. In 5 days, Huaxia had slain 355 Thunder Iron Beasts. All the corpses were transported to the Monster Academy. Under the detection of the supermagnetic detector, all the magical materials from these Thunder Iron Beasts were collected. They even obtained 3 beast crystals, which thrilled Xin Ming. With these magical materials, Xin Ming could prepare to create the second batch of extraordinary beings.
Meanwhile, countries around the world, having copied Huaxia's answers, saw a reduction in chaos. However, despite this, 2 small countries were still overrun by beasts. Overall, countries managed to minimize their losses thanks to Huaxia's selfless contributions. However, unexpectedly, Eagle Sauce suddenly struck. They united with countries around the world to condemn Huaxia. Eagle Sauce, Huaxia has methods to deal with the beasts but did not inform the world in a timely manner. Eagle Sauce condemns this and demands compensation for the affected countries. As soon as this news broke, the people of Huaxia erupted in anger, cursing Eagle Sauce for its shamelessness. Therefore, the relationships between countries around the world began to become delicate. Troops from various nations gathered at the borders, and the smell of gunpowder grew stronger. With the encouragement of some countries, many nations turned their hostility towards Huaxia. From the very beginning, it was Huaxia that announced the monster invasion incident to the world, and then made a significant move. When the monsters began to invade various countries, all nations suffered heavy losses. Only Huaxia remained unscathed. As a result, many countries believed that Huaxia was behind it, and they issued condemnations to stir public opinion against Huaxia. Of course, some of these countries knew very well what the civilization invasion was about. After all, they had received signals from beyond their borders. Joining the ranks of those condemning Huaxia was merely an attempt to get a share of the spoils. These shameless individuals sought compensation. Meanwhile, neighboring countries of Huaxia gathered their armies to guard the borders and put pressure on Huaxia. In response, our citizens were immediately enraged. You are truly shameless. A favor for a favor. If you don't understand gratitude, that's one thing. But to blame us is really disgusting. Nonsense. The monster rules should not be made public. Such people do not deserve to live. How could our great Huaxia fear such despicable individuals? If you have the ability, come at us. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the internet erupted in a frenzy. These countries, having just quieted down for 2 days, began to stir trouble, infuriating the higher-ups in Huaxia. On the other side, the real culprits were feeling quite pleased, seemingly delighted to see Huaxia in trouble. General Arthur, your move is truly brilliant. Yes, originally this incident was supposed to boost Huaxia's reputation, but unexpectedly, your strike directly shattered Huaxia's prestige. Brilliant, truly brilliant. In the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, the high-ranking officials all gave General Arthur a thumbs up. Feeling the praise from everyone, General Arthur was quite pleased. Everyone, you must understand that this civilization trial is a competition between nations, and there are rewards at stake. Those rewards will certainly relate to the future development and status of our Eagle Sauce. Therefore, whether in achievements or reputation, we Eagle Sauce cannot fall behind Huaxia. This statement made everyone nod in agreement. Indeed, the civilization trial was a competition between nations. Although it was a crisis, it was also a struggle for national fortune. They had already seen through the essence of this trial. The first seat, Tep, clapped with a smile. General Arthur's public opinion battle has achieved good results. Mark it as a merit. Then, he looked at the many high-ranking officials. The civilization trial is really nothing much. Huaxia's lead is merely due to good luck. If it weren't for their gun ban, the consequences would definitely be worse than ours. Now, Eagle Sauce has gradually mastered the methods to kill the alien beasts, and next, we will surely defeat Huaxia and claim the first place in the trial. Right, exactly. The high-ranking officials all echoed. Additionally, continue to let neighboring countries pressure Huaxia. Contact Sakura country and have them initiate the spy plan. Get close to that kid named Xinming. If possible, take him down. Tep issued orders in succession. Meanwhile, Huaxia held a press conference. They responded to the joint condemnation by Eagle Sauce and other countries. In an instant, it attracted the attention of people worldwide, and the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, which was in session, urgently switched to Huaxia's press conference. Long Xiaogua stood on stage, with reporters from various countries below and dozens of cameras at the ready. Long had a stern expression and spoke with authority. First, if Eagle Sauce wants to stir trouble, Huaxia will accompany you to the end. Second, the civilization trial is not over yet. According to the information we have received, the next monster to appear is number 002, the chameleon monkey. This creature can disguise itself as a human. It could be someone next to you or a high-ranking official from a certain country. Especially for those who incite the nation to gather military forces and wish to undermine international security, please be aware that they may be disguised as the thousand-faced monkey. These monsters have only one goal: to incite slaughter between nations and then take advantage of the chaos. At this point, General Long smiled at the camera. To all the leaders of the nations watching, please be aware that there may already be thousand-faced monkey beasts lurking around you. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, both the reporters on site and the people watching the live broadcast instantly became agitated. The reporters on site exclaimed in fear, "General Long, is what you said true? Has your country already discovered the thousand-faced monkey? What do these monsters look like? Is there a solution? General, please wait, General." The scene erupted, but General Long didn't say much to them. He simply left a faint remark for the foreign reporters. "It is a great fortune for you to stay in Huaxia. Please cherish it." Upon hearing this, all the reporters were stunned. Indeed, there is no country safer than Huaxia in the world today. As the press conference concluded, all the countries were dumbfounded, especially those nations that had united to condemn Huaxia. They were even more terrified. Huaxia clearly knew some information, but they wouldn't say it. And having just offended Huaxia and made relations so tense, how could they have the nerve to contact them for monster strategies? It's over. This was the reaction of the high-ranking officials of various countries. Even more panicked were those nations that had gathered military forces. They immediately withdrew their commanding generals. Who knows if they are disguised as monsters? Then, these countries hurriedly contacted Eagle Sauce, because this idea came from Eagle Sauce. At this moment, in the Eagle Sauce central office, all the high-ranking officials were in a state of panic.
More than a dozen armed soldiers aimed their guns at the Minister of Defense, General Arthur. If what Huaxia said is true, then this General Arthur is very likely already disguised as a monster. No, he may no longer be General Arthur but a monster. The one who incited the world to condemn Huaxia and even urged foreign powers to apply pressure was him. If General Arthur is not a monster, then his plan is naturally good. But if he really is disguised as a monster, then this action would undoubtedly be the fuse that ignites a world war. This fuse, once lit, will explode. At that time, the world will fall into panic, just as the monster's scheme intended.
No, Your Excellency, everyone, it's not like that.
General Arthur said angrily, how could I possibly be a monster?
Don't believe Huaxia's slander, he is trying to create chaos. Stop, move again and we will shoot.
All the soldiers shouted in unison. The cold gun barrels were aimed at General Arthur. Tep also looked grim. Who knew such a thing would happen? The thought of a monster sitting beside him was terrifying.
Your Excellency Tep,
I believe it is better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. General John whispered beside him. This remark garnered the approval of the high-ranking officials.
That's right, if we can verify Huaxia's claims, that would be good.
But there is no evidence now. It would be better to detain General Arthur just in case. Upon hearing this, General Arthur's eyes widened.
What? You want to detain me? I am not disguised as a monster. However, no one paid him any mind. Your Excellency Tep, this matter could be serious. That's right, detaining him first, we will know later if he is a monster.
Under everyone's persuasion, Tep, with a dark face, ordered the detention of General Arthur. General Arthur wanted to cry but had no tears, shouting his innocence. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce urgently contacted its allies, demanding that all countries withdraw their troops and refrain from initiating war at will. This time, Eagle Sauce has undoubtedly lifted a stone to smash its own foot. And just as this farce continues to spark heated discussions, the monster invasion has reached its 11th day. The thousand-faced monkey beasts lurking in various countries around the world have quietly begun to move. After Qin Ming's global press conference, the ill-intentioned Eagle Sauce was directly countered.
Now, countries around the world dare not casually comment on Huaxia,
because they all know that Huaxia holds more information about the monsters.
If you want to copy the answers, you better stand firm.
And those countries that are itching to move have also begun to restrain themselves. Qin Ming's move not only suppressed countries like Eagle Sauce but also quelled the potential war that could have occurred. Who dares to act recklessly will surely attract attention. General Arthur, the Minister of Defense of Eagle Sauce, is one such example. In the office of Sakura Country, Commander Yamada saluted respectfully to the chief. Your Excellency, Eagle Sauce has sent a message requesting us to initiate a spy plan in Huaxia.
Chief Kawashima slowly stood up. Commander Yamada, do you think the thousand-faced monkey mentioned by Longsha Country is nearby?
Upon hearing this, Commander Yamada's expression changed. Longsha Country may be spreading rumors. Currently, the whole world has not discovered any so-called thousand-faced monkeys.
Moreover, this monster can disguise itself as a human. I think it's unlikely. Is that so? Kawashima nodded slightly. Give me the spy list. I'll make arrangements.
Yes. Commander Yamada immediately stepped forward with the documents, bowing and handing them to Kawashima. However, Kawashima just looked at him and did not take the documents.
Commander Yamada raised his head in confusion. Your Excellency, you don't suspect that I'm a monster, do you? Kawashima shook his head. No. Yamada breathed a sigh of relief.
But at that moment, a strange voice whispered in his ear.
Of course, you are not, but unfortunately, I am. Commander Yamada suddenly looked up and saw a monkey-like grotesque face.
He widened his eyes and was about to scream, but was grabbed by the throat. I have use for your position as commander. The thousand-faced monkey opened its mouth wide and swallowed Yamada whole. Commander Yamada didn't even have a chance to struggle, he was silently devoured. After eating Yamada, the thousand-faced monkey transformed back into the appearance of Chief Kawashima of Sakura Country.
He sat down heavily in the chair, his face dark. Damn Huaxia, ruining my good plans. How did they discover my kin?
I heard it was an organization called Monster Academy. Based on the information provided by Eagle Sauce, Huaxia has awakened individuals. Suddenly, a thousand-faced monkey stepped out from the darkness. But before it could take 2 steps, its appearance slowly changed into that of Commander Yamada.
What would the people of Sakura Country think if they saw this scene?
Both the top and second leaders of Sakura Country had already been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Commander Yamada pointed at the documents in Kawashima's hand. This spy plan is to get close to that awakened individual, a human named Qin Ming.
Kawashima opened the documents in his hand, which contained detailed information about Qin Ming and the spies.
When he saw the relationship between the spy and Qin Ming, he immediately smiled. The Sakura Country may be small, but their actions are quite insidious.
Indeed, let's proceed as planned.
tell the spies not to leave any survivors, and if there's a chance, kill them directly.
Yes, Commander Yamada nodded. By the way, should we continue with the plan to incite a war among human nations? Kawashima shook his head. For now, let's not act recklessly. With that kid stirring things up, all countries are feeling a bit paranoid. Once we act, it could easily expose our kin. So what should we do next? Yamada continued to ask.
No rush, continue to lurk. First take down this Sakura country, then slowly infiltrate outward. This blue star will eventually belong to our thousand-faced monkey clan.
Let the Thunder Iron Beast clan and the Weasel clan fight it out.
The transformed Kawashima, resembling a thousand-faced monkey, picked up the coffee on the table and took a small sip, his behavior increasingly resembling that of a human. There are still 15 days until the end of the first phase of the civilization trial. This period should be the time for the thousand-faced monkey beasts to act. But what puzzled Qin Ming was that this cunning thousand-faced monkey had not made any moves at all. The world was unusually quiet, except for a few countries still hunting the Thunder Iron Beasts, causing chaos. Most countries had begun to return to a relatively peaceful life. Moreover, Huaxia had long since lifted its lockdown, and the people continued to live as before. However, the density of soldier patrols had not decreased in the slightest. The quieter the thousand-faced monkey was, the more uneasy Qin Ming felt. The most troublesome aspect of the first phase of the trial was this thousand-faced monkey. But there were only two ways to find the traces of the thousand-faced monkey. The first method was to use the Thunder Iron Beast's beast crystal, which could distinguish the brainwaves of the thousand-faced monkey and reveal its disguise. Qin Ming had a total of 5 Thunder Iron Beast crystals, 4 of which were first tier and 1 was second tier. He kept the second tier one for himself, while the remaining 4 were taken by the soldiers for patrol on the streets. But for the vast expanse of Huaxia, using 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals to search for the thousand-faced monkey was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The second method was the perception of awakeners. With their powerful mental strength, they could distinguish the disguised thousand-faced monkey. However, he currently had only 20 awakeners from the hunting squad, which was far from enough. Even running until his legs broke wouldn't cover the land of Huaxia. It seemed he could only create a second batch of awakeners in advance. Old Qin, are you going to prepare magic potions again? Upon learning that Qin Ming was going to prepare magic potions again, Xiaopang was very excited and kept pestering him to enter the laboratory.
What is a magic potion? Xia Mo, who was beside him, looked puzzled. After returning from school, Qin Ming had kept Xia Mo by his side. This person was a powerful figure in the Wang Sequence 003, and Qin Ming had to keep him close. Xiaopang looked at Xia Mo with envy. He had already learned from Qin Ming what a chosen one was, a freak who could awaken sequence abilities without taking magic potions. And he was from the Wang Sequence, which made Xiaopang extremely envious. After explaining magic potions to Xia Mo, he was also shocked, not expecting himself to be so lucky. Entering the laboratory, there were many glass containers of various sizes on the shelves. Inside were the materials taken from the Thunder Iron Beasts and Weasels. Fatty, it's not that I don't want to make you a magic potion, but these materials are too poor, Qin Ming said. Is there a difference in the quality of materials? Xiaopang looked confused. Xia Mo, what color do you see these materials? Qin Ming pointed at the containers in front of him. White, dull, and lifeless, Xia Mo answered honestly. That's right, it's white. This is the lowest grade of material, and the magic potions that can be made from it are also ordinary sequences, most of which have no promotion path. The sequence ability is too poor, and the limit is predetermined, Qin Ming explained. The materials for magic potions are also graded. Ordinary level, white, dull and lifeless, magic potions made from such materials are generally ordinary sequences. Rare level, purple, emits a faint purple glow. The probability of magic potions made from such materials is 89. 9% ordinary sequence, 10% forbidden sequence, and 0.1% king sequence. King level, red, emits a faint red light. The probability of magic potions made from such materials is 79% ordinary sequence, 20% forbidden sequence, 0.99% king sequence, and 0.1% divine sequence. Divine level, golden, emits brilliant golden light. The probability of magic potions made from such materials is unknown. In the previous life, divine-level materials were extremely rare. Without experiments, how could there be probabilities? That's way too low. Xiaopang was dumbfounded. The probability was terrifyingly low. Moreover, that rare material, the king-level material, was hard to come by just by hearing about it. Now he envied Xia Mo even more. So what abilities can you configure with these materials? Xia Mo asked in confusion. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly, already having a plan in mind. In the next moment, the Qiankuan gourd appeared in his hand. Looking at the current potion materials, most of them were Thunder Iron Beast Fur and Mink Claws. Qin Ming flipped through the potion formulas in his memory and thought of the best sequence ability available. The ordinary sequence ranked 66, Thunder Mage. Qin Ming remembered that the first awakened person in the world in his previous life was a Thunder Mage from Eagle Sauce. Later, Eagle Sauce produced a batch of Thunder Mages, which led to good results in the subsequent civilization trials, solidifying their position as the world's #1 country. This batch of warriors became the foundation of Eagle Sauce. Of course, this was a potion that Eagle Sauce had successfully configured at a great cost, and despite other countries offering huge sums to purchase the formula, they were all rejected by Eagle Sauce. One can imagine how important the potion formula was. Not to mention, if Qin Ming were to reveal the potion formulas he knew, the world would definitely go crazy. Of course, Qin Ming wouldn't do that. This civilization trial seemed to be about resisting the invasion of alien beasts, but in essence, it was a competition between nations. Although he didn't know how the trials would ultimately turn out, Qin Ming was certain that the winning country would definitely rise to a higher level. This was a struggle for national fortune. Therefore, some information could be leaked, while some information was better kept to oneself, unless Huaxia had become strong enough to be fearless. But right now, Huaxia was only slightly ahead of foreign countries. To stand at a height unreachable by the world, there was still a long way to go. Next, Qin Ming began to configure the potion, with Hua Xiaopang and Xia Imo assisting, placing test tubes in order. Thunder Iron Beast Fur, plus Mink Claws, 5 milliliters of purified water, 3 milliliters of Thunder Iron Beast blood, Qin Ming said as he placed the materials into the Qiankuan gourd. Shake! Xia Imo looked at the Qiankuan gourd in Qin Ming's hand with astonishment. She could feel the energy fluctuations coming from it. Under the melting of the Qiankuan gourd, the potion of sequence 66 was quickly configured. Qin Ming poured it out, filling a 20 milliliter test tube to the brim. Hua Xiaopang hurriedly sealed the test tube, his face full of surprise. How much would this thing be worth if sold? This guy was indeed the son of a tycoon, with money on his mind. But to be honest, if this potion were traded, at the early stage, there would be buyers no matter the price. Of course, this was without considering the success rate. The potion configured by the Qiankuan gourd had a success rate of 99%. Unless it was truly incompatible, it would succeed. But if it were normally configured, the success rate of potion making was only 10%, and the success rate of humans' awakening abilities after consumption was only 30%. According to probability, to successfully allow a human to consume the potion and complete the awakening, 100 portions of potion materials could only produce 3 awakened ones. What a low probability that was. Don't think that potion materials are easy to obtain. Huaxia had killed so many Thunder Iron Beasts and only obtained 36 portions of fur, averaging 1 portion of material for every 10 Thunder Iron Beasts. This was still Huaxia. Many countries combined hadn't even killed 10 Thunder Iron Beasts. After Qin Ming's explanation, Xia Imo and Hua Xiaopang were secretly astonished, finally understanding how precious this potion was. Xia Imo also realized why Qin Ming could become the dean of the Monster Academy, because someone like him could easily be called Huaxia's savior. She was even more curious about why Qin Ming knew so much. What had happened to him? Although Xia Imo was puzzled, she didn't voice her questions. Everyone had their own secrets. An hour later, Qin Ming had consumed most of the materials for the potion. In total, he obtained 36 potions of sequence 66. If all went well, he would have 36 Thunder Mages under his command. Alright, you all go out and keep watch for me. It's time for me to advance in sequence level, Qin Ming said slowly. Xia Imo and Hua Xiaopang nodded and walked out of the research room, guarding the door. Inside the room, Qin Ming took out the second tier, Thunder Iron Beast Crystal. The crystal emitted a faint purple light. This was not an ordinary material but a rare-grade beast crystal. Using a rare-grade beast crystal to advance in sequence had a certain probability of granting an additional combat skill. The levels of ability users were divided into tiers 1 to 9. The initial combat skill for an ordinary sequence at tier 1 was just 1, while at tier 2, one could gain another, and so on. However, for Forbidden Sequence, the initial combat skill was 2, and each time one broke through a level, they would gain 2 new combat skills. As for King Sequence, the initial combat skills were 3, and each time one broke through a tier, they could gain 3 new combat skills. Regarding Divine Sequence, the initial combat skills were 4, and each time one broke through a tier, they could gain 4 new combat skills. Calculating this way, the differences between the various levels of sequences became very apparent. For instance, Qin Ming himself was currently at Ordinary Sequence level 16, tier 1, and thus had only 1 combat skill, Annihilation Thunder Flash. But if he advanced to Forbidden Sequence, even at tier 1,
he would have 2 combat skills. Moreover, to obtain more combat skills, there was a relatively low probability. If one used higher quality materials during the advancement sequence, there was a chance to gain an additional combat skill. The combat skills obtained through this method were referred to as high-risk combat skills, and their abilities were significantly stronger than ordinary combat skills. Of course, this probability was extremely low, and Qin Ming didn't think that such good luck would fall upon him. Qin Ming stuffed the rare, Great Beast crystal into the Qiankuan gourd, then poured in 5 milliliters of pure water and shook it. Before long, a thick potion began to condense at the bottom of the gourd. Qin Ming took a deep breath and swallowed the potion from the gourd. In an instant, a powerful energy coursed through his body. Lightning flickered, and a strong aura slowly blossomed. Boom! With a loud bang, the electrical appliances in the research room seemed unable to withstand the high-pressure lightning and suddenly collapsed. Bang bang bang, all the lights, glass, and electronic screens shattered into pieces. A thick smell of burning filled the air. Qin Ming's eyes widened suddenly as a bolt of lightning flashed by. He had successfully advanced. Forbidden Sequence 007, Trickster of Thunder. At the same time, a piece of information flashed through Qin Ming's mind. Trickster of Thunder, a bizarre walker skilled in manipulating thunder. Combat Skill 1, Thunder Annihilation / Powerful thunder gathers on the weapon, unleashing a powerful slash. Combat Skill 2, Trick Flash, thunder wraps around the body, speed reaches its peak, dreamlike steps. High-risk combat skill, Trick Card, a trickster of thunder punished by heaven can obtain a bizarre card with random abilities, which can affect themselves or their enemies. Seeing the last part, Qin Ming's heart trembled. Damn, did he really hit the jackpot? High-risk combat skill, Training Ground. Qin Ming wielded a wooden tang knife, taking down the entire hunting team by himself. Smack! In the end, the wooden knife rested on Lu Chang's neck, lightning flickering. Lu Chang swallowed hard, a look of horror on his face. He thought the hunting team he led was already very strong. However, in front of Qin Ming, they were still no match. This was still without Qin Ming using any attack skills. He had only used the Trick Flash movement technique to leave them utterly lost. The performance ended, and thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Incredible! The 36 elite soldiers stared in astonishment. It was only then that they realized these battles had transcended the realm of normal humans. Even though they were elite soldiers, facing Qin Ming and the hunting squad, they would likely be unable to withstand even a single move. Long Xiaogui stepped forward. Qin Ming, these are the soldiers you wanted. Their extraordinary physiques have all reached 100%. Qin Ming looked at the 36 soldiers and spoke solemnly. You have all seen it. This is what it means to be a superhuman. Next, you will all become part of this, to protect our home and country. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their hearts filled with excitement. Then, Xiaomo and Hua Xiaopang walked out carrying 2 boxes. They opened the boxes, revealing 36 vials of potion from sequence 66 lying inside. Qin Ming pointed at the potions. These are the potions we obtained after sacrificing many soldiers over the past few days. I hope you will cherish them and continue to guard the homes of those who have fallen. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions turned solemn. Lei Jiao, Long Jiang shouted loudly. Here! From the crowd, Captain Lei Jiao stepped forward. Take the potions. Yes, Lei Jiao began distributing the potions. Soon, the soldiers, filled with excitement, swallowed the potions together. Watching this critical moment, even Long Jiang felt nervous. These superhuman squads were currently the strongest means for Huaxia to deal with the alien beasts. Boom! At that moment, Captain Lei Jiao was the first to undergo a transformation. Lightning began to coil around him, rapidly moving and gathering in his palm. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he pointed to a nearby sandbag. Unleash your combat skill. At first, Lei Jiao didn't understand Qin Ming's words, but he quickly caught on. Lei Jiao brought his hands together and began to rub them. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the lightning in his palm, which was originally only the size of a thumb, began to rapidly condense. In no time, the lightning transformed into a lightning ball, about the size of a bull. Lei Jiao's expression grew increasingly serious, as if he was struggling to control this power. Throw it! Qin Ming shouted loudly. Lei Jiao exerted all his strength and hurled the lightning ball towards the nearby sandbag. Boom! The lightning ball struck the sandbag, producing a violent explosion, instantly turning the sandbag into powder. Hiss! Lu Chang and Hua Xiaopang's eyes widened. They exclaimed in unison, Spiral ball? With that explosion, not to mention the sandbag, even an armored vehicle wouldn't withstand it. Seeing their captain's incredible power, the other team members couldn't hold back and all wanted to show off their skills. Waves of lightning energy erupted. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched, and he quickly stopped everyone. Stop. You need to practice.
go find a shooting range, don't destroy this place." Upon hearing this, the soldiers all ceased their actions. Although they were halted, the smiles on their faces did not fade. This powerful force filled them with joy. "Does this count as a success?" Long Jian suppressed his excitement. Xin Ming nodded. "It's a success. From now on, they will all be sequence 66 lightning mages. Let me tell everyone, the lightning mage ability has extremely strong attack power, but it is a ranged ability with poor close combat capability. If you are approached by superhumans like the hunting squad, you won't even have time to form your lightning ball before it's over for you." Everyone nodded. As elite soldiers, they were well aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Xin Ming looked at everyone. "From now on, you will be called the Lightning Cavalry Squad." "Yes." Lei Jiu led the squad in a unified response. Xin Ming turned to Long Jiang. "If they act independently, they must be accompanied by the hunting squad or armed soldiers for support." Long Jiang nodded seriously. These were his prized soldiers, and he valued the safety of the Lightning Cavalry Squad even more than Xin Ming did. Days passed since the monster invasion, and today marked the 20th day, the final day of the emergence of the thousand-faced monkey. However, what troubled Xin Ming was that, aside from a few countries reporting sightings of the thousand-faced monkey, they seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if they were invisible. Especially in Huaxia, not only was there no sign of the thousand-faced monkey, but even the Thunder Iron Beast had disappeared. The red-eyed people had not reappeared, and there were no traces of the Thunder Iron Beast to be found. Could it be that the Thunder Iron Beast had been completely exterminated? No, Xin Ming felt it wasn't that simple. Every beast clan would have a beast king. Xin Ming remembered clearly that in his previous life the beast king of the Thunder Iron Beast had appeared in Huaxia, but now, with no signs found, it proved that the opponent had gone into hiding. With their intelligence, they were either waiting for the final assault of the first phase of the trial or preparing a powerful strike to deal a fatal blow to Huaxia, regardless of which, it would have a significant impact on Huaxia, even preventing them from achieving first place in this trial. But now that those beasts were hiding, it was truly difficult to find them, and Xin Ming had no good solutions. The only hope now rested on the 36 sky towers. At this moment, the 36 sky towers across the country, with the full support of the Huaxia government, had over 100,000 construction workers working day and night, and the completion progress had reached 80%. This speed was even 2 days faster than Xin Ming had anticipated. Next, they would electrify the 36 sky towers under high pressure for the final preparations. The final technical work had all the top researchers from the Monster Academy rushing to the front lines to install their research results on the sky towers. For this, the Dragon General personally went to supervise. The entire nation dared not relax for a moment. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain cave in the Jiangnan city area of Huaxia, over 100 Thunder Iron Beasts had gathered. The cave was clearly a temporary base established by these Thunder Iron Beasts, with high concealment. Without a thorough search, it would be impossible to discover. Who would have thought that these Thunder Iron Beasts could establish a base within the mountain? At this moment, a slightly larger Thunder Iron Beast stood at a high point. In an instant, all the Thunder Iron Beasts fell silent, looking ahead with awe. "King, the thousand-faced monkey clan has contacted us," one Thunder Iron Beast spoke respectfully. "They plan to ally with us to hunt down a human. Is it that awakened one named Xin Ming?" The Beast King of the Thunder Iron Beasts spoke in a hoarse voice. "Exactly." The Thunder Iron Beast beside him nodded and relayed the plan of the thousand-faced monkey. A hint of anger appeared on the Beast King's face. "Good, this king agrees to their proposal. That human brat has killed so many of our kin, I will not let him go. Contact all the clansmen and have them come to Jiangnan City." With the Beast King's order, the Thunder Iron Beasts hidden across the country rushed through the night, crossing mountains and valleys, stealthily heading towards Jiangnan City. A grand plan was slowly unfolding. On the 21st day of the monster invasion, the number 003, the mink beast officially made its appearance. Compared to the Thunder Iron Beast and the thousand-faced monkey, the actions of the mink beast were much more straightforward and brutal. There was no probing, no beating around the bush. As soon as the beast horde emerged, they headed straight for the granaries across the land. Not just granaries, but various large supermarkets were also targets for the minks. As the mink horde began to act, the world, which had barely been quiet for a few days, erupted once again. The combat power of the minks surpassed that of the Thunder Iron Beasts, and their fur was like steel needles, providing them with formidable defense. This posed great trouble for human soldiers armed with firearms, unless they could surround the minks like Xin Ming did at the Monster Academy, with overwhelming firepower. Otherwise, once the weasels break through the encirclement, their ability to change size and maneuverability would spell disaster for the soldiers. And trying to surround a weasel is not an easy task. Without the assistance of awakened ones, even if a circle is formed, it can easily be breached by the weasels. Thus, countries around the world fell into chaos. Although nations have prioritized the protection of grain reserves, they are still threatened by the weasels. These weasels are extremely cunning. They eat their fill and then flee, disappearing completely once they burrow into the sewers. Moreover, they have a massive appetite, with one weasel capable of consuming several tons of food. They eat until full, hide away, and then digest at an incredibly fast rate. When the weasel beasts reappear, their strength can even increase significantly, and they can heal their injuries. This is the terrifying aspect of the weasels. The more they eat, the stronger they become, and their self-healing ability can greatly improve. Such monsters are a disaster. In just 2 days, the officials of various countries were caught off guard. In the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Hall, Your Excellency, we have 3 states under attack by monsters, and they are targeting the areas with the most food reserves. At this rate, our country's food consumption is likely to become tight, and food prices will definitely rise. No, not just rise, it could even lead to a situation where money can't buy food. The head of the Material Reserve Bureau reported in a panic. Upon hearing this, Tep's expression immediately darkened. Chaos has already begun. There is a food panic in various places, and people have started hoarding food. Some are even stealing food from stores and citizens. General John added, chaos, famine, riots. The faces of all the high-ranking officials turned grim as they began to imagine the situation outside. Tep slammed the table in anger. Can't we do anything about those monsters? What are the soldiers doing? General John responded, the soldiers are exterminating the weasels. Although our losses are significant, we are not without results. Those monsters can be killed. It just takes some time to eliminate them all. Then give me everything you've got to deal with it. If we don't have enough troops, send more. Tep shouted furiously. He gradually calmed down. What about the situation in other countries? It's even worse than ours, but their food reserves are still relatively sufficient. General John's mouth twitched. It's just that we exported too much food to Huaxia recently, and we haven't replenished it. Thinking of Huaxia, everyone's expression darkened. Damn Huaxia, they must have anticipated this outcome long ago. Damn it, I even suspect that this monster invasion is their doing. Tep looked at General John. What's the situation over there in Huaxia? General John hesitated for a moment. Their impact is not significant. What? At this, all the high-ranking officials were shocked again. The whole world is suffering from monster invasions. Why are they unaffected? I'm not too sure, but from what I understand, the weasels appearing in Huaxia are far fewer than ours. Moreover, they have excellent protection for their grain reserves. The weasels are killed as soon as they appear. A series of documents about Huaxia were sent to all the high-ranking officials. Everyone became agitated. Impossible, how did they manage that? Bastards, the Huaxia government is even providing food subsidies to the disaster-stricken citizens? This is all a scam against us in Eagle Sauce. Ah, damn it. Meanwhile, major communication platforms around the world were filled with the grievances of people from various countries. Eagle Sauce netizens, I hope the Eagle Sauce high-ups can see this video. We are starving. Sakura country netizens, help. Now we not only have to guard against the alien beasts but also against our fellow citizens. I just went out to take out the trash and got robbed. Gallic netizen, what? You still dare to go out? The outside is full of bandits. Korean netizen, I haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. All the food in the market has been robbed. I feel like I'm going to become an official sacrifice. Chinese netizen 1, hey, why are all the cookies mom sent today in foreign languages? Chinese netizen 2, ha ha ha, mom brought these back from the Eagle Sauce. Foreign netizen? Due to the attack of the weasels, the affected citizens received compensation from the state, and people were shocked to find that all of it was foreign imported food. As Chinese netizens continuously posted related videos, foreign netizens who were starving saw them and immediately broke down. Damn it, why did my Eagle Sauce food end up in China? This can't be true. Our country is starving. Why would we send food to others? No, has everyone forgotten? Before the monster invasion, China had been importing food from various countries. This compensation is probably it. Selling cakes. Is China some kind of prophet? Can they predict the future? Whoa, I just know that I really envy the Chinese people right now. Help! Why wasn't I born in China? The internet was filled with wails, some angry, some envious, some unwilling. All kinds of emotions surged forth. Meanwhile, on the Chinese side, the citizens gradually learned about the source of this food. A post titled, "For Food, Our Country Faces Off Against Eagle Sauce Aircraft Carriers," exploded online. The content of the post detailed how not long ago, China sent an aircraft carrier to escort food freighters and had a tough confrontation with Eagle Sauce at sea. The post was written in great detail. #Eagle Sauce deployed 2 aircraft carrier groups. #Eagle Sauce fighter jets intercepted the freighters. #China's 12 fighter jets faced off in the air. The thrilling situations were all described clearly, even with a bit of exaggeration. That battle almost turned into a fight. In the end, China forcefully repelled the enemy and safely brought back hundreds of freighters, which is how they got the food in their hands. After reading the post, the Chinese citizens were immediately stirred. Countless people were moved to tears, exhilarated. Whoa, so mom did such a big thing behind our backs. I'm going to cry to death. I heard that those soldiers received body bags before they set off. They went with the determination to die. Whoa, I remember that day. The TV played bear infestation all day. Oh my, you kept it so deep. Mom went to the meeting alone, while we were at home watching bear infestation. I'm really going to cry to death. At this moment, the hearts of the Chinese people were tightly united. The world cannot imagine how terrifying China is now. Monster Academy. Looking at the voices on the internet, Long Xiaoguo slowly spoke to Qin Ming beside him. Why expose this matter? Isn't this good? The peoples need to see the country's efforts. Qin Ming smiled. More importantly, this can greatly enhance our national cohesion. Let the soldiers know, we are not fighting alone. Behind us, there are millions of people. Long Xiaoguo nodded, somewhat shocked. Qin Ming thought more deeply than he did. In a world under monster invasion, the gap between countries has clearly widened. A cohesive nation is obviously much stronger. Take Eagle Sauce as an example. Many countries' weapon technologies are weaker than theirs, but in battles against alien beasts, the results achieved are much better than those of Eagle Sauce. This is the power of national cohesion. Qin Ming smiled. This is just the surface. General Long, do you know what the criteria for scoring in the civilization trial are? Upon hearing this, General Long was taken aback. He knew Qin Ming was talking about that trial reward. First is the number of alien beasts killed. Second is the number of casualties among our citizens and soldiers. The third is the cohesion of the nation and the happiness index. These 3 are the criteria for scoring. The higher the score, the richer the rewards we can obtain. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Long Jiang was greatly shocked. Now I understand your series of operations. At the same time, he felt a sense of anticipation in his heart about what the rewards would be after completing the civilization trial. However, Qin Ming did not show the expected excitement. Instead, he frowned. The calmer it is now, the more I worry about the final assault of the alien beasts. This situation is too strange. Long Jiang nodded, his expression becoming serious. It is indeed bizarre. In the past few days of searching, we haven't found a single thunder iron beast or a 1,000-faced monkey. It's as if they have completely disappeared. Qin Ming's mood darkened. How long until the Sky Tower is completed? Can it be finished before the total assault of the alien beasts? Long Jiang confidently replied, no problem, at most 5 days, and 36 Sky Towers will be completed. On the 25th day of the monster invasion, countries around the world fell into chaotic warfare. Compared to Huaxia, the number of weasel alien beasts appearing in various places was significantly higher. Moreover, after repeated ambushes and escapes, those weasels had grown rapidly, becoming stronger with each encounter. They headed straight for the granaries. Anywhere food was piled up became their target. This led to a sudden collapse in food supplies across the world, and famine began to spread. Governments were desperately exterminating the alien beasts, needing to defend areas with food and not daring to transport it easily. This resulted in severe food shortages in many places, leaving the people in dire straits. As the world's attention focused on Huaxia, everyone was in an uproar. Why were there so few weasel alien beasts appearing in Huaxia? Why had the granaries across Huaxia not suffered significant attacks? This phenomenon was incomprehensible not only to countries around the world but even to the people of Huaxia themselves. Indeed, there were no signs of chaos in Huaxia. Where had those weasel alien beasts gone? What they did not know was that beneath the brilliant neon lights, in the bustling city where they lived, there was a monster in the filthy, stinking sewers bearing all the burdens for the people of Huaxia. In the sewers of the Magic City in Southeast Province, the glow of neon lights illuminated the darkness from time to time. Dong Yen, transformed into the soul-eating mouse, swiftly darted through the sewers. Ahead of him, 2 weasel alien beasts were fleeing in terror. The soul-eating mouse suddenly let out a sharp scream, and the 2 weasel alien beasts' heads were struck as if by a heavy blow, one collapsing to the ground. By the time they reacted, the pursuer had already arrived. Sharp claws pierced through the neck of one weasel. The weasel struggled a few times before losing its breath. The other weasel, seeing this, ran forward in fear. Dong Yen leaped, his body crashing heavily onto the weasel. The weasel roared in anger, one claw scratching Dong Yen. Ripping, blood flowed freely. However, Dong Yen showed no fear, opening his mouth wide and biting down on the weasel's neck. pulling with force. The weasel's body tensed, its pupils filled with fear. After struggling a few times, the weasel fell heavily to the ground. Pa! Dong Yan lay exhausted in the stinking sewer, spitting out the blood of the alien beast from his mouth. The 137th one. The weasels in Southeast Province should be gone now. Dong Yan looked up at the sky through the manhole cover of the sewer, seeing the stars twinkling and the neon lights flashing.
The outside world seems very lively, Dong Yan murmured, taking out his phone to send Qin Ming a location and a message, too. Then, he slowly stood up and walked towards the center.
The next city. Not long after Dong Yan left, an armed squad entered the sewer to collect the bodies of the two alien beasts. Daylight broke on the 26th day of the monster invasion. Dong Yan arrived in the next city.
Once again, he found himself in the sewers, where a swarm of rats was before him. The rats chattered away, as if reporting a situation.
Dong Yan frowned. Haven't found any weasel beasts? How could that be? He had never been to the city before.
A shiver ran through Dong Yan. Something felt off.
Without hesitation, he continued on to the next city. He ran for an entire day, not daring to stop for even a moment.
However, after passing through several cities, he still hadn't discovered any weasel beasts.
The feeling of unease grew stronger.
Something's not right, too wrong. No matter how well the weasels could hide, they couldn't possibly evade his rat swarm's tracking.
The lack of discovery proved that there were indeed no weasel beasts here. This left only one possibility: the weasels had migrated en masse, likely in an organized manner.
Or perhaps they were gathering in one place, preparing to launch an attack on somewhere.
Dong Yan, filled with suspicion, continued to the next city.
After another day of running, having passed through 7 or 8 cities, he still found no weasel beasts. In these days, he had nearly traversed all the southern cities of Huaxia. This left only one possibility: the weasel beasts had gone north. And the northern provinces were mostly major grain-producing areas of Huaxia, including several important grain reserve bases.
Not good.
Dong Yan understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately contacted Qin Ming.
What? Upon hearing Dong Yan's report, Qin Ming's expression darkened.
I understand. I will send the hunting squad and the Thunder Wolf squad to guard. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ming informed General Long of the current situation.
Are you still going to send reinforcements to the north?
General Long fell into deep thought.
We already have half of the awakened heading north. If we send more, the south will be completely vulnerable.
The reason Huaxia had not experienced large-scale grain warehouse attacks was that before the weasels acted, Qin Ming had already dispatched the hunting and Thunder Wolf squads. With the awakened and armed forces combined, as long as the beasts did not launch a large-scale attack, they could generally hold their ground. But if, as Dong Yan said, all the weasel beasts had gone north, then those large grain warehouses would likely be in danger.
Let's do it this way. In the south, there are still me, Lu Chang, and Xia Mo, so it should be fine.
Qin Ming made up his mind. General Long nodded in agreement with Qin Ming's actions. On the very day the hunting squad and the Thunder Wolf squad set out, the 3 major grain warehouses in northern Huaxia were attacked by weasel beasts. Almost simultaneously, the army of Thunder Iron beasts hidden in a mountain in Jiangnan City also quietly moved. There were only 2 days left until the total assault of the first phase of the trial. Director, the 3 major grain warehouses in the north are simultaneously under attack by weasels. Our soldiers are fiercely resisting.
Lu Chang reported anxiously to Qin Ming.
Qin Ming hurried to the central control room, his gaze fixed on the massive screen in front of him. At that moment, the hunting squad and the Thunder Wolf squad had split into 3 small teams, each guarding one of the 3 major grain warehouses. The screen displayed scenes of their fierce battles with the weasels. These weasels were cunning, showing no intention of engaging directly with our soldiers. They would strike and then flee, only to suddenly charge out again.
What are these guys up to?
Qin Ming looked puzzled. This was not the behavior of an attacking force.
Do you see any clues?
Long Xiaoguai asked, standing beside him. Qin Ming shook his head. Something's very off. Let me think about their true intentions. Long Xiaoguai nodded. Just received news that Wumu has discovered the trace of a 1,000-faced monkey. That 1,000-faced monkey disguised itself as a person in charge of the grain warehouse and was surrounded and killed after being exposed. Qin Ming suddenly realized. This was the second 1,000-faced monkey to appear in Huaxia. Qin Ming immediately sensed something was wrong, a bad premonition rising in his heart.
Could it be that the 1,000-faced monkey clan has allied with the weasel clan?
The brains of the 1,000-faced monkey clan are much stronger than those of the weasels. No wonder they left the south to launch an offensive in the north.
This is probably the idea of the 1,000-faced monkeys.
In the next moment, Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat.
Wait, if that 1,000-faced monkey is a high-ranking official, then our empty information in the south would have been exposed, right?
Upon hearing this, Long Jiang and Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock.
Are you saying it's a feint? The Weasel clan led their awakeners north, leaving the south vulnerable. Next, the Thousand-Faced Monkey clan might launch an offensive in the south.
No, not just the Thousand-Faced Monkeys, but also the Thunder Iron Beast clan.
If analyzed carefully, this situation is indeed possible.
This way, the Weasel's strange actions can be explained. Their goal isn't to break into the granary, but to hold back the hunting teams and Thunder cavalry teams providing support over there.
This is troublesome. Qin Ming's mood instantly darkened.
Lu Chang, notify all regions to enter a level 1 combat readiness state.
All citizens in the south must not go outside. Yes, Lu Chang immediately took action. Is the sky tower completed? Qin Ming looked at Lu Ying.
Lu Ying quickly responded, for Thunder Iron Beast crystals have been installed on the sky tower, and final adjustments are underway.
It will take about 5 hours. 5 hours? Qin Ming frowned. This progress would indeed be completed before the monster's full-scale attack, but he underestimated the alien beasts.
These alien beasts might pull off something big before the main assault. In Ding Mountain Town, Jiangnan City. At this moment, the Thunder Iron Beast King, along with over 100 clan members, quietly descended the mountain, hiding near Ding Mountain Town. In front of their hiding place stood an ancient city wall, where Chinese soldiers were stationed. There were over 100 soldiers, divided into 3 small teams, guarding the area vigilantly. Because Qin Ming had given orders that those alien beasts might be hiding in the deep mountains, they had to be fully alert in their positions. Just then, a team of patrolling officers in police uniforms approached the city gate, immediately drawing the soldiers' attention. The one in charge here was Lieutenant Huang Tao. With years of military experience, he sensed something was off with this patrol at a glance.
"Hello, comrades. We just returned from patrolling Ding Mountain. Please open the gate."
The leader of the patrol saluted Lieutenant Huang Tao on the wall.
Huang's expression darkened. "Stand guard."
In an instant, the soldiers on the wall raised their weapons and aimed.
The leader of the patrol's face changed. "Commander, what are you doing? Patrolling? This kind of task is our military's responsibility. Who gave you the orders?" Huang shouted angrily. Regarding the hunt for alien beasts, the director had already issued clear instructions that only armed soldiers could carry out such tasks. For the patrol, going out there was tantamount to seeking death. The higher-ups would definitely not allow them to hunt alien beasts.
As he spoke, Lieutenant Huang Tao immediately activated the camera on his helmet. The camera's feed was connecting to the central control room of the Monster Academy. Below the city, upon hearing Huang Tao's words, the leader of the patrol's expression suddenly darkened. They had been careless. They knew that China had many types of troops, but to avoid being recognized, they had disguised themselves as patrol officers. They didn't expect these soldiers to be so cautious. Roar! In the next moment, the patrol below suddenly let out a strange roar, leaping onto the city wall and climbing up like a monkey.
Huang's expression changed. "It's an alien beast, open fire." Bang bang bang.
At the moment the thousand-faced monkey moved, the soldiers on the wall immediately pulled the trigger.
Rifle bullets poured down like crazy.
The thousand-faced monkey that jumped onto the wall was hit by several bullets and immediately fell down. The bullets pierced its body, spilling green blood. Clearly, compared to the Thunder Iron Beast and the Weasels, the thousand-faced monkey's defense was much weaker.
But it was unrealistic to kill it with just a few shots.
As a round of bullets poured out, the thousand-faced monkeys below revealed their true forms.
Injured, they became even angrier.
In the next moment, 8,000-faced monkeys suddenly sprang up, leaping high into the air and directly jumping onto the city wall. 6 of them were shot down, but 2 managed to break through and instantly pounced on 2 soldiers. Their fierce jaws bit down on a soldier's neck, killing him in one blow.
Ah, damn it!
Lieutenant Huang Tao immediately exploded in anger, wildly firing his rifle. However, the speed of the thousand-faced monkeys was incredibly fast. In an instant, they charged into the crowd of soldiers. Then, those 2,000-faced monkeys transformed, taking on the appearance of soldiers. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, their attacks immediately halting. They couldn't tell which was the thousand-faced monkey and dared not fire. Lieutenant Huang Tao was also stunned, feeling that things were going badly. He quickly took out his communicator. "This is Lieutenant Huang Tao. The city gate of Dingshan Town is under attack by thousand-faced monkeys."
Deep battle recording successfully activated.
With the voice coming through the headset, Huang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he died without sending out the message, he would be a sinner for eternity. At this moment, the scene was already connected to the central control room of the Monster Academy, and the urgent situation immediately caught the attention of Qin Ming and others.
Lu Ying shouted loudly, "Dean, there's a situation."
Qin Ming and Long Jiang immediately turned to look at the screen, but what they saw was shocking. A soldier in front suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Huang Tao.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out, and Lieutenant Huang Tao fell to the ground.
"Captain!" The soldiers roared in anger. Chaos ensued.
The 2,000-faced monkeys disguised as soldiers grabbed rifles and began shooting wildly, knocking down soldiers one after another. At that moment, Xin Ming and all the staff watching the scene were horrified. Xin Ming, with red eyes, shouted angrily, "Quick, open the combat helmets of the other soldiers." Soon, the screen reconnected.
"Damn it, let's fight them."
Fortunately, the soldiers were all wearing bulletproof vests. Aside from a few unlucky ones, many soldiers were still alive. They picked up their weapons to fight back, but at that moment, the 1,000-faced monkeys below had already charged up. In a contest of human bodies against beastly forms, they had no chance of winning. A fierce look flashed across Lieutenant Huang Tao's face. "Everyone, listen up. We can't let them into the city, even if it costs us our lives."
Snap!
The safety pin of a grenade popped out. Lieutenant Huang Tao held a grenade in each hand and lunged at a 1,000-faced monkey.
"Dean, Long Jiang, I'm going ahead."
Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Lieutenant Huang Tao tackled the 1,000-faced monkey, pressing the grenades firmly against its body.
Boom! Boom!
With two loud explosions, everyone's hearts trembled.
"Captain!"
All the soldiers watching this scene roared in grief and anger. Lieutenant Huang Tao perished along with the 1,000-faced monkey. This was also the first 1,000-faced monkey they had killed. But now was not the time to be sad. More 1,000-faced monkeys were already rushing in.
Although gunfire could inflict damage on them, at such close range, the 1,000-faced monkeys could charge into the crowd in an instant.
Once they disguised themselves as soldiers, in such a chaotic scene, they couldn't tell who was who. Even more troublesome was that some 1,000-faced monkeys were rushing into the city.
"Damn it, we can't let them into the city."
A soldier leaped towards a 1,000-faced monkey trying to rush inside. The man and beast rolled on the ground, and the soldier immediately pulled the pin on a grenade.
"Brothers, see you in the next life."
Boom! With a loud explosion, the 1,000-faced monkey was blown to pieces. The soldiers' fate was even more tragic. Their bodies could not withstand the 1,000-faced monkey's strength. Under the power of the grenade, the outcome was a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, a horrific sight. This scene greatly shocked the other soldiers, and everyone's eyes instantly turned red.
"Damn it, let's fight them."
Rather than being picked off one by one by the 1,000-faced monkey, it was better to go down together in a one-on-one fight. This way, more people could survive.
Bang!
A young soldier pulled the pins from two grenades with both hands.
"Brothers, take good care of my parents."
With that, the soldier charged forward. A 1,000-faced monkey across from him showed a look of horror, its sharp claws striking and instantly piercing the soldier's chest.
"Ah!"
The soldier screamed in pain, but his hands tightly embraced the 1,000-faced monkey.
"Xiao Hui!"
The soldiers roared in grief and anger.
"Damn beast, die!"
Soldier Xiao Hui held onto the 1,000-faced monkey, his head crashing heavily against the beast's face, knocking it down, with the grenades pressed to the ground.
Boom! Boom!
Two explosions sent both the 1,000-faced monkey and soldier Xiao Hui flying.
"Bastard! Bastard!"
A soldier with red eyes yanked the grenade from his hand, but the next moment, the grenade was snatched away by a young comrade beside him.
"Shanggu, your wife and daughter are still waiting for you at home."
The young soldier took the grenade and immediately charged at a 1,000-faced monkey. He leaped and tackled it, the grenade exploding. The young soldier spat out blood and slowly closed his eyes.
"Xiaodong, you bastard!" Tears streamed down Chang Ji's face. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sounds of grenades exploding continued. In just a few minutes, all the 1,000-faced monkeys on the city wall were annihilated. However, out of the 100 soldiers, only about 30 remained. The ground was filled with the bodies of comrades. The smell of gunpowder mixed with blood, creating an atmosphere of immense tragedy. At that moment in the central control room of the Monster Academy, everyone had red eyes.
Lu Ying and Xia Mo covered their mouths and cried bitterly.
Beside them, Hua Zhongxing stared blankly, his heart shaken beyond measure. Coming from a wealthy family, he had never seen such a scene. At the moment the soldiers perished with the beasts, his body trembled.
Everyone present was moved.
Even Qin Ming and Long Xiaoguo were gritting their teeth, their fists clenched tightly. They are all heroes. Qin Ming sighed heavily. Although he had seen too many similar scenes in his past life, seeing it again now still touched his heart.
People are ultimately passionate. Boom! Boom! Boom!
However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the screen.
Everyone's expression changed in surprise. What happened?
Upon hearing this sound, Qin Ming's face immediately darkened. Not good, it's the sound of the beast horde.
Sure enough, the surviving soldiers looked towards the city gates.
In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, a large group of thunder iron beasts was charging fiercely.
It looked to be no less than 100.
Prepare for battle. The soldiers, disregarding their sorrow, moved closer to the city wall to prepare for combat.
Dean, request for support. Dean, request for support. Shouts rang out continuously.
Qin Ming looked at the beast horde, his gaze gradually turning cold. Hold on, the soldiers in the city are already rushing to support.
Received. Brothers, let's fight these beasts.
The screen echoed with the soldiers' shouts.
Soon, gunfire erupted. Lu Chang, Xia Mo, let's go.
Qin Ming did not continue to watch. First, the thousand-faced monkeys ambushed, then the thunder iron beasts launched a strong attack. This was clearly a trick by the beasts.
With so many thunder iron beasts, the city gate could not be held.
Once the beasts broke into the city, it would bring about a great disaster. After Qin Ming left, General Long took command at the command center.
Quick, let all the soldiers in the city support the city gate.
At that moment, Lu Ying suddenly shouted,
General Long, it's bad.
The civilians in the city are evacuating, and there are 2 primary and secondary schools not far from the city gate. Parents are picking up their children.
What? General Long's face changed dramatically.
He immediately remembered that just 2 hours ago, Qin Ming had ordered all the people in the southern city to return home to prepare for the beast attack. However, in just 2 short hours, the crowd had not fully dispersed. Lu Ying quickly switched the screen to the footage from the Heavenly Eye. About 1 to 2 kilometers inside the city gate, there were 2 primary and secondary schools, and the patrol and fire department were urgently evacuating the students. At the same time, the city gate was breached. Hundreds of thunder iron beasts charged directly against the soldiers' gunfire, crashing through the city gate. Some of the thunder iron beasts rushed up the city wall to engage in battle with the soldiers, while others charged straight into the city.
Lu Ying's expression changed drastically. Dragon General, it's too late. The beasts have already broken in.
The Dragon General's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, Notify all soldiers heading to support Dingshan Town, do not go to the city gate, set up defenses 1 kilometer outside these 2 schools, and buy time for the students.
Yes.
Lu Ying and the staff immediately began to make contact. On the other side, Qin Ming also learned of the situation. He, along with Xia Mo and Lu Chang, set out with the few remaining soldiers from the Monster Academy. 5 armed helicopters and more than 10 armored vehicles were dispatched simultaneously. Meanwhile, an air raid alarm sounded in Dingshan Town, the alarm ringing continuously. Broadcasts echoed through various villages, schools, and other places. Attention everyone, beasts have launched an attack in Dingshan. They have breached the city gate defense line. Everyone quickly enter indoors to hide, close doors and windows.
Attention everyone.
As the broadcast sounded, the evacuation at the school became more urgent. But at this time, less than half of the students had been evacuated. Even with the help of the patrol and fire department, the number of students that could be sent away was still too few. Evacuation required driving to distant places. In such an urgent situation, it was simply unmanageable.
Just then, an armed company arrived urgently.
Company Commander Sun Tingliang jumped down from the military vehicle and shouted to the teachers and students who were evacuating, There's no time, quickly get back into the school and hide. While shouting, Company Commander Sun Tingliang heard the sounds from the battlefield in his earpiece. Commander, our defense line has been breached. The beast horde is heading towards the school.
Upon hearing this, Sun Tingliang's expression changed drastically. Quick, everyone retreat back to the school. Hurry, back, back.
The patrol and fire soldiers quickly called the students back to the school.
Get inside, lock the doors and windows. There were nearly 2,000 students in the 2 nearby schools.
In addition, there were many civilians in the nearby villages. This defense line absolutely could not be breached.
Commander, the defense line is set up. The beasts are coming.
A soldier shouted loudly.
Company Commander Sun Tingliang rushed onto an armored vehicle. Go to the defense line.
At this moment, the defense line was actually only about 200 meters from the school. The defense line 1 kilometer away had already been breached, with dozens of soldiers torn apart by the thunder iron beasts.
Now, the entire town was left with only their company.
Hundreds of soldiers held their ground at the defense line, weapons all raised. Several armored vehicles blocked the road, and the soldiers stood ready.
Boom, boom, boom.
At the same time, the figures of the thunder iron beasts appeared ahead, their expressions fierce and frenzied. Leading them was the thunder iron beast king. Roar! The beast king roared, commanding all the thunder iron beasts to launch an attack. The roars of the beasts were particularly terrifying, shaking the ground beneath them.
Sun Tingliang's expression darkened, and he shouted, Fire! We cannot let the beasts break through the defense line. Boom, boom, boom.
In the next moment, gunfire erupted. The soldiers engaged in battle with the beasts. Under the terrifying firepower, the beasts' advance was halted. At this moment, the crowd hiding behind the 2 buildings on the street picked up their phones, broadcasting the situation live online.
Some even started live streaming.
Just as the crowd opened the live stream, the the control room of the Monster Academy had already received the news.
Luing looked at Long John. Long John, the crowd has started a live stream, should we cut it off?
Long John gazed at the battle on the screen, pondering for a moment. No need, let the people of the nation see the terror of the alien beasts. This disaster is just the beginning, they will have to face it. With the official consent, the crowd's live stream instantly exploded on the internet. Countless citizens rushed into the live stream room. When they saw the soldiers fighting against the alien beasts, they were immediately shocked.
Heavens, where is this? Why are there so many alien beasts? It's a small town in Jiangnan City, so many alien beasts. Do we really have this many alien beasts within our borders?
Heavens, I just saw a brutal scene. I thought it was fake, but it turns out they really started fighting.
What? The school is right behind. I see students. Ah, really? Damn, this is trouble. All the netizens watching the live stream began to discuss, their moods turning tense.
Soon, the situation in Huaxia reached foreign countries. Officials from various nations received the news immediately.
Eagle Sauce Country, what? A small town in Huaxia is under attack by hundreds of alien beasts?
Sakura Country, quick, pull up the live stream from the scene.
The empire on which the sun never sets, so terrifying, why are so many alien beasts appearing all at once? Stick Country, ha, retribution has come.
At this moment, high-ranking officials from various countries, as well as foreign netizens, flooded into the live stream room. Originally intending to watch a show, they were all shocked by the situation on the ground. These soldiers are doomed. With so many alien beasts, they can't possibly hold them off. Yeah, even if their firepower is decent, the number of alien beasts is just too overwhelming.
Selling cakes, this is the first time I've seen so many alien beasts. What on earth has Huaxia done?
I guess this is the alien beasts' revenge. Huaxia has killed so many of them, it must have angered them, so they gathered their forces to retaliate against one place.
I have to say, these soldiers deserve respect.
If our country's soldiers faced this situation, they would have run away long ago. The world was abuzz with discussions, some lamenting, some gloating, some mocking.
And for those little haters, Huaxia netizens directly fought back. Of course, everyone's attention remained focused on the battlefield.
Damn it, hold on, the dean will be here soon. We can't let a single alien beast escape.
Squad leader Sun Tingliang gripped a heavy machine gun, firing wildly at the front.
However, this firepower was indeed insufficient against the thick skin of the Thunder Iron Beast. The Beast King stood behind, not launching an attack, but rather wearing a playful expression. King, the Weasel clan has already entered through the sewer. They will rush out at the school and attack the students. A Thunder Iron Beast respectfully spoke. The Beast King revealed a wicked smile. Then we won't rush to break through the defense. Let's see if these human soldiers will block us or go back to save the students.
That Qin Ming should be arriving soon, right?
The Thunder Iron Beast beside him replied, according to the Weasel clan's information, Qin Ming is not in the north, so he must be coming here to provide support. The Beast King had a cunning look. Our target is Qin Ming. Once he appears, we will immediately launch a siege. I want to tear him apart with my own hands and avenge our kin.
As it spoke, its ears twitched, hearing sounds from underground. The Weasel clan is coming.
Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, below the battlefield, in the sewer leading to the school, dozens of weasel alien beasts were running quickly. The swarm soon crossed the soldiers' defense line, heading straight for the school. Just as they were about to reach the school, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was a gray soul-eating mouse, standing alone on the wastewater, blocking the way in front of the pipe. Dong Yen opened his mouth, looking at the dozens of weasel-like beasts ahead, his expression more serious than ever. Boss, I'm going to start fighting now, he spoke into his phone. A voice came from the phone, Qin Ming's.
Dong Yen, please. Dong Yen grinned, my life is yours. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-devouring mouse he transformed into pounced fiercely towards the swarm of mice. 5 minutes later, the Thunder Iron Beast King looked at the school not far away, a puzzled expression on his face. Why is there still no movement? According to the plan, the weasel swarm should have entered the school and started the slaughter by now. Watching his kin being bombarded, the Thunder Iron Beast King's face darkened. A bunch of useless trash. Let's go ourselves. Roar! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the Thunder Iron Beast King let out an angry roar. Suddenly, all the Thunder Iron Beasts went berserk, charging towards the defense line with ferocity. The first to bear the brunt was the left flank of the defense. The Beast King charged through the gunfire, crashing into an armored vehicle. Boom! The armored vehicle was sent flying. Several soldiers were knocked to the ground. In the next moment, the beasts immediately pounced. Seeing the gaping maw of the beast, the soldiers had nowhere to escape. A soldier's face showed a fierce expression as he tore off the bomb he had prepared. No! Captain Sun Tingliang shouted in anger. Boom! At the moment the beast charged, the bomb exploded violently, and under the furious shockwave,
the beast was blown away, an arm flying into the sky. The soldier, however, was turned into a mist of blood.
Steel Company, never back down.
The soldiers on the left flank did not hesitate, tearing off their bombs and fiercely embracing the charging beasts.
Steel Company, never back down. Amidst the soldiers' furious shouts, explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom.
The gunfire engulfed both soldiers and beasts, creating an incredibly tragic scene.
This moment was clearly captured in the live broadcast.
At this moment, officials from countries around the world and billions of people were left stunned.
A deathly silence.
They all had one question in their hearts.
Is this the soldiers of Huaxia?
Yes, this is the soldiers of Huaxia. After the beasts broke through the defense line, they decisively chose to sacrifice themselves, perishing together with the beasts. At that moment, when the explosion sounded, it was the blossoming of the soldiers' lives. The blood mist stained the earth, turning the eyes of the Huaxia people red. All the citizens watching the live broadcast were deeply moved. The scene erupted into frenzied roars.
Kill! Avenge our brothers!
Captain Sun Tingliang stood on top of the armored vehicle, stepping forward, holding a heavy machine gun, and crazily shooting at the beasts ahead.
Boom, boom, boom.
Gunfire rained down, smoke billowing. After the left flank was breached, the Thunder Iron beasts began to attack the right flank.
With the left flank no longer holding them back, the pressure on the right flank surged. Captain Sun Tingliang shouted loudly, "Go, reinforce the left flank. Stop them for me."
Then, 10 soldiers opened fire to suppress while rushing towards the left flank.
Boom, boom, boom.
However, when they arrived, the right flank had already fallen. With the sound of explosions, it meant that the soldiers on the right flank had used their last resort, perishing together with the beasts.
Reinforce, hurry up.
The captain continued to shout angrily. He knew very well that this method of fighting was using the soldiers' lives to buy time,
but he had no choice. There were only so many capable people.
He could only do this to buy a little time for the support of the Dean and the others.
At this moment, the defense line that had just rushed towards the left flank was also breached for the second time. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer."
A soldier pulled the bomb on his chest the moment the Thunder Iron beast charged.
Boom, boom.
The gunfire roared, and the beasts were sent flying. But the beasts, now on guard, immediately curled up their bodies, their thick fur blocking the fatal blow.
Up, keep going up.
Sun Tingliang's eyes were red, but at this moment, only about 20 soldiers remained by his side.
If they went up again, the main line of defense would completely collapse. "I'll go."
Just then, a group of inspectors and firefighters rushed out. They picked up the rifles of the fallen soldiers and built a defense on the left flank.
Suddenly, more than 10 fierce attackers once again blocked the alien beasts.
Yet, even so, it was still insignificant. The alien beasts slowly advanced, repeatedly breaking through the defenses on the left and right flanks. Even the later inspectors and firefighters began to suffer casualties. The Huaxia soldiers were retreating. At this moment, countless people watched the live broadcast, sighing.
It's over, they can't hold them back. A touching scene, but unfortunately, human power is still too small. I'm about to cry. The spirit of the Huaxia people is something our Western countries have never possessed.
Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, a loud drumbeat abruptly sounded. Despite the gunfire, the drumbeat still pierced the sky, striking at everyone's hearts.
What's going on? Where's the drum sound coming from?
The live broadcast camera moved, trying to find the source of the drum sound.
Soon, the camera landed on an ancient building next to the school.
The building was only 2 stories high, filled with a heavy sense of history.
A large plaque hung on the building's main door.
It read 4 large characters, Huang Clan Ancestral Hall. This ancestral hall had a history of hundreds of years, and the Huang family was the largest surname in Dingshan town. At this moment, an old man was standing on the second floor of the hall, vigorously striking the long dormant big drum. Beside him, another white-haired old man lit 3 incense sticks, holding them to his forehead as he prayed to the heavens. At this moment, when the live broadcast camera focused on the 2 old men, everyone in the live chat was stunned, especially the foreign netizens, who looked puzzled.
What was going on with these 2 old men beating the drum at such a critical moment? Didn't they think it was chaotic enough? Beating the drum loudly, wouldn't that attract the attention of the alien beasts even more? What's going on? Is this a Huaxia worship ceremony?
These Huaxia people must be unable to defeat the alien beasts, preparing to pray for divine intervention. Truly a feudal superstitious country.
What a good atmosphere, ruined by these 2 old men. Can't they just stay at home?
The actions of the 2 old men immediately sparked discussions among foreign netizens.
However, at this moment, some Huaxia netizens quickly refuted. What do you know?
The hall drum is sounding, the clan incense is burning, these 2 grandfathers are calling for family members. Oh my god, striking the ancestral hall drum usually only happens during family celebrations and sacrifices, or when facing external enemies. this Huang family is going to fight desperately."
As soon as this was said, it shocked all netizens both domestically and internationally. What did this mean? Were these villagers going to join the battlefield?
Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, accompanied by the drumbeat, young men from the village rushed out from all directions with kitchen knives, hoes, long guns, and sticks. They were all people from nearby villages, members of the Huang family. Originally, they were hiding at home like ordinary citizens. However, now that the ancestral hall drum had sounded, they knew what was happening. In just a moment, hundreds of young men gathered under the ancestral hall. The sound of the ancestral hall drum was continuous, and the white-haired old man inserted the long incense, looking intently at the crowd below. "Huang family sons, the alien beasts are slaughtering our soldiers at the gate of the Huang clan ancestral hall.
If we Huang family sons hide behind, we will be ashamed of our ancestors. The country is in trouble, every man has a responsibility. Do our Huang family sons dare to fight the alien beasts?"
The white-haired old man shouted with full vigor.
"Fight! Kill!" Hundreds of young men roared angrily at the gate of the ancestral hall.
The clan elder gripped the railing tightly, shouting excitedly, "In this battle, regardless of life or death, in front of the ancestral tablets, we open a page in the family tree, offering the first incense, for the old and young of the clan. Go, strengthen the might of our Huaxia sons. Kill!" Under the resounding drumbeats, hundreds of young men charged into the streets, rushing towards the soldiers' defense line.
"Kill! Fight these beasts! Warriors, we are here to help you." Hundreds of young men, armed with simple weapons, fearlessly charged the defense line. The clan leader took the lead, picking up a rifle from the ground, and shouted loudly to the clansmen, "Those who have served in the military, pick up the guns on the ground, shoot them all." In an instant, hundreds rushed forward, blocking the entire street. Many veterans picked up the guns from the ground and shot with skill. This scene stunned even the soldiers in battle. Company Commander Sun Tingliang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to drive these villagers back, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. At that moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast, whether Huaxia people or foreigners, were deeply shocked. Countless citizens had red eyes, wishing they could join the battlefield. The foreigners were dumbfounded, struggling to imagine why a nation's people could be so united. Such national cohesion was something they could never achieve. Even more astonishing were the officials from various countries, many high-ranking individuals feeling both fear and envy. The top official of Eagle Saw stared at the screen, his expression horrified. "This country of Huaxia is terrifying." Of course, many voices of doubt emerged. "What's so shocking? Just a bunch of rabble. Once people start dying, they'll run for their lives." Ah, exactly what I wanted to say. No one is unafraid of death. These people are just full of hot blood. That's right, look how impressive they are now. Soon they'll be in a sorry state. The voices of doubt grew louder. The people of Huaxia chose to ignore these words. They were just a bunch of loudmouths. The high-ranking officials of various countries also noticed these voices, and Teipu smiled bitterly. "I actually hope it will be as they say. If this is Huaxia, it's not too terrifying." However, the bravery of the Huaxia people was something they never expected. Not long after, ammunition was nearly exhausted, and the firepower gradually slowed down. Seizing this opportunity, the Thunder Iron Beast revealed its ferocious face and attacked the left and right defense lines. Then, it charged directly towards the crowd in the center of the street. Company Commander Sun Tingliang roared, "Soldiers, step forward, villagers, retreat." In the next moment, the soldiers tightened their grips on their daggers or used their empty rifles as weapons. Just as they prepared to engage the beast in close combat, the Huang clan's young men rushed forward. They wielded kitchen knives, long sticks, and iron pipes, shouting passionately, "Kill!" They bravely attempted to use their flesh and blood to block the beast's advance. But how could mere mortals stand against the beasts? The kitchen knives struck the Thunder Iron Beast, unable to even cut through its fur. Roar! The Thunder Iron Beast roared in anger, swinging its massive hand, sending several young men flying. The soldiers immediately shouted, "Retreat, everyone retreat!" They rushed to the front, standing in front of the villagers. The beast's claws were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, taking the lives of soldiers with each swing. Yet no one took a step back, because they knew that if this defense line collapsed, the beasts would rush into the school, causing devastating harm to the students. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the live broadcast was moved. Even the voices of doubt fell silent. They had thought these villagers would be easily defeated. Indeed, their mortal bodies were indeed fragile, but their spirit and faith were unbreakable. The officials from various countries were left dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe why the Huaxia people were so resolute, unafraid even when facing death. They seemed to see the reason behind Huaxia's strength. With such a nation, how could Huaxia not be powerful? Get out of the way! At that moment, the roar of engines filled the air. Company Commander Sun Tingliang drove the armored vehicle, slamming the accelerator as he charged towards the beast. Soldiers and villagers quickly moved aside. Bang!
The armored vehicle directly knocked a Thunder Iron Beast away, maintaining speed as it rushed towards the Beast King. The Thunder Iron Beast King looked at the oncoming vehicle with amusement, seeking death.
It swung its fist and struck out fiercely. Boom!
The fist landed heavily on the armored vehicle's hood, causing the front to dip sharply while the rear was lifted by inertia, flipping the entire vehicle over. At that moment, Company Commander Sun Tingliang leaped out of the armored vehicle's hatch and lunged directly at the Thunder Iron Beast King. Almost simultaneously, all eyes were on Sun Tingliang. When they saw the several bundles of explosives strapped to him, their expressions changed drastically.
"Commander, no! Commander, stop!" the soldiers shouted in anger. Smack!
The next moment, the Thunder Iron Beast King grabbed Sun Tingliang by the shoulder, lifting him into the air.
"Insignificant human, you truly fear nothing." Sun Tingliang's face flashed with determination. "Even in death, I will take you down with me."
With that, he prepared to pull the fuses from the explosives. Just then, a roaring sound echoed from the sky. Several helicopters flew in rapidly. Everyone quickly looked up and saw one of the helicopters open its door, with 3 figures rapidly descending from the sky.
Boom!
One of them, like a bolt of lightning, charged directly towards the Beast King.
Everyone on the scene was startled. What was that?
The Thunder Iron Beast King squinted its eyes, flinging Sun Tingliang away and swinging its fist at the figure in the air.
Boom! Lightning flashed, cutting through the sky.
Under the astonished gaze of the world, a figure of lightning collided heavily with the Thunder Iron Beast King.
Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous roar.
At the moment of impact, the ground beneath them exploded, billowing dust into the air.
The Thunder Iron Beast King's feet sank into the ground, its legs buckling under a powerful force. Roar!
The next moment, the Beast King let out an enraged roar, its massive body sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground amidst the dust.
Wow, what is that? Oh my, is that a flying person? Is that Huaxia's secret weapon? Everyone was stunned. The Beast King, which could not be moved by artillery, was actually pushed back. In an instant, all eyes focused on the dust cloud. As the dust settled, Xin Ming's figure slowly emerged. Dressed in black, holding the Starfall Tang knife, Xin Ming's expression was resolute, with a hint of anger. When Company Commander Sun Tingliang saw Xin Ming, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Dean!" The soldiers quickly reacted, shouting excitedly. "It's the Dean has arrived."
Everyone was thrilled, leaving the nearby villagers and the audience in the livestream in shock.
Who is this? They seem to be calling him Dean? The Dean, could it be the Dean of the Monster Academy? Ha, is he so young?
The live stream erupted into chatter. Whether it was the citizens of Huaxia or foreign netizens, no one knew the identity of the Dean of the Monster Academy. This mysterious organization, which held the power to mobilize all of Huaxia's agencies, turned out to be led by a young man. The world instinctively found it hard to believe. And when Xin Ming appeared, officials from various countries stood up, their expressions serious as they looked at Xin Ming on the screen. Under investigation from various nations, Xin Ming's identity was no longer a secret. But aside from the Eagle Nation, no other countries really understood Xin Ming's abilities. Now that he had appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of officials from various nations.
It's him! It's him!
In the Eagle Nation's Central Command, General John pointed at the screen, his expression excited as he shouted.
Tep immediately called out, "Get the recording ready. I want to see what this kid is capable of."
At that moment, the eyes of the entire world were focused on Xin Ming.
Don't forget, he had jumped down from a high altitude. What he did was something no ordinary person could accomplish. Bang bang!
At the same time, 2 figures in the sky crashed down, scattering the dust.
On either side of Xin Ming were Xia Mo, dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and the armed Lu Chang. Lu Chang turned back and said, "Sun Tingliang, organize the civilians to retreat. Leave this to us." Sun Tingliang did not hesitate and immediately shouted to the soldiers, "Retreat, take the people back."
Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xin Ming slowly stepped forward, facing the Thunder Iron Beast King. In front of him were dozens of Thunder Iron Beasts. Seeing this scene, the world was shocked, and the live broadcast exploded with excitement.
What the hell does he want to do?
Xin Ming stood in front of the soldiers, and the ferocious beasts growled but dared not advance. But soon, the Thunder Iron Beast slowly approached, surrounding Xin Ming and the others. Among the beasts, the Thunder Iron Beast King revealed a sinister smile, staring intently at Xin Ming. Xin Ming looked up at the sky, where soldiers from the helicopter were slowly descending. He picked up the intercom and ordered, "Leave this to me, all soldiers enter the sewer to support Dongyan."
"Received," came the response through the earpiece.
Meanwhile, at the location of the sewer beneath Xin Ming's feet, Dongyan, transformed into the soul-devouring rat, was covered in blood, gasping heavily, with one arm already hanging down. Under his command, the bodies of over 30 weasel beasts had piled up.
Qin Ming whispered, "Xiao Yan, hold on."
After saying that, he suddenly raised his head.
"Draw your sword." Clang.
As he spoke, Lu Cheng drew his long knife.
Crack.
Xia Mo connected two sections of the gun body together.
Go.
In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the world, Qin Ming erupted, his figure shooting forward like a cannonball.
Roar.
The thunder iron beasts let out furious roars and lunged forward.
Battle technique, thunder destruction/boom.
A bolt of lightning flickered on the tang knife, arcs of electricity leaping as he swept his blade. Thunder rumbled through the sky, and the blade shone brightly.
Rip.
Two thunder iron beasts that lunged at him were directly beheaded.
Bang bang.
As the two headless corpses fell to the ground, the live broadcast instantly exploded. The high-ranking officials from various countries watching the live stream all widened their eyes.
What? How is this possible? Why can he break through the beast's defenses with one slash? My god, what is that thunder?
This was the first time supernatural abilities had appeared before the world, destined to cause a huge uproar. Qin Ming had anticipated this, but he chose not to hide it.
Awakeners would eventually be exposed.
After slashing down two thunder iron beasts, Qin Ming continued to charge forward, his speed as fast as lightning.
Battle technique, phantom flash boom.
Lightning wrapped around Qin Ming, and his aura became violent and terrifying. Thunder iron beasts kept lunging at him, but he dodged them all. His footsteps flickered, moving so fast that he left after images at the scene. The long knife kept slashing out, and two more thunder iron beasts were killed. Everyone was stunned. Beasts that bullets couldn't kill were like cutting vegetables in front of this young man, simply unbelievable. The Thunder Iron Beast King also showed a look of fear. It had underestimated Qin Ming's strength. This combat power was not something a first-tier realm could possess.
Could it be that he had advanced to the second tier? The next moment, it let out a low growl.
A second-tier Thunder Iron Beast beside him suddenly let out a roar and charged towards Qin Ming.
Roar!
Its sharp claws tore through the air, several cold glimmers flashing. The Thunder Iron Beast's violent skill, tearing claw. With this claw strike, even a tank would be scrapped. Qin Ming did not dodge or evade, continuing to rush towards the Beast King. Just as the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast's claws came crashing down, a long spear with a cold gleam pierced through from behind. Buzz! The void trembled, and a chilling aura rapidly spread. At the tip of the spear, a touch of ice gradually spread, emitting a cold white mist. Thud! The spear thrust out, piercing into the palm of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast. But before blood could flow, the ice had already frozen the wound. With a shake of the spear, the frozen palm of the Thunder Iron Beast exploded, ice shards flying everywhere. The second-tier Thunder Iron Beast was sent flying, crashing to the ground and howling in agony. One of its arms had been shattered into ice shards. Seeing this, the Beast King revealed a look of horror.
King's sequence. Not good. Everyone attacked together. Kill that woman. The Beast King roared loudly. Dozens of thunder beasts lunged out with ferocity. Xia Mo gripped the icy spear and thrust it at a thunder beast. Put! The first-tier thunder beast couldn't react at all and was directly pierced through the chest. Xia Mo moved in, delivering a heavy kick with her long leg. Bang! With tremendous force, the thunder beast was sent flying. At the same time, the ice on its chest continued to spread. The moment it crashed into another thunder beast, Xia Mo extended her hand and forcefully grasped at the void. Battle skill ice explosion. Boom! The frozen thunder beast exploded violently. Another thunder beast was also sent flying by the powerful explosion, ice shards even cutting into its body. Roar! At this moment, three thunder beasts lunged at Xia Mo simultaneously. She had nowhere to evade. Xia Mo's gaze sharpened, a chill flashing across her face as she thrust the spear into the ground. Battle skill ice sealing the world. Crackle crackle. A thread of extreme cold rapidly spread beneath the spear. Boom! Frost erupted, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The three lunging thunder beasts had their pupils suddenly constrict, the ice spreading over their bodies, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures. They lost their momentum and crashed heavily to the ground. Under the blazing sun, the three large ice sculptures were particularly dazzling. In the live broadcast room, there was a dead silence. Those watching the live stream had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. High-ranking officials from various countries stood up straight, staring intently at this scene. The battle continued, and behind Xia Mo, there was a brave figure. Lu Chang was currently surrounded by 7 or 8 thunder beasts, his Tang Dao already broken. He clenched his fists tightly, his iron fists striking out continuously, one punch after another, sending the 7 or 8 beasts flying. Under the cover of Xia Mo and Lu Chang, Qin Ming had already rushed to the Thunder Beast King. The long knife slashed horizontally, thunder roaring. The Beast King was enraged as well, its claws extending, fiercely clawing down at Qin Ming. Clang!
A piercing sound of impact rang out. Qin Ming was knocked back by the immense force, but the thunder had already struck the Beast King, causing it to tremble. The Thunder Beast King had already reached the second-tier realm, its aura extremely violent. Suddenly, it opened its large mouth, a thunderball slowly coalescing. Put! The thunderball shot out, and Qin Ming activated his phantom flash, his figure transforming into lightning, instantly dodging the thunderball's strike. Boom! The thunderball exploded on the ground, creating a massive deep pit in the concrete floor. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming moved in. Thunder flickered on the long knife, energy accumulating. Battle skill Thunder Annihilation Slash. The knife struck fiercely against the Thunder Beast King's body, tearing a gash in its tough fur, blood gushing out. At the wound, arcs of lightning danced, continuously damaging the Beast King's body. Roar! The Beast King howled in pain. It swung its massive claw, ready to strike at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's footsteps flashed again, and with a sliding maneuver, he dodged the giant claw, positioning himself behind the Beast King. The Tang knife tore through, pulling hard at the Beast King's tendons. The blade shimmered as Qin Ming struck swiftly, the edge slicing from the heel up the calf, thigh. Roar! The Beast King let out a mournful roar, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Ming leaped high, flicking his fingers, and a card glowing with lightning appeared before him. High-risk combat skill Deceptive card. In the next moment, the Deceptive card pulsed, revealing 5 large characters. Thunder Judgment. A surge of divine thunder surged into the Starfall long knife, and Qin Ming descended like a thunder god, lightning raging around him. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people around the world, he swung his blade. Accept your judgment, Thunder Iron Beast. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, the lightning tearing through the sky, crashing towards the Thunder Iron Beast King with world-ending might. Judgment Thunder. The Thunder Iron Beast King's pupils suddenly constricted, fear etched on its face. It wanted to flee, but there was no chance left. The thunder pierced through its body, terrifying voltage wreaking havoc within. The smell of burning flesh slowly rose as the Thunder Iron Beast King was electrocuted to a crisp, collapsing heavily to the ground. The Beast King was slain. Roar! Seeing this, the other Thunder Iron Beasts let out furious roars. At the same time, their gazes towards Qin Ming were filled with fear. With the Beast King dead, they began to panic. At this moment, they had developed a desire to retreat. Qin Ming, holding the Starfall knife, looked indifferently at the group of strange beasts. He shouted angrily, "Kill them, leave not a single one alive." Lightning flickered around Qin Ming as he charged fiercely at the strange beasts. At this moment, Qin Ming was like a thunder god descending, wielding the Thunder War knife, judging evil. Each strike he made would surely reap a strange beast. Beside him, Xiaomo wielded a cold ice spear with unmatched ferocity, freezing each strange beast into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, Lu Chang was even more domineering, engaging the strange beasts in hand-to-hand combat. The sight of his fists landing with brutal force was visually striking. At this moment, the whole world was watching the live broadcast, witnessing the 3 of them battling the strange beasts, their hearts shaken. Everything had shattered their previous understanding. Monsters that bullets and artillery could hardly harm were now like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their slaughter. The world was abuzz with discussion. Heavens, are these still humans? How can he control lightning? What the heck, is that girl the ice girl? She even froze the strange beasts. Is this some kind of superpower from a movie? I finally understand why China is so powerful. It turns out they possess this kind of ability. The world was in shock, especially the high-ranking officials of various countries, whose faces had darkened to the extreme in the wake of their astonishment. Clearly, the abilities mastered by China had reshaped their understanding. If this continued, China would surely ascend to the pinnacle of the world, something they all dreaded. Quick, investigate how these people acquired this strange ability. The same command came from the leaders of various nations. They had all realized this power was the key to combating the monster invasion. Conventional weapons were far too limited against the strange beasts. The live broadcast continued, and after the Thunder Iron Beast King was slain, the other 2 second-tier strange beasts were also killed. Under the combined assault of Qin Ming and his companions, all the strange beasts in the arena were vanquished. We won, we won. Suddenly, an excited shout rang out from the crowd. A stone stirred 1,000 waves, and the soldiers and villagers all cheered with exhilaration. We won, we won. We have defeated the strange beasts. We are the victors. The soldiers wore radiant smiles, laughing until they cried. Yes, they had won, they had avenged their fallen comrades. At this moment, the entire China erupted in celebration. This battle, which had seemed hopeless, had ultimately ended in their victory. Just as everyone was cheering, Qin Ming and Xiaomo rushed towards the school, opened the manhole cover, and jumped down. The moment they landed in the sewer, several soldiers immediately turned around and aimed their guns at them. When they saw it was Qin Ming, the soldiers quickly lowered their weapons, their eyes red as they shouted, "Director!" Qin Ming nodded with difficulty, then looked ahead, where a dozen dead soldiers lay on the ground, along with a large number of weasel corpses. Dong Yen was lying on top of the weasel bodies, covered in blood, with not a single clean spot on him. At this moment, Dong Yen had reverted to his human form, clearly having broken through to the second tier. He had almost single-handedly held off dozens of weasels. Xia Mo felt a shiver at the shocking sight. Qin Ming's eyes also reddened as he gazed at Dong Yen. Seemingly sensing Qin Ming's arrival, Dong Yen struggled to lift his head, propping himself up with one hand to straighten his body. After a slight stumble, Dong Yen managed to stand, his one hand drooping as he looked at Qin Ming, offering a faint smile. "Boss, the mission is complete." Qin Ming looked at Dong Yen and nodded heavily. "You've worked hard. The applause from above belongs to you." On the battlefield, across the world, countless people were sincerely applauding and cheering for this intense battle. But they did not know that beneath their feet, in the dark sewer, there was an even fiercer fight taking place. Some had built a defense line with their lives. He was silently giving in the shadows, with no one able to see. This was where Qin Ming felt guilty towards Dong Yen. Dong Yen shook his head. "Boss, I don't care about that." Qin Ming collected his emotions and slowly spoke. "Let's go, I'll take you back to heal. In the next battle, it's our turn for revenge." After the battle, the world was thrown into an uproar. The live broadcast was rebroadcast by various countries, trending on major platforms. At a certain military base in Eagle Sauce, Lord Taepu and General John, along with a group of high-ranking officials, arrived at a heavily guarded research room in the base. "Your Excellency, this is the crystal we found in the brain of a thunder iron beast." A white-haired scientist in a lab coat held up a crystal to show everyone. The old man, wearing thick glasses, looked at the crystal with a fervent expression. The desire in his eyes felt eerie. However, the old man paid no mind to the gazes of others. Taepu frowned and glanced at General John. General John cleared his throat and said softly, "Your Excellency Taepu, this is Eagle Sauce's most outstanding scientist, Dr. Eccentric. Don't mind his oddities, it's the external manifestation of a scientist's obsession with knowledge." Taepu nodded, not paying too much attention. People with abilities often have peculiar personalities, and he could understand that. "Hello, Dr. Eccentric." Lord Taepu extended his hand. Dr. Eccentric raised his glasses and looked at Taepu. "Your Excellency, shaking hands with a scientist is a taboo." Saying this, he raised the beast crystal in his hand. "This crystal possesses extremely powerful extraordinary energy. That Chinese kid is very likely to have used this kind of crystal to develop his abilities." Upon hearing this, Taepu and the high-ranking official's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" Dr. Eccentric chuckled. "Whether it's true or not, we have to test it to find out. In addition to this crystal, we also obtained many special active cells from the blood and flesh of the extraordinary beast. These substances might also cause mutations in humans. So, what do you think? Should we conduct an experiment?" Dr. Eccentric asked enticingly. Taepu frowned. "Human experimentation?" Dr. Eccentric smiled wickedly. "No, that will be our Eagle Sauce's future super soldiers." This statement undoubtedly struck a chord in Taepu's heart. Superhumans, even Eagle Sauce must have them. After careful consideration, Tep decided to agree to the plan of the Mad Doctor. The Mad Doctor chuckled. "Wise Chancellor." Then, he ignored Tep and turned back to continue tinkering with the corpse of a strange beast. If Qin Ming were here, he would definitely strangle this Mad Doctor at the first opportunity. Because this guy would create incredibly terrifying monsters, bringing unimaginable disasters to humanity. After Tep and a group of high-ranking officials left, the Mad Doctor slowly turned back to take a look, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. Bang! The door to the research room closed, leaving only the Mad Doctor and a dozen researchers. The Mad Doctor, wearing white gloves, lifted the beast crystal of the Thunder Iron Beast. He squinted his eyes and examined it closely, his face filled with madness. "You, who is willing to become a moment in history?" As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen researchers stood up without a second thought. "Teacher, I am willing." The Mad Doctor slowly raised his head, looking at the eager students with a ghostly smile, very satisfied. "Eddie, it's you." The Mad Doctor pointed to a slightly muscular man. Upon hearing this, the other students took a step back with faces full of envy and regret. The chosen Eddie was extremely excited and quickly shouted, "Thank you, teacher." Eddie was just over 30, had a habit of exercising, was in great shape, and very healthy. "Go!" The Mad Doctor smiled. Eddie did not hesitate, took off the identification badge around his neck, and turned to walk towards a steel cage behind him. This steel cage was specially built by the Eagle Sauce military, impervious to cannon fire. Eddie walked in without hesitation, even closing the door behind him.
Then, the Mad Doctor handed over the beast crystal. After receiving it, a glint of madness flashed in Eddie's eyes as he stuffed the beast crystal into his mouth. Gulp! As Eddie swallowed the beast crystal, the Mad Doctor and the other researchers began to feel tense. The next moment, Eddie felt a scorching energy swirling inside him, as if it were about to devour him. Ah! Eddie fell to the ground in agony, his expression filled with unbearable pain. My body is going to explode. Water, give me water. Eddie rolled on the ground, clutching his chest, tearing at it with all his might, until his skin was torn and bleeding, still refusing to stop. Give him water, the Mad Doctor ordered. Then, another researcher took out a tablet to control it. Whoosh above the cage, the sprinkler system activated, spraying water onto Eddie. Eddie's eyes turned blood red, and he suddenly jumped up, like a spider, crawling on the ceiling, opening his mouth wide to swallow the water from the sprinkler. Seeing this, the Mad Doctor's eyes lit up. It's happening, this is the power. But the next moment, Eddie crashed heavily to the ground, his body a deep red, looking like it was about to explode at any moment. Not good. Body temperature has soared to 65 degrees and is still rising. A researcher shouted loudly. The Mad Doctor looked at the data beside him, his expression darkening. Inject the serum. The students nearby quickly operated. Then, a mechanical arm extended from the ceiling, and a sharp syringe pierced into Eddie's body. An unknown liquid was injected. This so-called serum was actually a mixture of beast blood. As for what beast blood the Mad Doctor had fused, no one knew. After the drug was injected into Eddie's body, he suddenly began to convulse, his muscles swelling. In no time, Eddie's muscles had expanded to the point of tearing his clothes, with veins and tendons bursting out, looking terrifying. His claws began to sprout hair, and his nails grew longer. Under the astonished gazes, Eddie transformed into a monster with a rat's face, the limbs of a thousand-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder-iron beast, a creature composed of 3 different beasts. Roar! Suddenly, Eddie half-knelt on the ground, letting out a beast-like roar. Bang! He slammed his fist down, and the hard floor immediately cracked open. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. The bizarre doctor showed a fervent expression. What a perfect creation! Boom! Suddenly, the monster charged towards the iron cage, grabbing the hard iron bars and roaring with a twisted face. Faced with such a monster, the bizarre doctor was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked pleasantly surprised. Eddie, can you hear your teacher? Eddie! As the bizarre doctor called out, the monster's crimson eyes slowly returned to normal. The monster let out a hoarse voice. Teacher! Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, the bizarre doctor burst into mad laughter. In the central room of the Monster Academy in Huaxia, after the battle in Dingshan Town concluded, the Monster Academy received good news. Director, the Sky Tower is complete. Luing shouted excitedly. Qin Ming looked at the Sky Tower on the screen, a smile appearing on his face. Finally completed. On the screen was the Sky Tower, located in Jiangnan City. One could see a steel giant tower standing over 600 meters tall. Centered around the Sky Tower, the area covered thousands of acres, with many surrounding buildings, resembling a small town. And on the outermost side was a steel city wall over 100 meters high. Above the city wall, various high-tech weapons stood ready: ground-to-air missiles, anti-aircraft guns, rocket launchers, howitzers, heavy machine guns. Of course, this was just the surface. Deep underground, there was also a hidden underground base. Although it was called the Sky Tower, it was essentially a large shelter. Accommodating millions of people was not a problem at all. These 36 Sky Towers had almost exhausted all of Huaxia's resources. For the past month, all industries, manufacturing, and construction in Huaxia had come to a halt to fully supply these 36 Sky Towers. In addition, Huaxia had also purchased a large amount of steel from neighboring countries. During wartime, neighboring countries were unwilling to sell strategic materials like steel, and Huaxia eventually exchanged food for it. The grain that Qin Ming had purchased from various countries played a crucial role. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the support of the people of Huaxia. Without the nationwide construction workers working day and night, such a massive infrastructure project could not have been completed. Currently, only the Steel City Wall and the main tower of the Sky Tower were operational. Many ground buildings and the underground base were still being improved. It would take a long time to be fully completed, but that was already enough. The current Sky Tower had met Qin Ming's requirements. Next, it was time for Huaxia to take revenge. As the Sky Tower was completed, Qin Ming immediately issued orders to the Hunting Squad and the Thunderhawk Squad, instructing them to head to the major Sky Towers. They would be the main force in this revenge operation. In addition to these 2 special ability squads, soldiers with extraordinary physiques reaching 100% from the Monster Academy also sprang into action.
Furthermore, various military districts mobilized soldiers to deploy to the Sky Tower. At this moment, the entire Huaxia was in motion. The citizens all hid in their homes, with the nation under lockdown, a suffocating sense of an impending storm slowly enveloping the land. With 24 hours left until the beast horde launched their total attack, countries around the world received another message from beyond. The content of the message was simple, just a short sentence. Trial Phase 1, 24 hours countdown. When the countdown ends, the beasts will launch a total attack on all major civilizations. Upon receiving the message, the officials of various countries were immediately in an uproar. In response to this news, Qin Ming revealed a chilling smile. Total attack? I'll just topple your lair directly. Monster Total Attack Countdown 23:58:13 Monster Total Attack Countdown 23:58:12. A series of countdowns appeared on all information networks, televisions, mobile phones, text messages, short video websites. Every device capable of receiving external information seemed to have been hacked, with bright red countdowns flashing overhead. Like the death knell, it was drawing closer step by step. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar. What's going on? Why is there a countdown on my phone? Oh no, have the alien beasts invaded our phones? God, please save humanity. What should I do? What should I do? I haven't even dated yet. I don't want to die. Is there anyone willing to have a passionate romance in the last 23 hours? The internet was buzzing. People from all countries were worried, and panic spread rapidly. Not only ordinary citizens but even the officials of various countries were in a state of alarm. Others might not know the source of this information, but they were very clear. This information undoubtedly came from those extraterrestrial civilizations. This also indicated that advanced civilizations from beyond could invade Blue Star at any time. But they hadn't done so. Instead, they were using this civilization trial to test Blue Star. Now, the whole world was restless, and the official websites of various countries were overwhelmed by netizens. But the officials had no way out. Everything they could do had already been done. What's going on? Why is there still a total attack? The alien beasts that appeared recently had already left them in a mess, and now there was going to be a total attack? How could they resist? High-level officials of Eagle Sauce, quick, go see what measures Huaxia has. Gallus, copy the answers. Hurry and find Huaxia to copy the answers. The empire on which the sun never sets. Is there any movement from Huaxia? Keep a close watch on them. While the world was in turmoil, the officials of various countries tacitly turned their attention to Huaxia. At this moment, Huaxia had already held a press conference. The press conference was broadcast live nationwide to ensure that the citizens could pay attention. In this environment, anxious citizens flocked into the live broadcast room, and what shocked them was that the protagonist of this press conference was actually Qin Ming. Since his identity had already been exposed, Qin Ming had no need to hide. When the identity of the president of the Monster Academy was revealed, the press conference became even more sensational. Not only the citizens of Huaxia but almost all countries around the world were broadcasting it. Major countries' officials were paying close attention. They all knew very well that this president of the Monster Academy was a superhuman, and he was the core figure of Huaxia today. All of Huaxia's recent actions had come from this young man's hands. Qin Ming looked at the camera and slowly spoke. Dear citizens, my name is Qin Ming, the president of the Monster Academy. First of all, I want to say that the countdown you see on your phones is real. When the countdown ends, the monsters will launch an attack on the entire world. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone erupted in panic. But please don't worry, Huaxia has already taken countermeasures. Trust the country, we have the ability to protect everyone. Qin Ming continued. By this point, the citizens' restlessness had calmed down. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. President, we trust the country, we trust you. Yes, we will not cause trouble for the country. We support all actions of the Monster Academy. Less than half a day remained until the great battle in Dingshan Town, and Qin Ming's heroic fight was still deeply etched in the hearts of the citizens. At this moment, Qin Ming was the backbone of Huaxia. Every word he said was a great encouragement to the citizens. Perhaps Qin Ming himself was not fully aware of how revered he was in the hearts of the citizens. Qin Ming paused for a moment and spoke solemnly. The second thing, I represent Huaxia to pay tribute to the fallen warriors. Having said that, he stood up straight and solemnly saluted. After the salute, Qin Ming's gaze was sharp. Next, I announce, Huaxia will launch a full-scale counterattack against the nationwide. Slay they and avenge the fallen warriors. As soon as these words were spoken, the world fell silent. Not only the passionate citizens of Huaxia, but also the eagerly awaiting netizens from various countries were left dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to announce how to respond to the monster's total attack? Why the sudden counterattack? In the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, Deputy Tapu looked astonished and rubbed his ears.
Did I hear that wrong? What did he say? Netizens from the, is Huaxia crazy? What are they counterattacking with? Netizens from the, we don't even know where they are hiding. What the hell are they counterattacking?
This bragging is getting bigger and bigger. I want to see how Huaxia will handle it. Clearly, people from various countries did not believe Qin Ming's words. They had all witnessed the terror of the living under the shadow of fear. Faced with these unbeatable, it was already good enough to stay alive, and yet they were thinking of counterattacking, simply delusional. The voices of doubt grew louder, but at that moment, the live broadcast suddenly changed. The screen split into 36 images, corresponding to 36. Of course, the footage was shot from the outside of as the layout inside was confidential. However, when the world saw the towering steel walls over 100 meters high and the over 600 meters tall, everyone was shocked. Including the high-ranking officials from various countries, everyone stood up in unison. They all stared in awe at this magnificent structure. My God, is this Huaxia's plan? Have they completed it? Selling cakes, in just a month, Huaxia has managed to build such a grand structure. It's simply unbelievable. If this were an eagle sauce, it would take at least 10 or 8 years to complete.
Huaxia truly makes one tremble. This is the terror of Huaxia's infrastructure. It's so great. The appearance of the instantly captivated the people of the world. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. In front of the entire world, Qin Ming issued orders to the 36. All troops, listen up, the revenge plan begins. As soon as the words fell, the 36 erupted with brilliant light. Terrifying currents flowed through the towers. Boom! With a loud sound, the 36 connected together, forming a gigantic net that covered the entire land of Huaxia. At that moment, the people of the nation rushed out onto their balconies, looking up at the blue energy net in the sky. My God, how is this possible? Is this a shield? So this is the power of our efforts during this time have been worth it. The citizens were in shock, excitedly embracing each other. Bang! A loud noise echoed across the sky. In the 4 important directions of Huaxia, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, there were 4 special. At the top of these 4, each was equipped with a beast crystal. Huge currents coursed through these 4 beast crystals, and unique energy spread through the currents to the 36 across the nation. The moment the massive energy net was formed, all the hidden within Huaxia's territory suddenly showed signs of panic and restlessness, especially that they felt their disguises had been completely seen through. At the same time, on the central screen of the Monster Academy, dots of light began to appear on the map of Huaxia, and these dots of light were the hidden. The dragon Shagwa looked at the screen, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, "All troops, listen up, move out." This operation, aimed at boosting morale, was directly broadcast live by the Monster Academy for the world to see. As the operation began, soldiers deployed at the 36 towers across the nation immediately sprang into action. Leading the charge were members of 2 special ability teams. At the Jiangnan City Tower, over a dozen technicians were watching the live broadcast in the office. On the screen, Xia Emo was urgently leading a group of soldiers. When they saw the direction they were coming from, all the technicians in the office were stunned. Wasn't this a counterattack? Why were they heading towards their technical department? However, at that moment, a young man wearing glasses suddenly showed a look of panic in his eyes. "I need to use the restroom," he said hurriedly as he walked towards the door. Beep! Just as he was about to reach the door, the mechanical door opened with a beep from the outside. The moment the door opened, over a dozen gun barrels were aimed at the young man. This scene frightened all the technicians in the room. The young man reacted quickly and immediately stepped aside. Xia Emo walked over, glanced at the tablet in her hand, where a light dot was flashing. She looked up at the young man and said coldly, "Qianmian monkey, no need to pretend." In the next moment, a cold spear shot towards the young man. "What? Xiao Guang is Qianmian monkey?" The colleagues' faces changed dramatically, and they all retreated. Faced with Xiaomo's spear, the young man's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He didn't understand how he had been exposed. He had disguised himself so well. The man dodged the spear, but he was no match for Xiaomo. Although he avoided a fatal blow, it still struck his shoulder. Roar! The young man let out an angry roar, and his form began to shift into that of a beast. He wanted to struggle, but the frost from his wound was spreading rapidly. Frozen world. Xiaomo's expression tightened, and the spear erupted with a chilling aura. With a crack, the Qianmian monkey was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. "Take him down." The soldiers immediately bound him tightly and took him away. Looking at the astonished technicians in the room, Xia Emo nodded to them. "Sorry to disturb you." With that, Xia Emo turned and left. This scene was broadcast live the entire time. Seeing this footage, at that moment, both the people of Huaxia and those from countries around the world were left dumbfounded. It turned out that the Qianmian monkey mentioned by the Dragon General was real. they could disguise themselves as humans, hiding in every corner of the world, coexisting peacefully with you.
And this Qiannian monkey was even more terrifying, as it was an internal member of the Tower of Heaven.
Right under their noses. How dare these cunning beasts?
In their shock, everyone instinctively began to wonder if there was also a Qiannian monkey hiding beside them. This time, the whole world was in an uproar. The live broadcast was still ongoing, and almost the entire Huaxia was mobilizing. The energy of the Tower of Heaven came from the 4 Thunder Iron Beast crystals, except for the number 003 Weasel. Both the Thunder Iron Beast and the Qiannian monkey could be tracked by the tower, especially the Qiannian monkey, as the Thunder Iron Beast crystals could effectively detect and disrupt their brainwaves. On the other side, Lu Cheng led a group of soldiers away from the tower, navigating with a tablet directly to a gas station.
The gas stations still in operation were few and far between.
After all, military vehicles were coming and going, and this was essential supplies.
When the employee guarding the gas station saw a group of soldiers rushing in, he immediately felt something was wrong and turned to run.
Lu Cheng rushed forward, his iron fist striking heavily on the man's back. The man slammed against the wall, reverting to his original form.
Then, the soldiers immediately opened fire.
The Qiannian monkey had very weak defenses, and under a barrage of gunfire, it soon lost its breath.
Take him away.
Lu Cheng grabbed the corpse of the Qiannian monkey and tossed it onto the military vehicle. This scene was broadcast live by the soldiers beside them, and the citizens were thrilled.
Revenge.
Yes, this was revenge.
Such a plot is unfolding across the country. Some thousand-faced monkeys have disguised themselves as ordinary humans, hiding in their homes,
but they still cannot escape the detection of the Tower of Babel. In a neighborhood in the north, Wumu led a group of soldiers into the residential area and killed a thousand-faced monkey on the spot.
At a certain university, Lei Jiu hurriedly arrived with soldiers. The navigation on the tablet was showing a thousand-faced monkey in the boys' dormitory. Just as they reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, a commotion of fighting erupted from upstairs.
Lei Jiu and the soldiers looked up in shock, discovering a large group of bare-chested, passionate youths surrounding a thousand-faced monkey in the corridor.
Damn, get him.
Shit, I went to the bathroom without toilet paper. I knew something was off with you.
Screw him.
As the shouts rang out, tables and chairs flew from above the corridor, smashing down on the thousand-faced monkey trapped in the middle. The thousand-faced monkey was at a loss, beaten to the point of being unable to fight back.
Lei Jiu below was dumbfounded. Are our students this fierce?
A soldier reminded him, Captain, this is the sports academy.
Lei Jiu almost laughed. Goodness, they actually dared to sneak into the sports academy. Isn't that asking for death?
Finally, the thousand-faced monkey could no longer endure it and jumped down from the third-floor corridor.
Just in time.
Lei Jiu's expression brightened, rubbing a thunderball in his hand and throwing it fiercely at the thousand-faced monkey.
What the hell? Spiraling sphere?
The boys upstairs were stunned, all excitedly shouting.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, the thousand-faced monkey was hit by the thunderball, its body electrified and hardening, killing it instantly.
Damn, that was cool. Awesome. So cool, my brother.
Several dormitory buildings erupted in excitement, shouting all day, showing signs of regression.
Lei Jiu and the soldiers couldn't help but laugh.
After taking away the corpse of the thousand-faced monkey, Lei Jiu shouted to the students,
Everyone, thank you, but we have more tasks. We're leaving. Okay. Boom boom boom.
Thousands cheered, nearly turning the place upside down. This scene was also being live-streamed. At this moment, people around the world were envious.
What a loving scene, this is youth. God, I want to go to Huaxia, that's where humanity's paradise is.
Give up, there's no hope. After the evacuation from Huaxia is completed, they will refuse anyone entry. That General Long Xiaoguo was right. Huaxia is the safest place on Blue Star.
With the start of the revenge operation, all day long, Huaxia soldiers were hunting down the alien beasts. At this moment, those alien beasts had already reacted. They knew their hiding was meaningless. With just over 10 hours left until the general offensive, they could no longer wait.
If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives. At this moment, the alien beasts were very clear that they could no longer stay in Huaxia. Not only were their instruments detecting their movements, but there were also many awakened individuals. They had already lost and could only flee like stray dogs. They now had only one thought: to escape, to flee from Huaxia. Those near the border ran to other countries. As long as they could escape Huaxia, there would still be a chance for survival. If all else failed, they would hide in the deep mountains, where exploration was difficult. Thus, an unbelievable scene appeared in Huaxia. While other countries were suffering from the harm of alien beasts, the alien beasts in Huaxia were fleeing in panic. The Huaxia soldiers chased after them as if they had been injected with adrenaline. This scene left the world in shock.
Meanwhile, the citizens of Huaxia were invigorated, their morale soaring. This revenge plan was truly in line with the people's hearts. Citizens were expressing their feelings on various online platforms. A single phrase exploded across all major online platforms: "Those who offend Huaxia will be punished." Under the revenge operation of Huaxia, the strange beasts on the land of Huaxia were chased by the warriors, causing chaos and panic. The only camouflage ability of the thousand-faced monkey was rendered useless, completely exposed under the detection of the Tower of Heaven. The only beast that could offer some resistance, the Thunder Iron Beast, was also being hunted down frantically by the Awakened. After several major battles, even the Beast King of the Thunder Iron Beasts was killed, and these ordinary Thunder Iron Beasts could no longer stir up any waves. Their numbers were already few, and now it was even worse. The strange beasts that were originally prepared to appear during the general offensive were now being pulled out one by one. The countdown displayed on various information platforms was undoubtedly a joke for Huaxia. With the strange beasts almost exterminated, what was there to launch a general offensive? However, some were happy while others were worried. Apart from Huaxia, countries around the world were still in dire straits. Now, with less than 10 hours until the monsters' general offensive, the atmosphere in the world was becoming increasingly oppressive. Some netizens began to call out to Huaxia. Eagle Sauce netizen: "Dear Huaxia, I admit I spoke too loudly before, I'm sorry, please give Eagle Sauce some help." Stick Country netizen: "I think Huaxia should send superhumans to support Stick Country, and bring along construction workers to build the Tower of Heaven for us. That would be a friendly neighboring country." Cherry Blossom Country netizen: "The shameless request from above really makes me want to laugh. We don't ask for much, we hope Huaxia can provide the technology to see through the strange beasts' disguises." Gull Country netizen: "Can Huaxia open visas? I am willing to give up all my property, just asking for a nationality." Countless voices arose, some asking Huaxia for help, others wanting to join Huaxia's nationality. And they may have already forgotten how they mocked Huaxia when it built the Tower of Heaven. This battle was not only Huaxia's counterattack against the strange beasts but also a counterattack against the foreign voices of doubt. Seeing the comments from these foreign netizens, the citizens of Huaxia felt an immense pride. No regrets in this life for joining Huaxia. Patriotic slogans flooded the internet, showing outsiders the unity of the people of Huaxia. And Huaxia's counterattack was undoubtedly a wake-up call ringing above their heads. The countdown continued, and countries around the world began to panic, especially the high-ranking officials of various countries, who were no longer calm at this moment. They had not detected the thousand-faced monkey's methods. If the thousand-faced monkey was hiding nearby, who wouldn't be afraid? In the Eagle Sauce central office, all the high-ranking officials were on edge, looking at each other, each one seeming like a disguised strange beast. Tep spoke in a deep voice: "Does anyone have a solution?" However, no one dared to speak up. In this special period, whoever dared to be the first to jump out could very well be the one suspected. It should be noted that the Minister of Defense, General Arthur, was still in prison. The thousand-faced monkey disguised as a high-ranking official was precisely for the sake of power, right? Now that the power was right in front of them, who dared to take it? Once a bad suggestion was made, they would probably be treated as the thousand-faced monkey. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Tep became even angrier. "Bastards! Are you just going to watch Eagle Sauce fall behind Huaxia? The countdown is still ticking. If we don't have a response, we might as well wait to die." Everyone wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. In this first battle of national fortune, Eagle Sauce had already lost. Completely lost. Of course, not all countries were without solutions. Huaxia's neighboring country, known as the Fighting Nation, Bear Country, had come up with corresponding measures. In the central conference room of Bear Country, a group of high-ranking officials was also seated. Sitting in the C position was the Bear Country's leader, the Iron-Blooded Emperor. Behind the Iron-Blooded Emperor stood a row of soldiers, all armed and ready. These soldiers did not hold their guns but stood solemnly with bare hands. The Iron-Blooded Emperor stood up, his gaze fixed on the high-ranking officials in front of him. "To stabilize the country, we, as the leaders, absolutely cannot make mistakes." Speaking, he drew a dagger and slashed it across his hand with force. Bright red blood flowed freely. Upon seeing this, all the high-ranking officials changed their expressions, not understanding what the leader meant. Clang! The Iron-Blooded Emperor threw the dagger onto the table of the next high-ranking official. "I have already contacted Huaxia. The principal of the Monster Academy, Qin Ming, taught me a simple method: self-mutilation. If it's the thousand-faced monkey, the blood is blue." At this remark, all the high-ranking officials' eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method. Good. The next high-ranking official did not hesitate, picked up the dagger, and cut his palm, blood flowing out, which was normal. But when it came to a military high-ranking official, he became furious. "I have fought for the country for decades. Do I need to prove myself in this way? As soon as he finished speaking, the iron-blooded emperor immediately picked up a pistol. The man's face changed drastically upon seeing this, and he turned to rush towards the door. Bang! The iron-blooded emperor fired a shot, directly hitting the man's head. The man staggered but did not fall. Instead, he turned around, revealing a pale monkey face. The iron-blooded emperor fired several more shots, and the soldiers behind him followed suit. Under the hail of bullets, the man was shot to pieces, collapsing heavily to the ground, quickly transforming back to his original form. It was indeed a beast, the thousand-faced monkey. The expressions of the high-ranking officials darkened. This disguised individual was a general from Bear Country, and the real original host had likely been eaten by this beast. Humph, truly despicable. One high-ranking official scolded. All right, everyone calm down. Since the beast has been caught, this is good. Yes, let's talk about serious matters next. Several high-ranking officials spoke in succession. However, the next moment, the iron-blooded emperor looked at them with a stern face. Pick up the knife and continue. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those who had just spoken changed instantly. Sure enough, in the subsequent tests, those few guys were all disguised as thousand-faced monkeys. In just these 2 hours, the emperor used iron-fisted methods to root out all the beasts disguised as national high-ranking officials. In addition, various countries' officials were using their own methods to uncover the thousand-faced monkeys hidden among their high ranks. Regardless of whether they were real or fake, anyone with a hint of suspicion was detained for questioning. Adhering to the principle of better to kill the wrong person than let one go, a large group of high-ranking officials was arrested. With only a few hours left until the beast's full-scale attack, if even their own high-ranking officials were infiltrated by the thousand-faced monkeys, then there would be no need to fight this battle. Although this method was crude, it had to be said, it was effective. After the spies were detained, the officials of various countries began to mobilize, deploying national forces in preparation for this great battle. When Qin Ming learned of the news, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Everything was within his expectations. The current direction of the world had already deviated from the previous life. At this time in the last life, the S3 war had already begun. But because he exposed the thousand-faced monkeys, they had no means to act. By his estimation, the thousand-faced monkeys hidden among the high-ranking officials of various countries were either detained or too afraid to show their faces. The fuse for the world war had been completely cut off. Of course, what Qin Ming did undoubtedly drew all the hatred of the beasts onto himself. At this moment, in the central office of Sakura Country, the expressions of the leader Kawashima and Commander Yamada were extremely grim. King, many of our clansmen have been captured. Commander Yamada spoke in a deep voice. Huaxia is even slaughtering our clansmen on a large scale. Kawashima, disguised as a thousand-faced monkey, had a gloomy face. Qin Ming, this human must not be left alive. Let our spies act immediately and assassinate Qin Ming. Monster full-scale attack countdown 59 minutes and 12 seconds. The countdown was like the tolling of a death knell. With each tick, it tugged at the hearts of the world. Countries are anxiously preparing, with all available soldiers taking to the streets, ready to fight the alien beasts to the death. On the side of Huaxia, the warriors are still hunting the alien beasts, gradually clearing the bright spots detected by the Tower of Heaven. Director, a large group of alien beasts is fleeing towards Monkey Country, Hua Zhongxing shouted, looking at the instrument in his hand. How many are there? Qin Ming frowned. No less than 200, Hua Zhongxing shouted. Immediately contact the soldiers stationed at the border, set up a defense line, and intercept all the alien beasts. Notify Lu Chang, CIMO, and any ability users who can arrive within an hour to gather immediately. Qin Ming ordered quickly. Received. Hua Zhongxing immediately sprang into action. Soon, Qin Ming, CIMO, Dong Yan, and Lu Chang boarded an armed helicopter, flying towards the border of Monkey Country. On the plane, Qin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand, which displayed the entire map of Huaxia. He could see bright spots flashing, rapidly moving towards the border. The constant bright spots indicated that the alien beasts were stationary, while the flashing spots represented their movement. Qin Ming zoomed in on that cluster of bright spots, counting them. They were already close to 300, and more solitary alien beasts were continuously converging nearby. Clearly, they had agreed to break through the border defense together. I'm curious how these alien beasts communicate, and why their goals are so consistent, Xiaomo asked in confusion. The Thunder Iron Beast and the Thousand-Faced Monkey both possess strong brainwaves. Communicating over hundreds of kilometers is not a problem. As long as they spread the information to each other, they can almost achieve synchronized communication, Qin Ming explained. These guys are truly terrifying. Without ability users, it would be difficult to deal with them, Lu Chang remarked, glancing at Qin Ming. He genuinely admired Qin Ming. If it weren't for him, perhaps Huaxia would be suffering from a terrifying disaster like other countries. How could they still be chasing and fighting the alien beasts like they are now? We have the advantage of information disparity. After the first phase of the trial ends, we need to vigorously cultivate ability users, otherwise, we will still be no match for the alien beasts, Qin Ming said seriously. He had a suspicion that the era of ability users might come sooner than expected. In his previous life, ability users only began to emerge after the third phase of the trial, but due to his rebirth, the abilities had been exposed early. It was very likely that the mastermind behind the trials would release the ability sequence. Achieving this goal was simple. As long as they included 1 or 2 sequence formulas in the rewards after the first phase of the trial, all countries could deduce how abilities were born. Of course, without an accurate formula, the failure rate would be extremely high. But that wouldn't stop those madmen from conducting various experiments. Once they recklessly concocted magic potions, the result would be monsters even more terrifying than the alien beasts. Therefore, Qin Ming had to cultivate a batch of powerful ability users before that, to protect Huaxia. After hearing Qin Ming's analysis, the others on the plane fell silent. By the way, I have another question. How does one advance to the second tier? Xia Mo asked. From Qin Ming, she learned that the ranks of ability users ranged from 1st to 9th tier. Each advancement would grant new combat skills and a significant boost in strength. But so far, she had not felt any sense of advancement. Qin Ming looked at Dong Yen. Xiaoyan, how did you advance to the second tier? Share your experience. Dong Yen thought for a moment. I don't really understand. I just kept killing alien beasts, and my mastery of my abilities grew stronger, and then I broke through. Among the 4 of them, Dong Yen had definitely killed the most alien beasts. After hearing this, Xia Mo and Lu Chang still looked puzzled, clearly not understanding. Everyone turned to Qin Ming, hoping for an answer. Qin Ming explained, the source of the power of supernatural abilities is called spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the better one can master supernatural abilities. Constantly battling with alien beasts is equivalent to repeatedly honing one's spiritual power, and when the spiritual power reaches a certain bottleneck, it will break through. This is a kind of mysterious energy. It can be substantial or it can be ethereal. Some individuals can even break through their shackles without fighting. The crowd gasped slightly, greatly shocked. Xiaomo's eyes lit up. I understand now. It's like a martial arts manual. Some people need to practice repeatedly to learn it, but others can master it just by comprehending it thoroughly. Qin Ming nodded. That's the idea. So although the sequence of abilities has a ranking, it doesn't represent the level of strength. Even if a supernatural ability is ranked lower, as long as one comprehends it thoroughly, they might defeat a higher ranked ability, and it's even possible to win with a common ability against a king-level ability. The others nodded in agreement. So who ranked these supernatural abilities? Lu Chang caught a point of doubt. Qin Ming looked up, the hidden hand behind the civilization trials. As long as supernatural abilities appeared on Blue Star, the hidden hand would announce the rankings at the end of the trials. If nothing unexpected happened, their supernatural ability rankings would be exposed. Dean, we've arrived. At this moment, the driver called out, and the helicopter was landing. Qin Ming glanced at the platform. Those alien beasts had already gathered together and were rushing over quickly, estimating they still had half an hour's journey. After the group got off the helicopter, a middle-aged man in military uniform quickly approached with soldiers. Bang! The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. Salute! Dean, I am Su Xiao, responsible for the border. The middle-aged man saluted with a serious expression. Qin Ming smiled and extended his hand to shake Su Xiao's. He recognized Su Xiao. In his previous life, they had fought together against alien beasts. Su Xiao was now a major general and would later gain supernatural abilities, becoming a powerful awakened one, achieving great merit in defending the border and being promoted to lieutenant general. Unfortunately, Su Xiao sacrificed himself early, and he died at the hands of humans. Su Xiao was slightly surprised by Qin Ming's enthusiasm but quickly reacted. Dean, we have completed the deployment. The forces gathered here are from the 23rd Regiment of the 8th Division of the 10th Army. Qin Ming nodded. A regiment's strength was sufficient. He scanned the surroundings, noting that there were more than a dozen tanks alone. Truly worthy of the border, the area was vast, and the weapons were formidable, with no fear of wasting them. This should be enough to give those beasts a good beating. You have no idea how frustrating it is to fight in the city. Lu Chang complained. In the city, many large weapons couldn't be used, or else it would easily harm civilians. The military had to consider many factors. But now that they were at the border, it was different. They could fight with all their might. Then, helicopters continued to arrive one after another, all from various locations executing missions, a hunting team and thunder cavalry team. As time passed, the awakened ones gathered had already reached 15. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the hills ahead. It was the sound of alien beasts charging.
Qin Ming immediately perked up. "Get ready, they're coming."
"Boss, I smell the scent of weasels," said Dong Yen beside him.
Qin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand in surprise. The highlighted points had already reached nearly 500.
These were still thunder iron beasts and thousand-faced monkeys, while weasels were undetectable due to their weak brainwaves.
If there were weasels among them, their numbers might be even greater than they imagined.
Looking at the countdown for the monster's total attack, it had already reached the last 10 minutes.
Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. It seems the alien beasts of Huaxia have all run away. They chose to launch a total attack here? If they can't win, they run? It's indeed beautiful to think about.
In the next moment, Qin Ming shouted, "Thunder Mage, gather your power, they are coming."
Boom, boom, boom.
The earth trembled, and the hills ahead suddenly stirred.
Roar!
Then, under the tense gaze of over 1,000 soldiers, 7 or 8 second-tier thunder iron beasts charged out from the hills first. Following closely were the weasel-like beasts, mixed in with the thousand-faced monkeys. Accompanied by the roars of the thunder iron beasts, hundreds of other beasts surged out. At first glance, there seemed to be even more than expected, probably around 700 or 800.
As expected, these weasels have come too. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Thunder Mage, attack."
The 10 members of the Thunder Cavalry team rubbed the thunderballs in their hands and threw them fiercely. In the shocked eyes of the soldiers, the thunderballs crashed into the beast horde, unleashing a terrifying energy shock. A number of beasts were sent flying.
Then, Qin Ming shouted, "Tanks, fire!"
With the command given, more than 10 tanks lined up in a row instantly opened fire.
Boom, boom, boom.
The terrifying sound waves shook the sky. After a round of cannon fire, the hills ahead were flattened.
The beast army was blown away, engulfed in smoke and dust.
Qin Ming looked at the tablet in his hand, and the light points on it suddenly extinguished by dozens. At this moment, after being attacked, the beast horde began to scatter to the sides. Qin Ming picked up the wireless communicator and continued to shout, "Team 1 tanks, shift 30 meters to the left, Team 3 tanks, shift 30 meters to the right, fire."
Helicopters, indiscriminate fire. Drones, honeycomb coverage.
With a series of commands issued, the tanks took the lead in attacking. Boom, 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 the continuous bombardment kicked up rolling clouds of dust, making it impossible to see the beasts' figures. One could only see on the tablet that beasts were continuously dying. Then, the helicopters overhead had long been prepared, launching missiles and firing machine guns.
Boom, boom, boom.
Smoke filled the air, and under the powerful artillery fire, hundreds of beasts had been annihilated by a third, the remaining ones scattered and fleeing in all directions. Buzz, 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 a buzzing sound came from above, as dense drones used infrared detection to capture the beasts in the dust.
In the next second, a drone crashed into a beast, its carried bombs exploding with a bang. Boom! A thunder iron beast was directly blown away, its skin torn and bloodied. Roar! The beast howled in agony. "Damn humans, we are ambushed, run quickly, scatter. Scatter, all scatter, rush to the border."
The roars of the beasts echoed as they began to disperse. However, when they burst out of the dust, a large number of soldiers surged forward, intercepting them.
Fire! The machine guns spat fire, and the howitzers roared, bullets flying.
All the beasts changed their expressions drastically. Pft, pft, pft. The merciless artillery fire struck their bodies. Despite the beasts' strong defenses, under such dense fire, it was a dead end. One by one, the beasts fell, howling in despair. Some cunning beasts hid behind their kind, advancing all the way, trying to break into the soldiers' ranks. Roar! A weasel charged quickly, leaping towards the soldiers. Clang! Accompanied by a flash of a blade, lightning flickered, and the weasel was heavily slashed down. Qin Ming stepped on the beast, driving the starfall blade into its head. The weasel struggled a couple of times before going still.
"Kill all the beasts that have come out." Bang! Xiaomo and Dong Yen leaped out.
The ice spear pierced through, instantly killing a thousand-faced monkey. Xiaomo's marksmanship was like a dragon, unafraid of the several beasts in front. Dong Yen was even more terrifying, his arm transforming into a beast's claw, reaping the lives of the beasts like a devil. Roar! Suddenly, several thunder iron beasts roared angrily, charging simultaneously towards Qin Ming.
"Director, be careful."
The soldiers rushed to provide fire support.
However, their bullets were completely ineffective against these few thunder iron beasts. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. "These are second-tier exotic beasts. Bullets can't harm them. You all step back."
Qin Ming rushed forward, the starfall blade in his hand crackling with lightning.
5 second-tier thunder iron beasts lunged fiercely at him. Bang!
In the next moment, Dong Yen transformed into a soul-eating mouse, like a cheetah, and knocked 2 second-tier thunder iron beasts flying in one go.
Roar! Dong Yen let out an angry roar, entangling with the 2 thunder iron beasts. Ice explosion.
Almost simultaneously, Xia Mo threw a frost spear, piercing one of the second-tier Thunder Iron Beasts.
With a loud bang, the Thunder Iron Beast was violently blown away.
Suddenly, only 2 of the 5 second-tier Thunder Iron Beasts remained. The Starfall blade in Qin Ming's hand finished charging and he swung it fiercely.
Boom!
The blade of lightning illuminated the sky, stunning all the soldiers present.
The 2 second-tier Thunder Iron Beasts were instantly cleaved away. Qin Ming's footsteps flickered with lightning as he rushed forward. Battle skill Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom!
With a thunderous sound, one of the Thunder Iron Beasts had its head chopped off.
Roar!
The other Thunder Iron Beast charged at him quickly.
Qin Ming raised his blade to block. The immense force knocked him back.
Qin Ming looked at the second-tier Thunder Iron Beast in front of him with astonishment. Such great strength?
In
the next moment, he noticed the claws of the Thunder Iron Beast glowing faintly red.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It's actually a king-level material? No wonder it was so strong.
Those with rare materials or perhaps king-level materials among exotic beasts are considered elite bosses, significantly stronger than ordinary exotic beasts.
King-level materials, this is a big win.
Qin Ming smiled, lightning flashing in his hand.
High-risk battle skill deceptive card. Boom!
A bolt of lightning flashed in Qin Ming's hand, and a card appeared.
The card's image flickered, randomly refreshing its abilities.
Deceptive Thunder Gun. As the card stopped flickering, a pistol covered in lightning appeared in Qin Ming's hand.
Qin Ming was quite surprised. This high-risk battle skill was indeed extraordinary. In the next moment,
Qin Ming aimed at the elite Thunder Iron Beast in front of him.
Roar!
The Thunder Iron Beast sensed a strong threat, roaring as it charged angrily. Beep beep beep. The deceptive Thunder Gun emitted mechanical sounds, terrifying lightning accumulating.
Qin Ming pulled the trigger. Boom! A fist-sized thunder electronic bullet shot out with a bang.
Wherever it passed, the air rippled in layers. Beneath it, terrifying energy carved long ravines.
In an instant, all the soldiers' gazes were drawn to this shot, shocked beyond belief.
The elite Thunder Iron Beast's pupils suddenly constricted, watching helplessly as the bullet magnified before its eyes.
Boom!
In the next moment, the bullet struck the elite Thunder Iron Beast, and the powerful force turned it into nothingness. In the end, only a claw radiating red light fell to the ground.
It was that king-level material.
Qin Ming's eyes brightened. With this king-level material, he might awaken a second ability. King-level Thunder Iron Beast Claw. Qin Ming picked it up, grinning from ear to ear.
His luck in this life was truly good. Then, he scanned the battlefield. The fight was already over. All the exotic beasts had been exterminated.
Dean, the mission is complete. Lu Cheng ran over, his face filled with excitement.
Qin Ming nodded. Well done.
He then handed the beast claw in his hand to Lu Cheng.
Keep this safe for me and take it back to the Monster Academy later. Okay. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement.
At this moment, cheers of victory erupted in the arena, the soldiers shouting excitedly.
In this battle, the Huaxia soldiers suffered 0 casualties, exterminating over 800 exotic beasts.
If the world knew, it would surely cause a sensation. Such achievements were unparalleled globally.
Qin Ming stood on top of a tank, shouting to the soldiers, "Heroes, you all have worked hard. This battle, we won. I will report to the Central Command later and reward everyone." Boom, boom, boom.
The soldiers cheered excitedly, each one filled with immense joy. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield. Lu Cheng led the extraordinary team in collecting the magic potion materials from the monsters. The super magnetic detector was already in mass production, and they all had one, so the speed of detecting magic potion materials was very fast, and there was no chance of missing anything. After collecting the magic potion materials, the corpses of these exotic beasts also had to be transported away. Whether for research or to enhance the soldiers' physical condition, they would need to be used. Of course, Qin Ming actually did not want the soldiers to eat the disgusting meat of these exotic beasts, especially the thousand-faced monkey, a humanoid exotic beast, which always gave him an uncomfortable feeling.
Qin Ming firmly prohibited it.
Even if there wasn't enough exotic beast meat, it could not be consumed. Although the selected soldiers had strong psychological resilience, prolonged exposure to such things could still affect their mental state. It could even distort their minds and lead to extreme thoughts. This was not a guess, it had happened in the previous life. Therefore, Qin Ming had to eliminate this situation. If he could obtain the Yijin chip, then the soldiers could enhance their extraordinary physique without eating exotic beast meat. Unfortunately, that thing would only appear in the third stage of the trial. While cleaning the battlefield, Qin Ming also had some free time and began to pay attention to the situation in the world. The total assault of the exotic beasts had already begun. Countries around the world were thrown into chaos. In the first stage of the trial, a total of 2,000 exotic beasts were sent by each country, and in the early stages, apart from Huaxia, which had a large number of kills, other countries had not killed many exotic beasts. This led to an overwhelming number of exotic beasts during the total assault. 1 or 2,000 exotic beasts would be a devastating blow for some small countries. There was no doubt that many countries would be annihilated in the first stage of the trial. Their civilizations would sink into the dust of history. This was the cruelty of the civilization trial. If one could not pass, then annihilation was the only outcome. It had been so in the previous life, and in the end, even Huaxia was destroyed. Thinking of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. He had to root out those behind the scenes who viewed life as worthless. Sure enough, not long after, a string of text appeared on Qin Ming's tablet. Most country has fallen to the exotic beasts, civilization destroyed, trial ended. Tulu country has fallen to the exotic beasts, civilization destroyed, trial ended. The bright red text floated out, signifying that a country had completely fallen, with countless civilians dying tragically. This information was one of the means by which the behind-the-scenes manipulators invaded human technology. The technology that humanity prided itself on had now become a tool for them to spread messages, which was truly lamentable. As soon as this news broke, the world was instantly in an uproar. The total assault of the monsters had just begun half an hour ago, and 2 countries had already been annihilated? People were thrown into a panic. Even Qin Ming felt powerless in the face of this. The countries that were destroyed were all small, with land areas smaller than even a town in Huaxia. One can imagine how to stop 2,000 exotic beasts from appearing simultaneously in a small town. Even if Qin Ming led the extraordinary team, they would be torn to shreds by the exotic beasts. From the moment the civilization trial began, they were destined to be cannon fodder. Yes, it was that unfair. But this world had never been fair. Especially in a world under the civilization trial, strength was the only truth. Perhaps in the eyes of the behind-the-scenes manipulators, Blue Star was as insignificant as an ant. The so-called civilization trial was merely them throwing another slightly larger bug into an ant pile and letting them fight it out. What this really was, a game or something else, who knows? Half an hour passed again, during which news of countries being annihilated continued to pop up. Qin Ming had already become numb to it. It is not that he is cold-blooded, but rather that he has experienced too much in his past life. Qin Ming looked at the platform in his hand. The number of exotic beasts detected by the Sky Tower was decreasing. As the last light point disappeared, a bold golden font appeared on electronic devices around the world. Congratulations to the Huaxia nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial, with all 2,000 exotic beasts nationwide exterminated. Congratulations to the Huaxia nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial, with all 2,000 exotic beasts nationwide exterminated. Congratulations to the Huaxia nation for passing the first stage of the civilization trial, with all 2,000 exotic beasts nationwide exterminated. The message popped up 3 times in succession. At that moment, the world was in an uproar. People thought they had misread it. The entire world was experiencing attacks from exotic beasts, with countries continuously being destroyed. Yet amidst the news of civilization's destruction, a special message popped up. Huaxia nation, passed the civilization trial? Congratulations? These words felt so unfamiliar. Their trial had just begun, and Huaxia had already finished? In an instant, the whole world erupted. What the hell? Huaxia nation cleared the level? God, I can't be seeing this wrong. How is this possible? Can Huaxia come out and explain how you did it? Can you save us? I just received evacuation news. The Eagle country is going to bomb the district. Please tell us how to clear the level. Cheating? It must be cheating. How could Huaxia be better than the Eagle country? Online, there were cries of despair, envy from foreign citizens, and of course, doubts and sarcasm. No matter the time, voices always have both positive and negative sides. Qin Ming directly ignored them, but when he saw the comments from Huaxia citizens, he smiled. Wow, it's over. The Monster Academy has announced that the first stage of the trial is over, and we Huaxia have won. Ha! The country is unsealed. Everyone can go out and breathe fresh air. Let's hug each other. Thank you to the country. Thank you to the Monster Academy. Thank you to Dean Qin Ming. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. This life has no regrets entering Huaxia. Victory has been achieved, and next comes the scoring and distribution of rewards. Just thinking about the rewards made Qin Ming look forward to it. With Huaxia passing the first stage of the civilization trial, the entire nation fell into a frenzy. This phenomenon formed a stark contrast with the situation abroad. This made foreign citizens envious. At the same time, countries began to seek help from Huaxia, hoping they could share ways to deal with the exotic beasts. To this, Qin Ming felt helpless. He had no solutions either. In the end, he posted a message on the largest online platform as the official identity of the Monster Academy. The Monster Offensive will only last for 3 days. after 3 days, the exotic beasts will hide again, causing greater chaos. Countries that cannot cope may choose to evade, but a word of warning, do not raise a tiger to trouble. For countries that have the capability, please kill more exotic beasts, as this will lead to greater rewards. In just 3 short sentences, the confused officials of various countries immediately made up their minds.
Fight. Only by fighting can they survive.
Xin Ming's message was clear: even if they evaded, the monsters would not disappear, they would hide again. The higher-ups of various countries felt their scalps tingle at this thought.
Who would want to live in fear? Thus, the next 3 days became the dark days for Blue Star. Some areas that had already spiraled out of control could only use missiles to bomb.
This was a method of inflicting 1,000 casualties while harming themselves 800. No one wanted to do this, but it had become the last resort. The entire world fell into madness.
Monster Academy. Long Xiaogua spoke lightly. I thought you would become cold-blooded after experiencing the world's destruction, but you still can't bear it, can you?
He was referring to Qin Ming's actions in advising the countries. To this, Qin Ming smiled indifferently. Other countries, at most, are our competitors, not our enemies.
They are not even qualified to be our enemies. Ha ha ha.
Long Xiaogua laughed upon hearing this.
Have we, Huaxia, become this strong? The enemy of humanity is the alien beasts, those invading monsters. If we lose our lips, our teeth will be cold. Blue Star can't have only one Huaxia, right? With competition, Huaxia will have the drive.
Qin Ming said seriously. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Long Xiaogua showed a look of surprise. I finally understand why you can become the commander of the 3 armies. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. If he were truly strong enough, Huaxia wouldn't have perished in his last life. He looked at General Long seriously. The first phase is just the beginning. The future will be more brutal.
Get ready. General Long nodded. How do we fight the next phase?
Qin Ming took out a piece of paper. The second phase is a defensive battle. There are 3 addresses on it, within a 10-kilometer radius. Evacuate all civilians and surround the area with heavy troops.
That is where the alien beasts will descend in the second phase. We don't have much time left. The second phase will begin in a week. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaogua's expression darkened. I'll arrange it right now.
Wait. Qin Ming thought for a moment and added another address to the paper.
This is a landing point for alien beasts in Bear Country, not far from our border. Let them know, so they don't attract the alien beasts to our country.
Long Xiaogua took the address, smiled. It's hard to imagine how Bear Country will thank you. Qin Ming waved his hand. They'll have plenty of opportunities to return this favor later. Long Xiaogua laughed and hurriedly left. Qin Ming took a deep breath. I hope these locations won't change, otherwise, it will be troublesome.
3 days quickly passed. The first phase of the civilization trial ended, and the alien beasts seemed to have received orders, all hiding away. The battle was over. Regardless of how fierce the fighting was, the people of the world remained incredibly excited. This round was finally over. Next was the eagerly anticipated scoring settlement phase.
On this day, all electronic devices on Blue Star were hacked.
Everyone looked at their phones or watched TV.
Lines of text popped up on the screens. Congratulations to all countries' civilizations. You have passed the first phase of the civilization trial.
The scoring settlement is as follows.
First place, Huaxia, number of alien beasts exterminated 2,000. Perfect annihilation, domestic facility damage, minimal, national cohesion, extremely strong, overall score SSS. Second place, Bear Country, number of alien beasts exterminated 1090, passing, domestic facility damage, slight, national cohesion, strong, overall score A. Third place, Eagle Sauce, number of alien beasts exterminated 1639, excellent, domestic facility damage, severe, national cohesion, weak, overall score B. Fourth place, the Empire on which the sun never sets, number of alien beasts exterminated 892, passing, domestic facility damage, severe, national cohesion, medium, overall score C. Fifth place, Cherry Blossom Country, number of alien beasts exterminated 139, failing, domestic facility damage, minimal, national cohesion, strong, overall score C. As the scores were announced, the world was in an uproar. As the world expected, Huaxia indeed took first place, achieving the highest score of SSS. The scoring data from various countries was also astonishing.
What's going on? We, Eagle Sauce, exterminated so many alien beasts. How come we're ranked below Bear Country? Why don't you check your national cohesion? You blew up 2 cities. Being third is already impressive. Bear Country is second, hooray. What's going on with Cherry Blossom Country? They only killed this few alien beasts, and even the 10th-ranked elephant country exterminated more than them. It's unfair, the Sakura country is actually C, have they colluded with the? Discussions erupted around the world, filled with various grievances. But the upcoming rewards shocked everyone. Reward settlement. First place, Huaxia, random awakening of 50 extraordinary sequences, 2 forbidden level containment objects, 1 king level potion formula, 5 gene chips, 1 blueprint for blood burning cloak. Second place, Bear Country, random awakening of 20 extraordinary sequences, 2 ordinary containment objects, 1 forbidden potion formula, 2 gene chips. Third place, Eagle Sauce, random awakening of 10 extraordinary sequences, 1 ordinary containment object, 1 forbidden potion formula, 1 gene chip. Fourth place, The Empire of the Setting Sun, random awakening of 8 extraordinary sequences, 1 ordinary containment object, 1 ordinary potion formula, 1 gene chip. Fifth place, Sakura Country, random awakening of 6 extraordinary sequences, 1 ordinary containment object, 1 ordinary potion formula, 1 gene chip. 10th place, Elephant Country, random awakening of 1 extraordinary sequence, 1 ordinary potion formula. When it reached the 10th place, the rewards abruptly stopped. As the rewards were announced, terms like extraordinary sequence, containment object, potion formula, and gene chip were all annotated for the unfamiliar human audience. At that moment, extraordinary sequences and ability users were completely exposed to the world. Everyone went wild. The extraordinary abilities they had longed for were finally within reach, and the most excited was Qin Ming. He looked at the rewards on the screen, his pupils trembling. Forbidden level containment objects, there were actually 2, and the blueprint for the blood-burning cloak. No one understood the capabilities of these containment objects better than him. Huaxia was about to rise. After the reward settlement, as Qin Ming had anticipated, their extraordinary sequences were all exposed. The extraordinary sequences appearing in the first phase of the trial are as follows. King Sequence 003 Ice Phoenix, Forbidding Sequence 007 Deceptive Thunderer, Ordinary Sequence 16 Annihilation Thunder Flash, Ordinary Sequence 19 Soul Devouring Rat, Ordinary Sequence 66 Thunder Mage, Ordinary Sequence 89 Regeneration, Ordinary Sequence 288 Iron Hand, Ordinary Sequence 399 Thunder Driver. These sequence abilities were all awakened by Huaxia, and now they were all revealed by the Black Hand. The Black Hand refers to the mysterious force or individual controlling this civilization trial, a codename tacitly approved by the Blue Star authorities. As for why the Black Hand chose to expose the previously appeared sequence abilities, it was not targeting Huaxia, but rather to provide the world with a clear understanding of extraordinary sequences. Qin Ming had anticipated all of this. The progress of this life had been accelerated due to his rebirth. In his previous life, ability users were born only in the third phase of the trial, but because Qin Ming created ability users ahead of time, the civilization trial lost its balance. If the civilization trial were treated as a game, then the appearance of ability users in Huaxia was a bug. Of course, the Black Hand could not directly eliminate this bug, so to maintain balance, they allowed other civilizations to have ability users as well. Thus, the extraordinary sequences were exposed. Moreover, the information revealed was extremely detailed. The levels of ordinary, forbidden, king, and divine sequences were explained one by one. The division of ability users' realms ranged from 1st to 9th tier. The strength of was divided from 1st to 10th tier. And the containment objects, so-called containment objects, were items or beings possessing extraordinary abilities. Of course, the introduction stopped there. Information like potion, advancement sequence, etc. was not disclosed. But there was no need for further disclosure. The top 10 countries in the trial rankings all received a copy of the potion formula, and even a fool could understand what was going on. It can be said that the extraordinary sequence is no longer a secret on Blue Star. Next, this world will surely see a large number of extraordinary beings emerge, and the chapter of the extraordinary will be partially unveiled. Of course, this is also part of the world's development process. The torrent of history is unstoppable, but Qin Ming must take action to warn the countries of the world. Although they possess the potion formula, the potion materials are limited, so the potions that can be concocted are also limited. If luck runs out, even a few exotic beasts may not yield a single potion material. What worries him is that those crazy individuals might use ordinary materials as potion materials, which would surely result in failed potions. The consequences could either be explosive death or mutation into monsters, leading to opposition against humanity. The evil organization from the last life was born this way. That was the dark side of humanity, a threat even more formidable than the exotic beasts.
Therefore, Qin Ming must clarify this to the world and do his best to prevent such situations from occurring. Then, after the Black Hand announced all the information, it released the final statement. It was about the second phase of the civilization trial.
In an instant, the restless blue star fell silent, and everyone focused on the electronic screens before them. The second phase of the civilization trial will begin in 1 week. The specific rules will be announced at the start of the trial. Please be prepared. Just that brief statement sent shockwaves through Blue Star once again. The joy of victory had barely begun when the crisis loomed again. Panic gradually spread. After the official world learned about the information on the extraordinary beings, they were filled with confidence and gradually accepted this civilization trial. However, only the top 10 countries from the first phase possessed the potion formula, while all other countries could only watch enviously. Next came the trade between countries.
Countries that did not obtain the potion formula would inevitably request trades with the top 10 countries, seeking the potion formula. Especially in Huaxia, almost all countries' leaders sent requests for calls. Some leaders even wanted to come to Huaxia in person for negotiations. This left the high-ranking officials of Huaxia quite annoyed. Ultimately, the decision-making power rested with Qin Ming. After all, the extraordinary beings in Huaxia were all created by Qin Ming, and only he held the potion formula. When the dilemma fell on Qin Ming, he too found it difficult. Should he help other countries? In the end, Qin Ming decided to hold a global conference of nations early the next morning.
He would announce an extraordinary formula for free. Once this news broke, the officials of various countries were shaken, each one filled with excitement.
6 hours after the trial ended, the rewards were settled. With a loud noise in the sky, beams of light descended from above, landing in various countries on Blue Star.
At the top of the Tower of Heaven, Qin Ming looked at the beams of light in the sky and slowly spoke. Awakeners are about to be born.
Prepare to hold a press conference and be sure to bring these people back to the Monster Academy.
Lu Cheng nodded. It's all ready.
Meanwhile, 50 beams of light struck the land of Huaxia, hitting 50 Huaxia individuals. These people, both male and female, were all under 40 years old. At the moment the beams of light struck their bodies, they knew they had become the lucky ones. At Jiangnan University, Zhang Yuzi, who was wandering the campus, trembled, his face showing astonishment.
A powerful mental force surged in his brain, followed by waves of information flooding in. I have become an extraordinary being? Xiao Yu, you.
His roommate beside him covered her mouth, utterly shocked. Students nearby also noticed this scene, casting envious glances.
Classmate, you have been chosen. Wow, what great luck. How do you feel right now? What kind of superpower did you get? Can you tell us? A large group of classmates immediately rushed over, startling Zhang Yuzi. But soon, the school leaders hurriedly arrived. Everyone, please disperse, the principal shouted anxiously. Before long, Zhang Yuzi was taken away.
In less than 5 minutes, the captain of the monster hunting squad, Wumu, arrived at the school with soldiers and then took Zhang Yuzi back to the Monster Academy. A similar scene was happening all over China. In the first phase of the civilization trial, China had a total of 50 awakened individuals who received an SSS rating. Within less than an hour, all 50 were escorted by the authorities and sent to the Monster Academy at the first opportunity. The same phenomenon was occurring in the top 10 countries. Each awakened individual was treated like a treasure, all pulled into the official ranks.
Of course, not every country could bring these awakened individuals under their banner. For instance, in Eagle Sauce, out of 10 slots, only 7 entered the official ranks, while 3 ran away.
As for why they ran, there were many reasons. Perhaps they were scared. Regardless, as various countries began to see the emergence of superpowered individuals, the era of the extraordinary in Blue Star had begun.
Monster Academy. Wow, old Qin, how unfair is this? Hua Zhongxing cried dramatically while hugging Qin Ming.
The long-awaited superpower did not fall upon him. Old Qin comforted him. The first batch of awakened individuals are all from the ordinary sequence. They aren't very strong.
Shouldn't I, young Master Hua, at least start from the forbidden sequence? Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaopang was taken aback. Really? Am I going to lie to you?
Qin Ming patted Hua Zhongxing's shoulder.
Alright, it will be your turn soon.
Hua Xiaopang wiped his tears, feeling a bit better inside.
Have you prepared the magic potion for me?
No. Qin Ming shook his head.
Ah.
Hua Xiaopang's voice rose a few pitches, his face full of disappointment. Qin Ming shot him a glance. Powerful sequence abilities were not so easily obtained.
What was appearing now were mostly from the public sequence. What is the public sequence? It means a sequence that many people possess. Sequences like Xiaomo's royal sequence are basically unique.
Even if one could obtain a royal sequence magic potion formula, gathering the materials would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Creating one was a stroke of immense luck, the same materials would hardly appear a second time.
This is the gap between sequences.
The black hand rewards given to various countries in the form of magic potion formulas were mostly from the public sequence, which could be widely crafted, and the materials were not unique. The awakened individuals created from this would generally be a bit weaker. With Qin Ming's comfort, Hua Xiaopeng felt a little better.
Just then, Lu Chang returned. Director, the first batch of awakened individuals has been brought back. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look.
At that moment, in the reception room, there were a total of 9 people, including Jiang Yuzi, all from the southern province. Because of their proximity to the Monster Academy, they were the first batch to be sent over.
Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Long Xiaogua, Lu Chang, and others entered the reception room. Almost simultaneously, Xiaomo and Jiang Yuzi's eyes met. Xiao Xiao Yu.
The two excitedly embraced each other. That's great, you're also an awakened one. We can fight together from now on, Xiaomo said with a smile. Yes, we are all of the same kind, Jiang Yuzi replied, very excited.
Qin Ming also knew Jiang Yuzi, they were classmates.
Qin Ming nodded, greeting Jiang Yuzi. He suddenly fell into deep thought, memories swirling in his mind. In his previous life, he remembered Jiang Yuzi being the first awakened individual from their school, and she was taken away by the authorities at that time. He had heard about her situation afterward, serving the country, but by the time he and Xiaomo awakened and entered the official ranks, Jiang Yuzi had already disappeared. At that time, he and Xiaomo had also gone to find Jiang Yuzi, but the situation they discovered was shocking. Jiang Yuzi's file had been sealed. Although Qin Ming and Xiaomo were astonished, there was nothing they could do. Their authority could not access the sealed files. As time went on, they grew stronger, and the responsibilities they bore became heavier.
Although they gained power, they also forgot about Jiang Yuzi. Qin Ming pulled back his thoughts, furrowing his brow, pondering, what happened to Jiang Yuzi back then? Why was the file sealed?
If it was a sacrifice, the file shouldn't be sealed, right? After becoming the commander of the 3 armies, I should have looked into it.
There was no way to go back now.
Director, here are the materials on these awakened ones.
Lu Chang handed over the documents.
He had already conducted an investigation beforehand.
Qin Ming opened it to find details about each person's family background and their awakened abilities.
When awakened individuals receive extraordinary powers, their minds will know the information about the abilities they have gained, including their sequence rankings. Jiang Yuzi, 19 years old, awakened forbidden sequence rank 25, gunsmith, possesses enhancement abilities for firearms. Long Yangyi, 23 years old, awakened common sequence rank 89, regenerator, possesses powerful self-healing abilities. Bu Yongkong, 33 years old, awakened common sequence rank 89, regenerator, possesses powerful self-healing abilities. Looking further down, apart from Jiang Yuzi, the other 8 were all ranked 89 regenerators.
What a coincidence, Qin Ming muttered. This was good. If there were no issues with their backgrounds, they could be directly merged into the hunting abnormalities team. Wumu, look into these individuals in more detail. If there are no problems, I'll leave it to you.
Qin Ming spoke to Wumu beside him.
Understood, Wumu replied.
As for Jiang Yuzi, being a forbidden sequence, it was best to keep him around for now to observe the situation.
At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Jiang Yuzi's file.
In the education column, there was a special experience.
Studied abroad in Sakura country for 2 years? Qin Ming immediately frowned.
Qin Ming, the fighter jets from the capital have arrived.
Long John's voice interrupted Qin Ming's thoughts. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go pick them up. Wumu, I'll leave this to you.
Yes, Director. Just as Qin Ming was about to leave, Xiaomo hurriedly called out, Qin Ming, where are you going? Qin Ming was about to respond, but seeing Xiaomo pulling Jiang Yuzi, the words turned in his mouth. Just a little matter, take care of Xiaoyu, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Qin Ming left with Long Jiang and the others. As soon as they stepped outside, Long Jiang asked, are you wary of that girl? Is it because she studied in Sakura country? Qin Ming didn't know how to answer. That reason alone wasn't enough for him to be cautious. But remembering that Jiang Yuzi's file had been sealed in his previous life, the two combined were worth pondering. In special times, it's better to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Long Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded.
Soon, the group arrived at the airplane runway.
As 3 J-95s came to a stop, the pilots immediately exited the cabin. Among them, 3 pilots each held a box. When the pilots saw Long Jiang and Qin Ming approaching, they immediately stood at attention and saluted.
Long Jiang, Director Qin.
Long Jiang returned the salute. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Ming waved his hand casually. Alright, let's get to the point. The 3 pilots immediately held up the boxes with both hands. Director Qin, everything is here.
Good, Good, Xin Ming exclaimed 3 times, feeling very excited. These 3 boxes were the rewards urgently sent back from the capital. Inside were 2 forbidden-level containment objects, a king sequence potion formula, a blood-burning cloak crafting blueprint, and 5 gene chips. This was the reward for their Huaxia's SSS rating in the first phase of the trial. The Black Hand will deliver the rewards to the central authorities of various countries, so they must be sent from the capital. To this end, the military has dispatched 3 of the latest fighter jets for the transport, highlighting its importance. This is something that concerns the fate of the Huaxia nation. Even Qin Ming must treat it with caution, especially those 2 forbidden-level containment objects. If used well, they could definitely be a great weapon for Huaxia. Of course, containment objects are all kinds of strange, and we still need to see what these 2 objects are. Soon, everyone gathered in the research room. The boxes were placed right in front of them, never having been opened. At this moment, even Qin Ming felt nervous. The time to open the blind box had arrived. Qin Ming no longer hesitated and opened the first box. Crack! The box was opened. It was a warning sign with 4 large characters written on it. No entry ahead. Long Jiang, Lu Chang, and Hua Xiaopang all crowded forward. What is this? However, when Qin Ming saw the warning sign, his eyes lit up. A barrier-type containment object. Qin Ming took out the warning sign and examined it carefully. Insert it into the ground and infuse it with mental energy to activate it. Once activated, a marvelous barrier will form in the area, drawing in any awakened beings and strange beasts within, while isolating ordinary people. And without the permission of the caster, no awakened beings or strange beasts can break through the barrier, unless they use absolute power to smash it open. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. Wow, this is incredibly useful, Hua Xiaopang exclaimed. Wait, you mean it can isolate ordinary people from strange beasts? What does that mean? Lu Chang was a bit confused. Watch closely. Qin Ming held the warning sign with both hands and suddenly thrust it into the ground. Lightning crackled in his hands as he forcefully wiped it across the warning sign. Buzz! In an instant, the 4 characters "No entry ahead" glowed with a blood-red light, and a surge of energy shot into the sky. With a thud, the sky trembled. A blood-red square barrier completely enveloped the Monster Academy. What just happened? Lu Chang looked around in shock, still standing in place, unmoving, in the research room. Looking through the window, the buildings outside had not changed. But at this moment, Long Jiang and Hua Zhongxing, who had been beside him, had vanished. He looked at Qin Ming, astonished. Did we just go to another parallel world? Qin Ming shook his head and pulled the "No entry ahead" sign from the ground. In the next moment, they returned to their original positions. Long Jiang and Hua Xiaopang reappeared. What? Where did you guys just go? Hua Xiaopang asked in horror. We never left this room, Lu Chang said seriously. Qin Ming explained, this is the terror of the barrier containment object. We were all actually here, and everything in this place remained, but ordinary people were isolated outside. Such a barrier allows us to fight against strange beasts and awakened beings in the city without harming ordinary citizens. Of course, the damage caused by battles is unavoidable. The others understood, and they were all shocked. When fighting strange beasts, their biggest fear was affecting civilians. With this treasure, they could fight without restraint. This containment object is indeed terrifying. Even Long Jiang couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He looked at Qin Ming. Can the containment object be replicated? One isn't enough. Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Do you really think it's like cabbage? Every containment object is hard-earned and cannot be replicated. As soon as he said this, the Qian Koan gourd on him suddenly trembled, as if to refute Qin Ming's point. Qin Ming was slightly taken aback, and he took out the Qian Koan gourd, looking at it in astonishment. Can you replicate now? The Qian Koan gourd trembled again, then fell silent. What does this mean? Long Jiang asked in confusion. Qin Ming looked shocked. It means it can, but currently, it is powerless. Really? A few people in the room spoke excitedly. Long Jiang opened his mouth. I was just asking casually. Qin Ming was equally stunned. He knew the Qiankuan gourd was extraordinary, but he didn't realize its capabilities were so vast. Just because it can't be done now doesn't mean it can't be done in the future, which implies that the Qiankuan gourd has room for improvement. What level of containment object does this treasure belong to? Lu Chang couldn't help but ask. This indeed stumped Qin Ming. He really didn't know what level the Qiankuan gourd was. It should be more than just a forbidden level. Could it be a king level? Or even a divine level? Qin Ming shook his head, not wanting to think too much about it, deciding to explore it slowly later. Alright, we've understood the restricted area containment object. Next one. With everyone in an excited mood, Qin Ming shifted his gaze to the second box. With the introduction of the first containment object, everyone was even more eager for the second one. Crack! The box opened. revealing the second containment object. It was a palm-sized paper kite, shaped like an eagle. Of course, it could also be any bird. After all, it was just origami, appearing as a bird-like species. What is this? Not only Lu Chang and the others couldn't understand, but even Qin Ming was puzzled. Having experienced so much in his previous life, he had never seen this kind of containment object. Let me try. Qin Ming attempted to infuse spiritual power into the paper kite. However, this containment object showed no reaction at all. No reaction? How strange. Hua Xiaopang blinked, not understanding. Qin Ming also couldn't comprehend. Maybe my spiritual power isn't enough. Some powerful containment objects require strong power to activate. My realm is still lacking a bit. In the end, that was the only explanation Qin Ming could come up with. He put away the second containment object, and then it was time for the third box, which was also the last box of this reward. Qin Ming opened it. Inside lay 5 gene chips and 2 pieces of paper. He picked up the 2 pieces of paper to take a look. One was the formula for the King Sequence potion. Just a glance was enough for Qin Ming to put it away. The potion materials were too rare and currently nearly impossible to gather. Moreover, what Qin Ming lacked the least were potion formulas, as he had plenty in his mind. The second piece of paper was what Qin Ming had been looking forward to, the Burning Blood Cloak manufacturing blueprint. The blueprint clearly stated the cloak's abilities, required materials, and so on. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The materials needed for this cloak were relatively easy to obtain, specifically the Thunder Iron Beast fur. However, for mass production, he would need to purchase globally, otherwise, it would definitely not be enough. Furthermore, all the Thunder Iron Beasts in Huaxia had been wiped out. Yet, Qin Ming hesitated about whether he should forge the Burning Blood Cloak. Although its abilities were strong, the cost was also significant. Forget it, he thought, he would figure it out later. Finally, Qin Ming's gaze fell on the last item, the gene chip. Its function, Black Hand, had already been introduced. By dissolving it in water and having ordinary people soak in it, they could enhance their extraordinary physique. One gene chip could elevate the extraordinary physique of about 100 people to 100%. However, this was just the most basic use. There was another function that Black Hand hadn't introduced. This gene potion made from the gene chip could also allow injured ability users to quickly heal their bodies, making it an extremely rare resource. Hearing Qin Ming say this, Lu Chang's eyes lit up. If that's the case, this treasure is too precious. Using it to enhance physique would be somewhat wasteful. Long Xiaogui nodded in agreement. Qin Ming waved his hand. Actually, it's fine. Taking some out to create awakeners is still enough. He paused for a moment. Besides, don't other countries have them too? Long Jiang furrowed his brow. You want to trade? They won't give it to you so easily. Qin Ming smiled. Don't worry. After tomorrow's World Conference, they will immediately hand it over. The next day, all 50 Awakeners born from Blue Star were sent to the Monster Academy. These individuals were well aware of what had happened to them. After all, supernatural abilities were no longer a secret in the world. After some investigation, it turned out that these people's backgrounds were all clean, and they were very willing to join the Monster Academy to contribute to the defense of their homeland. Qin Ming reviewed their profiles. He found that 37 of them had the ability of Common Sequence 89, Regeneration. The other 11 had the ability of Common Sequence 66, Thunder Mage. It seemed that this was intentionally done by the Black Hand. He didn't want Huaxia to have too many Awakeners with different abilities. Qin Ming didn't care about this. After all, he could create them himself. Additionally, there were 2 individuals who were quite special, one being Jiang Yuzi, and the other was the oldest among them, an uncle named Songen. Songen was a pastry chef, and his awakened extraordinary sequence was somewhat related to his profession. What surprised Qin Ming was that the uncle's extraordinary sequence was actually Forbidden Sequence 011, Pastry Chef. Relatively speaking, this sequence's combat power was average, but it had extremely strong support capabilities. The pastries made by the pastry chef could be used by awakeners, possessing the ability to restore stamina. Moreover, the pastry chef had 2 initial combat skills, one being Mental Bun, which could create buns that restored mental power, equivalent to regaining mana. The other, Pastry Artisan, enhanced production speed, appearance, and taste. Without a doubt, Songen's special ability would become the greatest support supply for the Monster Academy. This made Qin Ming very happy. He entrusted all these new members to the 2 captains, Wu and Lei Jiu. There was still a week before the second phase of the civilization trial, so they could train well. At 11 a.m., the World National Conference began. This was a meeting that the high-level officials of various countries took very seriously.
They had projected themselves early and were waiting on site. On July 7, 2096, since the monster invasion began, it was the first global conference held by countries around the world. Long Jiang brought Qin Ming to a conference room. This time, representing Huaxia were the two of them. In this era, virtual projection technology was already very mature, and entering the meeting felt no different from meeting in person. When Qin Ming and Long Jiang entered the projection meeting, the leaders of various countries were already waiting. The Huaxia representatives were the last to arrive. However, at this moment, no one dared to voice any objections. Even the proud Eagle Sauce did not dare to provoke Huaxia at this critical moment. In the meeting, there were over 100 national representatives seated. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Ming. Everyone secretly marveled, this Qin Ming is too young. Among them were the leaders of Sakura Country, Kawashima, and Commander Yamada. These two, disguised by the thousand-faced monkey, had actually infiltrated the high-level human meeting. If the world found out, it would surely cause a stir. Qin Ming naturally noticed them. Unfortunately, this time it was a virtual projection, and he couldn't discern whether there were any thousand-faced monkeys present. Ahem. Qin Ming cleared his throat. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am the president of Huaxia's Monster Academy. And also the initiator of this conference. As he finished speaking, the high-level officials from various countries nodded in agreement. They were all quite familiar with Qin Ming's identity and had done quite a bit of investigation behind the scenes. Qin Ming glanced at everyone and said, I know there are disguised here, but it doesn't matter, it won't affect anything. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials from various countries erupted in an uproar. Director Qin, is what you said true? Director Qin, please inform us, if there are beasts in disguise, this meeting cannot allow them to infiltrate. Yes, Director Qin, we are all high-ranking officials from various countries. If there are beasts in disguise, the impact would be significant. The high-ranking officials from various countries spoke up, all in a panic. Even Long Xiaogua beside them was stunned by Qin Ming. The chief of Eagle Sauce, Tep, spoke sternly, if there are beasts in disguise, my Eagle Sauce is willing to take action against them. Qin Ming wore a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Commander Yamada from Sakura Country trembled, feeling as if he had been seen through. Beside him, Chief Kawashima pressed down on his thigh and whispered, don't fall for it, he's trying to trick us. This cunning human. Upon hearing this, Commander Yamada gradually calmed down. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze suddenly fell on Yamada. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to him. Yamada panicked. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. What are you so nervous about, Your Excellency? Yamada suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Although the intelligence of the beasts was high, their emotional range was far less rich than that of humans. With this probe, Qin Ming could see the problem. There was definitely something wrong with Yamada. However, just as Tep was about to take action, Qin Ming changed his tone. Just kidding. Qin Ming waved his hand. Alright, let's get back to business. As soon as he said this, Tep's words were stifled. The high-ranking officials in the room frowned. This probe had already revealed that Qin Ming was not simple. Those who could sit in this position were all shrewd individuals, and they naturally picked up on a few things. Although Qin Ming had changed the topic, some still secretly glanced at the two from Sakura Country, their hearts filled with caution. Kawashima's heart sank, a surge of anger rising within him. Qin Ming was toying with them, but he couldn't refute. After all, they were not human. The more they spoke, the easier it would be to expose themselves. Qin Ming was also amazed. He didn't expect these two to hold back. Well then, let's talk about the purpose of this meeting, and I will provide you all with the magic potion formula for free. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately perked up. Especially those countries that had not received the magic potion formula were even more excited. They had all witnessed the power of the supernatural beings from Huaxia and were naturally envious. Qin Ming had no intention of hiding anything and directly said, consuming the flesh and blood of beasts can enhance extraordinary physique. Boom! In an instant, everyone became restless. Consuming the flesh and blood of beasts? Is it really possible? Qin Ming waved his hand. There's also a free tip. For those whose physique has not reached 100% extraordinary, the failure rate of consuming the magic potion is 100%. Also, for those countries that have obtained the magic potion formula, do you know how to collect the magic potion materials? Not all magic potion materials can be configured into magic potions. If the wrong materials are used, not only will the person fail to awaken their supernatural abilities, but they may even be assimilated into a monster, leading to a great disaster. Qin Ming informed them of the seriousness of the situation. The faces of the high-ranking officials from various countries changed dramatically, becoming even more restless. Director Qin, please guide us. Yes, Director Qin, we are all one family in the world. please guide us. The representatives from various countries spoke up one after another.
Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he took out two pieces of equipment. His true purpose was about to be revealed. This one is a device to test whether the human body has reached 100% extraordinary physique.
This device is for detecting potion materials.
Everyone, are you interested?
When Qin Ming showcased the two devices, all the representatives from various countries widened their eyes.
Director Qin, what is this? What can something that looks like a camera test? Many voices chimed in.
Qin Ming waved his hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down.
Let me introduce this first, the Extraordinary Physique Tester.
With this, we can detect whether a soldier has reached extraordinary physique. The importance of this is self-evident. If the extraordinary physique does not meet the standard, taking potions will definitely fail, and you will also lose a potion.
Wow!
As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Although they were all prominent figures from various countries, they were shocked by this statement.
This was absolute valuable information. If Qin Ming hadn't said it, how would they have known? Director Qin, this isn't going to be given away for free, is it? Eagle Sasa's representative Tep squinted his eyes. Qin Ming smiled without answering. This is indeed being given away for free, as a gift.
Then, he took out another device, the supermagnetic detector. This supermagnetic detector was developed by My Monster Academy and has the function of detecting potion materials. Those countries that have obtained potion formulas should know what potion materials are, right? Qin Ming looked at the representatives from Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and others with a smile. Potion materials are actually certain materials from exotic beasts, such as fur, claws, and so on. But I can say for sure that not all furs are potion materials, and not every exotic beast produces potion materials.
As soon as he said this, everyone in the room frowned. So this device can detect real potion materials? Tep raised a question. That's right. You may not believe it, but that's okay. I'll demonstrate it for everyone.
Qin Ming stood up and tested a prepared exotic beast corpse beside him.
Sure enough, on the large corpse, only a small patch of fur emitted a glow.
See, this is the potion material. The other fur is poison. If the wrong materials are used. At this point, Qin Ming paused, scanning everyone with a serious expression. Using the wrong materials to create potions will not yield awakeners, but monsters.
These monsters are even more terrifying than exotic beasts.
Qin Ming's voice was sharp, piercing the hearts of everyone present. His words indeed stunned the representatives from various countries.
Some representatives from smaller nations were so nervous that their hands trembled.
If that were the case, the risk factor was simply too high. If things went wrong, they could end up creating monsters themselves, which would be like lifting a rock to smash their own feet. Qin Ming looked at everyone and calmly said, "You are all smart people and understand the seriousness of this."
Everyone nodded gravely. Director Qin, how do you plan to sell these two devices?
The representative from the Empire of the Setting Sun spoke with eagerness. Qin Ming's intentions were already very clear. If they still didn't understand, they would be fools. Qin Ming smiled. The supermagnetic detector requires a gene chip in exchange. By the way, buy one get one free. The extraordinary physique tester will be given for free.
What? You want our gene chips?
The representative from the Empire of the Setting Sun exclaimed. Impossible, I only have one gene chip in Eagle Sauce. I can't give it to you.
Tep immediately refused.
Other countries also frowned. Only the top 5 countries had gene chips, and many of them did not. Qin Ming smiled. The greatest function of the gene chip is to enhance the human extraordinary physique, and it is limited.
This is not the only condition. Consuming the flesh and blood of exotic beasts can also enhance the extraordinary physique.
I won't say much more, you can understand it yourselves. Upon hearing this, the representatives from countries with the gene chip fell silent.
Qin Ming's words made sense. Using the gene chip to enhance extraordinary physiques was indeed too extravagant.
It would be better to exchange it for those 2 pieces of equipment.
Moreover, once they got them back, they might even be able to replicate them and mass-produce them. Director Qin, my Peacock Nation doesn't have gene chips. Can we pay another price? The representative from Peacock Nation asked. Qin Ming nodded. Yes.
You can exchange the fur of the Thunder Iron Beast. If that's not enough, iron or food, and so on are also acceptable. But the premise is that those 4 countries must first agree to exchange with the gene chip. As soon as this was said, all the representatives' eyes lit up, but their expressions quickly darkened. Being able to exchange for other materials was fantastic, but the condition was that Eagle Sauce and the others had to agree to the terms first.
Qin Ming, we don't agree. Tep immediately spoke up.
However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Ming. Without waiting for others to refute, Qin Ming left a sentence and exited the meeting.
You all think it over. I won't accompany you." With that, the Huaxia side left the meeting, leaving the representatives from various countries staring at each other in confusion. Suddenly, all the representatives turned their gazes to the representatives from Bear Country, Eagle Sauce, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and Cherry Blossom Country. The representative from Bear Country was the first to express willingness. "Regardless of whether you all agree, Huaxia is definitely the biggest contributor this time, not only in information but also in the technology of these instruments. You all understand the seriousness of this, so I, Bear Country, am the first to agree." With that, all the pressure fell on Eagle Sauce, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and Cherry Blossom Country. The representatives from these three countries looked rather grim, especially the representatives from Cherry Blossom Country, disguised by the thousand-faced monkey, were extremely furious. They naturally did not want to introduce equipment to deal with exotic beasts, but at this moment, they were already being roasted over the fire. This was not the main point. What terrified them even more was that Qin Ming knew far too much. Such a person absolutely could not be left alive. After the meeting, the expression of Longshao Country towards Qin Ming changed. "This is the first time I've seen such a scheming side of you," Long Jiang said with a smile. He genuinely admired how Qin Ming could use such a method to exchange for the Jin chip and the fur of the Thunder Iron Beast. "Am I scheming?" Qin Ming shook his head. "The value I offered is more than all of theirs combined. As a competitor, I don't need to remind them so much or provide them with so much help. But I also don't want them to be too weak, otherwise, if only Huaxia remains in this world, it would be a big trouble." Saying this, Qin Ming let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, Long Jiang, I finally understand. It really isn't easy to be a great power." As soon as these words were spoken, even Long Jiang, with his solemn demeanor, couldn't help but twitch his face. It must be said that Qin Ming's tactic was indeed effective. Under the pressure of global nations, Eagle Sauce, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and Cherry Blossom Country all agreed to Huaxia's trading conditions. For this, they were filled with grievances against Qin Ming. Of course, Qin Ming didn't care. No matter how the results of this World Conference turned out, they would be competitors moving forward. Even if the countries were unwilling to compete with each other, the Hidden Hands would use various rules to force competition among them. The so-called civilization trial was a means of nurturing Gu. It was just a matter of seeing who could stand until the end. Qin Ming saw through all of this. After the deal was reached, Qin Ming's plan could proceed smoothly. First was the blood-burning cloak, which was already in the process of being crafted. With the blueprints in hand, it was enough to hand it over to the technological elites of the Monster Academy to make. His goal was the second phase of the civilization trial. Compared to the first phase, the strength of the strange beasts appearing in the second phase will increase significantly. Given the current number of supernatural beings in Huaxia, we are still a bit short. Currently, the hunting team has a total of 57 members, including the newly recruited ones. The Lei Xiao team, counting the 12 new members, has only 48 members. Together, they barely exceed 100, but that is far from enough. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming stayed in the Monster Academy, continuously crafting potions. All the potion materials collected from the strange beasts killed in the first phase were sent to the Monster Academy. During these 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Qin Ming did not stop for a moment. Using the Qiankuan gourd, he repeatedly concocted potions. However, the available potion materials were limited, as only 3 types of strange beasts had appeared. The beast numbered 004, the ghost shark, is in the sea, and they currently cannot hunt it. In the end, the potions crafted were 3 portions of sequence 089, Healing Life, and 72 portions of sequence 066, Thunder Mage. Thus, the hunting team reached 60 members, while the Lei Xiao team reached 120 members. Qin Ming divided them into 60 small teams of 3, with one person having the Healing Life ability paired with 2 Thunder Mages. These 3-member teams would undergo training in coordination and teamwork to maximize their combat effectiveness. When the third phase of the trial begins, these individuals will be the backbone of Huaxia, dispatched across the country to protect countless homes. It is worth mentioning that the sequence of Lu Chang has also been promoted. Lu Chang is sequence 288, Iron Hand, which is relatively weaker. However, this sequence is very complete and requires high-quality materials. Among them, the thousand-faced monkey handbone is one of the rarest potion materials. Coincidentally, among the collected materials, there was a rare-grade thousand-faced monkey handbone. Thus, a new sequence was born. Ordinary sequence 288, Iron Hand. Forbidden sequence 058, Steel Body. After the Qiankuan gourd produced so many potions, it seemed to have undergone a change. A piece of information flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The proficiency of the Qiankuan gourd has increased, promoting it to the second tier, allowing the crafting of the second sequence potion for the contractor. Upon receiving this information, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Here it comes, the second sequence ability. This is the terrifying aspect of the Qiankuan gourd. It allows the contractor to possess multiple sequence abilities. Normally, sequences are not compatible. A sequence can be promoted, just like Liu Chang, from an ordinary sequence to a forbidden sequence, and even further to a king sequence or divine sequence. However, an individual can only possess one sequence. If they forcibly consume a second potion, the consequence is death by explosion. However, as the master of the Qiankuan gourd, Qin Ming can create a second sequence, even a third sequence. In his previous life, he had 3 sequences. He was known as the war god of Huaxia, and in this life, the second sequence comes even faster. But now, Qin Ming does not meet the conditions. First, the second sequence ability must not be weak, and he lacks potion materials. The king-level Thunder Iron Beast Claw is one, but it is far from enough. Secondly, Qin Ming's realm is still unable to bear the second sequence ability. He must at least upgrade to the second-tier realm. However, Qin Ming already has a plan in mind. In the second phase of the civilization trial, there is a special strange beast. That is his opportunity to obtain the second sequence. There are still 4 days until the second phase of the trial. During these days, the land of Huaxia has returned to peace. There are no strange beasts in Huaxia anymore, and the people can live their lives as usual. Of course, this is just a temporary tranquility. During these few days, the Black Hand is actually helping countries around the world digest their supernatural abilities. After being busy for 3 consecutive days, Qin Ming can finally relax properly. However, at that moment, Xia Mo sent a text message. Qin Ming, are you coming out to eat? Xiao Yu and I are outside. Qin Ming was taken aback and replied, sure, send me your location, I'll head over now. Soon, Qin Ming received the location. By the time he got the location, he had already started the car and was driving towards the city. The location of Monster Academy was somewhat far from the city, in the suburbs, and it would take about half an hour to get there. There was also a stretch of mountain road. 10 minutes later, Qin Ming drove onto the mountain road. The mountain road was only 2 lanes, but it was relatively smooth, with not many vehicles. Under the night sky, the dim headlights illuminated the road as the car sped along at 90 miles per hour. Just then, a blinding beam of light pierced through the windshield. Qin Ming was momentarily blinded by the white glare. Boom! Then, a heavy truck came barreling down the wrong way, the dazzling lights rapidly enlarging in front of him. Qin Ming squinted, vaguely able to see the truck heading straight for him. His expression changed, and at the moment the truck was about to collide, he jerked the steering wheel, swerving the car onto the side road. Virum! The heavy truck rushed past, the massive airflow causing Qin Ming's sedan to tremble slightly. The vehicle narrowly avoided disaster. However, just as Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief, another heavy truck without headlights came crashing towards him. Boom! At high speed, the 2 vehicles collided violently. Qin Ming felt his body slammed by a tremendous force, his mind buzzing. In an instant, the sedan was crumpled, the entire front engine compressed together. After the impact, the heavy truck showed no signs of stopping, continuing to push Qin Ming's car backward. The sedan got wedged under the heavy truck, its mangled body scraping against the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Finally, the truck slammed to a halt, and the sedan was flung out, rolling over who knows how many times before landing upside down. The engine caught fire, flames raging, the fuel tank ruptured, gasoline beginning to flow towards the flames. Meanwhile, on both sides of the road, 4 cars came to a stop, and over a dozen men in black, armed with guns, rushed out. The men in black cautiously approached the covered truck. When they were about 5 or 6 meters away, 2 of them pulled out 4 or 5 grenades, removed the safety pins, and threw them into the vehicle. Gula Gula trapped under the car, Qin Ming's mind was buzzing, and he vaguely saw a grenade rolling towards him. The next moment, the grenade exploded. Boom! The entire vehicle erupted in flames, fire shooting into the sky. In the darkness, the flames illuminated the dim road. It also lit up the faces of the men in black. They all wore masks, their true identities obscured. The vehicle was burning fiercely, but they seemed undeterred, continuing to probe forward, crouching down to search for Qin Ming's figure. This operation must succeed. Failure was not an option. Just as the shadowy figures drew closer, above them, on a streetlight, stood a figure. Hey, are you looking for me? A sudden voice came from above, causing everyone to shudder and look up. The blinding streetlight blurred their vision, and the men in black could not see the figure on the streetlight clearly. But whoever it was, anyone who witnessed their crime had to die. Shoot! One of the men in black immediately raised his gun. Bang! The bullet fired, the gunshot breaking the silence of the night. Thunder rumbled. The next moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and the figure sliced the bullet in half with a knife, rapidly descending from the streetlight. The gunman's face changed dramatically, and before he could react, the long knife fell. Swish! The black-clad man's arm, along with the handgun, was severed and fell to the ground. Ah! The man in black screamed in agony, his face filled with terror. With a snap, Qin Ming grabbed him by the neck, a surge of unnatural strength lifting him up. In that moment, all the men in black could see the figure's face clearly. Qin Ming, how is that possible? Isn't he in the car? How did he escape? All the men in black were in a panic. This was simply unbelievable. Why you? Why are you unharmed? The man in black tremblingly spoke. Qin Ming let out a cold laugh. You know nothing about extraordinary power. With that, he suddenly exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The man's head was directly twisted off. Bang! The man in black's eyes widened as he fell heavily to the ground, breathless. The other men in black were terrified. Shoot, shoot quickly! Bang bang bang! Bullets kept firing. However, this posed no threat to Qin Ming. Combat skill Phantom Flash Thunder flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet, moving so fast it was hard to see, especially under the night sky. Qin Ming's figure was like a ghost. In just a few flashes, he took down 2 men. He slashed down with a knife, chopping at the gun and then striking the opponent's arm and knee. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, both men had their limbs shattered by Qin Ming and fell to the ground, howling. The others were scared out of their wits. There was no thought of resistance left. They turned and ran towards the car, trying to escape. But how could they possibly escape from Qin Ming's grasp? This group of men in black were just ordinary people. In less than 3 minutes, everyone was subdued by Qin Ming. Just a few minutes later, a shadow rushed in from a distance, like a fierce beast, moving at incredible speed. As it approached, the massive beast form transformed back into a human shape. The newcomer was Dong Yen. They were only about 10 kilometers from the Monster Academy. With the perverse perception of the soul-eating rat, he surely heard the sounds of the vehicle explosion and gunfire. Seeing that Qin Ming was unharmed, Dong Yen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This date is ruined. Qin Ming picked up his phone, looking at the text message from Xiao, his gaze slightly focused on the words Xiaoyu. 1 hour later, in the office of the headmaster of the Monster Academy, we found out they are all spies from Sakura country. Long Jiang felt a surge of anger. Qin Ming nodded, as expected. Did you guess it? Long Jiang raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, Kawashima and Yamada from Sakura country are both disguised as the thousand-faced monkey. At the World Conference, Qin Ming had noticed something off about them. Damn it, they actually set their sights on you. Long Jiang was very angry. If the news of Qin Ming's ambush reached the capital, that group of high-ranking officials would probably go crazy. Right now, Qin Ming was the backbone of Huaxia. If anything happened to him, it would be catastrophic. Wait, how did they know your whereabouts? Long Jiang suddenly sat up straight, his gaze sharp and frightening. The only ones who could expose Qin Ming's whereabouts were the people from the Monster Academy. For example, the guards. Stop guessing, the people at home are fine, the problem lies here. With that, Qin Ming handed over the chat records from his phone. A particular message immediately caught Long Jiang's attention. Xiao, Qin Ming, are you coming out to eat? Xiao Yu and I are outside. Jiang Yuzi? Long Jiang's expression darkened, recalling the educational background in Jiang Yuzi's background check. She had studied in Sakura country for 2 years. He naturally wouldn't doubt Xiao. Qin Ming had told him that Xiao was also a pillar of Huaxia in her previous life. Xiao was definitely fine. So, it could only be Jiang Yuzi. Qin Ming nodded, it should be her. Long Jiang looked at Qin Ming and made a throat-cutting gesture. Qin Ming shook his head, not so fast. She still has her uses. She probably doesn't even know that the high-ranking officials of Sakura country have already been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Perhaps we can use her to deal with the beasts over there. That night, Xiao and Jiang Yuzi returned. However, they did not know what had happened and only thought that Qin Ming had something to attend to, so they did not go to the appointment. Jiang Yuzi behaved normally, without a hint of a flaw. Everything continued to operate as usual. In the following 3 days, countries around the world launched counterattacks, especially those countries that received the reward of the potion formula, gradually began to create superhumans. Under the leadership of these superhumans, they started to eliminate the beasts that had been overlooked in the first phase of the trials, and the war never ceased. Time passed little by little, and only 1 day remained until the second phase of the civilization trials. Knowing the exact time the trials would begin, the entire world was in a state of panic. Waiting was the most unsettling. Qin Ming's previous arrangements were all in place. In the 3 locations where the beasts would descend, all the citizens had been relocated to safety. Heavy troops had been dispatched to surround the areas, and even all the superhuman teams had been sent out. At this moment, they were just waiting for the trials to begin. On the eve of the start of the second phase of the civilization trials, the Bloodfire Cloak was also completed. After careful consideration, Qin Ming decided to distribute the Bloodfire Cloak to ensure that every superhuman had one. Of course, Qin Ming repeatedly reminded them that the Bloodfire Cloak should not be used unless absolutely necessary, as the cost was enormous. After arranging everything, Qin Ming took Lu Cheng to one of the beast descent points. Meanwhile, Xia Mo and Jiang Yuzi led the team to the other two descent points. The third descent point was under the responsibility of Dong Yen. Although Dong Yen was alone, he was at the second-tier realm and had considerable strength. Upon arriving at the descent point, Qin Ming conducted an inspection, and he was shocked by the number of troops deployed here. There were probably more than 20,000 soldiers. The variety of weapons was even more intimidating. Qin Ming gasped. The second wave of beasts was in for a tough time. On the eve of the second phase of the civilization trials, the official center of the Bear Country, the iron-blooded emperor personally guarded the border. This was a small town near the northern part of Huaxia, separated by a river. At this moment, the Huaxia border was brightly lit, and many soldiers could be seen stationed there, seemingly on guard against something. At the same time, the Bear Country's officials dispatched 30,000 soldiers, hundreds of tanks, dozens of armed helicopters, and all kinds of powerful weapons, surrounding the town within a 10-mile radius. This display alarmed the entire Bear Country. No one knew what they were planning. The iron-blooded emperor stood at the front line, his gaze deep as he looked at the land ahead, his expression somewhat serious and excited. Your Majesty, Huaxia has also set up defenses at the border, probably to guard against the beasts breaking through and escaping, said a bearded general. It seems that Huaxia's intelligence is accurate, the iron-blooded emperor said, somewhat excited. At such a critical moment, Huaxia would not deceive us. If this is indeed a beast descent point, we will be at the forefront of the second phase of the trials, closely following Huaxia's lead. This time, we Bear Country have a chance to secure second place in the trials. The bearded general nodded. I have received news that Huaxia is also setting up defenses domestically, and at 3 locations. They can't really determine the descent points of the beasts, can they? If that's the case, it would be terrifying. The iron-blooded emperor's gaze was profound. That Monster Academy's president is not simple. Regardless, we must firmly attach ourselves to Huaxia. Also, if this descent point is correct, we will owe Huaxia a huge favor. The significant movements of Huaxia and Bear Country naturally did not escape the notice of the major powers around the world, especially the Eagle Sauce, which learned about the grand arrangements of these two countries at the first opportunity. Tep looked puzzled. What are Huaxia and Bear Country up to? Could they have figured out the descent points of the beasts for the second phase of the trials? General John suddenly spoke up. This statement stunned the high-ranking officials present. If that's the case, it's a bit outrageous. Yeah, who can compete with them? But how did they predict it? I heard that ancient Chinese culture has a way of predicting heavenly secrets. Could it be those people are behind it? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Especially the last sentence left everyone in silence. The East possesses mysterious powers, which have spread across the world. Although they don't believe it, existence is reason enough. Tep let out a cold snort. What mysterious power? I bet it's that Monster Academy's headmaster who's up to something. That kid knows too much. He must have a strategy for the civilization trial. There's nothing to fear. I'll find a chance to go to China and bring him back. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke up. In an instant, everyone turned to look. It was a man with a hooked nose. This man was the lucky awakener after the first phase of the civilization trial. The Eagle Sauce rewarded a total of 10 awakeners, 7 of whom were willing to serve the official side, and this hook-nosed man was one of them, the most powerful one, a forbidden sequence ability user. Akil, are you confident in dealing with Qin Ming? General John frowned. Akil smirked slightly, looking disdainful. Just a little guy. In terms of sequence ranking, he's only forbidden sequence 007, while I'm forbidden sequence 005. Akil was very confident. He was a mercenary, and with his awakened abilities, he was sure he could take down Qin Ming. Tep hesitated for a moment. You handle this civilization trial first. I'll make arrangements for dealing with Qin Ming. In the Sakura country's center, the first seat, Kawashima, had a very grim expression. Their assassination attempt on Qin Ming had failed. King, it seems that human is not so easy to deal with. Commander Yamada frowned. Kawashima maintained a stern face. No matter what, he must die, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to develop on Blue Star. That kid knows too much. Commander Yamada hesitated. King, can we unite with the races from the second phase of the trial to deal with Qin Ming? Kawashima nodded. I've already made arrangements. I know all the races that will descend in the second phase. Then Qin Ming is undoubtedly doomed. Commander Yamada frowned.
King, I've received news that China has set up strong defenses in 3 locations domestically.
Did they predict the locations of the beast's descent? Impossible. Kawashima shook his head violently. Descents are random, even the kings of those 3 races don't know where they will appear, so how could China know? As he spoke, he suddenly laughed. China is just shooting itself in the foot by mobilizing so many troops to one place. If they predict wrong, they won't even have time to retreat. That would definitely be a huge disaster. Just wait, we can sit back and enjoy the show. China's actions naturally did not escape the attention of countries around the world. Similar discussions echoed globally. Even from officials to civilians, no one was willing to believe that China could accurately predict the descent of the beasts. Some netizens even mocked China on online platforms. Some called China feudal and superstitious. Others called China foolish. There were all kinds of voices. In any case, they were unwilling to believe and did not want to believe. They could not stand to see China grow strong, despite China having helped them multiple times. People always have selfish motives. A white-eyed wolf is ultimately a white-eyed wolf, and a dog cannot change its nature. Time passed little by little. Amidst the serious atmosphere worldwide, the Black Hand suddenly appeared. With a thunderous roar, the sky echoed with a deafening sound, as if a bolt of lightning struck the land of Blue Star. In an instant, all electronic devices on Blue Star were invaded by the Black Hand. A crimson countdown appeared on all electronic screens, capturing the attention of the world. Then, a message popped up. Civilization Trial Phase 2, countdown 10 minutes begins. In this trial, the bloody collision of civilizations, 3 races of alien beasts will randomly appear within the borders of various nations, engaging in a defense-offense battle.
Before the trial starts, the alien beasts will be the defenders, and the civilizations will be the attackers. After 24 hours, the roles will reverse, and the trial will last a total of 10 days. Reward rules. At the end of the trial, rewards will be given based on the performance of each civilization. Special Reward 1, if the alien beasts are completely annihilated, the trial will end early, and that civilization will receive an additional reward. Special Reward 2, the alien beasts will randomly spawn a Beast King, and the first civilization to kill the Beast King will receive an additional reward. Tip: the Beast King is very powerful, but the chances of magic potion materials and containment items appearing on it will greatly increase. After the information prompt ended, the countdown also came to an end. The Black Hand gave no time for the world to react, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire Blue Star trembled as the alien beasts descended. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of light crashed into the ground of Blue Star. Unlike the first phase of the trial, the commotion caused by the appearance of the alien beasts this time was immense. There was no stealth, it was sheer arrogance. In Jiangnan City, Huaxia, in the know. One camp where Qin Ming was located, a column of light crashed down, and terrifying energy instantly swept through, flattening all surrounding buildings and raising a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, 2 other columns of light fell into the other 2 defensive camps. The warriors, already prepared, were filled with excitement. The predictions were correct. Dean Qin Ming's layout was spot on. The next moment, the voices of the commanders from Camp 2 and Camp 3 rang in Qin Ming's communicator. Dean Qin, the column of light accurately landed on the Camp 2 position. Dean Qin, the column of light accurately landed on the Camp 3 position. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Qin Ming's lips. Indeed, the script of history had not changed much. Great! Long Xiaogui exclaimed excitedly, immediately shouting, all units, prepare to welcome the alien beasts. The 3 camps erupted in intense cheers. Even more excited were the Bear Nation. Among the 3 columns of light that landed in Bear Nation, one just happened to fall within their pre-deployed encirclement. The iron-blooded emperor's face was filled with excitement. Wonderful, Dean Qin truly has foresight. The columns of light almost simultaneously struck the ground of Blue Star. Each civilization had 3 columns of light. At the moment the columns fell, countless people were directly annihilated by the overwhelming energy. The columns did not choose empty places to descend. On the contrary, they landed in densely populated areas. The selected locations were simply unable to resist. They didn't even have time to say goodbye to their families. This scene was destined to be a disaster, an unavoidable catastrophe. Qin Ming had already anticipated this. However, he was powerless. In this rebirth, all he could remember were the locations within his own country's borders, and the location in Bear Nation was just near the Huaxia border. In his previous life, the alien beasts that descended there broke through Bear Nation's defenses, causing great disaster to the Huaxia border, which left a deep impression on Qin Ming. Compassion, too, was fleeting. Qin Ming did not pay much attention to foreign matters. The most important thing now was to deal with the alien beasts before him. If he remembered correctly, the alien beast that landed at Camp 1 was numbered 005 Wasteland Wolf.
At this moment, the dust gradually dissipated, and the scene ahead appeared before everyone. When the image emerged, all the warriors' faces changed dramatically, shocked beyond belief. Ahead, there had originally been a small town, with towering buildings and a peaceful atmosphere. However, now, all the buildings were gone, and as far as the eye could see, it was desolate. Even the environment on the ground had changed. The once lush land had turned into a desert. Before them, what was once a small town was now clearly a vast expanse of sand. Oh my god, why has it become like this? How did they do it? Lu Chang and Luing widened their eyes, their faces filled with seriousness. The ability to alter the natural environment was simply terrifying. Long Jiang also wore a heavy expression, deeply realizing that the power of the Black Hand could not be explained by the understanding of Blue Star. If the Black Hand was a higher civilization, it must be several dimensions above Blue Star. Such an opponent could instill a sense of despairing fear. This world is far more complex than we imagined. This is just the beginning. Qin Ming offered some comfort. He knew that these sites would have a tremendous impact on them, but this was only the second stage of the civilization trial, and these methods were really nothing. Prepare for battle. Qin Ming picked up the communicator and shouted to the soldiers. Received. Various units responded. Moments later, dozens of armed helicopters soared into the sky, the chilling divine fire cannon aimed at the light column ahead. Buzzing accompanied by the terrifying buzzing, the drone's hive were deployed. All units, be aware, once the light column disappears, the alien beasts will appear. As soon as you spot the alien beasts, open fire immediately. Qin Ming's voice echoed in the soldiers' headsets. 20,000 soldiers wore serious expressions, nervously watching ahead. In the next moment, the light column slowly vanished. A vast army appeared at the center of the battlefield. They were humanoid creatures, their skin cracked like a broken concrete floor. The monsters had long limbs and long tails behind them, exhibiting wolf-like characteristics. At first glance, they looked like werewolves from a movie, but their bizarre appearance was even more terrifying than the werewolves depicted in films. These alien beasts were numbered 005, the Wasteland Wolves. Roar! As the Wasteland Wolves appeared, they instinctively howled at the sky, displaying their arrogant demeanor. Especially the leading red Wasteland Wolf, which seemed like a king descending, its gaze sweeping across the world. Just as the Wasteland Wolf army roared, they suddenly noticed the helicopters of humans above them. All the Wasteland Wolves were taken aback. They quickly looked around and found humans everywhere in the distance. They had fallen into the encirclement of humans. King, something's not right, a subordinate beside the red-skinned Wasteland Wolf exclaimed in horror. At this moment, the Wolf King was also stunned. What was happening? Boom! In the next moment, a massive explosion sounded. In the midst of the army, a Wasteland Wolf seemed to have stepped on something, and the ground erupted violently. With that explosion, more than 10 Wasteland Wolves were blown away. Landmines. These were the landmines that Qin Ming had ordered to be buried in advance. The Wasteland Wolf army was instantly bewildered. Before they could react, countless flashes of fire shot towards them. Fire! Kill! The roars of the human army soared into the sky. Endless shells rained down upon the alien beast army. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying firepower covered the battlefield, and the Wasteland Wolf army was blown into disarray. Despite their impressive defenses, they were still blown apart, limbs severed, and flesh mangled. Most of the Wasteland Wolves were first-tier alien beasts, and against human firearms, they were simply outmatched. Moreover, the Chinese military was well prepared. Aside from nuclear weapons, almost all available weaponry was deployed. The bombardment from the sky, the various tanks and shells on the ground, could flatten a mountain, let alone these alien beasts. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. The 1,000-strong Wasteland Wolf army was thrown into chaos, and a large number fell in an instant. The Wolf King's expression changed drastically, filled with extreme anger. Charge out with all your might, we can't be surrounded by the human army. With the Wolf King's command, all the wild wolves surged madly in all directions, especially the second-tier wild wolves, who dodged the artillery fire and quickly rushed towards the encircling human soldiers. However, they underestimated the formation set by Huaxia. Even though they were second-tier wild wolves, they were still turned into a sieve. They couldn't unleash their full power at all. In less than 10 minutes, the entire army of wild wolves fell. Amidst the smoke, only the blood-soaked Wolf King remained. At this moment, the artillery fire had ceased. Qin Ming and Lu Chang, along with more than a dozen ability users, slowly approached the Wolf King. The Wolf King's face was twisted, filled with anger and fear. At this time, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance, looking at the Wolf King as if he were gazing at a treasure. This Wolf King was the Beast King mentioned in the rules. The Wolf King was momentarily stunned by Qin Ming's greedy gaze. It was clearly the invader, so why did it feel like it had become the prey? Boom, boom, boom. The tanks advanced, and the infantry gradually pressed in. The vast battlefield was being gradually reduced. The wild wolf beast king was surrounded in the middle, all its kin had perished, and the ground was littered with corpses. The wild wolf beast king trembled, feeling fear for the first time. Wasn't the civilization trial about strong invaders? Why did it now seem more like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth? Ahead, Xin Ming and Lu Chang tightened their grips on their tang knives and slowly approached. The wild wolf immediately panicked. Its proud demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of politeness. Humans, let's talk, there's no need for violence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Is this a fake wolf? Why do I feel like it's more like a husky? Should we persuade it to surrender? Xin Ming spoke calmly. Do you like sleeping with a bomb? Lu Chang choked and closed his mouth. Make your move. Xin Ming shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The Thunder Mage behind them immediately threw out the charged thunderballs. Waves of powerful energy surged forth, and the wild wolf's pupils suddenly constricted as it quickly dodged. The thunderballs exploded on the ground, their power even greater than that of shells. The wild wolf looked around, trying to find an escape route. But whether above or below, it was completely surrounded by the human army. Even if it grew wings, it couldn't escape. Damn thousand-faced monkey. Wasn't it said that humans are easy to deal with? The wild wolf beast king cursed angrily, aiming for a direction without ability users to charge out. Just as it was about to break through the encirclement of ability users, Xin Ming flashed and blocked its path, slashing down with a knife. The wild wolf's pupils suddenly constricted, and a bone knife sprouted from its arm, hastily blocking in front. The starfall knife, charged with lightning, struck heavily against the bone knife, the immense force pushing the wild wolf back. The wild wolf beast king revealed a cruel expression. A mere first-tier ability user dares to fight this king. You truly do not know the meaning of death. In the next moment, the wild wolf's body erupted with a powerful aura, long bone knives sprouting from its arms, and its tail becoming sharp, like a large cleaver. The wild wolf plunged its hands into the ground and forcefully heaved. Boom! A whirlwind 3 stories high surged towards Xin Ming. Xin Ming's expression changed slightly. This beast king was indeed formidable, possessing combat skills. Thunder annihilation slash. The starfall knife fell heavily, lightning raging. The sandstorm whirlwind was instantly dispersed. The wild wolf beast king charged out from the dust, its bone knife slashing towards Qin Ming's face. Lightning appeared beneath Qin Ming's feet, his speed instantly increasing, dodging the beast king's bone knife. At the same time, the starfall knife swept across, slicing through the wild wolf beast king's body. A white mark appeared. After the two crossed paths, Qin Ming looked at the white mark on its chest, his expression darkening. This slash had not even broken the wild wolf beast king's skin. This guy's defense is really something else. Dean, be careful. With the shouts of the crowd, several lightning balls came crashing down again. Qin Ming managed to dodge, but the wild wolf easily evaded as well. In front of the second-tier wild wolf beast king, the Thunder Mage was no match. With its speed, hitting it was quite difficult. Let's go together. At this moment, Lu Chang charged forward, accompanied by 5 members of the hunting team. They wielded specially made tang knives from the Monster Academy and launched an attack on the Wild King. Lu Chang took the lead, swinging his fist at the wild wolf. The wild wolf showed no fear and retaliated with a punch of its own. Boom! The two collided with a thunderous crash, and the powerful force erupted instantly. Lu Chang felt as if he had been hit by a truck, and his body flew backward. The 5 members of the hunting team surrounded the wild wolf, taking turns to attack. However, they underestimated the terror of the wild wolf, let alone the fact that this one was a genuine beast king. Although the hunting team had 5 against 1, they were being suppressed by the wild wolf, and they got injured as soon as they made contact. Fortunately, the hunting team members were healing ability users, and their injuries healed quickly. Dean, does this wild wolf have any weaknesses? It's too strong. After the clash, Lu Chang realized just how terrifying this beast was. Qin Ming shook his head. The wild wolf is a hexagonal warrior, with no weaknesses. We can only withstand it. Can we continue to use firearms? Lu Chang asked. There's no way. It has already reached the second tier and has extremely strong defense. The artillery won't have much effect on it. Once we open fire, it might take the chance to escape amidst the chaos, and that would be troublesome. Qin Ming said solemnly, right now, there's only one way, wear it down. With that, a surge of mental power erupted. High-risk combat skill, deceptive card. With a buzzing sound, a card appeared in Qin Ming's hand. The card spun, randomly selecting a skill. Thunder Judgment, combat power doubled, Thunder Mastery ability doubled. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It was a skill that had appeared before, Thunder Judgment, perfectly suited for the current situation. Boom! In the next moment, Qin Ming's aura surged, lightning coiling around him, arcs of lightning dancing.
At this point, his combat power was comparable to a second-tier ability user. Charge! Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade and charged at the Wild Wolf Beast King. Lu Cheng followed closely behind, his steel body crashing forward, colliding head-on with the Wild Wolf. This battle was intense. At first, the Wild Wolf could still hold its ground, but gradually, as its injuries mounted, it began to struggle. Under Qin Ming's repeated strikes, the Wild Wolf was covered in blood. However, the members of the hunting team and Lu Cheng also bore various injuries.
Lu Cheng unleashed true fire, ultimately erupting with a powerful combat skill, Steel Body Shockwave.
Lu Cheng's fist slammed into the chest of the Wild Wolf Beast King, a penetrating force coursing through it, causing immense damage within. Qin Ming seized the opportunity, Thunder Judgment.
With thunder, he shattered the darkness.
Lightning coiled around the Tang knife, slicing through the void, and suddenly plunged into the Beast King's heart.
The Wild Wolf Beast King widened its eyes, its pupils trembling. It couldn't believe it as it looked down at the long knife embedded in its chest, terror etched on its face. Boom! Thunder raged, wreaking havoc on its body.
Finally, the Wild Wolf Beast King collapsed heavily, breathless.
The second-tier Beast King was dead.
This battle was quite difficult, but fortunately, the outcome was good. Just as Qin Ming killed the Beast King, the headset relayed reports from positions 2 and 3.
Dean, this is position 2, all the beasts have been annihilated. Dean, this is position 3, all the beasts have been annihilated. Qin Ming's eyes brightened, they had succeeded.
He checked the time, only 45 minutes had passed since the trial began.
The attacking side's time for offense had not yet run out.
At this moment, the whole world was nervously engaged in a battle with the alien beasts, when a loud sound echoed across the sky, drawing the attention of everyone.
The next moment, a resounding heavenly voice rang out.
Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for successfully passing the second phase of the civilization trial, completely annihilating the 3 major alien beast races, and achieving first place in this trial. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for annihilating the alien beasts, with the trial ending early, receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for the first kill of the Beast King, receiving an additional reward. As the voice sounded, the entire world erupted in chaos.
What? Huaxia has already passed the trial. How did they do it?
Our country is already in disarray, and in just over 10 minutes, the alien beasts will counterattack.
I feel like we're doomed.
Panic spread across the world, while everyone was also shocked by Huaxia's achievement. God, Huaxia was able to pass the trial in such a short time. They couldn't have really predicted the arrival points of the alien beasts, right? No need to guess, the Huaxia Monster Academy has already uploaded the battle videos. Those 3 alien beast arrival points just happened to fall within the encirclement they set up. It's simply unbelievable. Once this comment was made, the world was thrown into an uproar. Just a short while ago, they had been mocking Huaxia, claiming it was impossible for them to predict accurately. But the slap in the face came so quickly. No one could imagine how Huaxia had accomplished this. In the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, Tep and the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce were all dumbfounded upon receiving the news.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Tep was like a ruffled rooster, filled with anger.
They had lost again, and it was a complete defeat.
Originally, they had gained superpowers, which gave them the strength to compete with Huaxia for first place, but reality had slapped them hard. While they and Eagle Sauce were still in a mess facing the arrival of the alien beasts, Huaxia had already passed the trial.
This huge gap was unacceptable for Tep.
With red eyes, Tep glared at the many high-ranking officials and shouted loudly, "I don't care what methods you use, you must stabilize Eagle Sauce's dominant position." On the other side, equally furious was the thousand-faced monkey from Sakura Country. In the central office of Sakura Country, the first seat, Kawashima, and Commander Yamada, had a gloomy expression after learning that Qin Ming had completely annihilated the alien beasts.
The secretary reporting the information trembled, lowering her head and not daring to speak.
She felt the fury of these two powerful figures. Although she did not understand why they were so enraged, she dared not say much. However, as Kawashima's secretary, she had indeed felt something unusual in recent days. It seemed like the first seat had become a different person, with many of his habits changing. Coupled with the matter of the thousand-faced monkey, she felt somewhat scared and even considered resigning.
"Come here."
At that moment, Kawashima suddenly spoke. The secretary trembled, forcing herself to suppress her panic, and slowly approached. Just as she reached Kawashima's side, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck.
In the secretary's terrified gaze, he snapped her neck.
Then, Kawashima transformed back into the thousand-faced monkey and devoured the secretary.
Shortly after, 3 figures emerged. One of the figures was the Wasteland Wolf. On either side were a two-headed canine alien beast and a standing humanoid cat demon. If Qin Ming were here, he would definitely recognize them. Number 005 Wasteland Wolf, number 006 Two-Headed Dog, number 007 Eerie Raccoon Cat. These three alien beasts had actually appeared in the central office of Sakura Country. After the thousand-faced monkey finished eating, another thousand-faced monkey emerged from the shadows, transforming into the appearance of the deceased secretary, King. The secretary handed a handkerchief to the thousand-faced monkey. At this moment, the thousand-faced monkey transformed back into Kawashima, took the handkerchief, and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It calmly sat back in its position, as if all of this was merely a means of venting. Then, Kawashima looked towards the red wasteland wolf in front and slowly spoke. Your king has already died in Huaxia. The red wasteland wolf clenched its fists, its face twisted in rage. The wasteland wolf clan had descended upon various countries, and due to the rules of the trial, each country selected a beast king, just like the one in front of them. But only they knew that the true beast king of the wasteland wolf clan was in Huaxia. The one who died in battle was the real king. The wasteland wolf in front was furious, staring at Kawashima. Take us to Huaxia, we want to avenge our king. Kawashima shook his head. If you go now, it would be no different from seeking death. Moreover, our infiltration of Sakura Country is not yet complete. Any major actions would expose our identities. Since we are here, why not forcibly occupy this country? Said the humanoid cat demon, speaking human words. Yes, with our strength, it would be easy. The two-headed dog also chimed in, not wanting to remain hidden in the shadows. Kawashima shook his head. It's too hasty. If we expose our identities, the surrounding countries will definitely unite against us. Also, I received information that these humans have a type of hot weapon called a nuclear bomb. Once activated, this Sakura country will be blown to pieces. So, we cannot act recklessly, and by controlling a country, we can do many things. Upon hearing this, the three strange beasts in front frowned, looking displeased. No need to make such faces. The people of this country are at your disposal, Kawashima said indifferently. Go back, I will find a way to deal with Huaxia. You all act according to the rules, and when it's your turn to attack, feel free to cause destruction. By the way, here are the photos of those few ability users from Sakura Country. They will appear on the battlefield. Kill them for me. After saying this, the secretary handed the materials to the wasteland wolf. The corner of the wasteland wolf's mouth slightly lifted. Leave it to us. Those few pathetic ability users from Sakura Country thought they were the chosen ones, but in the end, they became the most tragic cannon fodder. Kawashima would definitely not let them live, because these ability users could see through their disguises. Qin Ming could roughly guess how much of a sensation Huaxia's early completion of the trial would cause in the world. Although he knew it would bring a lot of trouble, such as the assassination that night, he didn't care. The truth lies only at the edge of the sword. As long as Huaxia is strong enough, the small fry wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The beasts that descended in the second phase of the trial were exactly the same as in the last life, still those three clans. This relieved Qin Ming. The world's plot hadn't changed much due to his rebirth. Completing the trial early this time would give Huaxia more time to rest. After the battle, Qin Ming instructed the soldiers on the three battlefields to quickly clean up and collect all the magic potion materials. Meanwhile, Qin Ming himself entered a busy period. The corpse of the Wasteland Wolf Beast King was brought back to the Monster Academy at the first opportunity. Under Qin Ming's direct handling, all the magic potion materials on it were collected. To Qin Ming's surprise, this Wasteland Wolf Beast King actually carried an ordinary level containment object. It was a double-bladed axe, very heavy, and its specific abilities still needed analysis. This was found later on the battlefield, likely lost by the Wasteland Wolf Beast King during the cannon bombardment. This made Qin Ming feel extremely lucky. If the Wasteland Wolf Beast King had fought with this containment object, they would have likely suffered casualties. This containment object was quite suitable for Liu Chang. It was clearly the right weapon for him. After obtaining the weapon, Liu Chang was incredibly excited and couldn't put it down. Then, it was Qin Ming's turn. He found a beast crystal in the head of the Wilderness Wolf Beast King. In addition, there were two potion materials, one king level and one forbidden level. Both of these potion materials were exactly what he wanted. Liu Chang, keep watch outside, I'm about to do something big. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was about to awaken his second ability sequence. Liu Chang knew that Qin Ming was up to something significant and cautiously stood guard at the door of the research room. Of course, within the Monster Academy, it was generally safe. But given the importance of the matter, Liu Chang did not dare to relax. Inside the research room, Qin Ming locked the door and first took out the beast crystal from the Wilderness Wolf King. This was a king-level beast crystal, containing an enormous amount of energy. Qin Ming was still at the first-tier realm,
To break through, he could only use this king-level beast crystal. Holding the beast crystal in his hand, a surge of mental power flowed as he slowly absorbed the energy from the crystal. After more than 10 minutes, the energy of the crystal was exhausted, turning into powder, and Qin Ming's body trembled as a more powerful mental force surged within him. He had broken through to the second-tier realm. Upon reaching the second tier, a piece of information flashed in Qin Ming's mind. He had gained 2 new combat skills. Forbidden Sequence 007 Trickster. Each time he broke through a realm, he would gain 2 new combat skills. Qin Ming did not immediately examine them. His attention was focused on the potion materials before him. King-level potion material, Wilderness Wolf Demon Heart. Forbidden-level potion material, Wilderness Wolf Finger Bone. This was the first time he was concocting this ability sequence. Thunder Iron Beast Claw, King level, plus Wilderness Wolf Demon Heart, King level, plus Wilderness Wolf Finger Bone, Forbidden level, plus 50 milliliters of purified water plus a deck of playing cards, 1 set. It was a strange combination that Qin Ming had never even heard of. But this potion recipe was definitely accurate, as it was the reward obtained from the first phase of the civilization trial. The only king sequence recipe awarded to Huaxia was this one. Because he had never seen it before, Qin Ming was even more curious and decided to concoct it. After stuffing all the materials into the Qian Koan gourd, he shook it a few times. Soon, the materials inside melted, and Qin Ming could clearly hear the sound of liquid flowing within. He poured out the concocted potion. It was a bright red liquid, somewhat viscous. Any normal person would be frightened to see it, but for Qin Ming, it was no different from juice. He gulped it down in one go. Gulyolu. The potion rolled down his throat, and waves of energy surged slowly. The next moment, Qin Ming felt his body become much lighter. Almost simultaneously, a piece of information flooded into his mind. King Sequence 005, Magician Combat Skill 1, Card Soldier, can summon a playing card to fight on his behalf. Different cards have different abilities and can summon more cards as his realm increases. Combat Skill 2, Trump Card, draws a big or small trump card to enhance his combat ability. Combat Skill 3, King Bomb, both big and small trump cards attack together, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. The initial combat skills of the King sequence were 3, but now that Qin Ming was at the second-tier realm, it meant that these 2 sequences did not share the same realm. Simply put, Forbidden Sequence 007 Trickster was at the second-tier realm, while King Sequence 005 Magician was at the first-tier realm. To elevate the Magician ability to the second tier, Qin Ming would need to spend some time pondering this ability. Or rather, he could use the Magician ability to kill exotic beasts. Qin Ming had anticipated this situation, just like in his previous life. Feeling the power within him, a slight smile appeared on Qin Ming's lips. 2 sequences, 2 different abilities, this feeling was truly wonderful. It would help him smoothly transition past the awkward situation of lacking means as an early-stage ability user. The Mysterious Thunderer is an ability, and even if it is upgraded to the second tier, it only has 5 combat skills, which is indeed a bit lacking. But now it's different. The Magician is a royal sequence. Qin Ming was very excited, eager to find a strange beast to experiment with right away. Unfortunately, there isn't a single strange beast to be found in Huaxia right now. Then Qin Ming went to check the 2 new combat skills released for the Mysterious Thunderer. Mysterious Thunder Array, set up a mysterious array filled with lightning on the ground. If the enemy steps on it, it will trigger an electric shock effect. Thunder Shadow, in battle, it can create 2 Thunder Shadow clones, which possess a small amount of combat power and are suitable for paralyzing the enemy. Seeing these 2 combat skills, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These 2 skills are purely auxiliary. Although they lack powerful offensive means, they can definitely surprise the enemy in battle. Not bad. Qin Ming nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he could be considered capable of self-defense on Blue Star. If this were to be heard by Lu Chang, he would surely scoff. Self-defense? Who on Blue Star could be his opponent? By the time Qin Ming finished all this, tremendous changes had already occurred in countries around the world. The offensive and defensive relationship between strange beasts and humans had changed. Strange beasts had shifted from being the defensive side to the offensive side, launching a frenzied assault on various civilizations. This battle was destined to be bloody. The human side had a 24-hour attack window, which was essentially time for humans to mobilize their forces. Unlike Huaxia, which had predicted the arrival point of the strange beasts and had laid out plans days in advance, other countries were caught off guard. No one knew where the strange beasts would land. They could only hurriedly gather their forces to attack once the strange beasts appeared, wasting a lot of time in the process. Of course, there were many ruthless countries in the world. For example, the Eagle Sauce, the empire on which the sun never sets, and Gallia. They didn't hesitate at all. The moment the strange beasts descended, they directly launched missile strikes. Once the location was confirmed, missiles were fired for indiscriminate strikes on the landing points of the strange beasts. Under the missiles, first-tier strange beasts were completely annihilated, but it was uncertain for second-tier strange beasts. The one-time impact of missiles might not be as powerful as a barrage of bullets, unless the missile directly smashed into the head of the strange beast and exploded. Therefore, after the missile assault ended, soldiers and ability users still had to enter the scene. But 24 hours is a short time. Once the time passed, the strange beasts would not wait in place to defend. Thus, what followed was a chaotic offensive. Strange beasts infiltrated cities, crazily harvesting human lives. Panic spread across the world. After learning the news, Qin Ming felt neither joy nor sorrow. The second trial period was not long, only 10 days. But it was certain that more countries would disappear from this world. After 10 days, those strange beasts that had not been exterminated would once again hide away, lurking in the darkness, occasionally launching attacks on humans. Once the strange beasts grew stronger, they would erupt completely. The development of this plot was exactly the same as in the previous life. Now, in the second phase of the trial, human firearms could still be effective. Once the third phase began and third-tier strange beasts appeared, firearms would completely lose their effectiveness. The world that followed would be an extraordinary chapter. The second phase of the civilization trial was progressing even faster than expected. While Qin Ming was busy crafting sequence potions at the Monster Academy, the 10-day attack time of the strange beasts was slowly coming to an end. Boom! Accompanied by a heavenly sound, the second phase of the civilization trial came to an end. Dear civilizations of all countries, the second phase of the civilization trial has ended, and the scoring is about to be calculated. As the heavenly sound rang out, all electronic screens on Blue Star displayed lines of text. That was the civilization trial being tallied. Meanwhile, the battles on the various national battlefields had not yet ceased. The aggressive beasts continued to wreak havoc, launching a frenzied slaughter against humanity. Only after killing all the human soldiers in sight did the beasts slowly cease their attack and slip into the city. The world was filled with wails, countless people displaced. While hot weapons may not have dealt a significant blow to the beasts, for ordinary humans, it was a catastrophic disaster. Especially in cities that had been bombarded by missiles, they had become riddled with holes, the former prosperity reduced to ruins. It's over, finally over. Oh God, save us, I don't want to live like this anymore. Countless people knelt among the ruins, mourning in despair. Of course, there were also those who cheered in victory. The cities destroyed by hot weapons were just a small part for a country. For most people, this was a tremendous victory. It was even more comfortable than the first phase of the trials. For instance, in Eagle Sauce, countless people were cheering at this moment. In the Eagle Sauce Central Command, all the high-ranking officials were as excited as if they had won a battle. This time, their powerful weapons had made a significant contribution. Just the hot weapons alone had killed most of the beasts. Compared to the first phase of the trials, Eagle Sauce had improved tremendously. At this moment, everyone in the world was looking forward to the trial results. Even some countries that had not performed well felt the same way. They knew very well that only the rewards from the trials could help them resolve their current situation. Soon, information popped up on the electronic screen. St. Lu country failed to pass this trial, civilization destroyed. An Air country failed to pass this trial, civilization destroyed. Palau country failed to pass this trial, civilization destroyed. 17 countries appeared on the screen in succession, meaning they would exit the stage of history. Upon seeing this, people couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen. They realized how close death was to them. Quickly, the sorrowful emotions were swept away, as the rankings were revealed. First place, Huaxia, exterminated 3,000 beasts, domestic facilities damaged, very little, national cohesion, very strong, overall score SSS. Second place, Eagle Sauce, exterminated 2,819 beasts, domestic facilities damaged, severely, national cohesion, strong, overall score S. Third place, the Empire on which the sun never sets, exterminated 2,722 beasts, domestic facilities damaged, severely, national cohesion, strong, overall score S. Fourth place, Bear Country, exterminated 2,311 beasts, domestic facilities damaged, very little, national cohesion, very strong, overall score A. Fifth place, Gull Country, exterminated 2,523 beasts, domestic facilities damaged, severely, national cohesion, medium, overall score A. When the scores were released, the world was in an uproar. Huaxia was undoubtedly first, but the rankings below were somewhat unexpected. Even Qin Ming did not anticipate that Eagle Sauce would come in second, while Bear Country surprisingly ranked fourth. But soon, he understood the reason.
Among the top 5, only Bear Country had not used large-scale hot weapons, so they lagged in the number of beasts exterminated. Eagle Sauce, the empire on which the sun never sets, and Gull Country had all directly used missiles to bombard, effectively exterminating the first-tier beasts, thus achieving a higher kill count. However, the national cohesion scores were a bit absurd. Eagle Sauce actually had a strong rating. Logically, with so many people dead, it was impossible for them to have such a good score. But thinking about it, the dead were all from the disaster areas, they were already gone, so how could they still generate emotions? Meanwhile, those citizens in safe areas, who were not affected by this trial, naturally felt recognition for their country's measures, resulting in strong cohesion. Realizing this, Xin Ming's face twitched. This was a bug in the system. On the side of Eagle Sauce, the whole country was in jubilation. In contrast, Bear Country was feeling a bit down. The iron-blooded emperor sighed heavily. This time, Bear Country lost due to not being ruthless enough. Of course, the iron-blooded emperor had no regrets. He would never bomb civilian areas. This trial tested humanity. The next phase was the even more anticipated reward segment. The electronic screen continued to display information. First place, Huaxia, random reward of 100 awakeners, 10 ordinary potion formulas, 1000 potion materials. Second place, Eagle Sauce, random reward of 60 awakeners, 6 ordinary potion formulas, 600 potion materials. Third place, the Empire Where the Sun Never Sets, random reward of 50 awakeners, 5 ordinary potion formulas, 500 potion materials. Fourth place, Bear Country, random reward of 40 awakeners, for ordinary potion formulas, 400 potion materials. Fifth place, Gull, random reward of 30 awakeners, 3 ordinary potion formulas, 300 potion materials. Wow! So many awakeners, oh my, is it going to be the era of awakeners from now on? Selling cakes, such rich rewards. If everyone has abilities, what's there to fear from the beasts? The world was instantly in an uproar, countless people cheering wildly. The reward from Black Hand undoubtedly pushed the world into an extraordinary chapter. Awakeners were just one thing, the important part was the potion formulas and potion materials. This was equivalent to giving humanity a shotgun, enabling them to hunt. Moreover, this time it was a global reward, even the last-ranked ice country received a formula and quite a few potion materials. Upon careful counting, there were more than 200 potion formulas in this reward. This meant that Blue Star would suddenly have over 200 sequence abilities, ushering the entire world into an extraordinary era. Xin Ming's expression darkened immediately. With this, Huaxia's advantage would significantly decrease. He understood what Black Hand meant. It was to intensify the conflicts between nations. Once so many resources landed on Blue Star, disputes would inevitably begin. At that time, it wouldn't just be a simple struggle against the beasts, conflicts among humans would gradually start as well. Xin Ming had already predicted that the evil organization would erupt in advance. When the authorities could no longer control the populace, internal strife would begin, and that would be the real terror. Xin Ming's face turned completely grim. The butterfly effect had arrived. Because of his rebirth, the extraordinary had arrived early, fast-forwarding the plot's pace. Once the public began recklessly concocting potions, social order would collapse directly. Although the authorities could suppress it, under the temptation of power, many would still take risks, trying to find their own extraordinary. Wasn't this scene exactly like the dark age of his previous life? Everything came so suddenly. Xin Ming murmured heavily, the world is about to change. After the rewards ended, Black Hand continued to release messages. The second phase of the civilization trial has ended, and rewards will be distributed randomly. As soon as this news came out, the officials of various countries were dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't the last reward given directly to the officials? Why was this time random distribution? Didn't this mean these rewards would flow into the public? At this moment, the officials of various countries felt that something was seriously wrong. Once the rewards fell into the public, retrieving them wouldn't be so simple. Humanity cannot withstand the test. Xin Ming's expression had completely darkened. The world was about to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, the people of the world were in an uproar, believing this was a gift from heaven, a power granted to protect themselves. The information from Black Hand wasn't finished yet. As the electronic screen displayed new information again, everyone immediately fell silent. This time, in addition to ordinary, there will also be the emergence of forbidden beasts, king beasts, and disaster beasts. These will possess immense abilities, creating their own domains, abbreviated as instances. The 3 different types represent 3 difficulty levels of instances. The requirement to pass the third stage of the civilization trial is to identify the domain beasts and clear the instances. The civilization that clears 10 instances first will be the champion of this trial. Hint, non-ability users can also enter the instances. Those who perform outstandingly can obtain sequence potions and access the extraordinary.
As the latest information popped up, everyone in the world widened their eyes, dumbfounded.
This is a new rule, and it involves the participation of the entire population, especially the last hint, which means that people from all over the world can participate. Access to the extraordinary. Who in this world doesn't want to possess such powerful abilities?
Suddenly, people from various countries became excited, and the previous feelings of confusion and unease vanished.
Instead, there was a fervent expectation.
At the Monster Academy, Qin Ming looked at the new rules that popped up on his phone and couldn't help but slowly shake his head.
Is human nature also a part of the trial?
The dragon general beside him saw Qin Ming's expression and sighed heavily. The Black Hand has planted a bomb among us humans. Qin Ming nodded, immediately hold a press conference to inform the citizens about the consequences of using potions and advise them not to attempt to concoct them casually, and all awakened individuals must accept official supervision.
All scattered potion recipes and potion materials must be retrieved.
But at this point, Qin Ming paused.
I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Long Xiaogua nodded gravely, yes. On July 26, 2096, at 9 in the morning,
a huge rumbling sound echoed in the sky, and countless streams of light fell from the heavens, landing on the blue star. At this moment, countless people were nervously anticipating. They knew very well that this was the reward for the second stage of the trial arriving.
Each stream of light in the sky represented a human awakening their abilities. Everyone hoped to be that lucky one.
The streams of light moved quickly, rushing into various parts of the world at speeds that humans could not capture.
The second batch of awakened individuals was born.
Then, more streams of light appeared. This time, there were even more streams than before, and they were of different colors.
This was the second reward, potion recipes and potion materials.
Different colors represented different levels of potion materials. Qin Ming looked at the streams of light in the sky, the quantity extremely vast.
So many.
This time, the potion materials awarded to Huaxia amounted to a full 1,000 portions. This was more than what Huaxia had received in the previous two trials.
The only question was how many would return to the country.
The press conference had already been held last night, and it was believed that all citizens had seen the Monster Academy's statement and understood the importance of potion recipes and potion materials. For most citizens, they would hand these items over, fearing that some ill-intentioned individuals would deliberately keep them. Soon, all the streams of light disappeared, falling into the world. Almost at the same time, the Monster Academy received phone calls from citizens reporting that they had found potion materials and recipes and were willing to hand them over to the state. The phone rang incessantly, with some being the awakened individuals from this time, saying they had awakened their abilities and wanted to serve the country. For these individuals, the Monster Academy immediately mobilized personnel to assist them across the country. A day later, Lu Cheng came to report the situation. Director, among the 100 awakened individuals in our country, 95 have been controlled, of which 80 expressed a willingness to join the official ranks, while 15 refused, and 5 individuals are still unaccounted for.
Qin Ming frowned. Unaccounted for? The dragon general beside him asked, can the Tower of Babel locate them?
Qin Ming shook his head. The energy source of the Tower of Heaven comes from the Thunder Iron Beast crystal. This crystal can only detect Thunder Iron Beasts and Thousand-Faced Monkeys, and cannot detect ordinary extraordinary beings. If we want to use the Tower of Heaven to find someone, we need other beast crystals. As it stands, this is impossible because that exotic beast only appears in the 7th stage of the trial.
Continue searching. We cannot allow unknown extraordinary beings to infiltrate the civilian population, Qin Ming said.
Understood. Lu Cheng continued to report, Director, there are also potion formulas and potion materials. Lu Cheng's expression was not good. 9 formulas were recovered, but only 712 potion materials. This data greatly exceeded Lu Cheng's expectations. He thought they would at least recover 90%, but it turned out to be only 70%. Qin Ming nodded slightly, about what I expected. As long as the formulas are noted down, giving the originals to the state is just for show. These 10 formulas cannot be prevented from circulating. As for the potion materials, that's even more normal. These things, whether they flow into the black market or are smuggled abroad, are worth a fortune. Lu Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't thought as deeply as Qin Ming. But with Qin Ming's words, he understood. Human hearts are unpredictable. Qin Ming looked at Lu Cheng. Also, the matter of recovering potion materials must be entrusted to someone trustworthy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Long John's eyes widened. You mean someone might tamper with it? Qin Ming shook his head. It's not a possibility, it's inevitable. The potion materials returning from the homes of the common people to the Monster Academy will pass through the hands of how many people? Who can guarantee they won't be tempted by greed? It would be too easy to tamper with it. Moreover, after tampering, they could easily push the blame onto those missing awakeners, making it flawless.
Hearing this, Lu Chang realized the seriousness of the situation, and his expression immediately darkened.
I'll arrange it right away.
Lu Chang hurriedly left, leaving only Long Jiang beside him.
Long Jiang looked at Qin Ming. What do you plan to do?
Qin Ming took a deep breath. My focus needs to be on the third civilization trial. These trivial matters can be left to the people of the Monster Academy. I plan to establish a new department, dividing the Awakeners of the Monster Academy into small teams to be deployed in every province and city to handle local extraordinary events.
Let's call the new department Monster Hunters.
Thus, from that day on, teams cloaked in capes began to appear across Huaxia. They roamed among the people, hidden in the shadows, guarding the countless homes of Huaxia. The Monster Hunters organization was born, with Commander Qin Ming. After the second stage of the trial ended, there were a few days of rest. All electronic screens still displayed a string of crimson countdowns, indicating the start time of the third stage of the trial.
There were 6 days left until the countdown ended.
Taking advantage of this time, Qin Ming continued to concoct potions. Among the exotic beasts killed this time, Huaxia obtained more than 200 potion materials, plus over 700 recovered from rewards, totaling over 1,000 potion materials.
However, the actual potions that could be concocted were very few, ultimately resulting in 2 more common sequence abilities. Common Sequence 198, Strongman, Common Sequence 200, Iron Man.
Among them, Strongman produced 58 individuals, while Iron Man produced 62 individuals. These are abilities from the lower sequences, but given the current situation, they are still powerful forces. More importantly, both of these sequence abilities have different promotion paths. For example, Strongman can be promoted to Forbidden Sequence, Strong Sailor, or King Sequence, Captain. There is also a path that can be promoted to Forbidden Sequence, Barbaric Body, or King Sequence, Barbarian King. Different paths yield different powers upon promotion. Of course, this will depend on their later search for resources to enhance themselves. Within the Monster Hunters organization, Qin Ming established a series of regulations and uniforms, with clear rewards and punishments. Those who have merit can exchange their achievements for extraordinary resources. After all the treasures obtained by Huaxia are in the reward pool, and those with the ability can exchange for them. Regarding this, Qin Ming had experience from his previous life and easily crafted them. While other countries had some knowledge of the extraordinary, Huaxia had already made detailed deployments, precise and rigorous.
Commander Qin, these are the 2 additional rewards sent from the capital.
In the Monster Academy office, Lu Chang handed 2 boxes to Qin Ming. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. These were the extra rewards for the second phase of the trial, one for ending the trial early, and the other for being the first to kill the Beast King. Qin Ming was also curious about what these rewards would be. Opening one of the boxes, he found an ordinary level containment object, a die called Parallel Die. As for its specific abilities, Qin Ming did not recognize it and would need to experiment. The second item was also an ordinary level containment object, a wooden crow named Disaster Bird. Qin Ming looked at the Disaster Bird in surprise, feeling quite lucky to have obtained this thing.
What is this? Xia Mo looked at the crow with a puzzled expression. It looked like a toy.
Qin Ming explained, the Disaster Bird will trigger an alarm if extraordinary beasts appear within a certain range.
This is a good item. Lu Chang's eyes widened.
It's a pity there's only one. If it could be deployed nationwide, that would be great, Qin Ming said with a smile. Overall, this containment object was quite good.
At that moment, Lu Chang glanced at Xia Mo, hesitating to speak.
Qin Ming said, go ahead, she already knows. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo understood Qin Ming's meaning, and a cold expression flashed across her face.
Lu Chang nodded and handed Qin Ming his phone. Here are the intercepted communications between Zhongyuzi and Sakura Country. Qin Ming took the phone, and Xia Mo quickly leaned in.
On the phone was a tip from Zhongyuzi to Sakura Country, containing a lot of confidential information, such as Qin Ming's ability to create sequence potions, the deployment of the Monster Academy, and the establishment of the Hunting Extraordinary People organization, among others.
All the information Zhongyuzi knew was sent out without reservation. Bastard, she actually did such a thing.
Xia Mo clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes icy cold, and the chill emanating from her seemed to leak out.
Calm down.
Qin Ming reached out and touched the back of Xia Mo's head. Only then did she retract her aura. Lu Chang looked at her in shock, muttering, no wonder she's the King Sequence 003, that aura is really strong. Qin Ming returned the phone to Lu Chang, a smile appearing on his face.
She still underestimates Huaxia. To actually use a phone to spread information, what era is this? The internet is under the control of the state, with a little effort, it can be intercepted. Jiang Yuzi probably still doesn't know she has been exposed. Should we take action? Lu Cheng asked. Qin Ming shook his head, not yet, she still has her uses. Isn't Kawashima going to deal with me? Then let's give them a surprise. The next day, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Chang, and Dong Yan secretly left Jiangnan City and headed to Shangjiang, in the central office of Sakura Country. The first seat, Kawashima, disguised as the faceless monkey, and Commander Yamada sat on the sofa, enjoying Sakura Country's special sake. King, the wasteland wolf and the cunning raccoon cat have already been dispatched. If nothing unexpected happens, they have already landed in Shangjiang, Yamada said. Kawashima took a sip of sake, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. They are merely bait, the real trump card is the extraordinary beings of Sakura Country. Yamada nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Ha ha ha, then Qin Ming is doomed this time. He's probably still enjoying his vacation, right? If it weren't for Jiang Yuzi's exposure, Huaxia's officials would never have thought that extraordinary beasts would smuggle into Huaxia's territory. After all, on the entire Blue Star, only Huaxia is free of. Let's wait for good news. Kawashima chuckled lightly, the king of the wild wolves is dead, and they won't let it go easily. Meanwhile, along the coast of Shangjiang, a cluster of dark heads surfaced from the seabed. They crouched low, taking advantage of the night to sneak into the Shangjiang dock. Those were the wild wolves and the cunning raccoon cats. These two types are humanoid. As long as they wear loose trench coats and masks, they are hard to distinguish. The leader of the wild wolves looked at the brightly lit night scene in the distance, a slight smile on his lips. It really is prosperous. Unfortunately, it will soon become the paradise of the wild wolves. At that moment, a large truck slowly approached, and a man opened the back door of the truck. The man raised his eyes, revealing a sharp glint. Get in! More than a dozen wild wolves and cunning raccoon cats boarded the truck. The man closed the door, returned to the driver's seat, and with a slight smile, spoke into the headset. I've received it. The next moment, a voice came from the headset. No obstacles ahead, head straight to Jiangnan City. Rumble. The truck's engine roared as it slowly moved forward. Above the truck, on a high crane, three figures cloaked in black were watching the truck intently. Qin Ming stood in the middle, holding the containment object, Disaster Bird, whose beak pointed like a compass at the truck below, trembling slightly. Qin Ming's lips curled up slightly. Interesting, besides there are also. Lu Cheng twisted his neck, excitement written all over his face. Can we finally fight with the? Let's make a move. Qin Ming spoke slowly. Received. The voice of Dong Yan came through the headset. The next moment, Dong Yan slowly stepped out from the darkness, blocking the front of the truck. He took out a warning sign and thrust it into the ground. Sorry, no entry ahead. Dong Yan wiped his hand across the warning sign, and a surge of energy erupted, causing the large characters, no entry ahead, on the sign to light up instantly. With a thud, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Inside the truck, the driver's pupils suddenly constricted, and he hurriedly shouted into the headset. Not good, there's an ambush. Barrier, activate. Dong Yan murmured, and the no entry ahead warning sign burst into red light, enveloping the entire dock in a square barrier of light. Damn it! The man in the truck frowned, flooring the accelerator and crashing hard towards Dong Yan. Boom! However, the moment the truck collided with the barrier, it was like hitting a wall, and the entire front of the truck crumpled. How is that possible? The man's expression changed, and he immediately spoke into the headset. I'm blocked. A message quickly came through the headset. It should be the hunters of Shangjiang. Just release and take out the hunters here first. Bang! Just as the words fell, the back door of the truck was kicked open. The leader of the wild wolves stepped down from the truck, a playful expression on his face. Boys, I smell the scent of awakeners. The leader of the cunning raccoon cats jumped down, excitement on his face. If that's the case, how about we have a feast first? Ha ha, that's exactly what I meant. Rumble. Suddenly, all in the truck rushed out. The man in the driver's seat got out of the truck, looking up at the barrier in the sky, slowly speaking. Containment object? Unexpected gain. Dong Yan stood not far in front of him, tilting his head. People from Sakura Country? Wait at Tsukasa's lips curled up slightly. Call your teammates out, or you'll die a miserable death. As soon as he finished speaking, a group appeared on the roof and sides of the truck, surrounding Dong Yan. Snap! The sound of a lighter igniting echoed. 5 men, looking like thugs, stepped out from the shadows. The handsome long-haired man in the middle lit a cigarette, his demeanor arrogant. On the left side stood a man with a buzz cut, carrying a tang knife, his face somewhat thin, with the corners of his mouth slightly turned down. On the right was a boisterous, muscular man in a shirt, slicked back hair, wielding a cleaver. Next to them were 2 others. One was a chubby man wearing glasses, looking somewhat timid, and the other was a young man in a tank top, showcasing his muscular physique. At first glance, these 5 looked like living thugs. Want one? The long-haired man offered a cigarette to Dong Yen. Dong Yen frowned and declined. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. Team 167 of the hunters from Xiangjiang, Captain Hanan." The long-haired man's mouth curled up slightly. On the overhead crane, Xiaomo watched the scene and asked in confusion, "Are you sure they are hunters and not thugs?" "They were indeed thugs once, but now they have been recruited as hunters," Lu Chang explained. Captain Hanan, the thin one on the left, codename Wild Chicken. The man in the shirt, codename Heavenly Master. The young man with glasses, codename Big Fool. The young man in the tank top, codename Gunpowder. These 5 are the hunters stationed in Xiangjiang, Team 167. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's mouth slightly curved up. In his memory, this Team 167 later became a special squad of the hunters, not to be underestimated. By the way, it's worth mentioning that all 5 of them are second-time awakened individuals, with different awakening sequences, Lu Chang said. "Isn't this made by Qin Ming?" Xiaomo exclaimed in surprise, having to marvel at the good fortune of Team 167. Qin Ming waved his hand. "Lu Chang, you and Xiaomo go search for other ability users. They should be at the docks." "Received." Lu Chang nodded and left with Xiaomo. Meanwhile, Qin Ming looked down, eager to see what abilities Team 167 possessed. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh?" Ueda was very displeased with Hanan's attitude. The current situation clearly favored him, yet the other side looked as if victory was assured, which was truly infuriating. "Kill him." Ueda suddenly waved his hand, and the beasts behind him lunged forward. "These thugs are really rude." Wild Chicken exclaimed in Cantonese, drawing his tang knife, a gust of wind bursting forth from the blade. Combat skill, unsharpened slash. Buzz. With a single slash, the wind surged, the wind blade cutting like a sharp edge. The 2 charging wasteland wolves were sent flying, their bodies torn by the fierce wind, blood dripping. "Wild Chicken, you're the best this time." Heavenly Master laughed, charging directly at Ueda with his cleaver. "What's going on? Stealing my prey?" Wild Chicken shouted in dissatisfaction, rushing forward unwilling to fall behind. Combat skill, unsharpened slash. Combat skill, Earth Splitter. Wild Chicken and Heavenly Master struck simultaneously, their dual blades descending. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, the invisible blade pressing towards Ueda. Almost at the same time, Heavenly Master's cleaver struck the ground. Boom! The earth split apart, a shockwave bursting forth from the ground. Faced with their overwhelming attack, Ueda's expression changed, and he quickly jumped back. Boom! The shockwave split the front of a large truck in half, its force incredibly domineering. In the moment the truck exploded, over 10 beasts were scattered. On the crane, Qin Ming watched this scene, nodding slightly. Common Sequence 45, Wind Hunter. Common Sequence 46, Earth Ripper. Very good abilities. Qin Ming had high hopes for this team. If they didn't meet an early demise, they would definitely be one of the pillars of Huaxia in the future. Qin Ming watched them fight, showing no intention of intervening, instead enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, the battle had fully erupted. Gunpowder and Big Fool also joined the fray. Explode! Gunpowder pulled out a chip from his pocket and threw it at a wasteland wolf. The wasteland wolf disdainfully swatted it away. But just as he was about to strike, the chips exploded with a thunderous bang, sending the wild wolf flying. Big Brother followed closely behind, swinging a baseball bat and bringing it down with force. Bang! Bang! The wild wolf's head was smashed to a pulp. Seeing this, Dong Yen slightly raised his gaze, a look of appreciation in his eyes. "So, how about it? My brothers are quite powerful, right?" Hao Nan said in relatively clear Mandarin. Dong Yen extended his hand, pointing at the wild wolf leader ahead. "It's your turn." Hao Nan took a deep breath of smoke, flames bursting from his hands. Boom! In the next moment, flames surged, and 2 tang swords appeared in his hands. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the sky, a sharp glint flashing across his face. "Hey, brother, the boss is watching us. Can we make this debut a bit more impressive?" On the crane, Qin Ming smiled slightly. "Did you notice me?" Hearing the boss's words, the fighting Wild Chick and others were momentarily stunned, then they all smiled. "Ha, speaking of which, it really feels great to fight with the real deal." Wild Chick, surrounded by a fierce wind, slashed and killed the trickster cat with a single stroke. "Go for it." Hao Nan spat out his cigarette, drawing both swords, flames swirling around the blades. Whoosh! The wild wolf leader staggered back, a long wound appearing on its chest. The cigarette fell to the ground, sparks flying. At the same time, Hao Nan charged forward, a scorching aura sweeping the area. Battle technique, Flame Dragon. With a sweeping motion of his dual swords, a blazing flame phantom cut through the night sky, dazzling and magnificent. Boom! The wild wolf leader was sent flying, blood spitting from its mouth, its face filled with horror. "Human, how are you so strong?" Hao Nan pointed one sword at the ground and rested the other on his shoulder,
looking indifferently at the wild wolf ahead. Coming to my territory to cause trouble, you must be tired of living.
Bang!
Haonan stomped the ground hard and charged out.
Stop him, the wild wolf leader roared.
Wild wolves from not far away charged in frantically. Haonan's blades fell swiftly, the fiery swords cutting through the wild wolves like chopping vegetables.
The wild wolf leader was furious, charging in quickly, its massive tail swinging, aiming directly at Haonan.
Haonan raised an eyebrow, blocking with his swords at his side.
Bang! The powerful force sent Haonan staggering back. Second tier? Haonan frowned.
The wild wolf leader coldly mocked, "Human, you're quite good, but you're still too weak."
In the next moment, the wild wolf leader unleashed its full power,
showcasing its formidable second-tier strength.
A battle between man and beast erupted.
On the other side, Wild Chick was also facing a second-tier trickster cat. The trickster cat had the appearance of a young girl, both enchanting and vicious. It swung its claws, constantly clawing at Wild Chick. Wild Chick gripped the Tang sword tightly, the wind rising beneath his feet, using the sword to fend off the attacks, resulting in a fierce stalemate. By this time, nearly half of the beasts in the arena had been killed, but the remaining ones were all second tier, with great strength. The Hong Kong team began to fight fiercely. Dong Yen watched closely, not intervening. Having seen enough of the show, it was time to act. He first looked up at Qin Ming on the crane, then suddenly made his move.
At the moment he acted, Ueda also moved.
The two rushed forward quickly, about to collide.
Ueda secretly gripped a dagger behind his back, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Dong Yen.
Just as they were about to collide, Dong Yen turned his body, leaping high over Ueda. His figure rapidly descended from the sky, heading straight for a second-tier wild wolf. That wild wolf was stealthily approaching from behind a car, trying to ambush Big Brother.
Bang! The wild wolf seized the opportunity, lunging fiercely at Big Brother.
Big Brother hadn't reacted yet, which startled the others.
"Big Brother, behind you!"
Haonan shouted loudly. Just as the wild wolf was about to pounce on Big Fool, Dong Yen fell rapidly from the air, grabbing the wild wolf by the neck with a powerful hand.
Boom! Dong Yen slammed the wild wolf beast into the ground, his immense strength creating a deep pit in the cement.
A glint of coldness flashed in Dong Yan's eyes. The hand gripping the wild wolf's neck suddenly sprouted sharp claws, piercing through its tough skin and into its neck. The wild wolf's eyes widened in an instant, struggling violently a few times before losing its breath.
One strike, and it was dead. Damn! So fierce?
This scene left the members of the Xiangjiang team dumbfounded.
This was a second-tier beast, yet it was killed so easily. Is this the skill of the experts from the Beast Hunters headquarters? Even Haonan showed a look of surprise.
Clearly, Dong Yan's strength exceeded their understanding.
Meow!
In the next moment, a strange raccoon cat let out a sharp scream, darting towards Dong Yan at high speed. Dong Yan suddenly looked up, his cold gaze narrowing sharply.
Combat skill, soul impact. A powerful mental force crashed into the raccoon cat's head.
Meow! The raccoon cat let out a piercing howl, its body falling helplessly. Dong Yan quickly rushed forward, grabbing its head with one hand and its arm with the other, pulling hard to expose the raccoon cat's pale neck. Then, Dong Yan bit down, blood splattering everywhere.
What the hell?
The wild chicken's eyes widened in shock, gasping.
Wow! Tianyi and Huayao couldn't handle the terrifying visual impact, instinctively leaning back.
This handsome guy is quite the wolf. Big Fool swallowed hard, feeling a strong sense of immersion, as if his mouth was filled with the raccoon cat's blood.
In their understanding, normal people couldn't do such things. Indeed, Dong Yan was not a normal person.
This was also his fighting style. He had already restrained himself a lot since coming out of the sewer.
Not far away, Ueda was already drenched in sweat, hurriedly contacting his teammates through the earpiece. "Hey, have you found the exit?
I've encountered a tough opponent here." Soon, a hurried voice came through the earpiece. "We've encountered opponents too, someone is chasing us."
Hearing this, Ueda's expression darkened immediately.
It seemed the opponents were well prepared. There was no time to linger. These guys were not easy to deal with.
"Run!" Ueda turned and fled. How could Dong Yan let him go?
He immediately chased after him. "You guys handle these beasts." After giving a brief instruction to the Xiangjiang team, Dong Yan shot forward.
"Hey, there are all second-tier beasts here. It's a bit tough."
The wild chicken shouted quickly.
Asking them to deal with a group of second-tier beasts was indeed a bit strenuous. Seeing Ueda escape, Dong Yan couldn't just let it go. Bang! Just then, a figure slowly appeared in the darkness, blocking Ueda's path.
The person held a tang knife, wore a black uniform, and a cape billowed behind him, revealing a sharp facial outline under the faint moonlight. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dong Yan stopped, a faint smile appearing on his face. The 5 members of the Xiangjiang team also looked over, their expressions filled with surprise.
Qin Ming?
Ueda froze in place, his expression somewhat unpleasant.
Is it him?
The 5 members of the Shangjiang team focused their gaze on Qin Ming, clearly recognizing him.
Is he the commander of the Beast Hunters Department?
Youngster.
Tianyi clicked his tongue, surprised by Qin Ming's age.
Qin Ming walked slowly to about 30 meters away from Ueda and stopped. Surrender, and I'll leave you a way out, Qin Ming said to Ueda calmly.
Anger immediately surfaced on Ueda's face. What a big mouth. We're all awakened ones. Do you really think you can defeat me? Qin Ming shook his head, clearly not seeing the coffin and not shedding tears.
In the next moment, Ueda moved, quickly charging towards Qin Ming.
He reached behind his back, rubbed his hands together, and several daggers appeared. Flying daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Under the night sky, the flying daggers glinted with a chilling silver light, rushing straight at Qin Ming. Lightning flickered beneath Qin Ming's feet as he slightly tilted his head, dodging all the flying daggers.
Yutani's expression changed. How could this be possible? Why did the opponent evade so easily? In the next moment, Yutani's expression darkened.
Humph.
Do you think you can escape like this? Die.
With a wave of his hand, the flying daggers suddenly changed direction, shooting towards the back of Qin Ming's head. Qin Ming didn't even turn his head. The starfall blade in his hand flashed with an arc of electricity.
Lightning leaped.
He swung the starfall blade backward.
Clang, clang, clang.
All the flying daggers were blocked and fell powerless to the ground. Qin Ming looked at Yutani, who was in shock, with a playful expression.
Sequence 134, acrobatics, am I wrong?
Yutani's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart filled with shock.
How? How do you know?
The sequence ability was the greatest secret for every awakened individual.
Once exposed, one's methods could easily be known, undoubtedly putting oneself in danger.
But he had never told anyone about his sequence ability, not even his teammates, who only had a vague understanding.
But how did Qin Ming know? Just because he used flying daggers?
Yutani was immensely shaken, feeling completely exposed before Qin Ming, with no secrets left.
Is this the power of the head of the Monster Academy?
In today's world, there are probably very few who do not know Qin Ming. His reputation in the world rivals that of a deity. Yutani's expression turned grim. He began to regret taking on this assassination mission. From the moment he landed, he was attacked, falling into Qin Ming's trap.
How could he continue? Huaxia was clearly well prepared. He even suspected that there were spies within the Sakura country. But this operation, aside from the top few, no one else knew. Why would there be a change? Yutani couldn't understand.
He didn't want to know anymore. Surviving was the greatest fortune.
Captain, I've found the target.
Yutani spoke into his earpiece. At this moment, if he didn't call for help, it would be waiting for death. With his team and 7 or 8 second-tier exotic beasts here, they should be able to win, Yutani thought.
Soon, a response came through the earpiece. Target? Who? Qin Ming. Yutani's mouth twitched. What? Qin Ming is here? Isn't he in Jiangnan City? Report the location. We'll be there immediately. Captain, should we deal with these two tails first?
No, just surround Qin Ming and deal with him together. Several voices echoed in the earpiece.
Yutani wanted to argue but opened his mouth and didn't say anything.
If he said Qin Ming was strong, his teammates would probably run away, and they wouldn't come to save him. Now that the teammates were gathered, they might still have a chance to fight. After all, the captain and those few teammates were quite strong. So, Yutani whispered, "Hurry, I'll try to hold Qin Ming off."
Well done.
Excited voices came from the earpiece.
Qin Ming? Are you sure you're not an undercover?
Forget it. I'll take you down first. In the next moment, Qin Ming moved. Yutani stepped back in panic. Wait, my teammates are on their way. Just hold on. Qin Ming did not respond. A bolt of lightning flashed across him, and with a whoosh, he shot forward. The speed startled Yutani. His face changed drastically as he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest.
Bang! Qin Ming's powerful kick landed heavily on Yutani's arms.
A terrifying force surged in, sending Yutani flying, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. He had just stabilized his stance when Qin Ming charged at him again, delivering another kick.
This kick landed directly on Ueda's ribs. Crack!
The sound of a bone breaking echoed.
Ueda rolled in the air, and despite the pain, he managed to throw a flying knife. Combat technique, shadow split knife. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
The flying knife splintered in the air, instantly multiplying into more than 10, surrounding Qin Ming. Qin Ming wielded the starfall blade and slashed horizontally.
Thunderstrike slash. Rip! Lightning flickered, casting brilliant light across the night sky.
With one strike, all the flying knives were cleaved away. Ueda supported himself with one hand on the ground, quickly flipping over to stand, his face showing anger.
Do you think my abilities are just this?
In the next moment, Ueda gripped his daggers with both hands and charged at Qin Ming rapidly. Both blades struck out, aiming for Qin Ming's throat. Qin Ming raised the starfall blade to block the daggers. Ueda twisted his wrist, the dagger tracing a beautiful arc as it aimed for Qin Ming's eyes. Qin Ming tilted his head, driving his knee up to kick Ueda in the chest. Ueda countered with an elbow strike, knocking Qin Ming's knee down, his body sweeping in the air with agile movements. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It seems this acrobatics ability has granted you some fighting skills. Qin Ming used one palm to deflect Ueda's high kick, almost simultaneously launching a right hook. Thunder coiled around his fist as he struck out. Boom! The fist landed heavily on Ueda's chest. Wow! Ueda spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. No matter how strong the acrobatics, it was still just acrobatics. Facing a seasoned expert like Qin Ming, such skills were utterly insignificant. Moreover, Ueda was only at the first-tier realm, and his control over his abilities was not proficient enough to unleash the essence of acrobatics. Ueda still wanted to struggle, but a sharp tang knife was already pressed against his neck. He gave up hope. Facing him, Qin Ming was like playing with a monkey. Dong Yan quickly stepped forward and bound Ueda tightly. Although Ueda was tied up, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This broken rope binding him with an acrobatics ability was no joke, right? Qin Ming shook his head. You can't bind him like this, even chains can be undone. Then, under Ueda's astonished gaze, crack, crack, Qin Ming directly dislocated Ueda's arms. Ah! Ueda let out a painful scream, cold sweat pouring down. Harsh, this guy was too ruthless. After doing all this, Ueda's companions finally arrived, 4 men and 1 woman. When they saw Ueda on the ground, their expressions immediately darkened. Ueda, like a drowning man grasping at straws, shouted, "Captain, save me, save me." The leader was a middle-aged man named Watanabe Jiro. When he saw the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Did you not say to hold Qin Ming? And you got captured this easily? Ueda's face turned awkward. Hold him? Qin Ming was beating him like a child. Bang, bang. Following behind Watanabe Jiro were Xia Mo and Lu Chang. Watanabe Jiro and the others turned back to look, their expressions somewhat grim. This situation was not looking good. There were quite a few people on the opposite side, but fortunately, they still had the beast companions. Watanabe Jiro looked ahead and saw that the leader of the wild wolf and the leader of the trickster cat were still there, along with several second-tier beasts. With this lineup, if they couldn't take down Qin Ming, they might as well find a block of tofu to smash their heads against. Watanabe Jiro looked at Qin Ming, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Qin Ming, you are quite confident, setting a trap for us with just this few people. Do you think you've already won? Qin Ming smiled. I'm curious, who gave you the courage to speak like that? By the way, have you ever seen the head of your Sakura nation? Probably not, otherwise you wouldn't have come here. As soon as these words were spoken, Watanabe Jiro and the others were stunned. They indeed had never seen the head. What do you mean by that? Watanabe Jiro frowned and asked. Qin Ming pointed at the strange beasts behind him. Don't you find it strange that those monsters are willing to obey the orders of the Sakura Nation's officials? Haven't you ever doubted your superiors? At these words, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. Qin Ming's meaning was already very clear. Qin Ming coldly smiled. Your country's higher-ups have all been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey, and you are still foolishly working for them. Watanabe Jiro, Ueda Tsukasa, and the others all changed their expressions. Impossible. Qin Ming looked at them with sarcasm. Then guess how I know your whereabouts? Watanabe Jiro and the others' pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, their movements were known only to the highest levels of the Sakura Nation. But they had just landed and were ambushed. Wasn't that a sign of an undercover agent? Someone must have leaked the information in advance. Could it really be the higher-ups of the Sakura Nation? But what would their motive be? You fools, Kawashima is a thousand-faced monkey. What do they want with ability users? Naturally, they want to send you to your deaths. As long as you are dead, no one will be able to see through its disguise. Qin Ming laughed. At this, Watanabe Jiro and the others' faces changed drastically. Impossible, you are spreading lies. Watanabe Jiro scolded. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. Don't worry, apart from you, all awakened ones in the Sakura Nation will gradually be killed by the strange beasts, and the entire country will become a paradise for them. Captain, don't listen to him. If what he says is true, Huaxia would have acted long ago. How could they tolerate a bomb being placed right next to them? Fuzhong Mingzi coldly interjected. Qin Ming looked at Fuzhong Mingzi with disdain. A mere small island, what does Huaxia have to fear? If the Sakura Nation truly falls, the world powers will sink it with nuclear weapons. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Sakura Nation team darkened. They knew very well that Qin Ming's words were not false. Although the Sakura Nation was not small, it was certainly not large, and being on the sea, with no neighboring countries, using nuclear weapons posed no concerns. The group was left speechless by Qin Ming's retort, but they began to gradually believe his words. It was indeed possible that the higher-ups of the Sakura nation had already been replaced by strange beasts. If that were the case, the destruction of the Sakura nation was only a matter of time. No, this news had to be sent back. Watanabe Jiro looked at Qin Ming. Are you telling me this to make us go back and deal with the thousand-faced monkey? Qin Ming shook his head. You're overthinking it. If you dare step into Huaxia, there will only be one way out: death. Watanabe Jiro's expression immediately darkened. Do you think you are our match? Qin Ming raised the starfall blade, pointing it at Watanabe Jiro. I'll give you a chance to send a message, or else you won't have time left. Watanabe Jiro clenched his fists, feeling completely exposed in front of Qin Ming, as if he could see right through him. After hesitating for a moment, he still picked up his phone. He opened a group chat filled with awakened ones from the Sakura nation. Watanabe Jiro typed a message. We went to Huaxia to carry out a mission and were ambushed. Be careful of the higher-ups. I suspect they have already been replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. We may not be able to return. Long live the Empire. After confirming the message was sent, Watanabe Jiro crushed his phone. He could imagine the uproar this message would cause in the Sakura nation, but there was no other way. It was the only thing he could do. He couldn't just watch the Sakura nation fall into the hands of the strange beasts. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and Qin Ming smiled indifferently. All set? Now, let me send you on your way. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Watanabe Jiro suddenly drew his katana and charged at Qin Ming. Almost at the same time, Dong Yen stood in front of Qin Ming, his palm beastified, transforming into a pair of long, furry claws. The claws tore through the air, directly slapping towards Watanabe Jiro. Watanabe Jiro's pupils constricted as he was shocked by Dong Yan's transformation. The katana struck down, colliding with the claws. Clang sparks flew, and two powerful forces collided, sending both of them flying. Clearly, Watanabe Jiro was also a second tier awakened. To break through to the second tier at this time, one must either have exceptional talent or have absorbed the energy of a beast crystal. This was enough to show Watanabe Jiro's capabilities. While Dong Yen and the others were battling, the others also moved. Fukushima Miko pulled out a handgun and aimed at Qin Ming. Bang! The gunshot exploded, and the bullet, enhanced by supernatural powers, flew at incredible speed. Lightning flashed around Qin Ming, and the bullet whizzed past him. Boom! The bullet struck the concrete ground, creating a massive deep pit. Missing the shot, Fukushima Miko fired several more rounds. Explosive flame bullet. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets left the chamber, trailing long flames. Both speed and attack power were beyond that of ordinary firearms. Qin Ming had no doubt that this shot could pierce through a tank. Just as Qin Ming was about to make a move, a figure blocked his path. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets hit Liu Cheng, falling to the ground one by one. Liu Cheng's combat suit was riddled with holes, revealing his steel-like skin underneath. How is this possible? Fukushima Miko looked at this scene, her face filled with shock. Her bullets were actually blocked by flesh? Liu Cheng brushed off the sparks on his body, a slight smile on his lips. Your gun is just average. With that, Liu Cheng threw a punch at Fukushima Miko. Shockwave. Boom! Liu Cheng's punch created a sonic boom, and a shockwave swept through the air, instantly crashing into Fukushima Miko. Get out of the way. A young man rushed over, forcibly taking the punch. Boom! The shockwave hit the young man, the powerful force causing him to stagger backward. Although he looked a bit disheveled, he was unharmed. Clearly, he was a defensive type awakened. It's up to you. Lightning flickered at Qin Ming's feet, and the phantom step technique activated as he quickly charged towards Watanabe Jiro. Captain, be careful. Another man rushed out, swinging a metal rod fiercely at Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his sword and swept it horizontally, knocking the man back. Then, the starfall blade rose, and he pulled it upward against the man's abdomen. Rip! The man's entire body was torn open with a long gash, blood gushing out. But the next moment, the wound quickly healed. Qin Ming squinted. Sequence 89, Regeneration? He was all too familiar with this ability. Wasn't this exactly what he had created with his hunting team? I want to see just how far this sequence ability can go. Qin Ming pressed forward, continuing to push the man. Mayano's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to relax and directly unleashed a powerful aura, revealing that he had also reached the second tier. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed this was an elite team. Qin Ming's guess was correct. Watanabe Jiro's team was currently the strongest supernatural team in Sakura country. Originally, with so many beasts, they had a good chance of assassinating Qin Ming, but it had unexpectedly developed into this. Boom! Suddenly, a large truck was lifted and smashed down towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down and saw a giant man, resembling a sumo wrestler. This scene startled Qin Ming's companions. How heavy was that truck to be lifted? Clang! A chill flashed, and the gun shot out like a dragon, the long spear thrusting fiercely. Crack! The incoming truck was instantly frozen, and as the spear passed, the truck was cut in half. Boom, boom, boom. Huge chunks of ice fell to the ground, a wave of cold sweeping over. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes, looking at the person who had made the move in disbelief. There stood Xia Mo, holding an ice spear, striking a heroic pose in front of Qin Ming, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Xia Mo looked at the enemy, revealing a delicate yet cold profile. Hey, casually attacking our captain comes with a price. At that moment, everyone in the Sakura Nation's ability team recognized Xia Mo's extraordinary nature. It was a sense of oppression from a higher authority. Clearly, they were not on the same level as this ability user. Quick battle, quick resolution. Qin Ming glanced at the Shangjiang team on the other side. They had already fallen into a disadvantage, and continuing to fight could be dangerous. Sensing Qin Ming's concern, Dong Yan immediately understood. I'll go help them. Dong Yan rushed to support the Shangjiang team, so this side became a 3 against 5. Gongya, the two of us will deal with Qin Ming. Fuzhong Mingzi and Cui Hao, handle that woman. Sumo guy, that soldier is yours. Captain Watanabe Arrow immediately gave the orders. Go! In an instant, the 5 charged out simultaneously. Bang bang bang! Fuzhong Mingzi was the first to strike, firing blazing bullets at Xia Mo. A cold glint flashed in Xia Mo's eyes as she swept her gun. Battle technique, ice sealing the world. The fiery bullets were immediately invaded by cold air, freezing into ice balls that fell helplessly to the ground, not even exploding. Fuzhong Mingzi's expression changed, and he continued to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang! Xia Mo quickly dodged, evading the bullet attacks, and closed in. The gun shot out like a dragon, aiming to stab at the handgun. With a bang, the handgun was knocked away. Just as the long gun was about to stab further at Fuzhong Mingzi, Gongya swung a knife, blocking Xia Mo. Muscle hardening. Gongya's arm muscles suddenly bulged, striking down at Xia Mo with force. Xia Mo crossed her long gun in front of her. With a bang, Gongya suddenly exerted strength, and a terrifying force from his arm pushed Xia Mo back. However, similarly, a small section of his katana was frozen. Ice explosion. Xia Mo extended her hand, grasping the air. Boom! Gongya's katana instantly exploded, the powerful force sending it flying away. So strong. Gongya quickly got up from the ground, his katana already missing a chunk. All together, Fuzhong Mingzi continued to aim at Xia Mo. On the other side, Lu Chang was also fighting with the sumo guy. The situation was a bit awkward. Lu Chang was actually being suppressed. Shockwave. Lu Chang threw a punch, and the powerful shockwave hit the sumo guy's body but didn't budge an inch. Then, the sumo guy charged forward, and Lu Chang immediately prepared, striking out with his steel arm. However, the sumo guy grabbed his arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, sending Lu Chang flying like a sandbag. What's going on? Lu Chang quickly steadied himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. Come again. Lu Chang charged forward again, this time the sumo guy also struck with a heavy punch. Boom! A powerful aura erupted between the two as they collided. Both retreated a few steps. You're also a forbidden sequence? Lu Chang's eyes widened, finally understanding why his opponent was so strong. Both were first tier, but the sumo guy was also a forbidden sequence, so their strengths were evenly matched. And when sumo faced off against steel body user, in terms of physical combat, sumo clearly had the advantage. Sure enough, the two collided again, and Lu Chang was grabbed by his waistband and thrown back, once again being suppressed. Of course, with Lu Chang's physique, this level of attack didn't cause him any real harm, just looked a bit bad. Qin Ming glanced over, confirming that the two were not in any unexpected trouble, and began to fight seriously. In front of him, Watanabe Arrow and Kanoshita Kid watched him warily. The two exchanged glances and charged simultaneously. Two powerful auras revealed their strength. Second tier, forbidden sequence ability users. Battle technique, Fire Lotus Blade. Boom! In an instant, the long knife in Watanabe Arrow's hand ignited with intense flames, slashing down fiercely. Under the night sky, the flame blade cut through the air, charging straight at Qin Ming. Qin Ming showed no fear, lightning surging around him as the starfall blade swept out. Thunder strike. Boom! The clash of thunder and flames erupted into brilliant sparks in the darkness. Watanabe Iru was pushed back by the immense force, his face showing a look of horror. In the next moment, Qin Ming activated the Phantom Flash technique, rapidly charging towards Watanabe Iru. As Qin Ming quickly enlarged in front of him, Watanabe Iru's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his blade to intercept. Qin Ming's figure flickered, and his combat technique was unleashed.
Thunder Shadow. Watanabe Iru's vision blurred, and he saw 3 Qin Mings before him. He struck one of the phantoms with his blade, which wavered slightly, clearly an illusion. Not good. Watanabe Iru's face changed dramatically. By the time he reacted, Qin Ming's real body had already swung down with his blade. Despite Watanabe Iru's desperate attempt to dodge, the blade still struck his chest. Put! A long wound burst forth with blood. Ah! Watanabe Iru cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Qin Ming was about to close in and finish him off. Just then, Kinoshita Kid charged in, his fist wrapped in metal, striking heavily. Qin Ming dodged, pulling the starfall blade up from the ground, aiming straight for Kinoshita Kid's chest. Clang! But in the next moment, a heavy sheet of iron blocked Qin Ming's blade. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, unsure where the iron had come from. Die for me! Suddenly, Kinoshita Kid roared, reaching out towards a nearby container. The container actually flew up, rapidly crashing towards Qin Ming. A metal controller? Qin Ming murmured, deducing Kinoshita Kid's sequence ability. Sequence 31, Metal Controller, possessing the power to manipulate metal. This is going to be troublesome. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly, but then, a different aura surged from him. Magic card. Another ability of Qin Ming was revealed as he waved his hand, sending dozens of playing cards flying out. The cards shimmered with a sharp cold light in the air, slicing the incoming container into pieces. Boom boom boom. Countless fragments fell to the ground, creating a thunderous sound. What is this? At that moment, whether it was Kinoshita Kid, Watanabe Iru, or the others fighting like Miyano, they all looked over in shock. A second sequence ability? Impossible, how could you possibly have a second power? Everyone was taken aback. Qin Ming smiled slightly, the hunting moment had arrived. He waved his hand, and the playing cards rapidly sliced towards Kinoshita Kid. Spinning at high speed, the sound of the cards was like the scythe of death, instilling fear. Be careful! Watanabe Iru, clutching his wound, rushed over and swung his blade. Combat technique, Fire Blade technique. The flame blade collided with the playing cards, blocking their assault. But at that moment, Qin Ming also flashed over. Combat technique, Phantom Array. Suddenly, an electric arc phantom array lit up beneath Watanabe Iru's feet, and the moment he stepped on it, a jolt of electricity surged to his head. Clang! Under the terrifying shock, the blade in Watanabe Iru's hand fell to the ground, his body stiffening, unable to move. Captain! Kinoshita Kid's face changed dramatically as he rushed over to block Qin Ming. 2 playing cards appeared in Qin Ming's hand and flew out violently. Combat technique, King Bomb. The 2 jokers whistled out, each carrying a bomb as they charged towards Kinoshita Kid. Kinoshita Kid's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly controlled the metal to wrap around himself. In the next moment, the jokers crashed in, and a tremendous explosion shook the earth. Boom! Kinoshita Kid was blown to charred remains. At the same time, Qin Ming also flashed past Watanabe Iru. Clang! The starfall blade was sheathed, and Watanabe Iru's head, filled with shock, slowly fell. Gulu Gulu. Watanabe Iru's head rolled to the ground, his eyes still wide open, filled with horror. He never expected to die like this. Before coming here, he had confidently assured the other awakened ones that he would definitely take Qin Ming's head. But now, the one whose head had fallen was him. Captain! In an instant, the Sakura Nation's ability team all cast shocked glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Damn it! I'm going to kill you! The sumo man roared in anger, charging heavily towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced coldly, raising his palm, and casually pinched a playing card. It was the Spade J. Go! Qin Ming flicked his hand, and the Spade J flew out. Battle technique, Poker Soldier. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the rapidly spinning Spade J. The shadow was dressed in a black tailcoat, adjusting his top hat, revealing a cold smile. In his other hand, a glint of cold light flashed. Under the night sky, the cold light was sharp and dazzling, exuding the aura of death. The shadow crossed paths with the sumo man. Swish! The cold light flashed by. The shadow landed gracefully, the sound of his leather shoes clicking, blood dripping from the short knife in his hand, bright red and striking. Meanwhile, the sumo man froze in place, seemingly immobilized. The man in the tailcoat slowly turned around, adjusted his hat, revealing a handsome face, his phoenix eyes seemingly flickering with an unusual light. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the man in the tailcoat slightly raised the corners of his mouth, giving a charming smile. Let me introduce myself, Spade J, the fated killer. With that, he flicked his hand, the blood on the short knife splattering to the ground, releasing wisps of coldness. At that moment, the sumo man suddenly lifted his head, a blood arrow shooting from his throat. Under the moonlight, this scene was visually striking. Bang! The sumo man fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Miyano and Fukushang Akiko's eyes widened, filled with shock. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the man in the tailcoat flickered, the playing card flying back, pinched in his hand. The card turned, and it was exactly the spade J. What is this? Mayano's pupils trembled, unable to comprehend why a playing card could turn into a person. He found it hard to understand. At that moment, he realized how shallow his understanding of his sequence ability was. Hey, are you done watching? The next moment, Xiaomo's voice rang out, the long gun whistling towards them. Fukuhisa Mikiko was the first to react, raising her pistol, bullets firing continuously. Clang clang clang, the long gun swung, knocking all the bullets down. Get out of the way. Mayano hurriedly blocked in front of Fukuhisa Mikiko, his arm instantly swelling, gripping the katana and striking down heavily, the blade flashing. Xiaomo's eyes flickered, frost erupting from his body. Battle technique, Ice Phoenix. In the next moment, an ice bird spread its wings, charging out with extreme cold. Mayano's pupils suddenly constricted, and at the moment the ice phoenix collided, his hands and feet began to stiffen, the ice spreading across the ground, instantly freezing his feet. The frost quickly spread, under Mayano's terrified gaze, from his lower limbs to his chest, finally covering his head. Mayano turned into an ice sculpture. Behind him, Fukuhisa Mikiko tried to rescue him, but the moment she touched Mayano, the frost spread to her, freezing her arm. No! Fukuhisa Mikiko let out a piercing scream, and then she too completely turned into an ice sculpture. At this point, the Sakura Nation's ability team was completely wiped out. Watching this scene, Ueda Tsukasa trembled on the ground, his face filled with fear. They were all dead, all of them. Everyone who came was dead. Ueda Tsukasa was greatly impacted by the scene before him. He had originally thought that his small team was definitely among the best in the world of ability users, but reality had slapped him hard. Faced with Qin Ming's team, they had no power to resist at all. These Huaxia people are terrifying. Qin Ming ignored the fallen Ueda and instead walked towards the Shangjiang team, who were battling the alien beasts. With Dong Yan's help, the Shangjiang team had nearly killed all the alien beasts, leaving only the strongest leader of the Wasteland Wolves and the cunning raccoon cat leader. Seeing this, the leader of the Wasteland Wolves looked very displeased. It had already witnessed the scene of the Sakura Country team being slaughtered. What a bunch of useless trash! Qin Ming looked at the leader of the Wasteland Wolves. Are you here to avenge your king? The Wasteland Wolf did not respond, but its fierce gaze said it all. Qin Ming shook his head. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. To dare step into Huaxia is to walk a path of death. Human, you must die. The leader of the Wasteland Wolves was enraged by Qin Ming's words and charged forward with a snarl. But in the next moment, Dong Yan suddenly blocked its path, his sharp claws gripping the wolf's neck and lifting it high. The leader of the Wasteland Wolves changed its expression, looking at Dong Yan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this human could possess such strength. Dong Yan's expression was cold as his sharp claws pierced through its throat. Put! The body of the Wasteland Wolf stiffened and it died in terror. On the other side, the cunning raccoon cat leader tried to escape but was shot through by Xia Mo, pinned to the floor. Thus, all the alien beasts that had smuggled in were eradicated. Boss, these guys are really strong, the wild chicken whispered in Cantonese to Hao Nan. In the next moment, Qin Ming turned to look over. The members of the Shangjiang team froze. Although Qin Ming was younger than them, they always felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in his presence. It was as if a thug had encountered a general fighting on the battlefield, both fearful and in awe. In his previous life, Qin Ming was the god of war of Huaxia, having slain countless alien beasts, and that aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Well done, take note of this achievement. Qin Ming praised them. The crowd's faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Commander. The next day, in the Sakura Country's Central Command, King, the assassination of Qin Ming has failed, and Watanabe Arrow's team has lost contact. Bang! Kawashima slammed his palm on the table, his face filled with anger. What? How could this happen? Commander Yamada asked tentatively. It's still unclear. Do you think it could be Zhang Yuzi? You suspect she's a spy? Kawashima frowned. Yamada shook his head. Hard to say, but it is certain that we have all underestimated Qin Ming. Based on the time they lost contact, they should not have left Shangjiang yet, which means they were ambushed as soon as they landed. Our plan has already been exposed. Either Qin Ming is truly that powerful, or Zhang Yuzi has a problem. Kawashima's expression was grim. This human must die, he knows too much, otherwise we won't be able to sleep peacefully. Yamada hesitated for a moment and said, King, before Watanabe Arrow lost contact, he seemed to have revealed something to the superhumans of Sakura Country, and now they have some opinions and want to see us. What? Kawashima stood up abruptly. To meet them? Wouldn't that expose their identities as the thousand-faced monkeys? Kawashima clenched his fists, his face twisted in rage. Damn it, this must be Qin Ming's doing. King, what should we do now? Yamada asked. Kawashima's face was cold. Find eagle sauce. Find eagle sauce? Yamada looked puzzled. What use was that? Kawashima sneered. It was Eagle Sauce who urged us to deal with Qin Ming. They can't just sit back and do nothing, can they? Have them send experts to disrupt Huaxia's actions during the third phase of the trial and conveniently suppress the superhumans here who are causing us unrest. Commander Yamada's eyes lit up, killing two birds with one stone. We can also send our ability users to enter Huaxia with them. As for whether these guys live or die, it doesn't matter. Ah, that's right. Kawashima nodded. The ability users from Sakura country are indeed a hassle. We need to strengthen our power as soon as possible. Once we advance to the third tier, they won't be able to see through our disguise, unless their realm is stronger than ours. Commander Yamada revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, Wang, I'm already prepared. In this country, no one cares if some people die. Plenty to go around. Not long after, the Sakura countryside contacted Eagle Sauce. After Kawashima expressed his intentions to Tep frowned. He had many concerns about taking action against Huaxia and did not agree immediately. Your Excellency Tep, I think Sakura country's plan is good. At the meeting, General John expressed his opinion. Based on the performances in the previous two civilization trials, Huaxia has a huge advantage. If we don't intervene, Huaxia will likely come in first in the third trial as well. If they keep coming in first, the gap between us will only widen. Exactly. General John is right. The high-ranking officials at the meeting all expressed their agreement. Hearing this, Tep was also somewhat moved. He then looked at the Minister of Defense, General Arthur, beside him. What do you think? At this moment, General Arthur's expression was not good. He had just been released not long ago. Previously, due to a single word from Qin Ming, he had been imprisoned as the thousand-faced monkey. It was only after the Eagle Sauce began to see Awakeners that it was confirmed he was not disguised as the thousand-faced monkey that he was unjustly released. General Arthur harbored a deep hatred for Qin Ming, especially in the current situation. He was absolutely in favor. I agree with this matter, but we cannot send our Awakeners from Eagle Sauce to take action. Otherwise, if Huaxia discovers it, they will definitely set us up. I have to admit, we need to treat today's Huaxia with caution. This was a demoralizing statement, but no one refuted it, because everyone knew the truth was as such. Today's Huaxia, whether in the number of Awakeners or the information they possess, is not something Eagle Sauce can compare to. Once they anger Huaxia, Eagle Sauce will likely find itself in a chokehold on many matters in the future. For example, equipment like the super frequency detector is a significant contribution to the world. Who knows if Huaxia has other hidden treasures? If they don't share with Eagle Sauce, wouldn't that be shooting themselves in the foot? Tep frowned. But if we don't deploy our own ability users, how can we deal with Huaxia? As soon as this was said, everyone turned their gaze to General Arthur. General Arthur's lips curled slightly as he scanned the crowd. I've heard that you are conducting some unspeakable experiments at the Beiyang base. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Truly worthy of being the Minister of Defense, he had just been released and already knew their most confidential matters. Tep had no intention of hiding. Are you referring to the Bazaar Doctor? Arthur smiled faintly. I know that the Bazaar Doctor has killed quite a few people, but similarly, the results are quite fruitful. Isn't it time to test his results? Thinking of those monsters, many high-ranking officials at the meeting hesitated. They had all seen the monsters inside, so they knew how terrifying those things were. They were worried that those monsters would be uncontrollable. Those monsters only listened to the Bazaar Doctor's orders. Once released, they feared that before even being sent to Huaxia, something would go wrong. General Arthur's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he coldly smiled. What's wrong? Are you scared now? When this experiment was proposed, each of you was in favor. The expressions of the high-ranking officials were grim. Initially, they had urgently sought extraordinary power, which led them down a dangerous path. But now it was different. They also had awakened ones, and they even possessed a potion formula. As long as they had enough potion materials, they could continuously create awakened ones, completely eliminating the need for those monsters. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, General Arthur burst into laughter. I tell you, it's over. This path can only lead to darkness. Do you want to destroy those monsters? Once that Bazaar Doctor finds out, the first to die will definitely be one of you. Don't think your awakened ones can stop them. General Arthur, after being imprisoned, appeared somewhat deranged. Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting felt a chill. Tep's expression darkened. Arthur, this matter is up to you. At these words, Arthur's lips curled slightly. Rest assured, the top of the third trial will definitely belong to the Eagles. At the Beiyang military base, General Arthur took the elevator down to the experimental base over 200 meters underground. This was the most secretive military base of the Eagles, bar none. Under the protection of two awakened soldiers, General Arthur passed through layers of checkpoints and arrived at the Bazaar Doctor's laboratory. Boom, the mechanical door opened. revealing a bright laboratory. An old man with messy white hair slowly turned around, holding a green reagent in both hands. "Hello, Dr. Bazaar," General Arthur greeted respectfully. The Bazaar doctor's aged face revealed a chilling smile. "You're here again, General Arthur. How did it go with the matter I entrusted to you last time?" General Arthur chuckled. I lived up to my mission." Saying this, he took out a document covered in stamps. At the top of the document were 3 large characters, "Pass." The Bazaar doctor leaned in, adjusted his reading glasses, and examined the document carefully. "Only 10 heads? My masterpiece, once it comes to light, should shock the world. This number is a bit small." The Bazaar doctor looked at General Arthur with dissatisfaction. General Arthur swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Is 10 heads too few? Just how many did you create? Fine, 10 will do, follow me." The Bazaar doctor, with a slightly hunched back, led General Arthur deeper into the laboratory. General Arthur followed anxiously, feeling inexplicably afraid every time he came here. Not just him, even the 2 awakened ones behind him felt the same. General Arthur scanned the surroundings, trying to break the cold atmosphere. "Dr. Bazaar, are your students on break? Why do I feel like there are so few of them?" As they spoke, they had already walked toward a dim area. Suddenly, the Bazaar doctor stopped, turned around, and revealed a playful smile. "My students? Aren't they all right here?" Snap! The next moment, the lights turned on, and cages came into view. Seeing the scene before them, General Arthur and the 2 awakened ones behind him had their pupils suddenly constrict, their faces filled with terror. What is this? Bang! A monster suddenly lunged at the cage, making a sound like steel colliding. Roar! Then came a furious roar. The sound waves hit them, accompanied by a foul stench from its mouth. General Arthur was so frightened that he stumbled. If it weren't for the 2 awakened ones behind him supporting him, he would have likely fallen to the ground. Looking at the monsters in the cages, even the awakened ones frowned, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. What was even more terrifying was that there was not just one monster here. A glance revealed no fewer than dozens of cages, some on the ground, some stacked in the air, resembling a beehive. Are these all? General Arthur swallowed hard. "Eddie, don't scare the general," the Bazaar doctor said to the monster. The monster then slowly shrank back. General Arthur's gaze fell upon the creature, which had a mouse's face, the limbs of a 1,000-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder iron beast, a monster composed of 3 different beasts. Arthur could no longer find the words to describe its appearance. The Bazaar doctor looked at Arthur. "General, this is my chief student, and also the number 1 mutated creature, which I call the number 1 aberrant." As he spoke, he smiled. "Eddie, say hello to the general." Roar! The monster let out a loud roar, its long fangs incredibly sharp. Is this Eddie? General Arthur's expression was somewhat unnatural. He knew Dr. Eddie, but this appearance made him feel strange and afraid. He never expected that this madman, the Bazaar doctor, would make his own student undergo experiments. It was terrifying. What frightened Arthur even more was the number of monsters controlled by the Bazaar doctor, which had exceeded his expectations. No, to be precise, it had exceeded the expectations of all the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce. There were so many monsters, even more than the awakened ones controlled by Eagle Sauce. Once they got out of control, Eagle Sauce would likely be unable to handle them alone. At that moment, Arthur was filled with deep apprehension towards the Bazaar doctor. In Eagle Sauce, you could offend anyone, but you must never offend the Bazaar doctor. "General, please choose. Most of them can be used, except for the ones above," the Bazaar doctor slowly spoke. No. Arthur quickly waved his hand. "You're more familiar with them, doctor. You choose. I have no problem with that." "All right then." The Bazaar doctor nodded, looking at General Arthur. "What is the target?" General Arthur became serious. "Huaxia, Qin Ming." Qin Ming. The Bazaar doctor's eyes lit up as he took out a document from the table. The document contained Qin Ming's portrait and information, including his experiences, abilities, and everything he had done, all recorded in great detail. Looking at Qin Ming's photo, the Bazaar doctor revealed an unusual expression. That kid's body must be different. As time passed, the 3rd civilization trial was imminent. In the world, apart from Huaxia, other countries were engaged in war every day. The mutated beasts left over from the previous 2 civilization trials had not been completely cleared. Although some countries had begun to have awakened ones, their numbers were limited, and the combat power of the mutated beasts was not weaker than that of the awakened ones. Therefore, many countries were very cautious, hoping that the awakened ones could eliminate the mutated beasts while fearing the sacrifice of the awakened ones, losing their last trump card. In short, the situation was not good. Meanwhile, in Huaxia,
there were also undercurrents stirring. News had emerged that wild awakened ones had appeared in a certain place. Moreover, in the black market, even the magic potion formulas and magic potion materials could be sold. Some of these formulas and materials had previously leaked out as rewards, while others had flowed in from abroad. In any case, it was very chaotic. Xin Ming predicted that after a while, a large number of awakened ones would emerge, and the whole nation would enter the extraordinary era. This was the same as in the last life. It was the trend of history, a process that history had to go through, and no one could stop it. Xin Ming's rebirth had even accelerated this process. Xin Ming did not know whether this was good or bad. The more awakened ones there were, the greater the power to resist the alien races, but similarly, the world would become increasingly chaotic. Even within Huaxia, incidents of ability users harming others had already begun to occur. Under absolute power and the temptation of absolute interests, laws and regulations could hardly restrain human nature. One day, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed in the sky. With a loud bang, it instantly attracted global attention. Looking at his phone, the countdown had already reached 0. The third civilization trial has begun. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky, whispering softly. Then, a heavenly sound rang out, reaching everyone's ears. The third civilization trial is now starting, and various national civilizations will randomly summon otherworldly beasts. Find the domain beasts, clear the instance, and you will receive unexpected rewards. The first civilization to kill 10 domain beasts will claim the top spot in this trial. The third civilization trial lasts for 30 days. Welcome to the extraordinary era. Do you want to gain the extraordinary? Do you want to become a powerful ability user? Go find it. The instance holds everything you desire. The heavenly sound continued to resonate, ensuring that everyone on Blue Star could hear it. The Black Hand no longer pretended. At first, it only invaded electronic devices to disseminate information, but now, it appeared directly before the world. It told people that it truly existed. No one knew who the Black Hand was, but it was certain that it was an existence that humanity currently could not contend with. As the voice of the Black Hand echoed, the world was thrown into an uproar. Undoubtedly, in this era, everyone hoped to possess greater power, to become an existence that everyone looked up to. Just like the superheroes in movies Superman, Batman, the people of the homeland, Spider-Man, Iron Man, those idols that only exist in parallel universes. At this moment, the world went crazy. Although they knew the chances of becoming an awakened one were slim, the temptation was hard to resist. Absurdly, this civilization trial seemed to have taken on a different flavor. People were accepting it, eagerly anticipating its arrival. With the start of the third civilization trial, the Huaxia nation also began to stir. Some underground forces started searching for the summoned beasts, trying to find the domain beasts to gain opportunities. In the central control room of the Monster Academy, hundreds of staff members stared at the screens before them, using the heavenly eye to search for anomalies. At the same time, 36 sky towers were urgently operating, attempting to track the traces of the otherworldly beasts. Soon, Luing discovered an anomaly and immediately shouted, "Director, there's a situation." Hearing this, Xin Ming, Dragon General, and others immediately looked over. Luing enlarged the screen, pointing at a thick fog on the display. A shopping mall in Magic City is covered by thick fog. In the next moment, Xin Ming's gaze fell on the fog, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the fog suddenly contract, and the entire shopping mall vanished. It disappeared? In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. How could such a large shopping mall just vanish? It's definitely a domain beast, Xin Ming said solemnly, but he didn't know what level this beast was. Domain beasts were divided into forbidden beasts, king beasts, and disaster beasts, and the domains they created represented 3 different levels of instances. The higher the level, the more difficult the instance. Moreover, the instances created by these domain beasts could not be destroyed using conventional weapons. Just like the shopping mall before them, it had directly vanished from the sight of the world. Even a nuclear attack would be futile. The only way to clear the instance was to kill the domain beast. Immediately send the hunters in Magic City to investigate the situation, Xin Ming ordered. Director, we've just received news that the 013 Magic City team has all entered the instance, Luing responded. Xin Ming nodded, looking at the screen where the completely vanished shopping mall sparked a hint of doubt in his heart. He had never seen a beast that could make buildings disappear. Could it be a king beast? Xin Ming felt a sense of unease. He looked at Xiaomo and Lu Chang. We need to go personally. Saying this, Xin Ming spoke to Dragon General, also, dispatch awakened ones to support Magic City. With the appearance of domain beasts, I'm worried that some ordinary beasts might cause chaos. Long Xiaogui nodded, rest assured, I will personally keep an eye on it. As Xin Ming and the others arrived in the Magic City, it was already 2 hours later, and they had taken a helicopter. Originally, Xin Ming's team consisted of 4 members, plus Dong Yen. However, Xin Ming had sent Dong Yen out. Recently, the underground forces had been causing a stir, so Xin Ming activated this hidden line again. Soon, the 3 arrived at the scene.
Commander!
Upon seeing Xin Ming, the responsible officer immediately stepped forward to greet him.
What's the situation? Xin Ming asked.
The officer quickly replied, the nearby blocks have been completely sealed off, and the 013 Anomaly Hunters team has already entered.
There is still no accurate information.
Xin Ming frowned, his gaze shifting to a large empty space ahead. This was originally the location of a shopping mall, but now there was nothing left.
Do you know how many people were inside the mall before it disappeared?
The officer shook his head. There were probably dozens, all staff and security of the mall. Because humanity was well aware of the timing of the civilizational trial, the citizens dared not go out at this time, so there were very few people in the mall. Hearing this news, Xin Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. Fewer people was better. Too many would be troublesome.
But,
the officer hesitated. Before we arrived to set up a warning, quite a few civilians rushed in, and it seems there were also awakened ones. At these words, Xin Ming's heart sank. He naturally knew what these people had entered the instance for, simply to gain extraordinary powers. For the awakened, the instance was also a huge opportunity. If they could kill the domain beasts, the rewards would be considerable. I'm sorry, Commander, we arrived late. The officer lowered his head. Xin Ming waved his hand. It's not anyone's fault, they chose their own path.
Also, we will be entering shortly. There may be unrecorded awakened ones trying to enter as well. If we can block them, we will. If not, let them in. I will deal with them inside.
The officer nodded heavily.
Xin Ming waved to Xiaomo and Lu Cheng. Let's go, we're going in.
The 3 entered the disappeared mall under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. As Xin Ming got closer, he could feel a surge of energy. He reached out and touched it, causing a ripple that spread out like water. In the next moment, the 3 vanished from sight. The soldiers stood guard around them, their expressions vigilant, but an unexpected event occurred. Just as Xin Ming had anticipated, awakened ones had intruded into the instance.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Gunfire erupted from another entrance of the mall.
The officer quickly asked, what happened? Commander, we are under attack. It's an ability user.
Came the voices from the soldiers through the headset.
Commander, we can't hold them back. They've gone in. The officer quickly responded, is anyone injured? The commander said, if we can't stop them, let them in.
No one is injured, they seem to be afraid to harm us, the soldiers replied. The officer then let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, those wild awakened ones still understood their limits. Currently, Huaxia had not issued an order prohibiting the existence of wild awakened ones, so despite their abilities, they did not dare to act too arrogantly.
If they dared to attack Huaxia's soldiers, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Huaxia government and the Anomaly Hunters organization. They didn't have the guts for that.
However, just as the officer was thinking this, 2 dark figures suddenly charged out from not far away.
There are domain beasts.
The alert soldiers immediately reacted, raising their rifles to shoot.
Roar!
One of the monsters charged forward, swatting a soldier away with a single blow. The officer's face changed dramatically. Stop them. However, the opponents were incredibly fast. After killing several soldiers, they charged directly toward the instance. The officer stood at the entrance of the instance, machine gun firing wildly. Rat-tat-tat, yet all the bullets were dodged by the monster before him. This monster looked very strange, with a mouse's face, the long limbs of a 1,000-faced monkey, and the body of a thunder iron beast. Captain Lian was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a bizarre creature. What was even more terrifying was the way the monster looked at him, with an intelligence akin to that of a human. Before Captain Lian could react, the monster had already swatted him away and dashed into the instance.
Captain, are you okay?
The soldiers rushed over to check on Captain Lian's injuries. He had just taken a heavy fall, and it wasn't a big deal. But at that moment, his face looked quite grim as he murmured softly, "Something's not right, those 2 beasts are not right. Immediately contact the headquarters of the Monster Academy, those 2 beasts are problematic." The 2 monsters that rushed in were indeed the creations of the bizarre doctor. The first anomaly, Eddie, and the third anomaly, Fox. When Long Xiaogui received the news, he immediately contacted Qin Ming. But Qin Ming was in the instance and had lost all contact. No communication device could reach Qin Ming.
Long Xiaogui's expression turned grim.
Qin Ming, it looks like you can only rely on yourself now. The 3rd civilization trial was more complicated than expected. This time, not only were there anomaly hunters entering the instance, but also wild awakeners, unknown monsters, and even ordinary people. Qin Ming was completely unaware of what was happening outside.
At this moment, he had already entered the interior of the instance. Once inside, Xin Ming saw the vanished shopping mall, but it was now filled with thick fog. Under the fog, their visibility was extremely low, probably only about 50 meters. This meant they couldn't see the end of the mall at all. If a beast were to attack them, it would be all too easy. Lu Cheng frowned. Director, it's not easy to find that domain beast in this situation. Xin Ming nodded. There are no simple domain beasts. I can now confirm that this beast is a king beast, equivalent to a beast with king sequence. What? Lu Cheng was somewhat surprised. Starting off with such intensity was not a good sign. Everyone stay still. First, look for Team 013. Xin Ming took out his communicator and whispered. This is Xin Ming, Team 013, please respond. Zzz, a crackling sound came from the earpiece. The next moment, a weak female voice emerged. Commander, this is Kong Chiotong from Team 013, we. Help, help, help. Zzz, the earpiece was filled with noisy static, and Kong Chiotong's voice was very faint, as if she had sustained serious injuries. Where are you now? Give me your location. Xin Ming asked urgently. I'm on the first floor, at the Hongxing shoe store, but the captain and the others have already disappeared. Kong Chiotong's voice was intermittent. We'll be there soon, hold on. Xin Ming replied. Beside him, Lu Cheng had already pulled out the map that the captain had given him, which was the shopping mall's guide map. Soon, he found the location of the Hongxing shoe store. It's just ahead, Lu Cheng said. Let's go. The three of them dared not stray too far apart and cautiously moved forward. Everyone be careful. Domain beasts usually have many minions, and they might be hiding in the shadows, Xin Ming reminded. Boom! Just then, a sound suddenly came from ahead, as if someone had accidentally kicked a trash can. Someone's there, Xia Mo whispered. Xin Ming frowned and quickened his pace. Before long, the person appeared before them. It was actually a young boy, probably around 17 or 18 years old. When the boy saw them, he turned and ran. Lu Cheng quickly shouted, Kid, don't run. But the boy completely ignored him and dashed forward. Damn it, that's a civilian. Lu Cheng hurriedly chased after him. The speed of the boy could not possibly match that of Lu Cheng. Just as Lu Cheng was about to catch up to the boy, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the thick fog. The boy was tackled by the shadow and dragged deeper into the mist. Bastard! Lu Cheng roared in anger and immediately gave chase. Lu Cheng, come back! Xin Ming shouted angrily, stopping Lu Cheng. I'll go after him. You all find Team 013. Lightning crackled beneath Xin Ming's feet as he charged toward the direction of the shadow. Although this could easily fall into the enemy's trap, Xin Ming had no choice. He couldn't just watch a young child die. Xin Ming was fast, quickly catching up to the shadow. He drew his starfall blade and swept it horizontally. The shadow sensed danger, dropped the boy, and rolled forward to evade Xin Ming's strike. Xin Ming hurriedly shielded the boy behind him. I am a soldier of Huaxia. Don't be afraid. Upon hearing this, the boy was momentarily stunned and curiously examined Xin Ming's profile. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Director Xin Ming? You know me? Xin Ming asked in surprise. I've seen you on TV. The boy seemed quite excited, looking at Xin Ming as if he were an idol. Xin Ming was speechless. Then why did you run just now? The boy looked fearful. I thought you were one of the bad guys. Xin Ming frowned. What bad guys? Be careful, brother Xin Ming. The boy's pupils suddenly constricted. The shadow lunged at them. Xin Ming blocked the boy behind him, and the starfall blade flashed with a bolt of lightning. Combat technique, thunder annihilation slash. Boom! The thunderous blade light flickered, cleaving the monster in half. Thud! The monster's corpse fell to the ground. It was a creature with bat wings, resembling a dog. Xin Ming recognized this beast, the dog bat. This was a relatively common beast, not the culprit of the chaos in this mall. It had clearly been attracted by the king beast. Xin Ming glanced at the dog bat, realizing he was quite unlucky. It bore no magic drug materials. He turned to the boy. What's your name, and why are you here? I'm a temporary employee here. My name is Fan Yu, the boy replied. Tell me, what did you say about bad guys? Fan Yu nodded. Before you all came in, a team dressed in cloaks entered, and they found our mall's employees. To protect us, that team killed many monsters and obtained quite a few things from them. Just when they were about to take us away, the bad guys appeared. They attacked that team and stole their loot. During the battle, the monsters came, and then it turned into a chaotic fight. Our employees scattered everywhere, and as a result, we got separated. Hearing this, Xin Ming's expression darkened. The cloaked team Fan you mentioned was clearly Team 013, and those bad guys were most likely Wild Awakened ones. Bastards, these guys actually took advantage of the chaos. This behavior undoubtedly enraged Xin Ming. Stick with me. Xin Ming instructed Fan Yu to follow closely behind. He couldn't leave Fan Yu alone here, or he would surely die if he encountered a beast. Brother Xin Ming, where are you going? I can lead the way. I'm very familiar with this place. Fan Yu quickly spoke up. I'm going to the Hongxing shoe store. Xin Ming's eyes brightened. Having Fan Yu as a guide would make things much easier. The two quickly moved stealthily, running through the mall. At this moment, Xin Ming was not afraid of the beasts discovering them. Fueled by anger, he was eager to slay a few more beasts. Soon, they arrived at the Hongxing shoe store, but found no one there.
Xia Mo, Lu Chang.
Xin Ming called into his earpiece, but there was no response.
Xin Ming's expression immediately darkened. Could something have happened?
It shouldn't be. With Xiaomo's strength, it was impossible for anything to have gone wrong quietly. The fog must have obscured the signal. Xin Ming scanned the ground and noticed bloodstains on the floor. The bloodstains led outside. Xin Ming immediately pulled Fan Yu and followed the trail of blood. Soon, he heard the sounds of a fight. You hide here. I'll come back to get you. With that, Xin Ming rushed forward. Ah! Help! Help! A piercing scream rang out. Xin Ming looked over and saw a monster tearing at a man. That man was clearly unawakened and was still struggling. When Xin Ming saw the monster, his expression changed drastically. He recognized at a glance that this monster was not a beast but a human turned into a monster.
Damn it! How can there be such monsters in Huaxia? Who dares to do this?
Roar! At that moment, the monster suddenly turned around, revealing a hideous face. Xin Ming was taken aback. It was actually a Western face.
Is this a monster created by the West?
Although Xin Ming felt a bit better, it was still not good news. A Western monster coming to Huaxia was not a good thing. The monster in front of Xin Ming was the third abnormal being of the grotesque doctor. Fox.
Save me, Director Qin, save me.
The man clearly recognized Xin Ming and called out loudly as if he had seen a lifeline.
Xin Ming's expression darkened, and he immediately rushed forward with his knife.
With a powerful strike, he sent the monster flying and rescued the man. Xin Ming chased after the monster, a surge of anger erupting within him. The man, having been saved, let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, a figure wearing a mask appeared behind the man.
A dagger was pressed against his neck. Sorry, your identity has been exposed. A ghostly voice suddenly rang out.
The man turned in shock, and it was a familiar face.
No, Vice President, I won't reveal anything. Please, don't kill me.
The masked man slowly shook his head. When your mask falls off, you'll know your fate.
Be careful in your next life.
With that, under the man's terrified gaze, the dagger slashed across his neck. Ugh! The man clutched his neck as blood gushed out. Xin Ming, who was chasing the monster, suddenly turned around, his expression darkening. He locked eyes with the masked man. The masked man's eyes flickered, and he turned to walk into the thick fog.
Damn it! I was careless.
Xin Ming didn't expect someone would appear to kill and silence him. He rushed to the man's side. The man's body was convulsing. His mouth opened as if trying to say something. However, with his throat cut, he could no longer speak. Xin Ming's face was grim. He had no chance to ask about the forces behind the man. Killing to silence, daring to challenge the hunters, it seemed this wild awakened had already gained a certain scale. The man looked at Xin Ming in terror, then fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Xin Ming clenched his fists, wanting to chase after the masked man, but a roar came from behind him.
Are you Qin Ming? The monster stood behind Xin Ming, its voice hoarse.
Xin Ming stood up and looked at the monster indifferently. He could confirm that this monster was the fallen. The so-called fallen are those who have failed to awaken, turning into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. There was no doubt that this one was the result of haphazardly concocted magic potions, but clearly, this fallen was not an accidental product. It was a monster specifically created by humans, and the person behind it had a clear target, Xin Ming himself. Xin Ming looked at the fallen in front of him and slowly spoke. I was wondering how to pry open your mouth to make you reveal the forces behind you. The fallen sneered coldly, revealing its hideous face. Xin Ming, you are indeed that arrogant, but unfortunately, you are about to die. Bang! The next moment, Fox stomped the ground hard and lunged towards Xin Ming at high speed. Under the powerful explosive force, the ground tiles shattered with a bang. Xin Ming squinted slightly, reached the second tier. With this kind of strength, it must be something developed by a certain country. Thinking this, the Starfall blade was already drawn. Clang! Thunder flashed as he swung the blade. Bang! Steel-like claws lunged at Xin Ming, but were blocked by the Starfall blade. Under the immense force, Xin Ming was pushed back, finally crashing heavily against the wall. Boom! The wall was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. A flash of lightning flickered in Xin Ming's eyes as he instantly gathered his strength and swung the long knife horizontally. Thunder's destruction! A powerful slash left a long wound on Fox's chest. Fox let out a painful roar, his figure continuously retreating. He realized he was no match for Xin Ming, his gaze flickering for a moment before he turned and dashed into the thick fog. Dean, second floor. Xin Ming intended to pursue,
but the anxious voice of Lu Chang came through the earpiece. Qin Ming halted his steps, abandoning the pursuit of the fallen.
Fan Yu, second floor. Brother Qin Ming, this way.
Fan Yu emerged from the shadows, leading the way for Qin Ming.
Dean, we are in a playground on the second floor, requesting support.
Lu Chang's voice continued to ring out.
I'll be there right away.
At this moment, Lu Chang was guarding two injured members of Team 013. In front of him, Xiao stood alone with a gun, blocking more than a dozen second-tier dogbats. Xiao was only at the first tier, and facing so many second-tier mutated beasts was somewhat strenuous. What was more troublesome was that behind these dogbats stood three masked figures. They lurked there, like ghosts, staring at Xiao and Lu Chang. It's them, these masked people attacked us, Kong Jiotong said weakly. Lu Chang's expression was grim. He wanted to help Xiao, but if he left, no one would be able to protect Team 013. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed his pants. Lu Chang looked down to see another member of Team 013, a young man named Bao Mingxian. Bao Mingxian was injured more severely than Kong Jiotong, in a condition where he would die without treatment. Looking at Lu Chang, Bao Mingxian said earnestly, "Don't worry about us, go save our captain." He went to the rooftop to protect the civilians.
Go save them.
Hearing Bao Mingxian's words, Lu Chang felt a lump in his throat and scolded, "What nonsense, the commander is about to arrive. We can save all of you."
Boom!
Just as he finished speaking, a violent sound of fighting erupted ahead. The few of them quickly looked up, only to see a shadow of lightning whizzing past, instantly cleaving two dogbats in half. Roar! The next moment, three dogbats lunged fiercely at Qin Ming. With a wave of his hand, another aura burst forth, and he elegantly flicked two playing cards into the air.
Magic Royal Flush.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the kings on the playing cards suddenly grinned with a ghostly smile, then burst forth from the cards.
Hee. The black and red kings let out sinister laughter, each holding a bomb as they charged towards the mutated beasts. Boom!
A violent explosion sounded, and the three dogbats were blown to smithereens. Seeing this scene, whether it was Kong Jiotong and Bao Mingxian or the three masked figures in the distance, their expressions changed drastically.
Is he that strong? Bao Mingxian's mouth dropped open in shock. The three masked figures trembled in their bodies. It's the Hunter Commander. Damn, why is he here? Run! Without a second thought, the three masked figures turned and dashed into the fog.
Qin Ming saw them but did not pursue. He wielded the Starfall Blade, harvesting the lives of the dogbats one by one. With the Phantom Flash movement technique, these dogbats couldn't even get close to Qin Ming. Coupled with his battle experience as a war god in his past life, killing these mutated beasts was no challenge at all. But this scene left the two members of Team 013 stunned. They knew Qin Ming, but they had no idea how incredibly strong he was. After helping Xiao slay all the dogbats, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Team 013.
Bao Mingxian and his companion immediately lowered their heads. "I'm sorry, Commander, we let you down." Qin Ming shook his head and took out two buns. "Can you eat?"
Bao Mingxian and his companion were momentarily taken aback, not understanding what eating buns meant at this moment. "Hurry up, this is for healing your injuries," Lu Chang quickly interjected. This was the only support ability of the Anomaly Hunters, a masterpiece of Uncle Song and the healing bun.
Hearing Lu Chang's words, Bao Mingxian and Kong Jiotong quickly stuffed the buns into their mouths.
Soon, a strange energy began to heal their injuries. Although they didn't fully recover, they regained about 70 to 80% of their combat power, which shocked both of them.
Qin Ming nodded. "As long as you can fight, that's enough. We are in urgent need of strength right now."
Chirp! Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. At the sound, everyone covered their ears in discomfort. Qin Ming turned around sharply, his expression serious.
"It's the King Beast. It has appeared. Once the King Beast shows up, it will definitely feed. We need to speed up." Qin Ming led everyone upward.
Along the way, they encountered many dogbats blocking their path, all of which were cleared by Qin Ming and Xiao.
Captain, do you hear me? This is Mingxian. Please respond."
On the way, Bao Mingxian kept trying to contact the captain through the communicator, but there was no response. When they reached the third floor, they found several corpses lying on the ground, and the floor was covered in blood.
"They are not our employees," Fan Yu shook his head.
"These are probably ordinary people who came in looking for opportunities," Bao Mingxian said.
"Foolish." Lu Chang was furious, his face filled with anger. "What instance is this? This is just a trap set by the Black Hand."
Xiao shook his head, feeling sorry for the deaths of these people. "Human nature is always greedy," Qin Ming said calmly. "They need to pay the price for their actions." The group ignored the corpses on the ground and continued running forward, searching for the other members of Team 013. Meanwhile, the King Beast seemed to be preoccupied with something and did not attack them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the mall, Team 013's Captain Zhao Mingda, along with team members Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan, were evacuating more than 10 mall employees. When they rushed to the rooftop, they found the sky shrouded in thick fog, obscuring their vision. Captain Zhao Mingda's expression darkened. The imagined helicopter rescue had not appeared.
"Captain, we are probably still within the territory of the anomalous beasts," Zhang Yingwei said. "Captain, we still can't contact the outside world," Anai Quan said anxiously. Zhao Mingda ran to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. It was still a dark mass, and nothing was visible. Clearly, the hope of getting out of the building was gone. The mall was only 4 stories high, and with their awakened physical abilities, jumping down was not a problem. But there were so many civilians here that they couldn't take them all away. Zhao Mingda scanned the surroundings and said, "You two, stay here and protect the civilians. I'm going down to find Xiaotong and Mingxian." "Captain, no." The two quickly blocked Zhao Mingda. "We don't even know where Xiaotong and Mingxian are. If you go down now, it's no different from sending yourself to death." "Captain, be rational, rescue is already on the way." "Shut up." Zhao Mingda glared at the two, speaking very seriously. "They are our teammates. As their captain, I have the responsibility to protect them. And you two are anomaly hunters, soldiers, your responsibility is to protect the civilians." Zhao Mingda's voice left the two speechless. They too wished to save people. Smack! Zhao Mingda heavily patted the shoulders of the two, speaking sternly. "This place is up to you." After saying that, Zhao Mingda picked up his long knife and prepared to go downstairs. "Commander!" The mall employees looked at Zhao Mingda's back, their eyes slightly red. They knew very well what it meant for the captain to go down now. At this moment, everyone felt a heavy heart. Zhao Mingda glanced at the crowd, said nothing, and resolutely walked forward. Just as he opened the iron door to the rooftop, the door was suddenly smashed open, sending Zhao Mingda flying as well. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a monster appeared before everyone. It was the fallen, Eddie. Eddie's gaze swept over Zhao Mingda and the others, sensing their extraordinary aura, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "I've found you, hunters." Zhao Mingda immediately stood up, shielding the panicked crowd behind him. "Captain, this beast seems a bit different." Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan rushed to Zhao Mingda's side, speaking in low tones. Zhao Mingda gripped his long knife tightly, his expression serious. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a fallen." "Fallen?" Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan immediately reacted. Before they joined the hunters, they had undergone some training in extraordinary knowledge. The fallen, which refers to humans mutated into monsters due to taking the wrong potion, was one of the topics covered. Looking at it this way, this monster was indeed a fallen. The two's faces turned grim. This was going to be troublesome. At that moment, another entrance to the rooftop was also smashed open. 5 figures wearing masks appeared. "It's them." Seeing these people, Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan looked furious. It was their attack that caused Xiaotong and Ming Xian to go missing. "Damn it, Captain, let's kill them," Zhang Yingwei said angrily. Zhao Mingda stopped him. "The bigger picture is important. Our mission is to protect the crowd." On the other side, the masked men looked at the scene before he did not know that Eddie's body was the body of the Thunder Iron Beast, and this weak lightning had no effect on him at all. Of course, this was also due to Eddie's strength. At this moment, Eddie had already reached the second-tier realm, stronger than Anai Quan and the others. Fierce strength. At this time, Zhang Yingwei's hands suddenly swelled, and a powerful force burst forth, slashing angrily at Eddie. Sequence 089, the healer. However, facing this fierce strike, Eddie merely glanced disdainfully, directly swinging out his claws and knocking Zhang Yingwei's long knife away with a single blow. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the beast claw grabbed down, piercing into Zhang Yingwei's shoulder, then lifting him high. "Ah!" Zhang Yingwei screamed in pain, struggling continuously. "I haven't eaten a superhuman yet." The monster Eddie looked at the struggling Zhang Yingwei with a greedy expression, drool dripping from his fierce mouth. Hiss! This scene stunned the masked organization watching from afar. This fallen one was even more terrifying than they had imagined. "Stop!" At this moment, Captain Zhao Mingda of Team 013 stood up, covered in blood, angrily scolding. A determined look flashed across Zhao Mingda's face as he slashed his palm with a knife and pressed his bloodied hand against his chest. In an instant, the blood-burning cloak on him seemed to crazily absorb the blood, changing from black to bright red. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yingwei and Anai Quan's eyes instantly turned red, crying out in grief, "Captain, no." At the moment the blood-burning cloak was activated, Anai Quan and Zhang Yingwei knew what the captain was about to do. The blood-burning cloak was a symbol of the hunters in Huaxia, a standard containment object for all hunters. Its function only came into play in life and death situations. The blood-burning cloak burned the user's bloodline power, infinitely overdrawing their spirit, allowing the user to enhance their combat power in a short time. And the only cost was death. The Hunter's Code clearly stated that the blood-burning cloak was not to be used unless in a life and death situation. But at this moment, Captain Zhao Mingda had no other choice. He could not watch his team members die before his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted. The blood-burning cloak flickered with vascular-like patterns, and once activated, it was like a demon, gaining consciousness. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the blood-burning cloak suddenly wrapped around Zhao Mingda's body, the blood-colored patterns gradually spreading and solidifying. Finally, the blood-burning cloak formed an energy armor on Zhao Mingda, the armor black and red, with bright red patterns swirling on it. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the bright red patterns were blood, boiling blood. Blood from the hunter, Captain Zhao Mingda of Team 013. This scene left everyone present in utter shock, especially the masked organization across from them. Several of them furrowed their brows. What is this? The masked man in the Ultraman costume stammered. His power is increasing, he's advancing to the second tier. Damn, how is this possible? The other masked individuals were equally astonished. Truly, the official forces possessed things that these wild awakeners could not compare to. However, the vice president shook his head indifferently. That thing called the blood-burning cloak is a containment object. He is essentially burning his life to enhance his strength. What? Upon hearing this, the others were even more shocked. Is he crazy? He could just turn around and run. Why is he seeking death? At this point, the group suddenly fell silent. Yes, this is the Huaxia soldier, a human reverse walker. Let's see, I also want to see the capabilities of this blood-burning cloak, the vice president whispered coldly. Captain, Jiang Yingwei, caught by the monster eddy, struggled continuously, in great pain. Captain, Anaiquan's eyes turned red, his mood suppressed to the extreme. Zhao Mingda turned to Anaiquan. I'll buy you some time, I believe reinforcements will arrive soon. With that, Zhao Mingda held his tang knife at an angle and slowly walked forward. Bang! The next moment, Zhao Mingda shot out, swinging his knife towards the fallen eddy. Combat technique, silver arc. Clang! The sound of the blade trembled, the silver light of the knife flickered in the night, energy bursting forth. The fallen eddy's expression changed slightly. He tossed Jiang Yingwei aside with one hand, his sharp claws howling out. Clang! The long knife got stuck under the beast's claw, sparks flying. Zhao Mingda's face darkened, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from him. Clang! The long knife exploded, knocking the fallen eddy back. Zhao Mingda rose up, the tang knife flashing with a cold silver light, fiercely slashing out. Clang, clang, clang. The long knife moved at incredible speed, each strike landing on the fallen. The iron-like body was struck with a clanging sound, continuously pushing the fallen back. Combat technique, silver moon obliteration. A cold light flashed in Zhao Mingda's eyes as he drove his mental energy to the limit and slashed fiercely. Buzz! The long knife drew a brilliant arc in the air, shining like a silver moon. Put! The silver long knife left a long wound on the fallen's chest, blood splattering. Ow! The fallen let out a beastly roar, its massive body crashing heavily against the wall. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the masked figures all gasped. So strong, the improvement is not slight at all. Truly worthy of being a containment object, too bad it's one-time use. TCH, if I gave it to you, would you dare to use it? The few whispered among themselves. Only the vice president at the forefront had a serious expression. Going against such an organization was truly not a good thing. Boom! At this moment, the fallen eddy pulled himself out from the broken wall. He glared with a fierce face, angrily staring at Zhao Mingda. Hunter, you have angered me. Buzz! Zhao Mingda, clad in blood-red armor, pointed his sword at the fallen. Come on, fallen! Roar! The fallen eddy roared in anger, quickly charging at Zhao Mingda, claws howling down. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Mingda's eyes. Facing this claw, he did not dodge, did not defend. Captain! Anaiquan and Jiang Yingwei's faces changed drastically. Sir! The protected crowd covered their mouths in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Clearly, Zhao Mingda was willing to exchange his life for theirs. Bang! The fallen's claw slammed into Zhao Mingda's chest, the sharp claws tearing fiercely. Rip! Blood splattered. Zhao Mingda tightly gripped the tang knife, and before being sent flying, he thrust the knife into the fallen eddy's abdomen. Put! The long knife pierced through, and the fallen let out a mournful roar. The fallen eddy staggered back, while Zhao Mingda flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. But soon, he stood up again, blood seeping from the armor on his chest. The fallen touched the wound on his abdomen, becoming even angrier. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps stomped on the ground as Eddie charged at Zhao Mingda again. Zhao Mingda stumbled a few steps, gripping the long knife tightly, struggling to resist. But this time, he couldn't hold it. The fallen's fist landed on his chest, the armor caving in. Wow! Zhao Mingda spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying like a bird with broken wings. Roar! The fallen leaped high, grabbing Zhao Mingda and crashing him heavily into the ground. Bang! The concrete floor exploded with spiderweb-like cracks. The fallen Eddie stepped on Zhao Mingda's chest, crushing the armor into deformation. Wow! Blood flowed from Zhao Mingda's mouth, his breath becoming weak. Ah, Captain!
Jiang Yingwei rushed over in anger, slicing his palm with a knife and pressing it hard against his chest.
Burn for me! I want power! The black cloak billowed in the wind, gradually turning a bright red.
The crimson cloak enveloped Jiang Yingwei's body, as if greedily sucking his blood. Jiang Yingwei's pupils suddenly constricted, blood vessels bursting, a sharp pain surging in his brain. In the next moment, the cloak slowly coalesced, forming a majestic blood-patterned armor. Feeling the powerful force surging from his body, a hint of joy flashed across Jiang Yingwei's face.
He had the ability to help the captain now. Get away from me!
Jiang Yingwei gripped the long knife with both hands, leaping onto the back of the fallen and thrusting down hard.
Die!
Pooh! The long knife pierced through the body of the fallen.
Roar! The fallen howled in pain, violently throwing Jiang Yingwei off his back.
In the moment of being thrown off, he kicked out.
Bang! Jiang Yingwei was hit hard, flying through the air. Old Jiang!
Annihilated shouted in anger, preparing to activate the blood-burning armor.
Stop!
But at that moment, Captain Zhao Mingde on the ground blocked him.
You have people behind you. If you die, who will protect them?
Zhao Mingde staggered to his feet, blood flowing from the long knife onto the ground.
Annihilated's body trembled, his eyes already red.
Zhao Mingde felt the life force gradually slipping away from his body. He knew he was not going to make it. In the next moment, he looked at the fallen in front of him, still trying to pull out the long knife.
Is this the last strike?
Zhao Mingde murmured, but his aura gradually rose.
Sequence 142, Silver Arc. Sorry to have you meet a useless master. Finally, let me use my life to unleash your last brilliance. Boom! In the next moment, Zhao Mingde erupted with a roar.
The sky, shrouded in thick fog, seemed to part slightly, a faint moonlight shining through the gap, enveloping Zhao Mingde. Buzz! Zhao Mingde raised the long knife, the silver blade flickering with a cold light, a sense of tragic grandeur gradually spreading.
Bang!
Just then, several figures rushed out from the entrance.
The newcomers were Qin Ming, Xia Mo, Lu Chang, Kong Chiotong, and Bo Mingxian, who had hurried over.
Qin Ming immediately noticed the blood-red armor on Zhao Mingde, his heart sinking.
Captain! Kong Chiotong and Bo Mingxian burst into tears. Don't cry! Zhao Mingde straightened his chest, like an elder comforting his juniors. As long as you are safe.
Then, Zhao Mingde turned his gaze to Qin Ming, speaking sternly.
Commander, Captain of the Anomaly Hunting Team 013, Zhao Mingde, reporting for duty. Bang! In the next moment, Zhao Mingde charged towards the fallen with a tragic aura. Combat skill, Silver Arc's Dying Moon.
Zhao Mingde's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, his speed reaching its peak. Under the moonlight, the long knife glimmered with cold light, carving a crescent moon in the air.
In an instant, the surroundings fell silent.
Only the faint moonlight arc illuminated the ground.
Buzz!
The arc of light flashed and vanished, the cold light slicing through the body of the fallen.
Pooh! A bloodied arm flew out.
The fallen crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Mingde gripped the long knife, his aura suddenly dissipating completely. He staggered and fell weakly.
Captain! In an instant, Kong Chiotong, Bo Mingxian, and Annihilated all rushed over, embracing Zhao Mingde tightly. Kong Chiotong cried uncontrollably, Captain! It's okay now, we are here, the commander is here. Bang!
Suddenly, a figure clad in blood-red armor knelt heavily beside them. Everyone turned to look, immediately seeing the activated blood-burning cloak on him.
Old Jiang! You! Bao Mingxian was stunned. Kong Chiotong cried even louder, Why? Why did you have to do this? Captain, I'm sorry. Jiang Yingwei looked at the barely breathing Zhao Mingde.
Zhao Mingde slowly shook his head. Team 013, it's up to you from now on. He grabbed Annihilated tightly. Take good care of the younger siblings.
Annihilated nodded with a choked voice.
At that moment, Qin Ming walked over with a complex expression, looking down at Zhao Mingde.
Sorry, we arrived late.
Zhao Mingde revealed a smile. Commander, this is our duty.
The people, we have protected them.
Qin Ming turned to look at the crowd behind him with red eyes and softly said, Don't worry, they are fine now.
From now on, leave it to us.
Qin Ming's voice was heavy yet solemn.
See, Commander, he can still. Zhao Mingde struggled to point at Jiang Yingwei.
Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Yingwei, and Qin Ming sighed and shook his head.
Once the blood-burning cloak is activated, it is irreversible.
Jiang Yingwei was momentarily stunned, then grinned. It's okay, Captain, I'll walk with you. Qin Ming came over and patted Jiang Yingwei's shoulder.
Let's fight. Yes.
Jiang Yingwei immediately stood up, picking up the long knife engraved with the name Zhao Mingde.
Captain, I'll help you cut it down. Qin Ming stepped forward, with Xia Mo and Lu Chang closely following.
Both of them felt deep sorrow, a surge of anger suppressed in their hearts. At that moment, watching Qin Ming approach the fallen, the masked figures in the corner suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Although Qin Ming did not direct his gaze at them, that aura seemed to have locked onto them, terrifyingly so.
Vice President, should we just leave?
The masked man in the Ultraman costume swallowed hard.
The leading man in black looked serious, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to see just how strong this commander of the hunters was. Just as everyone was watching Qin Ming, he suddenly moved, lightning flashing around him, as fast as a bolt of lightning. Qin Ming! The fallen Eddie roared, claws slicing through the air. A cold glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, the starfall blade trailing a long arc of lightning. Thud! With one strike, the fallen's arm was severed at the root. Roar! The fallen howled in pain. Qin Ming surged forward, the blade light flickering, striking fiercely at the fallen's chest. That tough hide felt as fragile as paper before Qin Ming, blood splattering continuously. This scene was shocking. Anyone could see Qin Ming's fury. After countless strikes, the fallen's chest was a bloody mess. Originally, it had only half a life left under Zhao Mingde and Zhang Yingwei's fearless attacks. Now, facing Qin Ming, it had little strength left to fight back. Finally, Zhang Yingwei rushed forward and with one strike, severed the fallen's head. Captain, it's dead. Zhang Yingwei turned around excitedly, but the captain was already lying in Kong Qiutong's arms, lifeless. Captain! Zhang Yingwei shed tears. Qin Ming's hand pressed heavily on Zhang Yingwei's shoulder, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. There are still enemies. In the next moment, Qin Ming and the others' eyes fell on the masked figures in front of them. Zhang Yingwei gripped the long knife tightly, turning back with cold eyes, angrily staring at them. It's you beasts, the Vice President. The masked man in the Ultraman costume retreated in terror. Are we really not running? The man in black stepped forward, looking calmly at Qin Ming. We have no intention of opposing the hunters. Qin Ming sneered coldly. Isn't that laughable? Do you plan to keep us here? The man in black frowned. What? Do you still want to kill the Beast King and compete with us for the rewards? Do you know where the Beast King is? The man's pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, Qin Ming raised his head, looking at the thick fog in the sky. Are you not coming out yet? Seeing Qin Ming looking up at the sky, everyone was taken aback and looked up as well. Hee, you humans are really clever. Suddenly, a strange female voice came from the sky. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a beast resembling a bat flew out of the thick fog. Is this the king beast? Xia Emo squinted her eyes. She sensed a different aura from this bat. Not just her, but the masked team across from them also felt it. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. This king beast was a treasure. That different aura was from the magic potion materials and containment objects on it. This guy even came with containment objects. At that moment, the man in black revealed a greedy expression and softly said, "Should we try to snatch it from them?" The four behind him hesitated. Their purpose for coming here was the king beast, but now, to compete for the treasure, they would have to confront the anomaly hunters. Team 013 was not afraid, but Qin Ming was not easy to deal with. However, just as they hesitated, Qin Ming made his move. Attack! With a command, Xia Mo was the first to strike, using her ice spear like a javelin and throwing it out fiercely. Crack crack, the ice spear shot out like a bullet, sweeping through with strands of coldness, as if even the air was frozen. Hope you can fend for yourselves. The man in black moved, waving his hand, and an invisible force rebounded the ice spear back. At the same time, Qin Ming charged forward, his thunderous blade whistling down. Damn! The masked man, the salty egg superhero, changed his expression and quickly dodged. With a loud boom, the four were blown away by a powerful shockwave, the long knife landing on the railing, and the concrete instantly exploded. Hiss! The four masked men widened their eyes, showing shock. This strength was simply beyond their capability to contend with. Vice President, I can't stay any longer. One of them realized something was wrong and turned to run, wanting to jump off the rooftop. However, Qin Ming would not let him go, activating the Phantom Flash technique. As he rushed up to the railing to jump down, the Starfall blade stabbed from behind. Put! The Starfall blade pierced through the man's body. Ugh! The man's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with terror. He regretted not running away sooner. The next moment, the man fell heavily to the ground, gradually losing his breath. The remaining masked men cast horrified glances. They never expected the anomaly hunter commander to be this formidable. Run! The salty egg superhero shouted loudly, unable to hold back any longer. Just as they were about to flee, the bat-like beast in the sky revealed a strange smile. Humans, running away is not a solution. Suddenly, the king beast's eyes glowed a bright red, and an invisible force enveloped the masked men. Then, as if being controlled, they turned with crimson eyes, their auras becoming violent. They no longer fled but looked at Qin Ming and the others with a sinister charm. This scene made the man in black furrow his brows. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he shouted to his partners, "They've been controlled by the king beast, be careful." Qin Ming looked up, truly worthy of being the king beast, indeed powerful. Kill! The masked man shouted fiercely and charged over quickly. Just as Liu Chang was about to make a move, a voice came from behind. "Let me handle it." The next moment, Jiang Yingwei charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, his blood boiling wildly. "Captain, I'm here to accompany you. Goodbye everyone, I am Jiang Yingwei from Team 013. Jiang Yingwei's arm muscles bulged to the extreme, veins popping out. He gripped the tang knife tightly, unleashing his final strike. Sequence 89, Regeneration, Combat Skill, Reckless Strength. Bang! With a single slash, the momentum was overwhelming. The opponent instantly reacted, adopting a powerful defensive stance, quickly gathering iron blocks around him. Iron Man! Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the long knife struck the man's head. The mask exploded on the spot, revealing a face covered in stubble. A trickle of fresh blood slowly dripped down from his head, and the man stared wide-eyed before collapsing heavily to the ground. Pusu 200, Iron Man, dead. After the strike, Jiang Yingwei staggered, the powerful aura around him rapidly dissipating. The effect of the blood-burning cloak was waning. With a bang, the blood-colored armor's energy was exhausted and shattered on the spot. Old Jiang! Seeing this, Bao Mingxian rushed forward and caught Jiang Yingwei. Jiang Yingwei looked at Qin Ming, trembling as he said, "Commander, I did my best." Qin Ming's heart ached. Team 013's Jiang Yingwei, you have completed your mission, please, return to the team. Yes. With a trembling voice, Jiang Yingwei slowly fell. Under the moonlit night, the cold wind howled, and the scene was quite tragic. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, his gaze becoming even fiercer. "Those two will be left to you." After saying this, his gaze fell on the man in black. The man in black sensed the killing intent emanating from Qin Ming, and his expression darkened. At this moment, he no longer had the desire to fight. Without hesitation, the man in black turned and charged toward the edge of the rooftop. "Do you think you can escape?" Qin Ming flashed and blocked the man in black's path. "Not just you, but the forces behind you, I will root them all out." Qin Ming stepped forward, the lightning blade flickering. Combat technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. The man in black's expression changed, and he drew a short knife from his lower back to block. Clang! The two blades collided, and the powerful force sent the man in black flying. The man in black steadied himself, and as he landed, he suddenly hurled several flying knives. Qin Ming moved swiftly, dodging the onslaught of flying knives. But the next moment, the flying knives suddenly changed direction and stabbed toward Qin Ming's back. "Commander, be careful!" Kong Chiotong shouted. Qin Ming felt the cold glint coming from behind him, and he raised an eyebrow. Controlling objects? Qin Ming turned and slashed, knocking all the flying knives down. At that moment, the man in black seized the opportunity, wanting to rush forward and deliver a fatal blow to Qin Ming. But as he took a step, his feet landed on a strange formation, and electricity surged through him. The man in black trembled. "What is this?" As he turned around, Qin Ming had already swept a kick at him. Bang! The man in black was kicked away. "Are you also at the second tier?" The man in black, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggled to get up. "Don't underestimate me." The man in black suddenly went berserk, and behind him, daggers flew up. Combat technique, Blade Edge. Buzzing, all the daggers flew out simultaneously, cutting off all of Qin Ming's escape routes. Qin Ming looked at this scene indifferently, raising his hand to catch a playing card. It was a Clover's 2. Magic, Card Soldier. Under the astonished gaze of the man in black, the playing card suddenly flew out. From the card, a seductive woman in a body-hugging dress and black stockings burst forth. The woman wielded a whip and flashed a playful smile at the man in black. "Clovers, bind." The Clover's 2 woman swung her whip, wrapping it tightly around the man in black's body. The man's expression changed drastically. "What is this?" The man in black felt paralyzed. He hadn't even fought seriously, yet he was captured? At that moment, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Qin Ming's disdainful gaze. Qin Ming didn't even consider him worthy of attention. The more the man in black thought about it, the angrier he became. But he had no way out. The whip around him was too tight for him to struggle. "It's over." The man in black sighed heavily, already being guarded by Kong Chiotong and Bo Mingxian. On the other side, the Salted Egg Superman masked man and his companion also fell to defeat. Under Xiaomo's powerful attacks, the two had little resistance and were knocked down, especially the Salted Egg Superman masked man, who was frozen in place, lying on the ground unable to move, his face ashen. It was only then that they realized that the team of the commander of the Anomaly Hunters was simply on a different level than the Magic City 013 team. They could handle the 013 team, but in front of Qin Ming's team, they were like clowns jumping around. After the two were captured, they looked towards the vice president and found that he was already lying on the ground. The corners of their mouths twitched, cursing inwardly. Damn it, trusting him was a mistake. They should have run long ago. They had no idea what they would face next, and now they felt like they wanted to die. Qin Ming ignored their little schemes, He raised his head and stared at the king beast that had been circling in the sky. What a waste! The king beast first glanced disdainfully at the masked man. Then, its gaze fell on Qin Ming and Xiaomo, seemingly aware that the two were not to be trifled with. It flapped its wings and actually tried to flee. Qin Ming's expression darkened. You want to run? In the next moment, a warning sign appeared in his hand and was thrust down forcefully. No entry ahead. Boom! A scarlet light shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire mall. A barrier appeared, blocking the king beast's escape route. The king beast crashed into the barrier wall, turning back with a face full of anger. Human, you're seeking death. Qin Ming had no intention of wasting words with it. Bring it down. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo took an archery stance, eyes spreading out to form an ice bow. Xiaomo pulled the bowstring, and a chilling arrow slowly took shape. Bang! The arrow shot out, exploding into icy flowers. The frost arrow was incredibly fast, hitting the king beast's wing in an instant. The king beast struggled, trying to stabilize itself, but the frost on its wing quickly spread, nearly freezing it. Unable to struggle, the king beast descended with a grim face. What awaited it was the onslaught from Qin Ming and the others. Screech the Bat King let out an angry sound, flapping its wings. 2 gusts of wind howled towards them. Under the hurricane, Lu Chang and Xia Mo were blown away. Qin Ming steadied himself and shouted to the crowd behind him, "Get off the rooftop." The crowd moved away, quickly rushing towards the exit. Meanwhile, the 3 masked individuals on the ground were swept away by the fierce wind, crashing heavily against the railing wall. Qin Ming braved the hurricane and threw out a playing card. The card spun in the air, revealing its face. It was a Club K. In the next moment, a tall woman jumped out from the playing card. The woman held a bow and arrow, shooting at the Bat King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows whistled out. The Bat King, in order to dodge the arrows, had to stop the hurricane. What the hell is this? The Salted Egg Superman masked man was instantly stunned by this bizarre scene. A playing card turned into a person. Is it that terrifying? Vice President, what kind of ability is this? The man in black looked grim. If you ask me, who should I ask? In this world, when it comes to understanding sequence abilities, no one knew more than Qin Ming. In front of him, they were like small fish before a big fish. At this moment, Qin Ming charged forward again, throwing out 2 playing cards. It was the Joker. Joker! Hee. The Joker revealed a ghastly smile, each holding a bomb as they charged towards the Bat King. The fuses on the bombs were burning quickly, exuding a dangerous aura. The Bat King showed a look of terror. It could sense the horror of this strike. It fearfully retreated, eventually crashing into the railing. Just as it was about to take off, Lu Chang suddenly grabbed the iron pipe railing. Battle technique, Iron Hand. In the next moment, the iron railing actually twisted, eventually transforming into an iron hand that grabbed the Bat King beast, which was about to take flight. With a strong pull, the Bat King beast crashed to the ground in shock. At the same time, the Joker King arrived as expected. King Bomb. Boom! 2 bombs exploded, sending the Bat King beast flying. But it wasn't blown down to the floor below because the iron hand was still tightly wrapped around it. The Bat King beast was severely injured and completely panicked. Chirp the Bat King let out a piercing sound, the terrifying sound waves causing everyone to cover their ears. At the same time, a thick black mist spread from its body, continuously expanding outward. Soon, the entire rooftop was covered in thick fog, and visibility was lost. Not good, I can't see. Lu Chang shouted loudly. Xiaomo, keep an eye on those guys. Qin Ming immediately shouted. In the fog, the 3 vice presidents thought they could take this opportunity to escape, their faces filled with joy. But in the next moment, a chill spread around them. What the hell is this? Ah, help, no. The screams abruptly stopped as ice covered their bodies, turning them into 3 ice sculptures. Xiaomo walked over and muttered, "Seems like I used too much force, never mind, I'll just burn them later to melt them." Beside them, Bao Mingxian and Kong Chiotong were dumbfounded. Clang! A crashing sound came from the fog as the Bat King beast broke free from Lu Chang's iron hand. Damn it! How can there be such a strong human? This is only the 3rd stage trial. Why is such a character appearing? The Bat King beast roared unwillingly. It had almost lost its life, but fortunately, it was smart enough to release the mist and escape at the first opportunity. This place was not suitable for staying long. It needed to find a place to hide and develop properly. Once I reach the 3rd stage, no, the 4th stage, I will come out and kill everywhere. The Bat King beast thought to itself as it prepared to take flight. But in the next moment, a voice came from behind. No, you have no chance. The Bat King beast turned around sharply, horrified to see Qin Ming accurately finding it in the mist. It trembled all over and flapped its wings to fly away. Slap! However, its foot was caught. Qin Ming yanked it down. The Bat King beast's face twisted in rage, its wings like blades, fiercely slashing towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming gripped his long knife and thrust it down with force. Thud! The starfall blade pierced the Bat King Beast's wing, pinning it to the ground. Then, a flash of lightning appeared in Qin Ming's hand, a high-risk combat skill, deceptive card. The card spun, and a pistol crackling with lightning appeared in Qin Ming's hand. Deceptive thunder gun. Qin Ming pressed the gun against the Bat King Beast's forehead. I hope you can give me more loot. Bang! With a gunshot, the Bat King Beast's head exploded instantly. Then, a heavenly sound echoed around the world, and all electronic screens displayed a message. Congratulations on the birth of the first civilization to clear the instance. Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization, rewards are being distributed. Hearing this heavenly sound, the world was shaken. The first instance was cleared just like that? And it was Huaxia again? The world erupted once more. They had become somewhat numb. This was the third civilization trial, and once again, it was Huaxia. After the first two trials, various countries had awakened their own awakeners, clearly bringing them closer together. But why could they still not surpass Huaxia? Especially upon hearing about the rewards being distributed, all countries were on high alert. In Eagle Sauce Country, the first Tep was angrily slamming the table. Why, where is that bastard archer? Didn't he say he was stronger than Qin Ming? Why hasn't he cleared the instance yet? General John beside him clicked his tongue. He entered the instance at the first opportunity, but there are still no signs of him. I told you, that guy only knows how to boast, arrogant and conceited. And just at that moment, Akir sent a communication. Once connected, a voice echoed in the conference room. Chairman, I cleared the dungeon. How about that? First place, right? Ha ha ha. Excited and proud words came from the other side. In the conference room, the faces of all the high-ranking members of Eagle Sauce twitched. Tep's expression darkened even further as he shouted angrily, "Before you, Huaxia has already cleared it and received the first clear reward." What? Akir was shocked. Impossible, how could they be so fast? He thought his team was already impressive, pushing through the dungeon effortlessly, but why did they still lose? Tep, filled with anger, tried to calm himself down. It's just the first dungeon, there are still 9 more to go. What you should be concerned about is how to conquer the entire trial, understand? Although dissatisfied, Akir, as the captain of the Eagle Sauce Awakeners, still had to give some face. 3 parts reprimand, 3 parts encouragement. This was the imperial art learned from Huaxia's history. The loot obtained from this clear should be kept to enhance combat power. You are the hope of the empire, Tep said softly. Akir suddenly froze, his face filled with joy. Thank you, Chairman. After hanging up the communication, the smile on Tep's face vanished. He looked at General Arthur, frowning. Has the work of the Mad Doctor not yet entered Huaxia? General Arthur's expression was also not good. It's already infiltrated. Perhaps it was unfortunate and didn't encounter the dungeon's arrival location. Tep tapped the table. It doesn't necessarily have to enter the dungeon. Causing some trouble for Huaxia would be good enough. By the way, how's the contact with Monkey Country? General Arthur sneered coldly. They don't have the right to refuse. We've already sent awakeners to drive the beasts of Monkey Country to the Huaxia border. Tep nodded. Good. No matter what, we will win this third civilization trial. On the rooftop of the mall. After Qin Ming killed the Bat King Beast, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and the vanished mall slowly reappeared. The warriors were entering, searching for survivors and exterminating the beasts. Xiaomo walked over, looking at the corpse of the king beast on the ground. This guy was not easy to deal with. Qin Ming nodded. It was indeed difficult. If it weren't for the 2 of them being freaks, other hunting teams from Huaxia would probably just be delivering food. Just this thick fog alone had robbed them of more than half their combat power. Without visibility, with their mental strength, they couldn't sense the existence of the Bat King Beast, leaving them with only a dead end. The Bat King Beast also had a huge advantage. It could fly. Flying beasts are extremely hard to deal with. Even long-range attackers can only watch helplessly when facing flying beasts. It's like trying to shoot down a plane with a cannon. Thousands of shots might not hit once. Of course, someone like Xia Mo, a king-level powerhouse, was another story. If Qin Ming guessed correctly, this Bat King Beast dungeon would give countries around the world a headache. The trial is fair. The Bat King Beast dungeon appearing in Huaxia also means it will appear in other countries, just with a different order of appearance. He believed the phone lines in Beijing were already overwhelmed, and officials from various countries would definitely come asking for strategies. Qin Ming didn't think too much. His gaze fell on the corpse of the king beast in front of him. At this moment, the rewards for the dungeon had already been distributed, and the method of distribution was rough and powerful, landing on the boss. Qin Ming picked it up to look. It was a promotion recipe. Ordinary sequence 089, regeneration. Forbidden sequence 037, fearless. Recipe, 10 milliliters of ghost shark blood, 10 milliliters of dog bat blood, 1 tequila plant, 1 undying flower, 5 milliliters of purified water. Seeing this recipe, Qin Ming's eyes lit up.
this was a new recipe, one beyond his knowledge. In the Huaxia Hunters of the Extraordinary, there are 60 people in sequence 089 known as Regeneration. If they all advance to Forbidden Sequence, it would undoubtedly be a powerful force. However, the potion materials required for the formula are somewhat harsh. Materials like agave and immortal flower are ones he has yet to encounter. Nevertheless, Qin Ming believes they will definitely appear in the upcoming instances. This is a nice reward, and Qin Ming puts away the formula. Next, the second reward is 5 gene ships. This item is quite valuable, currently the rarest item in the Hunters of the Extraordinary organization. It can enhance a soldier's extraordinary physique and heal the injuries of those with special abilities. When hunters fight against extraordinary beasts, they inevitably sustain some injuries, and certain extraordinary abilities cause wounds that current medicine cannot heal, which is where the gene chips come in. Perhaps we also need a doctor. Qin Ming thought of a powerful healer from his past life. Once things settle down, he must recruit her. Then, Qin Ming looked at the other rewards, which were all potion materials. There were more than 10 ordinary level items and 3 rare level items, which is already quite good. Moreover, there are still potion materials on the body of the Bat King beast that have not been harvested. At this moment, Lu Chang walked over with a super magnetic detector and scanned the Bat King beast. The purple teeth, purple claws, and red bone wings correspond to rare level and king level. Lu Chang's face lit up. 3 pieces of high-level materials, what great luck! There's something even better. Qin Ming pointed to an object on the back of the Bat King beast. What is this? Lu Chang and Xia Mo widened their eyes. The object is an incense burner. The incense burner is upside down on the back of the king beast, supported by 3 bronze legs, and there are inscriptions on it. Is this an antique? Lu Chang blinked. It's a containment object. Qin Ming squinted his eyes. He saw wisps of black mist emanating from the opening of the upside-down incense burner. So this thick mist isn't the Bat King beast's ability, it's the doing of this containment object. Xia Mo was quite surprised, is it? Qin Ming felt that this containment object was somewhat strange and said cautiously, you 2 step back, I'm going to pull it off. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed the incense burner, yanking it down. The moment the incense burner was removed, a more bizarre mist rapidly spread. Get back! As the mist spread, Qin Ming reacted immediately, pushing the 2 behind him away. However, he himself was enveloped by the mist. Qin Ming was completely covered by the mist, as if he were in another space. So it's a little brat who hasn't even matured yet. A strange female voice echoed from deep within the mist. Before Qin Ming could react, the mist quickly closed in. Boring. As the mist closed in, Qin Ming seemed to catch a glimpse of a tall, graceful figure, but the shadow flickered and vanished. Qin Ming, are you okay? An urgent voice rang in his ears as Xia Mo shook Qin Ming's arm. Qin Ming came to his senses. The incense burner was still in his hand. This is a bit strange. Director, what's wrong with you? Lu Chang asked in confusion. Why did you suddenly space out? Qin Ming looked at the 2 in shock. Did you not see the mist just now? What mist? Didn't the mist disperse long ago? Was I the only one who saw it? And who was that woman? Qin Ming muttered. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a bizarre scene, and this incense burner in his hand had never appeared in his previous life either. Although containment objects are all peculiar, Qin Ming truly could not see through this incense burner. Qin Ming, what level is this containment object? Xia Mo asked, feeling that this containment object was not simple. Qin Ming shook his head. He really couldn't tell, but he felt it was of a high level. The containment objects were classified as ordinary, forbidden, king, and god levels, each with different abilities. Including the incense burner in front of him, they already had 7 containment objects in their possession. Qin Ming himself was unaware of the level of the Qin Kuan gourd, while Lu Chang had an ordinary level double-edged axe, along with the disaster bird and the parallel dice. The forbidden level ones included the forbidden path ahead and the paper kite, but it was certain that this incense burner was definitely not on the same level as those. Qin Ming was now in a dilemma. He had to carry the incense burner himself and couldn't just leave it lying around. He infused it with mental energy, and the incense burner transformed into a wisp of thick mist, imprinting itself on Qin Ming's arm. The containment objects were quite special, able to be contained within the awakened one's body and taken out at any time. He would study the incense burner further later. Then, Qin Ming turned around. Bao Mingxian, and Quan, and Kong Qiutong had already laid their fallen teammates to rest. Boom, boom, boom. In the corridor, the hurried footsteps of soldiers echoed. Soon, the squad leader, along with a group of soldiers and some hunters who had come to support from other cities, rushed up to the rooftop. However, when everyone saw the scene before them, they were all stunned, their hearts heavy. Zhao Mingde, Jiang Yingwei. The squad leader's voice trembled slightly.
He was very familiar with the two, good friends, but now, they had sacrificed. The two hunter teams that had come to support also wore solemn expressions. They had seen the bloodied burning blood cloak and knew what had happened. They are heroes, Qin Ming said solemnly. Everyone is. Boom! In an instant, all the soldiers, including the hunter teams, stood up straight, their faces serious. Qin Ming looked at the two martyrs on the ground and solemnly shouted, "Salute!" Swish! 5 fingers together, crossing the brow, resting against the temple. All the soldiers paid the highest tribute. The battle had come to an end, but the mood within the hunter organization was very heavy. Zhao Mingda and Jiang Yingwei became the first and second heroes to sacrifice after the establishment of the hunter organization. Moreover, they both sacrificed while activating the burning blood cloak in battle against the alien beasts. Even though they had prepared for everything before joining the hunters, hearing about their comrade's sacrifice still left them feeling incredibly pained. Their deeds would eventually be remembered in the history of Huaxia. Monster Academy Headquarters. Interrogation Room. Fu Ziyan, 22 years old, born and raised in Magic City. His father does foreign trade, a rich second generation. Lu Chang looked at the information and spoke coldly. In the interrogation chair sat a cynical young man, but at this moment, he looked somewhat disheveled. This young man was one of the 3 captured masked individuals, Fu Ziyan, who wore the Ultraman mask and was the youngest among them. Speak, tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, Lu Chang said coldly, staring at Fu Ziyan. Fu Ziyan looked panicked. I want to see a lawyer. Until the lawyer arrives, I have the right to remain silent. Lu Chang almost laughed out loud. Was he trying to play that game with him? Smack! Lu Chang threw out his phone, playing a video. In the video was a middle-aged man in a suit, who, like him, was tied up in the interrogation room. At that moment, he looked furious, shouting at the camera, "You little brat, what have you done? Do you know who you've messed with? Are you crazy?" The video was filled with desperate curses. Dad! Fu Ziyan was truly panicking this time. Even his dad had been brought in? That was his last support. At that moment, he finally realized how ridiculous his identity was in the face of absolute power. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Ming, who had been silent, stared at Fu Ziyan, his cold eyes flashing with a bolt of lightning. What organization are you part of? Who is the leader? Seeing Qin Ming's gaze, Fu Ziyan was completely panicked. No, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It's an organization called the SCP Foundation. They specialize in accepting those with abilities, and I just joined not long ago. Then not long after, I received a mission, and that's how I got involved in this small operation. I didn't attack the hunters. Fu Ziyan wished he could spill everything he knew. SCP Foundation? Qin Ming frowned. It seemed there really was such an organization in his previous life, but he had focused on the beasts and hadn't paid much attention. This was handled by Xia Mo, but Xia Mo wasn't a reborn person. She didn't have any memories about this. Well, that meant there were no clues. How many people are in the SCP Foundation? Qin Ming asked. I don't know. Fu Ziyan shook his head vigorously. He truly didn't know. Maybe the vice president knows. He thought for a moment and continued. The vice president referred to that man in black, but that guy was tight-lipped and unwilling to say anything. There was another one who also said nothing, otherwise, they wouldn't be focusing their energy on Fu Ziyan. This guy was the breakthrough, but it was clear he was just a newcomer and didn't have much understanding of the SCP Foundation, so he probably wouldn't be able to provide much information. Qin Ming's face was serious as he looked at Fu Ziyan. Perhaps he could only find another breakthrough. How did you get your sequence ability? Fu Ziyan didn't hide anything. I bought a potion, spent 20 million. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Can you find the seller? Fu Ziyan nodded excitedly. If I can redeem myself, I can find him. Qin Ming didn't expect the SCP Foundation to come up so quickly. Reflecting on his previous life, this organization was a cancer in Huaxia. He originally thought it was just an underground force, but with the government's in-depth investigation, it became clear that the situation was much more complicated. Having been reborn, the SCP Foundation was still in its infancy. He had to uproot it before it took shape. Commander, Fu Ziyan said that his potion was sold to him by someone named Lao Ding. Lao Ding's identity is still under investigation. We're trying to get Fu Ziyan to contact him, but that guy is very cautious. His phone has been off. Lu Chang said to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded. Keep watching. By the way, has the second instance appeared yet? Not yet. Many countries have already passed the first instance. Saying this, Lu Chang handed Qin Ming a document. According to the information exchanged between countries, only 3 different instances have appeared so far. Here are the details of the other 2 instances. Qin Ming glanced at it. Neither of these instances was special.
as long as the combat power was sufficient, they could pass, and there was nothing worth studying. What he was worried about were some more bizarre instances, such as those requiring intelligence or specific rules to clear. Those would be the most troublesome. The third trial has a month's time. This is only the second day, so the second instance probably hasn't appeared yet. Qin Ming thought for a moment, his expression gradually darkening.
Have you found the fallen?
No. Lu Cheng's face was serious. After the instance was cleared, the fallen disappeared. He probably went into hiding. The fallen they were talking about was the one Qin Ming encountered for the first time.
Number 3, Fox.
At that time, Qin Ming had let it escape after severely injuring it, and it had not been found since.
Any leads on the identity of the deceased fallen? Qin Ming continued to ask.
Lu Cheng shook his head. He has nothing on him, making it hard to determine his identity. All I know is that he has a Western face. Qin Ming frowned. It seems that a lot of things have come out from abroad, internal troubles and external threats. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. What a hassle.
Could the fallen ones be something those Western countries created? Lu Cheng asked tentatively.
Qin Ming nodded. Their target is me. It's 100% likely that they did it.
If it were a civilian force, they wouldn't target me.
Damn it, how dare they do such a thing? Especially after we provided so much information.
Lu Cheng was very angry.
It's normal. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. Go home and get a good night's sleep. There's still a lot to do. Qin Ming patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder. When Qin Ming returned to his room, it was already dark. After a night of battling in the instance and then continuing to interrogate 3 members of the SCP Foundation, Qin Ming had gone without sleep for days. He took off his clothes, planning to wash up and get some rest. However, at that moment, he noticed the mark of the incense burner on his arm. He had put down all the containment items after returning. Only this incense burner he had to carry with him.
What exactly are you?
Qin Ming summoned the incense burner and placed it next to the television. There was a wooden sculpture of Guangong that Qin Ming worshipped.
He placed the incense burner beside Guangong.
After thinking for a moment, he took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them, and inserted them into the small incense burner in front of Guangong. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell again on the mysterious incense burner.
Let's give you an offering too.
So, Qin Ming lit 3 more sticks of incense and placed them in the incense burner. The long incense burned, releasing a thin wisp of smoke that dispersed with the wind. After doing all this, Qin Ming walked into the bathroom, letting the hot water pour over him, washing away his fatigue. At that moment, the incense burner suddenly emitted a thick mist. A figure slowly emerged from the mist. Click-clack, click-clack, the sound of high heels echoed. Looking up from the high heels, there were a pair of long, fair legs. The calves were slender, the thighs full, yet there was not an ounce of excess flesh. Everything was so perfect and flawless. Further up, she wore a high-slit cheongsam, somewhat traditional, out of place with modernity. The cheongsam wrapped her figure into an S shape, her waist delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, sexy yet graceful. It was a stunning face, lightly made up, with bright red lips, hair styled up, and a long hairpin swaying with exquisite bells. At first glance, whether in attire or makeup, she did not seem like a woman of the present. If Qin Ming saw her, he would definitely recognize what era her outfit belonged to. It was clearly the fashion of the 1920s and 30s. The woman was not afraid of startling Qin Ming. She first glanced around the room's decor with a look of curiosity. Then, her gaze fell on the bathroom door, where the sound of running water was coming from. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. A man, interesting. Before long, the sound of water stopped, and Qin Ming emerged from inside wearing a bathrobe. He sniffed, catching a strange scent. It was the smell of perfume. A very vintage kind. Strange, how could there be a smell of perfume in my room? The next moment, his puzzled gaze landed on the incense burner on the counter. The long incense had burned out, and there was nothing unusual.
Am I overthinking this?
Qin Ming shook his head, unable to make sense of it. He waved his hand, imprinting the containment item, the incense burner, back onto his arm. The next day, Qin Ming woke up groggily in bed. He had surprisingly slept until the afternoon. Qin Ming looked at the time in disbelief. It was 3 in the afternoon.
What happened? Did I sleep that deeply?
Qin Ming was quite puzzled.
Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Cheng. Hello, Commander, old Ding has news.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up. The SCP Foundation, he had to uproot this malignant tumor. An hour later, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, Lu Cheng, and Fu Ziang drove out of the Monster Academy and headed towards South City.
South City, about an hour's drive from Jiangnan City, is a bustling metropolis in the southern province. By the time they arrived, it was already late. True to its reputation as a vibrant city, South City revealed its charm only after nightfall, with bright lights and lively nightlife.
After experiencing the shocks of the previous 2 civil trials, life in Huaxia had returned to normal. Moreover, there were now hunters everywhere, ensuring the safety of the citizens.
As the nightlife began, the bar street was the most lively.
In a bar with a great atmosphere, Qin Ming, dressed in trendy attire, sat in a booth, holding a woman in a short skirt. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with a cool demeanor and a hint of blush on her face, occasionally interacting with Qin Ming, drawing envious glances from passers-by. This woman was Xiamo, and at that moment, she was playing the role of Qin Ming's girlfriend. Being held by Qin Ming made her a bit shy, but she was also very happy, her slight nervousness overshadowed by excitement.
Opposite them sat Fu Ziong, looking quite nervous. "Don't be tense, just have fun like you usually do,"
Qin Ming said, lifting his glass and taking a slow sip.
"Really?" Fu Ziong's eyes lit up. "I want to too."
He pointed at the girl Qin Ming was holding.
Qin Ming smiled lightly. "It's all set for you."
Just then, a plump man adorned in gold and silver approached, flanked by 2 beautiful women. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Hua Zhongxing grinned.
"Old Qin, I'm here."
Hua Zhongxing walked over with a cheerful expression, but as he got closer to the booth, he froze, staring at a face he didn't recognize. He looked at Qin Ming. "Who are you?" The next moment, Hua Zhongxing's gaze fell on the heavily made-up Xiamo, and his expression darkened.
"Damn, are you messing with my boss's woman?"
Hua Zhongxing then lunged forward, looking ready to fight. Qin Ming quickly pushed him back onto the sofa. "Calm down, it's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Hua Zhongxing paused, then shouted, "What the hell, boss, what are you doing?"
He stared intently at Qin Ming's face, realizing this was clearly not the Qin Ming he knew. "You changed your appearance?"
Hua Zhongxing quickly reacted, speaking in a low voice.
Qin Ming nodded, sort of.
He had indeed changed his appearance, but it was due to a battle skill. When he woke up that morning, he discovered that his magician sequence ability had broken through to the 2nd tier. Sequence 005 Magician, with each tier breakthrough, grants 3 battle skills. One of these was Magician's Disguise, allowing him to change his appearance at will. Since he was out on a mission, he had to change his look, especially since he had streamed multiple times, and everyone knew him. There were no secrets left. If old Ding saw his real face later, he would probably turn and run. So, aside from Xia Mo, Lu Chang also didn't show up. Although Lu Chang hadn't been in the public eye much, his upright demeanor would raise suspicions at a glance. Xia Mo, on the other hand, after her makeup, appeared even more alluring, completely masking her identity as a college student. If it weren't for someone familiar, no one would recognize her. Hua Zhongxing looked at Qin Ming's face and couldn't help but click his tongue. "I say, boss, your ability is really incredible.
When can you hook me up with one?"
He had long been envious of abilities.
Qin Ming smiled. "Soon, don't worry."
Hua Zhongxing felt a bit better after that.
He then turned to Xiamo. "You two really look affectionate."
At that moment, Xiamo was leaning against Qin Ming, her long leg draped over his, looking as if she had been in nightclubs for years.
One had to admit, Xiaomo's performance was outstanding.
Of course, she had no resistance towards Qin Ming, otherwise, it wouldn't have looked so natural. However, upon hearing what Hua Xiaopang said, Xiaomo's face turned red. Qin Ming picked up his wineglass, drinking with one hand while the other rested on Xiaomo's shoulder, unconsciously tugging at her off-shoulder dress. This action made Xiaomo's face even redder. She had harbored feelings for Qin Ming for a long time. In the past, Qin Ming was unaware, but after the start of the civil trial, it was as if he suddenly became enlightened.
"Is it because our identities are different now? Why do I feel like you've become smarter?" Xia Mo asked. Cough cough. Qin Ming almost choked, thinking to himself, "If I told you I was reborn, would you believe me?"
In his previous life, Qin Ming had never noticed Xiaomo's feelings, leading to many missed opportunities. In this life, he was determined to make up for those regrets.
Qin Ming held Xia Mo tighter.
The coolness of her face was tinged with a hint of shyness.
This scene made Fu Ziong, sitting across from them, feel a pang of envy.
He glanced at the beautiful woman sitting beside him, swallowed hard, and tentatively reached out his hand. Soon, his hand received a response. Delicate fingers entwined with his.
Fu Ziong's eyes lit up, ready to take the next step. Snap!
But in the next moment, their fingers were twisted together. Then a cold voice came from beside him. "If you dare to touch me, I'll ruin you." A sharp pain shot through Fu Ziong, and he instinctively wanted to shout out. Just then, an apple was shoved into his mouth.
"If you dare to make a sound, I'll ruin you too."
A drop of cold sweat trickled down Fu Ziong's forehead as he clutched his fingers, enduring the pain. He looked incredulously at the chubby guy across from him, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, what kind of woman did you bring?"
At that moment, Hua Xiaopang almost burst out laughing. This guy really dared to make a move. Wasn't that asking for trouble? The two women he brought were not ordinary people. They were both from the South City Anomaly Hunting Team. Do you know what this team's number is? 011 South City team. This is even more formidable than the 013 team from Magic City. And the red-haired woman sitting next to Fu Ziyan was none other than the captain of the 011 team, Elaning. It was no wonder Fu Ziyan was having a bad day. Watching the chubby guy chuckle, Fu Ziyan felt like crying without tears. Damn it, tricked again. Elaning and her teammate Ji Yun nodded at Qin Ming, greeting him. Qin Ming smiled and raised his wineglass. Sorry for calling you out so urgently. Elaning flashed a sweet smile and raised her glass in response. Young Master Qin is joking. Alright, they got into character quickly. Ji Yun, sitting next to the chubby guy, was also quite perceptive, clinking glasses with Wu Xiaopeng and joking with each other, clearly enjoying themselves like normal guests. After a while, Qin Ming looked at Fu Ziyan. It's past the time, and he still hasn't arrived? Fu Ziyan's expression was not good. He was supposed to meet me at this time. He raised his head and looked around, and soon he spotted someone. A crew-cut man walked over, cigarette in mouth. Qin Ming put down his wine glass and whispered, "Target has appeared. Old Ding, over here." Fu Ziyan waved. The crew-cut man came over, plopped down with a swagger, and propped his leg up. The man was in his early 30s, covered in tattoos, clearly someone from the underground. This was tonight's main character, Old Ding. "What's up, Fu Xiao? Got a good introduction." Old Ding extinguished his cigarette and scanned the group at the booth, especially Xia Mo, who caught his eye. But soon, he withdrew his gaze, looking eagerly at Wu Xiaopeng. Wu Xiaopeng frowned and tugged at his clothes. "Damn it, I'm straight." Hearing this, Old Ding's face darkened immediately. "Don't get me wrong, I meant your watch is nice." Wu Xiaopeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, your gaze is really disgusting. I'll give it to you if you like it." With that, he took off his limited edition Richard and disdainfully tossed it over. Old Ding originally wanted to explode in anger, but when he caught that Richard watch, his mouth immediately broke into a grin. "Ah, young master is generous. Damn, which rich kid is this?" Old Ding felt ecstatic inside. He recognized this limited edition watch, worth several million. "Master Fu, truly worthy of being your friend, so generous." Old Ding grinned as he put on the watch, then looked at Fu Ziyan with a smile. At that moment, there was no trace of arrogance left. Fu Ziyan was also stunned by Wu Xiaopeng's extravagant display. Could this really be a true tycoon? "Xiao Fu, let's get down to business." At this moment, Wu Zhongxing waved his hand impatiently. Fu Ziyan's face twitched. "Xiao Fu? Old Ding, I won't beat around the bush. My brother needs 2 bottles of potions." Potions were their lingo, referring to magic potions. Old Ding frowned. "It's not easy to get them right now." Smack! The next moment, Wu Zhongxing slapped Old Ding on the shoulder. "The price is negotiable. I have plenty of money." Looking at Wu Xiaopeng's extravagant demeanor, Old Ding hesitated. This was definitely a big deal. "Brother Ding, this is a big boss." Fu Ziyan signaled to Old Ding. After thinking for a moment, Old Ding raised a finger. 2 bottles, 100 million. "Damn, are you robbing me?" Fu Ziyan almost spat out the drink in his mouth. 100 million, 50 million per bottle of magic potion, are you crazy? Wu Xiaopeng also frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the price. Old Ding shrugged. "There's no way around it. The higher-ups are cracking down, and resources are scarce, so the price is naturally high." He wasn't lying about that. Nowadays, the magic potion materials circulating in the market were rewards from the last trial, and some were smuggled in from abroad. Overall, it's definitely a case of having a market but no price. "I must remind you, that magic potion thing is not guaranteed to succeed." Old Ding cautioned. "I advise you gentlemen, with your noble status, it's better not to try it lightly. We don't need you to worry about enhancing our extraordinary physique, we have our ways," Fu Ziyan said. Then he looked at Qin Ming. "So, brother, is it a deal?" Wu Xiaopeng also looked at Qin Ming, inquiring about his thoughts. Old Ding was taken aback. So the decision-maker was this guy? He thought this extravagant fat man was the boss. At this moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Old Ding. "Money is not a problem, but I want high-tier ones." Damn, he encountered someone knowledgeable. The higher the tier, the stronger the ability, that's a recognized fact. Old Ding looked deeply at Qin Ming. If it weren't for Fu Ziyan bringing him, he would have doubted this guy's identity. "I can't make this decision, I'll make a call." Qin Ming raised his hand. "Go ahead." Old Ding left, cautiously looking back as he walked out of the bar. Those people did not chase after him, clearly not afraid of him running away. It should be a normal transaction. Then, he dialed a number. Soon, a gleam flashed in his eyes. "I understand, boss." Old Ding hung up the phone, his face calm as he walked back inside. He returned to the booth, wearing a smile. "Everyone, my boss said he wants to trade in person. By the way, he doesn't want money, he wants gold." "No problem." Qin Ming smiled. "We were already prepared. Just didn't expect you to be so greedy." Fu Ziong smacked his lips. As they walked out of the bar, a black business car had already opened its door. Hua Xiaopang also took a heavy box from his car, filled with gold. No unrelated people should get in the car. Old Ding's gaze fell on the three girls, Xia Mo, and the others. Xin Ming waved his hand, signaling them to leave.
In the end, only he, Hua Xiaopang, and Fu Ziong got into Old Ding's black business car.
The car quickly drove away.
The three girls got into Hua Xiaopang's car and immediately put on their headphones.
Should we follow them? Ian Laneying looked at Xia Mo in the passenger seat.
Xia Mo glanced back at the side mirror and noticed a car parked behind them, with someone inside watching.
We've been targeted. Following them will alert them.
Then, she took out a tablet, opened it, and displayed a tracking location. The tracker was on the Richard watch that Hua Xiaopang had given to Old Ding.
Old Lu, keep an eye on them. Received.
On a nearby rooftop, 4 men cloaked in black stared at the tracking device in their hands.
It's time to go, Lu Chang shouted, leaping high and landing on another building.
A young man put away his sniper rifle and followed him, leaping between the buildings.
20 minutes later, the black business car arrived in front of an unfinished building.
Under the dark sky, only a bonfire illuminated the open ground.
What kind of place is this?
Hua Xiaopang got out of the car, visibly displeased. Xin Ming stood in front of him. The fat man was an ordinary person, and it would be dangerous if they encountered an attack.
Dingo, where's your boss? Fu Ziong asked in confusion.
Just then, Old Ding suddenly turned around, looking at Fu Ziong with a playful gaze.
Well, you betrayed the organization. Don't you care about your life?
As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Ziong panicked.
Xin Ming frowned. Have we been discovered?
Suddenly, a large group of masked men rushed out of the darkness, surrounding Qin Ming and the others. Seeing this scene, they realized they had fallen into a trap.
Fu Ziong looked furious. Old Ding, what do you mean by this?
Old Ding laughed. Don't think I don't know. You entered the instance with the vice president in Magic City, and then everyone disappeared.
How did you manage to come out? You brought the anomaly hunters to find me? Hearing this, Fu Ziong's expression changed. Are you also with the Foundation?
No,
even if you are with the Foundation, how do you know my identity?
Fu Ziong was puzzled. Foundation members all wore masks, and no one knew each other's identities.
Only the president and vice president knew the identities of all members. Idiot, do you think there's only one vice president? Old Ding scoffed. All right, you've said too much.
At that moment, a man wearing a swirling mask slowly walked out of the darkness. Upon seeing him, Old Ding immediately lowered his head. Boss.
The man waved his hand. Fool, go aside.
Old Ding's hair stood on end as he quickly retreated behind the man.
The man's gaze fell on Qin Ming's face. Are you the anomaly hunter from South City? I didn't want to deal with you, but since you've come to me, don't blame me for being rude.
Qin Ming showed no intention of hiding anymore, speaking calmly. Going against the authorities, USCP Foundation are really arrogant.
The man in the swirling mask raised his eyes. It seems this fool Fu Ziong has spilled everything to you. So, Vice President Zhao Gung has also fallen into your hands?
Qin Ming nodded. You will soon fall into my hands as well.
The man in the swirling mask twitched his lips. You're even more arrogant than I am. It seems you're also at the vice president level? Let's see how many vice presidents you can capture.
As he spoke, Qin Ming's aura changed, and a playing card appeared in his hand.
The man in the swirling mask frowned. Attack.
In an instant, masked men grabbed knives and clubs, charging fiercely at Qin Ming.
Using ordinary people against me? Have you lost your mind? With a wave of his hand, the playing card shot out, slicing through the air like a blade.
Swish, swish, swish. The playing cards circled behind the attackers, cutting at their heels one by one. Blood splattered as their heels were severed, and everyone fell down.
Ah! Cries of agony rang out. This is interesting.
The man in the vortex mask waved his hand, and 6 other men and women, also wearing vortex masks, stepped out.
The aura of these 5 was distinctly different. They were all awakened ones. The man in the vortex mask smiled. I wonder how long you can hold out against them?
Qin Ming glanced at the opposite side, counting Old Ding. There were 8 awakened ones. Having 8 awakened ones in a city was quite a number, even more than the local anomaly hunters.
Of course, members of the SCP Foundation wouldn't be present in every city.
It was likely that only those at the level of vice president and above could gather so many members. Qin Ming twisted his neck. It was indeed going to be a good fight.
Boss, protect me.
Hua Xiaopang nervously tugged at Qin Ming's clothes.
Fu Ziong, I'll leave him to you.
Protect him well, or I'll take you down.
Qin Ming shouted. Then, with a wave of his hand, a containment object appeared in his grasp. No entry ahead. Bang!
The no entry ahead sign suddenly plunged into the ground, and a red light shot up into the sky.
Boom!
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the red light suddenly spread in midair, forming a square barrier that enveloped everything nearby.
Containment object? The vice president of the vortex frowned. It's a barrier. You don't think you can take on all 8 of us, do you?
Qin Ming pressed his hand on the sign, a slight smile on his lips. Wrong.
It's 1 against all 8 of you.
In the next moment, the barrier activated, and a wave of energy enveloped the group. By the time the vice president of the vortex came to his senses, they had already entered the containment object's barrier. On Qin Ming's side, he was the only one. The awakened Fu Xiong had not been brought in. Outside the barrier, Fu Xiong stared at the disappearing figures, stunned.
Among all the awakened ones present, he was the only one left.
In the arena, there remained a group of masked individuals, all looking at each other. Fu Xiong finally understood Qin Ming's intention. If he protected Hua Xiaopang, the enemy would only leave him with a group of ordinary people. Fu Xiong felt somewhat displeased. He had been underestimated. There was nothing he could do but vent his frustration on these thugs. Soon, the battle erupted, while Hua Xiaopang hid in the car, looking enviously at the scene. Meanwhile, Lu Chang, who had been tracking the location, looked at the disappearing red, his expression suddenly stiffening.
Ha! Why did the location disappear? Then, an urgent voice came through his earpiece.
Old Lu, Qin Ming has probably activated the barrier. They've been discovered.
Hurry and provide support.
Xia Mo was in the car, quickly heading towards the last known location. The driver, Yin Lining, instantly accelerated, racing down the road at 150 miles per hour. Inside the barrier, Qin Ming faced off against the vice president of the vortex and the 8 others. The vice president looked around. The scene was no different from the outside, except for the faint red barrier surrounding them.
This containment object is interesting. Is it meant to trap us here? Do you think we need to run away to deal with you 8? Ha ha ha. Old Ding was the first to laugh out loud. Are anomaly hunters this arrogant?
Another man in a vortex mask stepped forward. He was tall and muscular, with a 1 carved into his mask. Let's call him Vortex 1. Vortex 1 looked at Qin Ming, twisted his wrist, and coldly said, "Come on, I'll give you a chance for a one-on-one."
Captain, go for it, take him down. Captain, don't go too hard. We still want to have some fun.
The other members of the Vortex team cheered.
Qin Ming raised his hand and beckoned. I hope you won't regret it. Bang! Vortex 1's body suddenly expanded, his muscles bursting through his clothes, revealing tough gray skin.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Pursuit 065, Rhino. Upon hearing this, the burly man froze for a moment. Looks like the officials know quite a bit.
Bang bang bang!
In the next moment, a burly man charged forward, his thick arms crashing violently into Qin Ming. Suddenly, Qin Ming moved, a flash of thunder coursing through him, and he kicked out fiercely. Boom! The burly man was struck hard, his chest caving in from the kick, and he flew backward. He rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a messy stop. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene.
What just happened? With 1 kick, he flew? Is this guy really that strong?
Old Ding swallowed hard, his face filled with incredulity.
Next,
Qin Ming continued to wave dismissively.
Bastard, I'm up.
Immediately, a slender man stepped forward, his mask engraved with the number 2.
Qin Ming silently noted, Vortex 2.
He had to remember these guys' sequence abilities, otherwise, he would easily suffer in a chaotic battle. Vortex 2 gathered energy in both hands, surprisingly forming a ball of lightning. Qin Ming smiled, this was all too familiar. Sequence 066, Lightning Mage. This thing had strong attack power, but its drawback was significant. The wind-up was infuriatingly long. While Vortex 2 was still charging the lightning ball, Qin Ming flicked out a playing card. Whoosh! The card flew like a blade, slicing toward Vortex 2's face.
Vortex 2's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped to dodge. Bastard, you're not following the rules. I haven't.
Shut up! This guy is no ordinary Awakened One. Everyone, attack together. The vice president of Vortex shouted loudly. Kill him! Everyone began to realize something was off. This guy was far stronger than they had imagined.
Bang bang bang!
The rhinoceros man was the first to charge in, shaking the ground. Battle skill, rhinoceros charge. Boom! Wherever the man passed, the ground shattered like it was being plowed. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of lightning, illusory formation. Suddenly, a lightning illusory formation appeared in front of the rhinoceros man. The rhinoceros man stepped into the formation, and lightning surged up instantly. Ah! The rhinoceros man trembled all over, suffering a terrifying electric shock. Qin Ming began to stride forward, his aura shifting as he switched to his second sequence ability.
Sequence 005, Magician. Battle skill, Ace.
Draw a small and large ace to enhance combat ability. A playing card appeared in Qin Ming's hand, a black joker face.
Little King, Shadow Assassin.
and energy surged, and Qin Ming's appearance changed.
He donned a black evening gown and a tall magician's hat.
In his hand, he also held a dagger specifically for assassins. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Qin Ming's speed increased several times, even faster than the illusory flash technique.
In the blink of an eye,
Qin Ming dashed to the side of the rhinoceros man, the sharp dagger glinting with cold light.
Whoosh!
The dagger sliced through the rhinoceros man's throat, sealing it with one blow. Ugh! The man clutched his neck tightly, blood gushing out wildly.
Captain!
At that moment, everyone's faces changed.
Their captain had been silenced with a single strike. The enemy's strength had far exceeded their expectations.
The vice president of Vortex stared intently at Qin Ming, a look of shock flashing across his face.
Impossible! How can you possess two sequence abilities? Who are you?
Qin Ming slowly removed his hat, and in the instant his face was revealed, he transformed back into his original appearance. Seeing that familiar face, the people across from him suddenly had their pupils constrict, their bodies trembling involuntarily.
You, the Dean of the Monster Academy? Commander of the Anomaly Hunters? You, how are you here?
When Qin Ming revealed his true face, the people across all panicked. They need not fear the Anomaly Hunters, and they can even compete with the 011 Anomaly Hunting Team from the South City, but when faced with Qin Ming, the creator of the Monster Academy and the Anomaly Hunting Organization, they are truly afraid. It can be said that, nowadays, no one in Huaxia holds greater prestige than Qin Ming. With his own strength, he led Huaxia to achieve first place in the civilization trials twice, resisting the various countries of the Blue Star.
All of this is thanks to Qin Ming. Moreover, it is rumored that the first awakened one in Blue Star is Qin Ming.
His understanding of the extraordinary realm is unmatched. This may sound absurd and hard to believe. If it were before, the Vortex team might have scoffed at such claims. But now, they have witnessed Qin Ming using two types of sequence abilities with their own eyes. In their understanding, no one could possibly possess two sequence abilities, yet here they are, vividly manifested in Qin Ming.
How could they not be alarmed? Damn it! I really want to strangle you.
The vice president of Vortex glared at old Ding in anger. Why the hell did you provoke this great Buddha? The president had long said that it was fine to provoke anyone, but never to touch Qin Ming. And now, here he is, brought right to their doorstep.
Old Ding's lips trembled, and he stammered, I didn't know.
Vice President, what should we do now?
Vortex 5 asked.
The vice president's face was grim, fists clenched tightly. What can we do?
Kill him. Otherwise, we will be the ones to die.
At these words, a chill flashed in everyone's eyes.
It can only be this way. Go. In the next moment, the 7 of them attacked simultaneously.
Vortex 5 waved his hand, wings sprouted from his back, and as he took flight, he drew a pistol and aimed at Qin Ming.
Bang bang bang.
Several shots fired, bullets slicing through the night, aimed directly at Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the bullets.
So slow. Damn it! Vortex 2 charged up a thunderball and hurled it at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming's figure flickered, moving at incredible speed in the Little King form. He nearly brushed past the thunderball, charging straight at the Thunder Mage.
Get out of the way!
A rough voice rang out as Vortex 3 stomped forward, crashing into the Thunder Mage.
Earth wall!
Vortex 3 slammed his hands onto the ground, and a wall of mud shot up, instantly blocking Qin Ming's path.
Crack! A dagger swept across, leaving a deep cut on the mud wall.
Battle technique, mud wall impact. Then, Vortex 3 pushed hard against the earth wall, causing the entire wall to surge like a wave, crashing heavily towards Qin Ming.
Second battle technique, a second-tier awakened one?
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, not expecting another expert. Qin Ming kicked the earth wall, using the force to perform a backflip into the air.
King Bomb.
The big and small king cards appeared in his hands and flew out instantly.
Here comes the bomb.
The red-black clown jumped out of the card, holding a bomb, and collided heavily with the earth wall.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted, and the scorching shockwave spread instantly, blowing the earth wall apart. Vortex 3, the burly man, was caught off guard, his pupils suddenly shrinking as he watched the shockwave rush towards him. The next moment, the shockwave hit him hard, sending him flying.
Wow!
The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. At the same time, Vortex 4 and Vortex 6, a man and a woman, attacked from both sides.
Battle technique, hardening.
The two swung baseball bats, and their weapons instantly hardened, powerful force rushing towards Qin Ming. Clearly, both of them were awakened ones of the ordinary sequence 200, Iron Man. Another card appeared in Qin Ming's hand.
Battle technique, trump card.
The big king possessed him, amplifying his strength, critical hit, and rage.
In the next moment, Qin Ming's black tailcoat turned bright red, and his aura changed in an instant.
As the two hardened baseball bats came crashing down, Qin Ming gracefully extended his hands, catching the bats barehanded.
Bang! The baseball bat remained motionless. Both Vortex 4 and Vortex 6's expressions changed drastically. How is that possible? Your strength is no match.
Qin Ming squeezed with both hands, and the baseball bat simultaneously deformed, twisting into a spiral shape.
The two were completely dumbfounded, their faces showing shock. Good night!
Qin Ming's lips curled slightly as he struck with both fists, delivering a blow that landed on the necks of the two.
Bang!
An overwhelming force surged through their bodies, and the two widened their eyes in shock, their gazes scattering as they fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. With two more down, the vice president of Vortex's expression had already changed.
Qin Ming raised his head, spreading his hands with a commanding presence, still not surrendering. If I'm in a bad mood, I might just kill. Bastard!
The vice president of Vortex was furious, charging at Qin Ming to engage. A faint green light emanated from him, and his movements were quite agile, clearly a skilled fighter. After a frenzied exchange, not even a single hair on Qin Ming moved.
The vice president's face darkened immediately. Battle skill, vine entanglement.
He suddenly thrust his hand into the ground, and a thick vine shot up, rapidly attacking Qin Ming.
As soon as the skill was unleashed, Qin Ming understood the opponent's sequence ability. Forbidden Sequence 029, Vine.
This was quite a decent sequence ability. Unfortunately, it was far from enough in front of Qin Ming. With a wave of his hand, several cards whistled out, their sharp glint slicing the vine into several segments.
Battle skill, Deception.
Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. The severed vine transformed into several venomous snakes. Hiss! The snakes opened their crimson mouths, lunging at Qin Ming. This sudden turn of events startled Qin Ming, who gripped his dagger tightly and swept it forward.
Battle skill, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Put!
All the snakes were cut in half, falling to the ground. And at the moment they hit the ground, the snakes reverted back to their vine form. This scene made Qin Ming show a look of surprise.
King Sequence 002, Deception Expert? Damn, this is the big fish.
In an instant, Qin Ming's gaze burned hotly towards Old Ding. Old Ding's hair stood on end. He didn't want to reveal his strength, but there was no way out now. But when he saw the look in Qin Ming's eyes, he knew he was doomed. He seemed to be too powerful. Qin Ming was like a predator zeroing in on its prey. If he remembered correctly, King Sequence 002, Deception Expert, eventually became a formidable figure in the SCP Foundation. In his previous life, it had caused quite a bit of trouble for Huaxia. He didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Taking down Old Ding would make this trip worthwhile. The next moment, Qin Ming abandoned the vice president of Vortex and charged straight at Old Ding. Vortex 2 was still charging up a lightning ball, trying to intercept, but saw Qin Ming throw out a playing card. Battle skill, Poker Soldier. The card flashed, revealing the two of clubs. A woman in a fitted dress, black stockings, and high heels slowly appeared. Under the astonished gaze of the lightning mage, the two of clubs swung a whip, instantly binding him.
Ah! The lightning mage screamed in agony, tied up and falling to the ground.
The woman of the two of clubs sat down on his waist, her enchanting gaze captivating all. The vice president of Vortex and Old Ding were completely stunned.
Transforming living beings, and it could be done like this?
Seeing Qin Ming charging towards him, Old Ding panicked and shouted, "Help me, quick, help me." The woman of Vortex 5 flapped her wings, quickly flying towards Old Ding, trying to take him away. But the next moment, her figure stopped in place. The woman looked down and found the two of clubs holding a whip that had bound her ankle. Then, the two of clubs yanked hard, pulling the Vortex 5 woman down from the air.
Looking for death.
Vortex 5 maintained a calm face, spreading her wings and unleashing a gust of wind towards the two of clubs.
Manhwa 2 is not a weakling either.
After Qin Ming, the magician, reached the second tier, the summoned poker soldiers are comparable in strength to first-tier awakeners, so dealing with the ordinary sequence 188 Birdman is not a big problem. Once Vortex 5 was restrained, the only ones left able to move on the field were Old Ding and the vice president. As for the burly man playing with Earth at Vortex 3, he had completely lost his combat ability after a devastating blow from Qin Ming.
Now, no one could help Old Ding. Vice President! Old Ding shouted in panic. The vice president's expression darkened as he rushed over quickly. Vine entanglement.
The thick vines crashed into Qin Ming again, this strike much stronger than the previous one. Qin Ming slashed out with a dagger.
Thunder slash.
Lightning flickered, and the blade light erupted. Just as the vines were about to be severed again, the vice president quickly unleashed his second combat skill, Vine Golden Scales. In the next moment, the thick vines were covered with a layer of faint scales, greatly enhancing their defense. The blow landed on the vines, not cutting them but forcefully pushing them back. Old Ding quickly intervened. Combat skill, Deception.
An invisible force fell upon the vines. Immediately, the vines seemed to come alive, transforming into a massive python. The python was over 100 meters long, and its wide mouth could swallow 3 Qinmings in one bite. Qinming frowned. Truly, as expected of the royal sequence, the ability was indeed extraordinary. The vice president was also shocked by this scene. Damn, so old Ding was playing the fool to catch the tiger. Ha, Qinming, let's see how arrogant you can be now. The vice president laughed arrogantly. Qinming glanced at him, sneering disdainfully. Fool. The ability of the deception expert works on others. As long as he takes down the vice president, no one can deceive him. In the next moment, Qinming's figure flickered, lightning crackling around him as he charged quickly towards the vice president. Vice president, be careful. Old Ding sensed Qinming's intention and hurriedly shouted. Ahaha, come on. The vice president controlled the giant python, wrapping himself up and protecting himself beneath the thick scales of the python. I want to see how you can hit me. The vice president laughed arrogantly. A cold glint flashed in Qinming's eyes as he smiled coldly. Do you think a magician only plays with cards? In the next moment, a powerful mental force surged forth. Magic, telekinesis. Qinming stood in place, reaching out forcefully, directly inserting his hand into the invisible space. It could be seen that from his arm to his palm, it had completely disappeared. Then, under the shocked gaze of the vice president, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and a large hand reached out. Slap! The large hand grasped his neck, lifting him high, and the laughter abruptly stopped. What the hell? Old Ding was stunned, his titanium alloy eyes wide open. From his perspective, Qinming's large hand reached out to grab the vice president from dozens of meters away. It was as if the hand had split the space apart. He had only seen such a scene in magic performances on television. Telekinesis, a magician reaching through glass to take something from a display case. But what Qinming was doing was even more terrifying, reaching through dozens of meters of space, directly appearing in front of the vice president, simply unbelievable. My God! Old Ding was so shocked that his mouth trembled. Help! Help me! At this moment, the vice president, lifted high, cast a pleading look at Old Ding. Old Ding was at a loss. How could he save him? He had no way to do it. In the next moment, Qinming suddenly exerted force, slamming the vice president down hard onto the ground. That was a height of over 10 meters, hitting the ground headfirst. Even the toughest head couldn't withstand it. Stop! The vice president shouted in terror. Boom! With a loud rumble, the vice president crashed headfirst into the concrete, losing consciousness. The giant python also vanished the moment the vice president lost awareness. Qinming slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Old Ding. You're next. Old Ding trembled and stepped back. No, I surrender, don't make a move. Seeing the tragic state of his companion, he had no desire to fight left. Qinming gradually approached, speaking calmly, don't be afraid, I'll be quick. You'll just take a nap. Old Ding's expression changed, and he suddenly pulled out an ancient pocket watch. Bastard, do you really think I'm easy to bully? You just go to sleep. The pocket watch swung back and forth, an invisible energy beginning to spread. A containment object? Qinming immediately became alert. But soon, he felt something was off. His mental strength was dissipating, his consciousness swaying, as if he were about to fall asleep. Not good. This containment object's effect is hypnosis. Qinming quickly closed his eyes, all his mental strength frantically converging, fortifying his mind. Ha ha ha. Seeing Qinming like this, Old Ding laughed. He held the pocket watch, stepping closer to Qinming, the invisible energy growing denser. Even with his eyes closed, Qinming felt extremely uncomfortable. That mental force was invading his brain, trying to hypnotize him. At the same time, he sensed Old Ding was closing in. Qinming tried to call for Manhwa 2 for help, but Manhwa 2 had already dissipated when he was hit by the mental shock. The Vortex 2 and Vortex 5 on the ground looked delighted. Old Ding, kill him. Hurry, he can't move. The two shouted excitedly. Old Ding cautiously approached Qinming, continuously activating the containment object pocket watch. Qinming held firm in his mind. He only had one chance to deliver a fatal blow to Old Ding. Even if he knocked the containment object away, he could break the situation. However, at that moment, the mark of the incense burner on Qinming's hand stirred. Dense black mist suddenly spread out. Old Ding's pupils constricted, and he quickly halted his steps. Then, a long leg slowly stepped out of the mist, a graceful figure swaying with each step. Clack clack, the sound of high heels was particularly loud, seeming to stomp on people's hearts, shaking with each step. Hearing this sound, Qinming's spirit jolted. He tried to open his eyes but could only see a sea of mist. The Vortex 2 and Vortex 5 behind him also looked puzzled. They could only see the mist and not the scene ahead. The only one who could see clearly was Old Ding. At this moment, a stunning woman in a cheapao slowly walked out of the mist, approaching Old Ding step by step. Old Ding's mind trembled. He stepped back in terror, trying to use the pocket watch to attack the suddenly appearing beauty.
However, the woman revealed a playful smile and slowly beckoned with her jade-like hand.
The pocket watch in Old Ding's hand lost control and flew into the woman's grasp. At that moment, Old Ding's body trembled, as if bearing immense pressure. "Why you? Who are you?" The cheapah woman toyed with the pocket watch in her hand. "This little thing is nice. I'll take it to play with." Then, she directly took the pocket watch away, transforming into a wisp of mist and returning to the incense burner mark on Qin Ming's arm. As the woman disappeared, Old Ding cleared his throat, and the overwhelming sense of pressure slowly faded. Old Ding looked terrified, his body shaking uncontrollably. My containment object. The pocket watch was a forbidden-level containment object. It was his greatest weapon, but not only did it fail to harm the woman, it was even taken away. What did she say in the end? "This little thing is nice, I'll take it to play with"? Was that a joke? Old Ding's defenses crumbled. Just as he was at a loss, Qin Ming in front of him opened his eyes. Qin Ming looked uncertain. He could roughly guess what had just happened. The incense burner woman had appeared and then intimidated Old Ding. As for what she did, he would have to ask Old Ding. "Your value is becoming greater and greater," Qin Ming murmured, charging towards Old Ding. Old Ding's eyes widened. No. However, in the next moment, Old Ding seemed to be suddenly shot, collapsing to the ground. Bang! The sudden scene left Qin Ming somewhat at a loss. What happened? Looking at Old Ding on the ground, he was already cold, devoid of any breath. Dead? Qin Ming frowned. No, it's the skill of the deception expert, fake death. Qin Ming immediately closed his eyes to sense, and through the containment object, no entry ahead, he could perceive that Old Ding's figure was no longer within the barrier. The corpse on the ground was merely a means of escape. Damn it, he got away. Qin Ming frowned. Wangsu 002 is truly not simple. On the other side, seeing Old Ding suddenly drop dead, the Thunder Mage and the Bird Woman were stunned, their faces showing horror. They had clearly been in the upper hand just moments ago. How did the situation change so suddenly? What did he do? The Bird Woman looked at Qin Ming in terror. The two of them clearly still did not understand what had happened. Soon, Qin Ming sensed the situation outside the barrier. With a bang, the barrier shattered like glass, emitting specks of red light. Qin Ming and the others reappeared in front of the unfinished building. "Commander, Qin Ming." Lu Chang and Xia Mo hurried over. Enlaning looked at the scene, seeing several awakened ones lying on the ground, her face showing shock. She looked deeply at Qin Ming and murmured, "Did one person do this? Ha, where's Old Ding?" Fu Xiang scanned the area but did not see Old Ding's figure, and that corpse had long since disappeared. Qin Ming shook his head. He got away. He is the Wangsu 002, deception expert, ability user, not easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Wangsu 002? Commander, we need to start a search immediately. Enlaning led Team 011 out. Qin Ming waved his hand. No need, since he got away, let's proceed with Plan B. Xia Mo immediately handed over a tablet, which displayed Old Ding's location. Qin Ming took out his phone and called Dong Yan. The call connected, but he did not speak, until Dong Yan's voice came through the line. "Boss, where are you?" "Mountain City. Come to South City, I'll send you a location. Keep an eye on someone, he is a member of the SCP Foundation." Qin Ming explained Old Ding's situation and finally instructed, "I need you to stay close to him and then join the SCP Foundation." "No problem," Dong Yan replied calmly. After hanging up, everyone looked at Qin Ming in astonishment, especially Fu Xiang, who was truly terrified of Qin Ming. This guy is too terrifying. He wants to infiltrate the SCP Foundation. Then, what about me? Fu Xiang asked, trembling. He had completely exposed himself and didn't even have the qualifications to be inserted into the SCP Foundation. Would he be eliminated? Thinking of this, Fu Xiang panicked completely. Qin Ming patted Fu Xiang's shoulder. "You should go to Xingxin Studio and reflect a bit." Fu Xiang was taken aback. "What kind of place is that?" "A place to detain awakened ones. It's a new establishment of mine," Qin Ming said. Fu Xiang's face turned ashen. "How about starting as a jailer?" Fu Xiang's eyes lit up. Qin Ming indeed wanted to give Fu Xiang a chance to redeem himself. He had merely gone astray, and since he hadn't acted against Team 013 at the time, he could still earn merit now to make up for his past mistakes. Although this mission did not expose the SCP Foundation, it was not without gains. At least a stronghold had been uprooted. Qin Ming believed that there wouldn't be many positions like that of the vice president. If 2 vice presidents were removed at once, the SCP Foundation would likely suffer a significant blow and wouldn't cause any trouble in the short term. Just as Qin Ming had guessed, the SCP Foundation was deeply hidden. The Vortex team didn't provide much information, they were tight-lipped. Of course, rather than being tight-lipped, it was more accurate to say they knew nothing at all. No one knew how the SCP Foundation was established or who the president was. Even the vice president was the same.
So continuing to investigate in this manner was not very meaningful. It all depended on Dong Yin in the end. And Dong Yin indeed did not disappoint Qin Ming. 2 days later, he sent a message saying he had made contact with Old Ding. With Dong Yan's capabilities, he would definitely root himself deeper in the SCP Foundation in the future. This was also the reason why Qin Ming was developing his dark lines. There were always some people who needed to navigate in the shadows. After dealing with matters in Nanchang, Qin Ming originally planned to leave. Unexpectedly, a second domain beast appeared, and it just happened to land in Nanchang. In a cat cafe, Qin Ming and Xia Mo were analyzing the situation with the 011 hunting team. The cat cafe was the headquarters of the 011 hunting team. It was usually very quiet and suitable for work. In one room, the team leader, Laniying, held a document. This morning, frost appeared in the small fishing village of Nanchang, and in the afternoon, heavy snow fell. The villagers felt something was wrong and evacuated immediately, but all the remaining livestock froze to death.
Upon hearing this, Qin Ming frowned. In this hot summer, heavy snow? Even more absurdly, this was Nanchang, a place that had never been recorded to have heavy snow in history. Did the villagers evacuate?
Laniying nodded. Yes, they evacuated, and nearby villages also evacuated. The military is cooperating and has sealed off the area.
What about our people? Have they gone in to investigate? Xia Mo asked.
Ji Yun and the other team members have already gone to investigate, but the snow is heavy, and visibility is poor. They plan to enter at dawn, Laniying replied. Qin Ming fell into deep thought, his memory racing.
A domain beast that could cause heavy snow?
In the next moment, Qin Ming seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly changed.
Damn, it can't be that thing, right? Seeing Qin Ming's reaction, everyone looked over in confusion. Bang!
At that moment, Lu Cheng rushed in. Commander, I just received a message from Long Jiang.
Take a look at this. He opened his tablet and clicked to play a video.
In the video, there was a small town in Eagle Sauce Country, and the entire town was frozen in frost, resembling a world of ice and snow. As the footage advanced, many civilians frozen into ice sculptures could be seen, their faces showing terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying before their deaths. Such scenes were everywhere. Even more terrifying was that the disaster area was still spreading.
This is exactly the same as what happened to us. Laniying frowned and spoke. That's right, this happened yesterday in Eagle Sauce.
Originally, the disaster area was just one village, but due to the delayed response, the disaster quickly spread, eventually covering the entire town. And now the frost and snow area is still expanding, with thousands already dead, Lu Cheng quickly analyzed. I suspect this is the same domain beast that appeared in our small fishing village.
Qin Ming nodded. No need to doubt, it's that thing. It's the forbidden beast, ice python. Forbidden beast? Everyone was astonished. With such a large scale, I thought it was a king beast, Xia Mo said.
The first instance they entered was indeed a king beast. If it weren't for the SCP Foundation, it would actually be quite manageable. But in this icy and snowy environment, the level of disaster was clearly much more difficult to deal with than the Bat King beast. Qin Ming shook his head. Although they are forbidden beasts, they are not easy to deal with, because there is not just one. The ice python is a social beast. The weakest among them is at least second tier, and the beast king can even reach third tier.
What? The faces of Xia Mo and the others changed dramatically. Third-tier beasts? Lu Cheng remembered that Qin Ming had said before that third-tier beasts already had the ability to destroy a city.
If I'm not mistaken, the Beast King from Eagle Sauce Country has already reached third tier, otherwise, it wouldn't have spread so quickly. Qin Ming said solemnly, we can't wait until dawn to act. He still remembered that in his previous life, the ice python beast appeared in northern Huaxia, just as winter was arriving, and no one noticed anything unusual. As a result, in just a few days, the entire urban fell. The temperature dropped to -100 degrees, freezing all the people who couldn't escape into ice sculptures. The ice python clan spread wildly, and the speed of their spread was extremely fast. Fortunately, awakened ones began to appear at that time, and Huaxia almost sacrificed all its awakened ones to contain this disaster. It was also because of the sacrifice of the awakened ones that Huaxia's growth opportunity was delayed, causing it to lag behind major powers like Eagle Sauce. Unexpectedly, in this life, the ice python came so swiftly.
Let's go, we need to see the scene. Qin Ming was about to take everyone out. However, at that moment, Long Jiang called. Hello, Qin Ming. Qin Ming immediately responded, what's wrong, Long Jiang? On the other end of the line, Long Jiang's urgent voice came through.
That heavy snowfall phenomenon has appeared not only in Huaxia but in all countries. This is a unified instance.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. the Black Hand wants to have a competition among the major civilizations. If he guessed correctly, this instance would definitely have a significant impact on the final scoring of the third civilization trial. To take the top spot in the third civilization trial, this would be the most critical instance. At this moment, not only Huaxia but countries around the world were thinking the same. Soon, the world, which had just quieted down, was once again in an uproar, with everyone focusing on this strange heavy snowfall. And Huaxia was the focal point of attention from all countries. Many countries' defense ministries even directly contacted Huaxia to inquire about solutions. Of course, these matters would be handled by Long Jiang. Half an hour later, Xin Ming and the others arrived at the small fishing village. It had already been cordoned off by the military. Besides Team 011, Wumu and Lei Jiu also brought their respective teams. Wumu and Lei Jiu were stationed at the Monster Academy and did not belong to any city team. Their main task was to assist various city teams. Just like in the current situation, they had come. Seeing Qin Ming and Lu Chang arrive, Wumu and Lei Jiu immediately stood at attention and saluted. To say that Lu Chang was originally their direct superior. Commander, Minister. Qin Ming waved his hand. All right, what's the situation? Wumu looked grim. Commander, as you can see, the heavy snow is vast, and even the light can hardly penetrate. Our people dare not enter. Qin Ming looked ahead. Less than 50 meters away, the ground was covered in frost, forming two extremes with where they stood. Lu Chang glanced at his bare arms. I have to say, this damn weather is really cold. If we want to go in, we need to wear thicker clothes, otherwise, we'll turn into popsicles as soon as we step in. Qin Ming nodded. Get me some warm clothes. I need to go in and take a look. Upon hearing this, both Wumu and Lei Jiu's expressions changed. Commander, the visibility is poor, let's wait until dawn. No, what's inside is the Ice Python. They have three types of troops, the pioneering team, the combat team, and the king. The ones causing the snow to spread on the outskirts are the pioneering team. We must eliminate them to contain their spread. Otherwise, at their speed, by dawn, several nearby villages will be covered, and the larger the territory of the Ice Pythons, the harder it will be for us to deal with. Qin Ming said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one understood the alien beasts better than Qin Ming. Of course, they hoped even more that nothing would happen to him, because Qin Ming was not only a hero of Huaxia but also the spiritual leader of their Monster Academy and the alien hunters. Soon, the cold-weather gear was delivered. Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Chang were fully armed, each riding a snowmobile. This mission was still just the three of them. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want Wumu, Lei Jiu, or even Team 011 to join, but this cursed environment was indeed difficult to handle. The ice pythons at night were much more ferocious than during the day. Once Wumu and the others entered, casualties were certain to occur. Such avoidable casualties should naturally be minimized. Qin Ming put on his helmet and asked, "How's the communication?" Xiaomo replied, "Received." Lu Chang added, "Received. Let's go." Qin Ming twisted the throttle of the snowmobile, and the vehicle instantly roared to life, crashing into the vast expanse of snow. The three snowmobiles charged into the snow, their headlights dim. The environment was even harsher than imagined, visibility less than 10 meters, and the snow was probably knee-deep. Be careful, we'll just circle the perimeter. If we spot an ice python, we kill it immediately. If we can't handle it, retreat at once. Remember, do not go deeper. Qin Ming reminded through the communicator. In this environment, once they went deeper, they would inevitably get lost. Losing direction would lead to being surrounded by ice pythons, a dead end. Their target was the ice pythons clearing team. Just as the three of them circled along the outer edge, the lights and the sound of the snowmobiles attracted attention. Soon, pairs of crimson eyes slowly appeared in the darkness. The ice pythons of the clearing team were not large and knew how to hide beneath the snow, making them hard to detect in this environment. The ice pythons did not attack immediately. They were waiting for more companions to arrive. Strange, I haven't spotted any ice pythons. Lu Chang's voice came through the communicator. He touched the visor of his helmet, clearing the snow mist, and carefully observed the surroundings. Damn, this cursed weather, I can't see anything. Wait, stop for a moment, Qin Ming shouted. The three of them simultaneously halted their snowmobiles. Qin Ming frowned and looked back, but there was nothing behind him. Strange, I clearly heard a sound. Maybe they're not in this area, let's continue to check. Qin Ming restarted the snowmobile, the roar echoing as it kicked up a large cloud of snow. Just as the snowmobile continued forward, more than 10 ice pythons simultaneously raised their heads from beneath the snow, revealing their crimson tongues. They had been following the snowmobiles, moving quickly, and their numbers were increasing. The three of them had circled almost half a village, yet still had not found any trace of the ice pythons, and at this point, they began to feel something was off. With all the noise they were making, How could they not attract the ice pythons? That was impossible. Just then, sounds gradually came from behind.
Qin Ming suddenly turned around and saw pairs of crimson eyes.
Hiss in an instant, dozens of ice pythons sprang out of the snow. They were not just behind but also on the sides and in front. Two slightly larger ice pythons charged towards Xia Mo from beneath the snow. At that moment, all three were attacked simultaneously. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Be careful. Clang!
Qin Ming drew the starfall blade, lightning crackling around him.
With a sweeping strike, the thunder erupted. Thunder slash! Boom!
The blade of lightning illuminated the night sky, and the snowflakes seemed to scream.
Bang bang bang!
All the ice pythons rushing from behind were swept away.
But they were fast, diving back into the snow and disappearing.
Lu Chang was knocked off his snowmobile by an attacking ice python, falling into the snow and getting buried. Two ice pythons were still gnawing at his arm. Fortunately, Lu Chang's ability is steel body, covered in iron skin, so he wouldn't be injured. But Xia Mo's situation wasn't so good. The two thick-legged ice pythons smashed her snowmobile, sending Xia Mo flying. She leaped into the air, conjuring a bowstring of ice in her hands.
Bang! 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 The bowstring exploded, and 3 ice arrows whistled out, accurately striking the heads of the 2 giant ice pythons.
However, the ice arrows shattered upon hitting the python's scales.
Xia Mo frowned slightly. Such strong defense.
Qin Ming watched as Xia Mo fell, leaping high to catch her. They landed back on the snowmobile, and Qin Ming instructed, protect the vehicle. If the snowmobile was damaged, their situation would become even more dangerous. The snow was knee-deep, making it nearly impossible to move. At that moment, Lu Chang also shook off the ice python and returned to the snowmobile.
These things are really troublesome. Lu Chang cursed, finding it a bit difficult to deal with the second-tier ice pythons with his current first-tier strength.
Moreover, he was a close combat fighter, which put him at a disadvantage in this environment. Qin Ming stood on the snowmobile, holding a tang knife and scanning the surroundings. They were now surrounded. The snow on the ground swirled like ocean waves, indicating the ice pythons were moving beneath the snow. Try to protect the vehicle, Qin Ming shouted.
Xia Mo, cover me.
With that, Qin Ming charged forward, slashing down at the snow.
Boom!
The snow exploded, and the blinding snowflakes obscured Qin Ming's vision. At that moment, a massive ice python shot up from the ground, opening its mouth wide to bite at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming, be careful.
Xia Mo immediately bent her bow and shot an arrow.
Bang! The ice python was knocked slightly off course. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ming's knife came down. Rip! The knife cut through the ice python's scales, blood splattering out.
Roar! The ice python let out a piercing howl, its massive body crashing heavily onto the snow. At this moment, the three finally got a good look at the ice python. It was a giant python, entirely white like frost, resembling an ordinary python but with thick scales that made it look extremely fierce. Ridiculously, this creature was as thick as a thigh and, when extended, could easily exceed 40 to 50 meters.
Damn, it's so big? Lu Chang clicked his tongue. If it wrapped around them, wouldn't they be turned into mush?
This isn't a clearing team, just the main force of the Ice Python clan, the battle team. Qin Ming reminded, be careful, there's another big guy hiding under the snow. I'll take it down first. With that, Qin Ming stomped on the snowmobile, shooting towards the giant python.
Roar! The giant python suddenly opened its mouth, a blast of icy breath howling out.
Qin Ming's expression darkened, and he immediately sidestepped to avoid it, but his helmet was still covered by the icy breath, freezing solid. His vision was completely obscured, and he quickly ripped off the helmet. Coming at him was the thick tail of the ice python.
Bang!
The massive tail slammed into Qin Ming, sending him crashing heavily into the snow.
The ice python continued its assault, its giant tail coming down from above. Boom!
In the next moment, Lu Chang charged over, bracing himself against the python's tail with his shoulder. Taking the opportunity, Qin Ming sprang up, lightning flashing, drawing his long knife.
Rip! The knife struck hard against the ice python's neck. The python's head flew off instantly. Roar!
Immediately, sensing its companion's death, another giant ice python charged out, lunging to bite at Qin Ming from behind. In a critical moment, Xia Mo leaped high, swinging her ice spear, its sharp cold light piercing towards the giant python.
Thud!
The spear plunged into the python's body, a wave of frost rapidly spreading.
Battle technique, ice explosion.
Xia Mo's eyes narrowed, her mental energy suddenly surging.
Boom! With a loud explosion, the giant ice python fell heavily backward.
Qin Ming seized the opportunity, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he reached out and two cards appeared in his hand.
Magic, King Bomb.
The big and small kings howled out, jumping onto the ice python with burning bombs.
Boom! A violent explosion erupted. The giant ice python was blown into two pieces, its body crashing heavily onto the snow.
Just like that,
the 2 giant ice pythons were killed. But almost at the same time, the hidden small ice pythons from the exploration team launched an attack on their snowmobiles. Under their bites and collisions, the snowmobile sled was torn apart, and even the handlebars broke off, rendering it completely unusable. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming and the others' expressions darkened. Kill them! These guys are the core of the Ice Python clan. As soon as the words fell, Xia Mo charged out with her gun. The long spear pierced through one ice python's body, which continued to struggle. The exploration team's ice pythons were much smaller, only about the thickness of a wrist and around 7 or 8 meters long. Nailed to the ground by Xia Mo, the ice python's tail kept thrashing. Xia Mo twisted hard, killing the ice python. Then, she continued to rush towards the other ice pythons, moving quickly and fiercely. The long spear danced in her hands with great power, sweeping horizontally, and an ice python was struck in its vital spot, dying on the spot. Second-tier exotic beasts were nothing in her hands. Qin Ming and Lu Chang were also fighting, but for some reason, they felt that Xia Mo had changed. Indeed, she had become ferocious. What's wrong with her? Lu Chang looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming shook his head. Without his helmet, his face was already covered in frost, and his lips were turning purple. He didn't even notice the blood at the corner of his mouth, a result of being hit by the giant ice python earlier. Soon, under Xiaomo's onslaught, dozens of ice pythons were killed. Suddenly, a surge of mental power erupted from her, a powerful aura sweeping through. Xia Mo had broken through, successfully advancing to a second-tier extraordinary being. She relentlessly pursued the ice pythons, attacking wildly. Just as she was about to dive deeper into the snow, Qin Ming quickly stopped her. Xia Mo, that's enough. Don't go in. The ice pythons from the exploration team, seeing their enemy's strength, had lost their will to fight and quickly fled deeper into the snow. But Qin Ming and the others, with their snowmobiles broken, could not pursue. Moreover, it was dark, and the heavy snow made it too dangerous to go deeper. Qin Ming grabbed Xia Mo, loudly asking, "Are you okay?" After throwing away his helmet, he had no communicator, so he could only shout. What he didn't hear was that Xia Mo, under her helmet, was silently crying. On the other side, Lu Chang was about to come over when he heard a sobbing sound from his earpiece. Lu Chang? He quickly stopped in his tracks. Xia Mo took off her helmet, revealing a face reddened from the cold, with tear stains all over her fair skin. Qin Ming was stunned. What happened? He wanted to reach out to help Xia Mo wipe her tears, but his gloves were covered in ice shavings. Just then, Xia Mo took off her gloves, extending her warm hand to Qin Ming, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, choking back tears. "I'm sorry. If I were stronger, you wouldn't have been hurt." She was blaming herself, thinking it was her fault for not protecting Qin Ming well enough that led to his injury. Qin Ming's heart trembled, so it was because of this that Xia Mo felt this way. "I'm fine. Besides, he was a man. How could he let a girl say such things about protecting him?" But Xia Mo was like that. Coming from a martial arts family, she had a strong sense of protectiveness, especially towards Qin Ming. She couldn't bear for him to suffer even the slightest harm. "It's okay, I'm fine." Qin Ming snatched Xiaomo's helmet and put it on her. Xiaomo's small face was stubborn. "I'm now at the second-tier realm, and my sequence ability is higher than yours. I'm stronger than you. I don't care, I have to protect you." Qin Ming smiled helplessly and reached out to touch Xiaomo's helmet. All right, from now on, you protect me." Qin Ming felt deeply moved. Having lived a second life, he truly did not place much importance on romantic feelings, because he had experienced far too much. But he forgot one thing: he was only 19 years old, and so was Xia Mo, the perfect age of youth. He admitted that he had somewhat neglected Xia Mo. "Let's go, we should leave here." Qin Ming took Xia Mo's hand. A brilliant smile broke out from beneath Xia Mo's helmet. Even if Qin Ming couldn't see it, he knew it would be beautiful. She was the recognized ice queen of Jiangnan University. How could she not be beautiful? Not far away, Lu Chang stood stiffly in place, feeling very sour. Damn it, it was the love he had been longing for. Taking advantage of the fact that the reinforcements from the ice python had not yet arrived, Qin Ming and the others quickly harvested the magic potion materials from the ice python. They were quite lucky. On one of the giant ice pythons, they obtained a rare grade, scale. There were also some ordinary grade, teeth, snake skin, and so on. Qin Ming collected them all, his eyes growing brighter. These materials were just enough to forge a new sequence, and if they collected more, perhaps they could create a new type of soldier for the Monster Academy. The heavy snow continued to fall, and the sky was dim. Qin Ming looked into the depths and slowly spoke. "It's about time, we should head back." Although the snowmobile had been destroyed, fortunately, they were still on the outskirts and could still walk out. The three of them walked together for about half an hour when Wu Mu and Lei Jiu arrived to meet them. Seeing the three nearly buried in snow, everyone's faces changed dramatically,
and they rushed forward to rescue them. Once they returned to the safety line, Wumu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Commander, our people just checked. The spread of the snow and ice has indeed slowed down," Laneying said excitedly. Qin Ming nodded while drinking ginger tea. "We killed dozens of ice pythons. Their pioneering team suffered heavy losses, so the speed naturally slowed down." As he spoke, he raised his head in confusion. These people seemed overly tense. "What happened? Director, look." Wumu took out his phone, which displayed a blood-red message. "The civilization of the Ba-Gue kingdom has completely fallen. Civilization destroyed. Exiting the trial. The civilization of the Wu-Gue kingdom has completely fallen. Civilization destroyed. Exiting the trial." 2 countries had fallen in succession. Wumu explained, "These 2 nations sent troops into the ice and snow secret realm, but not only did they fail to stop the spread of the snow and ice, they even accelerated it, and in the end, the entire country was covered in snow, with no one able to escape. This has caused a huge stir internationally." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression darkened. Their response measures were wrong. Sending troops in is a death sentence. Soldiers will only become food for the ice pythons, and the ice pythons that get food will reproduce rapidly, leading to a situation where no one can stop them. Wumu nodded. "Yes, now countries are afraid to send troops casually. They can only let awakened ones encircle the ice pythons from the outside. Some even used missiles." "What? They even used missiles?" Lu Chang was shocked. "Both the Gaul Kingdom and the Empire of the Rising Sun used them. The ice pythons were developing rapidly and had already occupied a city, so they launched the missiles." "What was the result?" Lu Chen quickly asked. Qin Ming shook his head. "It was useless. In the domain of the ice pythons, the power of the missiles would be greatly weakened, even becoming duds." Upon hearing this, Wumu's eyes widened in shock. "Damn, Director, you're amazing. That missile from the Gaul Kingdom was indeed a dud. It didn't explode at all. And the one from the Empire of the Rising Sun did explode, but it seemed to have no effect." All the countries were shocked. "How is that possible?" Lu Chang looked astonished. "This is the extraordinary. When the 3rd tier appears, the world's firearms almost lose their effectiveness." Qin Ming's expression became serious. Wumu hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke. "Director, the major countries just held a meeting and unanimously decided to use nuclear weapons." "Nuclear weapons?" In an instant, everyone raised their eyes. That's right. When all means were ineffective in stopping the spread of ice and snow, the countries unanimously decided to use nuclear bombs. Qin Ming slowly shook his head. "It's useless. Once the extraordinary chapter is revealed, the firearms on Blue Star will lose their effectiveness." "Should we stop them?" Lu Cheng frowned and asked. "There's no need, and we can't stop them. They will only think that Huaxia is hindering their progress, competing for good results in the 3rd civilization trial." Qin Ming did not intend to obstruct the eagle sauce in other countries. Until one is dead in the Yellow River, stopping is useless. However, soon the news of the country's intention to use nuclear weapons spread internationally, attracting the world's attention. In such a historic scene, they even opened a live broadcast, intending to publicly announce this nuclear counterattack. At this moment, in a city called Holy City on the west coast of Eagle Sauce, it was clearly summer, and people were dressed lightly, but here it had already turned into winter, with heavy snow falling and an icy landscape. The people here had been buried by the ice and snow, and after detection, the temperature in the Holy City had dropped to -60 degrees. Such temperatures are not survivable for normal humans. Even those with extraordinary physiques, the awakened, must tread carefully in this environment. After the awakened had delved deeper, it was determined that it was difficult to resolve, which is why they decided to use nuclear weapons. Of course, this was just Eagle Sauce's one-sided statement. Qin Ming knew very well that these awakened ones had not delved deeply enough, otherwise, they would surely find a way to deal with the ice python. As long as they contained the ice python's pioneering team, it would not be able to expand its territory. Eagle Sauce did not want to risk the awakened, which is why they resorted to this desperate measure. At this moment, people all over the world were watching the live broadcast, waiting for Eagle Sauce's counterattack, and the much-anticipated nuclear bomb did not take long to arrive. On the sea, a nuclear submarine slowly surfaced, and with a clang, the launch hatch opened. Immediately after, accompanied by a loud roar, a long missile shot into the sky. The missile, carrying a nuclear warhead, broke through the clouds, found its direction, and whistled towards the Holy City. A long tail of flames trailed in the sky, and under the anxious gazes of countless people, it fell into the Holy City. "It's coming!" Countless people exclaimed, some watching the live broadcast on their phones, while others could even see the nuclear bomb flying overhead. Finally, the missile reached the sky above the Holy City and began to fall rapidly. Just as the missile entered the snow-covered sky, the nuclear bomb detonated. This was an airburst nuclear bomb, and at the moment it exploded, an incredibly terrifying energy erupted,
with shockwaves rapidly spreading. The nuclear bomb shone like a radiant sun, suddenly flickering in the icy landscape. At that moment, the global audience held their breath. However, the massive explosion that everyone anticipated did not occur. The earth trembled, but the scene of explosive energy destroying everything did not appear. The explosion seemed to be just an ordinary blast, without stirring up any waves. In an instant, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. This is a nuclear bomb? What is this? Is this what they were expecting? What happened? In the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, all the high-ranking officials were dumbfounded. Taepu stared blankly at the scene, dumbfounded. He even suspected that this nuclear bomb had been launched too long ago and had lost its power. Did it not explode or what? After calming his emotions slightly, Taepu angrily looked at General John. General John frowned, looking at the information sent from the military. Your Excellency, the data shows that the nuclear bomb has been successfully detonated, but in that special environment, it did not produce much power. Or rather, the power of the nuclear bomb has been greatly weakened. Is this the effect of that environment? Tep looked grim. No rush. We will know by looking at the situation in other countries. At this moment, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, slowly spoke up. Right, contact the empire on which the sun never sets in Gallia, and have them launch a nuclear counterattack immediately. Soon after, the nuclear bombs of the empire on which the sun never sets in Gallia were also launched, using different methods for detonation. One was low altitude, the other ground detonation. However, to the shock of the world, the low altitude detonation succeeded, but the effect was like that of Eagle Sauce, posing no significant threat. The ground detonation, however, failed. The nuclear bomb fell to the earth and was instantly frozen, its core completely encased in ice, failing to explode. At that moment, the world was stunned, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could believe that humanity's pride, nuclear weapons, had lost their power. In South City of Huaxia, General Long arrived at the frontline base of a small fishing village. He watched the live broadcast on the screen, equally incredulous. Why is this happening? He asked, looking at Qin Ming with confusion. Qin Ming, however, appeared calm, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. Qin Ming explained, it's not that the nuclear bomb has lost its power, but rather that its power has been greatly suppressed in this domain. Now, the entire icy world is filled with extraordinary energy, which suppresses the power of the nuclear bomb. In the face of the extraordinary, conventional weapons are simply insignificant. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone in the room darkened. This was not good news for humanity. Clearly, this nuclear counterattack plan had failed. Countries around the world were no longer calm, urgently convening emergency meetings. This crisis came suddenly and swiftly, catching them off guard. The disaster in this icy world was far more severe than the previous two civilizational trials. The previous beasts could still be dealt with using weapons, but now even nuclear weapons had lost their deterrent power. How could they fight? Even more terrifying was the speed at which this crisis spread. In just one day, it had expanded from a small town to a city, almost unimaginable. What would happen next? Would they fall like the countries of Baguay and Wuguay? Officialdom in various countries began to panic, and under the organization of Eagle Sauce, Western countries urgently convened an international conference. At the meeting, countries expressed their situations, hoping for support from major powers. Eagle Sauce was at the forefront, leaving Tep in a state of distress. However, just when the high-ranking officials were at a loss for countermeasures, the representative from Gallia suddenly spoke up. It seems that the impact on Huaxia is not significant. As far as I know, a small town in Huaxia also experienced an ice and snow crisis a day ago, but so far, the disaster has not spread. As soon as this was said, it immediately shocked the representatives from various countries. What? Is that true? In their panic over the ice and snow disaster, they had overlooked Huaxia. Huaxia was now the answer to their prayers. Soon, the situation in Huaxia was brought to the table, and when the representatives from various countries saw the facts, they were all stunned. The ice and snow crisis in Huaxia had not spread and even showed signs of shrinking. This phenomenon was completely different from their own countries. Suddenly, the representatives from various countries erupted in discussion. How is this possible? How did Huaxia manage this? Damn it, Huaxia has taken the lead again. Upon learning that Huaxia had a way to contain the ice and snow disaster, all eyes turned towards Huaxia. Huaxia was also generous, directly opening a live broadcast to inform the world of how they did it. As dawn broke, led by Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Cheng formed one group, the 011 Abnormal Hunting Team formed another, and the team led by Wu Mu and Lei Jiu formed the third group. A total of 3 groups, fully armed, charged into the icy wilderness on snowmobiles, all under global live broadcast. This scene was visible to all countries and their people. Watching them plunge into the snow disaster so boldly, the world was left dumbfounded. Netizen from Peacock Country, wait, are they just charging in? Aren't they afraid of dying? Netizen from Eagle Sauce Country, have the Huaxia Awakeners gone mad? I guess they won't be able to come back out.
Netizen from Bear Country, they are Huaxia soldiers. You don't understand the weight of the word soldier.
Netizen from Gull Country, I admire their courage, but this behavior is a bit foolish.
Different voices emerged from various countries, but most were filled with disdain.
They did not believe that a disaster caused by beasts that even nuclear bombs couldn't handle could be stopped by just these few people from Huaxia. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of various countries watched Huaxia's actions in silence. They valued the Awakeners greatly. Even the loss of one would be a significant blow, so they were reluctant to let them fight like this. There was no doubt that charging into the snow disaster would result in great sacrifices. Yet, they felt powerless at this moment. They couldn't just watch the snow disaster spread.
Damn it, Huaxia's actions are too despicable. I'd rather they not tell us the solution. Giving us an action we can't imitate, isn't that just embarrassing us?
General John was furious, feeling that Qin Ming was being too overbearing.
Tep, equally grim-faced, said, "Does what you're saying even matter?"
The next moment, his gaze fell on Archil. Archil was now the leader of the Eagle Sauce Extraordinary Department, qualified to participate in high-level meetings. Feeling Tep's intense gaze, Archil averted his eyes, not wanting to make eye contact. He had been to the now icy holy city, and even on the outskirts, he sensed an unusual aura. He did not want to go to that cursed place. Seeing Archil actually dodging, Tep's expression darkened immediately.
Archil, this is the duty of the Extraordinary Department.
Archil had no way to avoid it. He was directly called out, so he could only brace himself.
Chairman, we in the Extraordinary Department have a number of people.
If they just die like this, who will protect you all in the future?
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the current high-ranking officials changed.
Archil's words were not without reason.
Humph, what a bunch of useless people.
In response, General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, scolded mercilessly.
As far as I know, some wild awakeners have already entered to explore. The more dangerous the place, the more good things there are.
You all look so afraid of death. It's simply embarrassing for my Eagle Sauce.
You, Archil blared angrily at General Arthur.
With this remark, many high-ranking officials were also quite dissatisfied with Archil, but they still did not speak up. After all, they still needed the protection of Archil and his team.
Tep frowned. What solution does General Arthur have?
General Arthur spoke directly. Give me a pass. I'll go to Dr. Strange for help.
Those monsters?
All the high-ranking officials frowned immediately. To be honest, they were quite wary of those monsters. It was better not to use them if possible. They had even reduced the resources given to Dr. Strange significantly.
No, I disagree.
General John was the first to oppose.
I think it's feasible, however, Archil spoke up.
They can go explore first, and then our Extraordinary Department can take action.
Everyone looked at each other, unable to find a reason to refuse.
Finally, Tep made the decision. All right, act immediately. We can't let Huaxia stay ahead of us.
Thus, on Dr. Strange's side, 10 fallen were released.
Officially, it was 10, but in reality, it was 30.
10 of them went to the Holy City, while another 20 infiltrated various places of the Eagle Sauce. Even General Arthur was unaware of this.
No one expected that the bizarre doctor was no longer content to stay in that small laboratory. He had even grander plans.
With the actions of Huaxia, countries around the world understood that there was no better way to handle this matter. They could only grit their teeth and send out their awakeners. This was both a disaster and a competition. If everyone thought only of self-preservation and did not want to sacrifice, they would fall behind and ultimately lose their competitiveness, and the outcome would be the same.
Dragon General, according to the intelligence, countries have begun to take action, Luing reported.
The Dragon General took a deep breath. As expected, Qin Ming has calculated this again. Pulling one thread unravels the whole cloth. He was right. Competitors had taken action, and other countries had no choice but to respond. After all, no one wanted to lose at the starting line. The Dragon General was beginning to admire Qin Ming a bit. At this moment, Qin Ming had entered the snow disaster, riding snowmobiles with a group of more than 10 people. Compared to last night, the visibility in the morning was significantly broader. The visibility was about 30 meters, greatly increasing everyone's sense of safety.
Our target this time is still the Ice Python's clearing team.
As long as we eliminate the clearing team, this icy domain cannot expand.
Also, the magic potion materials on the Ice Python are all good stuff. Remember to collect them after slaying, don't waste them.
Qin Ming's voice echoed in everyone's helmets.
Received, Commander.
Everyone responded in unison.
As usual, they first searched the outer circle. More than 10 snowmobiles, braving the cold wind and snow, drove around the perimeter, but after a round, they found no ice pythons. They truly did not find any, and there were no ice pythons following behind.
Could it be that the clearing team is all dead? Lu Chang asked through the communicator.
His guess was not unfounded. After all, they had already slain dozens last night.
Xin Ming frowned. No, the ice python clearing team is definitely not this few. They must have guessed we were going to act and have hidden away.
As he spoke, his gaze fell deeper, his expression heavy.
They are luring us in.
If we go deeper, once the snowmobiles are destroyed, it will be even more troublesome to get out, Xiaomo said.
Xin Ming nodded. That's right, indeed.
Hearing the conversation among the few, members of Team 011, Yin Lanying and Wu Mu, showed expressions of surprise.
Are those ice pythons that smart? Should we call for support?
Xin Ming fell into thought. Although the ice pythons are blocked here by us, they will still reproduce. The longer it takes, the more unfavorable it will be for us.
We can't delay any longer. We need to probe deeper.
Saying this, Xin Ming rode ahead, heading straight into the depths.
Everyone could see Xin Ming's urgent mood, feeling somewhat puzzled.
Only Lu Chang knew Xin Ming's identity as a reborn person. He understood what burden Xin Ming was carrying. What could weigh so heavily on Xin Ming's heart must be that the current situation was not good, or that something significant would happen next. Lu Chang guessed correctly. What Xin Ming was worried about was precisely these things. Compared to the last life, the progress in this life was much faster, and the entire pace had quickened. In the last life, during the third civilization trial, awakeners only began to appear slowly, while the domain beasts did not appear until the fourth trial. This meant that the entire plot development had advanced a whole stage. The fourth trial in this life was equivalent to the fifth trial in the last life. And the fifth trial in the last life was the Dark Age, where vast territories around the world fell, and countless people sacrificed in it. That period was later referred to as the Dark Migration.
Global disasters forced humanity to build shelters to survive, and living space was greatly oppressed.
Originally, Xin Ming thought there would be time, but given the current situation, he had already anticipated that the time left for humanity was not much. Perhaps all preparations were for this trial. That's why Xin Ming was so anxious. With the current strength of Huaxia, dealing with the Dark Migration was still quite a challenge. Xin Ming gazed at the vast frost and snow ahead, murmuring to himself, I must forge this sequence of soldiers. Buzzing, the sound of snowmobiles continuously hummed as everyone rushed deeper into the snow. About halfway through the journey, Xin Ming and the others could already see the once small fishing village. However, under the heavy snow, the houses in the village were almost submerged halfway. Wu Mu picked up a bamboo pole and inserted it into the snow, which was nearly buried. This was a pole nearly 2 meters long. Everyone's faces turned grim. If they accidentally fell into the snow, they would be completely buried. The environment was worse than they had imagined. Be careful, protect your snowmobiles, and don't let them get damaged, Xin Ming reminded through the communicator. At that moment, Xiaomo frowned and said, I feel something is off. We've gone quite deep, but we still haven't seen the ice python. Xin Ming also sensed that something was indeed wrong. It was one thing for the pioneering team to be missing, but they were now in the territory of the combat team. So why was there still no movement? In the next moment, Xin Ming suddenly remembered something. The ice python king, could it be laying eggs? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over in shock. Laying eggs? Xin Ming explained, that's right, when the ice python lays eggs, all of its kin retract, and they must return to protect the python king. What happens when the python king lays eggs? Wu Mu swallowed hard. Xin Ming's expression grew serious. When the python king lays eggs, all ice pythons become more ferocious, with a terrifying protective instinct. Once they detect intruders, they will fight to the death. But we must stop them. If the ice pythons successfully lay eggs, their power will greatly increase, making them even harder to deal with. After saying this, Xin Ming continued to drive deeper. The snowmobiles moved forward and finally reached the entrance of the village. Hiss, the sound of the ice python echoed. They finally saw the ice python. Almost simultaneously, the ice python also spotted them, raising its cold eyes. It was a combat team ice python, as thick as a thigh and over 10 meters tall when upright. Everyone's mood tensed. Prepare for battle, Xin Ming shouted. As his voice fell, Xiaomo had already charged out. The gun shot out like a dragon, and the steel spear was instantly covered in frost. Hiss, the ice python let out an angry roar, and its large mouth instantly spewed out a wave of frost. Be careful! Seeing the frost cover Xiaomo, everyone gasped. However, in the next moment, Xiaomo burst through the frost, completely unharmed. Thrust! Xiaomo jabbed the spear, and a streak of cold light shot out, instantly piercing the ice python's neck. The ice python showed no signs of struggle. Its enormous eyes lost their luster, and its body fell heavily onto the snow. Bang! So strong! Team 011 and Wu Mu were dumbfounded, utterly astonished.
Is this too strong? Ji Yun blinked.
A second-tier ice python, killed in one strike, was truly terrifying. Xin Ming's lips curled slightly. Xia Mo was getting stronger, especially after advancing to the second tier, making it hard to find an opponent of the same level. Moreover, the Sequence 003 Ice Phoenix itself was a powerful combat force, and with Xia Mo, who had been immersed in martial arts since childhood, it was like adding wings to a tiger.
Collect the magical materials, Xin Ming said. Lu Cheng immediately stepped forward to explore the ice python. Finally, he found a piece of ice python scale and a ice python tooth.
Xin Ming's eyes lit up. This is the magical material I need in large quantities.
If we can build this squad, it will greatly help in the next civilization trial.
Hiss! It seemed that the sounds of the earlier battle had attracted the ice pythons lurking deeper within, and now 2 more battle-grade ice pythons crawled out.
Commander Qin,
Laneying quickly called out to remind him.
Xin Ming looked over. Just 2?
Quickly take them down, then lure out the other ice pythons. They seemed to be in a good position, like playing a game where they could lure enemies out bit by bit, making it less stressful to defeat them.
Everyone thought the same.
However, the next moment, 2 massive ice pythons raised their heads in the snow. Bang bang bang, with several loud sounds, more than 10 gigantic creatures surrounded them, all battle-grade ice pythons.
This is bad. Everyone felt a sense of foreboding.
This was no good place. It was clearly a trap.
The enemy had already discovered them.
Xin Ming suddenly realized that with so many battle ice pythons here, the Python King must be nearby.
Why wasn't the Python King coming out?
No, it wasn't that it didn't want to come out. It was in a critical period of laying eggs. Xin Ming's pupils trembled violently as he shouted, "The Python King is likely nearby. You deal with the ice pythons, and I'll go find the Python King's nest." Saying this, he immediately twisted the snowmobile and continued deeper into the snow.
"I'll go with you." Xia Mo immediately spoke up. "No, you help protect everyone." Xin Ming quickly stopped Xia Mo.
However, just as Xin Ming was about to set off, the ice pythons went wild, trying to stop him.
Bang!
A thick tail smashed down from above.
Xin Ming accelerated sharply, dodging the ice python's tail.
But the next moment, another giant tail swept towards him. This time, Xin Ming had nowhere to escape. He leaped high on the snowmobile and slashed down with his knife.
Rip!
The ice python's tail was directly severed in one stroke. The other ice pythons continued to charge at Xin Ming. Seeing this, Xin Ming's eyes lit up. The ice pythons were reacting so strongly, which meant he was on the right track.
The Python King was just ahead. "Block them for me," Xin Ming shouted. Xia Mo and the others immediately rushed up to intercept all the ice pythons. Xin Ming broke through the encirclement.
But he hadn't gone far when the snow ahead suddenly exploded, and massive creatures rose from the ground, opening their huge mouths to bite at him. Roar! The ferocious jaws tried to tear Xin Ming to shreds. Xin Ming's pupils contracted, and he threw out 2 playing cards with both hands. On the cards, the red and black kings blinked their cunning eyes and then jumped into the ice python's mouth.
Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a burst of flames shot out from the ice python's mouth.
The ice python let out a piercing howl, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. However, his snowmobile was also blocked in place. In front of him were more than 10 second-tier battle ice pythons. Their towering forms, over 10 meters high, stood in the wind and snow, exuding immense pressure. If an ordinary person were here, they would likely faint at first sight. Xin Ming's gaze was deep. He could be sure the Python King was just ahead. Otherwise, these ice pythons wouldn't be trying so hard to block him. He glanced back at his companions, who were all caught in battle, and several of their snowmobiles had been destroyed. The situation was not good. Xin Ming turned back to look at the ice pythons ahead. He had no chance to retreat now. He had to slay all these creatures.
"I can only fight with all my might."
The next moment, Xin Ming sharply twisted the snowmobile, and the vehicle sped forward.
Hiss! 3 ice pythons launched their attack, opening their massive mouths and exhaling icy breath.
As they opened their mouths, the surrounding ice and snow intensified, frost hitting his helmet continuously. His vision became increasingly blurred. Despite wearing cold-resistant gear, he still felt his body trembling, his limbs stiffening. The temperature had dropped to a level that was hard for humans to endure. Xin Ming was very clear that with so many ice pythons attacking, his snowmobile was doomed. Just as the frost surged forward, Xin Ming leaped high into the air, the starfall blade unsheathed.
Boom!
The ability of Forbidden Sequence 007, Mysterious Thunderer, erupted completely, bolts of lightning coursing over his body and then spreading to the starfall blade. Xin Ming slashed horizontally, battle technique, thunder annihilation slash. The thunder tore through the frost, and the brilliant light instantly brightened his vision. With one slash, he struck directly at one of the ice pythons. Rip! The thunder ripped apart, cleaving the ice python's body in two. The ice python fell heavily to the ground. Then, a second ice python lunged at him, but Qin Ming used Mysterious Flash to dodge its attack. He landed steadily on the corpse of the ice python. With no snowmobile left, the only place he could stand was on the body of the ice python. Qin Ming's gaze fell ahead, where half of a roof was obscured by snow. In front was the small fishing village's houses, standing in a staggered manner, just right for him to stand and create a good combat environment. However, the nearest roof was nearly 50 meters away. Qin Ming couldn't jump that far, and walking on the ground was even less possible. If he left the ice python's corpse, he would likely sink directly into the snow. Let's give it a shot. Qin Ming waved his hand, pinching a playing card between two fingers. It was the Black Joker. Battle technique, Ace, draws the big and small jokers to enhance combat ability. In the next moment, the Joker card burst into light and slowly descended upon Qin Ming. A splendid tailcoat adorned him, and Qin Ming felt his steps become much lighter. In the Joker form, his speed increased. Shadow Assassin. Qin Ming quickly ran across the ice python's corpse, gathering strength for a jump. Bang! Qin Ming leaped high, tracing a beautiful parabola in the air. The ice pythons continued to attack, their tails sweeping, but Qin Ming dodged them all, even using the momentum in the air to land steadily on the roof. He had entered the village's range, looking at the surrounding staggered rooftops with a smile. This battlefield allowed him to unleash his full fury. Hiss! An ice python charged at him quickly, its momentum fierce. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, making a thrusting motion. Magic, Remote Object Probe. In the next moment, Qin Ming aimed at the charging ice python and thrust fiercely. The void in front of him seemed like a mysterious space. As he thrust, half of his arm and the starfall blade disappeared, as if inserted into that mysterious space. Meanwhile, 50 meters away, the ice python suddenly froze. In front of it, a long blade abruptly pierced through the void, accurately embedding itself into its body. Immediately after, Qin Ming forcefully slashed horizontally, splitting the ice python's body and killing it on the spot. By now, Qin Ming had already slain 3 ice pythons, with terrifying efficiency. However, the death of their kin enraged the other ice pythons, and they charged at Qin Ming frantically. As Qin Ming jumped on the roof, moving as if on flat ground, he easily evaded the ice python's attacks. The Magician, Joker form combined with the Mysterious Thunderer's Mysterious Flash technique had pushed Qin Ming's speed to the limit. He constantly darted around, transforming into a killer, reaping the lives of one ice python after another. After more than 10 minutes, all the ice pythons had been slain by Qin Ming. Seeing this scene, Wumu and Yilaning, who were struggling at the village entrance, were stunned. With so many of them, they were cautious and careful against these second-tier ice pythons, and one misstep could lead to injury. Yet, Qin Ming faced more than 10 ice pythons alone, effortlessly, and even somewhat leisurely. This comparison made it hard to believe, especially for the members of Team 011, who had been selected for their exceptional abilities. They now felt a sense of defeat. The gap was just too vast. It was the first time they had seen Commander Qin Ming in battle, and his combat ability and awareness were enough to impress them. You all keep fighting. I'm going to find out where the Ice Python King is hiding. Qin Ming shouted loudly to the crowd. After saying that, he jumped onto the roof and headed deeper into the village. Along the way, Qin Ming landed on a 3-story house, which was the village chief's home, a landmark in the small fishing village. He then took out a hand-drawn map. It was a rough sketch of the general layout of the small fishing village, centered around a 3-story self-built house, which was the very landmark he was standing on. The drawing was quite crude, resembling something a primary school student would make, hastily drawn by the village chief. What Qin Ming was looking for was a dry well. The Ice Python King must find a relatively mild place to lay its eggs, otherwise, the young would not be able to withstand such low temperatures during the spawning period. The small fishing village was in the south, and the entire village had no cellars. The only relatively warm place was the village's only dry well. Qin Ming struggled to discern the direction on the map, finally settling on the east and quickly rushing forward. The only points of reference he had were the village entrance and the village chief's house, so he could only use these two to identify the direction to find the dry well. However, in reality, the extremely low visibility posed a significant problem for Qin Ming. When he turned back to look, the iconic 3-story house was already out of sight. Qin Ming felt disoriented, as if he were about to get lost in the wind and snow. He opened the map again, trying to figure out the direction. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an ice python launched an attack, completely shattering the thatched hut beneath him, and Qin Ming was thrown off balance. He fell into the snow, and his body kept descending. Qin Ming thought to himself that it was bad. He was falling, and it couldn't be that he coincidentally fell into the dry well, could it? Before he could react, he hit the ground. With a crunch, he seemed to have crushed something, as if something had broken. Qin Ming quickly looked up and met a pair of crimson eyes,
the pupils larger than his head. Qin Ming swallowed hard. Ice Python King? He looked down and saw that he had just crushed a snake egg the size of a head. Clearly, this was an egg just laid by the Ice Python King. Qin Ming looked up in shock and realized he was indeed in the dry well. However, this dry well had likely been modified by the Python King, and the surrounding space was quite large. Of course, for the Python King's massive body, this space was just barely enough. Roar! The Ice Python King let out an angry roar, the stench from its large mouth hitting him like a wave. It was no wonder it was furious. The egg it had just laid was crushed. With a loud bang, the Ice Python King opened its mouth wide and lunged down. Qin Ming's expression changed, and he leaped high to evade the Ice Python King's attack. The space in the dry well was large for Qin Ming, but most of it was occupied by the Ice Python King, leaving him with little room to maneuver. After dodging, Qin Ming looked up, contemplating whether to go up. But upon looking, he found that the well opening was already occupied by the ice pythons, likely summoned by the Python King, but the space in the dry well was limited, making it difficult for them to come down. Great! He couldn't go up. Qin Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked at the Python King, and upon seeing the snake egg it was protecting, a bold idea formed in his mind. In the next moment, Qin Ming waved his hand, and several playing cards appeared in his hand, flying fiercely towards the snake egg on the ground. The Python King roared in anger, shifting its massive body to block the playing cards. Clang, clang, clang! The playing cards collided with the Python King's body, producing a crisp sound, but leaving no trace on it. A third-tier beast. Qin Ming's expression tightened as he confirmed the Python King's level. He had suspected that the Python King had reached the third tier, but he never expected to face it directly, and alone at that. Qin Ming thought that with Xia Mo, Lu Chang, and the others by his side, dealing with a third-tier beast wouldn't be a problem. But right now, he was all alone, and he truly lacked the confidence to slay a third-tier beast, especially one of the Forbidden Beast level. Roar! Just as Qin Ming was contemplating, the Python King launched another attack, its roar shaking the surroundings. Qin Ming's mind suddenly buzzed, and he painfully covered his ears. Sonic attack? Bang! The Python King swung its tail, smashing it down towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming hurriedly raised the starfall blade in front of him. Thud! With a dull sound, Qin Ming was blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall. Damn it! Qin Ming quickly pulled himself off the wall, rolling forward to dodge the Python King's follow-up strikes. A third-tier beast is truly difficult to deal with. I can only fight back. Lightning crackled around Qin Ming as he pushed his movement technique to the limit, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to evade the Python King's attacks at all. This guy, although massive, was incredibly fast. Martial technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! Lightning flashed across the starfall blade as he swung it horizontally, the air rippling. The strike landed heavily on the Python King's tail. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Such a powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on the Python King. The Python King whipped its tail again, sending Qin Ming flying once more. A dull pain surged in Qin Ming's chest. No, I need to find a way. He rolled up his arm, revealing the mark of the containment objects. Xian Koan Gourd, Incense Burner, Paper Kite, Parallel Dice, Forbidden Path ahead, 5 containment objects, but it seemed none were useful for combat. But in the next moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell on the parallel dice. I can only try this. Qin Ming reached out and grabbed. A white die the size of an apple appeared in his hand. Buzz! The Python King's assault came again, and Qin Ming quickly infused his mental energy into the parallel dice. In an instant, the parallel dice erupted with a strange energy, and the surrounding space seemed to twist. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he flipped the parallel dice in his hand, and the surrounding space immediately reversed. The space was flipped, the well's opening became the center of the earth, and the Python King immediately fell towards the well. Similarly, everything that was originally on the ground was drawn by gravity, plummeting towards the well's opening. The snake eggs fell along with the Python King, and only then did Qin Ming see the number of snake eggs. Goodness, this Python King can really breed. There must be at least 100 snake eggs. If all of them hatch, that would be a disaster. As the Python King quickly fell out of the well, Qin Ming flipped the parallel dice again. Gravity returned to normal, and the Python King and the snake eggs fell back to the ground. Seeing this, the Python King looked horrified. If it fell like this, all its offspring would be smashed. The Python King quickly coiled its tail around the ground, trying to catch the snake eggs with its body. What a great opportunity! Qin Ming's eyes brightened. Python King, I still have use for your snake eggs, so leave them to me. Qin Ming shot up, flicking his hand, and 2 playing cards appeared in his grasp. Martial technique, King Bomb. The Joker and the Little Joker rushed towards the Python King, each carrying a bomb, cackling as they charged towards the Python King's head. The Python King's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, It wanted to dodge but couldn't move, or else its offspring would be lost. Then, the Python King opened its mouth wide, exhaling a breath of frost, covering its own head in ice. Boom! The bomb exploded with a thunderous roar. The terrifying explosion rocked the area. The Python King took a heavy hit, the ice on its head shattered, and its head slammed heavily against the wall. Magic, remote object probe. Qin Ming gripped the starfall blade tightly, aiming for the Python King's eye, and thrust forward. His arm and the long blade pierced through the void, shooting out in front of the Python King, landing precisely on its eyeball. Put! Blood splattered, and the Python King let out a mournful roar, its body thrashing violently. Roar! Roar! At the well's opening, the ice pythons responded to the Python King, all letting out furious roars. At the same time, Xiao and the others had already slain all the ice pythons at the village entrance. When they heard the roar of the python, their expressions suddenly changed. Not good, it's the Python King. Xiao quickly jumped onto a snowmobile. Hurry, go support him. Lu Chang, Wu Mu, and the others were all anxious and rushed onto their snowmobiles towards the village. On the other side, Qin Ming was once again slammed against the wall. With a loud crash, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked at the enraged Python King, his expression not looking good. Looking at the well, ice pythons from the clearing team were continuously climbing down. They were small in size, just enough to provide support. Qin Ming knew he couldn't delay any longer. The parallel dice flipped again, the space twisted, and the Python King's body crashed around in the small well. A flash of lightning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he flicked his hand, and a card crackling with thunder appeared again. High-risk combat skill deceptive card. The cursed thunder wielder can obtain a bizarre card, which has random abilities that can be applied to oneself or the enemy. Please, give me some good luck. Qin Ming shouted softly. The thunder card spun rapidly, finally stopping. It was a thunder longbow. Thunder bow, an arrow that condenses one's thunder power, capable of unleashing 5 times its combat strength, possessing the power to pierce through the sky. Seeing the description, Qin Ming's eyes lit up. His luck was indeed good. He had randomly drawn an attack type card. In the next moment, Qin Ming gripped the thunder bow tightly and pulled the arrow back forcefully. Boom! Thunder flashed, and a powerful thunder force erupted from Qin Ming, straining to draw the bowstring. Bang! The thunder arrow shot out, instantly piercing through the sky, carrying a terrifying momentum towards the Python King. Put! The next second, the thunder arrow pierced through the Python King's head, nailing it to the wall with one shot. The Python King's body twitched a few times before completely losing its breath. Ding! A crystal core rolled out from the shattered head of the Python King, shimmering with a deep chill. Was it a drop? A beast core from a third-tier exotic beast? Qin Ming's eyes brightened. Finally, something good had come. Qin Ming stepped forward to catch the beast core. It was a core radiating frost, and he could feel the powerful energy contained within. The beast core was one of the ways for awakeners to enhance their strength. Absorbing the power of the beast core could increase one's mental strength, making their sequence abilities stronger. However, the drop rate was extremely low. This time, his luck was indeed good. Roar! At that moment, an angry roar came from above the well. After the Python King died, the other ice pythons became frenzied, charging down to confront Qin Ming. Qin Ming's expression changed, and his gaze fell on the snake eggs beside him. No, don't break my snake eggs. He still had great use for those. Boom! Just as the ice pythons were about to charge down, a powerful explosion erupted, sending the 2 ice pythons at the well's mouth flying. Commander, we're here! The voices of Wu Mu and the others came from outside. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Python King was dead, there were still many ice pythons outside. If no one helped, he would be in real trouble. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the small ice pythons climbing down. First, let's deal with you. He drew the starfall blade and launched an attack on the ice pythons in the well. The battle resumed. Before long, the ice pythons in the well were completely slain. Qin Ming looked at the snake eggs on the ground, his eyes shining. He had struck it rich. First, let's clear the outside. Qin Ming looked up, leaped, and performed several flips against the wall, landing steadily on the ground. There were still many ice pythons on the battlefield, but after the Python King died, the blizzard had stopped, visibility was clear, and everyone could finally unleash their full strength in battle. In this back and forth, the ice pythons gradually fell into defeat, continuously dying. In the end, all the ice pythons were annihilated. Qin Ming, how's your situation? The voice of Long Jiang came through the earpiece at the right moment. After the snowstorm receded, communication was restored. Qin Ming shouted into the headset, "Send someone in to clean up the battlefield, we have won." As the news spread, the soldiers outside in the snow excitedly shouted, "We won, we won." Long Jiang was very excited and quickly responded, "Okay, I'll send someone in right away." Soon, the sound of helicopters hovered overhead, and snowmobiles sped in. The battle was over.
The commotion was not only among the soldiers outside but also among all the people around the world watching the live broadcast. Don't forget, it was being live-streamed outside, and when the snowstorm disappeared, people from various countries noticed something unusual and began to flood the comments. Wait, why did the snowstorm in Huaxia stop? The vanished villages have reappeared. Could it be that Huaxia succeeded? No way. They went in for less than 3 hours. Did they really succeed? Then, when the snowmobiles and helicopters were deployed, the world finally confirmed that Huaxia had truly won. They had resolved the snowstorm crisis. The Eagle Sauce country received the news immediately. In the central conference room, all the high-ranking officials were restless. Tapu suddenly stood up. What's going on? How did they do it? Where are our people? What's the situation now? Tapu's gaze fell on General Arthur, whose expression was not good. The monsters from Doctor Strange had already entered the holy city for some time, but there had been no news. Clearly, Huaxia had won again. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Tapu slammed the table, furious. The enemy had already won, and they were still foolishly clueless, without even a way to deal with the alien beasts. How could they compete? They might as well bow down and surrender. Of course, that was impossible. Eagle Sauce could never lower their proud heads. In Sakura country, the first seat, Kawashima, frowned as he looked at the ice python beside him. It doesn't make sense. How did you lose? As he spoke, the alien beasts in the room all looked over. Thunder Iron Beast, Weasel, Wasteland Wolf, Two-Headed Dog, Strange Raccoon Cat. All the alien beasts that had appeared on Blue Star were here. Under the control of the thousand-faced monkey, Sakura country appeared very calm in the face of the alien beasts, as these arriving beasts had all been won over by Kawashima. What people did not know was that beneath the calm exterior of Sakura country, it had already become a paradise for alien beasts. The current situation reflected the state of Sakura country. The ice python that all countries were dealing with appeared in the conference room of Sakura country's high-ranking officials. If the citizens of Sakura country knew, they would surely have mixed feelings. At this moment, the ice python emitted a chilling aura, speaking human words. I want to kill that human. It was watching the live broadcast screen in front of it, where Qin Ming and others were transporting the ice python's corpse, and the python king with a pierced head was its wife. When it saw Qin Ming appear holding the snake egg, the ice python could no longer hold back. Its terrifying aura seemed to freeze the entire conference room. My child. All the representatives of the alien beasts changed their expressions. Kawashima's face became ethereal, revealing the form of the thousand-faced monkey, and sent a mental shockwave towards the ice python. Calm down. In an instant, the ice python's aura was suppressed, and it looked at Kawashima in horror. Late stage of the third tier? You actually reached this level? Kawashima smiled slightly, not explaining much, but as soon as he said this, it stunned the other representatives of the alien beasts. They all looked at Kawashima in shock, their expressions somewhat fearful. Kawashima spoke calmly, I understand your feelings, but now is not the time for revenge. The ice python was furious. My child is in their hands. Kawashima shook his head. That Qin Ming is not easy to deal with. The last people I sent were all killed. Don't worry, I will find a way. Don't rush. Everyone can also think about it. That Qin Ming really cannot be left alive. In an instant, the representatives of the alien beasts in the conference room fell into deep thought. Almost at the same time, the attention of countries around the world was focused on Huaxia. Nowadays, most countries have established a department specifically to study Huaxia, hoping to obtain first-hand information from them. However, this time, although Huaxia was live-streaming, they were completely unaware of what was happening under the cover of the wind and snow. How exactly was Huaxia dealing with the alien beasts? In fact, there wasn't much technique involved in dealing with the ice python. It was all about sheer strength. The only thing that could be considered a technique was to eliminate the ice python's exploration team. As long as the exploration team was killed, the icy domain would not continue to spread. In fact, most countries on Blue Star could handle this crisis. It just depended on whether they could be ruthless enough to pay some price. Qin Ming did not reveal any more information. During this time, he was clearly being targeted. The Sakura country sent assassins, and the West infiltrated the fallen. It would be strange for Qin Ming to disclose information to them. After the battle, Qin Ming ordered the soldiers to collect all the magic potion materials from the ice python and send them to the Monster Academy. At the same time, the hundreds of snake eggs were also transported back to the Monster Academy. This time, he aimed to create a batch of powerful sequence ability users. This batch of ability users would be Huaxia's trump card in the fourth civilization trial. In the following days, countries around the world were still busy dealing with the ice python, and the icy crisis had eased somewhat. However, similarly, some countries, due to improper operations, not only failed to stop the spread of the icy crisis but even accelerated its development.
making the situation increasingly severe. Most countries, as Qin Ming had predicted, achieved some significant results after paying a price, and they also obtained quite a few spoils of war. In the Domain Alien Beasts dungeon, there were not only magic potion materials, magic potion recipes, but also containment objects, and the drop rate was relatively high. Qin Ming attempted to acquire magic potion materials globally, especially those obtained from the ice python. However, countries were unwilling to sell. They were well aware that magic potion materials would be the foundation of their nations. If they could not create more awakened ones, their countries would eventually perish. Therefore, magic potion materials are currently the most precious resource in the world. Of course, some would flow into the black market, which is unavoidable. On the 5th day after Qin Ming cleared the ice python dungeon, the 3rd dungeon appeared in northern Huaxia. Qin Ming did not take action himself but arranged for the monster hunters in Beijing to handle it. Dungeons are both disasters and opportunities. Qin Ming could not handle everything himself, as that would reduce others' chances. To protect a country, relying solely on himself was not enough. Qin Ming had submitted all the magic potion recipes and advancement recipes he knew to the state, all incorporated into the Monster Hunter Merit Hall. The Monster Hunter Merit Hall is essentially an internal confidential network for monster hunters, where all hunters can query some information and exchange merit for resources. Of course, recipes like the advancement recipe need to be exchanged for merit. When the monster hunters gathered the materials needed for the advancement recipe, they still needed to be uniformly prepared by the Monster Academy. In Huaxia, privately preparing magic potions is illegal. This is a rule set by Qin Ming. Only in this way can the birth of Fallen be effectively prevented. But Qin Ming knew that there would still be people who would take shortcuts, and perhaps Fallen had already been born within Huaxia, so the situation was much more serious than imagined. In the previous life, humanity had not put up much resistance in the early stages and had directly fallen into despair. Actions must be accelerated. Qin Ming's time was running out. Once the dark migration began, the people would have no chance to escape. Monster Academy. Qin Ming and CIMO were in the laboratory, with various potion materials laid out before them. Ice python scales, ice python teeth, ice python eggs, ice python skin. Qin Ming took out the universe gourd and began to concoct the potion. This time he was preparing the forbidden sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master, an extremely powerful sequence. Especially for city defense, it could be a formidable weapon. The potion for the Ice Cannon Master was exceedingly demanding. The materials from the ice python were relatively easy to obtain, but the hardest to find was the ice python's eggs. This was definitely something rare and hard to come by. Not all ice pythons would lay eggs, and when an ice python determined it could not protect its young, it would crush all the eggs before dying to prevent humans from exploiting them. The Python King had the same idea, but it underestimated Qin Ming's strength, not expecting him to be able to kill it in one blow. The ice python teams that rushed down from the well were not actually there to deal with Qin Ming. Their main purpose was to destroy the eggs. Unfortunately, they all failed, and over 100 eggs fell into Qin Ming's hands. Scales, snake skin, egg liquid, eggshell, 5 milliliters of clean water. Qin Ming murmured, stuffing all the materials into the universe gourd. He shook it. After a while, the sound of liquid sloshing could be heard from the gourd. The potion was successfully concocted. Qin Ming poured it into a test tube. It was a milky white potion, exuding a chilling aura. "Let's go, time for a test," Qin Ming said, leading CIMO to another room. As soon as they entered, everyone in the room turned to look at them. There were the Dragon General, Lu Chang, and 108 soldiers. The Dragon General's gaze fell on the potion in Qin Ming's hand. "Did you succeed?" Qin Ming nodded and looked at the soldiers. "Who wants to try first?" Bang! A middle-aged man stepped forward first, Special Operations Team Leader, Cold Wind. The Dragon General introduced, the king of soldiers among the Special Forces, Cold Wind. Good. Qin Ming noticed that Cold Wind's extraordinary physique had already reached 100%. Cold Wind stepped forward and took the potion from Qin Ming's hand, drinking it down without hesitation. Cold Wind only felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of ice water, his body trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the potion took effect, and a chilling frost emanated from Cold Wind. Everyone's eyes lit up. Had it succeeded? Cold Wind's face showed joy. "Commander, I can feel the extraordinary power." Qin Ming nodded. "Show us your combat skills." Understood. Cold Wind extended his hand, and a frost-like handgun suddenly materialized. Combat Skill 1, Frost Handgun. With that, Cold Wind aimed at a target in the training field and fired instantly. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, hitting the target's head with precision. Crack! Immediately, a frost spread over the target. In an instant, the target was frozen solid. The crowd was filled with shock. Instant freezing, how impressive! Qin Ming smiled and nodded.
Continue.
The initial combat skills of the forbidden sequence had two. Cold Wind waved his hand, and the frost handgun transformed into a stout hand cannon.
The cannon's muzzle was as large as a human head, exuding waves of cold air, incredibly fierce. Commander, do you need a demonstration?
Cold Wind asked tentatively.
Qin Ming nodded. Continue.
All right. Cold Wind immediately loaded the cannon and aimed at a distant target.
Boom! A shot was fired, and a pineapple-sized ice cannonball was launched, obliterating the target. Wow!
The crowd erupted in astonishment. The power was too strong. Even the Dragon General's eyes lit up.
This is not even the limit of this sequence's ability, it's just a hand cannon. Once your realms improve, the combat skills will be even more terrifying. What hand cannon? I could make you a cannon.
This Forbidden Sequence 009 Ice Cannon Master is specifically designed for city defense.
With a single shot, ordinary beasts turned into popsicles, incredibly powerful. Not bad, you all practice a bit more, and I'll go prepare the remaining materials, Qin Ming said as he led Xiaomo back to the research room.
2 hours later, 100 doses of the Ice Cannon Master potion were ready.
3 hours later, 101 Sequence 009 Ice Cannon Masters were successfully born.
Looking at this troop, General Long's eyes sparkled.
Qin Ming, I think this number is still a bit small.
Qin Ming's mouth twitched. I would like to have more, but we don't have the materials. That snake egg is the key. General Long thought for a moment and suddenly smiled slyly. I heard that in the Bear Country's Ice Python dungeon, snake eggs also appear.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Really? General Long nodded. They even requested our assistance, not far from our border. Qin Ming was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for?
Assistance is no problem.
We want all the materials. Shouldn't be a problem, Long Jian said with a smile.
The next moment, Qin Ming looked at the eager new awakeners and grinned.
It's time for you to show your performance. Bear Country, frontline of the Ice Python dungeon.
The iron-blooded Emperor of Bear Country looked extremely serious. This Ice Python crisis was more severe than he had imagined. They had already sacrificed more than 10 awakeners, barely managing to halt the spread of the ice and snow, yet still had not found a complete solution. At this moment, a bearded general rushed into the camp, shouting excitedly, "Your Majesty, Huaxia has replied to us." Upon hearing this, the iron-blooded emperor stood up abruptly.
What did they say?
The bearded general looked thrilled. General Long said they can help us resolve the ice and snow crisis.
Great!
The iron-blooded emperor exclaimed, pumping his fist. But they have a condition, the bearded general continued.
What condition?
The iron-blooded emperor calmed down slightly. They can help us completely eliminate the ice python crisis, but they want all the materials obtained, especially the egg-laying python king, the bearded general said solemnly.
The iron-blooded emperor fell into deep thought. This condition wasn't unreasonable.
Compared to the future of Bear Country, a bit of material was nothing. They also said they can help us forge 10 awakeners for free as a condition of exchange, the bearded general added. This made the iron-blooded emperor pause for a moment. They could also concoct potions in Bear Country without needing help.
Could it be that Huaxia had some techniques in potion making? Do you think Huaxia's success rate in potion making is higher than ours? Otherwise, how could they have so many awakeners?
As far as we know, most cities in Huaxia are now equipped with teams of awakeners to protect every area. That's quite a number. The iron-blooded emperor suddenly recalled the key point. Their success rate in potion making was only 10%, and even after warriors consumed the potions, they might not awaken their sequence abilities. The odds were too low. According to Bear Country's experts, every human body is different, and not everyone can properly use certain potions, leading to a significant waste of potion materials. If Huaxia had a way to overcome this issue, that would be a game changer. The iron-blooded emperor felt that Huaxia had likely solved this problem, which is why they could produce so many awakeners.
Regardless, this is good news for us. If we can learn Huaxia's potion-making methods, that would be even better.
The iron-blooded emperor instructed the bearded general to immediately reply to Huaxia, agreeing to their terms. But what the iron-blooded emperor didn't know was that Bear Country's potion-making success rate had already reached its limit. 10% was indeed the maximum. Of course, there would be some materials later that could improve the success rate, but that was a matter for the future. The reason why Huaxia can achieve 100% success is because Qin Ming has the Qian Kuan gourd in his hands. If it weren't for this containment item, Huaxia would not be able to lead the world by such a wide margin.
Huaxia quickly received a reply from Bear Country.
On that day, Qin Ming took the newly trained 100 ice cannon masters on a special plane heading north. After completing this task, Qin Ming would have to prepare well for the 4th stage of the civilization trial. No, if he guessed correctly, there would likely be another climax in the 3rd stage of the civilization trial.
At the end, there would definitely be a big event.
It was the same in his previous life. He just hadn't joined the country at that time and didn't know the specifics of that battle. But Qin Ming remembered that in his previous life, the third stage trial was won by Eagle Sauce, which dealt a huge blow to Huaxia. Thinking of this, Qin Ming cursed inwardly. If he had known he would be reborn, he would have studied what major events happened in the early stages of the country, so he wouldn't have been so passive. The ice and snow crisis in Bear Country was right at the northern border of Huaxia. Qin Ming led the Ice Cannon Master team to land in the north and then proceeded to Bear Country. After more than 10 military vehicles entered Bear Country, the Iron-Blooded Emperor personally came to greet them. When Qin Ming met the Iron-Blooded Emperor, he looked deeply at the other party. The Iron-Blooded Emperor was not tall, but his gaze was sharp, and his body was robust, not at all like a man nearing 70.
Commander Qin.
The Iron-Blooded Emperor smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Qin Ming.
Qin Ming responded politely.
In fact, when the Iron-Blooded Emperor saw Qin Ming, he was surprised. He looked even younger than on camera.
It was hard to imagine that Huaxia was leading the world under the guidance of this young man.
After a brief exchange, everyone headed straight to the front line and soon arrived at the icy and snowy realm.
It was clearly summer, yet a chill hit them.
The ice and snow crisis in Bear Country was also quite severe. It had already spread to a small town, and if not stopped, the ice python would likely occupy half the sky. Qin Ming led the soldiers out of the vehicle, and when the neatly organized soldiers gathered, the Bear Country soldiers present were all taken aback, and a sense of respect naturally arose in their hearts.
The discipline of Huaxia's soldiers was still so awe-inspiring.
The Iron-Blooded Emperor and the Bearded General also focused their gaze on the soldiers behind Qin Ming, both showing expressions of shock.
So many people?
No, strictly speaking, just 100 people to deal with this ice and snow crisis was clearly not many.
But if all 100 were Awakeners, that would be a bit terrifying. The total number of Awakeners in Bear Country was only a little over 200, and Huaxia casually brought out 100. How many more did they have in their country? The thought was chilling. Commander Qin, what are your plans for this battle?
The Iron-Blooded Emperor took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself.
Qin Ming smiled slightly. To deal with the ice python, there is no plan. We go straight in and behead the Python King.
Upon hearing this, the Iron-Blooded Emperor and the Awakeners from Bear Country were momentarily stunned.
This was a bit too domineering. But we only have this many people. Is it enough?
The Bearded General asked.
It's enough.
Qin Ming's gaze turned towards the depths of the ice and snow. He didn't want to delay any longer. The Python King had been laying eggs for some time, and if they were hatched, this trip would be in vain. Soon, Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Cheng entered the camp and donned their cold-resistant gear. When they came out, the 108 ice cannon masters were already prepared. The sound of the cold wind echoed in the helmet communicator.
Commander, the ice cannon team is ready.
Good. Get on the vehicles.
Qin Ming led everyone onto the snowmobiles.
However, at that moment, more than 10 snowmobiles approached from not far away.
Leading them were the Iron-Blooded Emperor and the Bearded General.
Qin Ming and the others were taken aback.
Your Excellency, you.
The Iron-Blood Emperor lifted his helmet, revealing a confident smile.
I am also an awakened, and I am a soldier. Isn't it only right to go into battle?
Qin Ming gave a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being a warrior nation, even the leader personally went into battle. Such spirit was admirable.
Then let's set off.
Qin Ming shouted, and the ice cannon squad led by cold wind sped away, plunging into the wind and snow. This scene startled the Iron-Blood Emperor and the Awakened from Bear Country. That was too brave. The Bearded General's expression changed even more.
Wait, there's a group of ice pythons over there.
They hurriedly chased after them.
Bang bang bang.
As the gunfire rang out, the battle began. The Iron-Blood Emperor and the others looked puzzled.
Gunfire? Is it effective against second-tier ice pythons?
However, when they caught up with the ice cannon squad, they were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. Dozens of ice pythons had been completely frozen, standing upright like ice pops, still in an attacking posture.
But they were frozen.
The Iron-Blood Emperor and the Awakened from Bear Country were stunned.
What happened? Qin Ming waved his hand. Clean up the battlefield.
As he spoke, cold wind led the team forward, and everyone drew their knives, slashing down the frozen ice pythons one by one. Then, they began to harvest all the magic potion materials from the ice pythons as if they were preparing a feast. The operation was fierce as a tiger, leaving the Iron-Blood Emperor and the others in shock. They were astonished to find that these soldiers from Huaxia even brought their own sacks. All the harvested, magic potion materials were packed into the sacks, afraid of missing anything. The Iron-Blood Emperor's expression froze. He wanted to say that it wasn't necessary. Bear Country had promised not to use magic potion materials, so they definitely wouldn't play tricks. But seeing these people so excited and full of harvest, he kept his mouth shut.
Soon, dozens of ice pythons were cleaned up. Continue onward.
Xin Ming waved his hand, and the soldiers moved forward.
Are we going straight in?
The bearded general looked shocked. The awakened from Bear Country behind him also showed expressions of astonishment. Going straight in was too dangerous. But they didn't question it. In today's world, anyone who doubted Huaxia was a fool. Hurry, keep up. The Iron Blood Emperor twisted the throttle and continued to follow. They thought there would be a great battle, but they didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The key was that they hadn't seen the battle process yet. They had to keep up. They couldn't miss it again. The ice and snow domain of Bear Country was indeed vast, and the number of ice pythons was relatively high.
Not long after, they encountered the second wave of ice pythons.
This wave was also a group of ice pythons, not very large, about 20 or 30 in number. Seeing the ice pythons appear, the Iron Blood Emperor and the others brightened up, even more excited than Qin Ming. Watch closely, learn how they fight, the Iron Blood Emperor said to his subordinates through the communicator.
The group of awakened wiped the visors of their helmets, their eyes shining.
Up ahead, Cold Wind stopped the motorcycle and shouted, "Draw your guns." As the voice fell, over 100 ice cannon specialists simultaneously extended their hands, ice forming into handguns. This scene made the Iron Blood Emperor and the others feel a surge of blood. In the frost and snow, over 100 people raised their handguns simultaneously, the cold guns intimidating. This scene was simply stunning.
Fire,
Qin Ming said in a deep voice. The next moment, the cannon fire erupted, and the cold guns discharged.
Bang bang bang, the icy bullets whistled out, accurately shooting towards the ice pythons.
An astonishing scene occurred. When the bullets hit the bodies of the ice pythons, a burst of frost instantly exploded. Crack immediately, the cold spread, an extreme chill engulfing the ice pythons completely, freezing them solid. Perhaps a single shot was not enough to freeze, but when several shots converged, that chill instantly surged. Even the ice python living in the icy world could not withstand it.
Is it really that simple?
The Iron Blood Emperor and his companions were dumbfounded, all staring in disbelief.
Is this the power of Huaxia?
They had expected a great battle, but this was it?
Was it over?
Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Huaxia team quickly moved forward to harvest, stripping the ice python of all its useful parts. Then, they continued to advance.
Commander, if we go deeper, won't the ice pythons in other areas be wasted?
Cold Wind couldn't help but ask. Qin Ming replied, "No, once the Python King encounters danger, it will call all the ice pythons back, so none will escape."
Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up.
This was truly a big gain, especially Cold Wind, as the captain of the ice cannon team. The more materials, the more he could expect from his subordinates. This was simply delightful. Thus, everyone pushed deeper, executing every ice python they encountered. About an hour later, they had crossed the outskirts and reached a deeper area. "Everyone be careful, the next area is the territory of the battle ice pythons," Qin Ming reminded.
Boom! Just as the words fell, 2 giant ice pythons rose from the ground.
Roar! The roar shook the heavens, a terrifying sound wave deafening.
"Be careful, it's a giant ice python,"
the Iron Blood Emperor quickly warned.
Bang bang!
In the next moment, 2 figures leaped from the snowmobiles, each charging towards a giant ice python.
Thunder annihilation slash, ice sealing the world.
With a thunderous boom, lightning surged, and a blade struck out. The giant python's head flew off in response. On the other side, Xiaomo's gun shot out like a dragon, piercing the ice python's body with extreme frost, instantly freezing it into an ice sculpture. With a forceful shake, the ice python's body shattered, falling into the snow like broken stones.
Boom boom boom!
Frost and snow splashed, snow mist spread. Watching the 2 giant ice pythons fall, the Iron Blood Emperor, the bearded general, and all the awakened ones from Bear Country were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief.
This is too outrageous, right? My God, so strong.
As fellow awakened ones, they were well aware of their own strength. A single ice python could not be dealt with without 2 awakened working together. Yet, in the hands of Qin Ming and the others, it couldn't withstand even one move. This was simply excessively strong. The bearded general swallowed hard. "Now I finally understand why Huaxia is so strong." The Iron Blood Emperor nodded in agreement. With such beings, it was no wonder Huaxia was powerful. As the team continued to advance, the people from Bear Country were constantly shocked. They found that even the giant ice pythons could not block the path of the Huaxia soldiers. Especially Qin Ming and that woman, they were like gods of death, facing the second-tier ice pythons as if they were cutting vegetables. In less than an hour, the number of giant ice pythons they had slain exceeded 30. Finally, as the main force approached the Python King's territory, all the ice pythons in the icy realm gathered. In an instant, ice pythons surged from all directions, estimated to be 200 to 300. The battle ice pythons also numbered over 100, their momentum extremely fierce. Qin Ming scanned the scene and softly spoke, "More than I imagined. Brothers, a big job is coming." Upon hearing this, Cold Wind and the other Ice Cannon team members felt their fighting spirit rise, not only unafraid but also filled with a restless eagerness.
Chairman, they seem very excited?
The bearded general whispered. The Iron Blood Emperor's expression was serious. Such an army is truly frightening. The other awakened ones had long been convinced by the Huaxia soldiers. Along the way, they hadn't even had a chance to fight. The scene was on the verge of a great battle. Just as the people from Bear Country were guessing how Qin Ming would deal with the ice pythons, Qin Ming shouted loudly,
"Bring out the heavy firepower." "Okay." The soldiers responded in unison, and in the next moment, the ice pistols in their hands vanished, transforming into massive hand cannons.
"What is this?" The Iron Blood Emperor and the others widened their eyes, their gazes fixed on the ice hand cannon.
"Fire!" Qin Ming waved his hand. "Shoot!" The soldiers instantly opened fire. Boom!
The ice cannonball shot out, striking heavily against the giant ice python. Roar! With just one shot, the giant ice python was hit hard, its entire body falling backward, the scales at the impact site shattered, blood and flesh in disarray. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, the booming relentless, as the ice python army was forced to retreat step by step. This scene left the people of Bear Country in a state of shock for a long time. They felt that the soldiers of Huaxia had entered an extraordinary hot weapon era, while they were still stuck in the cold weapon era. The gap between them was like a chasm. Bang! After a round of cannon fire, Qin Ming leaped high, holding the starfall blade, lightning flashing around him, and slashed down. Rip! The thunder tore through the wind and snow, stunningly magnificent.
Two giant ice pythons crashed down.
Under the astonished gazes of the people from Bear Country, Qin Ming appeared like a descending deity, unmatched in dominance.
Is this the high-level sequence?
The bearded general murmured. As he spoke, everyone's gaze turned to a man.
The man's name was Sotaf, the first awakened one of Bear Country, at the second-tier level. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Sotaf snapped back to reality, his mouth agape in disbelief.
"No, Commander Qin is also just at the second tier, but his strength is far beyond what I can compare to.
So strong, it's terrifying." Hearing Sotaf's words, everyone was even more shocked. Even someone as powerful as Sotaf felt overwhelmed. Qin Ming's strength truly exceeded everyone's expectations.
The Iron Blood Emperor's gaze was resolute, and he silently made a decision. They must not become enemies with Huaxia. This friendship must be firmly grasped.
"We will help too," Sotaf said to his companions. The awakened ones of Bear Country joined the battle.
This fight was intense. There were too many ice pythons, and soon some were injured. The ice pythons were clever, realizing the attack methods of the ice cannon master, and attempted to close the distance for close combat. Fortunately, Qin Ming, Xiaomo, and Lu Chang blocked the pythons' attacks, allowing the ice cannon master to maintain formation. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, they gradually killed all the ice pythons. These ice pythons showed no intention of retreating, fighting to the last, which confirmed to Qin Ming that the Python King was ahead. Once all the ice pythons were slain, the frost in the sky noticeably diminished. Qin Ming turned to the soldiers and found that several awakened ones from Bear Country were injured. Injured ones stay put. Lung Feng, take 10 men with me to search for the ice pythons.
Yes.
Lung Feng immediately responded, leading a small team forward at speed. But not long after they set off, Qin Ming noticed something unusual. He suddenly turned around and saw the snow rising rapidly not far behind the Iron Blood Emperor. There was a creature beneath the snow.
Qin Ming's expression changed, and he shouted, "Watch your back." Everyone immediately reacted, turning around suddenly. Boom!
The snow rose quickly, and the creature was charging forward, heading straight for the Iron Blood Emperor.
"Protect the Emperor!"
The bearded general shouted angrily.
Sotaf was the first to react, quickly positioning himself in front of the Iron Blood Emperor.
He flipped his hand, and a massive shield appeared before him, slamming into the snow. Spike shield! At that moment, sharp spikes shot out from the shield. The creature beneath the snow crashed into the shield with a heavy impact. Boom! With the powerful collision, Sotaf was sent flying, his body thrown high into the air. Roar! Following that, a furious roar erupted as a giant python rose from the ground, opening its massive mouth to swallow Sotaf whole.
"Captain!"
A awakened one's expression changed, and he leaped high, slashing at the giant python's jaw with his sword. But the next moment, the python's tail whipped up from the snow and heavily struck the man. Crack! Countless bones in the man's body broke, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire helmet splattered with it. The man crashed into the snow like a cannonball, his life unknown. The giant python showed no signs of stopping, continuing to bite down on Sotaf.
That massive mouth nearly swallowed Sotaf whole. Sotaf's expression changed, and the shield in his hand quickly expanded, wedging itself into the python's gaping maw. Roar! The python howled, exhaling a foul breath that nearly ruptured Sotaf's eardrums.
This scene unfolded in mere seconds, and the others had yet to react. The Iron Blood Emperor shouted, "Sotaf, hold on, we'll come to rescue you soon." As he spoke, the remaining awakened ones from Bear Country rushed forward. "Don't engage, you're no match for it." Qin Ming sped back on his snowmobile. His expression was grave. He hadn't expected to encounter a male Python King here. This was a Python King that had reached the 3rd tier, even advancing into the mid-3rd tier. Each tier can be subdivided into early, mid, and late stages, with the later stages indicating a closer proximity to a breakthrough. The Python King he had previously slain was only in the early 3rd tier and was in its spawning period, significantly reducing its strength. But the Python King before him was not in spawning. It was male and much stronger. Crack! At this moment, Sotaf's shield seemed to be on the verge of breaking under the Python King's bite, with cracks appearing all over it. Sotaf's expression changed. "All troops, listen up, fire!" Qin Ming shouted, and all the ice cannon masters immediately raised their hand cannons. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of ice cannonballs rained down on the Python King, but it only caused it to stagger back slightly, not even breaking through its defenses. A first-tier awakened one facing a mid-3rd tier beast was clearly insufficient. Seeing their attacks ineffective, everyone's expressions tightened. At this moment, the Python King was enraged, its massive tail sweeping towards them. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Before they could react, they were all swept away. Boom, boom, boom. Snowmobiles exploded one after another, flames shooting into the sky. The Ice Cannon Master Squad was shattered. This terrified the Iron Blood Emperor and the others. This beast was even stronger than they had imagined. At this time, Qin Ming and the others finally returned. "Xia Mo." As the voice fell, Xia Mo raised his hand, quickly condensing a long ice bow. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he shot. Bang! An ice arrow shot forth rapidly, enlarging in the air until it became as thick as a spear before reaching the Python King. With a thunderous sound, the arrow exploded on the Python King, its scales bursting open and blood seeping out. The Python King's body swayed, nearly throwing Sotaf out of its mouth. At the same time, Qin Ming stomped hard on the snowmobile, leaping high towards the Python King's head, slashing down with his sword, thunder tearing through the sky. Boom! The sword struck the Python King's face, splattering a stream of blood. The Python King howled in pain, opening its mouth wide to spit Sotaf out. Immediately after, the Python King's massive tail swung, heavily striking towards Qin Ming. Battle technique, Deceptive Flash. Qin Ming stepped into the void, seemingly using the force to evade the Python King's attack, then turned back for another slash. Rip! The scales atop the Python King's head were cleaved open, strands of lightning entwining around the wound, causing it to wail in agony. Come again! A second surge of energy radiated from Qin Ming. King Sequence 005, Magician. Qin Ming pinched with 2 fingers, producing 2 playing cards. Big and Small Kings. Battle technique, King Bomb. Qin Ming suddenly flung the playing cards, and the black and red Joker leaped out from the cards, gleefully hugging a bomb as it pounced towards the Python King's head. Immediately, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, a massive explosion erupted. Boom! Flames shot into the sky, and the powerful shockwave slammed the Python King heavily into the snow. Oh, the Python King howled in pain, but just a moment later, it raised its head again, its gaze fierce. This was nothing. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. This Python King was simply too strong. Roar! At that moment, another roar sounded. The egg-laying female Python King, upon hearing the male Python King's wail, actually emerged as well. In an instant, the 2 third-tier Python Kings surrounded everyone, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. 2 Python Kings? Seeing this scene, the crowd's faces changed. This situation was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Even Qin Ming felt it was tricky. 2 third-tier beasts, and that male Python King was likely already at the mid-3rd tier. Now, apart from him and Xia Mo, the others were no match for them. If they weren't careful, there could be casualties. This was not what Qin Ming wanted to see. Qin Ming, what do we do now? We're surrounded, Xia Mo said in a deep voice, her expression not looking good. Can you hold off that female Python King with the others? Qin Ming asked. Upon hearing this, both Xia Mo and Lu Chang were taken aback. Lu Chang's eyes widened. What do you mean? You want to face that male Python King alone? Qin Ming nodded. Don't worry, I have a containment object. Xia Mo looked deeply at Qin Ming and firmly nodded. Leave it to us. All right. Qin Ming no longer hesitated. Spread out the battle, don't let them come into contact with each other. With 2 third-tier beasts, any misstep could lead to casualties. If they got entangled together, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. So the best scenario was to fight them separately. Spread out, keep the injured warriors away from the battlefield. Qin Ming shouted to the Iron-Blooded Emperor. The Iron-Blooded Emperor pulled the injured Sotaf onto a snowmobile, nodding seriously, it's up to you. Immediately, Qin Ming twisted the throttle, drawing the male Python King to the other side.
Meanwhile, Xia Mo and the others launched an offensive against the female Python King. Because most of the ice cannon operators' snowmobiles had been damaged by the male Python King's attack, they could only fight standing on the snow, making movement a significant issue. Thus, the ones truly facing the female Python King were Xia Mo and Lu Chang. Fortunately, both had already advanced to the early second tier, and Lu Chang still had an ordinary grade containment object, the double-bladed axe. Fire for cover! Lu Chang shouted loudly into the communicator, as he and Xia Mo quickly charged towards the female Python King. Prepare, fire! The Cold Wind Organization's ice cannon team, over 100 people, aimed their hand cannons at the female Python King. Bang bang bang! The hand cannons fired in unison, basketball-sized frost projectiles raining down on the female Python King. Roar! The female Python King swayed under the bombardment, letting out a series of cries. Beast, take this axe! Lu Chang leaped high, swinging the massive axe down fiercely onto the female Python King's tail. Buzz! Mental energy surged into the axe, activating the containment object's properties. A red light burst forth, and the double-bladed axe exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Lu Chang immediately felt his mental energy being drained wildly. Ah! With Lu Chang's roar, the crimson giant axe struck hard against the female Python King's tail. Poochie! Scales exploded, a deep gash tearing open, blood gushing out. This axe nearly severed the female Python King's tail completely. The female Python King let out a piercing howl. Its injured tail swung violently, crashing down on Lu Chang. With a clang, Lu Chang's steel body was sent flying, like a cannonball, soaring several dozen meters across the snow. Ice arrows! Xia Mo shot out a series of icy arrows, slowing the female Python King's movements. Immediately after, Xia Mo leaped up from the snowmobile, her spear striking down hard on the female Python King's head. Bang! The terrifying power erupted, and the mother Python King crashed into the snow, her entire body collapsing. Xia Mo surged forward again, gripping the spear with both hands and thrusting it down fiercely. Thud! The spear pierced through the mother Python King's body, pinning her to the ground. The mother Python King howled in pain, calling for the male Python King to rescue her. But in the next moment, her head was bombarded by the firepower of the ice cannon team. Snowflakes and blood splattered. Roar! On the other side, the male Python King, lured away by Qin Ming, let out an angry roar, even speaking human words. Cunning humans, I will crush you. Qin Ming drove the snowmobile, circling in front of the male Python King. Sorry, you no longer have a chance. In his hand, Qin Ming held the Chen Koan gourd, shaking it a few times. The beast core he had just placed inside had already melted. That beast core was the third tier one he obtained by slaying the Python King in a small fishing village in Huaxia. Now, it had melted into a rich liquid energy within the Chen Koan gourd. Qin Ming picked up the Chen Koan gourd and gulped down all the energy liquid inside. In the next moment, he felt a powerful energy coursing through his body, eventually transforming into a solid mental force that filled him completely. With a bang, Qin Ming's realm broke through. From mid-second tier, he advanced to late second tier, his power more than doubled. That's how it felt. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The state he had in his previous life on the battlefield returned. At this moment, the male Python King could no longer care about Qin Ming, turning to prepare to return and save his mate. You can't escape, Qin Ming murmured, pinching his fingers together, and a card appeared. Battle skill, Poker Soldier. The pattern on the playing card spun rapidly before finally settling on the Spade A. Go! Qin Ming threw out the Spade A, which instantly transformed into a strong man in a black suit. The muscles of that strong man nearly burst the suit, exuding immense power. The Spade A, now a suit-clad thug, grabbed the male Python King's tail, his muscles taut, managing to halt the Python King's advance. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is Spade A the king of strength? Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the Starfall blade with one hand, aimed at the male Python King's eyes, and thrust it forward. Battle skill, Air Probe. In an instant, Qin Ming's blade pierced through the void, appearing before the male Python King, a sharp gleam flashing by. Thud! The Starfall blade accurately struck the male Python King's vertical pupil, a blood arrow shooting out. Roar! Struck hard, the male Python King lost control, his massive tail swinging, throwing the Spade A off. The Spade A reacted quickly, scrambling up in the snow and tackling the Python King, firmly restraining its movements. On the other side, the iron-blooded emperor and others, who witnessed the entire scene, were left dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Ming in disbelief. What was that knife just now? Did his hand fly out? It wasn't flying out, it was like teleportation. The awakened ones from Bear Country were stunned, such an astonishing scene unfolding right before their eyes. At this moment, Qin Ming seized the opportunity, clutching two playing cards in his hands. Still the black and red kings. Battle skill, King Bomb. The two playing cards were thrown out simultaneously,
and the black and red kings rushed out, each holding a bomb with a lit fuse. Notably, after Qin Ming's breakthrough, the bombs in the hands of the kings had also grown larger. Originally the size of a palm, they were now as big as a human head. The black and red kings were not very large, and holding the bombs seemed a bit strenuous, looking quite comical. But this scene should not be underestimated. Everyone could see that the two bombs contained terrifying energy. Boom! Immediately, the bombs exploded with a thunderous roar. The Python King's head blasted into the ground, blood staining the white snow. This was the strongest explosion of the King Bomb in history, creating a massive deep pit in the ground. The King Python was already on the brink of death from that strike. Just as Qin Ming was preparing to step forward and deliver the final blow, the Qian Koan gourd at his waist suddenly moved. To Qin Ming's astonishment, the Qian Koan gourd flew out and opened its lid by itself, actually sucking in the massive King Python. As the enormous python vanished from sight, Qin Ming was completely dumbfounded.
What was happening? The Ice Python King was taken by the Qian Koan gourd? Qin Ming stared in disbelief at this scene, something that had never happened before. The Qian Koan gourd had been with him for 2 lifetimes, but Qin Ming had no idea it could contain living beings. The ice python was still alive, not an inanimate object. What did it mean for the Qian Koan gourd to take it? At that moment, the Qian Koan gourd swayed as if it had overeaten and flew back into Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming examined the Qian Koan gourd closely, noticing a small new pattern on its smooth surface. Wasn't that the ice python?
Qin Ming felt as if he had discovered a new continent, filled with excitement.
Had he unlocked a new ability of the Qian Koan gourd?
He would have to study it thoroughly later. With that thought, Qin Ming quickly looked towards the other side where the female python was. Don't kill it! Qin Ming shouted to stop everyone, and Xia Mo and the others quickly halted. Qin Ming rushed over and took out the Qian Koan gourd, pointing it at the female ice python.
Take it!
Sure enough, the Qian Koan gourd seemed to understand Qin Ming's words, and the opening erupted with a suction force, pulling the female python in as well. Immediately, another ice python pattern appeared on the surface of the Qian Koan gourd.
What is going on?
Lu Chang looked astonished. The awakened ones from Bear Country were even more dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. Under Qin Ming's cover, they did not see the Qian Koan gourd in his hand. Once both ice python kings disappeared, the icy domain began to gradually dissipate. After a thorough search, Cold Wind and the others found a total of 105 ice python eggs in a room.
Another great harvest. With these ice python eggs, Huaxia could produce 100 more Forbidden Sequence 009 ice cannoneers.
This would be the foundation in Qin Ming's hands. Not long after, the scene was cleaned up, and even the ice began to melt. The Iron Blood Emperor quickly thanked Qin Ming and the Huaxia soldiers.
Qin Ming waved his hand. You're too polite.
By the way,
I promised to create 10 awakened ones for you.
Before Qin Ming could finish, the Iron Blood Emperor quickly interjected. I have everything prepared.
But I'm afraid the materials for the potion are not enough.
The Iron Blood Emperor's expression was somewhat awkward.
Qin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. How many have you prepared?
The Iron Blood Emperor tentatively replied, 36 rare grade items, 250 ordinary grade items. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's heart trembled.
Too few? So many, and still not enough for 10 people to awaken?
Of course, according to normal potion preparation, there was only a 10% success rate, and the success rate for humans taking the potion to awaken was 30%. This meant that with 100 portions of potion materials, only 3 people could successfully awaken, and Bear Country had only prepared a little over 200 potion materials. In their understanding, it was certainly impossible to create 10 awakened ones. Qin Ming felt he had found a way to make money. Alright, give me all these materials, and I'll help you create 20 awakened ones.
Really? The Iron Blood Emperor's face showed an expression of disbelief.
As the leader of a nation, he found it hard to maintain his image and was very excited. For Bear Country, 200 potion materials were not much. As these were leftovers, they had wasted quite a bit before. Being able to create 10 awakened ones was already very satisfying for him, and if Qin Ming promised him 20, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Of course, he knew that Qin Ming must have a way to increase the success rate, but that was someone else's secret. He still knew to keep some sense of propriety. This thigh must be held tight, and not have any crooked thoughts. Soon, the Iron-Blooded Emperor took Qin Ming and the others to a temporary base. Inside the base, there was a laboratory where all the magical potion materials from Bear Country were stored. In the laboratory, there were only Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang, while soldiers like Cold Wind stood guard outside. When Qin Ming and the others saw these magical potion materials, their eyes lit up. We hit the jackpot! Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. Originally, coming to Bear Country to help deal with the ice python was already a big gain, and now with so many magical potion materials,
this trip was truly a huge profit. How many magical potions can you make with these materials? Xia Mo asked Qin Ming.
Qin Ming was categorizing the magical potion materials in front of him, separating them like a clinic doctor preparing prescriptions. Among them, there were many magical potion materials that were not available in Huaxia. Qin Ming slowly spoke, almost 300 magical potion materials. I can probably prepare 60 doses of magical potion. The rest are really of no use.
60 doses.
Xia Mo blinked. If we give Bear Country 20 doses of magical potion, we still net 40 doses.
Qin Ming nodded. That's not the key point. I found something good.
Saying this, he picked up a piece of beast scale.
What is this? Xia Mo and Lu Chang looked over curiously.
Second-tier beast, the scale of the armored pangolin.
Rare grade?
Lu Chang looked at the color of the scale, clearly not an ordinary material. I remember, the armored pangolin was a boss from a dungeon that Bear Country cleared before, and that dungeon hasn't appeared in Huaxia.
Lu Chang continued.
A glimmer of excitement appeared in Qin Ming's eyes.
This is exactly what I need. What use is it?
Lu Chang asked, puzzled.
Watch.
Qin Ming placed the armored pangolin scale into the Qiankuan gourd, then added Thunder Iron Beast Claw, Wasteland Wolf Fur, 5 milliliters of pure water, and 10 grams of sand. After Qin Ming added a handful of sand into the Qiankuan gourd, Lu Chang was dumbfounded.
Was this magical potion formula serious? Which genius could come up with this?
If he didn't know Qin Ming's abilities, he would think Qin Ming was just joking. Qin Ming shook the Qiankuan gourd, and soon all the materials melted into liquid, finally pouring out a brown, magical potion.
What sequence is this? Xia Mo asked. Common sequence 021, Mason. Mason? Xia Mo and Lu Chang looked at each other in confusion.
Qin Ming smiled. Don't underestimate, Mason, this is the key to building defenses. You don't think the steel walls of the Sky Tower can stop the beasts, do you? As soon as he said this, Xia Mo and Lu Chang were stunned again.
They finally realized that, indeed, even tanks couldn't withstand the claws of the beasts. Why would they think ordinary steel could stop them?
We need, Mason, to build a new shelter base. Qin Ming said seriously. The Dark Migration is coming, and if I'm not mistaken, when the fourth civilization trial begins, humanity's living space will be greatly compressed. We need a base that can withstand the beasts. I call this plan the U-Fortress operation. This, Xia Mo and Lu Chang were both shocked, their mouths slightly agape, feeling a strong sense of crisis in their hearts.
Are you saying we need to make the entire Huaxia populace abandon their current homes?
Building a base is inevitable. The Sky Tower is the foundation laid by Qin Ming.
Currently, humanity is spread across the entire blue star, with a dispersed population. When the beasts descend on a large scale, it will be very difficult to protect everyone's safety.
Although we have entered the extraordinary era, the proportion of superpowered individuals is still too low under such a large base number. Looking at so many disaster movies, in the end, everyone lives in bases. This is the only way to protect the last remnants of human civilization. Of course, by the time such a situation arises, the world will have already entered a very severe period. Qin Ming was uncertain whether the trial of the fourth stage of civilization would begin, but the progress was indeed much earlier than in his previous life. However, if it really started at the fourth stage, it would be a bit too early. In the end, it all depended on how the Black Hand planned it. He was determined to uncover the Black Hand behind this. We can only prepare for the worst in advance. But what can be guaranteed is that there will definitely be a hard battle at the end of the third stage of the civilization trial, Qin Ming said firmly.
Xia Mo and Lu Chang were taken aback. What hard battle?
In fact, Qin Ming was not very sure at first, but after serious contemplation, he had a rough guess.
The collision between civilizations. What do you mean? Do you think the Black Hand will incite conflict between countries? Lu Chang's expression was serious.
Qin Ming nodded. This battle is not a traditional war, but a fight between extraordinary beings.
Xia Mo understood and interjected.
So the third stage's instance is providing extraordinary resources to various countries, allowing them to produce more ability users, and in the end, letting these ability users represent their countries in the final competition?
Qin Ming looked at Xia Mo in surprise. Your little brain is quite agile.
You got it right, that's exactly the meaning. Then we have two current goals. One is to prepare for the great battle of the third stage, and the other is to prepare to build a base, Lu Chang said in a deep voice. With a goal in mind, he immediately felt invigorated. Hurry up, let's concoct the potions, there are a ton of things to do back home, Lu Chang shouted excitedly. Qin Ming thought for a moment, looking at Xia Mo and Lu Chang beside him. It was time to gather the team members, including the undercover Dong Yen. They were only 4 people, and it was already tough to carry out tasks with just them. They would talk about going back home later. Thinking of this, Qin Ming hurriedly continued to concoct the potions. While the 3 were busy in the laboratory, the sky gradually darkened, reaching the late night hour.
In the temporary camp, soldiers were guarding their posts.
With the end of the ice and snow crisis, the soldiers stationed here from the Bear Country began to leave one after another, leaving only a few to protect the iron-blooded emperor and the bearded general.
As for the ice cannon team from Huaxia, they were also receiving treatment and rest under the arrangements of the Bear Country.
Of course, Captain Lang Feng was still there, leading more than 10 men to guard Qin Ming's laboratory, not allowing anyone to approach. Under the moonlight, the night was particularly quiet.
A soldier from the Bear Country was patrolling near the camp.
At that moment, a figure peeked out from an alley, watching the patrolling soldier with interest, slowly raising his hand. Steel wires danced in his hand, glinting with a silvery light.
Combat technique, strangulation.
The man flicked his fingers, and the steel wires flew out from his hand. In the darkness, the patrolling soldiers were completely unaware of the presence of the wires. Soon, their necks felt as if something had wrapped around them, the thin yet tough steel wires digging deep into their skin, leaving deep blood marks. 5 soldiers tried to struggle, but the wires had already penetrated their skin, and when they touched their necks, it was all blood. Ugh, they wanted to scream, but their throats were tightly constricted, rendering them voiceless. The feeling of suffocation surged, and their consciousness began to blur. The captain's pupils turned white, on the verge of fainting. He reached for the rifle on his body, trying to pull the trigger to alert the camp of the enemy's approach. But just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a steel wire sliced through. The rifle and the captain's finger were severed simultaneously. Ugh, intense pain surged, but the captain was already powerless. With a thud, the wire wrapped around his neck had deeply cut into his trachea and carotid artery.
The other 4 soldiers met the same fate, losing their lives in an instant.
Just as their bodies were about to fall, 2 long-limbed monsters flashed by and grabbed them all away.
Everything was silent, perfectly coordinated.
The man in the alley slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his figure flickering as he quickly headed towards the camp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the moonlight, several figures flashed by at incredible speed.
With the unexpected intruders invading, the soldiers guarding the camp were taken down one by one, unable to fight back.
Inside a certain tent, the iron-blooded emperor of the Bear Nation and the bearded general were discussing matters, with the captain of the Awakened Ones, Sotaf, beside them. Outside the tent, more than 10 soldiers and 2 Awakened Ones were on guard. However, at that moment, steel wires shot in from the darkness. More than 10 soldiers were caught off guard, the wires tightening around their necks, leading to instant death. The 2 Awakened Ones immediately reacted, dodging simultaneously. The steel wires aimed at them missed. Theirs. One of them shouted immediately, but before he could finish, he was tackled by a towering black shadow, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. The other's face changed drastically as he rushed towards the tent. Almost simultaneously, a flying knife pierced through his chest, and his feet were tightly ensnared by the steel wires. The Awakened One looked at the tent within reach. Exerting all his strength, he shouted, "Emperor!" The shout echoed. The iron-blooded emperor and the bearded general inside the tent immediately sensed something was wrong. Bang! The next moment, the shouting man fell heavily into the tent, lifeless. Hadi! Sotaf looked at the corpse on the ground and shouted loudly, "There are enemies!" The voice was loud, but no one responded. The mood of the iron-blooded emperor and the bearded general instantly darkened. Something had happened. Sotaf immediately stood in front of the emperor, conjuring a shield with one hand. "I'll go take a look." The bearded general grabbed the steel long knife from the table and walked slowly towards the tent entrance. Bang! The next moment, he saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Before the bearded general could react, he was knocked away.
"Who is it?" Sotaf looked over sharply, discovering a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall.
The iron-blooded emperor's expression darkened. It was the first time he had seen such a monster. "General, cover the emperor's escape," Sotaf shouted, calling over the intercom. "White Bear Squad, anyone hear me? Come quickly for support. No one can save you." The humanoid monster grinned eerily, its sharp claws lunging towards Sotaf. Sotaf was not weak either. Sharp spikes jutted out from his shield, forcing the humanoid monster back. Seizing the opportunity, the bearded general grabbed the iron-blooded emperor. "Emperor, we need to go." The bearded general dashed to the back of the tent, slicing it open with his knife and rushing out. Once outside, he shouted loudly, "Someone, come quickly." However, the vast camp remained unresponsive, with only shadows moving in the distance of the Huaxia camp. The bearded general immediately had an idea. "Emperor, quickly, go to Qin Ming's side." "Ha ha, do you think you can still escape?" Immediately, mocking laughter rang out. Several black shadows blocked their path. Behind these figures were more than 10 humanoid monsters, each holding the corpses of Bear Nation soldiers, occasionally taking a bite. Seeing this scene, the iron-blooded emperor and the bearded general's expressions changed drastically. "Who are you?" The leading man smirked slightly.
You don't need to care who we are, but your deaths will make this world a better place. The bearded general frowned. What do you mean?
But the iron-blooded emperor suddenly realized, his pupils trembling violently.
Framing and blaming. They want to kill us and pin it on Qin Ming.
If this plan succeeded, there would be an inevitable outcome. The Bear Nation would go to war with Huaxia. Thinking of this, the iron-blooded emperor felt a chill run down his spine, his expression grim.
If the two countries went to war, the world would surely descend into chaos. These guys are truly unpredictable. Damn it, who the hell are you?
The iron-blood emperor shouted angrily.
The man opposite him smiled wickedly. You don't need to know. Attack!
With a wave of his hand, the humanoid monsters behind him charged forward, crashing towards the iron-blood emperor and the bearded general.
Not good.
The bearded general stepped in front of the iron-blood emperor.
Commander, you go first.
The iron-blood emperor gripped his steel-long knife, his face resolute. We can't escape. He glanced towards the Huaxia camp. The soldiers over there must have received the news by now. I hope it's not too late. In the Huaxia camp, the soldiers guarding the area heard the distress signal from the communicator, and all the soldiers reacted sharply.
Something's wrong, quick. Notify Commander Qin Ming. The soldiers rushed towards the laboratory.
But before they could arrive, 3 figures burst out of the lab. It was Qin Ming and his team.
Commander Qin Ming, the soldiers shouted.
Qin Ming didn't look back. I know, Lung Feng, gather the troops.
Lung Feng, who was on guard, hadn't reacted yet. What's going on?
There's trouble on the Bear countryside. Hurry, Lu Chang shouted, following Qin Ming's lead.
Trouble?
Lang Feng's expression tightened as he picked up the communicator and shouted, Everyone, emergency assembly. As the ice cannon team gathered, Qin Ming and Xiao had already rushed towards the Bear country camp. Qin Ming held a toy crow in his hand. At that moment, the crow was pointing straight ahead, its body trembling violently, and it emitted a piercing screech. The containment object, Disaster Bird, would trigger an alarm if abnormal beasts appeared within a certain range.
Therefore, even without receiving news, Qin Ming knew something was wrong.
His expression was heavy. The two camps were not far apart, yet the enemy had made no noise, indicating they were well prepared and not weak. To silently eliminate the Bear country guards, the enemy likely had a considerable number and worked in perfect coordination. Their target was clear, the Bear country commander. It was bad timing to strike, and yet they chose this moment, clearly aiming for him. If something happened to the Bear country commander while he was here, there would be no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Speed up! Lightning flickered around Qin Ming, and his speed increased again. A distance of 1 kilometer was just a minute's work for Qin Ming. Soon, he reached the outskirts of the Bear country camp and caught a whiff of blood in the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see the bodies of soldiers.
Qin Ming, over there. Xiao pointed in a direction where sounds of fighting could be heard.
Qin Ming rushed over and found the bearded general severely injured, one arm torn off, his face extremely pale. The iron-blood emperor was in slightly better condition but also bore numerous wounds.
In front of them stood 2 humanoid monsters. Seeing these humanoid monsters, Qin Ming's expression changed drastically. Fallen ones.
At that moment, one of the fallen ones charged towards the iron-blood emperor, its claws aimed directly at his throat. The iron-blood emperor was already too weak to resist, blood flowing from his arm that gripped the long knife. Qin Ming's figure flickered, activating the Phantom Flash technique to its utmost. Just as the monster's claws were about to strike, a bolt of lightning flashed, blocking in front of the iron-blood emperor.
Clang!
The claws struck the starfall blade, producing a metallic clash.
Qin Ming?
Seeing the figure before him, the iron-blood emperor showed a look of joy. The bearded general lying on the ground also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, weakly saying, You finally made it. Seeing himself blocked, the fallen one frowned, looking displeased.
Who are you? Qin Ming's expression was cold as he swung the starfall blade fiercely. Combat technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. Boom! In the darkness, lightning erupted, and the long knife swept across.
Feeling the terrifying strike, the fallen one immediately retreated. But his speed was still slow. As he swung his blade, his blood-veined arm was severed at the root.
Ah!
The fallen let out a piercing scream, retreating repeatedly. Qin Ming advanced, his long knife slicing down, instantly decapitating the fallen. Seeing this, another fallen ferociously lunged forward.
Suddenly, with a bang, the bowstring twanged. A frost arrow pierced through the fallen's chest.
Crackle, crackle, frost spread, gradually covering the fallen under its fearful gaze.
In less than 2 seconds, the fallen was frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiao stepped out of the darkness, slowly approaching Qin Ming.
Upon seeing the man and woman appear, the faces of the people across turned grim. The leading man wore a stern expression, fixating his gaze on Qin Ming.
Commander of the Huaxia Anomaly Hunters, Qin Ming?
So you know me, Qin Ming replied, his gaze also landing on the man. Judging by the man's appearance, he should be from Bear Country, as several others around him were too, but behind them, someone hurriedly donned a mask. In the rush, Qin Ming caught a glimpse of his face. He was Huaxia. Hey, stop wearing the mask. I've already seen you, Qin Ming said to the masked man. The masked man's gaze flickered, not daring to meet Qin Ming's eyes. He whispered, we need to find a way to leave. We are no match for him. Upon hearing this, the leading man frowned. Are you saying that so many of us are no match for him? What kind of joke is that? The masked man immediately grew anxious, gritting his teeth. I'm not joking. 2 vice presidents have already fallen to him. The crowd's expressions changed. 2 vice presidents? The leading man was also somewhat surprised but did not react too strongly. Those are the useless ones from your Huaxia faction. He snorted coldly. Today, I want to see what this guy is capable of. He then said to his companions, let the fallen hold him back while we take the chance to kill the iron-blooded emperor. We cannot afford to fail the mission. Yes, boss. Everyone responded in unison. Damn it. The Huaxia youth's face looked quite grim. A bunch of fools. Go ahead and fight. Once you start, I'll make my escape. In Huaxia, no one dared to question this commander of anomaly hunters. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't accompany you. Go. Roar. More than a dozen fallen charged out, surrounding from different directions. Qin Ming's expression was serious. Although he didn't know what organization the people across belonged to, the fact that they had allied with the fallen was not good news. Do we need to leave any alive? Xia Mo gripped her spear tightly. Qin Ming shook his head. You protect the iron-blooded emperor. Leave them to me. Xia Mo pouted. Alright, your uncle is coming. Just as Qin Ming was about to take action, Lu Cheng finally arrived. He leaped high, wielding the containment object, double-bladed axe, and brought it down fiercely. His target was the masked Huaxia youth. Damn! The Huaxia youth's face changed drastically as he threw a fireball while retreating. Boom! The giant axe shattered the fireball and landed heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open with a fissure several meters long. This startled the members of the SCP Foundation. On the other side, Qin Ming had already engaged in battle with the Fallen. These Fallen were clearly not on the same level as the Western Fallen he had encountered last time. Their realms were all only first tier. Facing Qin Ming was simply seeking death. Qin Ming moved swiftly, slicing through the charging Fallen like cutting vegetables. The continuous screams attracted the attention of the enemies. They shifted their gaze from Lu Chang, and when they turned back, they were all dumbfounded. All the Fallen lay on the ground, all dead. The leading man's pupils trembled, a chill rising in his heart. It's over. In a brief moment, over 10 Fallen were slain. This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. The leading man's expression immediately darkened. Qin Ming was far stronger than he had imagined. I told you so. The Huaxia man looked even more ashen. What are you still standing there for? Split up and run. As the voice fell, the 6 Foundation members turned and fled. The masked Huaxia man raised his hand, and a spark shot into the sky, obscuring their view. Run! Everyone scattered in all directions. Qin Ming suddenly looked at the Huaxia man and shouted, Lu Chang, the masked man is yours. Capture him alive. Lu Chang immediately reacted, his steel body gleaming coldly as he charged directly into the flames. Meanwhile, Qin Ming pursued the others. The leading man's face was grim as he gestured, and an almost invisible fine steel wire suddenly attacked Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and held his knife horizontally in front of him. With a clang, the starfall blade severed the steel wire. Boss, that guy is chasing closely. What should we do? A young man with a scar on his face shouted. Damn it, I'll block him. You all retreat first. A bald, muscular man stopped, turned, and punched the ground. Boom! A shockwave erupted from beneath Qin Ming's feet. But Qin Ming was quick, his steps flashing like lightning as he dodged the impact of the shockwave. In the next moment, Qin Ming surged forward, charging directly at the man. The bald man's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the ground and heaved upward. Boom! The earth was lifted like a carpet, forming a dirt wall. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. Sequence 46, Earth Master, a pretty decent sequence. Moreover, it had reached the early second tier. If this ability were used to build a defense line, it would definitely be an outstanding sequence. Unfortunately, it was still lacking in combat. Qin Ming did not hold back, and 2 cards leaped into his hands. Combat skill, King Bomb. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the dirt wall exploded, and the bald man was violently thrown back, his body scorched and helplessly crashing to the ground. Hearing the explosion, the companions quickly turned back. Seeing the bald man's tragic death, everyone's expression changed. Boss, we can't run anymore. If we keep running, we'll be taken out one by one. The scar-faced youth spoke up. Right, boss, let's fight him. The leading man's face was grim.
he was well aware of their current situation. Running would only lead to being killed one by one. Rather than that, it was better to take down Qin Ming. That way, they still had a chance of victory if they joined forces. Alright, let's fight. With the man's words, everyone stopped. Clang! The scar-faced man drew his machete, lightning crackling on the blade, clearly another sequence related to lightning. Beside him stood a burly middle-aged man, dressed like a fitness coach. Behind them were two men who looked like twins. At this moment, the five lined up, ready to fight Qin Ming to the death. Qin Ming also stopped, looking coldly at the group. Are you sure you want to fight? Once it starts, there will be no way out for you. The leading man snorted coldly. Qin Ming, you really are arrogant. I want to see what abilities you have. All together. Boom! The five attacked simultaneously. The scar-faced man gripped his long knife tightly and swung it down fiercely. Boom! A massive lightning blade flickered. Another early second-tier ability user. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes. The ability users from Bear Country were growing quite fast. No, it wasn't about Bear Country, it was about this force. Qin Ming surged forward, the starfall blade slashing diagonally, a more powerful lightning tearing through the air in an instant. Bang! The two lightning blade lights collided, and a powerful energy exploded violently. Under the terrifying aftermath, the scar-faced man staggered back, his face filled with horror. Forbidden sequence? Boss, he's a forbidden sequence holder. The scar-faced man shouted loudly. I can see that. The squad leader's hands moved, and strands of iron wire shot out like bullets, aiming directly at Qin Ming. Qin Ming raised his knife to block. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the iron wire were all blocked. At that moment, the fitness coach charged forward, holding a long iron rod. The rod seemed to be the bar of a barbell. With a buzzing sound, the iron rod let out a whistling noise. Just as the iron rod was about to fall, a playing card jumped out from Qin Ming's body. Combat skill, Poker Soldier. With a bang, the playing card exploded into a cloud of white smoke, and a poker soldier holding a shield appeared in front of Qin Ming. This poker soldier was different from the previous ones. It was not a direct human form. The soldier before him was just a playing card, but it had hands, feet, and a head. Its body was a thin playing card, printed with a large diamond one. Diamond one held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. As it blocked the iron rod, it suddenly thrust out the spear in its hand. However, when the sharp spear stabbed into the fitness coach's abdomen, it couldn't penetrate at all. The fitness coach struck a pose to showcase his abs, just like a bodybuilder displaying his muscles in a competition. To Qin Ming's shock, in this pose, the fitness coach's body defense had significantly improved. Clearly, this pose was a defensive combat skill of the fitness coach. Qin Ming shouted in his heart that it was absurd. These sequence abilities were truly bizarre. He had never seen anything like it. Immediately after, the fitness coach changed his move, slowly raising his arms to display his explosive biceps, seemingly gathering energy. Qin Ming was very familiar with this move. Wasn't it the iconic move of Whitebeard from the One Piece manga, the Quake Punch? Explode, the power to destroy everything. The fitness coach then shouted a somewhat cringeworthy slogan, and his arm muscles instantly swelled, delivering a punch. Quake Punch. Boom! The fist heavily struck Diamond 1's shield. With a crack, the shield exploded, and a powerful force surged into Diamond 1's body. With a bang, Diamond 1 was completely blown apart. Qin Ming was also knocked back a few steps by this force. Forbidden sequence? Qin Ming looked at the fitness coach in surprise, not expecting this to be a forbidden sequence ability. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth slightly lifted. Then let's try this knife. Qin Ming slashed horizontally, thunder raging. With a loud bang, thunder slash. However, the fitness coach showed no intention of dodging, still posing. He strained to flex his muscles, tightly clenched his fists, and slightly lowered his arms, making a crab pose. Iron block. Qin Ming. Clearly, this guy is a loyal fan of One Piece. Boom! The long knife arrived as expected, striking hard against the fitness coach's muscular body. Bang! The taut muscles tore apart in an instant, blood splattering. The fitness coach's pupils trembled as he fell to the ground weakly, disbelief written all over his face. Qin Ming slowly sheathed his knife and said, "Didn't anyone tell you not to block a knife with your body?" After dealing with one person, Qin Ming raised his head again, his gaze falling on the four people in front of him. "Surrender now, and you still have a chance." "Bullshit, kill him," the squad leader shouted angrily, and the iron wire formed into a net, lunging at Qin Ming. For others, the invisible iron wire was a huge hassle, but in front of Qin Ming, it couldn't stir up any waves at all. With Qin Ming's realm, the iron wire was completely visible to him. With a gentle swing of his knife, the iron wire net was torn apart. At that moment, the scarred man charged forward again, wielding a machete that crackled with lightning, exuding an extraordinary momentum. Qin Ming lost his patience and flicked out a playing card. Combat skill, Ace. Summons the King and Joker. can switch between King and Joker combat forms. The card flipped over, revealing the Red King. Qin Ming donned the red tailcoat, and his aura instantly surged. Facing the scarred man's slash, Qin Ming gripped his long knife tightly and swung it fiercely. Clang! The scarred man's blade shattered in an instant. The thunderous blade light flashed by, instantly decapitating him. Before the scarred man could react, his head had already been severed. Roar! At the same time, the twins, who had not yet made a move, finally struck. Their figures suddenly swelled, transforming into two raging bears. Animal system sequence? Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This was neither a strange beast nor a fallen one, but an animal system ability like Dongyan's. This type of sequence ability allows one to transform into an animal and possess all the means of that animal. In the early stages, animal system sequence abilities are quite troublesome opponents. The two raging bears roared and charged forward, shaking the ground. Buzz! At that moment, a long spear swept across, instantly blocking Qin Ming's path. Xia Imo wielded the icy spear, sending the two raging bears flying with a single thrust. She was still the same as before, always wanting to stand in front of Qin Ming. Actually, I can handle it myself, Qin Ming muttered. I won't allow you to be harmed. Xia Imo replied coldly, a look of determination flashing across her face. The second-tier early-stage King Sequence 003, Ice Phoenix, was much stronger than Qin Ming had imagined. Coupled with Xiaomo's martial arts foundation, the spear danced like an ancient female general, valiant and domineering. With another swing, one raging bear was heavily struck in the chest, spitting blood and reverting to its original form. The other was also forced back, turning from a raging bear into a pitiful bear. Finally, Qin Ming faced the leader of the opposing side. The man's expression was grim. He had no intention of fighting further and turned to flee. Qin Ming quickly pursued and slashed out. Boom! Unexpectedly, the man suddenly turned around, completely unguarded, seeking death. Qin Ming's expression darkened. It was too late to hold back, and the man died under his blade. Xia Mo showed no mercy either, directly slaying the two raging bears. Qin Ming turned to see that the masked Huaxia man had already been subdued by Lu Chang. Well, as long as this guy is here. Clearly, this Huaxia man possessed a lot of information. The bodies were handed over to Cold Wind for processing, and Qin Ming approached the masked youth. Lu Chang swiftly removed the mask from his face, revealing the youth's appearance. The youth looked terrified, not daring to meet Qin Ming's gaze. From the SCP Foundation? Qin Ming asked. The youth was slightly taken aback, wondering how Qin Ming knew. Your mask has already betrayed you. Speak. What's the deal with the fallen ones? Has your organization infiltrated Bear Country? As Qin Ming spoke, he wiped his knife. This frightened the youth greatly. He had witnessed the earlier scene firsthand. If he didn't speak, his fate was certain death. I'll talk. Can you spare my life? The youth asked. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, I opened a Clear Heart studio, where there are many like you. You still have great use. The youth swallowed hard, and under Qin Ming's mix of persuasion and pressure, he revealed everything. Qin Ming's guess was correct. They were all from the SCP Foundation. It wasn't that the SCP Foundation had infiltrated Bear Country, but that this foundation was already spread across the globe, having become a large-scale evil organization. So, whether it was Huaxia infiltrating Bear Country or foreign forces infiltrating Huaxia, it was hard to say. A global evil organization? Qin Ming's expression darkened. Who could have such capability? Then what about the fallen ones? The youth replied, I'm not too clear on that either. Nowadays, with the arrival of the dungeon, many people accidentally obtain potion materials, but they don't have the precise potion formulas, so many have turned into fallen ones. Of course, some people are aware of the risks involved, but for the sake of great power, they don't care. And the SCP Foundation, besides containing the awakened ones, is also containing these fallen ones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. In this way, the world has become even more turbulent. The iron-blooded emperor, who was wrapping bandages, slowly spoke. He coldly stared at the young man. To kill me and provoke the relationship between Huaxia and the Bear Country is to incite conflict. What is the purpose of this? To create a new order? To act against a national leader? The SCP Foundation is ambitious. This is no longer a small matter in some remote place. Besides competing for national resources, he is also plotting a huge conspiracy. The young man felt intimidated under the iron-blooded emperor's gaze and trembled as he said, I don't know. This is the information given by the higher-ups. At this point, Qin Ming became curious. What conditions did the SCP Foundation promise you? Why are you willing to serve them? The young man's gaze turned to Qin Ming. They can make us stronger. Just like your organization that hunts anomalies, completing tasks earns us merit and rewards from the upper echelons. Qin Ming frowned. Is your higher-up the vice president? The young man shook his head. No, the vice president is actually just a small leader.
equivalent to a liaison in a certain area. Above the vice president, there are the guardians, and my higher up is a guardian.
Everyone was taken aback. The hierarchy was so strict? So you are the vice president? Lu Cheng asked.
The young man shook his head again. I am directly under the guardian and do not participate in the various vice presidents. My main task is to establish connections with the Bear Country. Understood. No wonder he mingled with the Foundation members from the Bear Country.
Do you know who your direct superior is? Qin Ming asked.
I do. The young man revealed an unexpected answer. Even Qin Ming was taken aback. He thought the other party would be unaware. After all, that was a guardian, a figure of higher status than the vice president. His name is Ding Yi, and he is also from Huaxia. It is said that he was just an ordinary Foundation member before, but his network was exposed, and he was the only one who escaped. After that, he quickly rose to the position of guardian, all because he had a powerful enforcer by his side, who cleared all obstacles for him. At this point, the young man's body trembled involuntarily. He had seen that enforcer, definitely a ruthless character. However, when he said this, Qin Ming, Xiao and Lu Cheng all had strange expressions. If he guessed correctly, the Ding Yi the young man mentioned was Old Ding, and the enforcer beside Old Ding was the undercover agent Qin Ming had placed.
Dong Yan. Has Dong Yan contacted you recently? Lu Cheng frowned.
No, Qin Ming shook his head. He was not clear about Dong Yan's current situation, but he had no doubt about Dong Yan's intentions. He trusted Dong Yan 100%. The fact that Dong Yan had not contacted him must mean he was in a difficult situation. Just like the current situation, Dong Yan probably knew about it, but the fact that he hadn't informed Qin Ming in such a critical moment indicated that his own situation was likely very severe. Qin Ming didn't think too much. He believed Dong Yan would handle his affairs well and would definitely get in touch with him. After this matter, Qin Ming took his team and left the Bear Country. Before leaving, he completed the transaction with the Iron-Blooded Emperor, handing over a total of 20 doses of the sequence potion. What shocked the Bear Countryside was that the success rate of these 20 potions was actually 100%. The Bear Country soldiers who took the potions all successfully awakened. This greatly astonished the Iron-Blooded Emperor and made him admire Qin Ming even more. As they left, watching the Huaxia military vehicles depart, the Iron-Blooded Emperor and the bearded general were filled with reluctance. Sigh, if such a person were in our Bear Country, how wonderful that would be. The general with the big beard sighed heavily. The Iron-Blooded Emperor's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. His life is destined to be extraordinary.
But to protect an entire nation by oneself is not easy.
After Qin Ming and the others returned from the Bear Country, they did not immediately go back to the Monster Academy but instead arrived at the headquarters in the capital. When Qin Ming arrived at the central base in the capital, General Long was already waiting there. The two headed to the central office together. Pushing open the office door, all the high-ranking officials of Huaxia turned their gazes toward the two at the entrance. The first seat stood up, looking at the two with burning eyes. Welcome our great hero. The commanders of the various military districts saluted. Qin Ming returned the military salute. He was now the commander of the Hunting Abnormalities Unit, part of the military. In the entire Huaxia military, his position was second only to the first seat and Long Xiaoguo. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the high-ranking officials, Qin Ming and Long Xiaoguo took their seats. Present were the top figures from various fields, all of whom held significant influence in Huaxia and were the core of its leadership. Among them were the research department's giant, Elder Nong, and the engineering department's giant, Elder Jiang. They all knew that this meeting was to prepare for the upcoming great battle. The first seat spoke first, looking at Qin Ming. Commander Qin, according to your report, you were attacked in Bear Country? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials changed.
What? This happened? Was it the Bear Country's doing? How dare they?
Qin Ming waved his hand, calming the several military district bigwigs. This matter has nothing to do with Bear Country. Strictly speaking, it was the first seat of Bear Country who was attacked, and the other party wanted to pin the blame on me.
What?
The crowd was even more shocked. What force is so bold? A force called the SCP Foundation. This organization has spread globally. Qin Ming shared the general information about the SCP Foundation. After hearing this, everyone fell silent.
Undoubtedly, this organization was much more troublesome than they had imagined.
Qin Ming looked deeply at everyone and said, "This is just one of the evil forces. I estimate that more will emerge in the future. No, perhaps they have already existed, but their power has not yet developed, and they do not dare to show themselves."
The mood among the bigwigs darkened. Qin Ming, do you have any solutions?
The first seat's gaze turned to him. As he spoke, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Ming. Qin Ming said solemnly, "Evil organizations are not easy to deal with. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. It is difficult to uproot them completely, but I have already arranged for people to take action,
and I believe there will be results. I have come this time to discuss a plan with everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of confusion. With Qin Ming's current power, what important plan could require everyone's agreement? Qin Ming slowly spoke. I call it the fortress plan. Based on the Tower of Babel, expand the base and shelter the people of the nation. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the high-ranking officials' expressions changed dramatically. Even the first seat frowned. No, does this mean we should give up our territory? A military bigwig spoke up. I think this is inappropriate. Doing so would mean Huaxia is compromising with the monsters. The situation shouldn't be so dire yet, right? The high-ranking officials all spoke, their expressions not looking good. Qin Ming guessed that everyone's reaction would be very agitated, but this matter must be done. Everyone, I am not afraid to say it directly, shrinking our defensive forces is inevitable. In the recent instances of the arrivals, everyone has seen it, the ice and snow crisis in the small fishing village, the lava monsters in the mountain city, the tsunami in the south, all caused by monsters. These abnormal beasts possess the power to affect nature, which is a tremendous disaster for civilians. And this is just the beginning. The beasts that have descended today are merely the start. There will be more, stronger ones arriving in the days to come. With our current strength, we are utterly unable to protect the scattered citizens. Qin Ming's words were powerful and resonant. The high-ranking officials present were both shocked and powerless. Qin Ming was right. If it weren't for the swift response of the Monster Hunters Department and the Monster Academy, countless citizens would have perished in the current instances. This situation had already been vividly demonstrated abroad. Now, the entire world had only China remaining relatively unaffected. Aside from that, all other countries had cities that had fallen, completely occupied by the beasts. The conference room fell into deep thought. After a long while, the chairperson slowly spoke. I believe Qin Ming is correct. The hot weapons that humanity prides itself on have lost their effectiveness. Relying solely on the awakened ones at hand, it is difficult to protect the entire populace of China. Once a certain area suffers an invasion from the beasts, our citizens won't even have a chance to evacuate. Currently, there was only one monster hunter squad for an entire city. Relying on just one squad to protect the whole city was clearly unrealistic. As the chairperson spoke, many high-ranking officials exchanged glances, all agreeing with this plan. Qin Ming, what are your intentions? The chairperson asked. Qin Ming nodded. The fortress plan is not something that can be accomplished overnight. We need to build a massive base to accommodate our citizens. With the current scale of the Sky Tower, it is far from sufficient. Moreover, the material of the outer wall of the Sky Tower cannot withstand high-level beasts. Upon hearing this, many high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. This was indeed a significant project. Does Commander Qin have a specific plan? The elder from the engineering department asked. Qin Ming replied with a smile, then I will need elder craftsmen's help. The elder was taken aback, then responded loudly, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. I need an engineering team, the best of the best, preferably under 40 years old, Qin Ming said. Many high-ranking officials looked puzzled. What is this for? Qin Ming smiled confidently. I want to create a team of civil engineering awakened ones. After the meeting, China became busy once again. During this time, the construction of the Sky Tower was nearly complete, resembling a series of steel bases. 36 Sky Towers guarded the land of China. Qin Ming's fortress plan was based on this. Although the plan abandoned vast territories, the 36 Sky Towers were distributed throughout China, occupying the most advantageous positions. With these 36 Sky Towers in place, China would not fall to the beasts. Furthermore, the 36 Sky Towers were interconnected. Even if a territory was occupied by beasts, reclaiming it would not be difficult. It could be said that as long as the 36 Sky Tower bases existed, the foundation of China remained intact. The next day, Qin Ming returned to the Monster Academy with Xia Mo and others. Upon returning, Qin Ming immediately began the potion preparation work. First were the spoils obtained from the Bear Country. There were over 100 ice python eggs and a large pile of various ice python materials. Qin Ming started to concoct potions, first producing the Forbidden Sequence 009, Ice Cannon Master, potions, a total of 110 bottles. As soon as the potions were prepared, Lu Chang and Lang Feng were waiting in the training hall. Over 100 soldiers were ready, prepared to take the potions in the best condition. The results were very smooth. The potions concocted using the Qian Koan gourd had a success rate of 99%. Another batch of Ice Cannon Masters successfully emerged, bringing the total number of Ice Cannon Masters to 215. This squad would be Qin Ming's trump card. Qin Ming also attempted to acquire ice python eggs from around the world but had no success. Although every country had ice python instances, not every instance had a spawning python king.
Shin Ming's success was purely a matter of luck. The news that the Ice Python dungeon in Bear Country had been eliminated reached countries around the world, and upon learning that it was Huaxia that had intervened to assist, many nations were filled with envy. Numerous countries requested Huaxia's support, but Huaxia was currently overwhelmed and unable to respond. Now, Huaxia had already encountered its 7th and 8th dungeons, with domain type continuously descending, causing a significant impact within its borders. The more than 200 newly created ice cannon masters were all dispatched for support, and the situation was extremely urgent. At Monster Academy, Shin Ming was still concocting potions. This time, he was preparing the potion of Sequence 021, the Craftsman. This potion required materials obtained from a creature called the Armored Pangolin, and some had been acquired in Bear Country. After returning, Huaxia also encountered an Armored Pangolin dungeon. Shin Ming immediately sent Xia Mo and Lu Cheng to lead a team to handle it. With Xia Mo and the Ice Cannon team, the mission went very smoothly. They killed over 700 armored pangolins and obtained hundreds of potion materials. Armored pangolin scales plus thunder iron beast claws plus wasteland wolf fur plus 5 milliliters of pure water plus 10 grams of sand equals potion of sequence 021, the Craftsman. A total of 200 brown potions were concocted. Shin Ming quickly found the Craftsman Elder. At this time, the Craftsman Elder was already prepared, waiting with 200 top-notch construction engineers. These engineers were the best talents in the country, both in practical skills and architectural theory, and all were under 40 years old, as per Shin Ming's request. Shin Ming thought that while the craftsman ability could alter terrain and create defensive structures, it was best to find relevant talents, as expertise is essential. Moreover, Huaxia was not lacking in such talents. In the training hall of Monster Academy, Shin Ming looked at the many engineers, his expression serious as he nodded. "Everyone, I believe you already know what to do, so I won't waste words." The crowd looked at the potions on the table, their excitement barely contained. The world had already entered an extraordinary chapter, and they naturally wanted to become such figures. The opportunity was right before them, something many desired but could not attain. The crowd did not hesitate, but what Shin Ming did not expect was that the first to take the potion was actually the Craftsman Elder himself. According to the Craftsman Elder, even his old bones wanted to go wild once. Shin Ming did not stop him, instead, he fully supported it. Becoming an awakened one, whether in physical quality or combat power, was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As the main person in charge of the Fortress project, the Craftsman Elder bore heavy responsibilities. He could not afford to collapse, and becoming an awakened one was the best choice. The awakening went very smoothly, with all 200 engineers successfully awakening and becoming possessors of Sequence 021 abilities. The Craftsman Elder's eyes brightened, and his body, over 60 years old, seemed rejuvenated, filled with strength. "Director Chin, this feeling is truly wonderful," the Craftsman Elder exclaimed excitedly. Shin Ming smiled. "Do you feel this power?" The Craftsman Elder nodded. "I know what to do now." Saying this, he took out a design blueprint. "This is the design according to your requirements, take a look." Shin Ming glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, without further ado, I will take you to the Tongtian Tower to get to work." Half an hour later, Shin Ming and the Craftsman Elder, along with the awakened ones, arrived at the Tongtian Tower in Jiangnan. At this time, the Tongtian Tower base had become a steel base, with many buildings and complete equipment. The only drawback was that the area was too small. In fact, it wasn't too small. The area of a Tongtian Tower was enough to be the size of a small town. However, accommodating so many citizens of Huaxia made it feel very cramped. Therefore, expansion was necessary. Thus, something shocking happened to the citizens of Jiangnan. Not far outside the city, a 100-meter-high earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground. After spending most of the day, Shin Ming and the craftsmen circled around the center of Jiangnan City. One after another, the 100-meter-high earthen walls sprang up, connecting to each other like city walls, enclosing the entire Jiangnan City. This phenomenon caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan City, and soon it spread across the country. Media outlets from various regions reported on it, and the people of the nation were abuzz with discussion. God, what is happening? The entire Jiangnan City has been enclosed. Such a massive project was completed in just a few hours? Is it the work of some strange beast? It shouldn't be a strange beast, otherwise, the hunters would have appeared long ago. Right, I feel this is quite good. It gives a strong sense of security. While the citizens were discussing, the official announcement from the Monster Academy was made. There is no need for the public to panic. The city walls are an official action, which we call the Fortress Plan. The city walls were constructed by awakened individuals from the Monster Academy, with defensive powers surpassing steel, and will serve as a solid line of defense to protect the people. This plan will be implemented nationwide, and specific information cannot be disclosed at this time.
Citizens need not panic, all actions are for the safety of the people.
Once this announcement was made, the entire Huaxia was shaken. Countries around the world also received the news immediately, and when the 100-meter-high city wall appeared before their officials, the world erupted in chaos. God, Huaxia's infrastructure madman has produced another astonishing work. As soon as the Monster Academy's announcement was released, foreign officials received the news right away. When the 100-meter-high wall of Jiangnan City appeared on the screens in their conference rooms, there was a dead silence. Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, Gallon Country, the empire on which the sun never sets, Peacock Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Stick Country. Almost all countries' officials were staring at that towering wall at the same time.
After a long silence,
in the Eagle Sauce Central Conference Room, the first seat, Taepu, stared blankly at the scene, his mouth slightly agape.
Can anyone tell me how Huaxia did this? No one responded.
General Arthur, the Minister of Defense, furrowed his brow. According to the data, this wall was built in half a day. It's simply impossible with human labor.
Then there is only one possibility. This is the ability of extraordinary beings.
The head of the Extraordinary Department, Archer, squinted his eyes. This kind of ability is likely the work of some Earth-type ability users. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look.
Taepu raised an eyebrow. Do we have such ability users in Eagle Sauce? Archer nodded. There is one. Can he do this?
Taepu pointed at the screen.
Archer shook his head. No.
Taepu. He really wanted to slap this guy to death. Archer noticed the anger on Taepu's face and quickly said, such a project cannot be completed by one person. It requires at least over 100. I suspect that Huaxia has a team of Earth-type awakened individuals.
Over 100?
The high-ranking officials in the room gasped in shock.
That number seemed a bit excessive.
Their entire Eagle Sauce country had only about 500 awakened individuals, and Huaxia alone had over 100 constructing defensive works. What about the combat-type awakened individuals?
Wouldn't there be even more?
According to reports from scouts, the number of Huaxia awakened individuals sent to assist Bear Country has exceeded 100. And this is still their reserve force. In various cities, there is also a team of hunters. Counting them up, the number of Huaxia awakened individuals has reached an astonishing figure. General Arthur spoke slowly.
This was definitely bad news. Everyone fell silent again. Taepu narrowed his eyes and looked at General Arthur. What about the people we sent out earlier?
General Arthur's expression was not good. They have all lost contact. They are most likely already sacrificed.
They are referring to the 10 fallen ones of the Mad Doctor.
Sacrificed. Tep muttered to himself, lost in thought. If the cities of Huaxia could build such walls, it would be even harder for us to assassinate Qin Ming again.
Isn't that just a dirt wall? Its defensive power shouldn't be that great, right?
General John raised a question. Archer immediately countered, no, this is created by the abilities of awakened ones. Its defensive power is definitely not something an ordinary wall can compare to, and conventional weapons are likely ineffective.
I just have one question. What's the purpose of building the wall?
It can only fend off the beasts from outside. Who knows if the beasts will descend within the city?
The high-ranking officials looked over in surprise. This makes sense. The locations where the beasts descend are random, so if a beast were to appear inside the city, what would be the point of the wall? They can't have mastered some method to exclude the beast's descent points from within the city, can they? The same question came from the Dragon General's mouth. Can you ensure that beasts won't appear inside the city?
Qin Ming shook his head. Not at the moment, we're still missing one thing.
What thing? The Dragon General looked puzzled.
A containment object called the Quantum Light Shield. As long as the Quantum Light Shield is activated, no beasts will descend within its range, and it can also provide a certain level of defense. During an external invasion, this Quantum Light Shield will form a defensive barrier, protecting the city walls, Qin Ming explained.
Upon hearing this, the Dragon General's eyes lit up. Such a thing exists? Where can we get it?
It appears in the third phase of the civilization trial. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. But so far, there has been no sign of it. If I'm not mistaken, it will appear in the 10th instance.
The Dragon General frowned. Didn't you say the 10th instance would be a great battle?
That's right. It should be appearing soon. Currently, Huaxia had completed 8 instances, and the 9th was underway. The timing was about right. In the third phase of the trial, Huaxia was far ahead. Even the second-place Bear Country had only cleared 6 instances. The third was Eagle Sauce, with 5 instances.
Then let's complete the fortress plan first. Once the city walls of Jiangnan are up, there will be widespread acclaim domestically.
I must say, these walls do provide a strong sense of security. The Dragon General sighed. If every city could do this, we wouldn't have to relocate the people. Qin Ming shook his head.
Do you really think that quantum light shield is as common as cabbage? Without the quantum light shield, it wouldn't be difficult for the beasts to break through this dirt wall. The dragon general understood, but relocating the people was an extremely daunting task. I will have old craftsmen speed up the process and first surround the 36 cities where the Sky Tower is located. That is the foundation of the fortress plan, Qin Ming said. The dragon general nodded. Just then, both of their phones rang simultaneously. Qin Ming picked up to see a report from the front lines. Commander, the 9th instance has been cleared. Qin Ming and Long Shagwood exchanged glances and said in unison, cleared. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in the sky. A heavenly voice resonated across the globe. Congratulations to Huaxia for clearing 9 instances and successfully activating the 10th instance. The 10th instance is a global instance, where major civilizations will enter together and compete. The rewards for this instance are extremely rich, containing various unimaginable resources, and all civilizations must participate. Upon hearing this news, Long Shagwo looked at Qin Ming in shock. You really guessed it right. Qin Ming's brow furrowed. It's actually a global instance. This is forcing all countries to compete together. While it may seem like competition on the surface, when it comes to interests, no one will hold back. This battle is bound to be brutal, and this is likely a huge turning point for Blue Star. At this moment, countries around the world are in an uproar. The official brains of each nation are working rapidly, contemplating how to respond to this competition. At the same time, many countries are harboring ulterior motives. For example, the Cherry Blossom country. It is known that the high-ranking officials of this country have all been replaced by alien beasts, and they have long hated Qin Ming, seeing him as a thorn in their side. This time presents a good opportunity for them to eliminate Qin Ming and expand their influence. Not only the Cherry Blossom country, but the Eagle Sauce side also shares this thought. They are well aware that as long as Qin Ming is around, they cannot win against Huaxia. So if they can't have him, they must destroy him. Qin Ming must die. Immediately, Tepu ordered Akier to gather all awakened individuals in the country. The officials of various countries are also scheming, each with their own hidden agendas. In addition, the evil forces lurking in the shadows are also on the move. In a short time, dark currents are surging in the world, and a grand upheaval is about to unfold. The 10th instance will arrive in 3 days. The meaning of the Black Hand is that the instance will be another space, and at that time, the people of Blue Star will enter through the instance entrance. The entrance will randomly appear near anyone intending to enter the instance. This method is somewhat terrifying. There is no fixed location, no designated crowd, randomly appearing near anyone intending to enter the instance. Does the Black Hand mean it can read the thoughts of humans? Or does the Black Hand possess some strange power? Clearly, this is beyond the explanation of Blue Star's technology. Regarding this matter, the officials of various countries have not delved deeply. The world already understands that the Black Hand is not a civilization of the same dimension as theirs. To survive, they can only follow the game rules set by the Black Hand. 3 days is not a long time, and Qin Ming has been busy. The urgent task is the implementation of the fortress plan. There are arrangements made by the old craftsman in this regard, and Qin Ming has followed him through several towers. The rest is left to the old craftsman to arrange. The city walls are just the beginning. After building the walls, more facilities need to be constructed. Fortunately, Qin Ming's plan is good, directly enveloping the city within the fortress plan, which reduces many troubles regarding residents' living conditions. At least there are plenty of houses sufficient for the people to live in. Of course, the fortress plan is not limited to the ground. The underground base is also a massive project. Additionally, drinking water and food will require the mobilization of national resources, which is an extremely arduous task. After arranging everything, Qin Ming continued to concoct potions in the laboratory. This time, the potion was for Hui Zhongxing. This kid has been talking about awakening for a long time, and after Qin Ming gathered materials, he finally found all the potion ingredients for him. This sequence ability was actually possessed by Hui Xiaopang in his previous life. However, in his past life, Hui Xiaopang only obtained this ability after the 4th stage trial, which is still far away. So Qin Ming helped him gather the potion. What he needs most right now is a helper. Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant. This is a powerful sequence pathway. Common Sequence 039, Peddler. Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant. Royal Sequence 009, Fate Mage. Divine Sequence? Qin Ming only knows this much. He doesn't have much understanding of the Divine Sequence, but if he can advance to Royal Sequence 009, Fate Mage, that ability would already be very powerful. Moreover, the potion Qin Ming is concocting is still Forbidden Sequence 004, Merchant, directly skipping the Common Sequence stage, which is sufficient for Hui Xiaopang to utilize. Half an hour later, Qin Ming successfully concocted the potion,
which was a bottle of blue potion. This bottle of potion cleared out all the rare materials in Qin Ming's hands. Some of them were even obtained from Bear Country. Hua Xiaopeng is really lucky. If it weren't for his trip to Bear Country, Qin Ming would not have been able to gather all the potion ingredients. After receiving the potion, Hua Zhongxing was extremely excited. He trembled as he shouted to Qin Ming, "Adoptive father, please allow me to bow to you." "Good son, quickly get up," Qin Ming replied. Xia Mo beside them was speechless. Lu Cheng chuckled to himself. It was rare for him to see this side of Qin Ming. He knew that Qin Ming bore a heavy burden, having been busy for Huaxia since his rebirth. Although he now stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia, most people had forgotten who Qin Ming truly was. He was just a 19-year-old youth. Under the protection of the crowd, Hua Xiaopeng took the potion and successfully awakened the Forbidden Sequence 004 merchant. Hua Xiaopeng was still unfamiliar with this ability, and Qin Ming advised him to practice diligently. Turning back, he looked at Lu Cheng. "How is the person I asked you to find?" Lu Cheng's expression turned serious. "I couldn't find him. He seems to have disappeared." Qin Ming frowned. "How could this happen?" Lu Cheng took out a document. "This is his information. According to his family, he suddenly lost contact 2 months ago, which coincided with the end of the first trial. Do you remember? After the first trial, Huaxia rewarded a batch of awakened individuals, most of whom were willing to serve the country, but a few have been untraceable. I suspect this person is one of them, but strangely, this person has a clean background, unlike someone who would betray the country." Qin Ming pondered for a moment, trying hard to recall Su Zilian's background. That's right, the person Lu Cheng was looking for was a young man named Su Zilian, one of Qin Ming's teammates in his previous life. He was an outstanding doctor. It was surprising that they couldn't find Su Zilian. "Have you contacted his family?" "Yes, they didn't seem to react much to his disappearance. Their relationship doesn't seem very good." Qin Ming shook his head. "No, Su Zilian has a very good relationship with his family. They probably don't want to talk about it because something has happened to him. But judging by his parents' reaction, Su Zilian should still be alive, just in a bit of trouble." Lu Cheng frowned. "If someone can disappear right under our noses, only one force could do it. The SCP Foundation?" Qin Ming nodded. "That's what I was thinking. Su Zilian has probably been captured by the SCP Foundation." Qin Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. With Su Zilian's abilities, he estimated that he had already become a high-ranking member of the SCP Foundation. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Just as Qin Ming and Lu Cheng were conversing, Qin Ming's phone rang. He opened it to find an unfamiliar number. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and answered the phone in a deep voice. "Hello, boss, it's me." A low yet magnetic voice came from the other end. It was Dong Yen. "What's going on?" "Sorry, boss. I really didn't have a chance to contact you recently. I was responsible for the assassination of the iron-blooded emperor in Bear Country. The higher-ups were testing me." Dong Yan's voice was calm, showing little remorse. Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. He didn't mind or feel dissatisfied, as this was how he and Dong Yan interacted. "I heard you've mixed with the higher-ups?" "Not exactly high-ranking. Lao Ding has managed to secure the 6th seat of the protector position, and I'm under him." Dong Yan continued, "The reason I'm contacting you is to inform you that the president has issued a warrant for your arrest. You are now the #1 enemy of the SCP Foundation. They will target you in this global." Qin Ming nodded, not surprised. "Continue." "Also, regarding the Yi Fallen, I need to tell you that there have been many Fallen appearing domestically, but many of them are foreign imports, especially from Eagle Sauce, where the Fallen have formed a large force, and we have cooperation with them. I've heard that the origin of the Yi Fallen from Eagle Sauce comes from their official sources. They have been researching this area, but it seems they have already lost control." Dong Yen said. Qin Ming squinted his eyes. "The Mad Doctor?" A confirming voice came from the phone. "Yes, that's the one." Qin Ming's anxious heart finally settled. It really was that guy. "Boss, just be careful. This global instance has many people wanting to eliminate you." At this point, Dong Yan's emotions finally fluctuated. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Qin Ming smiled. "By the way, I want to inquire about someone, should be in the SCP Foundation, named Su Ziliang." After he spoke, Dong Yan opened his mouth in surprise. "He's the first guardian." "The first guardian?" Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. He really was impressive, doing so well. "I've interacted with him, and I feel this person is a bit different," Dong Yan said. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. "He will be our teammate, but I'm thinking about how to win him over." "It's a bit difficult," Dong Yan said solemnly. "His power is significant, and the president values him highly." You've met the president of the foundation?" "I have, wearing a mask. Couldn't see his face. He's from Huaxia." "A Huaxia person?" Qin Ming frowned. "Alright, be careful in your actions, and try to make contact with Su Zilian when you have the chance."
Understood, Dong Yen replied.
The call ended, and Qin Ming fell into deep thought.
It seems the SCP Foundation is not easy to deal with. Commander, Long wants you to confirm the candidates for entering the instance.
At this moment, Lu Cheng spoke up.
Qin Ming nodded. This time, the number of people entering the instance couldn't be too few, but it also couldn't be too many, and the participants must have a certain level of strength, at least all must be second tier. First, send me the list of second tier awakened ones, then ask about their willingness. Then, during these 3 days, resources should be focused on the Ice Cannon Master team. I want 50 people to enter the second tier and join me in the instance. Understood. Lu Cheng took the materials and went to get busy. Xia Mo.
Qin Ming looked at Xia Mo beside him.
With only the two of them left in the room, Xia Mo saw that no one was around and moved a little closer to Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled and embraced Xia Mo.
Xia Mo's body stiffened, and her pretty face instantly turned red.
Is our school beauty shy? Qin Ming teased. Xia Mo stubbornly turned her head away. Then, unexpectedly, Qin Ming planted a kiss on her cheek.
Xia Mo's whole body felt like it had been electrocuted. She suddenly turned her head to stare at Qin Ming, her big eyes sparkling like little stars. Her fair little face, rosy lips, and flawless features exuded both a mature charm and a sweet beauty.
Incredible! How did I overlook this stunning beauty in my previous life? Smack!
While Qin Ming was lost in thought, Xia Mo suddenly leaned in, lightly kissing his lips. A fleeting touch, the soft sensation made Qin Ming yearn for more.
Xia Mo blushed and broke free from Qin Ming's embrace. I have to get busy.
Wait a moment, Qin Ming called out to Xia Mo. I have something important.
Xia Mo asked, what is it?
Qin Ming became serious. In the next couple of days, you should reach out to Jiang Yuzi and see if there's any information from Sakura country.
Okay, also tell her to join us in this instance. Alright, Xia Mo also became serious. This undercover agent should be pulled out soon.
After everyone left, Qin Ming went alone to the training hall. The training hall was large and exclusive to him. Qin Ming's goal this time was to figure out where the ice python taken by the Chen Koen gourd had gone. He took out the Chen Koen gourd and carefully examined the marks on it. There were exactly 2 ice python kings imprinted on it, lifelike like stickers. Qin Ming was unclear about this ability. The Chen Koen gourd hadn't shown it in his previous life.
This piqued Qin Ming's curiosity. He attempted to pour his mental energy into the Chen Koen gourd, and at that moment, an unexpected event occurred.
The Chen Koen gourd suddenly opened its mouth and sucked Qin Ming inside. When Qin Ming came to his senses, he found himself inside the Chen Koen gourd. It was a vast space, deep and mysterious.
Splash!
Immediately, the sound of chains echoed. Qin Ming walked forward in surprise and discovered the 2 ice python kings that had been captured. At that moment, both the male and female ice python kings were bound by chains, tightly constricting their bodies. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the 2 python kings became agitated, struggling continuously in an attempt to break free from the chains.
But it was all in vain.
They could not escape the chains. Qin Ming seemed to realize that in this space, he possessed the power to control everything.
Still not convinced, huh?
Qin Ming extended his hand and squeezed hard.
Clang! The chains quickly tightened, constricting the ice python kings even more.
Roar! The ice python king howled in pain, surprisingly speaking human words.
Human, stop!
Qin Ming showed no intention of stopping, continuing to tighten the chains until the ice python kings were exhausted and he finally released them. When the chains loosened, the expressions in the eyes of the 2 ice python kings had changed.
From initial disdain and anger to now fear.
They were truly afraid of this human youth before them.
Qin Ming looked at them. Can we communicate properly now? The male python king quickly nodded. Yes, yes. How did you beasts come to Blue Star? Qin Ming asked, voicing his biggest doubt. However, the male python king shook his head. I don't know.
We indeed come from another world, but that world has limited living space, and then we inexplicably arrived here. In our consciousness, this is a world suitable for our survival, and our greatest goal is to survive here. Qin Ming fell into deep thought. It seemed the beasts did not know much about Blue Star either, and they were likely just cannon fodder. Of course, this was just one side of the ice python's story. It was possible they were not unaware of the purpose of invading Blue Star, but rather too weak to have the right to know. Qin Ming realized that asking further would yield no results, so he simply gave up.
Then, his gaze fell on the altar beneath the male ice python.
He discovered that beneath both the male and female ice pythons, there was an altar covered in patterns. The chains binding the ice pythons originated from this altar. Qin Ming glanced over and found that there were a total of 10 such altars.
Does this mean it can accommodate 10 beasts? Qin Ming thought. But what use is capturing beasts?
After confirming there was no danger, Qin Ming slowly approached the altar.
When he got closer and saw the text on the altar, Qin Ming was taken aback. There were 2 options on the altar. 1. Contract. 2. Fusion.
Xin Ming could understand the contract. It was probably about binding the ice python to his service, allowing it to help him fight. Xin Ming's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Having a third-tier ice python to assist him in battle would be a significant advantage on Blue Star.
But what did fusion mean?
Xin Ming carefully examined the option of fusion and noticed two lines connecting the two ice pythons.
Xin Ming's expression froze. Could it be that it wanted the two ice pythons to fuse? Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Xin Ming pressed the fusion button.
In the next moment, the two altars erupted with strange light, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Xin Ming watched as if playing a game, seeing the two ice pythons merge into one. The ice python fused into one, emanating waves of coldness, its aura becoming even more astonishing. Its appearance also underwent a significant change. The icy scales gained a hint of golden sheen, and two small horns sprouted from its head. With a bang, a piece of information popped up before Xin Ming.
Ice Python fusion successful. Forbidden Beast Ice Python. Forbidden Beast 1-star Ice Python. After reaching 9 stars, it can evolve into the King Beast Frost Dragon. Can it really be like this?
Xin Ming's eyes widened, his face filled with shock.
Two ice pythons fused together, transforming into a 1-star Forbidden Beast.
According to this, the highest fusion can reach 9 stars, and after 9 stars, it can still evolve.
It feels quite powerful, but the number of ice pythons needed for fusion is too many. Where can I find so many ice pythons?
Xin Ming didn't think ordinary ice pythons could fuse. At the very least, they had to be ice python kings, but ice python kings are not that easy to find.
I'll figure it out later when I have the chance. But one thing is certain, the strength of the Python King after fusion is clearly much stronger.
Just in terms of appearance, it has become more imposing.
Next is the contract, right?
Xin Ming looked at the remaining
contract button and reached out to press it. In the next moment, the patterns on the altar burst forth with light again, enveloping the ice python.
Unseen, Xin Ming felt a faint connection established between himself and the Python King.
Soon, the Python King's gaze towards Xin Ming no longer held hostility but rather respect.
Master! The Python King emitted a hoarse voice, which had already changed, no longer the voice of the previous male Python King. This 1-star Python King seemed to have changed its soul.
Xin Ming could see the information of this Ice Python King lighting up in his mind.
Exotic Beast, Ice Python King, Realm, 1-star Forbidden Beast, late stage of 3rd order, combat skills, Frost Breath, Ice Armor, Python King Spear, status, resting. After reading this information, Xin Ming could confirm that he could summon the Ice Python King to fight.
Without delay, Xin Ming eagerly wanted to give it a try.
He returned to the training hall, took out the Qiankuan gourd, and summoned the Ice Python King. With a loud crash, the massive body of the Ice Python King slammed onto the ground, causing a significant tremor. The Ice Python King appeared, behaving very obediently, showing no intention of attacking its master. Xin Ming's eyes lit up. This Qiankuan gourd is indeed a good treasure.
Just this ability alone is enough to make people envious. At that moment, within the internal space of the Qiankuan gourd, an incense burner floated in.
Thick mist slowly spilled out, revealing a graceful figure. The woman in the qipao looked surprised as she gazed at the altar ahead, revealing a thoughtful expression.
Interesting, truly interesting. 3 days quickly passed, and the long-awaited global dungeon finally arrived.
At this moment, everyone around the world was nervously waiting. Officials from various countries had gathered their forces, ready to enter the dungeon at any time. Xin Ming was the same. This time, all the people from Huaxia entering the dungeon were hunters of exotic beasts, totaling 200.
Among them, Xin Ming personally led 100.
Led by Lang Feng were 50 ice gunners, led by Wu Mu were 30 healing life sequence members, along with 10 thunder mages and 10 masons. As for the other 100, they were teams of exotic beast hunters from various regions of Huaxia. With Xin Ming's approval, the hunters would enter the dungeon in small teams, fighting independently. Resources obtained need not be submitted to the organization.
Of course, if they were not needed, they could be submitted to the organization for merit exchange. For the hunters, this dungeon was a trial. This battle would not be that simple. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the voice of the Black Hand echoed in the sky.
The dungeon is now open. Slay the dungeon boss to clear the dungeon, and all survivors will be sent out. Now, all extraordinary beings wishing to enter the dungeon, please unleash your power, and the dungeon entrance will appear beside you. Upon hearing this, Xin Ming's mental power slowly blossomed. In the next moment, a large void entrance gradually expanded.
Xin Ming turned back and asked, "Are you ready?"
"Always ready," the warriors shouted in unison.
"Let's go." Xin Ming took the lead and stepped into the void entrance first.
A strange and bizarre light flickered, and Xin Ming's mind went blank.
When he came to, he had already arrived in another world. Xia Mo?
Xin Ming immediately looked at the person beside him. As expected, everyone had been scattered.
This was a randomly generated instance.
He had to find his teammates as soon as possible, otherwise, if danger struck, he would have no one to support him. Xin Ming took out his phone, trying to contact his partners, but there was no response at all. Clearly, communication was not allowed here. I can only rely on luck, Xin Ming said, scanning his surroundings. This was a dense forest, with not a glimmer of light above. The thick leaves blocked the sky, making the environment very dark, as if night was about to fall.
It can't be getting dark, can it? Xin Ming murmured.
Suddenly, he had an idea and summoned the Ice Python King.
Do you know this place?
The Ice Python King shrank down to about the size of a small snake, resting on Xin Ming's hand. It curiously surveyed the surroundings, its vertical pupils glowing.
This seems to be our world. Ha! Xin Ming was shocked. What did you say? This is your beast world?
The Ice Python King seemed to be confirming, looking around and occasionally sniffing the air. Finally, it nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the beast world, but I can't be sure where exactly. Xin Ming was truly astonished.
So, the alien races invaded Blue Star, and it seemed they created an instance for humans to invade the alien races?
Interesting.
Xin Ming couldn't help but admire the creativity of the Black Hand. It was quite the game. But unfortunately, the Ice Python King didn't recognize where they were.
Master, you need to be careful. Many beast races are social creatures. If discovered, you could be swarmed,
the Ice Python warned. Xin Ming nodded and placed the Ice Python King on his shoulder. He moved cautiously in one direction.
According to the Ice Python King, this world was filled with various races, and it was even larger than Blue Star. So, the place they had landed in should only be one of the regions, and a relatively weak one at that. Otherwise, encountering a 5th or 6th tier beast would mean certain death.
Since this was a trial, Xin Ming believed the Black Hand would have a sense of proportion.
However, the overall situation was still grim, as this was the territory of the beasts. As he walked, the Ice Python King suddenly called out to Xin Ming,
"Master, there's something good over there."
Following the Ice Python King's gaze, Xin Ming spotted a small purple flower.
Spirit herb? Xin Ming recognized the flower at a glance.
Spirit herbs belonged to extraordinary species and could enhance human physique, mental strength, or extraordinary traits when consumed. The small flower before him was the thunder condensation flower.
For Xin Ming, an extraordinary being with lightning attributes, it was very beneficial.
Not only could it enhance his lightning abilities, but it could also refine his body, allowing him to break through to the next realm faster. These spirit herbs also had levels, just like extraordinary beings, divided into 9 grades, from 1st to 9th. The thunder condensation flower before him was a 1st grade spirit herb, the most ordinary type, but still quite good for Xin Ming. He stored it away in the internal space of the Shen Koan gourd.
Let's keep going.
Xin Ming stood up and continued forward. However, at that moment, he froze. In front of him, a thick green mist was slowly spreading.
Poison gas?
Xin Ming's expression changed. He seemed to understand the mechanics of this instance. No wonder there was no need to specify a direction. The poison gas was forcing humans in one direction.
And in the end, that would be the location of the boss.
Xin Ming cursed under his breath. This is going to be a poison run.
This is toxic fog, run.
The Ice Python King urged Xin Ming to escape. Without needing to say it, Xin Ming had already slipped away. This poisonous gas was clearly not easy to deal with. I know where this place is, the Ice Python King continued. This is the southern part of the 10,000 races world. Only the south has this kind of poisonous barrier. The 10,000 races world is indeed the current world, and since the Ice Python King lived in the north, he naturally did not recognize this place.
Xin Ming nodded, silently noting the information.
When he reached a relatively safe location, Xin Ming looked back to confirm the direction of the poisonous barrier and deduced the last gathering place of humanity. If he guessed correctly, the gameplay of this instance was similar to a battle royale game from Blue Star, where the poison circle shrinks, ultimately forcing all players into a final battleground. Xin Ming looked again at the direction of the poisonous barrier and found that it showed no signs of stopping, but was slowly contracting. This indicated that the space within the poison circle was quite large. Realizing this, Xin Ming knew he had to speed up and find people. The longer they were apart, the more danger could arise, although he had great confidence in his soldiers. As he moved forward, Xin Ming heard sounds of fighting ahead.
Damn! What kind of monster is this? It's so disgusting. Up ahead, a fat man was being chased by a frog-like monster. The frog was green and enormous, standing as tall as a person.
At this moment, the fat man had no power to fight back and could only keep running.
Help! I don't want to die.
Hearing that familiar voice, Xin Ming immediately quickened his pace. At the same time, the frog was about to catch up to the fat man, suddenly extending its tongue in an attempt to eat him. The fat man's hair stood on end. Ah,
fatty!
At the critical moment, Xin Ming arrived, slashing with his sword, lightning flashing.
Boom!
Thunder rumbled, splitting the sky, and the sword struck the frog's long tongue. Thud! The long tongue fell to the ground, wriggling like a fish out of water. The frog, with its severed tongue, bounced back and rolled several times. Hua Xiaopang suddenly looked up and saw the person he most wanted to see, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Old Qin.
Hua Xiaopang lunged at Qin Ming, his voice hoarse.
If I had known it would randomly drop me here, I wouldn't have come.
Hua Xiaopang was genuinely terrified. He had just become an awakened one for 2 days.
Wait, didn't you just become an awakened one?
Qin Ming said in surprise. That was Forbidden Sequence 004. You say that, but what kind of ability is this, merchant? How do you fight? Hua Xiaopang cried out.
Qin Ming was helpless. You haven't grasped the essence of merchant yet. What about your combat skills?
Hua Xiaopang wiped away a tear. Just two, one is buy and the other is sell, and sell is a passive skill.
As for buy, what can I buy? What can I buy from a frog? Buy its life.
Qin Ming said seriously.
Hua Xiaopang was stunned. What do you mean?
Buy means you pay with your spiritual power. As long as your spiritual power is sufficient, you can buy everything from it.
Qin Ming explained. For example, a hand, a leg. Hua Xiaopang swallowed hard. Are you sure? Why don't you try?
Qin Ming stepped aside, allowing Hua Xiaopang to face the frog monster directly. With Qin Ming there, Hua Xiaopang gained confidence. He focused on the frog monster and activated his combat skill.
I want to buy your life.
The next moment, Hua Xiaopang felt his spiritual power surge out like a flood, his internal reserves instantly depleted. Immediately after, the frog monster suddenly whitened its eyes, crashing heavily to the ground, dead. Seeing this scene, Hua Xiaopang was greatly shocked. It really can. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground. Qin Ming was quick to react, catching him.
I still wanted to ask how your spiritual power is so strong?
To think that I could kill a second-tier early-stage frog beast with a single strike. It turns out I overexerted my mental power. Qin Ming sighed slowly, taking out a vial of potion and pouring it into Hua Xiaopang's mouth. This was a mental power potion formulated with a gene chip, used to restore mental energy. Before long, Hua Xiaopang gradually recovered, but his face was still a bit pale. After waking up, he gripped Qin Ming tightly with both hands. I'm invincible. This ability is too powerful.
Does that mean no one can match me? One word can take another's life. Isn't that invincibility? The law follows the word. Alright, enough.
Qin Ming splashed cold water on him. It's just that you encountered such a weak beast. If you run into someone stronger, even if you exhaust yourself, you won't be able to take their life.
At most, you'll leave a wound on them, understand?
Hua Xiaopang reacted and understood Qin Ming's meaning.
So, the damage of this skill depends on the strength of my mental power? That's the idea.
Qin Ming didn't elaborate too much. After all, it was just a forbidden sequence merchant. If he could advance to King Sequence and become a fate mage, that would be even more impressive. Not only could he buy lives, but he could even buy fate.
That's amazing. Hua Xiaopang's eyes sparkled, feeling that the future was bright. Foster father, what about selling? How does this skill work? Selling was a passive skill, and he didn't know how to operate it. Come on, let's go.
Qin Ming led Hua Xiaopang toward the frog's corpse.
Bad luck. This beast didn't have any magic potion materials.
Hua Xiaopang was also quite disappointed. His first beast kill yielded nothing.
Without loot, it felt somewhat lacking.
At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze fell on the chubby boy's hand. On his pudgy fingers was a gold ring.
Take off the ring. Although Hua Xiaopang didn't understand, he complied. Sell it.
Qin Ming raised his hand and knocked the ring off Hua Xiaopang's hand. Caught off guard, the ring fell onto the frog beast's body.
Sell it?
Hua Xiaopang looked at Qin Ming in confusion. Just then, as the ring landed on the frog's head, it slowly emitted a golden glow. The ring vanished, and a gold coin sprouted from the frog's head.
Staring at the coin, Hua Xiaopang was dumbfounded. What does this mean?
Qin Ming looked at the gold coin, smacking his lips. Truly worthy of being a merchant. Your luck is good. You actually got a container item.
Ha! This is a container item?
Hua Xiaopang quickly reached out to pick it up. It was a gold coin imprinted with a scales pattern, and as soon as he held it, Hua Xiaopang knew this coin was special.
It's actually a taboo-level container item. My luck is about to explode. Hua Xiaopang excitedly asked, what's going on?
Qin Ming explained, selling means selling an item from your body. The beast will drop a loot item for you or exchange something of equal value. But the equivalent exchange can only be items, not lives or the like.
This is different from buying.
In short, as long as the chubby boy had something to sell, he would definitely receive a reward.
This is the power of a merchant.
At the same time, Hua Xiaopang was also Qin Ming's money tree.
Old Qin, what use is this gold coin container item? All the way, Hua Xiaopang was studying the gold coin he just obtained but couldn't figure out its purpose. Xin Ming also took a look at it but found that this gold coin didn't seem to be an ordinary container item. Why do I feel like this is your exclusive tool? Hua Xiaopang didn't understand. What do you mean? Xin Ming didn't explain further because he wasn't sure either. When we encounter a beast later, you still take action. Not long after, they indeed encountered a strange beast, a greenish frog, but this frog was much smaller than the previous one. A late-stage first-tier strange beast. You handle it. Xin Ming looked at Hua Xiaopang. Hua Xiaopang felt a bit intimidated but still steeled himself to go for it. I want to buy your life. Hua Xiaopang shouted loudly, clenching his fists and striking a pose. Immediately, the mental power within him surged forth like a flood. A wave of weakness washed over him, and Hua Xiaopang nearly fainted. Fortunately, this time his mental power did not deplete completely. He quickly supported Xin Ming to steady his staggering steps. He nervously looked at the frog ahead, and sure enough, the frog was dead. A hint of excitement appeared on Hua Xiaopang's pale face. Strong. I'm really too strong. Alright, with that ability, you emptied yourself in one go, which isn't a good thing, Xin Ming said as he led Hua Xiaopang towards the frog's corpse. Similarly, Hua Xiaopang took off his watch worth over 1 million and activated the sell skill. Another gold coin appeared, identical to the previous one. Another containment item? Hua Xiaopang was shocked. His luck was just too good, wasn't it? This isn't a containment item. Xin Ming was already certain of his guess. He looked at the gold coin. This should be a merchant's exclusive item, which is your currency. Perhaps in the future, when you use the buy skill, you won't need to pay with mental power but with this gold coin. You are currently first tier. When you advance to second tier and have more combat skills, those skills will likely also require you to consume gold coins, understand? Hua Xiaopang's mouth twitched. He naturally understood Xin Ming's words. So, this gold coin was indeed quite valuable to him. Impressive. Hua Xiaopang secretly marveled, not knowing who created this extraordinary system. Their mind was truly brilliant. Xin Ming encouraged him to study more. The merchant class was not purely a combat profession, and many abilities were quite cerebral. Xin Ming himself didn't understand it too well, but in his previous life, Hua Xiaopang had indeed mastered the merchant class. The two continued on their way, and Hua Xiaopang tried to use the gold coins to activate the buy skill, and sure enough, it was just as Xin Ming had said. However, Hua Xiaopang felt that consuming gold coins for skills was really too wasteful. After all, mental power could be restored, but gold coins would be gone once used up. Xin Ming shot him a glance. Mental power is a transcendence energy source. You can't just keep using gold coins for free. Hua Xiaopang chuckled, a lot of ideas forming in his mind. Just as the two were talking, sounds of fighting suddenly came from ahead. Roar! The roar of a strange beast echoed. Xin Ming and Hua Xiaopang's expressions changed simultaneously, and they immediately shut their mouths. Xin Ming hid under the bushes, gently parting the grass, and saw several masked transcendent beings battling a strange beast. It was a fierce crocodile-like strange beast, and there were quite a few of them, more than 10, all at second tier, with one even being late-stage second tier. Xin Ming recognized these crocodile strange beasts. They were a type called swamp crocodile, known for their incredible defense and difficulty to deal with. Old Xin, could those masked ones be from the SCP Foundation? Hua Xiaopang asked. Xin Ming squinted. It was hard to be certain. He couldn't just assume that all masked individuals were members of the SCP Foundation. Hua Xiaopang counted. There were only 4 humans, while the swamp crocodiles numbered over 10, a significant power disparity. Aren't they afraid of death? Why provoke these strange beasts? Xin Ming's gaze fell behind the strange beasts, where a lotus pod was growing in the swamp. There are spiritual herbs there. So it is. Hua Xiaopang suddenly realized, if it was for treasure, should we take action? Not yet, let's first see the situation clearly, Xin Ming whispered. However, at that moment, as if hearing the commotion here, a 4-man team arrived. Axie BA, there are good things. The 4-man team immediately spotted the lotus pods on the swamp. They're from the stick country, whispered Hua Xiaopang. Seeing competitors arrive, the initial 4 masked men became cautious. But then, more and more people came rushing in upon hearing the noise. It's a spirit herb. At least a 3rd-grade spirit herb. This is a good treasure. Before long, 3 more factions arrived. From their accents, it could be determined that they were from Eagle Sauce Country, Elephant Country, and the Empire of the Setting Sun. Each team was small, consisting of about 3 or 4 people. Among them, the strongest was a blonde man from Eagle Sauce, at the late stage of the 2nd tier. This strength placed him among the top tier in the entire Blue Star. The blonde man glanced at everyone and revealed his identity. I am Major Cliff from the Extraordinary Department of Eagle Sauce Country. This is mine, you can leave now. The Extraordinary Department of Eagle Sauce Country?
Upon hearing this, the teams from Elephant Country and the Stick Country changed their expressions. The team from the Empire of the Setting Sun also frowned. They really didn't want to be at odds with Eagle Sauce. At that moment, however, a young man leading the masked team coldly spat out 2 words, "Idiot."
Get him!
Immediately, the 3 masked men behind him sprang into action.
Boom! A blazing fireball whistled down. Fuck! Get back! Cliff shouted angrily and quickly retreated. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, sending sparks flying. Get him!
Cliff shouted, calling his subordinates to rush forward. Among the masked team, a man wearing the Emperor Hero mask suddenly charged out. The man wore white gloves and held a scalpel, aiming it at one of the enemies.
It's a rotten intestine.
In the next moment, a glint of coldness flashed in his phoenix eyes.
Appendicitis cut. Put.
The scalpel glimmered with a cold light, and before the enemy could react, a gash opened in his lower abdomen. The man looked down at the exposed intestine, his face pale, nearly fainting from fear.
The carotid artery.
The Emperor Hero masked man rushed forward, using the scalpel to precisely slice open the man's carotid artery, a jet of blood shooting out. The man collapsed instantly, his face pale, his gaze gradually losing its luster.
Such swift actions made everyone present shudder, looking at the Emperor Hero masked man with a hint of fear.
Meanwhile, Qin Ming, hiding in the shadows, was suddenly enlightened. White gloves, scalpel, it was definitely him.
The Emperor Hero masked man twirled the scalpel in his hand, his gaze fixed on the Eagle Sauce man ahead.
That sharp gaze made everyone's hearts tremble. A master, this person was definitely a master.
The Emperor Hero masked man turned back to his companions and asked with a smile, "Cool, right?" His 3 subordinates looked at him with admiration. "So cool. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend." Just as the Emperor Hero masked man was about to put away his weapon, Cliff asked with a serious face, "Who are you?"
The Emperor Hero tilted his head, displeased. "Shut up." With that, he suddenly hurled the scalpel, aiming directly at Cliff. Cliff's expression changed, and he quickly raised his sword to block. With a clang, the scalpel struck against the large sword, and Cliff was jolted back.
"Cool, right?"
The Emperor Hero masked man turned back to look at his subordinates again.
The subordinates nodded repeatedly. "Big brother is so cool."
This scene truly shocked everyone present. The strength of this masked man exceeded everyone's expectations.
"Who exactly are you?"
Cliff spoke with a serious expression, his tone no longer flippant as it had been at the beginning.
Beside the Emperor Hero,
a man wearing a Diga mask coldly smiled. "SCP Foundation."
SCP Foundation?
Upon hearing this, the teams from the Elephant Nation, the Stick Nation, and the Empire of the Sun never set all looked taken aback. They had naturally heard of the SCP Foundation's great name. It was becoming the world's largest underground force. Cliff furrowed his brow. He knew of this organization but had never encountered it.
"If we run now, we can still make it."
The masked man, Diga, chuckled.
Just a few of you, do you really think you're our match?"
Cliff suddenly shouted angrily, "Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the teams from the Stick Nation, the Empire of the Sun, and the Elephant Nation all sprang into action simultaneously. Clearly, they had reached a consensus long ago. Seeing this, the masked man, Emperor Hero, narrowed his eyes. "It seems we can't scare them off. Retreat." He had no intention of fighting and turned to run with his companions. However, the opposing side had the numbers, and 2 exceptionally fast extraordinary beings quickly blocked their escape route.
"Boss, help!"
One of the SCP Foundation members was bound at the calf by a Stick Nation extraordinary being. With a clank, the iron chain was pulled, and the member was dragged over. The Emperor Hero immediately turned to save him. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again drawn a scalpel, stabbing it towards the Stick Nation extraordinary being.
Combat skill, anesthesia.
With a thud, the Stick Nation extraordinary being seemed to be struck by something, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. He quickly reached his companion's side, and with a swift cut of the scalpel, the iron chain was easily severed as if it were tofu. Emperor Hero saved his companion, but at the same time, they were already surrounded.
Cliff looked at them with a wicked grin. "SCP Foundation? A mere underground force, do you dare oppose the official? Kill them."
With that, the extraordinary beings from the 4 nations attacked simultaneously. More than 10 against 4, they had a significant numerical advantage. Qin Ming, who had been hiding in the shadows, murmured, "It's time to act."
Xiaopeng grabbed him. "Old Qin, are you sure that guy in the mask is the one you're looking for?"
The guy in the mask referred to the man wearing the Emperor Hero mask. Qin Ming smiled slightly. "That's right, only he can pull off such a disguise."
Nickname, the Masked King, the Doctor.
Just as Qin Ming was about to make his move, he hesitated.
"Better wear a mask."
He took out 2 masks, handing the Jubeiji one to Xiaopeng.
while he donned the great sage mask himself. Hua Xiaopang looked at the Zhubeiji mask in his hand, lost in thought. Aren't we brothers? Do you have other styles? Doesn't this fit your image? Qin Ming said, already charging out. But his direction was not to provide support. He was heading straight for that lotus pod. Roar! The swamp crocodile, still munching on its snack, became ferocious upon noticing someone charging over. One of the swamp crocodiles opened its mouth wide, its sharp teeth ready to devour Qin Ming in one bite. Qin Ming's figure flickered, leaping high and landing a foot on its head. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Ming used the swamp crocodile as a springboard, quickly leaping to the opposite swamp and snatching the spiritual herb. Then, with another leap, he landed firmly on solid ground. This sudden scene caused the extraordinary beings who were fighting to stop in their tracks. Hua Xiaopang, who was about to charge out, immediately retreated, cursing inwardly. Aren't you here to save people? Why are you going to grab the spiritual herb? Damn it, who are you? Hand over the spiritual herb. Cliff's face was filled with anger. The spiritual herb was already in his grasp, and he never expected someone to intercept it. How could he not be furious? The masked Qin Ming smiled playfully. Fortune favors the capable. A Huaxia person? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Cliff and the others frowned. The masked man, Emperor Hero, also looked at Qin Ming, his expression thoughtful. Qin Ming directly admitted it, shouting loudly, Huaxia Hunter. At this moment, it was time to reveal his identity, the Anomaly Hunter, an official organization of Huaxia. Qin Ming wanted to see how Cliff and the others would react. Sure enough, when Cliff heard that Qin Ming was an Anomaly Hunter, a strange light flickered in his eyes. Hand over the spirit medicine, and I'll let you leave. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the Eagle Sauce was going to deal with Huaxia openly. Especially now, in the instance, they had become even more reckless. Not only the Eagle Sauce, but the extraordinary beings from the Stick Nation and the Elephant Nation also showed unfriendly expressions. Qin Ming had already made up his mind. Since it had come to this, he wouldn't hold back. Then, Qin Ming looked at the Emperor Hero masked man and respectfully called out, Lord First Seat, shall we strike together? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the four masked men changed. Had their identities been exposed? Or was the guy opposite also from the SCP Foundation? The Emperor Hero masked man didn't ask and immediately responded, it seems you are dazzled by my brilliance. Very well, I shall teach them a lesson for you. Shameless. In the shadows, the chubby Hua couldn't help but mutter, Go! The Emperor Hero masked man gripped a scalpel and instantly charged into the encirclement. An extraordinary being from the Elephant Nation swung down a knife, and arcs of electricity flashed. The scalpel swept upward, colliding with the large knife. With a loud bang, the large knife broke, the cut smooth and intact. The sharp scalpel suddenly struck, slicing across the man's neck with decisive precision. With a tearing sound, the man's throat was cut open, a single blow sealing his fate. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the man fell to the ground. The Emperor Hero masked man then made a cool finishing move, his white gloves still gently gripping the scalpel, the blade stained with blood. He turned his back to everyone and softly said, Elegance never goes out of style. Qin Ming twitched his mouth. He really couldn't stand it. He was still so pretentious. Qin Ming had no intention of letting him continue to show off. He tightened his grip on the starfall blade and leaped high into the air. Roar! The swamp crocodile lunged at him menacingly, and Qin Ming countered with a slash. Boom! The swamp crocodile was heavily slammed to the ground, a deep wound opening on its head. Still a bit lacking in power, Qin Ming twirled his fingers, producing a card. Combat skill, Ace. The card shimmered, revealing the Red King Joker. In the next moment, Qin Ming donned a stylish red tailcoat, switching to the King form. Power amplified, physique enhanced. With another slash, a charging swamp crocodile was directly cut in half. An extraordinary beast at the early second tier was simply no match for Qin Ming. In just a few leaps, Qin Ming had already returned to the other side of the swamp, casually slaying 7 or 8 swamp crocodiles. The swamp crocodiles realized something was wrong. The enemy was too strong, and they lost their will to fight, diving into the swamp and disappearing. Qin Ming had no intention of pursuing. The swamp was the paradise of the swamp crocodiles, and chasing them would be pointless. Seeing Qin Ming charge over, Cliff's expression darkened. Stick Nation, go deal with that kid. With a whoosh, a man from the Stick Nation swung a chain, shooting towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced over, a mere first-tier extraordinary being dared to attack him. Qin Ming grabbed the chain and yanked it hard. With immense force, the man was directly pulled and crashed into the swamp. Roar! The swamp crocodile instantly pounced, dragging the man into the depths. Ah, help! Desperate struggles only piqued the swamp crocodile's interest. After a few thrashes, the man fell silent. Damn it, you're asking for death. Another man charged over, but his ability was somewhat strange. He seemed to be of the animal type, having grown wings on his back and took to the air. In the next moment,
Qin Ming's gaze flickered as he saw a dark shadow rapidly approaching from a distance. Accompanied by a strange cry, a bird-like extraordinary beast swooped in, snatching the airborne extraordinary being from the Stick Nation. It turns out that in a strange forest, one should not fly carelessly, for your bird is not larger than other birds. Another problem solved, Qin Ming no longer held back and charged at the last extraordinary being from the Stick Country. The man's face changed dramatically, and the shield in his hand stood before him. Earth Shield. The soil on the ground quickly spread towards the shield, trying to enhance its defense. Qin Ming rushed forward, the starfall blade carving a long trench in the ground, then suddenly lifting it up. Bang! With a loud noise, the earth shield shattered explosively. The man's pupils constricted suddenly as the blade light before him rapidly enlarged. Splatter, blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately after, a roar sounded, and a large elephant charged towards Qin Ming with heavy steps. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. This was the extraordinary being from the elephant country, also part of the animal sequence. A red halo lit up on the elephant, seemingly possessing an unstoppable force. Brother, be careful, the masked man known as Emperor Hero shouted loudly from not far away. 2 cards appeared in Qin Ming's hand, which he threw out violently. Battle skill, King Bomb. To the astonishment of everyone, 2 clowns, one red and one black, jumped out from the cards, each holding a watermelon-sized bomb, and charged towards the oncoming elephant. Boom! The explosion roared, and the elephant was directly blown away, reverting to its normal human form, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The Emperor Hero and his companions were shocked. Cliff was also terrified, his heart racing. Who is this person, so fierce? Qin Ming raised his gaze, fixing it on the masked man, Lord of the First Seat. Will you let any of them go? The Emperor Hero was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Then kill them all. Upon hearing this, Chris and the others' faces changed drastically, no longer daring to continue fighting. Retreat, quickly retreat. Although they had the advantage in numbers, if they continued to fight like this, even if they won, they would pay a tremendous price. The remaining people turned and ran. Qin Ming did not pursue but looked seriously in the direction they were fleeing. There seemed to be something there. The next moment, Qin Ming's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at the fat man in the grass. Fatty, run! As soon as he finished speaking, a long-limbed crawling creature burst out from the front. The creature devoured an eagle sauce extraordinary being in one bite, then swung its large claw, sending another extraordinary being from the Sun Never Sets Empire flying. The terrifying aura made people tremble. A late-stage 3rd-tier exotic beast. In no time, Cliff and the others fell victim, becoming the exotic beast's food. Qin Ming's expression was grave. Run! The Emperor Hero also sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted to his companions, run! Fatty hurriedly crawled out of the grass and sprinted to Qin Ming's side. Everyone ran in the opposite direction of the exotic beast. Roar! The long-limbed exotic beast had already noticed them and let out an angry roar. Immediately after, more than 10 exotic beasts charged out simultaneously, crazily pursuing Qin Ming and the others. Qin Ming looked back while running. Damn it, it's a red-faced demon. How could there be such a thing here? The red-faced demon, the weakest are 3rd tier, and the strongest can even reach 6th tier, with extremely fast speed and very difficult to deal with. In his previous life, Huaxia had been slaughtered by these red-faced demons in several cities, which was terrifying. With Qin Ming's current strength, facing so many red-faced demons, he feared there would only be one way out, death. Roar! At that moment, a red-faced demon charged up, its speed incredibly fast, raising its long legs like spider legs and thrusting down, targeting the Digga masked man. Seeing this, the Emperor Hero's face darkened as he threw out a surgical knife. Battle skill, anesthesia. Put! A cold light shot into the red-faced demon. However, the red-faced demon only staggered a step before continuing its attack. Put! The masked man of Digga was pierced through the chest by the tentacles of the red-faced demon. Boss, run! The masked man of Digga shouted his last words. No! The Emperor Hero masked man's eyes instantly turned red, and he was about to stop to save him. However, he was pulled away by 2 other companions. Boss, he can't make it. Roar! At that moment, another red-faced demon lunged at his side. Watch out! Qin Ming shouted. The 3 of them didn't react in time and were knocked down. The Emperor Hero masked man's mask flew off, revealing a handsome face. It was a young man with a complexion as fair as a woman's, and features so striking they seemed to have stepped out of a comic. He was the person Qin Ming was looking for, Su Ziliang. At this moment, all 3 were knocked down, but Su Ziliang quickly steadied himself, only to see 2 companions already caught in the jaws of the red-faced demon. Boss, run! The 2 younger brothers shouted before their deaths. Su Ziliang's expression turned furious, ready to fight to the death. However, one of the younger brothers' words stopped him.
Boss, you still have dreams to fulfill, you can't fall here.
After saying that, the younger brother was devoured by the red-faced demon. Su Ziliang stood there in a daze, his face filled with grief and anger. At this moment, 3 red-faced demons charged at him, ready to swallow him whole. Qin Ming saw Su Ziliang standing still, and his expression turned grim.
Damn it, run!
Then he stopped, gripping the starfall blade and turned back.
Roar! A red-faced demon lunged at the still-dazed Su Ziliang. Qin Ming's face darkened as he shouted, "Get out of the way!"
Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Su Ziliang's eyes as he gripped the scalpel in his hand, a blue light coalescing around it.
Combat skill, dissection.
Buzz! Su Ziliang swung the knife fiercely, and a blue blade whistled out, striking the red-faced demon squarely in the face.
With a splat, the red-faced demon was cleaved in half from head to body by the blue light. Stinking blood and entrails splattered everywhere.
A splash of fresh blood even stained Su Ziliang's cheek.
His expression was incredibly stern. "A bunch of beasts, I will send you to hell." Su Ziliang erupted, his mid-second tier aura sweeping across the battlefield.
Qin Ming was slightly surprised, not expecting Su Ziliang's level to be the same as his. This rate of advancement was already very fast. Su Ziliang still held the short scalpel, instantly dodging an attack from a red-faced demon, then swung the knife again.
Dissection.
Under Su Ziliang's ability, the red-faced demon's proud defense proved ineffective. Under Su Ziliang's scalpel, the red-faced demon was no different from an ordinary person under anesthesia, just a patient on a hospital bed. No matter how strong the defense, it could be easily sliced open by the scalpel. Su Ziliang's combat power exceeded Qin Ming's expectations.
What surprised Qin Ming even more was Su Ziliang's attitude towards his subordinates. The better his attitude, the more it proved he recognized his own identity and had a strong sense of belonging. If that were the case, it would be very difficult for Qin Ming to recruit him. This was a troublesome matter. After continuously slaying 2 red-faced demons, the other red-faced demons reacted, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they stared at Su Ziliang. The next moment, all the red-faced demons charged at him in an instant. Roar! The red-faced demons were incredibly fast. Run!
Qin Ming rushed over quickly, stabbing at the void with his knife.
Combat skill, Void Probe.
The starfall blade pierced through the void, penetrating the head of a red-faced demon leaping in midair. Su Ziliang stared in shock at Qin Ming's disappearing arm. As Qin Ming grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back, he also threw out the Ice Python King from his body.
Roar!
The small Ice Python King quickly grew in size, its body suddenly swinging with a height of over 10 meters. Python King Spear. A thick layer of frost condensed on the Ice Python King's tail, swinging out like a long spear.
Bang!
The giant tail swung heavily against the red-faced demon, directly sending all the charging red-faced demons flying.
Ow! The red-faced demon howled in pain, crashing awkwardly to the ground. Go! Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ming grabbed Su Ziliang and retreated. Su Ziliang looked at the ice python in shock, then quickly fled.
The Ice Python King provided cover from behind, swinging its giant tail and knocking the pursuing red-faced demons away once more. Soon after, the 3 of them quickly jumped onto the Ice Python King's back and ran forward. After running for more than 10 minutes, the Ice Python King rapidly shrank in size, taking the 3 of them into a cave to hide. Roar! Outside the cave, the red-faced demons roared frantically, their voices filled with anger. Fortunately, after searching for a while, they did not find any trace of Qin Ming and the others, and reluctantly left. "It seems they have gone," was Xiaopang sighed in relief. With so many late-stage third-tier beasts, if they had been a bit slower, they would have probably been dinner.
Damn it, bullying us because we are outnumbered.
At this point, Hua Xiaopang immediately shut his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Their current identity was that of SCP Foundation members. "Alright, no need to pretend, Commander Qin Ming," Su Ziliang said indifferently, looking at Qin Ming, who was wearing a Sun Wukong mask. Hearing this, Hua Xiaopang's eyes widened. "You." Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. "You really are something, you recognized me." Old Ding said you have 2 types of sequence abilities. Although you hid the exposed lightning ability, this magic ability can't fool anyone, Su Ziliang said leisurely, showing no reaction to Qin Ming's identity. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. "Not bad, your analysis is quite thorough." His magician ability had indeed been displayed in front of Old Ding. "It seems my information is no longer a secret within the SCP Foundation," Qin Ming smiled.
Su Ziliang continued, "Dong Yan is your person, right?"
At this point, Qin Ming's expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowing. His identity could be exposed, but Dong Yan absolutely could not. Once an undercover agent was exposed, the only outcome was death. "Don't worry, I only suspect him. I haven't exposed him."
"This kid is indeed different from the others," Su Ziliang said calmly. As the 2 talked, Hua Xiaopang beside them was already dumbfounded. Their identities were adversarial, yet they were acting like friends. Qin Ming also fell silent. He took a deep breath and calmly said,
stick with me, that place isn't suitable for you. Su Zilion's lips curled slightly. If I refuse, will you kill me? I have never doubted your strength, you could definitely do it. However, Qin Ming shook his head. I won't kill you. Having been reborn, he couldn't bring himself to harm a brother who had fought alongside him in his past life. Su Ziliang stood up, took off his white gloves, and seriously extended his hand. The SCP Foundation really isn't suitable for me, but I still have many things to do. Many people didn't join voluntarily. I want to rescue them. The deaths of his subordinates weighed heavily on him. Those people were his trusted aides. Qin Ming looked up into his eyes. If you continue with your methods, more people will sacrifice. I can help you. At this, Su Ziliang froze. He understood what Qin Ming meant. The SCP Foundation was too powerful behind the scenes. He even suspected there were official forces supporting it, making it difficult to destroy it on his own. Those who followed him might also die one by one. But it's easier for me, right? Dong Yen has strength, but to take my position, he still has a long way to go. Don't worry, I will take good care of Dong Yen. Qin Ming extended his hand and shook hands with Su Ziliang. Be careful yourself. You can contact me through Dong Yen if anything happens. No problem, happy cooperation. Su Ziliang retracted his hand, took out a wet tissue to wipe it, and then he noticed Qin Ming's furrowed brow. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's a professional habit. He then put on a new pair of white gloves. Alright, I'm leaving. I'll contact you if there's any news. As he spoke, Su Ziliang walked towards the cave entrance with his hands in his pockets, mumbling to himself. I'm really a man with full charm. Even the commander of the anomaly hunters is trying to recruit me. This world can't do without me. Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Ziliang. The great Xia is as long as the night. Qin Ming. Hua Xiaopang. Hua Xiaopang glanced at Qin Ming. This is the most flamboyant doctor I've ever seen. In the forest, Hua Xiaopang and Qin Ming walked and talked. Are you really just letting that guy go? Aren't you afraid of him backstabbing you? Qin Ming shook his head. He won't. There are not many people Qin Ming can trust, and Su Ziliang is one of them. Even though he has already lived a second life, he still trusts him. Hua Xiaopang didn't ask more questions, but he felt a bit more curious about that flamboyant doctor. The two continued walking, feeling like they had traveled a long distance. Along the way, they saw quite a few human corpses on the ground, all killed by the anomalous beasts. In the depths of the forest, distant screams and sounds of battle could occasionally be heard. As the two ventured deeper, these sounds became more frequent. Clearly, the toxic zone was shrinking, and their range was getting smaller. Strange, why haven't we seen our people yet? Hua Xiaopang asked, puzzled. The instance is larger than we thought. Be careful, Qin Ming replied. Bang! Suddenly, an arrow shot from a distance, aimed directly at Hua Xiaopang's face. Qin Ming's brow furrowed, and he instantly pushed the fat guy aside. Boom! The arrow struck a tree behind them, causing a violent explosion. Hua Xiaopang broke out in a cold sweat. Bastard, who is it? Bang bang, two more arrows were shot, seemingly with a burning fuse attached. Get down! Qin Ming immediately tackled Hua Xiaopang to the ground. With two loud explosions, the arrows detonated above their heads, the tremendous noise nearly rupturing their eardrums. Qin Ming stood up, his face filled with anger. Damn it, just wait until I get my hands on you. He then charged towards the direction from which the arrows came, pushing through the tall grass, and saw a large group of people, at least 100. When Qin Ming appeared, the enemies across from him also noticed him. It's Qin Ming from Huaxia. It really is him. Everyone looked stunned. Qin Ming looked at the crowd, seeing faces from almost every country, but he didn't know if they were official representatives or members of some evil organization. Just then, a man with a bow stepped forward, looking apologetic. So it's our friends from Huaxia. I'm really sorry. We thought it was an anomalous beast hiding. We didn't hurt you, did we? He then introduced his team to Qin Ming. These are friends from various countries. We've united to deal with the anomalous beasts. It's safer this way, brothers. Why not join us? The man spoke in Huaxia's language but had a heavy accent from Sakura country. Qin Ming immediately sensed something was off. Damn it, this guy is definitely a smiling tiger. Qin Ming turned and ran, facing over 100 people. It would take a while just to kill them standing still. Seeing Qin Ming run back, Hua Xiaopang was a bit confused. What's wrong? Run! Qin Ming didn't explain much, grabbing the fat guy and fleeing. On the other side, the group realized that Qin Ming had just run away. Quick, chase him! Over 100 people charged out, exuding a murderous aura. Holy crap! Hua Xiaopang turned pale seeing the large group chasing after them. Old Qin, what's going on? Who are these people? Bang! Just as he spoke, an arrow whistled through the air. Qin Ming turned around and blocked with a knife, his expression grave as he said, "This is probably not the alliance army of various countries. they have set their sights on us. Qin Ming had underestimated his own influence on the international stage. In the civilization trial, China had consistently made the right responses, almost monopolizing the top position, and all countries recognized the terror of Qin Ming. Now, he had likely become a target for global pursuit, with everyone wanting his life.
As long as Qin Ming was dead, China would lose all its advantages and relinquish its top position.
These guys were trying to hinder China's development. After hearing Qin Ming's words, Wu Xiaopang was furious.
Damn it, we often provide them with information, a bunch of ungrateful wolves.
When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it. It's normal, but if they want to take action against me, they will definitely pay the price. A glint of killing intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. While escaping, Qin Ming set up a deceptive formation on the ground to hinder the enemy. After half an hour of pursuit and several waves of attacks from strange beasts, Qin Ming finally shook off his pursuers. But they did not give up and continued searching everywhere. This infuriated Qin Ming. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he heard movement ahead. Qin Ming and Wu Xiaopang immediately tensed up. They were already exhausted from running. But the next moment, they saw familiar figures.
It was a large group of people, led by the 167 Hong Kong Monster Hunting Team, with Captain Haonan and team members Yiji, Tianyi, Huayao, and Dishagu, all present. Following them were more than 30 ice cannon masters.
Qin Ming and Wu Xiaopang's eyes lit up, and they felt a surge of pride. At the same time, the Hong Kong team also spotted them.
Yiji squinted from a distance, holding a tang knife and speaking in Cantonese. "Hey, big guy, it's your friend."
Haonan smiled. "Call the leader." Then, Haonan quickly saluted. 167 Hong Kong team, salute to the commander. With a rustle, more than 30 ice cannon masters saluted in unison.
"Hello, Commander."
Qin Ming snorted coldly. "No time for nonsense, come with me to fight." Everyone was taken aback, clearly still trying to figure out what was happening.
Tianyi gently nudged Haonan. "It seems our boss has been bullied."
"Damn it, they dared to touch our boss. Brothers, charge." Yi Ji shouted and rushed forward. Not far behind, Chunshan Dashan was leading over 100 people in search of Qin Ming's whereabouts. "Be careful, they must still be nearby.
Once spotted, attack directly, we can't let them escape." "Do you think there will be any trouble dealing with Qin Ming like this?"
"What trouble could there be?
This isn't Blue Star. If we take him out, who would know it was us?"
"Exactly,
they don't even know who we are."
"There are countless evil forces now. If we kill him, we kill him. We just want the reward." What my brother said makes sense. The crowd was discussing animatedly. The next moment, the tall grass was pressed down, and more than 30 ice cannon masters aimed their ice pistols at them. Suddenly, Chunshan Dashang and the others were stunned.
"Who are you?"
a blond muscular man shouted.
"Who? It's your grandpa Hu back."
Wu Xiaopang suddenly charged out. Beside him, Qin Ming stepped forward, looking at everyone with a cold smile.
"Attack!"
Seeing this, the hundreds of people opposite changed their expressions drastically. "It's Qin Ming, attack!"
Bang bang bang! The ice cannon masters instantly pulled the trigger, and ice bullets shot out one after another.
The people on the opposite side didn't have time to react before being hit, and the ice spread instantly over their wounds. After one round of shooting, more than half of the 100 people on the opposite side fell, all turned into ice sculptures.
Some defensive extraordinary beings quickly used their defensive means to block the ice bullets. Chunshan Dashan was hiding behind a shield, trembling.
Oh no, Qin Ming has brought people back to kill us."
Qin Ming looked ahead at the chaos, anger surging within him. "Leave no one alive."
With that, he gripped the starfall blade tightly and charged forward. Behind him, Haonan, Wild Chicken, Tianyi, Gunpowder, and Big Silly rushed out together.
Slash! Counterattack! Quick counterattack! Seeing a large group of Huaxia people charging over, the faces of the Foreign Alliance changed dramatically. Boom!
A mage hurled a fireball, aiming to stop Qin Ming's advance. Qin Ming stomped his feet hard on the ground, slashing out with his blade, lightning piercing through the fireball.
Bang!
The fireball exploded in mid-air. The mage's expression changed as he gathered his power again. But in the next moment, a flash of blade light rapidly enlarged before his eyes.
No!
The mage's eyes widened, unable to dodge in time, and was directly decapitated. For such enemies, Qin Ming showed no mercy. In this world, what goes around comes around.
Hit him! Quick, hit him!
Chunshan Dashan pointed at Qin Ming, his voice trembling.
Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 people charged at Qin Ming. Flame Dragon Twin Blades. Boom!
2 fiery blades whistled through the air, instantly cleaving through the 3 people in front.
To Qin Ming's left and right, Wild Chicken and Tianyi swiftly passed by. Hurricane Slash.
Earth Splitter Slash.
Boom!
Blade light flickered, and dirt flew everywhere. Accompanied by screams, 4 people were sent flying into the air, blood splattering.
Ha! the sparks ignite the prairie.
Gunpowder tossed out several chips, landing in the densest part of the crowd.
The chips suddenly ignited, exploding in an instant. Tsunami impact.
Big Silly gripped a baseball bat tightly, smashing it into the ground, sending a shockwave rapidly forward. Two defense-type superhumans holding shields in front attempted to block but were directly sent flying. Haonan moved forward with dual blades, his actions swift and decisive.
As the Shangjiang team made their move, they shattered the enemy formation, leaving no one alive. Seeing this scene, Chunshan Daxian's face turned pale, his calves trembling.
"We surrender, we surrender."
Immediately, someone knelt on the ground. Gunpowder merely glanced at them and tossed a chip over. Bang!
Smoke billowed, and the cries of surrender abruptly ceased.
The ice cannon team behind continued to fire, each shot creating an ice sculpture.
In the end, only Chunshan Daxian, who had shouted the loudest, remained.
Surrounded by everyone, Chunshan Daxian was forced to the edge of a tree, fear etched on his face. "Commander Qin, I was wrong, please let me go."
He spoke in Huaxia with a cherry blossom accent.
"Just a turnip head."
Tianyi frowned, his expression darkening further.
"Speak, who sent you to attack me?" Xin Ming pressed the blade against his neck. Chunshan Daxian hesitated, stammering and unable to speak.
"Let's leave it for the next life." Xin Ming swept his blade across. He already knew who the enemy was, just wanting to confirm. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he wouldn't force it. "Boss, it seems those guys abroad are going to make a move against us," Haonan said solemnly.
Xin Ming nodded noncommittally. "Under interests, no country will be an ally.
If they dare to act against us, it clearly shows their stance.
Of course, this is in the instance. If it were on Blue Star, they wouldn't dare to be so blatant. Just like these guys, even if you say they are foreign officials, they wouldn't admit it."
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Xin Ming waved his hand to the ice cannon team behind him. "Clean up the battlefield." Everyone understood. They had followed Xin Ming to Bear Country and knew what he meant. A group of people bent down to search the corpses for useful resources. Sure enough, there were quite a few treasures, including magic potion materials, spirit herbs, and even magic potion formulas. Xin Ming glanced back. Their numbers had increased significantly, so there was no need to be overly cautious. "Let's go, we head deeper." The crowd marched forward with great spirit, and as they advanced, Xin Ming pondered. He had entered the instance with a goal, to find the containment object, the quantum light shield. This treasure was the key to the fourth stage of civilization trials, and he couldn't do without it. Otherwise, the effectiveness of his fortress plan would be greatly diminished. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they encountered a new type of beast, a creature with the head of a goat and the body of a man. There were quite a few of these beasts, likely a social species. At this moment, about 20 to 30 people were surrounded by the beasts, desperately fighting back. To their shock, these goat-headed creatures could actually wield weapons, holding crude machetes that seemed like relics from a different era compared to the long swords of Blue Star.
"Quick, break through the encirclement. Fight them."
Among the crowd were people from various nations, including those from Huaxia, but no matter how they charged, they were pushed back by the goat-headed beasts. This scene was no longer a battle. It resembled a group of old cats toying with mice, with humans as the mice. He, foolish humans, how dare you come to the world of 10,000 races? Weak humans, you are pitifully weak. The goat-headed creatures mocked them in human language, filling the air with scorn. This ignited a mix of anger and humiliation among the crowd. Just as they felt despair, a large group emerged from the bushes with great spirit.
In an instant, this group attracted everyone's attention.
The goat-headed beasts turned to look, their expressions filled with confusion.
"Oh, more humans have come. Interesting, it seems we will have a feast today."
However, the people on the opposite side looked at them as if they were fools, with the leaders brandishing their weapons arrogantly.
The goat-headed beasts were even more astonished. These guys were quite audacious, weren't they afraid of them? Then, Xin Ming waved his hand, "Attack!" Crack, crack. In the next moment, over 30 gunners raised their ice hand cannons, aiming at the goat-headed beasts. Fire!
With Xin Ming's command, the ice hand cannons gathered powerful energy.
"Not good! Get back!" The goat-headed beasts' expressions changed. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The cannons fired, and a barrage of frost projectiles shot forth.
More than 30 people acted in unison, the projectiles covering half the sky, instantly raining down on the goat-headed beasts.
They didn't have time to escape before the frost projectiles exploded on the ground. With a bang, the ice howled, and an extreme cold spread instantly. Nearby goat-headed beasts were covered in frost, the freezing ice creeping from their feet up their bodies.
"What is this?"
Accompanied by strange cries, more than 10 goat-headed beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Nearly half of the others managed to dodge, but frost still spread over them, leaving them shivering.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Another round of projectiles fell, and this time the goat-headed beasts reacted, each one terrified and trying to escape. But still, some unfortunate ones suffered, with limbs blown off. After 2 waves of attacks, less than a third of the goat-headed beasts remained. Kill! Immediately, Xin Ming led the Hong Kong team out with a roar, their blades flashing like tigers descending the mountain. In less than 3 minutes, all the goat-headed beasts were slaughtered, leaving only a field of corpses. The ice gunners skillfully moved forward to loot the bodies. This scene left the rescued extraordinary beings nearby dumbfounded. Gulps, the sound of swallowing echoed. They seemed to be in a dream, unable to believe their eyes. Was there such a huge gap among extraordinary beings? Wasn't this an instance? How was it like coming to stock up? The formidable goat-headed beasts hadn't even launched a counterattack before being completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the opposing side suffered no losses at all, 0 casualties. This achievement was astonishing. Where did this team come from? How strong? Isn't that the president of the Huaxia Monster Academy? Soon, someone recognized Xin Ming. Although they were not from Huaxia, Xin Ming had been live-streamed globally several times, and many had seen him. Commander Qin. At this moment, a man and a woman stepped out from the crowd across from them. Xin Ming looked over in surprise. Captain of the Shancheng 024 Monster Hunting Team, Lu Changqing. Member of the Shancheng 024 Monster Hunting Team, Lu Xiaolan. The two saluted Xin Ming. Identification. Tianyi extended his hand, as he was not sure if they were on his side. Not to mention he didn't know them, even Xin Ming didn't recognize them. Here, Lu Changqing quickly took out his identification and handed it over. Tianyi took a glance and confirmed they were indeed on his side. Have you found anything after entering the instance? Xin Ming's expression softened a bit as he whispered, are those people over there foreign officials? Lu Changqing noticed Xin Ming's reaction and responded in a low voice, some are, some aren't, but they don't seem like bad people. Boss, should we? Yi Ji made a gesture of cutting his throat. Lu Changqing and his sister's expressions changed. Was this about killing to silence? We just encountered an attack from the Foreign Alliance, Hao Nan explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing's face immediately darkened, and he fell silent. If the people behind were also hostile forces, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Do they know your identities? Xin Ming asked. Lu Changqing nodded, they do. Xin Ming shook his head. If they know your identities and haven't moved against you, then they probably aren't enemies. There were many extraordinary beings from various countries entering the instance. Even if the officials ordered it, not everyone would comply. Most people were still clear-headed. Nowadays, Huaxia was at its peak. Offending them was tantamount to seeking death. Xin Ming glanced around and saw that these people were all nodding vigorously, expressing their gratitude for being saved. Xin Ming didn't pay much attention. You two just follow us. This instant's journey is nearing its end, and it will get increasingly dangerous. Lu Changqing and his sister nodded in agreement. While they were talking, the battlefield had already been cleared. Xin Ming waved his hand. Continue moving forward. The team proceeded deeper, leaving behind a majestic silhouette. Behind them were all envious gazes. Is this the monster hunting organization of Huaxia? So impressive. Exactly, if our Sakura country had such an organization, we would dominate the instance. I'm envious. They just got a lot of good stuff. Along the way, Xin Ming led the team forward, encountering numerous exotic beasts, all of which were dealt with by the Ice Cannon Master team. The efficiency of this 30-plus member monster clearing team was astonishing. With their ban on order, long-range attacks, and fierce firepower, it felt like a mechanized unit hunting down bandits, effortlessly. After several more hours, Xin Ming's team had grown larger. From initially fewer than 40 people, they now numbered over 100. The official organization from Huaxia entering the instance was around 200, and now they had gathered more than half of that. Meanwhile, the toxic zone was rapidly shrinking, soon to gather all humans. Ahead was a hill. If he calculated correctly, this hill was the final circle. At the foot of the mountain stood a 30-member awakened team, seemingly guarding the road up the hill. Nearby, there were also 200 to 300 people, all with angry expressions, clearly blocked from advancing. Xin Ming scanned the area and roughly understood what was happening. Clearly, the hill was occupied by a major power or a coalition of major powers. The awakened from smaller countries outside dared to be angry but not speak out, gathering in small groups without forming a significant force. Xin Ming took a look around. These people were all first-tier extraordinary beings, while the 30 or so guarding were all second-tier. No wonder they didn't dare to act. Boom! At this moment, the arrival of Xin Ming and his group attracted everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to them in confusion. As soon as Xin Ming's large team appeared, the opposing squad immediately became tense. Who goes there? Stop! A blonde, blue-eyed youth stepped forward and shouted at Xin Ming and the others. The mountain ahead has already been occupied by our Eagle Sauce country. No outsiders are allowed to ascend. Crack! As soon as these words were spoken, the ice cannon specialists behind Qin Ming instantly raised their guns, all aiming at the blonde youth. The youth's expression changed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. "Oomph, Eagle Sauce really is domineering," Hua Xiaopang shouted in dissatisfaction. "Huaxia hunters, are you sure you want to stop us?" As the voice rang out, everyone present showed a look of surprise. "Is it a Huaxia troop? No wonder they are so extraordinary, it turns out to be them." "Yes, the one in the middle is the commander of the hunters, the dean of the Monster Academy, Qin Ming. I've seen him on TV. Humph, now there's a good show to watch. I want to see if these guys dare to stop us." The whispers of the crowd reached the ears of the Eagle Sauce Squad. Their faces immediately turned ugly, feeling as if they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Clang! The next moment, Hao Nan drew his sword and pointed it at the blonde youth. "Get out of the way, or I'll step over your corpse." The blonde youth trembled, not daring to block, and quickly stepped aside. "Boss, let's go." Yi Ji strode forward. Qin Ming frowned and looked around. Has Xia Mo and Lu Chang not arrived yet? By his estimation, these two were probably together and had gathered the remaining Huaxia hunters, but why hadn't they arrived yet? This was the final circle after all. Could they be faster than me? Hua Xiaopang said. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. "Leave a mark. When they arrive, they will naturally come up the mountain to meet us." Saying this, Qin Ming waved his hand and tossed out more than 10 playing cards. Bang bang bang, the playing cards stuck into the surrounding tree trunks. As long as Xia Mo came, she would definitely see them. "Let's go!" Qin Ming didn't want to waste time here. If the quantum light shield was on the mountain, it could easily be taken by someone else. The large team marched up the mountain, and the Eagle Sauce Squad retreated, not daring to obstruct them in the slightest. The team climbed for more than 10 minutes, and it was surprisingly quiet. Qin Ming frowned. Something's not right. Why is it so quiet? Hao Nan beside him also felt something was off. Isn't this the final circle? Logically, the boss should be here. Why is there not even a sound? Could it be that there aren't many people going up the mountain? Hua Xiaopang asked. No, I just asked that blonde guy. The ones going up are the alliance troops of Eagle Sauce, Gull, and other major countries, at least 2,000 people. Tian Yi shook his head in denial. 2,000 people on a mountain, and it could be this quiet? Qin Ming felt increasingly that something was wrong. He took out a crow-shaped containment object, the Calamity Bird. As soon as the Calamity Bird was taken out, it trembled violently, its beak pointing upwards. Seeing this, Qin Ming and the others all looked up. When they saw the scene above, their expressions changed drastically. What? What is this? In the sky, several corpses were hanging. Looking down, there were at least hundreds of them. These corpses were still swaying, clearly having just died not long ago. Such a horrifying scene made everyone's hair stand on end. What happened here? Hua Xiaopang's face turned pale. It seems there are no people from our side. The reassuring thing was that all the bodies above were foreigners, with none of their familiar figures. No wonder we didn't notice. They're hanging too high. Yi Ji raised his head, feeling that his neck was a bit sore. The height of these corpses was about 20 stories high, and without sunlight casting shadows, it was indeed very difficult for them to notice. Qin Ming's face was serious, his gaze fixed on the neck of the corpse, which was entwined with what seemed to be vine-like plants. These plants were connected to the towering trees on either side. Are these plant-based creatures? As a reborn individual, he had encountered many monsters, including numerous plant-based beings aside from the usual exotic beasts. He referred to these plants as mutated flora. The mutated flora that invaded Blue Star mostly possessed extreme aggressiveness, especially towards humans. Human flesh and blood were the best nourishment for these mutated plants. Clearly, these extraordinary beings had been ambushed by these strange vines. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a single trace of a struggle. Something's not right here. We need to leave quickly, Qin Ming said to the others. Just then, the vines above suddenly dropped, accurately lunging towards people's heads. Be careful, Qin Ming shouted, a stack of playing cards appearing in his hand, which he hurled with force. The cards scattered like flowers, slicing through the vines like sharp blades. Bang bang bang, a group of ice gunners fired in unison, bullets exploding in the air with the vines. Rustle rustle rustle. Meanwhile, from the grass on both sides, more vines attacked with eerie speed. They stealthily wrapped around the soldiers' feet and yanked hard. Ah, old Qin, save me. In an instant, over 10 people were caught, pulled out of formation by the vines. Save them. The squad immediately fell into chaos. Lightning flickered beneath Qin Ming's feet as he slashed out, a surge of thunder light erupting. Several vines were severed, saving Hua Xiaopang and 2 other hunters. Big Silly rushed forward to pull them back. Ah! During the rescue, a soldier was yanked away, crashing heavily against a tree, quickly ascending up the trunk. Damn it! Qin Ming was about to intervene, but in the next moment, the vine actually pierced through the soldier's chest. The soldier was lost. Ah, bastard! Quick,
Save him! The crowd was filled with anger, each wanting to rush out. Everyone, stop!
Qin Ming shouted sternly, he has already sacrificed himself.
Let's go, don't linger, we can't stay here any longer.
Qin Ming led the way, his expression furious. The soldiers understood the gravity of the situation. Forcing a rescue could very likely cost them more brothers. The situation here was too bizarre. The team quickly charged forward, cutting down the vines one by one. After distancing themselves from that area by several hundred meters, the vines continued to pursue madly before finally retreating reluctantly. Just as everyone was about to relax, they were once again shocked by the scene before them. Ahead, there were corpses everywhere. Some lay twisted on the ground, others were nailed to tree trunks, with severed limbs and broken arms, a horrifying sight.
The entire path was stained with dragged blood, and the human bodies bore fierce claw marks and bite wounds from exotic beasts.
Just seeing this scene was enough to imagine what they had endured in life.
It was too tragic. Commander, that was our brother.
At that moment, an ice gunner pointed to a corpse on the ground, his voice trembling. Qin Ming looked over and indeed recognized a familiar face. This person had been to Bear Country with him, named Li Jiguang. Qin Ming closed his eyes tightly, feeling a deep discomfort in his heart.
It seems Xia Mo and the others arrived on the mountain earlier than us this morning, Hua Xiaopang said softly. Strange, over 100 people have died here, but how come not a single exotic beast's corpse is present?
Hao Nan frowned. Exactly, those who passed through here must have been more than 100. It's impossible that not a single exotic beast was slain. Tian Yi also felt it was unreasonable. Qin Ming spoke in a deep voice. The exotic beast corpses have been dealt with. Those cunning bastards don't want us to know what kind of exotic beast did this. As he spoke, he looked ahead. Those guys are waiting for us up ahead. Let's go. Continue forward. Qin Ming walked up to the fallen soldier and saluted. I'm sorry, brother, I can't take you home. Then, Qin Ming would cremate him on the spot. Such is the fate of soldiers, dying far from home, wrapped in horsehide. It wasn't that Qin Ming didn't want to bring the fallen soldier's body back to Blue Star, but there was a great battle ahead, and he couldn't do it. Move! A group of brothers, their eyes red, continued forward. At this point, they had already seen 2 soldiers fall, and the atmosphere grew heavy. As they moved forward, the team finally reached the mountaintop. Ahead, there was only an entrance to a cave. No wonder they hadn't heard any noise below. They must have all entered the cave. Here, Qin Ming also discovered the signal left for him by Xiaomo. It was a small hole left on the cave wall, with a chill emanating from it. Only Xiaomo's royal sequence ability could achieve this. Next to this small hole, there were 3 claw marks.
Qin Ming recognized them. These were the claw marks of Dongyan.
Clearly, this was a signal left for him by Dongyan. It seems we are the last to arrive, Qin Ming said to the others. But thinking about it, it made sense. He seemed to have landed from the outermost edge of the poison circle and had taken quite a bit of time to get here.
So, are we going in?
Hua Xiaopang asked. Of course, Qin Ming raised his hand. Enter combat mode, prepare to enter the cave. Qin Ming led the way, slowly entering the cave, with the long-range attackers like the Ice Cannon Master following behind. The 5 members of the Xiangjiang team brought up the rear. Everyone smoothly entered the cave, and before them was a vast world of a mine. Directly in front of them was a swaying iron rope bridge. Below the bridge was an endless abyss. A chilling wind surged from the depths, sending shivers down their spines. Such a bizarre scene made the atmosphere heavy.
Why do I feel like I'm on an ancient tomb adventure?
Hua Xiaopang's voice trembled. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the opposite cliff, where there were many footprints on the ground.
It seems we have no choice but to cross.
I'll take a part over first, and the others will guard the entrance. Then, Qin Ming cautiously stepped onto the iron rope bridge. The sound of the iron ropes clashing echoed in the cave. Qin Ming walked at the front, followed by more than 30 people, the single-file iron rope bridge swaying as they walked. The bridge was nearly 100 meters long, and the journey was not short. Everything was going smoothly until they reached the middle of the bridge when an unexpected event occurred. Rumbling! From the other side of the cliff, dozens of wild wolves suddenly charged out. They held bows and arrows, all aiming at the people on the iron rope bridge. Qin Ming and the others' faces changed dramatically.
Not good. He, you finally came.
The leading wild wolf beast revealed a strange smile, as if it had been waiting for them for a long time.
Fire! Bang bang bang, dozens of wild wolves simultaneously released their arrows, raining down upon them. Watch out!
Qin Ming shouted, throwing out a stack of cards that collided with the arrows.
Defend, quickly defend.
Behind Qin Ming, all the extraordinary beings used their abilities to block the arrows. But they were on the iron rope bridge, and their movements were already restricted, making it difficult to effectively counterattack. After a round of shooting, several people were hit by arrows. Qin Ming turned to look back, his face instantly darkening.
Bastards! In the next moment, the Little King card popped out, and Qin Ming switched to the Little King form, a black tailcoat covering his body.
Qin Ming's speed instantly increased as he dashed across the iron rope bridge to the opposite side. He had to reach the other side to provide a safe landing point for the soldiers.
That's Qin Ming, quick, shoot arrows, avenge our king, the leading wild wolf roared.
In an instant, all the arrows were aimed at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming frowned. Did the enemy recognize him? Were these wild wolves back from Blue Star?
Qin Ming was greatly shocked. He seemed to realize something. The entrance to the dungeon opened, allowing humans to enter the world of 10,000 races.
Could the beasts from Blue Star also come back through this entrance?
However, the wild wolves were beasts that descended during the second civilization trial, and a long time had passed since then. From what he understood, the wild wolves on Blue Star had almost all been killed.
But why were there still so many in front of him? The Sakura country.
Qin Ming suddenly realized there was only one possibility. It was the den of thieves in Sakura country. Qin Ming knew that the high-ranking officials of Sakura country had all been replaced by the chameleon monkey beasts. From the final stage settlement of the civilization trial, it was clear that Sakura country had the least number of beast kills each time.
So where did the beasts go? They must have been raised by Kawashima.
Qin Ming was instantly furious. If that batch of beasts from Sakura country returned, everything in front of him might be a trap set by the beasts.
Damn it!
Bang bang bang! In the next moment, arrows whistled through the air, aiming directly at Qin Ming's body. With a crackle, electric currents flowed over Qin Ming, and the power of thunder danced on the Starfall blade.
Battle technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash.
With a horizontal slash, thunder raged, and the blade light cut down all the arrows. Lightning flashed beneath Qin Ming's feet, and the phantom flash movement technique surged, increasing his speed once more.
Just as the wild wolves were about to block the exit of the iron chain bridge, Qin Ming soared in, slashing fiercely. Put! 2 wild wolves were directly sent flying by the powerful shockwave. Roar! The wild wolves let out a furious roar and charged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming flicked his fingers, and a card flew out. Battle technique, Poker Soldier. The card spun in the air, changing randomly, before finally settling on the ace of spades. Immediately, a handsome man in a suit jumped out from the card, delivering a flying knee strike that slammed heavily into the chest of a wild wolf. Bang! The wild wolf was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall behind. Ace of spades, the suited thug appeared. The suited thug held a cigarette in one hand and a straight knife in the other, his expression indifferent and unruly. He exhaled a deep puff of smoke and charged forward with the knife. Seeing the sudden appearance of the man, the wild wolves were clearly taken aback, but then they all rushed forward. The suited thug didn't care. His movements were swift and ruthless, the straight knife continuously striking the bodies of the wild wolves. The realm of the poker soldier was on the same level as its master, which was late-stage second tier. The wild wolves opposite were also late-stage second tier, but the combat power of the suited thug alone could easily hold off 5 wild wolves. As the two fought fiercely, they quickly took down more than 10 wild wolves. The wild wolf leader sensed something was wrong and immediately changed tactics, shouting, "Shoot arrows, aim at the people on the bridge." In an instant, nearly half of the wild wolves changed their attack direction, targeting the beast hunters on the iron chain bridge. Qin Ming's expression changed. Ice Python. Roar!
The next moment, the ice python on Qin Ming's shoulder leaped down, rapidly enlarging.
Then, to the astonished eyes of everyone present, a massive ice python made a shocking entrance.
The ice python's enormous body directly blocked the bridge, intercepting all the arrows shot by the wild wolves. Clang clang clang, the arrows struck the ice python's body, creating a clattering sound, all deflected by the ice python's scales.
Ice python? How could an ice python appear here?
The wild wolves all showed expressions of horror.
Roar! The ice python let out a furious roar, the terrifying sound wave shaking the cave.
It suddenly swung its massive tail, instantly sweeping down a group of wild wolves.
The ice python opened its large mouth, ready to devour the wild wolves. Qin Ming quickly thought, "Stop, they are still useful."
The ice python seemed to understand Qin Ming's intention and did not deliver a fatal blow. Qin Ming rushed over quickly, the Jian Koan gourd appearing in his hand, and he inhaled the incapacitated wild wolves. Qin Ming discovered a problem. To capture the exotic beasts, they must be incapacitated or severely injured. A corpse wouldn't do. Faced with the third-tier ice python, these wild wolves had no power to resist and fell to the ground with a single sweep. For those that still tried to resist, the ice python would give them another lash. Soon, Qin Ming had collected all the wild wolves from the field. Guard the iron chain bridge, Qin Ming instructed the ice python, asking it to cover the team of beast hunters coming over. Meanwhile, his mind entered the interior of the Jian Koan gourd. Once inside, he saw the leader of the wild wolves bound on the second altar. On the ground,
there were dozens of injured wild wolves, also bound by chains extending from the altar, unable to move.
Qin Ming took a quick glance, ignoring the howling beasts, and directly walked to the second altar to click the fusion button. Bang bang bang! In the next moment, the wild wolves on the ground exploded into a cloud of white mist, all surging into the leader of the wild wolves on the altar. In the end, all the wild wolves successfully fused, leaving only one on the altar. Then, a message popped up before him.
Fusion of wild wolf exotic beast successful. Wild wolf, forbidden beast, 6-star wild wolf, forbidden beast, can evolve into the king beast armored wild wolf upon reaching 9 stars. It actually jumped to 6 stars in one go. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the wild wolf before him, its robust body becoming even more developed. More terrifyingly, its tough skin was slowly taking on the appearance of armor. If it could advance to king beast, it would surely grow a powerful set of armor. Roar! Suddenly, the wild wolf let out an angry roar, the terrifying sound wave causing Qin Ming's eardrums to ache.
Now that you're mine, you're still so arrogant.
Qin Ming's lips curled slightly. Let's start the contract.
Boom!
The altar trembled violently, a mysterious power surged into Qin Ming's body, quickly establishing a connection with the wild wolf before him.
Clang clang, the chains on the wild wolf were then withdrawn. With a bang, the wild wolf knelt on the ground.
Master!
Qin Ming nodded. Very good. Tell me your plans. The wild wolf spoke without reservation, revealing the entire plan of the exotic beasts. This time, there are thousands of exotic beasts returning from Sakura country.
Under the coordination of the thousand-faced monkey, we have contacted the overlord here, with the aim of targeting human extraordinary beings.
The wild wolf's words made Qin Ming's mood heavy.
It turned out that all of this was a scheme by the exotic beasts. They were trying to capture all human extraordinary beings in one fell swoop. Currently, they were located in the southern part of the world of all races, which was also the territory of the thousand-faced monkey.
However, the true overlord of this area was the
Stone Gully Spider, an extremely powerful, forbidden beast. It could be said that the dungeon humans had entered this time was the territory of the Stone Gully Spider, and this cave was the lair of the Stone Gully Spider. There was even worse news. This cave not only housed the Stone Gully Spider clan but also its subordinate exotic beasts, in addition to thousands of exotic beasts coming from Blue Star. Most of these exotic beasts came from Sakura country, including the Thunder Iron Beast, Weasel, Wild Wolf, Trickster Cat, Two-Headed Dog, Ice Python,
and so on, all present, a total of thousands.
This terrifying number shocked Qin Ming. This meant that Sakura country had given up resisting the exotic beasts from the very beginning, even turning the entire country into a paradise for them. The original human high-ranking officials of Sakura country had all been killed by the exotic beasts, and now the first seat of Sakura country, along with all those in power, had been completely replaced by the thousand-faced monkey. Thus, the current situation was formed.
The upcoming battle would be incredibly difficult.
According to the Wild Wolf, more than half of the extraordinary beings from Blue Star had already died, and the rest were all here. Ahead lay the trap set by the strange beasts, and the situation for humanity was dire. After learning of this, Qin Ming's expression darkened completely, and he also worried about Xia Mo and the others. In the next moment, Qin Ming's mind returned to the real world.
Commander, what should we do now?
The soldiers had already gathered. Qin Ming glanced at the injured hunters. You stay here to heal, the rest follow me to continue forward. Let's go, there's no time to waste. Sensing Qin Ming's sudden change, everyone felt that something was off, and the atmosphere grew more serious.
Savage Wolf, come out and lead the way.
Qin Ming summoned the savage wolf he had tamed.
The moment the savage wolf appeared, everyone tensed up. It's fine, it's one of us now.
Qin Ming didn't explain much, and the soldiers didn't ask. They simply looked at Qin Ming with even more admiration.
Old Qin, what happened?
Was Xiaopang asked in confusion. Qin Ming explained the current situation, and after hearing it, everyone showed expressions of terror.
What? The brothers who went in ahead, aren't they in a terrible situation?
Yi Ji widened his eyes and said,
What a cunning beast, this is a complete trap.
Hao Nan frowned, feeling the pressure increase sharply. Qin Ming turned back to look. Brothers, this battle will be tough, so stay alert.
Yes, everyone responded in unison. Their current fighting force consisted of 30 ice cannoneers, 10 healers, 5 thunder mages, 5 earth workers, totaling about 50 people.
There were also around 50 others with various abilities, made up of hunting teams from different regions. After roughly understanding everyone's abilities, Qin Ming slowly began to devise a strategy for the upcoming battle. The cave was deep, seemingly leading further underground. Soon, the visibility became clearer, and the cave widened as they reached a fork in the path. The guiding savage wolf stopped and turned to Qin Ming, saying, Master, both paths have ambushes. The left leads to thunder iron beasts, and the right to savage wolves. Which way should we go?
Are the endpoints the same?
Yes, the cave is interconnected, and they all lead to the lair of the Stone Gully Spider Clan. Qin Ming thought for a moment. Take the right path, I'll upgrade you. Upon hearing this, the savage wolf's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. After being tamed by Qin Ming, the savage wolf no longer felt loyalty to its clan. Its only desire was to grow stronger. Both the savage wolf and the ice python understood that there were only 9 altar positions in the Qian Koan Gourd, and if they couldn't keep up with their master's pace, they would surely be abandoned.
This was not what they wanted.
Master, there aren't many savage wolves here, just a few dozen. They pose no threat to us, the savage wolf said.
Qin Ming nodded. All right, lead the way.
The team continued forward, while Hua Xiaopang and the members of the Xiangjiang team were quite shocked by their conversation.
What had Commander Qin done? Not only had he tamed the savage wolf, but he also had it lead them to confront its own clan? This was a bit absurdly powerful.
Soon, the team slowed down as they arrived at a spacious area.
The savage wolf raised its hand, signaling to Qin Ming, they are just ahead, I will draw them out. Qin Ming quickly waved his hand, ice cannoneers, prepare, leave some alive. 30 ice cannoneers followed behind Qin Ming.
At this moment, the savage wolf stepped out and called out ahead.
Come out, we've captured a batch of humans and need assistance.
As soon as these words were spoken, one savage wolf after another emerged from the shadows.
Truly worthy of being the leader, well done.
Haha, mere humans, how could they be a match for our savage wolf clan?
Haven't we already captured several batches of humans? A group of excited savage wolf subordinates shouted, rushing towards their leader.
At that moment, the wild wolf that Qin Ming had tamed suddenly tightened its grip on the axe and swung it down violently at a clan member.
Thud! Ah! Accompanied by a scream, a deep gash opened up on the wild wolf's chest.
This was still the wild wolf holding back, otherwise, that axe could have taken its life. In an instant, all the wild wolves were stunned.
Chief, what are you doing?
No, it's not our chief. Kill it. The wild wolf was exposed, and the fierce beasts charged forward.
The wild wolf smirked slightly and kicked at the charging wild wolves. Bang!
A terrifying force erupted, sending the wild wolf flying and crashing heavily against the wall. The strength of the 6-star wild wolf was even greater than Qin Ming had imagined. Dealing with clan members of the same level was like bullying the weak, leaving them with no chance to fight back. The group of wild wolves immediately panicked.
Who are you? Is there such a powerful being among our kind?
This is even stronger than our deceased king. Charge! At that moment, Qin Ming led his team out of the passage. Crack, crack, the ice guns were loaded.
Humans? The faces of the wild wolves changed drastically, and they instantly flew into a rage.
Bang, 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 the ice gunners began to reap, and after a wave of attacks, dozens of wild wolves turned into ice sculptures. Qin Ming collected them all and finally fused them. The wild wolf's strength was once again enhanced, advancing to a 7-star forbidden beast. Not only that, but its realm also improved, breaking through from late 2nd stage to early 3rd stage. At that moment, the wild wolf's aura changed.
2 3rd-stage beasts gave Qin Ming confidence. Let's go, keep moving.
Wait, master, there's a treasure here.
The wild wolf stopped Qin Ming and walked to a corner to pull out a treasure chest.
Seeing the wild wolf carrying a treasure chest, everyone was momentarily stunned.
More gains? Clang!
The wild wolf placed the treasure chest on the ground, making a heavy sound.
What is this?
Everyone showed expressions of surprise. The wild wolf opened the treasure chest, revealing its contents, dozens of straight knives. At a glance, there were probably 30 or 40.
So many? These knives look good.
Tianyi picked one up and examined it closely, even comparing it to the one in his hand.
Clang, clang.
The blade of the chopping knife clashed with the straight knife, and the official long knife of the monster hunters was actually chipped in several places.
This, Tianyi's expression froze.
Qin Ming took the straight knife, his eyes brightening. Not bad, although it doesn't reach the strength of containment items, it's definitely better than the technology of Blue Star.
The wild wolf explained, these straight knives are made from martial rock, originally a backup for the wild wolves. You can forge weapons? Qin Ming looked over in surprise.
The wild wolf shook its head. The wild wolf clan cannot forge weapons, but the dwarf ape clan can. These were all made by them. And martial rock is a local specialty. Beneath this cave is a martial rock mine.
A mine? Qin Ming's face showed joy.
Close combat ability users, divide the knives, we continue forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Xiaopang immediately moved to collect one. Haonan, Yi, Tianyi, and the others also changed their knives. For them, a good weapon could significantly enhance their combat power. There were also healing sequence users in the group, all of whom used knives.
It could be said that this batch of weapons raised the overall combat strength. The team continued forward, and there were more forks in the cave. Fortunately, with the wild wolf leading, they avoided many enemies.
According to the wild wolf, almost every passage had beasts lying in ambush, and only one path was clear. Although Qin Ming and the others did not head towards the beast's passage, they could smell the strong scent of blood from a distance. One could imagine how severe the sacrifices of human awakeners would be on this dungeon expedition. After nearly 20 minutes of winding through the passage, the group finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Qin Ming guessed that they were now deep underground, surrounded by a damp atmosphere. The wild wolf raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. Qin Ming stood beside him, looking out towards the passage. Outside was an incredibly spacious underground area, estimated to be the size of a football field. Surrounding this space were many passages, and the one they were in was just one of them. To Qin Ming's surprise, in this vast space, not a single strange beast was found. However, the ground was covered with cocoons as tall as a person. These cocoons, like fleshy balls, were pulsating like hearts.
Something's not right. Why are there so many cocoons? The wild wolf frowned. Haven't you seen these cocoons before? Qin Ming asked.
The wild wolf shook his head. I have. These are the cocoons of the stone gully spider, but normally there aren't this many.
What about the humans? Isn't this already the end?
Hua Xiaopang asked in confusion. Qin Ming's expression darkened, feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. You all wait for me here, I'll go take a look, Qin Ming said to Hua Xiaopang and the others.
Boss, I'm going with you, Hao Nan quickly replied.
Qin Ming nodded and jumped down the passage with the wild wolf.
Bang! The two of them landed steadily. Qin Ming walked to the nearest cocoon and immediately sensed something was wrong.
A long knife was actually stuck in this cocoon. There was a person inside. This thought immediately flashed through Qin Ming's mind. The knife wasn't stuck on the cocoon, it was too long for the cocoon to contain. Qin Ming's face darkened as he drew the starfall blade and sliced open the cocoon.
Bang!
The next moment, a man fell heavily to the ground, already lifeless.
He's dead, Hao Nan said in a deep voice.
He looked up at Qin Ming in shock. Boss, these cocoons.
They can't all be humans, right? Damn it, everyone come down and save them.
Qin Ming shouted towards the passage. Hearing the voice, Hua Xiaopang immediately led the others to jump down the passage.
Open all the cocoons,
Qin Ming shouted, swinging his blade to break open one cocoon after another.
Xiamo, can you hear me? Lu Chang, Wu Mu, Lei Jiao.
Qin Ming kept swinging his blade, and one figure after another fell out of the cocoons. After freeing 10 people, not a single one was alive, which made Qin Ming's mood sink completely.
Old Qin, there's a survivor, Hua Xiaopang shouted.
Qin Ming rushed over and saw a man, unexpectedly an old acquaintance.
The first strongman under the iron-blooded emperor of the Bear Nation, Sotaf. Commander Qin? Sotaf opened his eyes in confusion and recognized Qin Ming at first glance. The next moment, Sotaf immediately pointed to the far right.
Commander Qin, the people from Huaxia are over there. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed in the direction he pointed. Qin Ming was the fastest, and when he arrived, he found a cocoon emitting a chilling aura, with a long gun barrel sticking out.
Mo. Qin Ming's pupils constricted as he carefully opened the cocoon.
After breaking it open, a block of ice was revealed.
Qin Ming, is that you?
The ice suddenly exploded, and Mo appeared, looking unharmed. Seeing that Mo was fine, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that before Mo was bound by the cocoon, she had wrapped herself in ice, preventing any harm. But the situation for the others was not so good.
Old Chang, what happened to you? Wake up!
On the other side, Hua Xiaopang was holding Lu Chang, his eyes instantly reddening. Old Chang, don't die.
Cough, your damn saliva is dripping on my face.
Lu Chang woke up with a look of despair, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse.
Bro, wake up. Bro, we came to save you.
Soon, a nearby area of cocoons was broken open, and the hunters from Huaxia were rescued one after another. They looked pale and spiritless, not knowing what they had been through. Qin Ming immediately felt something was wrong and shouted to everyone, unwrap all the cocoons and let the people out.
It was clearly a trap set by the alien beasts. If they didn't rescue the people, the combat power of human extraordinary beings would dwindle, and perhaps no one would be able to escape. Sure enough, after all the cocoons were broken open, many people woke up just in time, preserving their lives. However, about a third of them had completely lost their lives. Soon, extraordinary beings from various countries woke up one after another, and upon seeing that soldiers from Huaxia had saved them, they expressed their gratitude profusely. Among them were people from Eagle Sauce Country, Gaul Country, the Empire of the Setting Sun, and Stick Country. There were even people from the SCP Foundation wearing masks.
At that moment, a man wearing a black cat police chief mask was staring intently at Qin Ming. Qin Ming exchanged a glance with him and immediately recognized his identity. It was Dong Yen, but there were many SCP Foundation members around Dong Yen, so he did not reveal his identity.
Qin Ming also noticed the first seat protector, Su Ziliang. This guy was flamboyantly taking out a portable mirror to fix his messy hairstyle. At this time, Xiaomo said to Qin Ming with a serious expression, "We've been tricked. This is not a copy at all. It's a trap set by the alien beasts." Qin Ming frowned. "Where are the alien beasts?" "Ha ha ha, Commander Qin, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from above. In a passageway at the highest level, a man in a suit was looking down at the crowd with indifference. Upon seeing this person, Qin Ming's expression immediately darkened. Kawashima? Indeed, the person who appeared was the leader of Sakura country, Kawashima. No, to be precise, this was the chameleon monkey disguised as Kawashima. Leader of Sakura country? Kawashima, what do you mean by this? General John from Eagle Sauce country shouted in a deep voice. Qin Ming turned to look. General John was an old acquaintance, and this was the second time he had saved his life. What troubled Qin Ming was that General John did not recognize Kawashima's true identity. Kawashima's lips curled slightly. "Ah, General John, you're here too. So, should we join forces to kill Qin Ming?" General John's face turned a bit awkward. He didn't expect Kawashima to put such words on the table. Qin Ming had just saved him. Regardless, he couldn't reveal his intentions now. The next moment, General John snorted coldly, "Lord Kawashima, what do you mean by this? We humans are a whole, how can we fight among ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression turned completely grim. It wasn't because General John was two-faced, but because he actually failed to see Kawashima's true identity. Not only him, but most of the extraordinary beings present also failed to notice. Logically speaking, the chameleon monkey's disguise shouldn't be able to fool extraordinary beings. Therefore, there was only one possibility: this chameleon monkey had reached the third tier. Once the chameleon monkey reached the third tier, those weaker than it could not see through its disguise. Damn it, Sakura country has really fattened this chameleon monkey. Qin Ming cursed under his breath, his gaze coldly fixed on General John. Idiot, he is disguised as the chameleon monkey. What? General John's expression changed. How is that possible? Not only him, but extraordinary beings from various countries also showed expressions of shock. If he isn't an alien beast, how could he be up there? All of this is his plan. He wants to capture all the extraordinary beings of Blue Star in one net. Do you understand? Qin Ming's voice echoed in the cave, shocking everyone. Kawashima showed no intention of hiding anymore and directly revealed his true form. A bunch of foolish guys, it's too late to realize now. When everyone saw Kawashima transform into the chameleon monkey, they were all taken aback. Knowing and seeing with one's own eyes are still vastly different. No one would have expected that the dignified leader of a nation would actually be a thousand-faced monkey. At this moment, even General John's expression turned grim. "So, you mean to say that the trap we just fell into was all you're doing?" "Exactly. As long as I kill all of you, Blue Star will surely suffer a heavy blow, and then it will be the world of our thousand-faced monkey clan." "Ha? What? Damn it, this is all your conspiracy?" The scene erupted into chaos. Qin Ming's face was serious as he looked at Xiaomo beside him. What just happened? He was puzzled. Since Chuan Dao had already captured all the human extraordinary beings, why not directly kill them instead of letting them come to rescue? This was clearly unreasonable. This was originally a huge spider web. We were caught as soon as we landed. Xiaomo frowned, equally confused. At this moment, Qin Ming looked at the weak crowd, then his gaze fell on the cocoons on the ground. These cocoons were evenly distributed, connected by a flesh-like cord resembling a blood vessel. Seeing these flesh cords, Qin Ming instinctively thought of an umbilical cord. He reached out and grabbed a pale-faced hunter, beginning to understand why they were so weak. They had been drained of blood. How could they not be weak after losing so much blood? Where did the umbilical cords on the ground lead to? Qin Ming pulled on one of the umbilical cords, yanking it hard, and it began to pull up towards the wall. Seeing Qin Ming's action, everyone in the room looked up in astonishment. Above them was a vast expanse of white spider silk. At that moment, an astonishing scene occurred. The spider web actually fell away, revealing what was at the top. The ceiling was covered in cocoons, and the umbilical cords on the ground were connected to these cocoons. In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end as they realized where their drained blood had gone. It was nourishing these cocoons. The next moment, Qin Ming suddenly reacted. Not good, retreat quickly. Run! The extraordinary beings from various countries panicked and rushed towards the cave entrance. But at that moment, strange beasts appeared at the entrance. Among these beasts were the numbered 001 Thunder Iron Beast, 002,000 Faced Monkey, 003 Weasel, 005 Wasteland Wolf. All the strange beasts that had appeared on Blue Star were among them. At this point, everyone understood what was happening. These strange beasts had all come from Blue Star, and the only place that could hide so many strange beasts was Sakura Country. General John from Eagle Sauce Country looked angrily at Chuan Dao. Damn it, I will definitely flatten Sakura Country when I return.
Ha, you won't have the chance.
Chuan Dao laughed wildly.
Kill them.
Roar! In an instant, the strange beasts at each cave entrance jumped down, launching a devastating attack on the human extraordinary beings.
Fight! Fight!
A great battle erupted, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Blue Star was also stirred up by huge waves. The voice of the Black Hand echoed around the globe, causing a worldwide sensation. Civilizations of various countries, the global instance is nearing its end and will soon go live.
As soon as this voice sounded, the officials of various countries immediately took action, and everyone anxiously awaited.
They all hoped that their country's extraordinary beings could achieve good results in the instance. Let's get started and see how our Eagle Sauce Country's heroes slaughter everything.
Nonsense, our Bear Country is the strongest.
Under the Stick Country, all are ants.
When the Elephant Country comes out, who can compete?
The online buzz heated up as netizens from various countries shouted.
And at that moment,
the Black Hand invaded all electronic screens on Blue Star. Whether it was phones, computers, televisions, or the large screens on the streets, all switched to the scene playing inside the cave. However, when the scene appeared, watching the extraordinary beings from various countries being besieged by the alien beasts, the people of the world were instantly dumbfounded.
This was not what they had imagined. How could this happen? And why were there so few people? There were plenty of extraordinary beings from each country entering the instance.
At this moment, the human extraordinary beings were at a disadvantage, and the smart ones could see at a glance that the human side had fallen into a trap. In their view, this cave was actually a deep pit, with the alien beasts looking down from above, attacking the human extraordinary beings. In the footage, the fighting was relentless, with alien beasts tearing at the bodies of the extraordinary beings, the scene extremely bloody. Then, the camera shifted to above the cave. Under the terrified gaze of the world, one by one, the cocoons were torn open by tentacles, and horrifying spider-like alien beasts emerged from their cocoons. The spider alien beasts hovered above the human extraordinary beings, their eyes glowing red, mouths dripping with viscous saliva, seemingly starving to the extreme. In the next moment, amidst the terrified screams of countless people, the spider alien beasts pounced down.
Be careful!
The alien beasts above are coming down. Do something.
Damn it, we can't escape. The scene erupted into chaos with continuous shouts. Ah, help me! Save me!
The stone crevice spider fell from the sky, directly pouncing onto the head of a human extraordinary being, opening its mouth to bite. Its barbed legs, like saw teeth, sliced across the human's neck, instantly tearing the throat open, blood splattering everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody, with screams echoing continuously. There were quite a few extraordinary beings present, estimated to be over 1,000, but in this chaotic situation, they could not exert their true combat power at all. This tragic scene was broadcast live on Blue Star, and in an instant, the world fell into a deathly silence. People from various countries were expecting their extraordinary beings to display great power, only to witness this scene. A sense of despair arose. The officials of various countries were also unusually silent, unable to utter a word. The extraordinary beings entering the instance this time were almost all elites from their respective countries, and there were quite a few of them. One could imagine that if these warriors died in the instance, the future of their countries would be doomed. On the battlefield, the fighting continued. Despite being surrounded by alien beasts, the extraordinary beings from various countries were still desperately resisting.
Boss, this isn't a solution,
Haonan shouted at Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked towards the passage they came from. Fight our way out.
All Ice Cannon Masters gather, Thunder Mages hold the formation, healing sequences, and all melee sequences protect the front.
With Qin Ming giving orders, all the hunters immediately responded.
Received.
First were the Thunder Mages, who were the most fragile and had a huge casting delay. If they weren't protected well, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. However, if they could output safely, their attack power was even stronger than that of the Ice Cannon Masters. The hunters were all elite soldiers selected from the Chinese army, with top-notch discipline and execution. In just a moment, nearly 20 Thunder Mages gathered in the center, surrounded by more than 40 Ice Cannon Masters. And on the outermost layer of the formation were Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and the Hong Kong team, all melee sequence abilities. Once the formation was set, Qin Ming threw the Ice Python King off his shoulder.
Ice Python, clear the way, move towards the wall.
Roar! Accompanied by an angry roar, a massive ice python made a grand entrance under the astonished gazes of everyone. The late-stage Ice Python King had absolute deterrent power on the battlefield.
The Ice Python King showed no mercy, launching its skills as soon as it appeared.
Python Spear!
With a loud boom, the Ice Python King's enormous tail, covered in thick frost, swept across like a sturdy spear, clearing a vast area.
Boom boom boom!
With a single sweep of its tail, it instantly cleared a large space, causing countless alien beasts to be injured or killed.
What is going on?
Above the passage, Kawashima watched this scene, his eyes widening in shock.
Is that an ice python? How could an ice python help humans?
He simply couldn't understand why the ice python was standing on the side of humanity, seemingly obeying Qin Ming's commands. Kawashima's expression immediately darkened as he shouted at the beasts, "Surround the Huaxia soldiers and kill Qin Ming."
Roar! With Kawashima's order, numerous beasts suddenly turned their heads and charged madly towards the Huaxia camp. Bang!
At that moment, a figure leaped high into the air, gripping a giant axe tightly, and swung it down fiercely at the beast army.
Boom! The giant axe slammed into the ground, sending a wave of energy rippling out and knocking a group of beasts flying. The wild wolf held the giant axe tightly, its aura fierce, with faint patterns of armor appearing on its body. Truly, it was the 7-star wild wolf, its combat power unmatched by ordinary beasts.
With the cooperation of the ice python and the wild wolf, they forcibly tore a path for the Huaxia team, allowing everyone to fight against the wall, facing significantly fewer beasts.
Ice cannon masters, suppress their fire! Qin Ming shouted. Boom boom boom!
Dozens of ice cannon masters raised their ice hand cannons, firing frost projectiles that turned the charging beasts into ice sculptures, sending them flying in all directions.
Thunder mages, kill them! Another furious roar followed.
The Thunder Mages, deep within the protective circle, had finished charging, holding 2 watermelon-sized thunderballs in their hands.
Boom boom boom! The thunderballs struck, blasting the beasts into the air.
This scene directly shocked the extraordinary beings from other countries.
Fuck!
Why are the Huaxia people so fierce? General John's eyes flickered as he watched his comrades fall one by one, and he immediately had an idea.
Eagle Sauce Country warriors, listen up, move towards Huaxia, quickly.
The extraordinary beings from Eagle Sauce Country did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards the Huaxia formation.
Even earlier than them were the Bear Country. Sotaf shouted from a distance, "Commander Qin, save us!"
At this moment, only 60 or 70 people remained from Bear Country, trapped tightly among the beasts, unable to break through.
Qin Ming looked in the direction of the voice and immediately shouted, "Bear Country direction, Sujin, fire barrage, shoot."
As soon as the command was given, all the ice cannon masters and thunder mages turned their directions, aiming at the Bear Country soldiers.
Fire! Boom boom boom! Shells rained down, clearing the beasts in front and tearing a path open. Sodaf's expression brightened. Quick, retreat, gather towards Huaxia.
The Bear Country soldiers successfully escaped and joined the Huaxia formation. They stood on the outermost edge, resisting the beast's onslaught. Although still dangerous, this situation was far more comfortable than before. Seeing the Bear Country soldiers successfully escape, the extraordinary beings from other countries' eyes lit up.
"Commander Qin, save us! Commander Qin, we are a diplomatic nation, please help us. Heroes of Huaxia, we request your support."
Extraordinary beings from various countries shouted in unison.
However, Qin Ming's gaze fell on Su Ziliang.
On the SCP Foundation side, there were over 100 people. Dong Yen was right next to Su Ziliang, and he noticed Qin Ming's gaze.
"Lord of the First Seat, what should we do?" Su Ziliang looked at Qin Ming, locking eyes with him. "We should go over too." Dong Yen was taken aback. "Is that okay?" "What do you mean by okay? Without masks, we are all Huaxia people."
"Everyone listen, take off your masks and move towards our army."
Su Ziliang shouted loudly, being the first to charge towards Qin Ming.
He had never worn a mask, so he had nothing to fear. The others hesitated, they were well aware of what they had done, and approaching the Huaxia formation now felt like forcing them to surrender. Once they took off their masks, even if they survived, they would ultimately have to turn themselves in. Dong Yen hesitated for a moment and then shouted, "If you don't want to die, just obey." Saying this, he also took off his mask. Seeing this, over 100 people took off their masks, revealing one Huaxia face after another.
Su Ziliang raised his hand and shouted loudly, "We are Huaxia people, the army has come to save us, that's great."
Seeing this, Hua Xiaopeng twitched the corner of his mouth. What's this show-off doing?
Qin Ming's lips curled slightly, he's saving people.
When Qin Ming saw that these SCP Foundation members were all Huaxia people, he understood what was happening. This must be Su Ziliang's doing. The members from other countries had probably been killed by him.
And the remaining ones, Su Ziliang wanted to give them a chance to redeem themselves. This guy is really trying hard.
Qin Ming knew he hadn't misjudged him, waving his hand.
Save people, cover with artillery. Ice python, wild wolf, clear the way. Roar!
Two strange beasts charged out wildly, heading straight for Su Ziliang and Dongyan, tearing a bloody path.
Damn it, damn it.
Above the passage, seeing that Qin Ming could actually hold his ground, Chuan Dao was furious. This guy really can't be left alive, you must die. Immediately, Chuan Dao shouted towards a direction in the passage. It's your turn to act.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall giant spider burst out in the passage, hanging upside down on the wall, its countless eyes glowing red, exuding a brutal aura.
Upon seeing this beast, Qin Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Stone Ravine Spider King.
With the appearance of the Stone Ravine Spider King, the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze, and everyone looked at the massive creature with grave expressions, feeling its terrifying oppressive force. Run, it's a late-stage third-tier beast, run. A transcendent from the Korean nation, closest to the Stone Ravine Spider King, immediately turned and fled. The next moment, the Stone Ravine Spider King's gaze shifted to him, its mouth writhing, and it suddenly spat out a strand of spider silk.
Put!
The web pinned the man to the ground, and the web had a strong corrosive property, instantly melting the clothes off the man.
Ah!
The Korean man let out a piercing scream, and in less than 5 seconds, he turned into a puddle of thick liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces instantly turned pale.
The Stone Ravine Spider King was truly terrifying. The crowd was even more frightened. Quick! Charge towards Huaxia. Transcendents from various countries desperately broke through the encirclement, unleashing their abilities everywhere.
Qin Ming's expression was also not good, as the Stone Ravine Spider King had set its sights on them.
Ice Python, it's up to you, Qin Ming shouted. Roar!
The Ice Python let out a furious roar, its massive form rampaging through the beasts, heading straight for the Stone Ravine Spider King. The Stone Ravine Spider King glowed with red light, and with a puff, it spat out a huge web. The Ice Python couldn't dodge at all, and its massive body was trapped against the wall. The green venom on the web was crazily corroding the Ice Python's body, but fortunately, the Ice Python's scales were also extremely strong, and it was covered with a layer of frost, so it didn't suffer too much damage. However, at this moment, the Ice Python's condition was not good. It found the web to be very tough and couldn't break free for a while.
Not good.
Qin Ming shouted urgently, Mason, build a defense on the spot.
Yes. In an instant, 5 masons rushed to the front, slamming their hands on the ground. Earth wall, rise. Boom.
In an instant, several high walls rose from the ground, surrounding everyone. As the earth walls were erected, the outside trembled violently.
Bang bang bang.
The Stone Ravine Spider King's web struck just in time, blocked by the earth walls.
After just a few attacks, the earth walls began to shake violently, cracks rapidly spreading, causing several masons to hurriedly repair them.
This isn't a solution, Lu Cheng said solemnly.
Qin Ming nodded. CIMO, let's go out and kill that Stone Ravine Spider King. If I'm not mistaken, it's the final boss of this instance. Alright. Xia Mo didn't hesitate, gripping her spear tightly and preparing to move out.
At this moment, Su Ziliang and Dongyan not far away also looked over, their intentions clear, they wanted to help together.
Qin Ming nodded slightly, kill.
In the next moment, a crack opened in the earthen wall, and Qin Ming charged out with his knife. But immediately after, a graceful figure leaped past him, the gun shooting out like a dragon, the intent of cold ice sweeping through. With one shot, a spider-like beast was pierced through its body, dying on the spot. Xiaomo still stood in front of Qin Ming as always. Although Xiaomo was only at the early stage of the second rank, his combat power was fierce thanks to the strength of Wang Su 003. With one sweep of his gun, the beast's body shattered like ice shards. Behind Qin Ming, Lu Cheng also charged out, wielding the containment object, double-bladed axe, swinging it powerfully, and with one axe, he tore a two-headed dog apart. Just as Qin Ming was about to take action, another figure burst out. Dong Yin transformed into a half-beast form, his hands and feet becoming beast-like, his claws powerful, and his legs possessed terrifying explosive power, moving at great speed. Dong Yin intentionally or unintentionally blocked in front of Qin Ming, tearing a path for him. Qin Ming smiled helplessly. Dong Yin was still very professional.
He might not even know that Su Ziliang had already seen through his undercover identity. Scalpel dissection.
Su Ziliang held the scalpel in one hand, moving through the beasts, and wherever he passed, the limbs of the beasts flew up.
He's very strong, Dong Yin said softly to Qin Ming.
He already knows your undercover identity, and he will most likely become our partner, Qin Ming replied quietly.
Dong Yin was both surprised and delighted. He's a good person.
From now on, you two will be responsible for this dark line of the SCP Foundation. As he spoke, Qin Ming charged out, the starfall knife whistling as he swung it, killing a weasel.
Huang Lang, get the ice python out. Yes. Huang Lang raised his axe and quickly moved towards the ice python. Roar!
At this moment, a large group of beasts charged madly from the front. A glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as a die appeared in his hand.
Containment object, parallel die. Faced with so many beasts, the best way was to disrupt their formation.
Qin Ming suddenly flipped his palm over, and the parallel die burst forth with a glow. An astonishing scene unfolded. All the beasts in front of Qin Ming flipped over, the space shifted, and gravity became unbalanced.
The entire space flipped. Roar!
The beasts howled, their bodies rising upwards, while the Stone Gully Spider King above them flipped to the ground. Waiting for it was Qin Ming's Thunder Starfall knife.
Boom!
Qin Ming slashed down, and terrifying energy instantly tore through, striking heavily on the head of the Stone Gully Spider King.
Clang!
However, what Qin Ming did not expect was that this strike felt like hitting a rock, causing his hand to ache.
Such strong defense.
This blow also completely enraged the Stone Gully Spider King, its mouth writhing as if it were about to spit out a web.
Qin Ming's expression changed slightly.
Buzz! In the next moment, a chill surged beside him.
Ice seal the world. Xia Amo thrust his gun out, accurately hitting the mouth of the Stone Gully Spider King. Crack crack.
The cold ice spread instantly, freezing the mouth of the Stone Gully Spider King.
The web it was about to spit out was forcibly blocked in its mouth. Well done, beast, take this axe.
Lu Chang leaped up, gripping the axe with both hands, the axe head glowing red as it fell heavily. Seeing this, the Stone Gully Spider King immediately reacted, its body rapidly petrifying.
Clang! Lu Chang's axe struck the petrified Spider King, and he was directly bounced back by the recoil.
The Stone Gully Spider King cancelled its petrification, letting out a sharp screech, its front legs suddenly plunging into the ground.
Boom!
A massive rock was lifted by it and smashed heavily towards Lu Chang. Seizing this opportunity, Dong Yen quickly rushed forward, wrapping his arms around one of the Spider King's front legs, executing a bear choke move.
Crack! The front leg of the Stone Gully Spider King was directly broken.
The Spider King let out a painful screech, staggering slightly. Immediately after, it saw another figure rushing in. The Spider King quickly reacted, entering a petrified state once more.
Su Ziliang sneered, "Under my blade, nothing can escape." Scalpel dissection.
Su Ziliang pinched the scalpel with 3 fingers and made a swift cut.
In an instant, the Spider King's petrification had no effect, and one of its front legs flew off.
The petrification effect of the Stone Ravine Spider King was shattered in an instant, and it crashed heavily to the ground.
Qin Ming's figure flickered and appeared in front of it.
High-risk combat technique Thunder Judgment.
Boom!
Thunder surged from Qin Ming's body, the Starfall blade filled with terrifying lightning, and he struck down with a single blow.
Bang!
This strike cleaved the Stone Ravine Spider King's head in half. The Stone Ravine Spider King struggled violently a couple of times before collapsing to the ground, lifeless.
In an instant, the entire venue fell into dead silence. All the extraordinary beings from various countries were stunned.
The dungeon was cleared? As the Stone Ravine Spider King fell, all the little spiders let out mournful cries, and the entire cave erupted in commotion. At this moment, the extraordinary beings from various countries, as well as the Blue Star viewers watching the live broadcast, all widened their eyes, dumbfounded. They had thought it was a deadlock, but unexpectedly, it was broken. From the moment Qin Ming started fighting to the end, the process took only 3 minutes, and a late-stage third-tier beast was thus seamlessly slain.
So strong. Is this the power of the number 1 in Blue Star? Not just Qin Ming, everyone around him is strong too.
The audience on site or watching the live broadcast from Blue Star began to discuss animatedly, especially the extraordinary beings present. They might have watched Qin Ming's battle videos countless times, but seeing it in person was still shocking.
A late-stage third-tier beast, which was an invincible existence to them, was still slain.
Did we just get saved?
The dungeon boss was killed. We should be able to go back now, right?
The extraordinary beings from various countries spoke in fear, forgetting their own tasks, only feeling the joy of having survived. Qin Ming looked at the corpse of the Stone Ravine Spider King on the ground, feeling a bit regretful. Did the quantum light shield not drop?
No chance to mine, Huayanshi, either.
The dungeon had been cleared, and now it was time for everyone to return home, with no time left to explore other things, which left Qin Ming somewhat disappointed.
Boom!
Just then, the corpse of the Stone Ravine Spider collapsed with a thunderous sound, rolling down like a stone. Qin Ming looked and saw that these stones were actually all Huayanshi. Each piece was about the size of a palm, enough to forge a straight blade, and with the massive body of the Stone Ravine Spider King, the shattered stones must have numbered 200 or 300 pieces. There was a harvest. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he took out the Qian Kuan gourd to collect all these Huayanshi. This action made the extraordinary beings from various countries envious, but they all knew they had no ability to compete with Qin Ming. If they didn't want to die, it was best not to provoke Qin Ming. After collecting all the Huayanshi, it seemed there were no other spoils left. At this moment, Qin Ming looked up towards the passage above at Kawashima.
Kawashima, just wait, you can't escape.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the venue glared angrily at Kawashima.
Damn thousand-faced monkey, when we return, we will definitely flatten Sakura country.
How dare you scheme against us, you will pay the price. General John from Eagle Sauce Country was the angriest. This time Eagle Sauce suffered heavy losses, with over 50% battle losses. If it weren't for Huaxia's last-minute rescue, they would have likely fallen here.
At this moment, the Blue Star viewers watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded.
Wait, isn't that the leader of Sakura country? He is actually a thousand-faced monkey beast?
Oh my god, our leader of Sakura country is a beast? What about the other high-ranking officials?
It's no wonder that in our Sakura country, the number of exotic beasts killed during each civilization trial is so few. Could it be that they've all been raised by these beasts? The crowd erupted, especially the citizens of Sakura country, who were completely caught off guard. The head of the nation had actually been replaced by an exotic beast, and they had been foolishly serving these beasts, truly terrifying upon reflection. One can only imagine how chaotic Sakura country was at that moment. For now, it was still manageable, but once Kawashima returned, the end of Sakura country would truly arrive. Since Kawashima dared to reveal his identity, he must have a way to deal with it. The thousand-faced monkey was the most cunning of exotic beasts. In the cave, Kawashima listened to the angry shouts of the crowd, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his expression filled with disdain.
He, did you think this was the end? Did you really think my meticulously planned scheme would end like this? Kawashima laughed wantonly, his expression sinister. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned.
Even Qin Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him.
In the next moment, the voice of the Black Hand echoed overhead. Heroes of all nations, the final victor of this instance is Huaxia civilization.
The top reward will be distributed shortly, while other nations will receive rewards based on their scores.
Thank you for participating.
The return passage has been opened. Heroes from all nations may return to Blue Star through the passage.
Friendly reminder, please do not let the exotic beasts follow you.
As the voice of the Black Hand rang out, the expressions of everyone on site changed.
They understood what Kawashima's final move was. Damn your friendly reminder.
Lu Chang cursed loudly. Qin Ming furrowed his brows and shouted, "Everyone, enter battle mode." The extraordinary beings from other nations also reacted.
Gather, the battle isn't over yet. Hurry up. The scene instantly descended into chaos.
Immediately, in front of the teens from various nations, one by one, void passages tore open, exuding a dark aura. The return passage was open.
At that moment, the many entrances of the cave also echoed with a rumbling sound. Boom, boom. It was the sound of the army of exotic beasts charging. The beasts were rushing in from all directions. Quickly enter the void passage and retreat to Blue Star. Qin Ming shouted urgently. Over 100 people surged orderly into the void passage. Roar! Just as they were retreating, the exotic beasts in the cave suddenly charged fiercely. Their target was also the void passage. These beasts wanted to follow the humans back to Blue Star. Roar! At the same time, the beasts from various passages also rushed out. The most ferocious among them was the red-faced demon. When Qin Ming and Hu Xiaopang saw the red-faced demon, their expressions changed. Damn, these ghostly things are here too. Retreat, we can't hold them off. Hurry and retreat.
Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade tightly, standing in front of the void passage, slaying one exotic beast after another to buy time for the soldiers. Beside him, the ice python and the wild wolf did their utmost to protect Qin Ming. The battle erupted once more. In the upper passage, Kawashima mockingly watched Qin Ming below. You're still the biggest threat. Looks like I need to take you out first. Then, Kawashima transformed again into the thousand-faced monkey, sending waves of brainwaves towards the army of exotic beasts below. Buzz, 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 an invisible mental force spread out. Those exotic beasts seemed to respond to some kind of summoning, charging towards the Huaxia camp one by one. In an instant, more than half of the exotic beasts crazily rushed towards Qin Ming. Not only those present, but also the ones arriving in succession. The beasts were dense and unending. Qin Ming's expression darkened completely. That damned Kawashima had ultimately succeeded in his scheme. Qin Ming, we can't hold them off any longer. Retreat. Su Ziliang shouted loudly. In the end, only Qin Ming, Xia Mo, and Lu Chang remained. Qin Ming glanced back to confirm that all the soldiers had retreated. Go. Finally, everyone rushed into the void passage, returning to Huaxia. However, after they all left, the void passage showed no signs of closing. With no obstacles, these strange beasts surged madly into the passage belonging to Huaxia, densely packed and swarming in. Almost 90% of the strange beasts in the cave headed towards Huaxia, with only a small portion scattering to pursue other countries. The live broadcast continued, and at that moment, the
the people of Huaxia were all dumbfounded by the scene. In an instant, the central government in the capital, the Monster Academy, and the Hunter organization all became agitated. Orders were issued from the central command to every location. Air raid sirens sounded across the country, soldiers from various military districts urgently assembled, and the alarm echoed nationwide. Emergency notice: the entire country enters a level 1 combat readiness state. Pay attention to the exits of the Void Passage. Report immediately upon discovery. Emergency notice: the entire country enters a level 1 combat readiness state. Pay attention to the exits of the Void Passage. Report immediately upon discovery. Prepare to assist our extraordinary individuals. All units pay attention. All units pay attention. Prepare to assist our extraordinary individuals. All units pay attention. All units pay attention. Woo-woo! The sound of air raid sirens resonated throughout Huaxia, and everyone felt tense. Through the live broadcast, it could be seen that the strange beasts following the Void Passage numbered in the thousands. This was undoubtedly a disaster for Huaxia, an unprecedented catastrophe. Thousands of strange beasts. This was the largest number to descend since the beginning of the civilization trial. At this moment, soldiers across the country were mobilized, especially the Hunter organization, which was fully deployed. The urgent task was to determine the exact location of the Void Passage's return. But who could predict that? The only person who might know was being chased by the strange beasts, and that was Qin Ming. Amidst the tense atmosphere nationwide, a Void Passage suddenly appeared in southern Huaxia. The Void Passage emitted a rich energy, shrouded in darkness. The next moment, a man rushed out from within. This man was Qin Ming. Qin Ming quickly surveyed his surroundings, suddenly looking up at a tall earthen wall. This place felt very familiar. It was the outskirts of Jiangnan City, and this earthen wall was the first city wall that Qin Ming and old craftsmen had built together. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. This landing point was definitely a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. With this city wall, they had the capital to fight the strange beasts to the death. Qin Ming's appearance immediately caught the attention of the soldiers on the wall. It seems like there's someone over there. Could that be the Void Passage? The pupils of the two soldiers suddenly constricted. Quick, notify the commander, the Void Passage has appeared in Jiangnan. Just as they exclaimed, the next moment, Qin Ming's voice came through their headsets. I am Qin Ming, I'm back, prepare for battle. At this moment, the Tongtian Tower in Jiangnan City, the Monster Academy, the central government, and the Hunter organization all heard this voice simultaneously. In the control room of the Monster Academy, Long Xiaogua suddenly stood up and shouted into the microphone, all troops, listen up, locate Commander Qin's coordinates, soldiers from all military districts, move out immediately. Hunter organization, those who can come, hurry up and get here. After issuing the orders, Long Xiaogua immediately led all the hunters from the Monster Academy into action. At this time, the live broadcast of the Black Hand had not yet ended, and the camera followed Qin Ming back to Blue Star. The entire nation of Huaxia was watching this scene, and their mood instantly became tense. He's back. Commander Qin is back. What is this place? Quickly locate the coordinates. At this moment, the entire country was paying attention. After Qin Ming rushed out, other hunters also poured out of the passage, followed closely by members of the SCP Foundation led by Su Ziliang. Nearly 200 people surrounded the Void Passage behind them, all looking serious at the passage that showed no signs of disappearing. Commander, the Void Passage hasn't vanished. Lu Cheng shouted loudly. Qin Ming suddenly drew his sword. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle. We must slay the beasts here and absolutely cannot let them enter the city. Yes. All the hunters reformed their ranks, with warriors in the front for defense, and thunder mages and ice gunners standing in the back. Su Ziliang turned around abruptly, looking at the dazed members of the SCP Foundation, and said in a deep voice, if you want to live to see your families again, prepare for battle. Even if we die, we will die on the land of Huaxia. After this battle, I will clear your names. The last sentence made all the Foundation members' eyes light up, their fighting spirit boiling. Most of them had been forced or unwittingly joined the SCP Foundation, and if given the chance, they would definitely be willing to fight for their country. Fight! Fight! Everyone shouted in unison. Buzzing meanwhile, high above the city walls, 5 armed helicopters took off, fully armed, creating a grand momentum in the sky. Commander Qin, General Long wants you to retreat to the city. A middle-aged voice came through the headset. Qin Ming turned around sharply to see a middle-aged man standing high on the city wall. It was Major General Su Shao. Qin Ming replied, tell General Long we can't retreat. All warriors, prepare for battle. Immediately, under global live broadcast, Qin Ming and the warriors took their positions outside the city to face the enemy. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of a beast, the Void Passage trembled violently. Boom! The ground felt like it was shaking. Bird 1, prepare to fire. Bird 2, prepare to fire.
Bird 3, prepare to fire. In the sky, the armed helicopters were ready to attack.
Launch! Dong dong dong.
The shells whistled out, trailing white smoke, and roared towards the void passage. Roar! A red-faced demon was about to charge out of the passage when it collided with a shell.
Boom! Dust and flames soared into the sky.
In an instant, the void passage was filled with flames, and explosions rang out continuously.
The war had begun.
At this moment, not just Huaxia, but people all over the world were watching this live broadcast. The reason was simple: almost all the beasts were heading towards Huaxia. The people of Huaxia watched the broadcast, their hearts feeling as if they were being tightly squeezed by a giant hand, tense to the extreme.
Did we kill it? With such terrifying artillery, it should be able to kill the beasts, right? Don't come out, don't come out.
The entire nation stood in front of their televisions, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring continuously. However, a roar from a beast shattered everyone's illusions. Roar! Under the shocked gazes of all, a 3 to 4 meter tall red-faced demon charged out of the passage. It howled at the sky, its gaze angrily fixed on the armed helicopters above. In the next moment, its limbs bent, leaping towards the helicopters like a cannonball. The shortest helicopter was only 30 to 40 meters in the air, and the gunner was preparing to shoot, but unexpectedly, the beast could jump so high.
Not good. Pull up. Too late. Dong!
The red-faced demon lunged at the helicopter, smashing the windshield with a claw and plunging its claws into the pilot's heart. The armed helicopter instantly lost control and plummeted from the sky. Finally, the helicopter, along with the red-faced demon, crashed to the ground, creating a powerful explosion that sent flames soaring.
Shockingly, the red-faced demon emerged unscathed from the flames. It looked at the humans ahead, a wicked smile curling at the corners of its mouth.
Hee,
delicious humans.
Roar! Following that, one beast after another charged out of the passage. They surged forward like evil spirits descending, sending chills down spines. In just a moment, the number of beasts that had emerged from the passage exceeded 1,000. The armed helicopters in the sky were preparing to launch their second round of attacks, but in the next moment, a 1,000-faced monkey among the horde of beasts had already drawn its longbow.
Bang bang bang, arrows shot out with incredible speed. Dodge!
The helicopter pilots shouted in unison, but they underestimated the speed of the beast's arrows. The arrow speed was comparable to bullets, making it impossible to evade. Boom boom boom, the arrows covered the helicopters, and all the pilots suffered, causing the helicopters to lose control and crash, igniting flames on the ground. At that moment, the people of Huaxia watching the live broadcast were all stunned, their expressions filled with anger and helplessness.
Qin Ming clenched his fists and roared in fury.
All troops, listen up, kill, kill.
Boom boom boom.
The ice artillery unit was the first to launch an attack, with ice shells falling from the sky, exploding loudly among the beast horde.
Ice shards flew everywhere, and anything covered in frost was instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Thunder mages, throw thunderballs. Boom!
A series of lightning orbs shot out from the sky, striking with overwhelming force.
The beast army was blown into disarray.
Although the hunters' offensive was fierce, there were simply too many beasts, and their attacks couldn't cover them all. Meanwhile, more beasts continued to pour out of the passage. At this moment, the number of beasts had exceeded 2,000, while Qin Ming's side had barely over 200 people. This battle was a fight to the death. Roar! At this time, the beasts charged in frenzied waves. The charge of over 1,000 beasts was enough to shatter the soldiers' formation in an instant.
Just then, fire support arrived from the city walls.
Major General Su Shao and hundreds of soldiers lined up on the walls, all holding rifles, aiming.
Fire! A series of tongues of flame shot out, fiercely striking into the beast army.
Under the intense gunfire, the beast army's advance was delayed. But it was only for a moment. Most of these beasts were late-stage first tier, with some even reaching second tier and third tier.
Ordinary bullets simply couldn't harm them, but even a moment's delay was already a good outcome.
Masons, build defensive works. Qin Ming shouted loudly. More than 10 masons rushed out immediately, erecting a 30-meter-high earthen wall in front of the formation.
The wall had openings for the ice artillery to fire through. Ice artillery, bombard them to death! Qin Ming shouted angrily. Boom boom boom. The ice artillery continued to bombard.
At that moment, the city gate behind them suddenly opened with a loud crash.
Over 100 people rushed out. Commander Qin, we're here.
Brothers, charge, support our comrades. Cold Wind looked back, his expression filled with excitement.
Commander Qin, it's our people.
The ice artillery unit had arrived. This was the first elite unit Qin Ming had painstakingly created, the ice artillery unit. He had brought only 50 elites into the instance, but the entire ice artillery unit had over 200 members. Fortunately, the ice artillery unit was at the Monster Academy, just a little over 10 minutes away.
Ice artillery unit, listen up, bombard. Hit them hard, Qin Ming shouted with all his might. Boom! At this moment, the makeshift earthen wall in front was struck violently, cracks spreading across it. Old Qin, the wall is going to collapse, Hua Xiaopang exclaimed loudly. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Yuxing squad, hold the front line. Warriors, follow me to kill. In the next moment, the Ice Python King rapidly enlarged, its body resting on the earthen wall, creating a path. In the live broadcast, under the shocked gaze of people worldwide, Qin Ming led the soldiers across the high wall, stepping on the body of the Ice Python. Kill! Qin Ming gripped the Starfall blade, leaping high off the earthen wall, his long blade slashing down with fury, thunder splitting the sky. Thunder annihilation slash. With one strike, more than 10 beasts were instantly sent flying. King Bomb. Qin Ming waved his hand, sending king cards crashing into the beast army, causing a thunderous explosion. Boom! A large group of beasts was blown away, clearing a vacuum zone. Ice seal the world. Clang! Xia Mo charged out from behind Qin Ming, plunging into the midst of the beast horde, her ice spear swirling through the air, slaying one beast after another. Lu Chang wielded dual-bladed axes, his shirt shredded, revealing a body as tough as steel, fearlessly charging forward. I'll buy your lives, all of you die for me. Hua Xiaopang gripped a straight knife with both hands, gold coins leaping from his body. Before his blade could strike the beasts, they fell dead on their own. Su Ziliang followed closely behind, wearing white gloves, holding a scalpel in one hand, like the Grim Reaper descending, his figure constantly dashing through the beasts. As the scalpel swung, the limbs of the beasts flew into the air effortlessly, and the most frenzied of all was Dong Yen. At this moment, Dong Yen had transformed into a soul-eating rat, moving like the beasts, tearing and clawing. Even the formidable Thunder Iron Beast could not withstand a swipe from Dong Yen. These 6 people were like a straight knife, fiercely plunging into the beast army, forcibly tearing open a path. Following them were the Hong Kong team of Hanan, Yiji, Tianyi, Huayao, and Dishagu. After them came the Yuxing sequence members. At this moment, nearly all melee sequence members had crossed the high wall, frantically clearing the beasts outside the wall, just to provide a safe output position for the Ice Cannon Battalion. During the battle, hunters fell one after another, dying under the claws of the beasts. Yet, not a single person retreated. They understood very well that if these beasts were not killed, they would break through the city walls behind them and charge straight into the metropolis. By then, the death toll would be even higher. Kill! Fight them to the death. At this time, more and more extraordinary beings rushed in from the rear to provide support. The extraordinary beings from the Monster Academy had all arrived, as well as hunters from nearby cities. On the front lines, people kept falling. Behind them, others pressed on. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the people in shocked nations across Blue Star. Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, the empire on which the sun never sets, Gallia, Elephant Country, Stick Country. Almost everyone in the world was watching this battle. At this moment, the entire world was deathly silent. Countless people gazed at the battlefield, their hearts filled with shock. They found it hard to accept, dared not believe, that war was fought this way. Since the arrival of the civilization trial, countless battles had taken place, yet no country had achieved such a feat. They finally understood why Huaxia was so strong, why they topped the rankings in every trial. The high-ranking officials of various countries watched this scene, their hearts filled with both shock and envy. With such soldiers, how could a nation not prosper? Kill! The battle continued, the beasts suffering heavy casualties. Qin Ming was at the forefront, with Xia Mo always by his side. In front of them stood the Ice Python King and the Wild Wolf. These 2 third-tier beasts attracted most of the firepower, especially the Ice Python King, whose massive body was the greatest weapon. But at this moment, it was already covered in wounds, its breath weakening. Qin Ming's face darkened as his gaze fell upon a beast at the back, a third-tier red-faced demon. This red-faced demon was the leader of this beast army. As long as it was slain, the morale of the beast army would surely decline. Wild Wolf, clear the way for me. Yes, master. The Wild Wolf erupted completely. The power of the 7 stars was revealed, and as a third-tier beast, it could not be stopped. The axe swung continuously, carving a path for Qin Ming. Qin Ming and Xia Mo tore through the encirclement of beasts, heading straight for the red-faced demon leader. Roar! The red-faced demon leader let out an angry roar, charging fiercely towards the 2. Xia Mo rushed in front of Qin Ming, her spear thrusting out, a blast of coal ice shooting forth, crashing heavily into the red-faced demon's head. Boom! The ice shattered, and the red-faced demon let out a wail, but the next moment, it swung its massive claws, striking fiercely at Xia Mo. Xia Mo quickly blocked with her spear in front of her. Under the tremendous impact of the red-faced demon, Xia Mo was sent flying. Qin Ming seized the opportunity, tightly gripping the Starfall blade, and thrust it towards the red-faced demon. Magic, remote object probe. Put!
the long blade pierced through the void and plunged into the chest of the red-faced demon. Roar! The red-faced demon leader let out an angry roar and slammed a palm down onto the ground. With a loud thud, the earth erupted in a shockwave, sending Qin Ming flying. Qin Ming tumbled through the air several times before he could land, but the red-faced demon charged at him again, claws tearing fiercely. Rip! Qin Ming suffered a heavy blow, blood gushing from his chest. Master! Just as the red-faced demon charged towards Qin Ming again, the wild wolf leaped in, colliding with the red-faced demon. The impact caused the wild wolf's chest to cave in, sending it flying several meters away. Qin Ming's face turned extremely pale. He had underestimated this red-faced demon. Late stage tier 3, he couldn't handle it. Just as Qin Ming pondered what to do, a voice rang out from his arm. Hey, handsome, need some help? At the sound of the voice, Qin Ming's body jolted. He fixed his gaze on the containment object on his arm, the incense burner. Qin Ming was certain it was that woman speaking, the mysterious woman inside the incense burner. You can't defeat this beast, and neither can that girl. The woman's voice continued. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He had no doubt about what the woman said, as he was well aware of the gap between him and the red-faced demon leader. The difference between mid-stage tier 2 and late-stage tier 3 was too great. Since you gave me an incense last time, I'll help you for free this time, but next time, it'll cost you. Qin Ming thought for a moment and then nodded without hesitation. Okay, I agree. As soon as he spoke, the mark of the incense burner on his arm glowed, and the incense burner landed in his palm. A thick, rich black mist swirled out of the incense burner, instantly enveloping both Qin Ming and the red-faced demon leader. The red-faced demon became cautious as it sensed the dense mist around it, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Clack clack then, to Qin Ming's astonishment, a graceful woman in a black short skirt slowly stepped out, her high heels clicking on the ground. A small bell was tied around her delicate ankle. With each step she took, the bell jingled loudly. Qin Ming gazed at her perfect oval face, her exquisite features resembling a character straight out of a comic, stunning him. This was the first time Qin Ming had seen the mysterious woman up close, and his first impression was beauty. She was incredibly beautiful. Descriptions like stunning and breathtaking were not exaggerated at all. Has she changed her clothes? A thought crossed Qin Ming's mind. Last time he had caught a glimpse, she was wearing a qipao, but now she was in such a modern black short skirt? Moreover, this short skirt seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't it the one Xia Mo wore while on a mission at the bar? Qin Ming had arranged it for Xia Mo, and after she cleaned it, she returned it to him, and he had kept it in his room at the Monster Academy dormitory. Did she steal this outfit? Qin Ming's surprised gaze caught the attention of the mysterious woman. She tilted her head, extending her hand to showcase her outfit, deliberately accentuating her S-shaped curves. So, what do you think? Is it pretty? Her voice was melodious, cold yet sweet, effortlessly switching between a mature and a charming tone. It's beautiful, Qin Ming instinctively replied. Of course. The mysterious woman turned around proudly, her gaze landing on the red-faced demon before her. Once I help you kill this beast, you have to buy me lots and lots of beautiful clothes, a whole bunch. Okay, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Roar! At that moment, the red-faced demon, overwhelmed by the mysterious woman's aura, charged at her in a frenzy. The red-faced demon let out a furious roar, its claws sweeping across the ground, sending stones flying like bullets towards the woman. The mysterious woman raised her hand, and a Qingfeng sword appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, the Qingfeng sword erupted with a blazing firelight, slicing gently. Boom! The fiery sword light shot up into the sky, completely blocking the red-faced demon's attack. The sword energy surged forward with terrifying momentum, striking the red-faced demon. The red-faced demon howled in pain, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Ming watched in astonishment, noticing a deep wound on the red-faced demon, flames flickering from it with no signs of extinguishing. The red-faced demon was filled with fear. It struggled to rise, trying to extinguish the flames, but instead, the fire only grew stronger. Roar! The red-faced demon howled madly, but it was all in vain. The flames ultimately consumed it entirely, turning its massive body to charcoal. Only 2 items, the demonic potion materials, fell from it, a nail, glowing with purple light, and a hand bone, glowing with red light. Clearly, one was a taboo level potion material, and the other was a king level potion material. Finally, a light orb dropped out. Qin Ming picked it up and discovered it was a crystal ball-like object. His eyes lit up as he instantly recognized what it was. A taboo-level containment item, the quantum light shield, exactly the treasure he had been desperately searching for. So it was on the red-faced demon? Qin Ming mused to himself. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out behind Qin Ming, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He slowly turned around and found the mysterious woman had appeared behind him. You!
Xin Ming felt an inexplicable fear towards this ghostly woman. The mysterious woman smiled gently, revealing a sweet smile. "I'm going back. Remember to buy me some clothes, I want pretty clothes." With that, the mysterious woman transformed into a thick mist and flew back into the incense burner.
Xin Ming hurriedly asked, "What's your name?" "Ding Dang."
The woman's voice came from the incense burner.
Ding Dang. Xin Ming silently memorized this name. Soon, as the mist dissipated, Xin Ming's figure appeared in the arena.
In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, realizing that the red-faced demon beside him was dead. Roar! A group of red-faced demon beasts let out angry roars, their expressions filled with dread. With their leader dead, the beast army was left without a head. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Ming shouted, "The red-faced demon leader is dead, follow me to kill." Kill! Xin Ming was the first to charge, heading straight for a mid-level red-faced demon.
"Lucheng, the things we want are on the red-faced demon," Xin Ming shouted.
Lucheng suddenly reacted, also rushing towards a red-faced demon.
Seeing their leader dead, the remaining beasts showed signs of fear.
They began to retreat, running towards the void passage.
Not a single red-faced demon can be spared.
Xin Ming struck down a red-faced demon, and the quantum light shield burst forth. Indeed, every red-faced demon had one. Following Xin Ming's orders, Xiaomo, Hanan, and other experts began to intercept the red-faced demons. Although the number of other beasts was less than half, there were still over 1,000. If they fought desperately, many more would die. Therefore, the soldiers did not deliberately block them, allowing them to escape into the void passage. In the end, with everyone's combined efforts, they slaughtered over 40 red-faced demons, while the remaining beasts hurriedly entered the void passage.
The great battle thus came to an end.
The void passage slowly disappeared. Under global live broadcast and the gaze of countless people, Huaxia won this battle. Less than 300 fought against over 2,000 beasts, ultimately killing nearly half, while the other half fled in panic.
This achievement has shocked the world.
And this battle has showcased the brilliance of Huaxia, while also allowing the people of the world to witness the terrifying side of the exotic beasts. On the battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of, among which were also many humans. Among these people were both hunters of and those under Su Ziliang's command. At this moment, they were all martyrs fighting for Huaxia. Looking at the exhausted soldiers and the pairs of expectant eyes on the city walls, Xin Ming raised his straight blade and shouted,
"In this battle, we have won! We have won! We have won!"
After a moment of silence, the field erupted with intense roars. Everyone felt a sense of relief, the tension in their bodies finally easing. Xin Ming scanned the entire area, roughly estimating that the number of fallen extraordinary beings was likely over 100. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that they were too strong. Take the Ice Cannon Battalion, for example. Their combat power was formidable, but they were only at the first tier.
When facing second or even third tier, the gap was immense.
Given such a vast disparity, winning this battle was no easy feat. Watching this scene, Xin Ming felt a deep discomfort in his heart, reminding him of his previous life, where people faced in a similar manner, almost using their lives to bridge the gap between humanity and the
old Qin. You're bleeding.
At that moment, Hua Xiaopang trembled as he pointed at Xin Ming. Xin Ming looked down and saw that his shirt was torn to shreds, 3 deep claw marks visible down to the bone, blood continuously flowing out.
What a heavy injury.
Xin Ming hadn't even noticed, probably left over from his earlier fight with the red-faced demon. He had single-handedly killed nearly 20 third-tier red-faced demons, leaving him covered in wounds, and it was only after Hua Xiaopang's remark that he began to feel the pain. His face instantly turned pale, and he felt a bit dizzy from the blood loss.
Xin Ming!
The next moment, Xiaomo rushed over with red-rimmed eyes, covering his wounds with her clothes to prevent excessive blood loss. However, Xin Ming still couldn't hold on and collapsed heavily, losing consciousness. The events that followed were only a blur in Xin Ming's memory. When he awoke, he found himself in the infirmary of the Monster Academy. At that moment, Xin Ming was wrapped up like a zongzi, his entire body covered in bandages.
His had hurt a bit.
Xin Ming woke up, looking at his injuries, and smiled bitterly.
Xin Ming, are you okay? Xia Mo asked worriedly beside him.
Xin Ming gently shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. You pushed yourself too hard. In front of the hospital bed, Long Xiaoguo looked at Xin Ming seriously. Xin Ming, you were indeed reckless this time.
Another voice chimed in.
Xin Ming turned his head and was surprised to see a familiar old man.
Chairman, you came too.
The chairman looked at Xin Ming with relief. My great hero of Huaxia is injured. How could I not come?
Xin Ming smiled bitterly. How long was I unconscious? A day and a night. Xia Mo handed Xin Ming a cup of water with a straw in it.
I'm not that fragile. It feels like my wounds are healing quite well, Xin Ming said in surprise. By the way, this surgery was done by Su Ziliang, Xiaomo reminded him.
So it was him.
This guy's medical skills are no joke. He is the Forbidden Sequence 001 doctor. If he operated, I bet the bandages could be removed tomorrow without leaving any scars.
Where is he? He left. We didn't keep him.
Dong Yen went with him, but the other SCP Foundation members stayed behind and are now in jail, Long Xiaogua said slowly. Xin Ming nodded. Alright, I don't need to worry about those two. They are not ordinary people.
Can we trust that Su Zilian? Long Xiaogua asked. If I can't trust you, how can I trust him to perform surgery on me? Xin Ming laughed.
He definitely wasn't at ease, but Xia Mo and Hua Zhongxing guaranteed it, so he agreed, and he watched the whole process. The first seat broke into a smile. Long Xiaogua's expression was serious. Get me a bottle of potion later. I want to become an extraordinary being too.
Oh, Xin Ming showed a look of surprise. We can't have you always on the front lines fighting, right?
This general also wants to contribute.
Alright, Xin Ming agreed. By the way, how's the situation outside now? The third phase of the civilization trial has ended. The Black Hand has issued an announcement. We, Huaxia, are first, and the rewards will be distributed in a couple of days. The fourth phase of the civilization trial will start in half a month. Right now, all countries are in turmoil.
In this battle, many extraordinary beings have been sacrificed, and they are all worried.
The situation is more severe than imagined.
This time, humanity has suffered heavy losses.
How's the situation in Sakura country? Has that thousand-faced monkey returned?
Xin Ming suddenly remembered this question. Upon hearing this, the first seat's expression darkened. It has returned, but the situation is not what we imagined. Originally, it was thought that after the thousand-faced monkey's identity was exposed, Chuan Dao would lose his position, but that was not the case.
The forces controlled by Chuan Dao surprised everyone.
The official and military of Sakura country have been completely infiltrated by the thousand-faced monkey, and some citizens who threatened to kill Chuan Dao were suppressed by ruthless means. The extraordinary beings in Sakura country have suffered an unprecedented blow, with the roles of hunter and prey reversed. Led by the officials, the extraordinary beings within Sakura country are being hunted down by the military. Those who are dead, and those who escape are fleeing, having become the number one target. The citizens of Sakura country dare to be angry but cannot speak out. They have no power to resist the officialdom ruled by the alien beasts.
It can be said that the entire Sakura country is slowly being enslaved by alien beasts.
Upon hearing this, Xin Ming and Xiamo's expressions gradually darkened. As for the situation in Sakura country, all countries are watching. No one dares to act rashly.
Long Xiaogua looked at Xin Ming. What do you think about this matter?
Xin Ming sighed. The current Sakura country is like a tumor rooted in Blue Star. It's not easy to deal with.
Eagle Sauce proposed to sink it with a nuclear bomb.
Long Xiaogua's eyes flashed with sharpness. Xin Ming shook his head. That's impossible. There are so many lives in Sakura country. If they were to be abandoned casually, that country would definitely face sanctions. So, if Eagle Sauce really sinks Sakura country, their score in the civilization trial will drop to the extreme, and they will never recover. They wouldn't take such a big risk. Moreover, the country closest to Sakura country is us, Huaxia. Eagle Sauce might even use it to balance Huaxia. The faces of the first seat and General Long darkened. Xin Ming's words made a lot of sense. Eagle Sauce would indeed do such a thing.
So, do we have no way out?
Xin Ming shook his head. Currently, there really isn't a good way. Our strength is still too weak.
We need more awakened ones.
First, let's protect our citizens. As for the rest, we can only face whatever comes our way. By the way, how is the fortress plan progressing? 36 sky towers have been expanded by 2/3. The remaining ones are still under rapid construction, General Long replied.
Xin Ming fell into deep thought.
We can't wait any longer. Let's start the relocation plan. This will be a long process, moving the citizens inside the city walls, with soldiers guarding the territory.
The fortress plan is officially launched.
That day, a piece of news shocked the world.
Huaxia's Great Migration.
An announcement was jointly issued by the Huaxia government, the Monster Academy, and the Hunter Organization, launching the fortress plan nationwide. 36 large fortresses across Huaxia will accommodate the entire Huaxia populace, and from the moment the news was released, the nationwide migration began. The entire Huaxia was instantly in an uproar.
Heavens, what's going on? Are we now living inside the city walls? Is the situation really that severe?
A while ago, I guessed that the design of the Tower of Babel was clearly built in the form of a refuge, but the small Tower of Babel simply cannot accommodate the entire population of the country, which is why expansion began, creating city walls. In fact, life inside the city walls is quite good. Although the living space is a bit small, it is still within the city, and the environment is not bad. Yes, given the current situation, I would prefer to live inside the city walls. At least there is a strong sense of security. However, I am still a bit worried.
Does this mean we are completely isolated from other city walls?
As the migration began, various voices arose within the country, with panic being the predominant emotion. Forcing people to leave their homes and move to an unfamiliar place will undoubtedly evoke a range of emotions, but they also understand that this is the horror of wartime.
Compared to foreign countries, China is quite fortunate now. How many people abroad are displaced, with cities having fallen into ruin countless times?
Now that China is migrating in advance, it may not be a bad thing. All of this is for the safety of the people, which everyone can still understand. Fortunately, the environment inside the city walls is much better than expected. It is not as shabby and crowded as one might imagine a refuge to be. With the expansion of the city walls and the existing urban facilities, the living environment is not bad. This has provided great comfort to the panicked citizens. Of course, the migration of the entire country is not a simple matter. Although various units are cooperating seamlessly, it will still take a long time. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Ming implemented the plan in advance. Whether it is fortunate or tragic, the ability to carry out this plan is also due to the fact that China's current population is not large. If it were at the beginning of the century, these 36 city walls would not be able to accommodate so many people. The current total population has already decreased by more than half compared to the last century or the beginning of the century.
And after experiencing this terrifying trial of civilization, even if we ultimately withstand the invasion of the alien beasts, China's population will inevitably decrease again. This is indisputable. Some countries have even been destroyed. This disaster is a catastrophe for humanity. Around the world, the actions of China have caused a stir among the global populace. Various countries' officials have urgently convened meetings to discuss what China's actions mean.
Under the organization of the Eagle Sauce, a world conference excluding China has secretly begun. In the central conference room of Eagle Sauce, the top leader sits in the first seat, facing representatives from various countries projected in front of him.
The top leader maintains a serious expression. Everyone, what are your views on China's actions? The representative of the Sun Never Sets Empire says, China has gone mad, locking its citizens in refuges and abandoning its territory? Utterly foolish. The representative of Gallia responds, this is indeed inappropriate. China's abandonment of territory equates to giving the alien beasts living space, isn't that worse?
The representative of the Stick country adds, this is cowardly behavior. We feel ashamed for them.
The representative of the Peacock country states, exactly. Abandoning territory and retreating, do they lack the courage to fight? Representatives from multiple countries scolded, all believing that China's actions are cowardly and weak. At this moment, the iron-blooded emperor of Bear Country coldly speaks, who said China is abandoning its territory.
They are simply allowing the common people to enter the city walls for concentrated protection of their safety.
The representative of the Sun Never Sets Empire retorts, isn't that still abandoning territory? How much area do the 36 city walls occupy in China? What about the other places? Are they going to raise alien beasts like the cherry blossom country?
The iron-blooded emperor lightly taps the table. As far as I know, the Chinese government has concentrated the citizens, but the military has taken over the vacant territory, and they have even arranged for special personnel to plant crops, taking care of multiple aspects. Upon hearing this, the representative of the Sun Never Sets Empire opened his mouth, speechless.
Is this true? Are they allowing the military to garrison the territory?
It seems this could work. The military guards the homeland, and each city has monster hunting teams to protect against beasts.
This not only ensures the safety of the people but also allows for the immediate detection of beast tracks. What problems do you see with the relocation plan?
The iron-blooded emperor raised his voice a few notches, leaving everyone speechless.
Is it like you? Look at your own territory. Have the cities fallen to the beasts been reclaimed? When the cities fell, the people didn't even have a chance to escape. Is this what you want to see? What now? You lack the ability to build shelters and mock others as cowards? It's simply ridiculous.
The iron-blooded emperor's voice echoed in the hall, seemingly hitting their inner thoughts, causing everyone to flush with embarrassment.
I can responsibly tell you that China's policy is correct.
With our current strength, we simply cannot disperse to protect so many people. Only by concentrating can we enhance our defensive capabilities.
To be honest, Bear Country is also building shelters. We need to follow in China's footsteps.
And you, don't be too disgusting. If it weren't for Qin Ming saving the extraordinary individuals from various countries in this instance, they would all have died inside.
We cannot work together if our paths differ. Let's leave it at that.
With a clap, the iron-blooded emperor ended the projection meeting, leaving the representatives of various countries staring at each other. The room fell silent. After a long while, the representative from Cat Country, Hans, slowly spoke up. I think he has a point.
If we don't prioritize the safety of the people, we might end up with no extraordinary individuals left. The representative from Gallia coldly interjected, I think it's unnecessary. How can you be sure where the beasts will descend? What if it's inside the walls? Wouldn't that be worse?
This statement garnered agreement from multiple countries.
Exactly, the area inside the walls isn't small either. Who can guarantee that beasts won't appear inside? Tep frowned and suddenly spoke up. What if? What if China has mastered a method to ensure that beasts don't appear inside the walls? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into dead silence again. If that's the case, China's fortress plan would be flawless. But they didn't believe it. What method could guarantee that beasts would appear outside the walls? What they didn't know was that China truly had mastered this method. Meanwhile, as the official meetings were being held, the people of the world had already become restless. During the meeting, an officer rushed in, anxiously calling out to Tep. Your Excellency, something bad has happened. The building is surrounded by the people. They are protesting. Tep and the representatives from various countries immediately frowned. What's going on? The officer was extremely anxious, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. They are demanding that the government build walls for the people, just like China. What? Tep suddenly stood up, his face darkening. We haven't even acknowledged the feasibility of China's actions. What nonsense are they spouting? Tep immediately exploded with anger. Not only from the Eagle Sauce side, but the representatives from the Sun Never Sets Empire also received the news. Your Excellency, nationwide protests have erupted, demanding that we learn from China.
Chairman, we are surrounded outside. The people want us to discuss the situation of shelters with China.
Chairman.
In the conference room, representatives from various countries received news of the protests one after another. This time, the people of the world had surprisingly united to hold a world-class protest. The people were protesting their government's inaction. They demanded that the government, like China, take charge for the people, providing everyone with a safe place. At this moment, the faces of the representatives from various countries turned grim, and the meeting was forced to be interrupted. The representative from Cat Country, Hans, said, Everyone, I need to handle this emergency situation. Excuse me. The representatives exchanged glances and began to leave. By the time they went to handle the parade, they realized that the situation had already spiraled out of control. In order to calm the people, officials from various countries expressed their intention to build shelters.
Some countries indeed took action, such as the Hans Cat Nation.
They immediately mobilized the entire nation's Earth-type abilities, with capable builders starting to construct city walls.
However, some countries were indifferent, believing that building shelters and walls was unnecessary. As long as the issue of the alien beasts landing could not be resolved, the walls would serve no purpose. After several days of escalation, the parades in various countries finally subsided. This incident also instilled deep concern among the officials.
Their citizens began to admire Huaxia, believing that its actions were the best decisions. In contrast, they felt that their own countries could not protect them. If this trend continued, it would spell disaster.
Huaxia would undoubtedly become the world's leading power, the nation of human faith.
The self-proclaimed number one power, Eagle Sauce, could not accept this. In the central office of Eagle Sauce, Tepu was furious, urging all high-ranking officials to find ways to counter Huaxia, insisting that Huaxia must not be allowed to develop further. Xin Ming had already anticipated this. While dealing with the alien beasts, he also had to contend with other countries. Otherwise, why was it called Civilization Trial instead of Monster Trial? Because at its core, it was a competition between civilizations. Xin Ming was well aware of the global uproar, but he paid it no mind. There were still 10 days until the next civilization trial, and the entire nation of Huaxia was busy. All the citizens hurriedly moved into the city, while the old craftsmen worked day and night with the earth masons to build the city walls, finally completing all 36 sky towers. The area within the walls was dozens of times larger than that of the sky towers, with some even encompassing several cities. What worried the Longshao nation was whether Qin Ming could truly ensure that alien beasts would not descend within the walls. If alien beasts landed inside the walls, then the walls would be meaningless. There were 9 days left until the 4th stage of the civilization trial. On this day, Qin Ming took Long Jiang and others to the Sky Tower in Jiangnan City. At the top of the several hundred-meter-high tower, a thunder iron beast crystal was embedded. It was because of this beast crystal that Huaxia was able to uncover the hidden, thousand-faced monkey within the country. Qin Ming took out the quantum light shield and embedded it next to the beast crystal.
Is this all it takes? Long Jiang looked at this scene in astonishment, somewhat skeptical.
Qin Ming nodded. Don't underestimate this thing. It's a treasure, and we'll rely on it in the future. Of course, this is just an ordinary defensive containment item, capable of withstanding at most a 4th-tier alien beast. Anything stronger won't work. If surrounded by an army of alien beasts, the energy light shield won't hold. But what can be guaranteed is that with this quantum light shield, no alien beasts will land within its coverage area.
With Qin Ming's assurance, Long Jiang breathed a sigh of relief.
That's great. Let's go install it on the other sky towers. The two took a helicopter and flew to all 36 sky towers, installing the quantum light shields, one by one. This matter was of great importance, and neither Qin Ming nor Long Jiang dared to delay, both working diligently.
Only after all 36 sky towers were equipped did they finally relax. On the way, Qin Ming saw that the citizens were still nervously relocating and frowned. Is it possible to complete the relocation before the fourth civilization trial begins?
Long Jiang's face was serious. I can't be sure. The progress is more difficult than we imagined. Qin Ming nodded. He understood the challenges of relocation.
Besides the ordinary citizens, there were the elderly with limited mobility and patients in hospitals. These were the hardest to move.
Qin Ming could fully empathize with the difficulties at the grassroots level.
But now was an extraordinary time, and extraordinary measures were needed. I hope we can make it in time.
When Qin Ming and Long Jiang finished installing all the quantum light shields and returned to the Monster Academy, it was already the next morning. Just as the two were about to rest, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning flashed in the clear sky. Almost simultaneously, all electronic screens on Blue Star were hacked. The voice of the Black Hand resonated in the ears of everyone on Blue Star. Esteemed civilizations, the third phase of the civilization trial has concluded, and we are now giving scores and rewards. As soon as the voice sounded, the world erupted in commotion, and everyone hurried to turn on their nearest electronic screens. High-ranking officials from various countries gathered urgently, as if facing a great enemy. The voice of the Black Hand continued.
Civilization Trial Phase 3, First place, Huaxia, completed 10 dungeons, score SSS.
Second place, Bear Country, completed 7 dungeons, score S. Third place, Eagle Sauce, completed 7 dungeons, score A. Population death rate too high. Fourth place, Hans Cat Country, completed 6 dungeons, score A.
Scoring complete, rewards distributed.
First place Huaxia, rewards, 500 random awakeners, 100 fixed potions, 2,000 potion materials, 10 containment items. Second place Bear Country, rewards, 300 random awakeners, 60 fixed potions, 1,500 potion materials, 6 containment items. Third place Eagle Sauce, rewards, 250 random awakeners, 50 fixed potions, 1,500 potion materials, 5 containment items. Note, the types of awakened ones and containment items can be chosen at will. Different types equal different development directions. After the rewards were announced, the last sentence left the world in confusion. What does it mean? What is a development direction? No one understood the meaning of the Black Hand, except for Qin Ming, whose eyes lit up. Then, the Black Hand continued to speak, without much explanation. Development directions: 1. Technological development, 2. Physical development, 3. Mental development, 4. Beast form development, 5. Other developments. A total of 5 development directions left the world bewildered, not understanding what it meant. Long Xiaoguo was also stunned after hearing this. He looked at Qin Ming and asked, "Which one should we choose?"
"No, I really don't understand."
Hua Xiaopang looked at the constantly popping red text on the screen, feeling a bit overwhelmed.
He truly didn't get it. What is a development direction? Xia Mo looked at Qin Ming.
Qin Ming slowly spoke. Development direction, as the surface meaning suggests, choosing different paths will likely determine the abilities of the awakeners, potions, potion materials, or even containment items that will randomly emerge from that country in the future. For example, the easiest to understand is beast form development. If a certain country chooses this, the extraordinary beings born in that country will likely be beast type, extraordinary beings. Beast type sequence allows for partial or full beastification, possessing the characteristics and combat abilities of wild beasts.
Like Dong Yen?
Hua Xiaopang exclaimed.
Exactly.
Qin Ming nodded. Dong Yen is the most standard case.
But if all the extraordinary beings in a country become beasts, wouldn't that be a bit problematic? It wouldn't spiral out of control like the Fallen, would it? Long Jiang raised a question.
Qin Ming shook his head. No, all sequence holders can control their abilities well. Only those who cannot control will become fallen.
But there is a problem. Beast form, sequence holders can easily be contaminated by fallen.
Once they maintain beast form for a long time and their mental strength is insufficient to control their energy, they can easily become fallen. So while beast form is powerful, it also carries certain risks.
What do the other development directions mean? Hua Xiaopang continued to ask.
Qin Ming explained one by one. The 2 development directions of physical strength and mental power are relatively easy to understand.
Physical strength refers to physical attack sequences, such as Lu Cheng's steel body and Wu Mu's regeneration.
On the other hand, mental power leans towards spells, like Ice Cannon Master and Thunder Mage, but those extraordinary beings with this development direction generally have poor defense. Their greatest reliance is their strong mental power.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. So that's what it means. What about technology?
Hua Xiaopeng quickly asked, as technology was the most difficult to understand.
Long Jiang and the others also cast curious glances.
Technology is interesting. It merges humans and machines, akin to cyberpunk, with a strong heavy metal vibe, Qin Ming said with a slight smile.
Ha, is it the kind where a part of the body is transformed into machinery?
Xiaomo exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. She had only seen such scenes in movies.
Ugh, that's too terrifying. Hua Xiaopeng shook his head vigorously, indicating he couldn't accept it.
Long Jiang nodded in agreement. We don't need this kind of development in Huaxia. No, what I want to choose is this,
Qin Ming said firmly.
What?
Long Jiang and the others were instantly stunned.
Old Qin, you're not joking, are you?
Hua Xiaopeng frowned.
I don't want to become like that. Xiaomo shook her head repeatedly.
Long Jiang's face was serious as he stared at Qin Ming, seemingly demanding an explanation. Otherwise, he would definitely refuse. Qin Ming looked at the three of them and chuckled lightly. You're thinking too simply. Technology has many development paths beyond what you imagine, such as mechanical weapons, mechanical beings, and technological fortresses. A single technology has many branches and paths. Physical strength and mental power are the same. It's not just as simple as warriors and mages. Physical strength can be subdivided into warrior, knight, hero, assassin, archer.
Mental power can be subdivided into mage, alchemist, formation master, dietitian, support.
Qin Ming listed a series of categories, leaving Long Jiang and the others dumbfounded.
This is so cool, it feels like playing a game.
Hua Xiaopeng's eyes lit up, feeling that the world was so vast.
Xiaomo was already shocked. What an amazing setting. Was the Black Hand treating them like characters in a game? Long Jiang frowned. But why didn't the Black Hand introduce these to us at the beginning?
Step by step, this world will give birth to more things along the development of civilization trials, Qin Ming explained. Each sequence path has many different professions, and the settings are very complex. I can't explain it all at once.
Wait, what about others?
Hua Xiaopeng caught the key point. This other development hadn't been mentioned yet. Qin Ming looked at Hua Xiaopeng. Your sequence ability belongs to others and cannot be classified into the above four types.
Ha! Hua Xiaopeng's eyes widened. What paths are there for this others?
Qin Ming shook his head. Others' category sequence abilities each have their own separate paths, but those that can belong to others are either very abnormal abilities or very useless ones. Merchant belongs to the abnormal category. Upon hearing the last sentence, Hua Xiaopeng grinned widely, finally putting his worries to rest. Qin Ming smiled slightly. Others were indeed terrifying, just like his magician, which also belonged to the other's development path. After Qin Ming finished explaining to everyone, they could accept his choice of technology as a development path.
But how do we choose? Is it decided by a national vote? At this moment, Long Jiang raised a question.
Qin Ming did not explain, signaling Long Jiang to continue listening to the explanation from Black Hand.
Then, Black Hand's voice rang out again.
The choice of development paths will fall on the most outstanding individuals from each country's civilization during the first 3 stages of trials.
Decision maker of Huaxia, Qin Ming. Decision maker of Bear Country, Sotaf. Decision maker of Eagle Sauce Country, Dr. Weird. Decision makers will have 5 minutes to consider. Exceeding the time will result in a random selection of development paths. Decision making begins. As Black Hand's voice ended, the entire world was in an uproar. They hadn't even figured out what a development path was, and now they had to start choosing? Moreover, the decision-making power of a country was actually handed over to an individual?
This was simply hard to accept, especially for Eagle Sauce Country, known as the Land of Freedom. Having to entrust their fate to someone else caused its citizens to explode in outrage. The high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce were equally in turmoil. At that moment, Tep was dumbfounded. He never expected that the decision-making power of Eagle Sauce would fall into the hands of Dr. Weird.
What had Dr. Weird done? Why was he the most outstanding representative of Eagle Sauce? It was unfair, absolutely unfair.
Tep was going crazy in his office, believing that Black Hand's choice had huge problems. And just as the world was in heated discussion, Black Hand's voice rang out from above. Decision-making completed for each country's civilization. Development paths have been determined, and rewards will be distributed according to each country's development path.
In an instant, everyone was stunned. Was it already chosen?
Tep stood there in shock, cursing furiously.
Get that damned Dr. Weird to me.
I want to see what he chose. The representatives of each country had already completed their selection of development paths, but Black Hand showed no intention of announcing them.
During this time, some countries were left in a dilemma.
For example, in Bear Country, Sotaf was with the Iron-Blooded Emperor and other high-ranking officials.
Whatever development path was chosen, Sotaf had to get the Iron-Blooded Emperor's approval.
However, the Iron-Blooded Emperor and the other high-ranking officials were waiting for Huaxia. They wanted to choose the same development path as Qin Ming.
But as they waited and time ran short, they still did not see Black Hand announce anything, and in the end, they had no choice but to select the beastification path. Because this felt like the most reliable option among the 5 paths, and it suited their warrior nation, possessing a beast-like fighting spirit. Besides Bear Country, many other countries also wanted to follow Huaxia's choice, but in the end, they all failed. Clearly, Black Hand did not want the civilizations of various countries to follow suit. Not only foreigners, but even people within Huaxia did not know what Qin Ming had chosen, except for Long Jiang, Xiaomo, and Hua Xiaopeng. In the end, Qin Ming chose technology. For Qin Ming, Long Jiang naturally trusted him unconditionally. No one understood this world better than him.
In fact, this choice of development path was a global job change for the extraordinary beings of Blue Star.
From ordinary professions to exclusive professions.
This would allow each country's civilization to have different characteristics, making the civilization trials more interesting.
It was actually quite terrifying to think about.
This meant that Blue Star had been completely manipulated by Black Hand. Qin Ming was well aware of the horror within this, but there was no way out. When one's strength was insufficient, it was inevitable to be controlled by the strong.
To break free from this phenomenon, one had to grow well and ultimately turn the tables on Black Hand.
Qin Ming did not think too far ahead. His current goal was simply to survive and lead Huaxia to survive.
Not long after Black Hand announced the information, the rewards were distributed.
Accompanied by a series of roars, divine light meteors fell from the sky, and countless streams of light rushed towards countries around the world. Humanity was already very familiar with these streams of light. They were randomly awakening extraordinary beings. Watching the falling lights in the sky, people from various countries poured out onto the streets, their eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to be the lucky one. In this world, possessing extraordinary abilities is everyone's dream.
When a profession is rare in the world, its value becomes immense. Extraordinary individuals are just that.
Regardless of status or various conditions, extraordinary individuals are the best. This is not very evident in China, but abroad, it is displayed vividly. Extraordinary individuals are above others, and even the authorities must treat them with respect. They are the prominent figures in every country. Therefore, every time rewards are distributed, people from various countries engage in fierce competition. Awakening is random, and they cannot fight for it, but potion materials and containment objects are different. Once these items appear in a crowd, it will inevitably spark a bloody storm.
This phenomenon is extremely rare and terrifying abroad.
In China, however, the situation is much better. The Monster Academy official and Hunting Abnormalities official issued announcements immediately. All awakened individuals can choose to join the Hunting Abnormalities, gaining a series of welfare policies that help them better master their newfound abilities. Moreover, within the Hunting Abnormalities organization, there is a complete merit system and various resources to assist newly awakened individuals. Therefore, almost all new awakened individuals choose to join the Hunting Abnormalities organization, as there is no better place. Of course, there is another important reason. Protecting the home and serving the country, achieving great deeds, is a cultural heritage of thousands of years in China. Those common people who accidentally obtain potion materials and containment objects choose to hand them over to the authorities, receiving priority rewards of potions and becoming part of the Hunting Abnormalities.
Once these announcements are made, the people of China have no second thoughts.
They believe in their country, and the country can provide them with the best. A mutual effort is the most perfect. So compared to the situation abroad, China is simply a complete victory. Of course, some countries try to imitate China, but the results are not great, because they cannot guarantee that all citizens who hand over potion materials and containment objects will receive potions. With Qin Ming around, the success rate of potion formulation in China is almost 100%. In other countries, the success rate does not exceed 30%. Creating a huge gap. As the rewards were distributed, the differences in development paths slowly emerged. In about 2 days, the Monster Academy organized all the rewards for this time. Among the rewards, as the first, China rewarded a total of 500 randomly awakened individuals, 100 fixed potions, 2,000 potion materials, and 10 containment objects. Among them,
the 500 awakened individuals were all recorded and uniformly arranged by the Hunting Abnormalities organization. These 500 awakened individuals all awakened the same profession, Common Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior. This is part of the Mobile Warrior sequence in the Technological Development path. The Mobile Warrior sequence is a combat-type profession with powerful combat abilities. The Common Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, possesses extreme mobility. After activating their abilities, the individual will be equipped with a set of exoskeleton, enhancing their strength, speed, endurance, and defense in all aspects. This is just the ordinary sequence. If Qin Ming remembers correctly, the promotion path for Common Sequence 036, Exoskeleton Warrior, is Forbidden Sequence 055, Flying Eagle Armed. This adds a set of flying equipment based on the exoskeleton, maximizing mobility. Obtaining these 500 exoskeleton warriors put Qin Ming in a great mood. Once they are promoted to Flying Eagle Armed, the combat power of the Hunting Abnormalities will increase significantly. It will also help him solve a huge problem. Once the defenses of the 36 fortresses are deployed, if the outside world is occupied by alien beasts, those 36 fortresses will lose contact and become isolated cities. However, with 500 members of the Eagle Armed Forces, the situation would be different. They could support any city at any time, which is crucial. Without delay, Qin Ming immediately arranged for Lu Cheng to personally train this group of exoskeleton warriors. What surprised Qin Ming even more was the second reward, 100 bottles of magic potions. This is a fixed reward, directly issued by the official. These 100 bottles of magic potions belong to the sequence of steel refiners in the technology development path of mechanical weapons. The abilities of the steel refiners are not particularly powerful, but they are very critical. Their greatest ability is to use the corpses of alien beasts to smelt steel. For example, the corpse of a thunder iron beast is very suitable. The steel produced is not the ordinary steel found on Blue Star. Its defensive power can withstand alien beasts. With this steel, Qin Ming can transform the 36 city walls into steel city walls. Thus, even when facing a powerful army of alien beasts, they would have the strength to fight back. At this point, Qin Ming was already so excited that his heart was racing. However, the next moment, when he saw the third reward, potion materials, he was stunned for several seconds. Qin Ming revealed an ecstatic expression. He never expected that the Black Hand would give him such a huge surprise. These potion materials would allow him to create a batch of powerful sequences. Mechanical beings. That day, Qin Ming had the Monster Hunting Organization send all the potion materials to the Monster Academy. He wanted to immediately manufacture new sequence abilities. Then he called Hua Xiaopang. "Hello, Lao Qin. What arrangements do you have?" Hua Xiaopang's voice came from the phone. "Help me find 300 tigers, and do it quickly." Hua Xiaopang on the other end thought he had misheard. He was stunned for a moment. He asked, "Lao Qin, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You said tigers?" "That's right, tigers, adult and fierce ones," Qin Ming said seriously. "Where am I supposed to find you tigers?" "Those are tigers." Hua Xiaopang was dumbfounded. In the relocation plan, the animals in the zoo are centrally arranged. You just need to ask for them. Once Hua Xiaopang confirmed that Qin Ming was serious, he immediately began to take action. Asking for 300 tigers is just a small matter in this environment. As long as it is a requirement of the Monster Academy, the whole country must cooperate. "What do you need tigers for?" Xia Mo beside Qin Ming asked, puzzled. "To create mechanical beings, it's hard to explain right now, but you'll understand once everything is ready." 2 days passed, and there were still 7 days until the fourth phase of the civilization trial. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound broke the bright daytime, drawing everyone's attention. People around the world looked up at the sky, and everyone tacitly understood that the Black Hand was about to speak again. "Hello, civilizations of the world. There are 7 days left until the fourth phase of the civilization trial begins. Now I will announce the rules for this trial." As soon as these words were spoken, the world was instantly in an uproar. The trial rules are extremely important. The high-ranking officials of various countries put aside all urgent matters and became tense. Every trial announcement is like a death sentence, sending chills down people's spines. The voice of the Black Hand continued. "The fourth civilization trial, Alien Beast Siege War, allows civilizations to designate the landing locations of alien beasts and engage in a city defense battle. Alien beasts will arrive in batches. After 5 rounds of attacks, if defeated, you may choose to surrender, with results calculated based on the number of alien beasts killed. If a civilization cannot withstand 5 rounds of alien beast attacks, the alien beasts will overrun the entire city and occupy it, and the trial will be considered a failure. Get ready. I suggest building defenses. Don't underestimate the army of alien beasts." As the voice of the Black Hand faded, all electronic screens in the world returned to normal. The world was in an uproar. Many felt that this time the Black Hand had shown great kindness by allowing the alien beasts to descend upon the cities. This way, humanity could take the initiative. This was fantastic. However, only Qin Ming knew that this fourth stage of the civilization trial was the beginning of the Dark Migration. In the previous life, no country in the world managed to last through 5 rounds. This meant that humanity didn't even have the chance to surrender. Every country lost a city in this trial. After the alien beasts attacked the city, they did not leave but instead made it their stronghold. Then, at the end of the fourth stage trial, the alien beasts began to spread, continuously attacking human cities. The final result was the Dark Migration. Under the invasion of the alien beasts, humanity could only passively defend, their living space was squeezed, and in the end, it led to a great escape. The entire world opened the chapter of collapse. It was from here that Blue Star was gradually divided by the alien beasts, and humanity's survival became precarious. Indeed, the development is not much different from the last life. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. The current development was a stage faster than in the last life. All of this was within his expectations. This also proved that his fortress plan was correct. In the fourth stage of the civilization trial, the places where the alien beasts descended could be chosen by humanity, which was a tremendous advantage for all countries. Therefore, after the Black Hand's announcement, all countries immediately prepared for battle. The first choice for each country was to stay away from cities, find a remote area, and set up various weapons. But the experiences of the last life told Qin Ming that such a decision was wrong. The alien beasts descending this time were all at least second tier, and those capable of siege warfare were all of the type with extremely strong defenses, rendering humanity's firearms ineffective. The best approach was still to have awakeners and a solid city wall. However, Qin Ming secretly speculated that humanity's situation in this civilization trial would be better than the outcome of the last life. After all, the 5 major developments had emerged, and the extraordinary beings of each country had stronger awakeners, which was definitely humanity's biggest turning point. It should be noted that the 5 major developments in the last life began after the Dark Migration, which deprived humanity of much development time. After organizing his thoughts, Qin Ming quickly made a decision. He directly chose Jiangnan City as the location for the fourth stage trial. This was the place Qin Ming was most familiar with, and it was backed by the Tower of Heaven and the Monster Academy, enjoying all the advantages of time, place, and people. Qin Ming first upgraded the city wall. After the rewards were distributed, there were a total of 100 bottles of basic sequence 012 potions, successfully creating 100 steel refiners. Over the past 2 days, these 100 steel refiners had been working day and night to smelt steel, and they had already achieved good results. Next, he would have them cooperate with the old craftsman's mason engineering team to upgrade the steel into steel city walls. Qin Ming believed that if the construction went smoothly, combined with the quantum light shield, this time, no matter how tough the alien beasts were, they would not succeed in the siege. After arranging this, the old craftsman took the steel refiners and mason engineering teams to act urgently. On the other side, the task assigned to Hua Xiaopang was also completed. 300 adult tigers were arranged into the Monster Academy. Almost at the same time, Qin Ming, looking exhausted, rushed out of the laboratory, his bloodshot eyes filled with excitement. He had finally prepared all the rewards from the third stage trial into potions. The 2,000 potion materials were all of the technology type. These potion materials had many formulation methods, encompassing 4 sequence paths of the technology type. The 4 sequence paths are mechanical beings, mobile warriors, mechanical weapons, and technological fortresses. The development of technology is the one with the least paths among the 5 developments, but it is incredibly powerful. Qin Ming chose the most ferocious and strongest path among these potion materials, mechanical beings. And what he concocted this time is the forbidden sequence 006 mechanical tiger. The abilities of the mechanical beings path are quite peculiar. Its design does not apply to humans, but is best suited for ferocious beasts. When Qin Ming excitedly brought all the potions to the Monster Academy Square, several steel cages had already been set up, each containing a fierce tiger. At that moment, Dragon General, Hua Xiaopang, Xiaomo, and all the extraordinary beings of the Monster Academy were present. They all looked at Qin Ming with confusion, not understanding why he had brought so many tigers. What Qin Ming said next left everyone in shock. Qin Ming pointed to the potions beside him. These are for feeding the tigers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such precious potions, fed to tigers? Do you know how many warriors in Huaxia would want a bottle of potion? Of course, although they were puzzled, no one would question Qin Ming's decision. Immediately, the soldiers began to feed the potions to the tigers. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Roar! After consuming the potions, the tigers roared wildly, as if enduring immense pain. The bones of the tigers creaked, their muscles swelled from within,
and even their bodies grew taller. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the tigers actually rose to 2 meters high, their forms no longer pure, their fur replaced by a layer of cold, hard metal. The originally soft muscles were filled with mechanical joints and hydraulic devices, and sharp alloy claws embedded in their limbs glinted coldly. The tiger's eyes were no longer amber pupils, but 2 electronic eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light, as if they could see through everything. Despite their cold and hard exterior, the primal wildness and power had not disappeared, rather, it had become even more terrifying and powerful with the mechanical enhancement.
With the current technological capabilities of Blue Star, even the strongest technology could not create such agile and vivid machinery. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? Liu Chang was in shock. Turning a living tiger into a mechanical tiger filled with a strong metallic aura, was this something that could happen in this world?
Yet, the mechanical tiger was right in front of them, something they had witnessed with their own eyes. It couldn't be fake. Roar! At that moment, the mechanical tigers let out a low growl, transitioning from restlessness to submission.
You could even see discipline among these mechanical tigers.
Xin Ming slightly raised his head and commanded the mechanical tigers in front of him, "Sit down."
Bang!
Almost simultaneously, 300 mechanical tigers sat down, their heads fixed on Xin Ming. Those who witnessed this, including Dragon General and Liu Chang, felt a chill run down their spines.
Heavens, I must be seeing things?
Hua Xiaopang swallowed hard, so fierce. It was clear to anyone that if these mechanical tigers were to be unleashed, even one of them could easily overpower the previous 300 fierce tigers. They were no longer creatures of the same dimension.
Do they possess intelligence?
Long Xiaoguo looked at Xin Ming in surprise. Xin Ming nodded, "That's right, they are even smarter than before, and they obey unconditionally." Long Xiaoguo opened his mouth, speechless for a long time.
Is this what mechanical beings are? Can they be mass-produced?
Yes, but there are no more potion materials left, Xin Ming said regretfully. Forbidden-level potion materials are not so easily obtained. If it weren't for the rewards from the Black Hand this time, they would hardly have been able to obtain so many technological potion materials. Upon hearing this, the Dragon General looked regretful. Such a mechanical tiger was simply a devastating weapon.
So the path of mechanical beings is to transform animals into machines? Xia Mo asked.
Exactly, Xin Ming nodded. Mechanical beings, whether in defense or attack, are not comparable to ordinary sequence abilities, especially in group battles. They are like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the heart of the beast army. Then, Xin Ming looked at the Dragon General. Dragon General, arrange for 80% of the beast hunters in the country to be sent to Jiangnan City, preparing for the 4th civilization trial. Before that, I will personally train them to ensure everyone's realm is elevated.
Understood. The Dragon General nodded seriously. For the next week, the entire Beast Hunter organization underwent Qin Ming's rigorous training.
Now, the number of extraordinary beings in Huaxia had reached over 3,000, forming an extremely powerful force. This number was undoubtedly the leading first in the entire Blue Star. Under Qin Ming's devilish training, combined with the assistance of the Gene Ship, nearly 60% of the Beast Hunter's realms were elevated. After absorbing the Beast Crystals, both Qin Ming and Xia Mo also advanced to the early stage of the 3rd tier.
Liu Cheng advanced to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, and even Hua Xiaopang advanced to the early stage of the 2nd tier.
As Qin Ming's trump card, all 200 members of the Ice Cannon Camp also advanced to the early stage of the 2nd tier, unlocking new combat skills. The biggest change for extraordinary beings upon advancement was the ability to acquire new combat skills. A powerful combat skill could significantly raise an extraordinary being's combat power ceiling. This devilish week brought tremendous improvements to the entire Beast Hunter organization.
In addition, the city walls of Jiangnan City were nearly completed.
After the old craftsmen worked frantically, the mason and steelsmith logistics teams successfully transformed the earthen walls into steel walls. This steel wall, from the outside, was incredibly shocking. The hundreds of meters high wall resembled a steel beast lying down, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, the citizens inside the walls felt a sense of security.
Of course, they were also well aware that the location of the 4th civilization trial was right in Jiangnan City.
During these days, countries were preparing for this great battle. As each country gradually understood the meaning of the 5 development directions, their strength also saw a significant boost. For this battle, all countries were extremely confident, believing they would surely claim the top spot. Under the world's gaze, the day of the 4th civilization trial finally arrived. In Jiangnan City, Huaxia, Qin Ming stood atop the high city wall, flanked by beast hunters dressed in bloodfire cloaks, lined up solemnly. High above, the wind was extremely strong, causing the cloaks of the beast hunters to rustle, showcasing their sharpness.
Boom! With a loud rumble, the voice of the Black Hand echoed in the sky.
Greetings to all civilizations,
the fourth stage of the civilization trial now begins. Please, representatives of each country, choose your battlefield positions. As the voice fell, the world erupted in an instant. They're coming, the Black Hand has appeared. The great battle is finally about to begin. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation. Although there was fear, there was also hope for the future. Each country hoped to break free from their predicaments and become the world's leading power. In the next moment, all electronic screens around the world were hacked, and images lit up one by one. This civilization trial will begin a global live broadcast, showcasing the battles of each country's civilization. The world was astonished to discover that the live broadcast even allowed the selection of images from other countries, covering the entire battlefield as if viewed from a divine perspective. This excited the ordinary citizens of each country even more, enhancing their sense of participation. Then, it was time for each civilization to choose their battlefield. The process was quite fast. Countries had long been prepared, just waiting for the arrival of the alien beasts. 2 minutes later, the voice of the Black Hand echoed around the globe. The battlefields of various civilizations have been determined. The first wave of alien beasts will arrive in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, boom! As the countdown ended, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and a 20-meter-wide void passage slowly opened in the designated battlefields of each country. Roar! The roar of the alien beasts shook the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of the alien beast army made the earth tremble. On the city wall of Jiangnan, Qin Ming and the other hunters stood solemnly, ready for battle. Almost simultaneously, the alien beast army charged out from the battlefields of various countries. At this moment, however, no country initiated an attack. The high-ranking officials of each country did not even look at their own battlefields but instead focused their attention on the live broadcast of the Huaxia battlefield. They all shared a tacit understanding. Don't rush. Let's see how Huaxia will fight first. At this moment, the officials of various countries were silently watching the battlefield on the Huaxia side. However, when they saw the steel city walls of Huaxia, they were all stunned. The steel city walls, over 100 meters high, looked extremely imposing, giving a strong sense of oppression. Yet, the officials of various countries raised doubts. The Eagle Sauce's top leader said, "What's going on? Steel city walls? Why doesn't Huaxia use earth walls made by extraordinary beings?" The Korean country exclaimed, "No way, Huaxia actually built city walls with ordinary steel? Are they joking? Can this quality of steel withstand the alien beasts?" The Peacock country laughed, "I'm dying of laughter. I thought I could learn from Huaxia, but it turns out to be so foolish." Meanwhile, the iron-blooded emperor of the bear country frowned and murmured, "Impossible, Huaxia can't make such a low-level mistake. Could there be something magical about these steel city walls?" Clearly, upon seeing Huaxia's city walls, many voices of doubt arose around the world, some disdainful, some confused, some mocking. More were secretly delighted. They wished for Huaxia to suffer a crushing defeat in this great battle, so that no one could compete with them for the top position. After several trials, they had recognized the gap in rewards between the top and lower ranks, which led to Huaxia's current strong national power. All the officials of the countries wanted to change this situation. "Old Qin, there are many foreigners mocking us on the live broadcast," said Hu Xiaopang, looking at the live stream on the tablet with a playful expression. "Ordinary steel? What do you know?" Qin Ming turned his head. "Ignore these clowns, prepare for battle." He then looked at the two contracted alien beasts beside him. "Enemy information." The wild wolf immediately responded, "They are from the southern group of the world of 10,000 races, called iron-armored beasts. These alien beasts have extremely strong defenses. Did you see the turtle shell on their backs? That can be taken off and used as a shield." As he spoke, everyone's gaze focused on the alien beasts below the city. These iron-armored beasts were somewhat similar to beetles, with hard armor all over their bodies and a thick, flat horn on their heads. To describe them more accurately, these iron-armored beasts were humanoid beetles, possessing human limbs and even wielding a steel fork weapon. At this moment, the army of iron-armored beasts had all charged out of the void passage, numbering about 300. They stood at the foot of the city like an elite armored legion, quite imposing. Soon, the void passage disappeared, indicating that the first batch of alien beasts had all appeared. "Is the first batch only 300? It doesn't seem like many," Lu Cheng said softly. Qin Ming nodded. "The first round will be relatively simple, otherwise, human civilization wouldn't stand a chance." In the next moment, Qin Ming waved his hand. "The first batch of enemies isn't strong. Follow me out of the city to kill. Mobile team, prepare." Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of steel clashing, hundreds of soldiers jumped onto the city walls in unison. Watching this scene, everyone tuning into the live broadcast was stunned. Whether foreign or from Huaxia, no one understood what this meant. This was a wall over 100 meters high, What were they doing up there? Officials from various countries wore puzzled expressions, and a question arose in their minds. Is this Huaxia's sharpshooter unit? Are they planning a long-range attack? Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Qin Ming stood at the center, roaring, "All troops, heed my command, draw your swords." Clang! The terrifying sound of swords being drawn reverberated through the air. 500 people drew their swords simultaneously, the intermingling sound of steel igniting the battlefield in an instant. Qin Ming raised his long sword and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the world, Qin Ming led 500 warriors to leap down from a height of 100 meters. What the hell? Have they gone mad? That's 100 meters high. Jumping down like that, even extraordinary beings wouldn't survive, right? Fuck. These people from Huaxia are definitely insane. The world was instantly in an uproar, everyone losing their composure. In their eyes, this action was no different from suicide. Just as the hundreds of soldiers were about to land, a set of exoskeleton equipment covered their bodies, glinting coldly in the sunlight. When they were about 10 meters from the ground, the exoskeletons deployed 2 jet devices, releasing a counterthrust that instantly negated the downward force. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of steel crashing down, Qin Ming and the 500 exoskeleton warriors landed with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Compared to these late-stage first-tier exoskeleton warriors, Qin Ming, being in the early stage of the third tier, appeared even more at ease. At the moment of landing, a flash of lightning passed beneath his feet, employing a mysterious movement technique to dissipate his falling force. At this moment, under Qin Ming's leadership, 500 exoskeleton warriors wielding straight swords lined up on the battlefield, facing the monstrous beasts ahead, their momentum extremely fierce. Seeing them unharmed, officials from various countries displayed expressions of shock. Eagle Sauce, God, are those Iron Men? Stick Country, I see, Huaxia chose technological development. Han's Cat Country, is this how technological development works? They've created robots? We chose the same thing, why does it feel different? Sun Never Sets Empire, this doesn't look like robots, it looks more like humans wearing mecha gear. Peacock Country, I have to say, these mecha suits look pretty cool. The appearance of the exoskeleton warriors sparked heated discussions around the world. Clearly, this was the first mechanical army to debut on the world stage. The suits of the exoskeleton warriors were not the kind created by Blue Star Technology, they resembled a set of armor. Yes, just like what the Eagle Sauce crowd referred to as Iron Man. Eagle Sauce Central. President Tepu frowned at the screen before him. No, is Qin Ming going to engage the monstrous beasts in close combat? Don't they have a long-range attack unit? Why aren't they using it? This question arose in many people's minds. The Ice Cannon Battalion had already made an appearance in the last great battle, and the world knew of their existence, but why wasn't Qin Ming using them? This was a tactical error. Under the world's scrutiny, the Huaxia battlefield was the first to ignite. Charge! Qin Ming tightly gripped the Starfall blade, lightning coursing through him, and charged directly at the ironclad beasts' army. At the same time, the 500 mobile warriors sprinted forward, their speed not much slower than Qin Ming's. Kill! Roar! The ironclad beasts let out a collective roar, clashing their steel forks against the Huaxia soldiers. Qin Ming led the charge, lightning surging around him. Mysterious Thunderer, third-tier combat skill activated. Boom! Qin Ming leaped high into the air, gripping his long knife tightly, as terrifying thunder instantly gathered on the blade. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of countless people, he plummeted from the sky, the great knife slashing down. Earthquake of thunder! Boom! The thunderous knife struck heavily against the ground, causing the earth to crack open like a spider's web, with bolts of lightning surging from beneath, unleashing terrifying energy. In an instant, dozens of iron-armored beasts were directly sent flying around Qin Ming. At the same time, a group of exoskeleton warriors propelled themselves forward, wielding straight knives as they swiftly charged in. The blade was aimed directly at the throats of the iron-armored beasts. The thunder surged, directly sending the strange beasts flying. In that moment, the exoskeleton warriors quickly closed in, their straight knives precisely piercing into the throats of the iron-armored beasts. Put! Beneath that hard armor, the throat area appeared exceptionally weak. Under the sharp straight knife, the blade pierced through the throat, pinning the strange beast to the ground. The iron-armored beast, with its throat pierced, let out a whimper on the ground, struggling a few times before falling silent. In this wave of assault, over 100 iron-armored beasts were killed. This tacit cooperation was breathtaking. Quick battle, quick resolution. Qin Ming leaped high again, thunder surging around him, and slashed down once more. Earthquake of thunder. Dawn! A violent roar echoed from the ground, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. With countless bolts of lightning surging from the ground,
the powerful impact sending the iron-armored beasts flying. Almost simultaneously, the exoskeleton warriors propelled energy from their backs, the powerful force driving their bodies like arrows as they slashed again at the throats of the iron-armored beasts.
A large number of iron-armored beasts were slain.
In just 2 waves of assault, fewer than 100 iron-armored beasts remained. They had no strength to fight back. Kill! Finally, Qin Ming led 500 exoskeleton warriors to encircle the iron-armored beasts. This time, without Qin Ming's initial strike, the battle against the iron-armored beasts became particularly fierce. The late-stage first-tier exoskeleton warriors could barely break through the defenses of the iron-armored beasts, but it was difficult to inflict fatal injuries on them.
The only weakness to kill the iron-armored beasts lay in their throats.
However, the iron-armored beasts were not foolish. They knew how to protect themselves, and under their guard, hitting the throat was not an easy task.
If they faced each other head-on, the exoskeleton warriors would definitely have to pay a price.
But let's not forget, there was still Qin Ming on the field. Suddenly, an energy surged from Qin Ming, activating the 3rd-tier skill of the Thunder Enchanter. Thunder Enchantment, it can attach thunder to the body or weapon, increasing attack power by 10 times and speed by 5 times. Buzz! Qin Ming swept his hand across the Starfall knife, and a surge of thunder instantly emerged. He wielded the thunderous long knife, launching a fierce slaughter on the battlefield. With a single slash, the hard armor of the iron-armored beasts instantly shattered, their formidable defenses proving ineffective. Qin Ming moved like a sharp blade, constantly darting across the battlefield, the thunderous knife light flashing, as the iron-armored beasts were cut to pieces. Under this terrifying combat power, the other exoskeleton warriors simply followed behind to deliver finishing blows. Soon, all 300 iron-armored beasts on the field were annihilated, the entire process taking less than 10 minutes. At that moment, people around the world watching the live broadcast were stunned. It was much simpler than they had imagined.
The strange beasts aren't that terrifying, huh? Yeah, I feel like I could do it too.
China's strength is still decent, but this technological development feels quite average. It's all relying on Qin Ming alone. The person above is right. This technological development path is really weak, looks good but is useless. The live broadcast sparked intense comments. Meanwhile, after this battle in China, various countries' officials also recognized the weakness of the iron-armored beasts. The top official of Eagle Sauce spoke with the front line, General John. The weakness of the iron-armored beasts is in their throats. On the battlefield of Eagle Sauce Nation, General John stood on the city wall, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Prepare the whole army, this battle is our time to establish the might of Eagle Sauce. Next to him, General Arthur waved his hand, Divine Monkey Squad, go. Immediately, 300 soldiers marched out on the city wall, each tall and with a rebellious demeanor on their faces. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The bodies of the 300 soldiers began to swell, their muscular forms tearing their shirts apart. Their skin sprouted fur, their appearances changed, and they transformed into towering 3-meter-tall giant apes. Clearly, the development path chosen by Eagle Sauce Nation was the beast form. This troop was the reward from the 3rd Civilization Trial, P023 Giant Ape. This unit was Eagle Sauce's greatest trump card. Originally, the giant ape troop was not supposed to be deployed so quickly, but to suppress Huaxia, General Arthur decided to let them show their prowess and revive the glory of Eagle Sauce. After all, this was a globally live-streamed trial, and under the world's attention, it was a great opportunity for Eagle Sauce to establish its might. Go! With a wave of his hand, General Arthur commanded, and the 300 giant apes each grasped a 3-meter-tall giant sword, their massive forms leaping down from the city wall. However, compared to Huaxia's 100-meter-high city walls, the walls of Eagle Sauce's battlefield were somewhat shorter. Their walls were also built by Earth-type extraordinary beings, but they were far inferior to Huaxia's professional masons. Therefore, their maximum height was only about 60 meters. At this moment, the 300 giant apes leaped down, their massive forms crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Kill! The 300 giant apes charged forward simultaneously, shaking the ground. Roar! On the opposite side, 300 armored beasts also charged forward with steel forks in hand. The clash of blades rang out. The giant apes were ferocious, sweeping their great swords and striking heavily against the armored beasts. With a loud bang, the armor of the armored beasts shattered, and their forms were sent flying. The giant apes pressed the attack, driving their great swords deep into the throats of the armored beasts. The sounds of battle erupted, and in less than 10 minutes, the fierce battle ended. The 300 giant apes suffered no losses and annihilated the armored beasts, successfully passing the first round of the siege. In an instant, the entire Eagle Sauce Nation erupted in excitement, filled with joy. Eagle Sauce is invincible. Eagle Sauce is mighty, #1 in the world. Our speed is even faster than Huaxia's. Our score will definitely be higher than Huaxia's,
This time Eagle Sauce will surely be first. The people of Eagle Sauce flooded the live stream with comments, boasting loudly. The top officials of Eagle Sauce, including Chief Tapu, also cheered excitedly, as if they had already achieved victory. 5 minutes later, the battlefield of Bear Nation also passed the first round of the Beast Siege. Bear Nation's chosen development path was also beast form, and the extraordinary beings they received were P022 Violent Bear. The Violent Bear extraordinary being, in its beastly form, was a larger version of a giant bear, also standing 3 meters tall, similar to the giant ape. Just as the world was focused on the live streams of various countries' battlefields, information about the results popped up on all electronic screens. First round clearance, first place, Huaxia. Second place, Eagle Sauce. Third place, Bear Nation. As the information appeared, the people of Eagle Sauce were stunned for a moment, then erupted in outrage. No, why are we in second place? We clearly spent less time than Huaxia. That's right, we only took 8 minutes, while Huaxia took 10 minutes. How does that work? There's a conspiracy. The live stream was filled with complaints from the people of Eagle Sauce. Huaxia netizens couldn't take it anymore and directly retorted. Did you get hit in the head by a beast? When we in Huaxia defeated the beasts, you hadn't even started moving. What a bunch of talents. Weren't you waiting for Huaxia to discover the beast's weaknesses before you started attacking? You took advantage and then acted innocent, truly speechless. Damn, these Eagle Sauce folks are so stupid, I really can't stand it. Looking at these responses, the Eagle Sauce netizens suddenly remembered. Right, they only calculated the time spent in battle, but forgot about the end time of the battle. They indeed waited for Huaxia to finish before starting their attack. If we consider the time from the appearance of the alien beasts to their defeat, then Huaxia would naturally be the fastest to clear the level. Realizing this, the Eagle Sauce netizens suddenly felt embarrassed. They were too early to celebrate. However, at this moment, the Black Hand released the clearance information again. Fourth place, Sakura Country. As soon as this news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of people worldwide. Sakura Country? A nation occupied by alien beasts. They also participated in the siege battle? In the perception of various countries, Sakura Country is a nation that has already fallen to the alien beasts. Everyone instinctively thought that a country that lost its sovereignty had failed the trial and exited the competition. Therefore, almost all countries had overlooked Sakura Country. Now, suddenly seeing Sakura Country appear on the announcement was somewhat shocking. At this moment, even Qin Ming paid attention. He stood on the battlefield and picked up a tablet to check the live broadcast of the Sakura Country battlefield. Almost at the same time, people around the world flocked to the live broadcast room of Sakura Country. Seeing that live broadcast, the world was taken aback. On the battlefield of Sakura Country, they had actually built walls and had also killed all 300 armored beasts in the first round. And on the walls, Qin Ming also saw the figures of Kawashima and Commander Yamada. No, strictly speaking, these were two shapeshifting thousand-faced monkeys disguised as humans. At this moment, standing on the walls participating in the battle were both alien beasts and human transcenders. Seeing this scene, even Qin Ming was stunned. What was going on? The alien beasts and humans in Sakura Country coexisted peacefully? What kind of international joke was this? But what was puzzling was, why did Kawashima, as a member of the alien beast thousand-faced monkey clan, want to attack the armored beasts? The next moment, Qin Ming suddenly realized that these thousand-faced monkeys wanted to establish a foothold on Blue Star. They wanted to monopolize Blue Star. Although the thousand-faced monkeys were also alien beasts, there were thousands of species among alien beasts, and there were also hostile and competitive relationships between them. If the thousand-faced monkeys and the humans of Sakura Country reached a consensus on peaceful coexistence, then the thousand-faced monkeys could completely replace the Sakura Country regime and even protect the people of Sakura Country. In this way, the thousand-faced monkeys could gain a great opportunity for development. Kawashima naturally did not want other races to come to Blue Star, as they had already regarded Blue Star as their territory. What a wolf's ambition! Qin Ming's expression darkened. These thousand-faced monkeys were truly cunning. Looking at the current situation, the people of Sakura Country were probably already tamed. They were actually willing to be enslaved by alien beasts, which was simply a disgrace to humanity. Seeing this situation, the high-ranking officials of various countries couldn't help but frown, feeling that Sakura Country was always a hidden danger. But now, the situation in various countries was not good, and they couldn't spare any effort to deal with it. Gradually, more and more countries cleared the first round of the alien beast siege. This time, the development paths of various countries were basically exposed. The fifth country to clear was Han's Cat Country, whose development path was the same as Huaxia's technology path. But unlike Huaxia, they obtained the sequence ability of the technological weapons path.
That was 200 ordinary sequence 034 guns experts. Their ability was to transform Blue Star's firearms into extraordinary weapons, thus possessing the ability to deal with alien beasts, which was somewhat similar to Huaxia's ice cannon masters. And Han's Cat Country was the only country this time to use firearms against the enemy. This also gave humanity hope. Hot weapons could indeed deal with alien beasts, it was just that the quality of Blue Star's hot weapons was too poor. Han's Cat Country indeed showcased its strength this time, shocking people from all countries. Next was the sixth country to clear, the Empire of the Rising Sun. The development path of the Empire of the Rising Sun was mental power. The development of spiritual power has 5 main paths: Mage, Alchemist, Formation, Master, Dietitian, Support. The soldiers exposed by the Empire of the Sun Never Sets are clearly on the Mage path. On the battlefield of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, 200 fire-wielding mages stand atop the high city walls, launching a fierce attack on the armored beasts. Xin Ming, watching the live broadcast, discerned the sequence ability of this army. Primary sequence 038 Fire Mage. This is clearly a strong sequence ability. The seventh country to pass, Gaul. They also chose to develop spiritual power. What is shocking is that Gaul only sent 10 extraordinary beings to resolve the first wave of beast attacks. Those 10 extraordinary beings stood not far from the Void Passage, throwing down bottles of greenish potions that emitted a suffocating odor. Before the 300 armored beasts could launch their attack, they were already foaming at the mouth and died from the greenish miasma. This scene instantly ignited reactions from countries around the world. Undoubtedly, the strength displayed by Gaul this time is the most terrifying. This guy is playing with biochemical tactics. Xin Ming raised an eyebrow while watching the live broadcast. Alchemist? Indeed, the extraordinary beings sent by Gaul are on the alchemist path, and they are the most ferocious poison master. This ability is simply terrifying. The eighth country to pass, the Peacock Kingdom. The development direction chosen by the Peacock Kingdom is physical strength. Physical strength is divided into 5 paths: Warrior, Knight, Assassin, Archer, Hero. This is relatively easy to understand, similar to playing a game. The Peacock Kingdom showcased the Warrior path, primary sequence 043 Mighty Warrior. This sequence ability emphasizes strength. When 300 mighty warriors charge forward with shields and long spears, the armor of the armored beasts cannot withstand their might. The ninth country to pass, the Elephant Kingdom. The Elephant Kingdom also chose to develop physical strength. However, unlike the Peacock Kingdom, they showcased a sequence of Night Path. On the battlefield, the Elephant Kingdom has a small number of troops, about 100, but they are all riding giant elephants, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. This troop is clearly primary sequence 041 Elephant Warriors. Once the Elephant Warriors mount their elephants, the elephants possess a beast-like physique, and with the coordination of the sequence users, they can also unleash combat skills. In this battle, the Elephant Warriors, with just one charge, smashed the 300 armored beasts to pieces. If it weren't for the need to finish off the armored beasts one by one after scattering them, the Elephant Kingdom's passing speed would definitely not be ranked 9th. Next is the 10th country to pass, the Stick Kingdom. The Stick Kingdom also chose to develop physical strength. They received the reward of Archer Path, primary sequence 051 Explosive Archer. The extraordinary beings of the Stick Kingdom did not take the initiative to attack but stood on the city walls, outputting firepower. 300 archers attacked simultaneously, easily dealing with the first wave of beasts. In addition, other countries also employed various means, revealing all kinds of previously unseen abilities, which opened the eyes of the world. Clearly, after deciding on their development paths, the strength of the countries on Blue Star has undergone a qualitative leap. This is completely incomparable to before. Moreover, people have a deeper understanding of the extraordinary sequences. After the first battle, all countries were filled with confidence, believing their nation was the chosen one. Soon, the second wave of monster invasions began. What the world did not expect was that despair would soon follow. Buzz! The earth trembled as the Void Passage opened again on the battlefields of various countries. Accompanied by the roars of the beasts, the ground shook violently. The second wave of monster attacks is coming. Roar! The furious roar of the beasts was particularly loud. But after the first experience, the extraordinary beings from various countries relaxed somewhat. However, on the battlefield of Huaxia, Xin Ming remained exceptionally cautious. All units prepare to face the enemy. In the second round of the beast siege, Xin Ming did not change the lineup. 500 exoskeleton warriors stood ready with their straight blades. Everyone be ready, this time we must secure first place. The same words echoed across the battlefields of all nations. Every country believed they had a chance to compete. At this moment, almost simultaneously, the second wave of beasts charged out. The warriors of each nation were prepared and immediately launched their attacks the moment the beasts appeared. Kill! The Eagle Sauce Nation was the fastest,
with 300 giant apes charging forward, wielding great swords.
Other nations were the same, eager to engage the beasts in battle.
Only Qin Ming sensed something was off and immediately shouted, "All units defend, take cover behind the defense line." On the Huaxia battlefield, there was a defense line over a meter high, made from the piled bodies of iron-armored beasts.
Hearing Qin Ming's voice, all exoskeleton warriors quickly took cover behind the defense line.
At the same time, a series of high-speed rotating shields suddenly flew out from the void passage.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shields shot out like flying saucers, crashing into the defense line made of iron-armored beast corpses. Shockingly, the formidable defense of the iron-armored beasts could barely withstand the flying shields. One can imagine how fierce the enemy's assault was. While Huaxia managed to hold its ground, other nations suffered greatly. The first to be hit was Eagle Sauce. When the celestial ape troops saw the shields shooting out, they were caught off guard. The high-speed rotating shields were incredibly sharp, striking the giant apes and tearing open numerous wounds.
Those unfortunate enough even had their heads severed. With each impact, the giant ape troops lost 4 to 5 dozen men, cries of agony filling the air.
Other nations fared similarly. The strength warriors of the Peacock Nation also fell victim to the shield attacks. All extraordinary beings on the battlefield, except for those from Huaxia, suffered. The worst off were 2 poison masters from Gallia. They had set their poisons on the ground early, waiting for the beasts to appear. However, they never expected that the first to charge out would be the shields.
Caught off guard, the 2 poison masters couldn't react in time and were directly sliced into pieces by the shields, dying on the spot.
Even the poison gas was dispersed by the high-speed rotating shields. A wail of despair echoed across battlefields worldwide. Seeing this scene, the gunsmiths from Han's Cat Nation and the flame mages from the Sun Never Sets Empire breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they were not at the city walls. They used ranged attacks, so there was no need to engage the beasts in close combat, which allowed them to escape disaster. After a flurry of shields flew out, the beasts finally charged out from the void passage. They were black-scaled beasts, wielding tridents, their expressions fierce. Clearly, the second wave of beasts was still iron-armored beasts, but these had reached the early stage of the second tier, far stronger than the first wave.
These were the elite iron-armored beasts. Boom!
The army of iron-armored beasts surged out instantly, their speed and strength significantly greater than the previous batch, and they were extremely agile. After rolling out from the void passage, the iron-armored beasts picked up the shields from the ground and charged at the humans once more. At this moment, the world realized that what had just flown out was not shields, but the heavy armor on the backs of the iron-armored beasts.
Now, these iron-armored beasts held shields in one hand and tridents in the other, charging madly towards humanity. Roar! The beasts roared, their voices echoing to the heavens. Even more shocking was that the number of iron-armored beasts in the second wave had reached over 500, their strength doubled. Qin Ming's expression turned serious as he shouted, "All troops, heed my command, attack." He was the first to charge out from behind the corpse defense line, 2 playing cards appearing in his hands. The Joker, Magic, Royal Flush.
Qin Ming suddenly threw out the 2 cards, and the jokers seemed to come to life, revealing maniacal smiles.
Here comes the bomb.
The red and black jokers each held a watermelon-sized bomb, crashing into the armored beast army in an instant.
Boom! With a tremendous explosion, dozens of armored beasts were blown to pieces.
Qin Ming, at the early stage of the 3rd rank, was on a completely different level compared to the early stage of the 2nd rank armored beasts. Immediately after, Qin Ming waved his hand, and the ice python's body rapidly enlarged. The ice python made a stunning entrance, launching its battle skill, Python King's Spear. Its massive tail, covered in heavy frost, swept across the armored beasts.
Rumble!
The armored beasts were knocked down in droves,
but some reacted quickly, immediately raising their shields to block.
Roar! Then, a creature that seemed to be the leader of the armored beasts let out a furious roar. In the next moment, the remaining armored beasts shrank together, forming a round iron ball.
Hundreds of iron balls rolled quickly, charging forward with immense force.
The armored beast's battle skill, Fearless Charge. This scene startled both Qin Ming and the Ice Python King.
"Master, be careful."
The Ice Python King raised its massive head, frost gathering wildly in its throat.
Frost breath. Roar! The Ice Python King opened its mouth wide, unleashing extreme cold frost at the charging armored beasts.
In an instant, frost covered a large area, and the first armored beast hit was frozen into an ice ball, stopping in place. However, there were too many armored beasts. A full 50 iron balls crashed toward the Ice Python King.
Under the impact of such powerful force, the Ice Python King's massive body was sent flying. But it wasn't over. The remaining armored beasts continued to roll, heading straight for the city wall.
Boom! The iron balls swept through, instantly scattering the armored beast corpse defense line, putting the exoskeleton warriors in jeopardy.
On the city wall, the Dragon General and others changed their expressions drastically. Ice Cannon Battalion, prepare, the Dragon General shouted. Rumble. In an instant, 200 ice cannon specialists set up on the city wall, ready to provide support. Just then, Qin Ming positioned himself in front of the exoskeleton warriors and shouted, "Prepare energy pulse." In an instant, 300 exoskeleton warriors raised their hands in unison, a surge of energy rapidly accumulating in their palms. Exoskeleton warrior battle skill, energy pulse. As a torrent of iron balls came crashing in, all the exoskeleton warriors unleashed their battle skill together. The energy pulses erupted instantly. Boom boom boom, a powerful energy shockwave surged forth, colliding heavily with the iron balls. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of countless people, the transformed iron balls of the armored beasts were sent flying, like cannonballs shot from a cannon. Crack crack, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. The armor on the armored beasts was covered in cracks. Kill. After knocking the armored beasts away, they crashed to the ground in a disheveled state, no longer as fierce as they had been at the start. Qin Ming seized the opportunity and led everyone forward. The armored beasts reacted quickly regrouping, and both sides engaged in close combat. One armored beast tightly gripped a steel fork and thrust it fiercely at an exoskeleton warrior. Clang! However, the steel fork was blocked by the hard exoskeleton armor. The warrior wielded a straight knife, swiftly slashing at the armored beast's neck. With a loud bang, the already cracked armor of the armored beast shattered, and its head was severed. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. The warriors were bloodthirsty. The alien beasts were ferocious, but they were even more ruthless. This battle lasted nearly half an hour, finally resulting in the complete annihilation of 500 armored beasts. Qin Ming looked at the corpses of the strange beasts scattered across the ground, then at the exhausted exoskeleton warriors. After 2 waves of attacks, the warriors were nearly spent. If they continued fighting, someone would have to sacrifice. Qin Ming shouted to the warriors, "Clear the battlefield and drag all the armored beast corpses into the city." With a loud rumble, the steel city gates opened, and a team of beast hunters came out to assist, dragging the armored beast corpses back into the city. At the same time, the voice of the Black Hand echoed, "Congratulations to the Huaxia civilization for being the first to clear the second round of the beast siege." When the voice sounded, all the countries in the world were taken aback. What? Huaxia has already cleared it? Damn, we're too slow again. On the Eagle Sauce battlefield, the last armored beast was slain, and all the high-ranking officials erupted in chaos. Bastard, we were so close. Although we cleared it, the casualties exceeded our expectations. On the city wall, General Arthur looked down at the battlefield. Of the 300 giant ape warriors, fewer than 250 remained. The losses were significant. This was only the second round of the beast siege, and they still had 3 rounds to go to meet the standard. If this continued, the situation would not be good, and Eagle Sauce was still in a better position. The battlefields of other countries were even worse. Soon, other countries began to clear the second round as well. But some countries collapsed in this round. One of them was a neighbor of Huaxia, the Old Nest Country. The extraordinary beings of the Old Nest Country were not very powerful, with fewer than 500 in total. During the recent assault by the armored beasts, over 100 extraordinary beings were directly taken down by the shields. Then, the armored beasts transformed into iron balls and charged violently at the city walls. The armored beasts were indeed skilled at siege warfare. After several rounds of impact, the city walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. Once the walls fell, the Old Nest Country's siege against the beasts meant failure. After the walls shattered, the remaining extraordinary beings of the Old Nest Country had no ability to stop the beasts and were ultimately forced to abandon the city and flee. This city then became the territory of the armored beasts. An even more terrifying scene unfolded. The third round of the beast siege followed, and a void passage opened on the battlefield of the Old Nest Country. The beasts of the third round emerged from the passage. They were beasts resembling both cows and tigers, with tiger-like bodies and a pair of bull horns, their muscular frames appearing particularly fierce. Seeing this scene immediately caused panic among the people. Wait, didn't the Old Nest Country already fail? How can the beasts of the third round still descend? What's going on? Isn't it enough for these beasts to occupy a city? Do they want to continue? No way. What about the fourth and fifth rounds? If they all descend and the Old Nest Country has no ability to resist, won't these beasts be able to push through the Old Nest Country? It's over, the Old Nest Country is doomed. Intense discussions erupted on the live broadcast. Qin Ming was also watching the live stream from the city wall, letting out a soft sigh. Just as expected, people's discussions were correct. After failing the trial, the beasts would not only remain but the beasts that had yet to descend would continue to appear. They would only stop appearing after 5 rounds were completed, but that was already terrifying enough. On the battlefield of the Old Nest Country, there were over 300 armored beasts, and now 500 of the tiger-horned beasts appeared. Adding the beasts from the next 2 rounds, the number would exceed 2,000. Once these 2,000 beasts occupied this city, their next target would be the entire Old Nest Country. In this way, the Old Nest Country could announce its demise. This was also the reason for the Dark Migration. The beasts would use a city as a base to gradually occupy the territory of the Old Nest Country, forcing humanity to flee and migrate. This was the Dark Migration. Gradually, the people of various countries began to realize this situation, and panic started to spread. They all shouted to their national officials, "We must hold the city walls." The atmosphere began to shift. The extraordinary beings from various countries grew serious, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the third wave of beasts also began their assault. After the surprise attack from the second wave of armored beasts, the battlefields of all nations were now cleared. They dared not send troops to block the entrance of the Void Passage, fearing the beasts would employ underhanded tactics again. Meanwhile, the officials of each country turned their attention to the live broadcast of the battle in Huaxia. As per the old rules, they wanted to see how Huaxia dealt with the beasts. Without absolute certainty, no country dared to act rashly. Qin Ming observed the reactions of the various nations, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He decided not to push himself any further. Ice Cannon Battalion, prepare. Boom! In an instant, over 200 ice cannon specialists set their short cannons on the city walls. As a team that Qin Ming valued, the Ice Cannon Battalion was undoubtedly his trump card. The reason they hadn't been deployed in the previous 2 rounds was to conserve their strength. Now, it was time. Let the world see your power. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the Ice Cannon Battalion fired simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of ice cannonballs howled out from the city walls, crashing toward the Tiger Beast Army with fierce momentum. Roar! The Tiger Beast Army let out an angry roar, instantly dispersing their 500 troops, maintaining strict discipline. Qin Ming raised an eyebrow, quite clever, but unfortunately, it's useless. In the next moment, the ice cannons plummeted, exploding on the ground and sending snowflakes flying everywhere. Once touched by the frost, the ice would quickly spread. Boom, boom, boom. Below the city walls, ice cannons flew. One tiger beast was hit in the hind leg, and the frost rapidly spread, soon freezing its leg solid. However, the tiger beasts were quite strong. At the mid-second tier, clearly, it was still a bit short of completely freezing them. But being frozen solid was enough. The injured tiger beast limped, its speed significantly reduced. Qin Ming raised his hand again, switch weapons. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the world, 50 ice cannon specialists retracted their short cannons and switched to single-shot long snipers. Second-tier combat skill, Ice Sniper. Click! The bullets were chambered, and the soldiers aimed at the injured tiger beasts, pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang, with the sound of gunfire, one tiger beast after another fell. The ice bullets pierced through their heads. Witnessing this scene, the world was dumbfounded. What the hell, are they mages or marksmen? The Ice Cannon Battalion once again showcased their prowess. In the public's perception, ice cannon specialists should belong to the mental power path of mages. However, their weapons were guns, which clearly aligned with the physical power path of marksmen. In fact, ice cannon specialists could follow both paths. As their name suggests, ice is magic, and cannon is marksman. The ice cannon specialists can walk both roads. Ranked at the Forbidden Sequence 009, the ice cannon specialists were undoubtedly powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't have become Qin Ming's trump card. Under Qin Ming's training, over 200 ice cannon specialists had already advanced to the early second tier, making it not difficult to deal with these mid-second tier tiger beasts. Moreover, they held the advantage, attacking from a high position. No matter how strong the tiger beasts were, they were destined to be no match. Soon, under the fierce output of the Ice Cannon Battalion, all 500 tiger beasts were annihilated. The battle lasted 15 minutes. Huaxia once again claimed the top spot in the third wave of beast assaults. At this point, the various nations were no longer calm. Huaxia's strength was even greater than they had imagined. The earlier doubts gradually faded, leaving them speechless. At this moment, fierce battles were raging across the battlefields of various nations. Aside from a few major powers, many smaller nations with weaker strength were showing signs of fatigue and were beginning to falter. Slowly, some countries started to face defeat. The city walls were breached, extraordinary beings were torn apart by the Tiger Beast army, and the remaining soldiers fled in a panic. Such scenes appeared one after another, and by the end of the third wave of beast assaults, half of the nations had failed to defend their cities and were forced to withdraw from this civilizational trial. Aside from Huaxia,
other countries began to suffer casualties one after another, and the numbers were not small. Powerful nations like Eagle Sauce and Bear Country had seen their first batch of extraordinary beings reduced from 300 to 200. And this was only the third wave of the Beast Siege, with 2 more rounds to go before it could be deemed acceptable. The world was in greater panic now. They realized that the Beast Siege was not as easy as they had imagined. On the battlefield of Huaxia, the entire nation was watching. At this moment, the corpses of the tiger-like beasts had all been dragged into the city. The corpses of the beasts were the greatest spoils of war, and Qin Ming would naturally not let them go. Among them, many materials for potions could be extracted, which would become the foundational strength of Huaxia in the future. Boom! At the same time, the earth rumbled again, the void passage opened, and the fourth wave of beasts was about to descend. Qin Ming's expression was serious as he whispered, "Here they come, the real test is just beginning." Under the gaze of the entire world, heavy footsteps echoed from the void passages on the battlefields of various countries. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps sent chills down people's spines. Even without seeing the beasts, the sound alone was already oppressive. Following that, a massive creature 5 meters tall emerged from the passage. It resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex, with strong hind legs, slightly shorter forelegs, sharp claws, and a thick tail covered in spikes dragging along the ground, leaving a deep trench. Roar! The beast let out a roar, its sharp teeth seemingly capable of tearing apart anything. One after another, such beasts emerged, instilling fear in onlookers. Is this Godzilla? This beast looks exceptionally ferocious. Can we defeat such monsters? Murmurs arose around the world, especially in countries focused on physical and beastly transformations. Their expressions were particularly grim. On the battlefield of Eagle Sauce, General Arthur looked at his own giant ape extraordinary being, then at the beasts below. Feeling as if a child had encountered a special forces soldier, there was simply no comparison. The 3-meter-tall giant ape stood in front of the flame explosion dragon as if it were just playing around. Even the elephant soldiers from the Elephant Nation felt immense pressure. Although size does not equate to combat power, the flame explosion dragon truly looked formidable. "General, this is going to be tough." The head of the extraordinary department, Archer, frowned, his expression not looking good. General Arthur snorted coldly, "Tough or not, we have to fight. If Huaxia can win, why can't we? You take this battle." Upon hearing this, Archer's face immediately darkened. "Damn, I shouldn't have spoken up." Just then, on the live broadcast, one country took the lead in launching an attack. On the battlefield of the Sun Never Sets Empire, 200 fire mages had already gathered their strength, and with a command, 200 fireballs fell from the city walls. Attack! Boom boom boom. The battlefield erupted with terrifying roars. The fireballs traced a brilliant parabolic arc in the sky, crashing down towards the flame explosion dragon on the ground. In an instant, the army of flame explosion dragons was engulfed by the fireballs, explosions erupting and smoke filling the air. "Ha ha ha, keep it up." The leader of the Sun Never Sets Empire battlefield, General Green, was smiling, very pleased with his fire mages. "This time, we will definitely be the first." General Green waved his hand. "Attack, keep attacking." Boom boom boom. Under the intense assault, the area below the city walls was already shrouded in smoke, thick clouds and flames completely obscuring the figure of the flame explosion dragon. Just when General Green thought he was about to annihilate the flame explosion dragon, a flame explosion dragon engulfed in fire emerged. The flame explosion dragon looked up at the city walls and let out an angry roar. Roar! In an instant, the earth trembled, and heavy footsteps echoed once more. Thud thud thud. The flame tyrant army charged out from the flames, their momentum even stronger than before. How is this possible? General Green's face changed dramatically. The flame tyrant was not only unharmed but even stronger? This scene shocked the crowds from various countries. The flame tyrant was truly ferocious. "Quick, stop them." As the flame tyrant rushed forward, General Green began to panic. "All extraordinary beings, attack." Clearly, he had realized that the fire mage's offensive had little effect on the flame tyrant, and now he could only go all out, relying on other extraordinary beings to block the flame tyrant. Seeing this, Qin Ming smiled. The Sun Never Sets Empire isn't having much luck. The flame tyrant is a fire-type beast. Using fire against them will have no effect unless absolute power suppresses them. But the situation was different for Huaxia. The warriors of the Ice Cannon Battalion had attributes that were exactly the opposite of the Flame Tyrant. Ice attributes perfectly countered the Flame Tyrant. Qin Ming looked at the more than 500 Flame Tyrants below, his eyes burning with excitement. These Flame Tyrants were top-notch fighters, fully qualified to be under his command. Moreover, with so many Flame Tyrants present, he might even be able to capture a 9-star Flame Tyrant, which would be incredibly powerful. Then, Qin Ming raised his hand. Ice Cannon Battalion, prepare the ice net.
Crack, crack.
The soldiers quickly switched weapons, changing their long rifles for hand cannons.
Ice Cannon Master's second-tier battle skill, Ice Net.
In an instant, the ice cannon masters fired in unison.
Boom, boom, boom.
From the hand cannons, a stream of cold ice shot out, exploding in midair and transforming into a large net of condensed ice.
The net quickly covered the flame tyrants, suppressing them one by one. Continue. Don't hold back. Keep firing until they can't move. Qin Ming commanded loudly. A single layer of ice net would naturally not be enough to trap the flame tyrants, but what about multiple layers?
Thus, under the relentless assault of the ice cannon battalion, each flame tyrant was ensnared by 7 or 8 layers of ice nets, pinned to the ground like flies in a web.
Qin Ming's eyes lit up. It was a success.
Then, in front of the world's gaze, Qin Ming jumped down from the city wall and walked towards the flame tyrant army. The crowds from various countries watching the live broadcast were stunned. They had not yet reacted to the powerful offensive of the ice cannon battalion when they fell into shock. All eyes were focused on Qin Ming.
What is he trying to do? Capture the flame tyrant alive?